I crossed over into a monstrous apocalypse, only to become the laughingstock of the entire school during the awakening ceremony, with my pitifully low-ranked, playwright, talent at the bottom of the sequence. Sounds utterly useless in a fight. The green tea girlfriend instantly flipped and betrayed me, jumping into the arms of the school bully. In despair, I finally realized this talent is actually a conceptual god-tier ability. The power to 100% alter any single word an enemy chants when casting a skill. The school bully arrogantly confronted my true benefactor. When the icy school beauty made her move, chanting, blazing spell, I secretly changed blaze to excrement. The next moment, before everyone's eyes, the school bully's skill failed to activate. Instant social death, a shower of shit and piss. And this was only the beginning of my comeback. My tampering ability seems to have even more terrifying potential. Chapter 1, Sequential Awakening. Binhai City, Number 3 Senior High School. On the playground, thousands of students who had just turned 18 gathered. A colossal sequence monument stood at the center of the square. On the platform, Principal Zhou Jinghua frowned deeply, his worried gaze fixed on the youthful yet inexperienced students below. "Old Zhang," he whispered, addressing the academic director beside him, "the northern border barrier has been breached again." According to military reports, both the number and tier of the invading beasts this time far surpass previous incidents. Dean Zhanghai looked equally grave. "Indeed, Principal, if these children awaken sequences that aren't strong enough, sending them to the battlefield, I'm afraid they won't even qualify as cannon fodder." A nearby dean attempted to ease the tension. "Don't be too disheartened. Didn't our rocket class produce Su Mushue? Her psychic rating reached an unprecedented SSS level. Percent with her around, there might be a chance to awaken a top 10 sequence and soar to unparalleled heights. It's not impossible for her to become a national-level powerhouse in the future." These words made Zhou Jinghua and Zhang Lan's expressions soften slightly. Yes, there's still Su Mushue, an SSS rank. She is the greatest hope not only for Binhai No. 3 High School but also for the entire city of Binhai. Meanwhile, in the bustling crowd below, Lin Yi clenched his fists, his heart pounding uncontrollably. It's coming, it's finally coming. It had been a full decade since he crossed into this world teeming with monstrous beasts, and he had lived every day like a startled bird. His parents had died in a minor beast tide when he was just 8 years old, and not even their bones could be recovered. As an orphan, he survived to this day by relying on meager alliance pensions and odd jobs, living in constant fear. All for this moment. Awaken the sequence, rise above others, and possess the power to protect himself, even to seek vengeance. Perhaps it was the fusion of two lifetime souls, but his spiritual talent far surpassed that of ordinary people. The levels of spiritual power are divided into 9 grades, from highest to lowest, SSS, SS, A, B, C, D, E, and F. And he had reached grade A, making him an absolute standout even in the elite rocket class. In this world, the only way for humans to fight against the endless tide of aberrant beasts is to, at the age of 18, activate the divine power of the ancient gods through the ancient gods altar and awakening sequence. Sequences are ranked from 1 to 999, the closer to the top, the greater the potential and the more terrifying the power. SSS spiritual power can awaken legendary level sequences, 1 to 10, by default, SS epic level sequences, 11 to 100, S outstanding level sequences, 101 to 200, AB elite level, 201 to 300, CD rare level, 301 to 500, and EF common level, 501 to 999. The smaller the sequence number of awakening, the stronger the skill power, and the greater the enhancement obtained from subsequent level-ups for the awakened. However, this pattern of awakening sequences is occasionally broken, with some highly talented individuals awakening to lower sequences, while those with lesser talent may awaken to higher sequences. The awakened ranks range from level 0 to 99. By accumulating experience and breaking through the current experience cap, one can level up, with the development of sequence skills and mental power increasing accordingly. Currently, the number of awakened individuals above level 90 in all of Huagua can be counted on one hand. As for the legendary level 99, it has never appeared before. Next, the awakening ceremony begins. With the head instructor's resounding announcement, the first name was called. Class 1 of grade 12, Su Mushue. The entire venue erupted in astonishment. Everyone's gaze instantly focused on the coldly elegant figure who stepped out from the rocket class line. Her features were exquisitely delicate, yet her eyes held an icy aloofness that kept others at arm's length. She was Su Mushue, the universally acknowledged campus belle of Binhai No. 3 High School and its only SSS-level spiritual genius. Lin Yi was watching her too. As classmates in the elite class, he wasn't particularly close to Su Mushue. Her personality was too aloof, barely engaging with anyone. Yet he was equally curious, what earth-shattering sequence could possibly awaken from an SSS-grade psychic power? Top 10 sequences? Or the legendary mythical sequence 0 spoken of in lore? Su Mushue calmly walked up to the altar and placed her hand in the central groove. Buzz! The altar erupted with a brilliant golden light that shot straight into the sky. Such intensity of radiance, it must be a sequence above the epic rank. On the high platform, the principal and teachers stood up excitedly, their eyes locked on the slowly forming virtual screen above the altar. As the light faded, an ancient line of text emerged. Sequence 342 Holy Light Devotion. The hall fell dead silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. What? Ranked over 300? Rare grade? What a joke! An SSS level psychic awakens only a healer talent? And it's just a rare grade one? Holy Light Prayer. I've heard of it. It has extremely potent healing abilities but absolutely no offensive capabilities. This is such a waste of divine gifts. On the high platform, Principal Zhou Jinggua's smile froze on his face. He slowly sat down, his body seemingly drained of all energy. It's a failure. Homeroom teacher Zhang Lan felt so heartbroken she could barely breathe. A genius who should have become the nation's sharp blade had actually turned into a pure support? The contrast is too stark. In the crowd, Lin Yi was also stunned, feeling somewhat regretful. Matching this sequence with an SSS rank is nothing short of a tremendous waste. Under normal circumstances, only C or D level mental power can awaken sequences within this range. Clearly, Sumu Shue became the extraordinary exception that defied all norms. However, the awakening ceremony continued, and soon the next name was called, quickly diverting everyone's attention. One after another, students stepped onto the stage as the altar continuously glowed with colorful lights. White, green, blue. Most people hold serial numbers ranked in the 3 or 400s, and the occasional appearance of someone in the top 200 would elicit a small gasp of surprise. Next, Senior Class 1, Lin Yi. Finally, it's my turn. Lin Yi suppressed the distracting thoughts in his mind and strode onto the altar. An A-grade spiritual power, though not comparable to Su Mushue's, should be sufficient to awaken a talent ranked around 200 in the sequence, right? He placed his hand upon it. Whiz! A dazzling beam of light shot straight into the sky. So dazzling? Class of psychic energy, 200 awakened, not bad at all. Lin Yi's heart leaped with joy as he fixed his burning gaze on the screen. The light fades away, and the text emerges. Talent, Screenwriter, Sequence, 999 plus. The joy on Lin Yi's face instantly froze. Screenwriter? What the hell is this? Rank 999 plus? Does this mean I'm placed beyond the 1000th position and can't even make it onto the list? His mind buzzed, going completely blank. On the high platform, Principal Zhou Jinghua had just picked up his teacup when he saw the result. His hand trembled, and the scalding tea spilled all over it. He remained oblivious, murmuring to himself, another one overturned. Zhang Lan clutched his forehead and let out a pained moan. What's gotten into our rocket class this year? One student with SSS level awakening turned out to be pure support, while our top A-grade student awakened with some unheard of 999 plus ability. There have only been 2 instances in history where the number 999 plus appeared. First, it is a completely new sequence that has never been discovered or recorded before. Second, the sequence was deemed too useless with excessively low value, thus being excluded from the top 999 rankings and relegated to the others category. But whichever it was, this so-called scriptwriter clearly had nothing to do with combat. Look at those domineering sequences. For example, the military leader's, sequence 49 Akala, with the ability to manifest the Vajra Dharma form, rendering him invulnerable to all attacks. It's a top-tier defensive sequence. There is also, sequence 78 Thunderbolt King of Divine Punishment, capable of summoning the power of thunder to judge all creation. What does your so-called screenwriting have to compete with others? Will you poke a mythical beast size with your pen? Chapter 2, The Screenwriter Lin Yi, please step off the platform. Teacher Jueshing's voice snapped Lin Yi back to reality. He saw undisguised pity and regret flashing in his teacher's eyes. He knew exactly what that look meant. 3 hours after the awakening ceremony concluded would come the fate-determining college entrance exam entering the periphery of the otherworld rifts for a combat scoring tournament. There are 60 regions nationwide, with the practical combat scoring matches divided accordingly into 60 examination centers. Binhai City is the 6th examination district in the southeastern region. Higher scores are essential for admission to better universities. How could a screenwriter rated 999 plus possibly battle against mutated beasts? Giving up on the college entrance exam to become an ordinary person incapable of self-defense, living perpetually under the shadow of mutated beasts, this seems to be his only possible outcome. Lin Yi walked off the stage in a daze. Even so, he never forgot to check his talent analysis. Test projections only display names and serial numbers, specific analyses are only visible to the individual. What if I were an undiscovered powerful sequence? The next second, a line of text appeared in his mind. Talent, Screenwriter, Ability, you can designate a target and alter any word they speak. Current cooldown, usable 3 times within 24 hours. Lin Yi scratched his head. Altering a single word from the other's mouth? His heart skipped a beat. This ability seems not as useless as I imagined. To unleash formidable powers in this world, especially higher-tier abilities, most sequencers require incanting spells or mantras. And at the most critical moment of their incantation, I could alter a single word. Immovable Vajra King, Diamond Dharma form, impervious to all laws. What if I change the word not to must? All laws must be violated? The sight was too beautiful. Lin Ye's breathing became rapid. Fortunately in his past life he had been a top student, and the cultural treasures of China's 5,000 years of history were still firmly engraved in his mind. This world, due to prolonged battles against exotic beasts, has seen cultural education severely compressed, leaving many with pitifully limited vocabularies. By then, even altering words could leave them completely baffled. Brief disappointment was swept away by a surge of exhilaration as Lin Ye's hope ignited once more. Right now, the most urgent matter is the combat-based college entrance exam in 3 hours. He needed a powerful teammate. He immediately thought of his girlfriend, Li Yao. He wondered what kind of sequence Xiao Yao would awaken. Preferably a strong warrior tank type, he could support her and make her skills even more powerful. Lin Yi and Li Yao have been together for over a year. In his heart, Li Yao was not only beautiful but also kind-hearted, gentle, and considerate, providing him with the only warmth during his loneliest and most helpless times. Lin Yi often felt that, although his family was destroyed, meeting Li Yao was the greatest compensation the heavens could give him. His eyes quickly scanned the crowd, and soon he spotted that familiar figure not far away. Yao Yao. Lin Yi waved with a smile. Yet when Li Yao saw him, her expression was completely different from usual, an alien mix of disgust and icy detachment. She couldn't even be bothered to respond, simply turning her head away. Lin Ye's smile froze as his heart sank, an ominous premonition washing over him. Is it because of my sequence? But Yao Yao clearly said that no matter what I awakened, she would never leave me. Suppressing the unease in his heart, he walked over. Yao Yao, have you awakened? He hadn't even finished speaking when Li Yao cut in with an icy tone. Are you really this dense? She looked Lin Yi up and down, her undisguised contempt clear in her eyes. Do you really think a worthless trash like you, ranked beyond sequence 999, is still worthy of me? Lin Yi froze, his heart ached faintly, but he still forced himself to calm down. Having lived 2 lifetimes, I can certainly handle this kind of pressure. It's just a breakup, after all. People have different aspirations, and you can't force what isn't meant to be. My sequence is, sequence 213, Dance of the Windblades. Li Yao lifted her chin. And what about you, a writer ranked beyond sequence 999 plus? How laughable. Speaking this, her gaze swept past Lin Yi, landing on a tall, arrogant-looking boy not far away, and her face instantly lit up with an obsequious smile. Humph, I've already promised Wang Tang that as long as I accompany him tonight, he'll take me to team up and enter the rift. What makes you think you're anything special? Wang Tang, that school bully who ran rampant through the halls. Lin Yi followed her gaze to see Wang Tang proudly showing off the sequence mark glowing on his wrist while holding 2 girls. Sequence 158 Lava Tyrant. Lin Ye's brow furrowed tightly. Though heartbroken, he couldn't deny their year-long genuine relationship. Unable to restrain himself, he pleaded, Yao Yao, don't be foolish. Do you really not know what kind of person Wang Tang is? His private life is a complete mess. Why are you degrading yourself like this? You call this humiliation? Li Yao burst into sharp laughter as if she'd heard the most absurd joke. Lin Yi, you're just jealous, aren't you? Jealous that I can cozy up to brother Wang while you're stuck being a useless waste. She took a disgusted step back. I'm warning you, stop bothering me. What bad luck. Staring at her face, contorted with meanness, the last vestige of warmth in Lin Ye's heart chilled completely. But one question still gnawed at him. He couldn't understand how that kind-hearted girl, the one who'd once held an umbrella for him in pouring rain, who'd bravely stood up when he was being harassed by street thugs, could have turned into this. Seeing the confusion on Lin Ye's face, Li Yao, terrified he might latch onto her, sneered as she backed away. By the way, Lin Yi, since you're about to be finished, I'll tell you the truth as well. To tell you the truth, the person who held an umbrella for you in the heavy rain and chased away those thugs wasn't me at all. That's the loser in our class, Su Mushui. So stop pestering me from now on. Boom! Lin Yi froze in place. Su Mushui, that aloof school beauty who barely spoke to anyone? His mind flashed back to that rainy night a year ago. He'd been cornered in an alley by some off-campus thugs and beaten until blood streamed down his face. At the brink of despair, a slender figure rushed in and shielded him with her frail body, her voice soft yet resolute. Stop. I've already called the police. The rain was too heavy and the light too dim. He could only make out a girl in Sanjiang High School's uniform whose figure closely resembled Li Yao's. Later, Li Yao took the initiative to approach him, caring for him and showing warmth, so he naturally assumed she was the benefactor from that night. No wonder Sumukshu and Li Yao's figures were so similar. No wonder I always felt something was off between Li Yao and that resolute figure from the rainy night after we got together. So, he had mistaken the person from the very beginning. And Li Yao had been exploiting his gratitude all along. Chapter 3, Pouring Down Your Head. Got it now? Li Yao crossed her arms, her face glowing with vengeful satisfaction. If it weren't for your grade psychic power showing promise making you a potential future backup for me, do you really think I'd bother with a broke bomb like you? Lin Yi recalled the past year. To repay this favor, he'd worked himself to the bone in the city's outer safety zone, dismembering the lowest-tier mutated beasts. Every single energy stone he earned, he'd given to Li Yao to help her cultivate her psychic power. For himself, he hadn't even dared to use a single one of the lowest-grade stones. Looking back now, he felt like a complete fool. Your measly energy stones wouldn't even buy me a handbag. Li Yao sneered disdainfully. I was actually hoping you'd awaken a powerful sequence, but it turns out, all show and no substance. Lin Yi, we're no longer on the same level. For the sake of the year we spent together, I'll give you some advice. Apply to drop out of the college entrance exam right now. With a worthless sequence like yours, you wouldn't even be good enough to clean the teeth of the beasts in the rift. With that, she turned away without another glance at Lin Yi, swaying her hips as she walked toward Wang Tang. Lin Yi stood rooted to the spot, utterly motionless. He wasn't angry at Li Yao's betrayal and deception. He was furious at his own stupidity. He had actually mistaken an imposter clown for his own light. And the true benefactor, that SSS tier genius, Su Muxue, who had awakened an auxiliary sequence only to be mocked by the entire school, had never once been repaid by him over the past year. Lin Yi carefully pondered the first skill of sequence 342's Holy Light Prayer in his mind. Thanks to his exceptional memory, he recalled his teacher mentioning this class during lessons. Holy Word, healing, the most fundamental healing skill in the support class, capable of continuously restoring the target's vitality. No wonder the entire school looked at Su Muxue with pity. So, he could modify the healing effect to cause damage, blood loss, or blood draining. All seemed viable, though their actual effects remained unknown. Lin Yi decided to approach Su Muxue and ask if she'd be willing to take a gamble and team up with him. However, just as he spotted her in the crowd and started walking over, two figures he least wanted to see suddenly blocked Su Muxue's path. Wang Tang and Li Yao, who clung to him like a lapdog. Talk about running into the wrong people at the wrong time. Lin Yi frowned and quickened his pace. At that moment, Wang Tang extended a finger, nearly poking Su Muxue's nose. Su Muxue, you're ungrateful, aren't you? I've been chasing you since freshman year. You always wore the deadpan expression, acting like you couldn't care less. What's changed now? You woke up with a worthless sequence and can't keep up the act anymore? And what the hell are you bragging about now? SSS grade psychic power? What good is that? You're nothing but a pretty vase. A useless piece of junk. A stifled chuckle rippled through the crowd. Su Muxue stood silently, her icy eyes showing no flicker of emotion. The more she remained like this, the angrier Wang Tang grew. I'm giving you one last chance. Wang Tang's voice rose an octave, dripping with condescension. Right now, immediately. Apologize to me. Then agree to be my girlfriend. If I'm in a good mood, I might even let you tag along during the college entrance exam team selection and help you snag a spot at some university. At these words, Li Yao's face beside them darkened. She couldn't help but tug at Wang Tang's sleeve, her voice thick with a mix of hurt and unease. Brother Wang. I'm your girlfriend. Wang Tang seemed to only now recall the presence of another person beside him. He turned back impatiently, giving Li Yao a dismissive once-over. You? Wang Tang snorted derisively, making no effort to hide his contempt. You're not bad-looking, but you've been with that broke bum Lin Yi for a year. Who knows if he's worn you out? I've got no interest in picking up someone else's cast-offs. And let's be honest, when it comes to looks, you're not even fit to tie Su Muxue's shoelaces. Boom! Li Yao's face instantly turned the color of liver, then drained of all color before turning deathly pale. The gap between sequence numbers was like heaven and earth. Sequence 213 and sequence 158, between them lay an unbridgeable chasm. So even when Wang Tang spoke like this, she dared not show anger. And all of this was witnessed clearly by Lin Yi, who had rushed over. He felt not a shred of sympathy. This was the path Li Yao had chosen for herself. On the other side, Su Muxue seemed too disinterested to spare even a glance at this farce. She didn't even glance at Wang Tang once, merely withdrawing her gaze indifferently before turning to leave. To her, these two were like roadside flies, annoying with their buzzing, but easily dismissed by simply walking away. Stop! Wang Tang, seeing himself ignored once more, was thoroughly enraged. He lunged forward in a single stride, reaching out to block Su Muxue's path. I'm talking to you. You dare walk away? Su Muxue finally halted, turning her head. For the first time, clear emotion flickered in her eyes. Disgusting. The two words stung like a slap across Wang Tang's face. Looking for death. Wang Tang completely lost it. As the favored son of heaven, the lava tyrant ranked 158th, when had he ever endured such humiliation? A searing wave of heat erupted violently around him. Fire elements began wildly gathering in the air, coalescing into a fist-sized, crimson-hot fireball right above his arrogantly raised head. Fire. Explosion. Technique. Wang Tang's face contorted into a savage grimace as he uttered the skill's name, enunciating each syllable with deliberate force. The fireball hovering above his head glowed brighter and brighter, the surrounding temperature soaring rapidly until even the air began to warp. Li Yao recoiled in terror, her face frozen in horror. If that fire explosion hit Su Muxue, even if she didn't die, she'd suffer severe burns and be utterly disfigured. Amidst the crowd, Lin Yi's pupils suddenly contracted. Oh no! Su Muxue was merely a support. Her physical constitution was no different from an ordinary person's. How could she possibly withstand such a blow? In that split second, Lin Yi didn't even have time to think. His mental energy locked onto the skill Wang Tun was chanting. Explosive technique. Which character should he change it to? No time to think, just do it. After confirming the altered character, an indescribable, eerie fluctuation radiated outward from Lin Yi, instantly enveloping Wang Tang as he cast his spell. Wang Tang, who had been preparing to launch the fireball above his head, froze abruptly. Something felt off. Why had that fireball, which had absorbed so much of his magical power, suddenly lost its heat? Everyone present watched in stunned silence as the fiery orb hovering above Wang Tang's head, once radiant with blinding light and emanating terrifying heat, suddenly dimmed. Then, under the gaze of the crowd, the crimson energy sphere began to twist, deform, and change color. Finally, in less than a second, it transformed into a steaming pile of. And then, under the pull of gravity, it plummeted straight down. Splat! The pile of feces stuck directly onto Wang Tang's meticulously styled hair, held in place with hair gel. A stench 10 times more intense than a public toilet explosion erupted. Even a few droplets of yellow liquid trickled down his head and onto his face. Li Yao covered her nose, pointing at him in disbelief, her words stumbling out, Wang. Wang, you have something on your head. Chapter 4, Entering the Beast Rift. Su Muxue instinctively took a few steps back, her delicate brows furrowed tightly. It wasn't just the smell. Though merely an auxiliary sequence, her psychic power far surpassed that of ordinary people. Just moments ago, as the fireball spell was forming, she had distinctly sensed an extremely bizarre energy fluctuation. Its origin. Su Muxue's gaze swept over the crowd, landing precisely on Lin Yi in the corner. Their eyes met for a moment, and she saw the unguarded urgency and worry in his gaze. Could it be him? The thought sent ripples spreading through the calm waters of her heart. The explosive technique, how could it have transformed out of nowhere into? This couldn't be a coincidence. Over there, Wang Tang's face had turned from crimson to ashen. He could feel that pile of slowly sliding down his hair. He wished he could die right then and there. Wang Tang erupted in a shriek that sounded nothing like a human voice. His hands frantically clawed at his head, desperately trying to scrape the off. The more he scratched, the worse it got, smearing it all over his face and hands. What are you looking at? No one look! Wang Tang yelled, his voice trembling with fear beneath a thin veneer of anger. All sense of decorum abandoned, he charged toward the bathroom like a madman. He'd never been so humiliated in his entire life. He couldn't possibly face the life-changing Beast Rift college entrance exam with a head full of warm mess. Li Yao's expression shifted repeatedly before she finally held her breath and followed, her face twisted in disgust. Though repulsed, Wang Tang remained the genius ranked 158th, a crucial ally she had to cling to. After they left, Lin Yi composed himself and strode quickly to Su Muxue's side. Gazing at that coldly exquisite face, his heart stirred with a complex mix of emotions. This was the phantom he'd chased for a year, the sole driving force behind all his efforts thus far. Alas, through a twist of fate, he had mistaken Li Yao for her. He couldn't very well blurt out now, "Hey, gorgeous, you're the one who saved my life a year ago, right? I was blind to mistake your sidekick for you and chase her for a whole year." That would be utterly foolish. He'd want to slap himself for saying it. As he struggled to find the right words, Su Muxue spoke first, her voice as cold as an icy spring. "Thank you." Lin Yi froze completely. What did she say? Thank me? How could she? He snapped his head up, meeting Su Muxue's piercing gaze that seemed to see through everything. Lin Yi instantly understood. True to her reputation as the #1 genius, even with a support-type sequence ability, her insight far surpassed that of ordinary people. She must have sensed something. Lin Yi smiled. "You're welcome." He seized the moment, smoothly launching into the prepared explanation. "Actually, I came here to ask you to team up with me. My sequence number is way beyond 999. You know how it is, no one wants to team up with a useless loser like me for the college entrance exam. I was wondering if you would be willing to take me in and team up with me?" He deliberately painted himself in a pitiful light, adopting an extremely humble posture. He'd even prepared his next line to lower his voice and quietly reveal the true purpose of his abilities as leverage for joining forces. But to his surprise, "Sure." Su Muxue uttered those two words with almost no hesitation. Lin Yi, who had rehearsed countless lines in his mind, was instantly rendered speechless. He stared at her blankly, momentarily dumbfounded. That's it? She just agreed? Why? Could she have truly seen through everything that just happened? The information gap plunged Lin Yi into a momentary daze. Just then, Wang Tang and Li Yao returned, both dressed in fresh school uniforms. Wang Tang's face remained grim, as if he'd swallowed a fly. Seeing Lin Yi standing with Su Muxue, his rage flared up again. A loser paired with an ice queen, truly a match made in heaven. Li Yao's sharp, biting voice rang out as she clung to Wang Tang's arm, riding his coattails. "Lin Yi, you've really grown some balls, haven't you? After I dumped you, you went and started fawning over trash we wouldn't even bother looking at. In her eyes, Su Muxiue might be of unknown sequence rank, but she was still just a support type. And Lin Yi? A sequence 999 plus good for nothing. The two of them together? Nothing but a bunch of losers wallowing in self-humiliation. Lin Yi frowned, about to retort. Suddenly, beep! A shrill broadcast echoed across the entire assembly square. Attention all senior high school examinees. The Beast Rift is about to open. Teleportation countdown, 60 seconds. All candidates must confirm their teams and teleport in squads. Groups must consist of no more than 3 members and no fewer than 1. Hold your teammates' hands tightly. The teleportation array will determine team affiliation based on physical contact. 60, 59, 58. The cold, mechanical countdown sent a wave of tension through the crowd. Across the plaza, candidates grasped the hands of teammates they had prearranged. Lin Ye's heart was in his throat. Just then, a cool, soft hand reached out and took his. Lin Ye's body jerked, and he turned his head in surprise. It was Su Muxiue. She had taken his hand. Her fingers were slender, her palm carrying a hint of coolness, yet her grip was firm. Lin Yi could distinctly feel the smooth texture of her skin, his heart skipping a beat against his will. He looked at her. But Su Muxiue only stared straight ahead, her profile taut as if her entire focus was absorbed in the impending teleportation. She showed no reaction to his gaze. She closed her eyes, her long lashes casting faint shadows beneath her eyelids. 3, 2, 1. Teleportation commencing. The moment the words fell, a powerful pulling sensation erupted from all directions. Lin Yi felt the world spinning wildly. The sensation of weightlessness lasted only a few seconds. When Lin Yi's feet touched solid ground again, a stench of blood and decay flooded his nostrils. He forced himself to ignore the discomfort and scanned his surroundings. The sky was an eerie dark purple, with a massive crimson moon hanging high in the heavens. The earth was cracked and fissured, revealing an ominous dark brown hue, with wisps of gray mist occasionally seeping from the crevices. In the distant forest, the trees twisted into grotesque, snarling shapes, their bare trunks hung with strange, tumor-like growths. This was the outer perimeter of the Beast Rift. A dimension utterly alien to Blue Star. While Lin Yi was still adjusting to this unfamiliar environment, Su Muxiue beside him had already regained her composure. This way! She snapped, grabbing Lin Yi's hand and darting into a patch of relatively dense black forest nearby. Only after confirming the coast was clear did she release his hand. The lingering warmth in his palm left Lin Yi momentarily lost in thought. Su Muxiue, however, seemed completely unfazed. She pulled a scroll of parchment from her tactical backpack. It was a hand-drawn map, meticulously annotated with different colored markings detailing various terrains and symbols. We've been randomly teleported to the Wailing Jungle area on the outer rim of the rift. Su Muxiue pointed to a spot on the map, explaining rapidly. The rules of the Gokao require surviving 72 hours within the rift while hunting as many aberrant beasts as possible to extract their magic cores. Final rankings are determined by the total points accumulated from these cores. In the outer regions, theoretically, only level 20 beasts will appear at most. Most elite level beasts have fixed habitats, which I've marked on this map. For instance, the giant rock cavern in the north is home to the level 20 beast rock wyvern. The putrid swamp in the west is dominated by the level 20 swamp crocodile. We cannot venture into these areas for now. Lin Yi stared at the map, its level of detail borderline insane, and felt a wave of admiration wash over him once more. Truly worthy of being the school's top-tier SSS grade psychic prodigy. Ordinary students would never have access to such internal maps. Our primary goal is to adapt to the combat rhythm here, hunt some level 5 or lower beasts, and accumulate early stage points. Typically, Human Awakened could challenge beasts up to 5 levels above their own based on their innate talent sequence. Su Muxiue tucked away the map, her gaze sweeping the surroundings with sharp intensity. The beasts here are far more cunning and vicious than those we encountered in the virtual training room. We can't afford to be careless. Lin Yi nodded. Just then. Rustle, rustle. A faint rustling sound emanated from deep within the forest. 2 dark figures burst out from the thicket. Chapter 5, They've grown this much? They were 2 giant rats, each as large as a hunting dog. Their bodies were devoid of fur, covered in a layer of grayish dull skin, revealing sharp fangs and gleaming claws. Level 1 mutant beast, claw rat. Almost simultaneously, dark green vines erupted from the ground beneath Lin Yi's feet. Strange buds bloomed at their tips, emitting a sickly sweet, putrid stench. Level 1 mutant beast, putrid poison vine. Attacked from both sides. Watch out. Su Muxiue reacted with lightning speed, her lips already moving in incantation. In the name of holy light, grant you the power of purification. A soft white light emanated from her body, forming a halo beneath Lin Yi's feet. Holy word, healing. Lin Yi's pupils contracted. The opportunity had arrived. Without a moment's hesitation, he focused his mental energy. Text alteration activated. Target, holy word, healing. Which character to alter? No time to hesitate, the character heal. Change it to damage. Holy word, drain. An imperceptible ripple spread from Linya's body, precisely merging into the holy light emitted by Su Mushue. The gentle white halo underwent a complete reversal in its core essence in an instant. The halo settled at Linya's feet, yet he felt no healing effect whatsoever. Yet the clawed rats and poison vines surging toward him the moment they touched the halo's edge seemed doused in concentrated sulfuric acid. Squay! The clawed rat let out a piercing, agonized scream. Its grayish withered skin began to rot and peel off at a visible pace, blood gushing out like water. In just 2 seconds, it transformed from a ferocious beast into a twitching, rotting mass of flesh and blood. The rot poison vine fared even worse. Its resilient vines instantly turned yellow and brittle, while the bud at its tip dissolved into a pool of foul-smelling pus. In an instant, both level 1 beasts lay mortally wounded. This was the terrifying power of SSS-grade psychic energy. Even though they were both low-tier beasts, Linya's modified spell instantly unleashed its maximum effect. Su Mushue's hand, poised to cast her next defensive spell, froze mid-air. When had her holy word, healing, gained such devastating lethality? She whipped her head around, her gaze locking onto Lin Yi beside her. And Lin Yi, in turn, gazed at his creation with eyes brimming with wild delight. He had succeeded. Not only could he tamper with enemy skills, but he could even reverse his allies' buffs into devastatingly lethal spells. Team Kill, Claw Rat level 110 EXP 10 points. Team Kill, Rotten Vine level 110 EXP 10 points. Calculating points. Congratulations! You are the first squad to complete kills in this trial round. First kill reward, points x2. Settlement complete. Su Mushue earned points, 40. Lin Yi earned points, 40. The numbers on the light screen were crystal clear. Immediately afterward, 2 warm currents flowed into each of their bodies. Lin Yi's personal interface was visible only to him. Lin Yi. Level, 0. Experience points, 2100. Sequence talent, Screenwriter sequence 999+. Skill, text manipulation. Just 2 level 1 beasts plus the first kill bonus yielded 10 experience points. At this rate, advancing to level 1 wouldn't be far off. Meanwhile, Su Mushue glanced at her own stats panel. Su Mushue. Level, 0. Experience points, 2100. Sequence talent, Holy Light Prayer, sequence 342 support. Skill, Holy Word, healing. The rise in her experience points snapped her slightly out of her shock. She withdrew her gaze and fixed her eyes on Lin Yi once more. Your talent is to alter spell texts to modify their effects? Lin Yi made no attempt to conceal it, nodding in acknowledgement. Yes. But the limitations are significant. The number of times I can activate it and the cooldown after each use are both directly tied to my level. I only have 1 use left today. Even the Gokao had an extremely high mortality rate in the perilous outer regions of the beast domain. If you don't trust your teammates, especially someone like Lin Yi, whose role requires supporting others early on, the pair could easily find themselves in grave danger. Su Mushue's brows furrowed slightly. Clearly, this explanation was within her expectations. Such an unnaturally powerful ability without restrictions, it would completely overturn the entire awakened system. Given your current mental power level, what tier of spell sequences could you possibly alter? She pressed. For now, the limit should be the exceptional great sequence. After all, Wang Tang has already verified that for me. However, if we can accumulate 100 experience points before my spiritual energy depletes, allowing me to level up to level 1, my tampering limit or number of attempts should break through. Then we can keep grinding. Level up. It was a clear, distinct, and utterly tempting goal. Su Mushue's eyes lit up instantly. She instantly grasped the implication behind Lin Yi's words. It was a gamble, but also the beginning of a virtuous cycle. If they could complete the upgrade before he ran out, they would gain a perpetual killing machine. Is it really sequence 999+? The junk sequences recorded in the archives, like making the opponent's shoelaces untie themselves or determining the heads or tails of a coin? I'd say. This feels more like an entirely new sequence never documented before. Its concept is too advanced, or rather, its rules transcend the existing framework, which is why it can't be categorized. Lin Yi silently admired him. No wonder he was an academic star, his imagination was truly powerful. He shrugged along with her words, maybe. It all happened so suddenly when I awakened, I haven't figured it out myself. Su Mushue gave him a deep look but didn't press further. She quickly composed herself. She pulled the internal map from her backpack. Her previous plan had been completely torn to shreds. Adapting to the pace? Playing it safe? To hell with all that. Here. Her finger jabbed firmly at a red dot on the map. The rot poison vine swamp, one of the densest areas for common tier beasts marked on this map. We're going here. We'll try to take down a level 5 team boss as fast as possible. If you can get to level 1 first, then we can keep grinding monsters. Meanwhile, outside the trial's secret realm. Within a magnificent floating structure, lights blazed brightly, the atmosphere solemn and dignified. This was the central monitoring hub for the National Intercollegiate Trial. At the center of the vast circular hall, a colossal holographic screen nearly filling an entire wall displayed real-time scoring data from all 60 trial dungeons across the examination zones. The most eye-catching feature was undoubtedly the ranking tables for each examination zone. At this moment, the vast majority of names on the leaderboard still bore a cold, stark 0 beside their scores. Only one leaderboard suddenly flashed with a dazzling golden glow. National Joint Trial for Higher Education Institutions Southeast 6th Testing Zone Leaderboard. First place, 3rd Senior High School Su-Mushue Linyi, total points, 80. Second place, vacant. Third place, none. The Grand Hall gathered principals and admissions directors from the nation's most prestigious institutions, alongside several military dignitaries in crisp uniforms adorned with stars of command. So fast. It hasn't even been 10 minutes since it started, has it? It's Su-Mushue, the SSS tier psychic prodigy from Binhai No. 3 Middle School. What a pity. SSS level psychic power is undoubtedly a divine gift, 1 in 10,000. Yet she awakens sequence 342. In the early stages of the trial, everyone starts at level 0. She can leverage her immense psychic energy reserves to wear down lower tier beasts with healing spells, gaining an early advantage just like now. But once the mid-stage begins, when those combat sequence geniuses start leveling up and mastering devastating skills, Su-Mushue's advantage will vanish completely. Facing level 5, level 10, or even level 20 beasts, a pure healing spell even amplified to its absolute limit by SSS grade psychic power won't be enough to finish them off in one blow. She'll be swiftly overtaken and eventually fade into obscurity. The principals all sighed in regret. Just then, the astonished voice of a military bigwig cut through the air. How did her points increase so much this time? Chapter 6, Die. Even if she forced healing spells to wear down low-level beasts, her total points shouldn't have reached 80 in one go. Exactly. Something's fishy here. The military leader's keen observation immediately detected the unusual circumstances. Other principals and admissions directors also caught on, their brows furrowing one after another. Could Su-Mushue have employed other methods? She likely employed methods that damage her foundation to temporarily boost combat power. Or perhaps she got lucky, snagging a low-level beast wounded in combat? Though stunned by Su-Mushue's speed in slaying the beast and her total points earned, no one held high hopes for her. As for the other name appearing alongside Su-Mushue Linyi, no one paid him any mind. A nobody whose name no one had ever heard of, clearly lacking in talent. Moreover, the hall screens displayed sequence rankings, and a 999 plus placement only served to further diminish his perceived value and ability. Regardless, Su-Mushue's team's luck ends here. What good is a strong start? They'll inevitably be overtaken by those who come later. Just wait and see. Their team ranking will soon be pushed down, never to appear before us again. Such pronouncements weren't born of hostility towards Su-Mushue from these influential principals and directors. Rather, they had witnessed too many prodigies fade into mediocrity, convinced they could accurately gauge a student's potential. From the moment of her awakening sequence, they had deemed Su-Mushue's future sealed. The crowd shook their heads, shifting their gaze downward to focus on other students steadily accumulating points on the rankings. Meanwhile, within the trial's secret realm, Linyi and Su-Mushue remained oblivious to the outside world's analysis and judgment. Roar! Did you hear that? Su-Mushue's expression sharpened. The soul-shaking roar of a strange beast echoed clearly in their ears from nearby. Her eyes flashed with sharp focus, tiny beads of sweat glistening at her hairline as a faint glow enveloped her entire body. Holy word, healing! Under her skills buff, Linyi engaged in guerrilla combat using martial arts, grinding monsters to accumulate experience points. Thud! The level 0 red-haired rabbit before him, covered in wounds, finally collapsed. Experience plus 5. Panting heavily, Linyi paused to check his experience bar, now at 45,100. He still needed half more to level up and advance to the next stage. He narrowed his eyes as he approached Su-Mushue, a hint of seriousness on his face. Someone else got to the boss first. Su-Mushue grew anxious. No, we have to take the boss back. We're already at a disadvantage. If they pull ahead, it'll be impossible to catch up. Linyi understood this all too well. It's not too late. Not just anyone can take down this boss. With the minions cleared, he grabbed Su-Mushue's hand and sprinted toward the toxic vine swamp where the boss lurked. The thicket of shrubs receded behind them, revealing an open expanse. The air was thick with a foul, faintly toxic stench. At the edge of the rot-poison vine swamp ahead, several teams were joining forces to attack a rhino-like beast as massive as a small mountain. This was the level 5 team boss, the ironclad rhino. Its entire body was encased in formidable, rock-hard iron armor. With each shift and maneuver, the ground trembled beneath its feet. Each charge and stomp left at least one team in disarray, incapacitated for combat. Yet even when hit by their skills, the ironclad rhino's charging momentum never faltered for an instant. Damn it! This boss is too strong. Its defense is absurdly high. We can't even scratch it. At this rate, we'll be worn down to death before we can take down the iron armor rhinoceros. Several squads began to complain bitterly. Lin Yi and Su Muxue joined the fray at that moment. Su Muxue handled the healing while Lin Yi engaged in close-quarters combat, aiming to chip away at the ironclad rhinoceros's defenses. When Lin Yi landed a punch on the ironclad rhinoceros's belly, the others couldn't help but shake their heads in mockery. What a laugh! Two weaklings like them think they can take on a boss for easy XP? They won't even know how they died. At least we can pose some threat to the boss. What about them? Just scratching its itch? Ha! But having these cannon fodder take the front line actually lightens our load. Exactly. Keep massaging the boss, you two. Don't stop. The members of those teams didn't even bother to acknowledge Lin Yi and Su Muxue, finding time to mock and ridicule them instead. Lin Yi ignored the taunts entirely. His direct assault was calculated strike while the others were still reacting, finish it in one blow, and use his final skill opportunity to kill the boss. Su Muxue exchanged a glance with him and gave a slight nod. She intensified the mental energy input into her skill. As Lin Yi's thoughts flickered, he prepared to use his scriptwriter skill to alter Su Muxue's skill chant. A sudden whistling sound erupted beside him. A fierce mini-tornado erupted, sweeping up the surrounding swampy poison vines and hurtling toward the ironclad rhinoceros. Li Yao and Wang Tang darted out from the side, charging straight at the ironclad rhinoceros. While Su Muxue and Lin Yi farmed minor monsters to accumulate experience, they too were restoring their mental energy and physical stamina. To close the gap in points, everyone had set their sights on the boss. But when they arrived, they never expected to see Lin Yi and Su Muxue. They immediately launched their attack. I have a rhino horn that can trigger the ironclad rhino's berserk state. If we survive the berserk phase, it enters a weakened period where its defense and attack power plummet drastically, our perfect chance to take it down. Wang Tang's shout rang out at the same moment. He and Li Yao stood to the side, glaring at Lin Yi and Su Muxue with malicious glee, their lips curling into sinister, calculating smiles. Weren't Lin Yi and Su Muxue trying to act tough? Hadn't everyone already written them off as cannon fodder? Then they certainly wouldn't let this opportunity slip away. Lin Yi, you finally met your match. Considering you drew the boss's attention and took its hits for us, we'll overlook your earlier foolishness and insults. Ha 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 ha. Wang Tang roared with laughter, head thrown back. Amidst his maniacal laughter, the whirlwind abruptly halted before Lin Yi and the deteriorating Su Muxue. A rhino horn was swept toward them by the vortex, instantly enveloping them in the aura of their rhino kin. Roar! 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 The ironclad rhino, sensing the scent of its fallen kin, turned its massive beastly eyes blood red. Its aura surged relentlessly, making the very air tremble. The ironclad rhinoceros slid backward with force, gathering momentum. It transformed into a speeding mountain hurtling toward them, poised to crush Lin Yi and Su Muxue into dust. Those two are dead meat. The other teams watched the scene unfold, shaking their heads in dismay, yet none made a move to intervene. Just as Wang Tang had said, having Lin Yi and Su Muxue draw the boss's attention and absorb its damage was actually advantageous for them. Wang Tang and Li Yao watched the iron armor rhinoceros charge toward Lin Yi and Su Muxue with excitement, their hearts pounding with anticipation. Lin Yi, Su Muxue, die. Chapter 7, a single word decides life or death. Under the excited and expectant gazes of the crowd, the ironclad rhinoceros crushed down decisively upon the two small figures. It crushed them as if underfoot, as if Mount Tai itself had come crashing down upon them. Under the armored rhinoceros's frenzied assault, the once hard ground at the edge of the corrupting vine swamp softened into a quagmire, eroded by the swamp's venom until it too became part of the mire. The ironclad rhinoceros's aura, having surged to its peak, began to rapidly weaken. Now! The ironclad rhinoceros is weakened. Move! Wang Tang's heart leapt with excitement. A sharp gleam flashed in his eyes as his body moved swiftly. He charged forward for the first time, simultaneously activating his skill, Explosive Fire. Only now did the others witness the true power of Wang Tang's skill for the first time. Above his head, a molten fireball swelled and intensified. Reaching its explosive peak, it hurtled toward the ironclad rhinoceros ahead. Boom! A deafening roar erupted as the molten flame exploded violently, sending shockwaves rippling outward. The surrounding temperature shot up several degrees in an instant. The blast's aftershock slammed into the others, forcing them all to stumble backward. They were unable to advance and compete with Wang Tang for the boss. The iron-armored rhinoceros, the primary target of the blazing fire technique's full assault at the epicenter of the explosion, vanished from sight amidst the churning muddy swamp. Holy crap! Wang Tang truly lives up to his rank of 158. The power of his explosive fire technique is terrifying. The ironclad rhino was already weakened. After taking Wang Tang's hit, it's either dead or crippled for sure. Looks like Wang Tang will claim most of the boss's experience points this time. With the experience from killing the boss, he might just become the top scorer in our exam district and claim first place in the rankings. I can't even imagine what would happen if I were hit by that explosive technique. I'd be reduced to nothing. The other team members were utterly astonished. They had already envied and feared Wang Tang's high ranking, but now they were genuinely intimidated. For a moment, no one dared step forward to challenge him for the boss. Wang Tong watched this scene with satisfaction. This was precisely the outcome he sought. This way, he provided the key combat items, delivered the fatal blow, and naturally claimed the lion's share of the Iron Armor Rhinoceros's experience points. Unlike other beasts, Team Boss experience wasn't distributed to all attackers or based on the final blow. It was primarily determined by the proportion of damage dealt during the fight. With a smug look on his face, he strode forward to claim the spoils. The experience points were mostly his, but that wasn't enough. The ironclad rhinoceros was a treasure trove, and he intended to harvest every last bit. Yet as he strolled forward, the muddy toxic mist in the air settled, revealing the colossal figure ahead. No, this can't be. Wang Tang locked eyes with a pair of fiery red orbs and halted in stunned disbelief. The ironclad rhinoceros was covered in mottled white patches. Its outer iron armor had been stripped away by attacks, but beneath lay a layer of jet black, hardened hide. Its massive nostrils puffed out white vapor as it fixed Wang Tang with a deathly stare. Iron armor rhino, it's still alive. The others witnessed the scene, gasping in shock and dread. Gulp. Wang Tang swallowed hard, his body stiffening as his face drained of color. At that moment, the iron armor rhinoceros's hatred had completely shifted onto him. It slid its hind legs again, its massive, cumbersome body transforming into a blur as it charged forward. Its speed surpassed even its earlier attack on Lin Yi and the others, closing the distance to Wang Tang in the blink of an eye. Explosive technique. Wang Tang's scalp tingled with dread as he frantically activated the skill again. Without sufficient time to build up power, the skill's potency was greatly diminished, and his mental energy was drained by 80 to 90%. Now, to save his life, he could only react in a panic. Brother Tang. I'll help you. Seeing the iron armor rhinoceros charge through Wang Tang's small fireball explosion without even slowing down, Li Yao grew desperate. Wang Tang was her golden ticket. Only by securing his future could she enjoy a life of luxury beyond compare. Wind concealment. A whirlwind surged toward Wang Tang, attempting to sweep him away from his position. But it was too late. The ironclad rhinoceros was too fast. Wang Tang's heart burned with panic, his face etched with sheer terror of death. If the iron armor rhinoceros collided with him, even a glancing blow would likely cause severe internal injuries, ruptured organs, and certain death. A ruthless, resolute glint flashed in his eyes. Without hesitation, he reached behind him and grabbed Li Yao, who was not far away. Lava transformed into chains, pulling her toward him and dragging her to his front, blocking the iron armor rhinoceros's attack. Li Yao was utterly caught off guard by Wang Tang's sudden action, dragged before him without warning. Only when truly facing the iron armor rhino did Li Yao feel the boundless terror of death, along with an unbelievable surge of rage and hatred. No, I don't want to die. Wang Tong, you heartless bastard. You're despicable and shameless. I saved you out of kindness, and now you drag me in as your shield. Don't come closer. She screamed, her body shaking violently as she closed her eyes in utter despair. Holy word, healing. An ethereal, tranquil chant echoed through the air. Sumushua's figure appeared as if materializing from thin air, standing silently on the opposite side of the swamp, enveloped in a radiant glow. As she finished her chant, she gently pointed her finger, reaching out to press against the charging iron armor rhino. Beside her, a mysterious aura flickered over Lin Ye's body as text alteration activated. Holy word, blood restoration was altered to holy word, bloodless. One word determined life or death. Can any living creature survive without blood? As the skill activated, a peculiar fluctuation silently took effect. Sumushua's mental energy surged uncontrollably into the healing spell's radiant glow, instantly draining her of all spiritual power. The radiance fell upon the iron armor rhino. In that instant, its body froze. For the first time, utter terror flashed in its eyes. It wanted to bellow, to groan, to flee. But it was too late. Without blood, all its movements lost their foundation. Its eyes rolled back, the iron armor covering its body turned a lifeless gray, and it crashed to the ground. The others hadn't even grasped what had happened. They witnessed the iron armor rhinoceros lose all signs of life, dead as a doornail. The sheer terror it had instilled in everyone, in Wang Tang and Li Yao, seemed like nothing more than a dream. Not a single extra wound marred the iron armor rhinoceros's body. It had simply died, inexplicably. Dead silence. Dead silence surrounded them. Wang Tang, Li Yao, and even the other teams nearby held their breath, afraid that the slightest sound or breath might shatter the silence and awaken some terrifying beast. Over a dozen breaths passed before Li Yao and Wang Tang collapsed, their bodies going limp. Only then did the others exhale. The iron armor rhinoceros just died like that? Killed by Lin Yi and Su Mushue? That's just too unreal, right? Pinch me. Make sure I'm not dreaming. This defies logic. They survived the ironclad rhinoceros attack and killed it in one strike? Are they still the low-ranked nobodies we thought they were? Chapter 8, If you're not afraid, why should I be? Compared to Lin Yi and Su Mushue's performance, everyone else just felt utterly ridiculous. It seemed as though they were the mediocrities and failures. How did they escape the iron armor rhinoceros attack? Some still voiced their doubts. Beneath the swamp where the ironclad rhinoceros had fallen, it seemed as though some force was dragging its corpse deeper into the mire. Look! The others noticed the scene too. There's an underground river deep within this swamp. Now everyone understood how Lin Yi and Su Muxue had escaped. So it was just luck after all. Even if luck helped them dodge the attack, what method did they use to kill the ironclad rhinoceros? Either way, these two are too strange. Despite their desperate attempts to reassure themselves, they couldn't shake the growing sense of apprehension toward Lin Yi and Su Muxue. Lin Ye's gaze lingered briefly on the limp forms of Li Yao and Wang Teng. What a pity. Had we struck just a moment later, these two might not have died, but they would have suffered terribly. Since they'd both managed to escape the ironclad rhinoceros's charge, Li Yao and Wang Teng wouldn't have died easily. They simply lacked combat experience, and their fear of death had caused them to lose their composure. Su Muxue shook her head. My psychic energy was pushed to its limit. Had I not been able to unleash my skill immediately, the effect would have been greatly diminished. This was precisely why, even knowing they would indirectly save Li Yao, they had resolutely chosen to eliminate the ironclad rhinoceros. But my experience points are maxed out. I've leveled up to level 1 now. The skill cooldown has reset, allowing 6 uses within the next 24 hours. Lin Yi shared the good news with Su Muxue. Su Muxue's heart leapt with joy as she exhaled deeply. It doubled instantly? I leveled up too and gained a new skill. The two conversed as if no one else existed, walking toward the ironclad rhinoceros's corpse to harvest the spoils. The moment they killed the ironclad rhinoceros, the Trial Realm's points surged once more. Their names remained firmly at the top of the leaderboard displayed on the central hall screen. Their total points surged to 320. After that, they teamed up to kill 4 more level 0 beasts worth 5 points each, bringing their total to 120. Then, slaying the ironclad rhinoceros directly granted them a massive 200-point surge. After all, the ironclad rhinoceros was essentially a solo kill by the pair, meaning they claimed all the experience points. Military leaders were the first to notice the explosive point increase, exclaiming in shock, a 200-point surge? Did they kill the team boss in the Fisher Trial Realm? With their abilities, how could they possibly accomplish such a feat? It must be said, even those who had been extremely skeptical of Su Muxue and Lin Yi were stunned. How could these two keep defying everyone's expectations? Could they have exploited another team and gotten lucky, speculated a university admissions director? Impossible. Killing low-tier beasts might allow for some clever tricks, but a level 5 boss beast is over 10 times stronger than a level 0 beast. There's absolutely no way they could have gotten lucky. The crowd fell silent. The more they understood the sheer difficulty involved, the harder it became to continue ignoring Lin Yi and Su Muxue. Access their combat logs. From this moment on, I want to monitor their entire journey. A principal spoke after a moment's thought. Earlier, they hadn't even bothered to open the combat monitors for the two, lacking both the will and energy to pay attention. Now, they were being slapped in the face. The others snapped to attention, their eyes darting toward the battle monitors displaying Lin Yi and Su Muxue's fight. At that very moment, they witnessed Lin Yi and Su Muxue preparing to harvest the treasures from the iron armor rhinoceros. Watch out! The crowd gasped in alarm. Deep within the secret realm swamp, Lin Yi and Su Muxue felt a sudden chill run through them, their expressions shifting. Feeling intense heat rapidly approaching, they dodged without hesitation. Boom! A ball of magma flame landed where they had been standing. Wang Teng's face darkened as he fixed his gaze on the pair. Everyone, they couldn't possibly have the ability to kill an iron armor rhino. They must have obtained some treasure or artifact. We absolutely cannot let them intimidate us and allow them to seize the spoils that rightfully belong to us. Anger surged within Lin Yi and Su Muxue. How shameless! We killed the ironclad rhinoceros. Who exactly is stealing from whom? Su Muxue couldn't help but retort coldly. Wang Tang and Li Yao's current domineering stance stood in stark contrast to their earlier state of near paralysis from fear when confronted by the ironclad rhinoceros. Having narrowly escaped death, another member of Wang Tang's group, a healing specialist, quickly restored them to about 70% of their peak condition. Then their ambitions flared anew. Li Yao seemed to have forgotten her earlier tirade against Wang Tang. Without a shred of gratitude or guilt toward Lin Yi and Su Muxue, she unhesitatingly sided with Wang Tang once more. Not only that, her desire to see Lin Yi and Su Muxue dead burned even fiercer than anyone else's. What a pity they dodged it. But can they evade us once, let alone countless times to come? A cruel, vicious smile curled at the corners of her mouth. In her eyes, there was no kindness for a single grain of rice, only deep-seated hatred for a single grain of rice. But she and Wang Tang weren't worried. Inciting the crowd to attack together, they reasoned that even if Lin Yi and Su Muxue were indeed at their last gasp, their mental energy nearly depleted, and perhaps even carrying some treasure, if the two truly relied on their own strength, they would only meet death in a siege. Influenced by their words, the other teams were indeed itching for action, greed gradually surfacing in their eyes. Go! Kill them! No matter how many points they get, it won't affect our ranking. Lin Yi and Su Mushue had slain the Iron Armor Rhino, yet these individuals had only received a few dozen experience points each. Even though they hadn't contributed much, they were filled with resentment. Without hesitation, everyone unleashed their skills. A swirling mass of skill lights surged around them, gathering elements in the air. Lin Yi, to repay the humiliation you inflicted on me before, I'll make you pay dearly. Wang Tang laughed excitedly and arrogantly as another massive fireball swelled in his hands. Lin Yi and Su Mushue exchanged a glance, understanding each other's thoughts perfectly. They both instinctively took a few steps back. Indeed, even if they hadn't exhausted their spiritual energy as these opponents assumed, they couldn't withstand such a coordinated assault. Even though they had just ascended to level 1, their spiritual energy was fully restored, and their skill cooldowns had reset and improved. But against a barrage of skills filling the sky, they still had no power to resist. Scared? Lin Yi turned to ask Su Mushue. Su Mushue smiled. If you're not afraid, why should I be? Yet both wore expressions of confident ease. Wang Tang's massive magma fireball, as large as a mountain, was about to explode toward them. His incantation ceased. Lava eruption. Chapter 9, Team Up and Kill Him. As a high-tier sequence ranked 158th, Wang Tang possessed more and more powerful initial skills than others. He could already envision the two of them blown to smithereens, blood splattering everywhere. Lin Yi had been waiting for this moment. With a flick of his thoughts, lava eruption transformed into lava spewing. In the next instant, the molten fireball poised to erupt automatically contracted, transforming into scalding magma rice grains that continuously spewed forth from Wang Tang's mouth. Ah! Hot! No! Stop it! Wang Tang screamed in horror and rage, his mouth filled with blisters from the scalding heat, his words slurred. How could this happen? Again! He'd be a fool not to realize Lin Yi was behind all this. But Lin Yi's bizarre abilities always left him utterly humiliated and exposed, and he couldn't think of a way to fight back. Beside Wang Tang, Li Yao was also caught in the scalding rice spray. She jumped back in pain, desperate to distance herself from him. This time she'd learned her lesson never to get involved when Wang Tang was in trouble. You idiot! Help me now! Do you want me to get scalded to death? Wang Tang was furious. He didn't even need to look to feel the mocking, contemptuous stares from all around. Lin Yi had once again humiliated him in front of everyone. He could only urge Li Yao to act. Li Yao dared not hesitate, immediately beginning to chant and unleash her skill. Whirlwind Gale? As her chant concluded, the familiar whirlwind reappeared, sweeping toward Lin Yi and Su Mushue. Lin Yi snorted derisively, instantly altering the whirling gale into a gentle breeze. The swirling vortex in the air abruptly dissipated, transforming into a harmless little whirlwind that just happened to pick up the rice grains Wang Tang had spit out nearby, wrapping them around Li Yao and Wang Tang. MMMPH. Their mouths were stuffed with rice grains, and their bodies were completely covered in sticky, scalding hot rice, leaving them looking utterly disheveled and messy. Lin Yi let out a snort of amusement. I don't know if I look good, but you two? You look absolutely hilarious. They struggled and squirmed, but their sticky bodies made it impossible to clean off the rice grains. Under Lin Yi's mocking laughter, they were on the verge of mental collapse. Lin Yi, don't get too cocky just yet. Wang Tang finally stopped spitting rice from his mouth. His eyes were bloodshot as he turned and shouted at the others. The more he attacks now, the more stamina and mental energy he'll waste. You absolutely cannot back down, kill him. The sudden turn of events had filled the others with apprehension. Their chanting skills halted, and they hesitated. This was precisely Lin Yi and Su Mushue's objective. They couldn't fight so many opponents, but by teaching Wang Tang and his followers a brutal lesson, they could intimidate the rest and defuse the crisis. Wang Tang saw through their plan, his heart filled with fury and urgency. No matter what tricks they're using, the Iron Armor Rhinoceros is still a boss. I don't believe they have much psychic energy left. Even at full strength, how many more attacks could they possibly launch against us? Don't be afraid. Strike now. Kill them. I guarantee they won't have the strength to fight back. He urged the others on with all his might. Su Mushue's icy gaze swept over Wang Tang. Indeed, during the battle against the ironclad rhinoceros, due to Lin Yi's skill modification which changed the effect from restoring health to draining it, bypassing health entirely, the drain on her mental energy was immense, instantly depleting her reserves. Although her psychic energy had fully recovered after advancing her rank, she dared not use that skill recklessly again. Lin Yi still had 4 remaining skill uses. Within those 4 attempts, they had to completely crush any desire these people had to fight back. Lu Haowei. You go. If you step in, consider it a favor owed to me. Wang Tang had just expended too much mental energy activating his skill. Even though Lin Yi had tampered with its power, he couldn't launch another attack. To get others to act, he was even offering favors. A favor owed to an exceptional sequence talent destined for greatness was indeed tempting. The man Wang Tang called out was the captain of another squad. Gritting his teeth and stamping his foot, he stepped forward. Fine. I'll trust you this once, brother Wang. Lu Haowei chanted the incantation, the skill's name reaching Lin Yi's ears. Frost Spike. Change it to Frost Powder. This time, Lin Yi didn't retreat. Instead, he slowly took a few steps forward, as if to meet the ice spike's attack head-on. Lu Haowei's heart leapt with joy as he fired the ice spikes. In an instant, a cloud of cold, white ice crystal powder exploded before his eyes. How could this happen? Lu Haowei froze in place. The surrounding teams were also drenched in the crystal and powder, their expressions darkening as the fear and wariness in their eyes deepened. Wang Tang and Li Yao were caught in the blast too. The rice grains stuck to their bodies were now coated in a layer of ice crystals, leaving them so flustered they couldn't even lift their heads. Ha 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 ha. Lin Yi couldn't help but burst into laughter. Here's a suggestion: fry yourselves in hot oil right now. You'll definitely get a surprise. It wasn't the nicest thing to say, but to the others, the pair really did look like they'd been coated in flour. At the end of the day, it's just a dish. Lin Yi added. Put. Members from both teams couldn't help but burst into laughter. Waving dismissively under the furious glares of Wang Tang and Li Yao, they declared, sorry, but after thinking it over, we'd rather not waste time. It's more important to go hunt other beasts and rack up some points first. We're outta here. The departure of the two teams only further shook the morale of the remaining fighters. No. They really can't hold out any longer. The rest of you, attack together. You absolutely can kill these two. Wang Tang grew increasingly furious, repeating this demand over and over, urging everyone to attack together. A squad leader stepped forward, greed flickering in his eyes. Wang Tang's right. Haven't you noticed? Lin Yi's skill only alters the nature of our own attacks. He can't initiate attacks himself. If we all attack simultaneously, how could he possibly alter all our skills at once? Not everyone present was a fool, many were prodigies, sharp and perceptive. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. He had anticipated someone discovering the flaw. But he showed no signs of unease or panic. He turned to look at Su Mushui. Su Mushui gave a slight nod. Rain of arrows. Rockfall forest. Fireball. At that very moment, they all began chanting their spells, finally preparing to strike together against Lin Yi and Su Mushui. This time, Lin Yi did not alter their spells. Su Mushui slowly stepped forward, positioning herself beside him. Shoulder to shoulder, they faced the onslaught before them, their expressions unwavering. Holy light descent, shield. Her chanting was drowned out by the others' voices, yet it rang crystal clear within Lin Yi's mind. Change guard to attack. A thought flickered. The light enveloping the two suddenly spread to engulf the others. Chapter 10, A Bunch of Losers. What should have been a sacred, warm light seemed tinged with an eerie dark energy. The instant it enveloped them, wounds began to appear on their bodies from within. Ah! It hurts. What's happening to my body? One person cried out in agony. The other's conditions rapidly deteriorated. What is this? My nose is bleeding. Holy crap, why is everything blood red? Am I bleeding from all 7 orifices? Bro, you're turning completely red. Blood seeping from your pores, it's freaking me out. Shoo! Don't pull my leg, you're not doing much better. It hurts. Didn't they say it couldn't attack us? Why is it hurting us? Chaos erupted as the group writhed in agony, their screams echoing through the air. The one who had suggested the group attack earlier was covered in blood. The pain had forced him to stop channeling his skill, his face twisted with confusion and regret. Could my assumption have been wrong? Damn it! This kid's skill is insane. Is he really sequence 999 plus? How come he feels scarier than those top 100 or 200 guys? Because the skill Lin Yi had altered belonged to Su Mushui, an SSS tier prodigy. Originally a defensive skill, once transformed into an offensive one, it instantly became a devastating area of effect attack. Honestly, even Lin Yi and Su Mushui themselves were utterly shocked by this outcome. Not to mention the unlucky souls who got hit by it. And the spectating school principals. Interesting. So this Lin Yi can alter skill attributes. Is this the power of the scriptwriter? Sequences ranked beyond 999 are usually either useless trash or rare anomalies that haven't been documented or developed yet. Perhaps Lin Yi belongs to the latter category. The big shots who hadn't been optimistic about the two were quietly changing their views. But most still held a dismissive attitude. Without relying on others' skills, how much combat power could he possibly muster on his own? He's still just a useless sequence. It's just luck. Lin Yi and Su Mushui complement each other's skill deficiencies. Evaluated individually, they're still two weaklings. The speaker was the principal of Battle Soul Academy, his stern face shaking in disapproval. As the head of one of the nation's top academies, the War Soul Academy principal's words carried significant weight. Others pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. That single strike likely drained Su Mushui's spiritual energy. How many opponents can Lin Yi realistically handle alone now? How many points can he accumulate? A powerful burst doesn't equate to sustained endurance. If their attacks aren't consistent, they'll still be left behind by other geniuses. Amidst the crowd, an elderly man clad entirely in white robes sat in a corner, his gaze fixed upon the surveillance screen displaying Lin Yi and Su Muxue. Everyone around him seemed to hold him in deep apprehension, instinctively clearing a circle of space for the old man in the crowded, bustling hall. A sharp gleam flashed in his eyes, and a faint smile curved his lips. There's a reason Battle Soul University has held the second place ranking for 10,000 years. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes crinkled together as he snorted lightly. These two youngsters are quite interesting. They're bound to shock everyone. Haha, it suits you perfectly that you look down on them. Strike first to gain the upper hand, strike later and suffer the consequences. You'll regret it later. He rose, hands behind his back, strolling casually toward the admissions office. Within the trial's secret realm, the battered and bruised crowd temporarily ceased posing a threat to Lin Yi and Su Muxue. Li Yao and Wang Tang suffered the worst. The instant Su Muxue's skill, radiance, descended upon their bodies. A searing, gut-wrenching agony surged through them, as if every cell in their bodies was being torn apart and shattered. Li Yao lost consciousness completely under the extreme injury and agony, collapsing into unconsciousness. Wang Tang collapsed to the ground, too weak even to moan. He could only glare at Lin Yi and Su Muxue with eyes filled with both resentment and terror. A bunch of useless trash. Yet Lin Yi mocked them without mercy. In that moment, despite his ranking far beyond 999th place, he seemed to be the genius looking down on them from above. Everyone lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. Let's go. No need to waste time on them. Focusing on accumulating points to level up is what truly matters. Su Muxue's lips curved upward. She thoroughly enjoyed the feeling of fighting alongside Lin Yi. Those clowns? She couldn't care less about them. Her sole desire was to fight side by side with Lin Yi, growing stronger together. Lin Yi sensed her immense ambition and felt a jolt in his heart. My goal is the top academy, Longyuan Academy. What about you, Lin Yi? She asked, her eyes burning with intensity. Longyuan Academy was the nation's highest-ranked institution, where only true geniuses and the strongest were worthy of admission. Lin Yi felt both exhilarated and stirred. Though he'd previously dreamed of turning his life around after awakening his sequence, his ambitions hadn't reached such lofty heights. Su Muxue was different. As a super genius with SSS-tier psychic power, Longyuan Academy had always been her natural target even before awakening her sequence. Though her sequence ranking made her appear to have fallen from grace in others' eyes, she never once felt ashamed or lost her original resolve. Lin Yi sensed the expectations and trust emanating from Su Muxue. We're teammates. Wherever you go, I'll follow. Rest assured, I'll only lift you up, never hold you back. He nodded solemnly. Compared to the goal of entering Longyuan Academy, engaging in petty squabbles with someone like Wang Tang was a complete waste of time. They didn't even spare Wang Tang and his group another glance. After securing the iron armor rhinoceros's corpse, they turned and departed with decisive efficiency. They vanished from everyone's sight. Some breathed a sigh of relief at their departure, while Wang Tang felt utterly humiliated. Ha! Longyuan Academy? Lin Yi, Su Muxue, you're dreaming. If you two get accepted into Longyuan Academy, I'll eat standing on my head. Recovering from the pain, he shouted his frustration toward the direction they had vanished. 2 more days remained. It seemed ample, but for Lin Yi and Su Muxue, it was still tense. Using their remaining skill attempts, they hunted a few more level 1 beasts. Then, coordinating their physical combat skills, they slowly farmed monsters almost non-stop. After 24 hours, Lin Yi's skill cooldown finally reset. They rushed toward the next boss location. On the points leaderboard, their ranking remained firmly in first place. Their points kept climbing rapidly. From 320 to 400, then to 480, they quickly broke through the 500 mark. 690 points. Am I seeing things? In the spectator hall, not only the top players but even ordinary teachers and others following the trial secret realm entrance exam noticed Lin Yi and Su Muxue. Rank 342 and 999 plus? That's ING cheating, right? Chapter 11, System Glitch? Everyone was in an uproar. After all, topping the leaderboard wasn't unusual. But in previous years, the highest score after the Awakened trials concluded in the Southeast 6th Exam District was only around 500 points. Now, with 1 day left until the trial's end, the record had already been shattered. What was even more absurd was that the 2 members of the top-ranked team had such low serial numbers. This was truly extraordinary and eye-catching. They must be cheating. This is outrageous. If such low tier can take first place, what does that make the geniuses ranked 100 or 200 behind them? Su Muxue? I've heard her name. Her psychic power is SSS tier, but her awakening sequence is this low? Who is Lin Yi? A 999 plus sequence? In past trials, he was just a low-scoring student filling the quota. Shouldn't they investigate? Are they treating us like little kids? Trying to fool us? How did 2 nobodies kill beasts and rack up points? And such high points at that. Could it be a bug in the point calculation system? The crowd raised their doubts one after another. Soon, these spectators' opinions were submitted to the scoring department. The chief examiner responsible for analyzing combat and assigning scores looked even more grim than the spectators. Damn it, I've never seen anything like this before. If I hadn't witnessed it myself, I'd think they were cheating too. Since these people want their worldviews shattered, I'll gladly give them that opportunity. Perfect. Release the combat footage of Lin Yi and his team. Shut them up and spare me the explanations. The chief examiner stubbed out his cigarette. Because Lin Yi and Su Mushue had been grinding monsters day and night, he hadn't slept for 2 days and 2 nights straight. Dark circles ringing his eyes, a smug smile spread across his lips. Let those ordinary tier sequencers see for themselves. Both are low tier, yet one excels while the other stagnates. Let them reflect, have they truly given their all? Normally, combat monitoring footage was restricted to internal higher-ups. But this time, with the exceptional case of Lin Yi and Su Mushue, after careful consideration, it was decided to make their monitoring footage public. Parents and teachers closely following the trials were met with a blinding flash of light the moment they opened the screen. Holy word, healing had transformed into an area of effect support skill. Under Lin Yi's text manipulation, the moment it landed on the surrounding beasts, they began losing health rapidly. Within mere seconds, the dozen or so Silvermoon dark wolves surrounding Lin Yi and Su Mushue lay dead on the ground, covered in blood. The points representing the two of them surged upward rapidly. Damn it! Someone couldn't help but curse. Is this guy really a low-ranked loser? Did we just mess up our approach? Heaven help me. We're both ranked 999 plus in the sequence. Why couldn't I even break through a low-level beast's defense during my college entrance exams? I can't take this anymore. These two are beyond insane. I need to shut myself off for a bit to mend my fragile heart. So they really didn't cheat? They earned every single point through actual combat? At that moment, Lin Yi and Su Mushue remained unaware of the shockwaves they had sent through the outside world. They were on a killing spree within the trial realm. After wiping out the current wave of beasts, they roamed for over an hour without encountering a single creature. So, did we scare away all the beasts within a dozen miles? Lin Yi still felt unsatisfied, smacking his lips. My EXP is already at 325. Just 25 more points and I can push through to level 2. Su Mushue nodded. My progress is similar to yours. When we hunt together, our EXP gains are nearly identical. If we want to keep leveling up, there's only one way. You mean, steal monsters from others? That's not quite right. It's bullying. Lin Yi instantly understood, flashing a sly grin. After all, they're our dearest friends and brothers. Not enough share. That won't do. There was a battle near the lake we passed earlier. They probably haven't finished yet. He spun around and dashed toward the lake, afraid the battle might end before they arrived. Su Mushue shook her head and chuckled, quickly following behind. The onlookers outside. For crying out loud, act like human beings. You're already in first place by a landslide, and now you're scrambling for monsters? Where's your dignity? Could it be they don't realize their points have skyrocketed to the top? That's why they're so competitive? But seriously, with their skills, high scores, and relentless effort, what kind of university could possibly accept them? At that, everyone fell silent. Ultimately, these students were pushing themselves to the limit in the trial secret realm solely to gain admission to a top-tier institution with superior resources. Typically, the top student from the Southeast 6th Exam District gets accepted into Battle Soul Academy. But Battle Soul Academy places particular emphasis on student sequence rankings, and in that regard, they don't meet the Academy's requirements. Wasn't Su Mushue aiming for Long Yuan Academy? With such high points, she must have a chance, right? Come on. While Long Yuan is the top-ranked academy in the nation, it's not open to just anyone. Even geniuses won't get in without Long Yuan's approval. Exactly. Last year, even the top-ranked team members, all geniuses ranked within the top 100, were rejected by Long Yuan. If they can't even get into Battle Soul Academy, forget about Long Yuan. Oof. While all academies admit based on trial points, the top ones only recognize the sequence rankings. No matter how high your points or how formidable your initial combat strength, they might not even notice you. That's so unfair. As a lower-ranked sequence, to outshine the nation's geniuses and top the points leaderboard, how much effort and ingenuity did that require? Why shouldn't they be admitted? Originally, the crowd had been discussing the matter objectively. But those low-tier sequence members who had just been complaining about Lin Yi and Su Mushue completely changed their tune. Indeed, Lin Yi and Su Mushue were too competitive. The strength they displayed was absurdly high, putting immense pressure on them. Yet regardless, the moment they claimed the top spot, they ignited hope and pride within these low-tier sequence members. The heights Lin Yi and Su Mushue had reached represented the deepest, most secret dreams in their hearts. The thought that Lin Yi and Su Mushue might still be rejected by major universities filled them with bitter resentment and rage. If that's the case, what's the point of striving to improve our strength and combat skills? In previous years, the top-ranked candidates were guaranteed admission to the Battle Soul Academy. Lin Yi and Su Mushue must receive the same treatment. Otherwise, we'll protest. Right. We absolutely cannot let Lin Yi and Su Mushue fail to get in. Chapter 12, Trash Academy. Not even dogs would go there. The surveillance hall fell into an icy silence. War Soul Academy Principal Chen Wanquan slammed his fist on the table and roared, "This is utter nonsense. Principal Chen, you shouldn't speak so rashly." The administrators from other academies beside him interjected slowly. Others chimed in, their words tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. He earned first place, he deserves admission to the best school. That commanding lead is proof of his genuine skill. If Battle Soul Academy refuses them, it could damage our reputation. Students might question the trial's credibility. That's no small matter. Look on the bright side, maybe they'll break War Soul Academy's records. Chen Wanquan clenched his fists, his face darkening. These old foxes talking big when it doesn't affect them. If they were the ones wasting 2 spots, they'd be even more furious than him. But for now, he had no choice. Gritting his teeth, he forced out a few words through clenched jaws. Once they come out, I'll send someone to inform them War Soul Academy has accepted them. With 10 hours left before the trial ended, Lin Yi and Su Mushue turned the trial realm upside down. Everyone watched as the pair shamelessly snatched monsters from others, killing them and dashing off to their next target. But when the victims recognized the thieves as Lin Yi and Su Mushue, the notorious troublemakers, they dared not speak up, terrified of suffering the same fate as Wang Tang. Until a sudden, heavy toll echoed from the sky, causing everyone within the secret realm to look up in unison. The trial has finally ended. A blinding light descended, enveloping the entire secret realm. All students felt an irresistible pull, their forms growing ethereal before vanishing from their spots. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves back in the examination hall. Phew, that was close. Those beasts in the secret realm were savage, scared the life out of me. I'd never go back a second time. I'm not even aiming for a top-tier academy anymore. Getting into any ordinary school would be a win. That's already impressive, okay? Your sequence ranking was only in the 300s. Making it this far is pretty damn good. The underachievers couldn't care less about the rankings, not even bothering to glance at them. Meanwhile, the elite few stared intently at the scoreboard, anxious to confirm their positions. After recovering from their injuries, Wang Tang and Li Yao threw themselves into hunting beasts, racking up points and feeling they performed well. Top 10 nationally? That's wishful thinking. But cracking the top 100? That should be doable. Wang Tang wrapped his arm around Li Yao. Seeing their team locked at 92nd place, he felt elated, practically walking on air. Poof. Just because Lin Yi and Su Mushue played dirty and made me suffer doesn't mean they can keep it up forever. They might have already plummeted past 1,000th place. Malice swirled in his eyes as a cold smirk tugged at his lips. Then, out of habit, he glanced at the top 3 spots on the leaderboard. The next second, he froze in place as if struck by lightning. Impossible. Am I seeing things? How can Lin Yi and Su Mushue be in first place? He stared at the 2 familiar names. The staggering score of over 2,000 points stung his eyes, his mind buzzing with disbelief. Li Yao beside him was utterly dumbfounded, her pupils slightly contracting. First place? The top scorer in the Southeast 6th Exam District? What does this mean? If she desperately wanted to erase Su Mushue's name from the list, doubting her own choice. Had she truly made the wrong decision? No, impossible. This was nothing but a fluke. Lin Yi's trash tier sequence, his early burst of power, was just an illusion. Following Wang Tang was the safest path. As more eyes fell upon Lin Yi and Su Mushue's rankings, the hall's buzz swiftly shifted. Where are Lin Yi and Su Mushue? Let us see the top scorers. Unlike the hostility toward Wang Tang and Li Yao, others were mostly curious, tinged with envy. Especially the low-tier sequence underachievers, who transformed into rabid fans, shouting themselves hoarse. Avenge past humiliations. Lin Yi has fiercely vindicated us low-tier sequence students. See those high-tier students now? How dare they look down on us? They can't even beat someone with a 999 plus. What gives them the nerve to act so arrogant in front of us? Lin Yi, you're my god. Since teleportation was random, Lin Yi and Su Mushue landed in a secluded corner of the northeast hall upon arrival. Within seconds, Sharp Eye spotted them, instantly making the pair the center of attention. As the crowd of fanatics closed in, Lin Yi felt a headache coming on. Just as he hesitated about making a run for it, a mechanical female voice cut through the noise. The Gaokao Secret Realm trial has concluded successfully. We will now announce the admission list. For students outside the top 100, the list will be displayed on the large screen by student ID, school district, and the institution they've been admitted to. Those within the top 100 possess the right to self-select their institutions. Relevant personnel will contact them individually. With that announcement, most people's attention shifted back to the screen, and Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief. But before he could fully relax, several figures in sharp suits abruptly stormed into the hall. Their eyes swept across the crowd, landing squarely on him and Su Mushue. The portly middle-aged man leading them strode forward with an air of arrogance. You are Lin Yi and Su Mushue? I'm Pang Zongyuan, admissions officer from Battle Soul Academy. I'm here to inform you both that you've been accepted. Remember to report for enrollment. He held his head high, his attitude arrogant and dismissive. Lin Yi frowned. The War Soul Academy's attitude made it seem like admitting him was some immense favor. War Soul Academy? He curled his lips into a cold sneer, his gaze icy. Sorry, my goal is Longyuan Academy. Other schools? They're nothing in my eyes. Pang Zongyuan's expression darkened, and he erupted in fury. Kid, say that again if you dare. Open your eyes wide. Besides our Battle Soul Academy, which other academy has come to discuss enrollment with you? If it weren't for your lucky break at first place, with your pathetic rankings, you wouldn't even have the right to speak to me. He glared fiercely at Lin Yi, his eyes brimming with menace. He had expected Lin Yi to be grateful for the War Soul Academy's acceptance, but instead, the boy was utterly insolent. Fine. He'd make Lin Yi bow his head. Lin Yi fell silent for a moment, his gaze lowered as if deep in thought. Pang Zongyuan, seeing this, assumed Lin Yi had been intimidated. He snorted coldly, that's more like it. Once you're in Battle Soul Academy, keep your tail between your legs. Lin Yi lifted his head, a cold smile curling his lips. A trash academy, he said flatly, not even a dog would go there. The words hung in the air, silencing the entire crowd. Pang Zongyuan froze in place, doubting his own ears. What did you say? The hall erupted in an instant. Pang Zongyuan's face, contorted with rage, instantly turned the color of liver. He glared at Lin Yi, no longer caring about the admissions officer's dignity. Every muscle in his body tensed as sequence energy surged recklessly outward. Chapter 13, the S-Rank Genius Standard. You little bastard. I'll make you understand the consequences of offending Battle Soul Academy. His sequence was number 117, Raging Warbear, a powerful, strength-oriented sequence. As the energy surged through him, his body began to swell, muscles bulging like twisted ropes, a veritable raging bear standing upright. Furious Bear Roar. This skill not only drastically boosted his own strength and speed but also delivered a mental shockwave to enemies, stunning them briefly. He intended to crush this arrogant brat into mincemeat with sheer, overwhelming power. Lin Yi's heart sank. Oh no! This guy is going all out. He channeled his mental energy, attempting to activate text alteration. But the sonic waves from Furious Bear Roar made his head buzz like a hornet's nest. His mental energy tangled like a ball of yarn, impossible to focus. Lin Yi. Su Muxue sensed Lin Yi's distress and stepped in front of him. Holy Light Descent Guard. Though her level was still low and her defenses limited, it could at least buy Lin Yi some time. But Pang Zongyuan's speed was faster than they had anticipated. Kneel before me. Pang Zongyuan charged toward Lin Yi and Su Muxue like a madman. Boom! A deafening crash sent shockwaves rippling through the protective barrier, instantly cracking it into countless fissures. Su Muxue's face paled, her body swayed, and a trickle of blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. Lin Yi summoned every ounce of concentration, forcing himself to stay calm. Text manipulation. If he could successfully tamper with Pang Zongyuan's skill, he could avert the crisis. But it was too late. Stop! A furious shout erupted as a figure clad in camouflage military fatigues teleported forward like lightning. Qinya raised her hand and unleashed an even more powerful surge of energy. It sent Pang Zongyuan flying backward. Pang Zongyuan crashed to the ground, blood spurting from his mouth. Terror filled his eyes as he struggled to rise, only to find his body utterly limp and immobile. Who are you? Qinya paid him no mind, turning instead to Lin Yi and Su Muxue, her tone softening slightly. You too, are you okay? Lin Yi gritted his teeth, forcing himself upright. Nothing serious. Still alive. Su Muxue, pale-faced, supported Lin Yi. I'm fine too. War Soul Academy is becoming more and more pathetic. They get rejected for admissions and resort to attacking their own students? Qinya didn't even glance at Pang Zongyuan lying on the ground, as if he were nothing more than a pile of annoying trash. Pang Zongyuan struggled, a hoarse gurgle rising from his throat as fear consumed him entirely. Finally, he made out the emblem pinned to the woman's chest. It depicted a massive black dragon coiled atop a mountain peak, its eyes blazing with two golden flames. Dragon Abyss. The chief admissions officer of Longyuan, Sequence 82 Thunderous Might, Qinya. He was finished. Pang Zongyuan abruptly turned to Lin Yi and Su Muxue. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. A mere Sequence 999 plus and a pure support sequence? Has Longyuan Academy gone blind? Qinya ignored him, turning to Lin Yi. Lin Yi, Mental Power A grade, Sequence 999 plus, Screenwriter. She then looked at Su Muxue, Mental Power SSS grade, Sequence 342, Holy Light Prayer. On behalf of Longyuan Academy, I formally invite both of you to join our institution. Qinya's voice was soft yet exceptionally clear. All benefits will be provided according to S-tier genius standards. Are you willing? Those around them had long since been stunned speechless. Hearing the words Dragon Abyss left them utterly dumbstruck. Longyuan. War Soul Academy wasn't even worthy of carrying Long Yuan's shoes. Those who had just been mocking Lin Yi felt their cheeks burning with embarrassment. It wasn't that Lin Yi had gone mad, they were the ones who'd been blind. S-class genius standard. Upon hearing those words, Pang Zongyuan's vision darkened, nearly causing him to faint on the spot. What had he just said? He'd said Long Yuan would never take notice of these two good-for-nothings. Now, not only had Long Yuan taken a liking to them, but they'd offered an S-class treatment he'd never even dared to dream of. This slap in the face stung like hell. Lin Yi didn't respond immediately. No free lunch falls from the sky. The terms Long Yuan Academy offered were suspiciously generous. Especially for someone like him, ranked 999 plus. He lifted his gaze and met Xinya's eyes directly. Why? Xinya seemed to have anticipated his question, her lips curving into a rare, faint smile. While sequence rank is one criterion for admission, she added meaningfully, your value extends far beyond the confines of a mere sequence rank. Those words made Lin Yi's pupils contract slightly. Did she know about the skill, text tampering? Or had she discerned something else entirely? Su Muxue tugged gently at his sleeve beside him and shook her head. Lin Yi instantly understood her meaning. Now was not the time to probe further. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. All right. Lin Yi uttered the single word, crisp and decisive. We're joining Long Yuan. Excellent. Long Yuan Academy's founding principle is to cultivate combat talents who will defend the homeland on the northern frontier barrier battlefield. Therefore, students undergo semi-military discipline. You have 3 days to celebrate, then report to the academy with me. Xinya's tone brooked no argument. Lin Yi and Su Muxue, however, showed none of the resistance she expected, shaking their heads in unison. No need, Lin Yi said. I'm alone in this world. I don't need any superficial celebrations or displays of showmanship. Su Muxue nodded in agreement. I can depart immediately as well. Xinya looked at them with surprise, studying them deeply. With this kind of mindset, even if they didn't fit in with the other students after entering the academy, at least they wouldn't give up on themselves. Watching them depart so decisively with Lin Yi and Su Muxue, Pang Zongyuan's face fell. Only when his gaze swept over Li Yao and Wang Tang nearby, their faces grim and emotions tangled, did a flicker of calculation cross his eyes. Dragon Abyss Academy new student registration desk. A magnificent, uniquely designed structure stood before them, resembling a sprawling dragon. Looking up, one could see the golden protective array enveloping the entire academy. Below, colorful floor tiles paved with the bones of exotic beasts lay beneath their feet. All around were freshmen from across the nation arriving for registration, gathered in small groups, chatting and laughing. Lin Yi and Su Muxue couldn't suppress their excitement and anticipation. I have matters to attend to. We'll part ways here. I hope you won't blend into the crowd. Stand out at Long Yuan and live up to the headmaster's expectations. Xinya escorted them into the information hall, gave them a meaningful wink, and turned to leave. The central holographic screen continuously scrolled through the latest class assignment updates. Sequence 124 Shadow Elf registration successful. Assigned class, Class A2. Sequence 98 Phoenix Dance 9 Heavens registration successful. Assigned class, S5. Sequence 99 Six Paths, 8 Directions registration successful. Assigned class, F1. Sequence 203 Spirit Demon King Batch registration successful. Assigned class, C6. Sequence. Chapter 14, Useless? Just you wait. On the way here, Xinya had introduced the two of them. The Long Yuan Academy recruited only the cream of the crop. The elite among the elite genius was merely the threshold for entry. Moreover, genius itself was graded. Internally, the academy ranked students from strongest to weakest across 7 tiers, S, A, B, C, D, E, F. Each tier contained classes numbered 1 through 9, with lower numbers indicating stronger classes. The waters here run deeper than we imagined, Lin Yi observed after a moment, voicing his concern. Some individuals with high sequence numbers are assigned to weaker classes. Su Muxue nodded. Take sequence 99, for instance. Even if they're not skilled in combat, they shouldn't be placed in the lowest F tier. Yet sequence 203 was assigned to C tier instead. Maybe they're considering psychic power or skill effectiveness? I'm guessing I'll end up in F9 class. But you're different with SSS level psychic power, you might get into a higher tier class. Though this meant they wouldn't be in the same class, it was undoubtedly better for Su Muxue. However, when they reached the registration desk, the teacher processing their information paused. She looked up and stared intently at Lin Yi, sizing him up from head to toe. A sneer escaped the corner of her mouth. Sequence 999 plus Screenwriter, huh? You're in class F9. This response was expected. Though the teacher's loud voice and attitude annoyed him, Lin Yi patiently stepped aside to wait for Su Muxue's class assignment. But then the teacher at the registration desk bellowed again, aren't you in the same team as that worthless sequence? Of course you're in class F9 too. Lin Yi finally couldn't hold back his objection. Fine, my sequence is too low to get anything but the worst class. But she's a rare grade sequence with SSS level psychic power. Doesn't she deserve a better class? I seriously suspect you're assigning us classes with severe personal bias. The teacher snorted coldly. Oof. I kindly placed you in the same class, yet you show no gratitude and accuse me of discrimination. How ridiculous. Do you useless sequences even need me to discriminate against you? No matter how you spin it, is there really a difference between a 999 plus sequence and a 342 sequence? Compared to the Academy's other prodigies, you're all trash. If Lin Yi and Su Muxue were genuine prodigies, he would have taken their opinions seriously. No, he would have placed them directly in Class S1 to win their favor. But with these two losers? He wasn't worried about ruining his relationship with them. If you think I'm targeting you, go ahead and complain to the Academy. I'm assigning you based on your actual abilities. Besides your own arrogance, I'm sure the other students will back me up and agree my placements are fair. The conflict quickly drew the attention of others. No, to be precise, the moment the registration teacher loudly announced their rankings, disdainful glances began to rain down from all sides. Now, the surrounding students couldn't resist mocking them. Pfft, you two should stop making a scene. I've heard about you. If it weren't for snagging the top spot in Southeast District 6, your sequence rankings wouldn't even qualify you for Dragon Abyss. Exactly. Even if you're assigned to Class F9, you should be grateful. Teacher Lu is one of the judges for the final exams. Mess with him, and you might not even graduate. Don't you actually think getting into Lan Yuan means you'll get the same treatment as us geniuses? You'll soon realize that here, you're the absolute trash, the complete losers. Even in Class F9, you'll be at the very bottom. Ha 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 ha. You. Lin Yi seethed inwardly. He wasn't dissatisfied with his assigned class, he simply wanted to secure the proper treatment for Su Muxue. Our admissions counselor Chinya clearly stated we'd receive S-level treatment after enrollment. So what if it's S-level treatment? Every student who enters the academy receives S-level resources and benefits. But while that's the promise, whether you actually get the resources the academy pledges depends entirely on your own abilities. Lu Guoyun reminded him bluntly. Lin Yi felt deeply humiliated and was about to argue his case further when Su Muxue grabbed his hand. Forget it. Don't stoop to their level. Talking more won't help. Prove it with your strength later. She felt deeply touched. She knew Lin Yi was standing up for her sake, but she didn't want him to make enemies over it. Besides, arguing endlessly serves no purpose, it would only invite others to mock them more brazenly. It's best we're in the same class. Teaming up will be easier later. With you here, Class F9 is the best class. She offered a few more reassuring words. Only when Lin Yi was certain she meant every syllable did his expression soften slightly. Worried that lingering would only bring more distress, she quickly pulled Lin Yi away. The others watched their retreating figures, still sniping at them. Proving herself? Doesn't she fear the wind will twist her tongue? What a waste. Su Muxue has such powerful psychic abilities, yet she awakens such a useless sequence. And she's completely smitten by an even more useless loser. Claiming Class F9 is the best? That's laughable. Just wait. Sooner or later, she'll face reality. Even with a worthless sequence, her looks alone could land her any classmate in the academy and change her fate. As for that Lin Yi, he's the real dead weight who'll never rise above his lowly status. After completing their initial registration procedures, the two didn't head to the dorms. Instead, they made their way straight to Longyuan Academy's virtual training grounds. We need to level up and strengthen ourselves as quickly as possible. Sooner or later, we'll make these people regret humiliating us today. Lin Yi couldn't wait to input his information alongside Su Muxue. Ding! Student assigned to Class F9. Available training time, 1 hour. Free combat resources, 1 bag. Countdown begins, 59 minutes 59 seconds, 58 seconds, 57 seconds. Lin Yi and Su Muxue froze simultaneously. They hadn't expected that being assigned to Class F9 would not only subject them to ridicule and contempt, but also grant them the worst resource allocation. To cultivate true powerhouses, Longyuan Academy enforced a survival of the fittest rule. Resources were allocated based on strength and talent to maximize utilization. Students deemed the weakest naturally received the least resources. Lin Yi and Su Muxue knew their resource allocation was flawed because the adjacent information reading access terminal displayed entirely different prompts. Ding! Student assigned to Class A5. Available training time, 6 hours. Free combat resources, 1 box of energy stones, 3 bags of development fluid, 1 core of enlightenment. Training time can be frozen once the countdown begins. The class of students seemed intrigued by the stark disparity in treatment, his gaze lingering on Lin Yi and Su Muxue before settling on Su Muxue. You're this year's freshman, right? Junior, my name is Jin Jiwei. I'm a sophomore from Class A5, Sequence 108 Thunder Piercing Clouds. Since you're unfamiliar with the facilities, how about I guide you through your training to help you adjust? Chapter 15, The Senior's Chicken. Damn it! Flirting with his girl right in front of him. Lin Yi frowned. If he didn't step in now, he'd look like a coward. No need to trouble you, senior. We can figure things out on our own. Jin Jiwei's expression darkened and he sneered coldly, "I'm talking to my junior. What business is it of yours? Don't make a fool of yourself. You're not even qualified to speak to me." He'd overheard both their sequence numbers. While he might overlook Su Mushue's abilities for her beauty, Lin Yi was nothing but trash in his eyes. "Junior, I trust you'll make a wise choice. You know who holds the key to your future." He turned his gaze back to Su Mushue, wearing a confident smile that spoke of certainty. Su Mushue glanced at Lin Yi, a fleeting tenderness flickering in her eyes. "No need. Training together is perfectly fine." Her tone was cool and firm. Jin Jiwei's expression darkened. He sneered, "No rush. You've just entered a new environment and need time to adjust. You'll soon understand how cruel reality can be." After speaking, he shot Lin Yi a calculating, menacing glance before strolling away with deliberate ease. Lin Yi paid no heed to the man's threat, pulling Su Mushue into the virtual training ground. However, upon entering, they discovered the scene was entirely different from what they had imagined. The virtual training ground was a vast, empty void. Students entering the arena were assigned based on class, sequence rank, combat strength, and other attributes. They underwent combat training through battles against virtual beasts and real opponents. In other words, it offered an extremely high degree of freedom. Before Lin Yi could fully appreciate this, his attention was drawn to dozens of anxious classmates waiting nearby, their faces etched with worry. "You're F rank too? Don't waste your breath. We're not cut out for this training." Their approach toward the central training zone drew the group's attention, prompting the warning. Lin Yi and his companion frowned slightly but didn't halt their pace. Soon enough, they understood why those students carried such a dejected attitude. "Get out of the way. Is this even a place for F-grade freshmen like you?" Several A-rank students charged over without hesitation, shoving the pair aside. Though the training space was vast, the central area was limited. Only by standing in specific zones could virtual training be conducted. Thus, even if they entered the virtual training ground, they would merely waste time, unable to receive any actual training. All the spots had been snatched up by the advanced class students. An inexplicable rage flared within Lin Yi. It was only the first day of enrollment, yet he faced relentless harassment, ridicule, discrimination, and humiliation. To suppress anger now only breeds more anger. To retreat now means never regaining one's footing. You're the ones who should get lost. Don't you know what first come, first served means? He shoved the two men aside without hesitation and fired back. "Oh ho! Looks like we've stumbled upon a hothead today. Seems you two haven't learned the rules around here yet." The two Class S students clenched their fists, knuckles cracking audibly. A familiar figure emerged from behind them. It was Jin Jiwei, the very same who had caused the earlier friction at the entrance. It seemed these two had been deliberately sent to pick a fight under his orders. The school forbids private fights between students. However, as second-year seniors, testing juniors on the training grounds is an established tradition. Today, we'll put you through that test and give you a proper training session. Jin Jiwei held his head high, as if he'd been waiting for this moment, shouting in a tone that brooked no argument. The mention of the freshman trial instantly drew the attention of everyone nearby. Senior students began gathering around. Meanwhile, the other freshmen from the lower-tier class, like Lin Yi, all hung their heads in shame, too humiliated and intimidated to speak up. Some even muttered under their breath, "It's all because of that little cutie. He provoked the seniors. Otherwise, we wouldn't be put through this. He causes trouble, we suffer. So annoying. This useless kid is just dragging us down." Lin Yi sighed inwardly. Jin Jiwei was truly calculating. Not only did he use the new student training as an excuse to teach him a lesson, but he also managed to sabotage his survival environment. If Lin Yi couldn't find a way to fight back today, he would become the target of the other students in his grade afterward. The first step of the test is to observe the sequence's characteristics and maximize the power of the sequence skill. Seeing Lin Yi seemingly unfazed, Jin Jiwei seethed inwardly, growing even more eager to crush him. A powerful advanced sequence can deliver the impact of a low-level sequence user's full power strike even with a casual attack. Take this move, for example. He casually pointed toward Lin Yi's position. As he murmured the incantation, lightning flash, a bolt of lightning shot toward Lin Yi's head with blinding speed. Before anyone could react, Lin Yi's hair stood on end as the lightning struck him squarely. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The crackling sound of electricity coursed through Lin Yi's body. Lin Yi's expression remained calm. It was his female companion who shielded him from that strike. TSK, he got lucky. Otherwise, he'd have been fried to a crisp. Jin Jiwei watched Su Mushue intervene, his resentment growing. "Kid, scared? I was merely demonstrating my skills, and you still need a woman's protection." Lin Yi's face remained cold. Had Su Mushue not intervened just now, he truly might have been injured. As a genius in Longyuan Academy's Class A and a senior in his first year, Jin Jiwei's understanding of sequences and mastery of skills had reached another level. He hadn't even been able to react in time to activate his skill to alter the text. Fortunately, having learned from his mistake, he'd already devised a countermeasure. That just shows your skills aren't up to par, senior. You've studied a year longer than us, and that's all you've got? Seems pretty unimpressive to me, blocked in one go. Lin Yi deliberately taunted him, seeking to provoke his anger. Sure enough, Jin Jiwei's face flushed crimson with rage. He roared angrily and began chanting the sequence skill once more. This time, the wind-up time was noticeably longer. This was clearly a major move. Sequence 108, Thunder piercing the clouds, finishing move, Thunderous Strike. When he finally completed the incantation, a furious black cloud coalesced above his head. Lightning intertwined within the clouds, radiating a threat that sent shivers down the spines of everyone present. Senior Jin has unleashed his most powerful finishing move. To date, no one except geniuses with higher sequence ranks than him has ever dodged this strike. If anyone gets struck by this, they won't die, but they'll be left mentally impaired. The looks others gave Lin Yi shifted from resentment to pity and sympathy. Meanwhile, Lin Yi silently activated his sequence skill within his mind. Sequence 999 plus Screenwriter, skill, text alteration. Change, strike, 2, chicken. Chapter 16, this sequence is damn crazy. Thunderclouds churned in the sky. Just before coalescing into terrifying arcs of lightning, they abruptly condensed, transformed, and shifted. The thunderous lightning finally took the shape of a proud, strutting rooster. And that rooster was lifelike the moment it landed on the ground. It truly became a large rooster, crowing loudly as it fluttered, scrambled, and flapped about everywhere. In an instant, chaos erupted. Before the others could react, the rooster launched a frontal assault. The senior students were stunned. The most shocked of all was Jin Jiwei himself, staring blankly at his thunder transforming into a rooster. Even more embarrassing was that, perhaps sensing it had evolved from Jin Jiwei's skill, the rooster locked eyes with him and went berserk, lunging at Jin Jiwei. Jin Jiwei waved his hands in disgust, screaming. The more he resisted, the more excited the rooster became, eventually flying up and perching on Jin Jiwei's head. Squawk! It dropped a pile of chicken droppings before being swatted off by an emotionally overwhelmed Jin Jiwei. Ha 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 ha! Lin Yi's unrestrained, mocking laughter rang out at that moment. No wonder it's a pet summoned by the senior himself, it's clearly partial to him. I've learned my lesson. The others couldn't hold back either, clutching their stomachs and rolling on the ground laughing. Who would have thought the legendary Son of Thunder from Class A5 of the sophomore year would slip up like this? Looks like those A-class students aren't so terrifying after all. It's Lin Yi's skill. I remember him, he was the top student in Southeast District 6. He can alter the attributes of others' skills. Who would have thought even seniors from Class A5 couldn't handle him? His abilities are way stronger than we imagined. As fellow lower-tier class students, Lin Yi has really made us proud. With skills like that, they still dare to test us? They should go back and study under the professors for a few more years. The EF-level students instantly regained their confidence and arrogance, mocking the second-year seniors aloud. At the same time, they offered Lin Yi a measure of support. Previously, they had dismissed Lin Yi, believing him to be arrogant and lacking self-awareness, with insufficient skill to command their respect. But now, things were different. Damn it, you've lost your minds. How dare you openly challenge us? The second-year seniors from the advanced classes felt embarrassed by Jin Jiwei's mistake. One by one, they shot him disdainful and resentful glances before decisively stepping in to suppress these younger juniors. After all, they understood that the annual tradition of upperclassmen testing the freshmen served as a tacit trial by the academy's professors and officials, who would deliberately turn a blind eye to their actions. This clash of strengths served dual purposes. It tempered the freshmen's arrogance, preventing these elite talents from growing complacent, while also evaluating the seniors' academic progress. Outstanding performances might even earn them rewards from the academy afterward. In other words, their training performance was under close scrutiny by the professors. If they were to be humiliated by these underclassmen today, their futures at the academy would be ruined. You brat, you started this mess. Since you won't take discipline, today your seniors will teach you a lesson. Several other second-year seniors simultaneously attacked Lin Yi. Holy Light Descent Guard. Sumushue once again became Lin Yi's shield, raising a protective barrier around him. Both were enveloped in golden light, and every attack dissolved the moment it touched the radiance. Lin Yi wasn't idle either. He unleashed his skills upon the seniors. The skill, Flying Swords Everywhere, was altered to Flying Flowers Everywhere. The skill Poisonous Mist was changed to Foul-Smelling Mist. The skill, Kui Bull Charge, was altered to Blowhard Charge. Lin Yi, who had long since leveled up, could now cast skills far more frequently each day. Under the influence of his skills, the virtual training ground had transformed into a miniature zoo. Chickens, cows, pigs, birds, and all manner of creatures ran and flew about in chaos. Soon, the place descended into complete chaos. The commotion grew so loud it even alerted the academy. Stop! A thunderous shout reverberated throughout the entire space, accompanied by invisible shockwaves that pulsed through everyone's bodies. A bone-chilling dread welled up from the depths of everyone's being. Instinctively, they froze, their bodies stiffening as they gazed upward at a figure that had materialized out of thin air, suspended mid-air. Professor Chang Huaning, the senior advisor for all 9 Class A sophomore sections. It's actually him. Professor Chang is one of the founding elders of Lon Yuan. Both his prowess and innate talents command profound respect. The second-year Class A students, including Jin Jiwei, felt as though they had found their anchor the moment Professor Chang appeared. Professor Chang, these freshmen are completely out of control. They've wrecked the school's virtual training grounds. Especially that Lin Yi from Class F9. He must compensate the school for the damage and apologize to us seniors. Shut up. Chang whining snapped coldly. A bunch of useless losers. Junior students are walking all over us. Do I really need to remind you what this means? Jin Jiwei and the others hung their heads in shame, daring not to speak further. Seems our training has been too lax. Starting today, you won't leave the border forest for a single moment. Only when your strength hits a bottleneck may you emerge. With a wave of his hand, the students who shuddered at the mere mention of the border forest could only leave with grim faces. Oomph. Nothing but dirty tricks. Chang Huaning now fixed his gaze on Lin Yi, his expression cold and his voice devoid of emotion. Ultimately, you're not fit for greater responsibilities. His gaze, flat to the point of contempt, struck Lin Yi even harder than the mockery and harassment from Jin Jiwei and the others. Lin Yi's head felt like it was exploding. He felt utterly humiliated. His face flushed crimson with fury, yet he met Chang Huaning's gaze without flinching. Not necessarily. Professor, even you can misjudge someone. Chang Huaning narrowed his eyes, studying Lin Yi intently before letting out a derisive snort. He turned and vanished into thin air once more. Phew! The oppressive tension in the air vanished abruptly, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately, the EF-level freshmen surrounded Lin Yi and Su Muxue. Bro, you're something else. Not only did you stand up to the sophomores, but you even dared to contradict Professor Chang. Are you really a 999 plus sequence? You seem way cooler than me, a measly 257 sequence. You're gonna be famous now. Let's get acquainted early. I'm also in Class F9. My name is. For these freshmen from lower tier classes, anyone bolder and more capable than them earned their respect. Lin Yi felt a surge of excitement too. He gave perfunctory replies to these classmates, but his mind was still dwelling on Chang Huaning's evaluation of him. Chapter 17, I object. Unfit for great responsibilities? He chuckled inwardly. As long as trouble didn't come knocking on his door, even if one day he could shoulder great responsibilities, he wouldn't take them involuntarily. After all, wasn't he widely regarded as a useless good-for-nothing? Su Muxue sensed his unease and, under the pretext of an excuse, pulled Lin Yi away from the virtual training ground. Walking through campus, the handsome man and beautiful woman drew plenty of attention. Lin Yi, what are your thoughts about the future? After a long, silent stroll, Su Muxue finally broke the silence. Lin Yi froze. Before he could answer, she continued on her own. Master Cheng's words reminded me the northern frontier barrier is our last line of defense. If we can't grow stronger quickly, and if we ever face annihilation again, we might not even have the strength to protect ourselves. I know you're not the type to just coast by. Class F9's resources are too limited. We have to fight for them ourselves. Otherwise, we won't even see a glimmer of hope for growth. Su Muxue was fundamentally a driven individual with clear ambitions. Her greatest difference from Li Yao was that she never became entirely consumed by romantic entanglements, nor did she ever consider relying on a man for resources. Even with Lin Yi, their relationship was one of equal partnership and mutual support. Lin Yi's heart pounded wildly. In this moment, he felt the full force of Su Muxue's personal magnetism once more. His earlier thoughts quietly shifted. He would strive to become stronger with every ounce of his being, not merely to survive in this perilous world teeming with monstrous beasts, but also so that when Su Muxue needed him, he would act not for anyone else, but solely for her. Muxue, I understand your meaning. I won't be extreme. As long as you're here, you can always guide me. Su Muxue was taken aback. She hadn't expected him to interpret it this way, nor had she anticipated such ambiguous yet solemn words. For a moment, she didn't know how to respond. She could only lower her head and clear her throat softly. All right, we should head back to the dorms. There's still so much to do. Lin Yi felt a bit embarrassed too. Scratching the back of his head, he nodded, and they each headed toward their respective dormitories. As the highest institution of learning, Long Yuan University housed students in double rooms. Lin Yi's roommate was a hefty fellow weighing over 200 pounds. As he pushed open the dorm door, he saw his roommate as solid as a small mountain lying on his bed, snacking while playing a virtual game. Damn, I've been waiting forever for a comrade in arms. The fat guy looked up at the sound, his mouth still full of crumbs, drool flying as he spoke. It's you! Spotting Lin Yi, the burly man's eyes widened in surprise. He then jumped off the bed excitedly and gave Lin Yi a bear hug without hesitation. You know me? Lin Yi was startled, his face filled with surprise. Idol, of course I know you. You're Lin Yi, sequence 999+. That prank you pulled on the upperclassmen in the virtual training ground went viral in minutes. The campus network is flooded with posts about you right now. You're famous, you know? Lin Yi had anticipated some repercussions from the reactions of other students in the virtual training ground, knowing he might attract attention. But he hadn't expected it to be this big in such a short time. He'd become a sensation. My name's Duan Tianyu. You can call me Fat Yu. Who'd have thought we'd end up as roommates? What a coincidence. Duan Tianyu was a chatterbox, dragging Lin Yi into a flood of small talk to break the ice. Lin Yi remained patient with this roommate. After all, they would be sharing the same roof for the foreseeable future. 3 days later marked the official start of classes for the academy's freshmen. Early that morning, Lin Yi shook the snoring Pang Yu awake and dragged him to class. They arrived early, but Su Muxue was even earlier. Lin Yi, over here. She sat in the front row and beckoned Lin Yi and Duan Tianyu to sit beside her. Lin Yi naturally didn't refuse. As time passed, the other students of Class F9 gradually arrived. Upon noticing Lin Yi and Su Muxue in the front row, they all paused briefly, though none made any deliberate effort to strike up a conversation. Brother Yi, I heard Professor Fan, who teaches the first theory class, is a real stick in the mud. He looks down on low-tier sequencers the most. I don't mind, but sitting right up front like this, aren't you just asking to be his target for establishing authority? Duan Tianyu, feeling uneasy, couldn't help but whisper a warning. Lin Yi and Su Muxue both froze in surprise. Is that so? We didn't specifically research the professor's backgrounds. We just found out. But it shouldn't be a big deal. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Duan Tianyu helplessly slapped his forehead. Seeing that no one else besides the three of them was sitting in the front row, he quickly clutched his stomach and blurted out, ouch. I suddenly feel a stomachache. Maybe it's the draft by the door. I'll sit in the back for a bit. Lin Yi watched Duan Tianyu with amusement, choosing not to expose him. From behind them, the low murmurs of other students drifted over. Those two are stubborn as mules. Just wait till Professor Fan picks on them, we're in for a show. Aren't those Lin Yi and Su Muxue? The two lowest-ranked students in our F9 class. To Professor Fan, who despises low-ranked students the most, their very existence is a mistake. They're in for it. Soon, a middle-aged professor in a traditional Chinese robe strolled leisurely through the doorway into the classroom. Everyone fell instantly silent. Fan Gu, wearing black-rimmed glasses, scanned the room from the lectern and immediately zeroed in on Lin Yi and Su Muxue. His expression darkened instantly. Today, I will be teaching your first theory class. First, I will instruct you on how to strive for recognition of your sequence rank. His opening words instantly filled the classroom with an oppressive atmosphere. From the worthless sequences that don't even rank, to the legendary mythical tier sequences, the gap between different tiers is as vast as heaven and earth. Lin Yi frowned deeply, sensing the palpable hostility emanating from Professor Fan. This man truly lived up to his reputation as a fanatical devotee of the high-tier sequences. With an opening like that, he was bound to have something nasty up his sleeve. Sure enough, Fan Gu pointed at Lin Yi and declared bluntly. The worst sequences are the 999 plus ones. They're basically just for show, good for nothing but causing chaos. Some students have turned the virtual training grounds into a circus, as if attending school were a sideshow act. Sequence names like Screenwriter scream uselessness. At first glance they'll forever be nothing but dead weight. As he spoke, seemingly unsatisfied with just belittling Lin Yi, he casually stirred up resentment among the rest of the class. Of course, being stuck in the same class as this piece of trash, you lot are just slightly less useless trash. The other students' faces darkened at his words. They dared not vent their anger at the professor, so they could only shoot reproachful glances at Lin Yi. It's all this little cutie's fault. Knowing full well he's at the bottom of the rankings, he still sat in such a conspicuous spot just asking for trouble, dragging everyone down with him. Professor, I disagree with what you said. Chapter 18, Absolutely Wild. Lin Yi abruptly rose from his seat, his voice firm and resolute. If low-tier sequences were truly useless beyond grandstanding, how did I manage to successfully counterattack those senior students? I find your argument overly biased. I request a combat demonstration to prove my point on the spot. Fan Gu froze. The rest of the class froze in shock. This kid is stubborn as hell. He was about to slap the professor in the face right there. Fan Gu's face suddenly twisted. This wasn't the first time he'd expressed his theory about low-tier sequence failures. In fact, every time he taught the F-rank students, he used this theory to belittle and mock every single student in the class, ruthlessly crushing their spirit. But in the past, the F-grade students could only grit their teeth and swallow their anger. Lin Yi was the first to stand up and challenge his theory directly. And Lin Yi wasn't just refuting it with words, he intended to prove it through action. He was provoking him. If he didn't make Lin Yi suffer bitterly, what face or qualifications would he have left to continue teaching? Lin Yi, you asked for this, he agreed with a vicious grin. As your teacher, I won't use devastatingly powerful skills on you. But rendering you, a worthless sequence, incapable of using your abilities? That's far too simple. He feigned nonchalance, his heart filled with icy coldness. His hand shot out, delivering a palm strike that sliced through the air toward Lin Yi's face. As he moved, a palm-shaped vortex of air abruptly coalesced in the air, hurtling straight toward Lin Yi. Wind bind. He murmured softly. This minor technique would not only teach Lin Yi a small lesson but also form a wind prison, binding his movements and completely stripping him of his ability to attack. Once bound by wind bind, you won't break free for the next 5 hours. Poof. These 5 hours will feel like imprisonment. I'll leave you at the classroom door for all students inside and outside to see so they know the consequences of defying and questioning a teacher. He was utterly confident. Lin Yi shook his head, once again sensing Fangu's contemptuous disdain toward him. Hadn't Fangu even bothered to understand how far beyond the ordinary his ability to tamper with text truly was? How dare he so leisurely and brazenly unleash his skill to explain? If he didn't properly modify this skill, he'd be doing Fangu a disservice. A sudden inspiration struck him. He channeled his psychic energy into the sequence, activating the text alteration skill. Change wind to naked dot. The palm-shaped gust vanished instantly from its spot. Before the others could react, Fangu was the first to sense something amiss, a peculiar force tugging at his clothing. His eyes widened in shock. His mind was still reeling in confusion. As an existence at the professor realm level, he knew Lin Yi had activated his skill again. Yet he couldn't fathom how Lin Yi could possibly alter his own skill this time. Simultaneously, a sense of unease stirred within him. Could a worthless sequence skill rated 999 plus truly tamper with the abilities of a level 66 advanced sequence professor like himself? He didn't need to guess. The answer came swiftly. Caught completely off guard, the clothing on his body suddenly tore apart on its own, exploding into a sky-filling shower of fragments. Fangu felt a chill sweep over his entire body. He looked down to find his entire body exposed to the air, completely unshielded from his students' gaze. Aha! The female students in the class screamed in shock, quickly covering their eyes. Lin Yi was the quickest to react, already shielding Su Mushue's eyes beside him before the skill was even cast. The male students, however, took a deep breath and instinctively began to rant. Holy crap, Professor, do you have to be this bold in class? You really don't treat us students like outsiders. Duan Tianyu shot Lin Yi an admiring glance before bellowing. I'm screwed. I'm gonna get a sty. Seeing an old man's body like that means my eyes won't be clean for the next month. The other students joined in with boos. Professor, you're here to teach us. How can you be such a poor role model, not caring about your image at all? Didn't you call us useless? Saying low-tier sequences only know how to show off? Now you're mimicking them yourself? The classroom erupted in uproarious laughter. It was impossible for Fangu's earlier remarks not to have left a bitter taste with the students. Everyone had assumed Lin Yi would be the one to suffer. But the tables had turned so quickly. Stop laughing. All of you turn around. Don't look. Fangu snapped out of his stunned disarray and barked orders incoherently. He felt his old face was about to be completely lost. No, it already had been. If there were a hole in the ground right now, he'd crawl into it. But there wasn't one. He could only crouch beneath the lectern, peeking out with just his head exposed. He dared not dash out of the classroom. That wouldn't just be a social death in front of the class, it would be equivalent to streaking naked before the entire school. Quick! Who has a jacket? Bring it over to cover me up! He shouted, both furious and flustered. Lin Yi stepped forward. What are you doing? Seeing Lin Yi approach, Fangu found himself instinctively shrinking back, trembling inside. Psychological blows are blows too. Often, psychological wounds were far more terrifying than physical injuries. For the first time, Fangu genuinely felt this way. Professor, weren't you looking for your coat? I'll lend it to you. Lin Yi halted in his tracks, wearing an innocent expression. Fangu now reacted with stress whenever he saw Lin Yi. I don't want yours. Go away. He refused without hesitation. Lin Yi chuckled softly, his gaze sweeping over the others. Everyone who met his gaze shuddered. If they lent clothes to the professor, wouldn't they be the next ones stripped bare? For a moment, no one dared step forward. For the first time in front of his students, Fangu felt utterly isolated and helpless. In that moment, he was overcome with regret. Why had he singled out Lin Yi to make an example of him? He'd shot himself in the foot. But he had no choice. He steeled himself and addressed Lin Yi. All right, hand over your jacket. Lin Yi swiftly removed his jacket, yet paused just out of Fangu's grasp. But sir, you still haven't formally apologized to me and the entire class. Are we really all just a bunch of useless trash? Fangu's expression froze. Meeting Lin Yi's sharp, unflinching gaze, he forced down his pent-up resentment and bit his lip before speaking. I was wrong. My theory was inaccurate. You all possess limitless potential. With those words, Lin Yi finally smiled in satisfaction, casually tossing his coat aside. Fangu caught it steadily, quickly pulling it on. He dared not linger another second, even if seeking revenge against Lin Yi wasn't for now. With a swift dash, he bolted out. Chapter 19, The King of Deception. The classroom fell silent. The students of Class F9 never imagined that in the end, it would be Lin Yi who fought for the respect and recognition they deserved. In that moment, everyone felt profound shame and gratitude. Duan Tianyu charged forward from the back row, rushing to give Lin Yi a fist bump, his face flushed crimson with excitement. Brother Yi, I was wrong. I shouldn't have left you behind to face the professor's interrogation alone. You're truly amazing. Please accept my deepest admiration. The rest of the students gathered around, chatting with Lin Yi and expressing their admiration and gratitude. Lin Yi, thank you. Today you washed away the shame for all of us in class F9. They won't dare look down on us anymore. How did you pull that off? Ha ha ha, when that old-fashioned suit exploded, we were all shocked you didn't even move an inch. Your use of the Screenwriter sequence was so bizarre. I can definitely call you the king of deception. That title's pretty badass, Lin Yi. With skills that strike without warning, who'd dare mess with you now? The students of class F9 were utterly convinced by Lin Yi. But now that the teacher's gone, how are we supposed to continue class? After a moment of chatter, the group fell into worry once more. Old Fan will definitely go complain to the academy leadership. Who knows how the academy will react? A vague unease settled over them. Meanwhile, Fan Gu returned to the classroom dormitory, slipped into his own clothes, and then, with a look of resentment and disgust, tore Lin Yi's coat into shreds before rushing straight to the academy office. Director, you must stand up for me. He approached a middle-aged man with a look of utter grievance, pouring out his woes. He exaggeratedly recounted his ordeal in class F9. Sun Ko, the furious director of the first-year education committee, slammed his palm hard onto the desk. Instantly, cracks spread across the surface, threatening to shatter it completely. Yet, an odd force enveloped the wood, causing a faint silver glow to emanate from its surface. These F9 students possess the weakest innate talent and combat prowess among the academy's freshmen, yet they show even less respect for teachers and tradition. They've openly humiliated their instructors. If we allow them to act with impunity without punishment, they will only become more brazen. In Sun Ke's eyes, there was no admiration for Lin Yi's personal strength. As the person responsible for overseeing the academic performance of the entire grade, he was more concerned with the bigger picture. Lin Yi's actions would clearly set a terrible precedent. If students from other classes followed suit, how could teachers ever teach in peace? This isn't the first time. He disrupted the virtual training grounds before, forcing a temporary closure for cleanup and causing significant losses to the trainees. Fan Gu added fuel to the fire. Sun Ke's brow furrowed slightly as his tone grew grave. Old Fan, don't play petty games with me. I'm well aware of your teaching attitude and principles. I've warned you before, educate without discrimination, treat all students equally. Yet you refuse to listen. You can't walk along the riverbank forever without getting your shoes wet. I knew you'd get your comeuppance from a student someday. Fan Gu pursed his lips, his face still brimming with defiance. Regardless of my teaching approach, that doesn't justify these students humiliating me. Principal, you. Rest assured, Sun Ke waved his hand dismissively, I won't let them off the hook. Since the students of freshman class F9 dared to openly challenge the authority of the college, they must face consequences. Effective immediately, I will personally conduct a special investigation into Lin Yi. Should any serious disciplinary violations be uncovered, he will be expelled without delay. Furthermore, the academy will further restrict resource allocation for class F9, reducing funding by 50%. He seemed to recall something, suddenly shaking his head and sighing. The freshman trials are approaching. This punishment is already severe enough. Fan Gu was clearly satisfied with this outcome, his face breaking into a broad smile. Meanwhile, class F9 quickly felt the oppressive pressure from the academy. What? You're saying all the cultivation potions for our F9 class have been cancelled? Why? We already have the least resources in the entire academy, and now even our potions are being withheld? How are we supposed to improve our strength? Duan Tianyu's wailing voice echoed through the academy's resource distribution office. The teacher at the counter sneered coldly. This is all an order from the academy. If you have complaints, take them to the academy. But don't bother, it won't change a thing. Who told your F9 class to act so arrogant? You even dared to insult a teacher. You deserve to have your cultivation potions confiscated and your resources cut in half. As he spoke, his gaze swept past Duan Tianyu, fixing on Lin Yi behind him with utter contempt. Lin Yi had been dragged along by Duan Tianyu to collect the cultivation potions today. Hearing this news, his brows furrowed and his heart sank. This can't be fair. Brother Yi was clearly defending himself against the professor's attack. At worst, his methods were a bit unconventional. How can the academy blame him? And to punish the entire class? Duan Tianyu, now transformed into Lin Yi's loyal fanboy, was ready to storm the academy in righteous indignation. Forget it, Fat Yu. Lin Yi pulled him back just in time. Brother Yi, aren't you angry? Duan Tianyu froze, surprised by Lin Yi's unexpected calmness. Since it's the academy's decision, arguing won't help. Acting rashly could only cause more trouble. Lin Yi calmly reassured Duan Tianyu. Since the academy was targeting class F9, they certainly wouldn't overlook him, the mastermind behind it all. He wasn't about to foolishly hand them a pretext. He'd never been a reckless or impulsive person. Since his awakening, every time he'd acted, it was more about self-defense and retaliation. Of course, he didn't start trouble, but he wasn't afraid of it either. Since the academy was targeting him in Class F9, he would naturally take the initiative to turn the tables in his own way. But Duan Tianyu still seethed with resentment, his pent-up frustration yet to be vented, when the academy's announcement echoed overhead. Attention all first-year students, the freshman trials will commence in 10 days. Prepare accordingly. No freshman may evade the trials under any circumstances. Failure to participate will result in consequences borne solely by the individual. The deep, resonant voice echoed throughout the campus, repeating the announcement 3 times to ensure every student heard it. Simultaneously, each student received a personal notification about the trial. Duan Tianyu hadn't recovered from the previous blow when he faced an even greater one. He felt as if the sky had fallen. What? The freshman trials are starting this soon? Didn't they usually start a month after the semester began? Chapter 20, Freshman Trials. What are we supposed to do now? The freshman trials are fraught with danger. We have to enter the small beast rift that guards the school, where even level 30+ beasts exist. Without thorough preparation, we could really lose our lives. Thinking about the preparations needed before the trial, his expression grew even more despondent and helpless. But with our current resources and treatment, forget 10 days even if we had 3 more months, we couldn't possibly be ready. It's death either way. It wasn't just him. The other Class F9 students trailing behind him were also overcome with fear and panic, their ranks thrown into disarray. We're done for. Totally screwed. This could wipe out our entire class. Despair etched itself onto their faces. But unlike before, none of them blamed Lin Yi now. After all, Lin Yi had avenged them earlier. Besides, even if the academy hadn't cut resources, they'd never have much chance of passing the new student trials anyway. With only 10 days left, there's no way we can make it in time. The academy won't let any student evade the trial. Are we supposed to seek protection from those advanced class students? At this point, everyone was more focused on finding solutions. That probably won't work. Because Lin Yi offended the seniors from Class A of the second year, they've already made it clear to us that they won't help anyone from Class F9. Not only that, but they might even target us specifically in the fissure. Silence fell over the group. Facing the impending crisis, they couldn't help but feel panic and unease. Actually, everyone, there's no need to. Lin Yi still held a glimmer of confidence. If those advanced class students could protect themselves in the rift and even shield others, then based on his assessment of his own strength, the gap shouldn't be too great. He was about to reassure everyone and ease their worries. But he found most of them had already left, their faces heavy with worry. Those who remained, like Duan Tianyu, didn't hold much hope for Lin Yi either. Brother Yi, really, we'll stick together as a class. Sure, it'll draw the attention of the advanced beasts more easily, but it'll boost our survival rate. Don't worry, we absolutely won't abandon you or Sister Mu Shui. Duan Tianyu's expression was resolute. The others nodded in agreement. Lin Yi found himself both amused and exasperated. Although Lin Yi's methods were bizarre and had earned the admiration of the entire class. But so far, what they'd witnessed mostly involved his skill's disruptive and chaotic effects, rather than lethal power. Turning a senior's skill into a pack of animals or making a teacher's clothes explode worked well for petty squabbles, but it seemed inadequate when facing real-life or death crises. Fan Gu was correct in one aspect. To outsiders, Lin Yi's sequence skills appeared merely flashy and gimmicky, lacking significant practical combat value. Lin Yi's lips twitched as if he wanted to explain, but seeing the others' expressions, he held back. Forget it. Once they entered the trials and faced the beasts, he would demonstrate his true strength. Then, the facts would speak for themselves. A resolute conviction flashed through his mind. To make Class F9 pay the price, the academy even went so far as to advance the schedule of the new student trials. Then he would astonish everyone even more. This time, he wouldn't just use the trials to rapidly boost his strength, he'd lead his entire class to an epic comeback. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Throughout those 10 days, Duan Tianyu and the other students were filled with anxiety, yet they did not shift this pressure onto Lin Yi. Finally, the trial commenced. All first-year freshmen gathered at the back mountain. Before them stood Sun Ko, accompanied by several grade mentors. After a brief motivational speech, he gave the command. A transparent vortex suddenly materialized in the air behind them. The vortex spun and expanded, forming a massive gate over 10 meters tall before the crowd. Enter now. The trial lasts 7 days. After 7 days, report to the designated safe zone. Failure to reach the safe zone within the time limit will be considered a failure of the trial. Sun Ko's voice was deep and resonant. His gaze lingered briefly on Lin Yi, the leader of Class F9. The academy bears no responsibility for deaths during the trial. Should you fail the trial, even if you survive, you will be expelled from Longyuan Academy. Lin Yi felt the gaze and frowned slightly, his sharp eyes meeting Sun Ko's in turn. In the instant their gazes met, Sun Ko let out a soft "Hmm." This kid has remarkably keen perception. His mental strength isn't bad either. However, for them, Lin Ye's slight abnormality was insufficient to stir any compassion in him. Lin Ye's death in the beast fissure or failure was his expected outcome. Only if Lin Ye somehow survived and passed the trial would he truly begin to recognize the boy's worth. Otherwise, he was merely cannon fodder sacrificed in the Academy's cultivation of geniuses. He shifted his gaze, focusing more on the students of the S-class and A-class sections. Lin Ye, too, withdrew his gaze, unable to suppress a surge of excitement within. The beast fissure. Only combat grants experience. I can't wait to see the effects after leveling up again. He murmured to himself. Sumushue beside him smiled faintly, clearly sharing his anticipation. They exchanged a knowing glance, their unspoken understanding clear. As students from other classes streamed into the rift, Class F9 finally set off toward the beast rift. Duan Tianyu gripped Lin Ye's hand nervously, still muttering as they stepped through the vortex-like gate. Let's stick close together. The whole class agreed we move as one. Don't get separated. The surroundings transformed in an instant. Before Class F9 could react, a thick, dark red fog engulfed their vision. Visibility within the fog dropped below 5 meters. If the F9 students hadn't huddled tightly together, they would have lost each other in seconds. Holy! What the hell is this thing? A boy on the outer edge suddenly let out a startled cry. Everyone turned toward the sound and saw eerie red beams of light darting through the air, piercing toward their bodies. Simultaneously, a chill crept through the air, silently enveloping them. Everyone immediately activated their sequences, preparing to unleash their skills. Lin Ye frowned. He realized his psychic power was being restricted somehow, now feeling incredibly heavy and sluggish. Consequently, his skills would undoubtedly be affected as well. Panicked shouts erupted from the others in rapid succession. Why aren't my skills working properly? My fireball's power has plummeted. It used to be a massive, waist-high orb, but now it's only basketball-sized. Ah! My healing spell won't activate at all. Mushue, what about you? Can you use your skills? Chapter 21, The Rebel. Every student in Class F9 was experiencing issues, all panicking and uneasy. Having grown quite familiar with Lin Yi and Mu Shui, they immediately turned to them for answers. Su Mushue tentatively chanted a spell, her brow slightly furrowed, though her complexion remained relatively stable. It might be because of my SSS tier mental power. While there are restrictions mentioned, the impact isn't significant. Su Mushue was more concerned about Lin Yi. Your skill. I'm affected too, but as long as your skill isn't impacted, I have a solution. Lin Yi replied calmly. Ah. At that moment, a student on the periphery was pierced by the crimson light, letting out a wretched cry of agony. The others' hearts skipped a beat. Turning to look, they saw the red light that had touched the blood seemed to have been partially activated. It began to constantly expand and contract, pulsating in the air as if possessed of life. No! This is the beast's detection ability. Lin Ye's heart skipped a beat as a sudden realization struck him. The others, whose theoretical knowledge was solid, paled visibly. Class monitor Xiao Yuan shouted, "We must leave immediately, or we'll soon be surrounded by the beasts." Everyone nodded, frantically activating their skills to dodge the red beams as they charged rapidly in one direction. The foul stench of the beasts wafted into their nostrils, accompanied by a cacophony of chaotic sounds. Before they could break free of the thick fog, they spotted a pack of wolfdog-like creatures' horned heads, bodies covered in scales, eyes glowing red, and drool dripping from their mouths. Roar! The lead double-horned wolf beast let out a roar, and the pack echoed it. Without giving the F9 class students a moment to react, they instantly became blurs, lunging to bite their targeted prey. It's a pack of level 3 double-horned wolf beasts. At least 30 of them. Xiao Yuan's face drained of color, but he steeled himself and ordered the group to attack. Support sequence students, provide defensive and healing skills. Everyone else, follow me, we fight these beasts to the death. Facing the horde, they had no retreat. Even knowing a head-on clash would bring heavy casualties, none dared hesitate. Lin Yi lifted his foot to advance, only to be grabbed by Duan Tianyu beside him. Brother Yi, you and sister Mu Shui stay in the rear to support us. Your offensive capabilities aren't sufficient, don't try to be a hero. Without waiting for Lin Yi's response, he charged forward. Lin Yi sighed helplessly as the alpha wolf lunged toward Xiao Yuan and Duan Tianyu's position. The two unleashed their skills, their abilities flickering with radiant light as a barrage of attacks struck the twin-horned wolf beasts. But with their psychic power restricted, the effectiveness of their skills was greatly diminished. They barely inflicted any damage on the beasts. How could this happen? Duan Tianyu and the others immediately lost their composure. Being a large man, Duan Tianyu moved more sluggishly and clumsily than the others. A red, vicious glint flashed in the alpha wolf's eyes. It opened its massive jaws, filled with sharp fangs, and lunged viciously at Duan Tianyu's neck. No! Terror and despair filled Duan Tianyu's eyes. A strange force suddenly rippled through the air. The foul stench behind him abruptly receded. Duan Tianyu whipped his head around, staring in disbelief as the alpha wolf abruptly turned and lunged at its own packmate. This alpha wolf has gone mad? Duan Tianyu froze in shock. The others also noticed the sudden shift in the situation with astonishment. Within the pack, one renegade after another began attacking their own kind. Chaos erupted within the wolf horde. What on earth is happening? Xiao Yuan's gaze swept across his classmates, finally settling on Lin Yi, who remained calm and composed. Lin Yi, is this you? The only one he could conceive of capable of creating this situation was Lin Yi, with his peculiar sequence skill. Lin Yi had never intended to conceal it. He nodded. It was me. When Duan Tianyu had been in danger moments ago, he had used text alteration to change the twin-horned wolf king's pounce and bite skill to mutual bite. This allowed Duan Tianyu to narrowly escape death. Moreover, he proceeded to tamper with the skills of several of the strongest two-horned wolf beasts in the same manner. Lin Ye's admission sent a shockwave through the entire class. Brother Yi, was it really you who saved me? Duan Tianyu sucked in a breath, his expression brimming with emotion. The others' spirits lifted as well. This is fantastic. So Lin Ye's skill can be used this way too. That means we've gained an extra combat asset. My skill has limitations. We must break through immediately and escape this danger. Lin Yi shook his head, reminding them. Tension returned to the group. Xiao Yuan wasted no time, directing the group to exploit the chaos within the double-horned wolf beasts and break through in a specific direction. This time, everything went smoothly. Half an hour later, panting and disheveled, they finally emerged from the fog-shrouded area. This was Su Mushua activating her sequence skill to restore everyone's health and replenish their mental and physical states. A golden glow enveloped them, filling their bodies with warmth and comforting their souls as if they were soaking in a hot spring. The others now looked at Lin Yi and Su Mushua with changed expressions. Though they refrained from open mockery, a sense of resentment lingered within them. No one wanted to bear the burden for others indefinitely. Over time, resentment inevitably festered. If the class truly suffered heavy losses after this wolf attack, even if everyone promised not to blame Lin Yi, they would inevitably struggle to hold back their resentment. Brother Yi, I'm sorry. I underestimated you. You won't blame me, right? Even if they didn't blame Lin Yi, the thought of how they'd clearly underestimated his abilities left them feeling ashamed, especially Duan Tianyu. It's fine. You meant well. I understand. Watch out. Lin Ye's expression abruptly changed as his thoughts raced. Holy Light Descent Guard changed to Holy Light Descent Pain. Su Mushua's healing and defensive skills had been active since just moments ago. Lin Yi abruptly overrode her skill. The area of effect skill transformed into an area of effect damage skill. Everyone enveloped within the holy light felt excruciating pain throughout their bodies, curling up on the spot and screaming in agony. Brother Yi? What are you doing? Duan Tianyu demanded, his voice filled with confusion and agony. Lin Yi offered no reply, instead grabbing Su Mushua's hand and charging forward together. The class's collective confusion dissolved as they followed the direction of the two figures. Amidst the searing pain, a dark shadow slowly detached from the ground, drifting upward before gradually taking shape as a leopard-like beast covered in pitch-black fur. Xiao Yuan's pupils contracted sharply. No! It's an 8th-level beast, the Shadowblade Panther. Chapter 22, Skill Restrictions. The moment the Shadowblade Panther was recognized, a wave of dread and despair washed over everyone. No wonder Lin Yi suddenly used his skill. The Shadowblade Panther was lurking in the shadows, planning to ambush us. Thankfully Lin Yi spotted it in time and forced the Shadowblade Panther to reveal itself through pain. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. We've endured the Gokao trials and are no longer level 0 awakened. Most of us have advanced to levels 1 or 2, but we still stand no chance against a Shadowblade Panther. An 8th-level beast? We're doomed. We should split up and flee. That might give us a sliver of hope. Escape? With the Shadowblade Panther's speed, even if we split up, we'll be picked off one by one. While Awakened can kill beasts up to 5 levels below their own. But those who truly reach that maximum attack limit are 1 in 10,000 even among geniuses. Most elite talents struggle to overcome monsters 1 or 2 levels above them. Defeating those 3 levels higher is truly astonishing. 5 levels, that extreme gap was beyond anyone's wildest imagination. Our only chance is that we're not fighting alone. If we surround and attack it, we might wound it enough to make it retreat and stop pursuing us. Of course, it might also enrage the Shadowblade Panther even more, leading to an even more miserable death for all of us, Xiao Yuan said with a bitter smile. As the group debated, Lin Yi and Su Mushua finally closed in on the Shadowblade Panther. Their combo flowed seamlessly. Su Mushua cast Holy Word, Healing, which was swiftly altered into a damage over time ability. She then added a layer of defense to Lin Yi. Using the protective barrier covering his body, Lin Yi charged toward the Shadowblade Panther without hesitation. Boom! The thunderous impact sent shivers down everyone's spines, snapping them back to their senses. They immediately rushed forward to join the fight. Fireball. Whirlwind. Armor-piercing spike. One skill after another struck the Shadowblade Panther. Dust swirled wildly around them as flames, gales, and sandstorms completely obscured the Shadowblade Panther and Lin Yi's forms. Within the area engulfed by the attack effects, The situation shifted silently. The Shadowblade Panther stared warily at the human before it, instinctively sensing a threat to its very existence. Let's finish this quickly. A cold gleam flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. The Shadowblade Panther let out a growl, activating its skill, Shadow Slash. Its body dissolved into a shadowy mass once more, poised to infiltrate Lin Yi's shadow. If it managed to corrupt his shadow, it would instantly strike Lin Yi. His body would freeze completely, unable to move, leaving him utterly defenseless against its assault. Lin Yi remained utterly still, yet his mind raced frantically. Shadow Slash, what should I do? It must possess sufficient lethality. Ideally, it should force the beast into self-destruction. From his recent battle with the two-horned wolf, he had come to a realization. He needed to either corrupt the attack capabilities of enemies and beasts, or make them turn on each other. Attacking from within was the most lethal approach. Suddenly, his eyes lit up with realization. Rewrite Shadow Kill as suicide. His idea was brilliant. But the instant he activated the skill, his psychic energy jolted violently. For a beast 5 levels higher than him to kill itself with a single skill activation exceeded the limits of his psychic power. In truth, this outcome was hardly unexpected. If replacing any skill name with a different word could achieve the desired effect, then couldn't he simply command level 20 or 30 beasts to kill themselves? Could he simply command the professor and other deceased teammates to use their own skills to kill themselves? If I had no skill usage limits, I'd be way too overpowered, a total game breaker. Lin Yi muttered to himself, a hint of regret in his heart. But now wasn't the time for such reflections. He had to settle for the next best option. Change Shadow Kill to Shadow Stupor. This time, he drained its psychic energy completely. The Shadowblade Leopard's beastly eyes suddenly glazed over with stupidity, its movements becoming incredibly sluggish and clumsy. Lin Yi. Seeing that the battle between Lin Yi and the Shadowblade Leopard showed no signs of ending, Su Muxue, who was closest, now rushed into the skill's coverage area. Muxue, you're just in time. Lin Yi's heart surged with delight at the sight of Su Muxue. Without needing further explanation, Su Muxue understood immediately and activated her sequence skill. Holy Word, Healing. Change it to Blood Collapse. Lin Yi's voice rang out with unwavering resolve. In an instant, the Shadowblade Leopard, enveloped by Su Muxue's skill, began oozing blood from its body. Yet the blood surged outward, coalescing into a crimson leopard. Roar, roar. The Shadowblade Panther's agonized cries echoed through the chaotic skill turbulence. Outside, the students of Class F9 couldn't see what was happening inside, their hearts filled with tension and anticipation. Boom! A muffled explosion echoed. The skill turbulence finally dispersed. Everyone saw a blood-soaked panther lying on the ground ahead, its body still twitching spasmodically, barely clinging to life. Lin Yi and Su Muxue stood pale and weak, supporting each other. Thank you all. Without your help, we would have been in grave danger just now. Lin Yi exhaled a long breath. The others froze in shock. Ha! So, we actually killed the Shadowblade Panther by attacking it in a group? Our combined attack was that powerful? Who cares? The Shadowblade Panther is dead, and we finally don't have to worry or be scared anymore. Only Xiao Yuan frowned deeply. This feels too easy. Something doesn't sit right with me. Lin Yi, you and Su Muxue didn't you? He harbored certain suspicions and doubts. Before he could finish, Lin Yi cut him off. Of course not, class leader. Do you really think we have the strength to take down an 8th level Shadowblade Leopard, just the two of us? Xiao Yuan fell silent. Indeed, that was utterly absurd. Lin Yi couldn't possibly leap 6 levels from level 2 to kill a Shadowblade Panther, could he? Yet something still felt off. What levels are you and Su Muxue now, anyway? Come to think of it, they still weren't sure about Lin Yi and Su Muxue's levels. Typically, weaker college entrance exam qualifiers would reach level 1. The geniuses admitted to Longyuan Academy mostly reach level 2. Among the S-tier freshmen, there might even be a few who've reached level 3. If Lin Yi and Su Muxue had reached level 3, then killing the Shadowblade Panther wouldn't be impossible. He was filled with uncertainty. Lin Yi and Su Muxue exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison. Class monitor, we'd rather not discuss levels. Xiao Yuan nodded as expected. Fair enough. No one readily reveals their level, even if they know it themselves. But, he pressed, didn't Lin Yi just mention skill usage has a limited number of times? How come he can use it again so quickly? Lin Yi gave a mysterious smile. Class president, that was my last chance to use it. I saved it for self-defense. Xiao Yuan froze for a moment. But Lin Yi had clearly used the skill more than once just now. I get it now. Chapter 23, Ancient God Ruins. He winked at Lin Yi with a knowing look. The eternal last-time mystery-loving people are always like that. After this interruption, everyone else's attention shifted. They all agreed Lin Yi was an extremely mysterious figure whose actions were impossible to predict. Yet despite this, for some reason, his mere presence instilled a subconscious sense of reassurance in everyone. Because everyone had contributed to defeating the Shadowblade Panther, every member of Class F9 received a substantial amount of experience. Many wore delighted expressions, shouting excitedly. I leveled up. I'm already at level 3 now. I'm almost there too. Just a few more beasts to take down, and I'll level up for sure. No wonder it's an 8th level beast, just the experience I got from tagging along was over 100 points. That's insane. Too bad the experience was split among everyone. If someone had gotten it all alone, they could have leveled up multiple times. The students of Class F9 discussed among themselves. Lin Yi and Su Mushue, overhearing their conversation, exchanged a glance, their eyes twinkling with amusement. While Class F9 shared experience points for defeating the Shadowblade Panther, students from the S and A level classes were all in a state of chaos. A herd of beast-like creatures, resembling a cross between oxen and horses, had surrounded the advanced classes, relentlessly attacking. Dozens of students huddled together, their expressions both alert and panicked. What's going on? Why did we encounter a pack of beasts so easily? In previous years, large groups of pack-dwelling beasts only appeared deep within the fissure. We should still be in the outer perimeter. I can't hold on much longer. Someone take my place. To maintain their standoff against the beasts and prevent mass casualties, the group had no choice but to rotate their frontline defenders. Suddenly, the bespectacled, scholarly boy sheltered at the center snapped his eyes open, his face lighting up with excitement. My swarm has detected the aura of the ruins. No wonder so many swarm-type beasts appeared on the periphery. They must have been drawn to the ruins too, gathering in one place. Every time a relic emerges, it unleashes countless rare treasures, forging more geniuses and legends. We're in for a fortune this time. The others, who had been gloomy just a moment ago, instantly lit up with burning eyes, filled with desire and greed. Hishi's swarm detection is incredibly precise. He's an awakened being of Sequence 197 venom manipulator, capable of controlling various toxins. He won't make a mistake. Ha 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 ha. As long as we find the relic's entrance, we'll have a chance to seize the treasures. No matter the level of the ruins, even if it only holds the lowest grade F rank treasures, they can significantly boost our power. If we could obtain a legendary S-grade treasure with growth potential, it could accompany an awakened for life, mutually nurturing and strengthening each other, effectively granting a permanent piece of equipment. At the thought of such benefits, everyone's eyes glowed with greed. We can't delay any longer. The sooner we enter the ruins, the less chance others will beat us to it. Looks like it's time to get serious. Leave it to me, declared a muscular, bronze-skinned youth as he stepped forward. Placing both hands on the ground, he commanded, "Cracked abyss. Swallow them all." With his roar, countless massive rifts tore open in the ground, transforming into bottomless black abysses that swallowed the beasts whole. What's happening? Why is the ground shaking? Class F9 was preparing to leave the area and continue their training when the ground beneath them began to shake violently. A petite, delicate female classmate cautiously stepped forward, sensing the area with her sequence for a moment before her face lit up with delight. Beneath us, there's the aura of an ancient god's ruins. We might have triggered a sight. Lin Yi and the others froze, exchanging stunned glances, still finding it hard to believe. Cheers erupted immediately. This is incredible. Class F9's luck in this trial is unbelievable. Not only did we easily kill the Shadowblade Panthers and gain massive experience for the whole class, but we also triggered a relic. Xiao Yuan made an immediate decision, leading the entire class and unleashing their skills to attack the ground beneath them. A dazzling array of multicolored skills slammed into the ground. The earth seemed genuinely stimulated, trembling with increasing intensity. Soon, earth-colored vortexes appeared beneath their feet. Spinning rapidly and without warning, they swallowed the people on the ground whole. Lin Yi and Su Mushue, holding hands, stiffened. Without resistance, they allowed the vortex to pull them in. After a dizzying whirl, they found themselves standing once more only to discover the scene before them had transformed. A colossal palace, shimmering with radiant light, stood enveloped in darkness. Is this the ancient god's ruins? Everyone present held their breath, observing the palace with equal parts excitement and curiosity. Whoa! A wolf's howl pierced their ears. It was soon followed by a chorus of howls, rising and falling in waves. It's a beast. Everyone's expressions turned wary. Yet it came as no surprise precious treasures lay within the ruins, and naturally, strange beasts guarded them. Pairs of glowing green beast eyes appeared in the darkness. Unlike the two-horned wolf beasts, the wolf-like creatures within the ruins carried a more oppressive aura. They revealed themselves with an elegant gait, encircling every member of Class F9. They extended their claws and licked them lightly. What are they waiting for? Xiao Yuan's heart leapt into his throat. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a giant wolf with snow-white fur appeared. Standing 2 to 3 meters tall, it gazed down coldly at the humans below. Whoa! A level 10 beast. Different tiered beasts carried distinctly varying levels of aura intensity in the eyes of awakened ones. For instance, if a level 1 beast's aura registered as a unit of 1 in an awakened one's perception, then a level 10 beast's aura intensity would be 10 times that of a level 1 beast. Upon seeing these white wolf king monsters, everyone except Lin Yi and Su Mushue turned pale and began trembling uncontrollably. No way, a level 10 beast is beyond our capabilities. Everyone, we should get out of here fast. But with so many of us, we can easily take down level 8 beasts. Maybe we can defeat a level 10 one too? Forget it. For the treasure within the ruins, let's give it our all. The group resorted to their old tactic, simultaneously unleashing their sequence skills and hurling them all at once toward the swarm of beasts before them. Lin Yi's brow furrowed as he watched the white wolf beast with wary vigilance. His gaze swept over Class F9, his eyes flashing with icy coldness. This level 10 beast is strange. Su Muxue nodded, stepping forward alongside Lin Yi to shield the frozen members of Class F9. Indeed, every member of Class F9 had fallen into a state of dumb stupor. The battle scenes they had witnessed earlier were nothing but illusions. Ever since they laid eyes on the White Wolf King beast, everyone had begun to grin foolishly and stare blankly, their consciousness completely gone. Chapter 24, First Come, First Serve. Got it? Only Lin Yi and Su Muxue remained lucid. Su Muxue's SSS tier psychic power was likely too overwhelming. As for Lin Yi, he too felt a momentary haze before his eyes, as if he were about to fall into some kind of illusion. But he snapped back to reality in an instant, forcibly commanding his mind to resist any wavering or distraction. Beyond sheer willpower, Lin Yi suspected another reason. It was because he and Su Muxue were higher in rank than the others. We must eliminate these beasts swiftly and restore everyone's consciousness. If this continues, I fear it could cause irreversible damage to their psychic abilities. This White Wolf King was clearly a beast skilled in psychic attacks. Such beasts employed bizarre tactics, and this was their first encounter with one of such formidable rank and power. Muxue used the new skill. Lin Yi and Su Muxue exchanged a glance. Only the two of them could clearly hear each other's words. Su Muxue nodded, murmuring softly as her body began to be empowered by a subtle force, as if she were about to float in midair. Her ethereal voice echoed throughout the surroundings. Holy light prayer, calming chant. With my intent, I soothe all hearts, shielding them from disturbance and protecting my own being. This was a new skill she had acquired upon reaching level 2, and until now, she had only ever demonstrated it before Lin Yi. A powerful spiritual wave radiated outward. Lin Yi stepped forward at that moment. Text alteration. Change calm to alarm. Alarm stirs the spirit and soul, leaving no peace. The skill, which originally carried the gentle, soul-healing power of spring breeze, instantly transformed into a force brimming with aggression. Its fierce momentum surged like a tiger lunging relentlessly at the pack of wolves before it. It remained an area of effect skill. A momentary bewilderment flickered in the eyes of the White Wolf King and the other beasts. Then, their faces contorted with intense fear, rage, unease, and agitation. Their minds plunged into utter chaos. A green-eyed beast wolf lunged like a mad creature, snapping at the tail of a fellow wolf in front of it. A piercing howl echoed, and the other wolves seemed infected, either attacking each other or spinning in circles like mad. Only the White Wolf King retained a sliver of clarity, though its condition was dire. The green glow in its eyes scattered and dimmed as it staggered toward Lin Yi and Su Muxue. Watch out! Just as the green light vanished from the White Wolf King's eyes, the rest of Class F9 finally snapped out of their trance. Spotting the White Wolf King about to attack Lin Yi and Su Muxue, they shouted warnings. Xiao Yuan and Duan Tianyu reacted fastest, unleashing their sequence abilities to strike the White Wolf King beast. However, a searing fireball struck from another direction, disrupting their skills and slamming into the White Wolf King beast's cheek. Boom! A violent explosion echoed. Immediately after, dozens of figures burst out from the shadows. I hit this Wolf King first. Don't compete with me. Clear the way for everyone. Once we deal with these beasts, we can enter the ruins palace to search for treasures. Several boys at the forefront shouted excitedly, charging straight past Lin Yi and the rest of Class F9 toward the pack of beasts. Wait! Lin Yi frowned, shifting his feet to block their path. There's a proper order to things. We clearly wounded these beasts first. You coming in now to take credit? That's not exactly ethical, is it? Their intentions were clear from their words. Lin Yi naturally refused to let them take the credit. A buzzcut boy sneered, giving Lin Yi a dismissive once-over. You lot are F-rank students, right? Put. Who do you think you are, lecturing us about precedence? Without us, you'd have been devoured by these beasts long ago. We showed up just in time. You should be grateful, not calling us unethical. Exactly. You low-tier losers got lucky getting into the ruins first, but you can't even handle the opportunity. These beasts are yours to kill. Do you think you can take them down? Get lost. You're only here for the relic's treasures, but you better weigh whether you deserve them. Let us remind you, acquiring treasures beyond your strength will only invite utter ruin. Stay out of our way. Consider today a lesson in humility. The taunts and sneers rang out incessantly. For the S-rank and A-rank class students, their overwhelming strength and arrogance allowed them to look down on others with contempt. They didn't give the F9 class a second thought. As for Lin Yi, some recognized his identity, but few paid him much mind. He was just a 999 plus sequence failure causing trouble in the virtual training ground by exploiting a skills quirk. As for Lin Yi humiliating Fan Gu, aside from Class F9 members themselves, Fan Gu himself wouldn't go around bragging about it would only damage his own dignity and authority. Yet when Class F9 boasted to other classes about bullying the professor, few believed them. Even those who did wouldn't feel wary or fearful, they'd just dismiss it as another form of disruption. Damn it! The F9 students were all red-faced with rage, seething with frustration and anger. Without our permission, you are forbidden to enter the ruins today. In the past, Class F9 would have swallowed their pride and reluctantly accepted their fate. But things were different now. Under Lin Yi's influence, the students of Class F9 had gained a quiet yet unwavering pride. Xiao Yuan led the F9 students to stand beside Lin Yi and Su Muxue. Together, they formed a barrier in front of the S-class and A-class students. Their actions astonished the advanced class students. But what followed was anger at being provoked. Asking for trouble. A cold gleam flashed in Hishi's eyes as he raised his hand and waved. A luminous screen materialized before him, from which countless thumb-sized black poisonous bees emerged, swarming toward every member of Class F9 amidst a deafening buzz. He hadn't even chanted a spell. Holy Light Descent Guard. Su Muxue frowned and immediately shielded her classmates. A barrier of light blocked the swarm's attack, punctuated by the dull thuds of poisonous bees colliding against the shield. Overestimating yourselves. Let's see how long you can hold out. Hishi sneered coldly, finally beginning to chant softly. Lin Yi had been watching Hishi's movements the entire time. After finishing the incantation, he blew gently. As if receiving a new command, the poisonous bees suddenly extended their stingers and stabbed at the protective light barrier. A hissing sound filled the air. Surprisingly, Su Muxue's holy light shield was being corroded by the toxins. Its protective power visibly weakened. Once the shield dissolves, we're in danger. The students of Class F9 grew frantic. Duan Tianyu gritted his teeth and roared, "Damn it! If it comes down to it, we'll fight them tooth and nail. They don't treat us like human beings, so we absolutely won't bow down to them. Let's just go for it." With that, he prepared to activate his skill and charge forward. Chapter 25, The Ultimate Support. Halt! Lin Yi's sharp command halted Duan Tianyu. Don't be impulsive. Charging out recklessly like that is nothing but suicide. Duan Tianyu nearly tore at his scalp in frustration, muttering, "Then what can we do? Brother Yi, do you have a plan?" Deep down, he harbored no real hope, yet he saw Lin Yi nod firmly. "Just watch." He lifted his head, his gaze fixed on the swarm of poisonous bees densely covering the surface of the holy light protective barrier. A sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. "Though I didn't catch every word of their incantation, it's all targeting the swarm. So we'll change the crucial element, turn bees into madness. Just as he had spent a year confirming the altered text, everything before his eyes shifted. The poisonous bees vanished abruptly mid-air, as if swallowed by some mysterious force. Hishi, who had been casting the spell, suddenly paled, his eyes filling with madness. He suddenly let out a frenzied scream, standing frozen in place like a dazed fool, alternating between laughter and rage. What's wrong with Hishi? His classmates noticed his abnormal state and were startled. Class President Jin Changyue of Class A3 immediately turned his gaze toward Lin Yi. "It's you up to your tricks again. My brother warned me to watch out for you and teach you a lesson if necessary. I didn't take him seriously before, but now it seems I shouldn't have underestimated you." As the younger brother of Jin Jiwei from Class A5, he had naturally heard of Lin Yi's reputation and paid more attention to him than others. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated his sequence skill. His body began to shimmer with electric light, his eyes turning purple as a furious shout erupted from his mouth. A thick white bolt of lightning erupted from his mouth, transforming into a continuous chain of thunderbolts stretching dozens of meters long. It coiled around every student in Class F9. Lin Yi, ever ready to unleash his text alteration skill, furrowed his brow. Not again. Once again, he hadn't caught the incantation for the opponent's skill. These high-tier awakened beings were indeed different from their lower-tier counterparts. For someone like him, who needed to know the enemy's skill or incantation, facing such opponents made the challenge skyrocket. But Lin Yi imitated the technique. Regardless, his skills revolve around the words thunder and lightning. Text alteration, replace any occurrence of with with. He had no time to ponder further, only to find ways to transform these two characters into the most harmless text possible. What he didn't know was that Jin Xingyue's sequence skill was named Lightning Chain, which instantly transformed into Surface Light Chain under Lin Yi's skill effect. The Class A3 students, eagerly anticipating their class monitor's grand display, suddenly witnessed his face begin to glow. Strangely, the light emanating from his face coalesced into the shape of chains, binding him in place. For a moment, the surrounding area fell deathly silent. After a few seconds, muffled chuckles finally broke out from the crowd. As if a switch had been flipped, the others couldn't hold back any longer. They burst into laughter, some even clutching their stomachs, unable to stop. By the time Jin Chang realized something was terribly wrong, it was too late. Everyone else was stunned, and the mocking laughter left him utterly flustered. "You still have the nerve to laugh at me? Why aren't you helping me teach this brat a lesson? Don't you want to enter the ruins and seize the treasures? Jin Xingyue's face turned purple with rage. Ironically, under Lin Yi's skill effect, the light on his face also shifted to a sinister purple hue, making him look quite terrifying. Students from Class A3 and Class S snapped back to reality. Business came first. All you know are clown tricks. Let us teach you how to use sequence skills properly. They moved as one, bursting forth with a dazzling array of sequence skill lights that coalesced into a barrage of attacks poised to descend. Lin Yi and Su Muxue showed no fear. Exchanging a glance, Su Muxue stepped forward, murmuring incantations as she gathered her energy. Holy light cycle, reversal spell. She closed her eyes and murmured for a moment before opening them again. The light in her eyes turned golden, and her entire body was bathed in a golden glow. A golden halo radiated out from her center. All within the halo's embrace felt their bodies rapidly repairing. This skill simultaneously restored both spirit and body to their previous states to achieve healing effects. It could be said to be the first major spell she had cast thus far. Lin Yi's alteration was made without a trace. Change wheel to return dot. Everyone in Class F9 stood silently in place, showing no signs of launching an attack. Only the relentlessly attacking Class A3 members now truly experienced the altered effects of their skills after Lin Yi's tampering. The golden light itself remained unchanged, but every skill entering its range was forcibly redirected. They turned around and charged back toward their original casters. Don't come near me. What's happening? Why are my skills coming back at me? Everyone, get out of the way. Danger. The Class A3 students still managed to dodge a step. After all, they were all geniuses, their attack power and speed far surpassing ordinary people. When such attacks came crashing back down on their own heads, they became even more flustered and disoriented. Boom! 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 The deafening explosions of skill detonations echoed relentlessly. The entire Class A3 was engulfed in the blinding light of the skills. When the light finally faded, a group of figures stood charred and blackened where they had been. Put! Some even spat out black smoke from their mouths. They immediately collapsed backward. Class A3 was completely incapacitated. After holding their breath and observing for over 10 seconds, Class F9 erupted in excited cheers. Holy crap! The entire Class A3 got wiped out by Sister Muxue's skill? She's the real hidden genius here. Sis Muxue, you're the most powerful and terrifying support player ever. Only a move this powerful could match your SSS tier psychic power. True talent truly shines wherever it goes. I've gained another idol, none other than Big Sis Muxue herself. What do you mean, another one? Who is this other person? How dare they be mentioned in the same breath as our sister Muxue? The other one is Lin Yi, of course. I made him my first idol the moment he pranked Professor Fan. Lin Yi is more like it. The students chattered excitedly, buzzing with excitement. Lin Yi executed his skills with such subtlety that others couldn't even tell he'd intervened without obvious changes or actions. This led everyone to believe Su Muxue had defeated Class A3 entirely on her own. You're mistaken. Su Muxue frowned slightly, about to speak up for Lin Yi, but he stopped her. Chapter 26, The Numbers Don't Add Up. Su Muxue understood his meaning from the look in Lin Yi's eyes. Everyone, let's not waste time. We should hurry into the ruins before more people arrive. She immediately changed the subject. Her influence within the class had skyrocketed. No one objected, and they all agreed. Sis Muxue makes a good point. Let's go. Led by Su Muxue and Lin Yi at the front, Xiao Yuan brought the others along behind them. They passed the resentful and helpless faces of Class A3 and arrived at the main gate of the ruins palace. As if sensing the presence of humans, the massive stone doors slowly swung open inward. The group exchanged startled glances before hesitantly stepping inside. Lin Yi and Su Muxue, being at the forefront, were the first to glimpse the palace's interior. What is that? Exquisite murals, glowing gems, and walls and pillars shimmering with radiant colors, none could rival the allure of a black, mystical rune fragment suspended above the fountain at the very center. Lin Yi and Su Muxue hurried forward, their very souls stirred by an unexpected craving for this rune fragment. This must be connected to our sequence. Su Muxue analyzed calmly. All awakenings are influenced by the energy of the ancient gods. This rune fragment must be connected to them as well. Lin Yi nodded. This thing is crucial. We must get our hands on it. As he spoke, he reached out to grab it. But unexpectedly, the rune fragment seemed to respond to a call, flying straight toward Lin Yi and landing in his arms. Startled for a moment, Lin Yi quickly reached out and touched the fragment. Its scorching yet icy cold surface sent a strange sensation through him. This thing seems to have a spirit of its own. And its texture shifts between scorching heat and freezing cold. The material is quite unique. In this grand hall, it might just be the most important treasure. Su Muxue nodded in agreement. We absolutely must study this rune fragment thoroughly once we return its origins and functions. Since the two had secured the rune fragment, the others had also entered the palace interior to search for treasures. They saw no need to continue competing with others for resources. Duan Tianyu entered the palace corridor on the left and soon returned, beaming with delight as he called out. Brother Yi, look! This time I've really struck gold. He held a silver ring in his hand, moving with the utmost care. A psychic power-enhancing ring. Su Muxue examined it for a moment before making her judgment. Duan Tianyu nodded repeatedly. Sis Muxue, your eye for these things is spot on. Exactly. Wearing this ring boosts my mental energy storage and recovery limits. With that, my strength will increase by at least half. No wonder Class A was so envious of the treasures from the One-Strike Palace, desperate to drive Class F9 away and prevent them from laying a finger on anything. And this is merely the lowest tier F-grade treasure. If it were a legendary S-grade treasure, its capabilities would be truly godlike. But such rare treasures are few and far between in this world. Without insane luck, one could never obtain them. I'm already quite satisfied. Duan Tianyu slipped on the ring, speaking with smug satisfaction. Lin Yi and Su Muxue exchanged glances, both feeling a surge of anticipation and curiosity. What grade of treasure would this rune fragment they'd obtained be? C grade? D grade? Generally, treasures found within the same ancient palace wouldn't differ by more than 3 tiers in quality. Since Duan Tianyu's ring was F grade, their rune fragment could only reach C grade at best. But even a C grade would bring them nothing but excitement and delight. Soon, everyone else besides Duan Tianyu also made discoveries. Joyful expressions lit up their faces as they emerged with abundant finds. Until they stepped out of the palace. Xiao Yuan furrowed his brow slightly and murmured softly. Where are the Class A and Class S students? The scorched battle scars still marked the ground ahead, yet the people were gone. Xiao Yuan looked disappointed. I was planning to show off our haul to them. Now the fun's been cut in half. Hearing this, everyone laughed together. The trial's still got plenty of time left. Maybe we'll run into them again later. We've got over 6 days left. Perfect time to test out our new treasures, gain experience, level up, and give those old fogies back at school a proper scare. Ha ha ha. Just imagining the look on their faces when they see our battle results makes my heart race with excitement. No one wanted to waste a single moment. They began their collective hunt immediately after leaving the ruins, traversing the fissure abyss. The freshman trials results were calculated based on the combat essence collected from slaying beasts. Any beast slain by their own hands or through combat participation yielded essence collection. It was like a container collecting liquid reaching different tiers unlocked distinct color grades. The trial results were ranked by aura color from highest to lowest: purple, blue, cyan, green, yellow, orange, and red. In previous years, students from F-rank classes struggled to even complete the trial successfully, with only a handful achieving a red tier result. But this year, 7 days later, as the safety zone's light pillars ignited, they emitted a striking, indelible glow within the trial fissure, guiding everyone's path. The 2 teachers standing at the center of the safety zone couldn't help but express their astonishment. It's been so long, and this year's trials are far more difficult than ever before. The pass rate will likely drop by more than half. The advanced class students fared better. Those truly eliminated were mostly EF level students. It's their own fault for being too weak. Survival of the fittest, its fate. Our job is simply to reward the top 3 groups to arrive, announce their rankings, and leave the rest alone. True, nodded the middle-aged man in white robes. As a theoretical instructor, he judged students' potential by their class rankings. I wonder if Class S1 or S2 will be the first to arrive. It should be Class S2. The female teacher in gray athletic wear had her own assessment. Although Class S1 students are individually stronger, they lack unity. They're like scattered sand internally. Fighting separately in the fissures won't get them very far. I disagree, Helian Shou shook his head stubbornly. S2 isn't much more united. Geniuses are solitary by nature. I'm certain the S1 team will reach the destination first. Just as the 2 were about to argue, Ling Fian's heart skipped a beat. Pointing at the scattered figures appearing in the distance, she exclaimed with delight. They're here. We'll know the results soon. Helian Shou nodded in admiration. Indeed. This year's freshmen are more capable. Even with increased difficulty, they've arrived so swiftly. But. His expression suddenly shifted, confusion flickering in his eyes as he murmured, something's off about the numbers. Chapter 27, Jaw-dropping. Lung Fian couldn't help but let out a soft gasp. In previous years, even the most cohesive team to arrive first never exceeded 10 people. After all, every member of the S-class is a genius, each with their own pride. They disdain teaming up with others. Even if they agreed to meet up later, it's hard to synchronize schedules and timing. As more and more figures appeared on the horizon, the 2 felt a strange mix of emotions. This is roughly dozens of people? Almost an entire class is here? Helian Shou found himself at a loss for words. Has Class S become this united? Or could it be students from Class A? I heard Class A3 students bonded strongly this year. They'd likely team up for the Fisher trial. Plus, several South class students are close with them and assisting them. No wonder they're the first to arrive. He speculated based on the information he had. Lang Fian nodded in clear agreement. As the dozens of figures in the distance drew nearer, the two teachers gradually made out each student's face clearly. Helian Shou's expression suddenly changed. Something doesn't feel right. I know some students from both the A class and S class, yet I don't recognize a single face here. Lin Yi, Sumushua, and the other students of class F9 walked toward the safe zone with relaxed expressions, chatting and laughing. Soon, they reached the two escorting teachers and noticed them staring blankly. They couldn't help but speak up. Teachers, we're here. There's no one else around. We must be the first group to arrive, right? Helian Shou and Lang Fian snapped back to reality, staring at the F9 students before them in stunned disbelief. How on earth did you get here first? Had he not heard about Lin Yi and glimpsed his file while keeping up with recent faculty gossip, they wouldn't have recognized him nor confirmed these students as F9 class members. Impossible. Class F9? The class that teachers had expected to be eliminated outright, the class that might suffer total annihilation. Yet here they were, the first to complete the trial. How else could we get here? We walked, that's how. Lin Yi replied with a chuckle. Teacher, what about our reward? He held out his hand. The rest of class F9 were also feeling incredibly pleased with themselves. This time, even the two escort teachers were stunned by their performance. Once they stepped outside, the rest of the school would be even more astonished. Yeah, rewards. We fought so hard to get these results, the school's rewards better be worth it. How about rewarding us with battle treasures? No one would object to that. That's a definite yes. Oh, and we need our class F9 resource allocations restored too. Just restoring? No way. Our benefits need to be upgraded. We want the same treatment as the A class and S class sections. Helian Shou and Lang Fian could have slapped them both. Equal treatment with S class and A class? Do they even deserve it? Given the numerous irregularities in class F9's performance this time, the school requires further assessment before determining rewards or punishments. Step aside for now. Helian Shou's face darkened as he spoke in a low voice. He refused to believe class F9 had truly earned it through merit. They must have resorted to some underhanded tactics. Lang Fian shot Helian Shou a surprised glance. Another review? Previously, the advanced edition had always been awarded directly. Wasn't this differential treatment a bit too obvious? But as a colleague, she couldn't very well undermine him. Lin Yi and the F9 students all frowned. Teacher, if you don't distribute the rewards now, we'll have no choice but to leave and speak directly with the school leadership. As class monitor, Xiao Yuan rarely displayed such firmness. Helian Shou slammed his hand down in fury. What? You dare threaten me? Just because it's an evaluation, you're already so afraid? You must have something to hide. What was clearly unwillingness to accept unfair treatment was twisted by Helian Shou into guilt on the part of class F9. Xiao Yuan was about to argue further when Ling Yi stopped him. Forget it. The truth is clear. Investigating further won't change anything. If they insist on stalling, then we'll wait. The longer it takes, the more they'll have to compensate us. Lin Yi blinked. Xiao Yuan understood. He sneered coldly and glared at Helian Shou. Since this isn't about distributing rewards, can we leave now? Helian Shou waved dismissively. Go ahead. Once the review results are in, we'll notify you. The more composed class F9 remained, the more certain he became that they truly dared not cause trouble. Shortly after class F9 vanished through the portal, a team from the S class arrived at the safe zone. The 7 members all wore expressions of pure joy. Teacher, we came in first place. What rewards do we get? They hadn't seen any other students and naturally assumed they were the winners. Lang Fian couldn't help but remind them, you came in second. The rewards are. The specifics of the rewards held little interest for them. What they couldn't accept was that first place had been snatched away. First place isn't ours? Could it be class S2? Damn it, they beat us to it again. No, actually, the first place is. Lang Fian tried to explain, but Helian Shou silenced him with a hand. He smiled broadly at the advanced class students. No need to panic. The results aren't final yet. Maybe you're actually the ones who came in first. Ha! The trial rankings can actually change? While the teachers and students in the freshman trial rift were discussing and exchanging views, outside the portal, the group of school leaders fell into a stunned silence. How could it be F9? Everyone had been waiting for the first place team to emerge, but instead, they saw a group of several dozen students walk out. Especially upon recognizing familiar faces among them, Fan Gu was the first to lose his composure. Sun Ke was equally stunned, immediately stepping forward to confront the F9 students. Are you the winners of this freshman trial? Or were you granted special permission to exit early for some reason? Lin Yi looked at Sun Ke intently and replied, we are the first place winners. There must be a problem. We need to re-evaluate and review this. No sooner had the words left his mouth than other teachers began shouting in protest, their reasoning mirroring Helian Shou's. The F9 students were too furious to even change their expressions, merely letting out a cold snort. Then we'll just wait outside for the results. Hope the school doesn't disappoint us. Everyone froze, stunned by Class F9's unexpected reaction. But soon, their attention was drawn to others emerging from the transport door. Phew, this time it's normal. Seeing that the second group to emerge were students from the advanced classes, a teacher sighed deeply and murmured in relief. Soon after, one group after another began to emerge. Seeing the F9 students surrounded by school administrators, everyone froze in shock. Chapter 28, Enhanced Benefits. Did Class F9 give up on the trials early this year? Why are they out so soon? Those in the know immediately offered an explanation. Not at all. Class F9 is the first group to emerge this time they passed the trial. What do you mean? Are you saying Class F9 is first place in this year's freshman trials? It's not confirmed yet. The teachers are still investigating. The more people gathered, the more heated the discussions about Class F9 became. Sun Cook could clearly sense things spiraling out of control. His expression darkened. If he kept stalling, Class F9 would become notorious. If things truly spiraled out of control and Class F9 started making unreasonable demands, the school administration would be left in a very passive position. Cut the nonsense. Just measure the concentration of beast energy in each of their students. His words carried decisive weight. Under the growing gaze of students from other classes, the F9 students stepped onto the testing platform one by one. Blue. Cyan. Blue. The test platform's color kept shifting, reflecting the combat performance of Class F9 students within the rift. Until Lin Yi stepped onto the platform, the concentration of beast aura surged directly into the purple zone. Everyone took a deep breath. Holy crap, usually only S-class students can reach purple aura levels. But this time, it's not just Lin Yi, everyone in Class F9 performed exceptionally well. Looks like they really did engage in high-intensity combat within the rift. The E-class students couldn't help but exclaim. The D-class students chimed in agreement. F9's performance this time is absolutely insane. I wonder how they pulled it off. I heard Class A3 students mention they entered the ruins and acquired quite a few treasures. So envious. Resentment really pays off. After the ruins' existence was revealed, many things finally made sense. Sun Ka sighed helplessly. The first place reward will be distributed normally to every member of your Class F9. As for your resource allocations, they will be restored to their original levels. Xiao Yuan couldn't help but interrupt. Director, we demand not only the restoration of our original benefits, but also request the school to elevate our treatment. At the very least, allocate resources equivalent to those of an A-level class. At these words, everyone's expressions changed dramatically. Grade A benefits? How dare they even think of that? Damn it, Class F9 is asking for the moon. If we really give them a class benefits, can they even handle it? Sun Ko flatly refused. The benefits are non-negotiable. If you truly want better treatment, focus on improving your abilities. Relying on artifacts for temporary power boosts is no long-term solution. He waved his hand dismissively. Before leaving, he shot Lin Yi a piercing glance. He had hoped that if Lin Yi could achieve outstanding results through his own abilities, he might genuinely reconsider his attitude toward him. But now it was clear Lin Yi still fell short. Class F9 had become a household name throughout Longyuan Academy. Now, no matter which grade level, whenever someone heard about the freshman Class F9, they couldn't help but gossip about it. Some believed Class F9 had simply gotten lucky, riding a wave of fortune to acquire vast treasures that boosted their strength. Others dismissed them with disdain, continuing to look down on Class F9's members. Some had even begun scheming to get their hands on those treasures. Lin Yi and Su Muxue were also grappling with the riddle of that rune fragment. They raced to the library and borrowed stacks of reference materials, yet they still couldn't determine the grade of that rune fragment. Perhaps their conspicuous actions drew the attention of the school's professors too quickly. Before they could leave the library, a white-haired professor blocked their path. May I examine the rune fragment you hold? The terms are yours to name. Lin Yi and Su Muxue exchanged puzzled glances. No. Xiao Jianian froze, stunned that he'd ever been refused before. Do you realize what you're saying? Without me, you'd never uncover the origin of these rune fragments. He snapped coldly, his face brimming with arrogance. While studying the rune fragment, the two inevitably had to take it out for examination, naturally drawing attention. Xiao Jianian clearly had his own channels for information. But Lin Yi and Su Muxue didn't care. If you don't know, you don't know. Bottom line, we're not lending it. As if. Neither of them were pushovers. As students with no background, no power, and severely underestimated potential. Once the professor took the rune fragment, there was no way they'd ever get it back. Fine, very fine. You refuse to lend it now, but mark my words, one day you'll be begging me to help you study this rune fragment. Xiao Jianian stormed off, fuming. Lin Yi and Su Muxue didn't give this little incident a second thought. They continued their studies and daily lives as usual. But trouble, it seems, finds them even when they seek none. As the most famous and closely watched students in Class F9, the two students' rune fragments naturally caught the attention of others in different classes. Several teachers approached them, claiming it was an equal conversation, yet their tone was condescending and unquestionable. Lin Yi, Su Mushue, the Academy has noted a significant discrepancy between your sequence rankings and your demonstrated abilities. This anomaly warrants reconsideration of your class assignments. However, first you must participate in an internal sparring match. Should you defeat an outstanding student from the Academy's advanced class, the Academy will reassign your class placement. Naturally, victory in the sparring match will also come with rewards. Lin Yi and Su Mushue had long understood the Academy's true nature. The Academy's teachers would never be that generous. What if we lose? A teacher's expression turned stern. The Academy imposes no punishment for defeat. However, the school bears no responsibility for any losses incurred during the match. Lin Yi let out a cold laugh. So if my treasures are stolen, the Academy won't lift a finger either, right? If even Xiao Jianian knew they possessed rune fragments, it wouldn't be surprising if other Academy teachers were aware too. The man is innocent, but the treasure brings guilt. Not only students coveted the treasures in their hands, but even teachers were tempted. Then, what if we don't participate in the sparring tournament? Lin Yi asked. Su Mushue added, we're perfectly content in Class F9 and don't want to switch. You've misunderstood, the two teachers replied with forced smiles. It's not just you two participating in the tournament, it's the entire Class F9. Didn't you want to secure a grade or even S-grade benefits? The school is offering you this chance. As long as your class wins more matches than your opponents, your benefits will be upgraded. Of course, even if Class F9 doesn't want the upgrade, you can't refuse the sparring matches. The treasures obtained from the Trial Realm Fisher belong to the Academy. They're only temporarily yours. The final distribution will be decided by the school. Without the strength to wield them, you don't deserve the treasures. They must be given to those who can truly unleash their full potential. Chapter 29, so be it. Lin Yi scoffed. Such rhetoric is utterly shameless. How dare you? The two teachers were stunned, their rebukes cut short by Lin Yi. Since there's no other choice, I suppose I'll have to participate. But you said it yourselves, the Academy bears no responsibility for any losses during the sparring matches. You won't go back on your word later, will you? His questioning expression only deepened the teachers' confusion and suspicion, yet they answered earnestly, of course. This is the Academy's promise. It will never change. Lin Yi smiled. Then, I suppose we can choose our opponents? I have no interest in students from Class S or Class A. I want to spar with the elite from each Class B. The two teachers instantly understood his scheme and snorted coldly. No problem. The Academy will make the arrangements immediately. Before leaving, they couldn't resist taunting Lin Yi. You've got some nerve, kid. Several B-rank elite students unexpectedly entered the ruins and obtained treasures, but their strength is nothing your F-grade class can match. Delusional. You'll end up losing more than you gain. Lin Yi found it amusing. If not for the Academy's requirement for sparring matches, he wouldn't have set his sights on those lucky B-grade students in the first place. Back in the dorm, he was met by Duan Tianyu's puffy, mournful face. What should we do, Brother Yi? Do we really have to spar with other classes? Even though I got that F-grade mental power support ring, I still don't feel confident. What if I lose? That'd be so embarrassing. Not only that, but they'll take my ring away. I refuse to accept that. Lin Yi shook his head helplessly. What do you want me to do? Help you cheat? Duan Tianyu leaned in again, his chubby cheeks squashing his eyes into slits. With a smug, infuriating grin, he said, what do you mean cheating? It's just a sparring match. There are individual battles and team battles. The Academy originally planned for us Class F students to fight individually. It was me who suggested to the class monitor that we strongly demand a class team battle. Otherwise, we'd destroy the treasures in our hands and refuse to participate in the competition. The Academy had no choice but to agree. Brother Yi, my bright future depends on you to protect it. Lin Yi rolled his eyes at the cheesy line, but still patted Duan Tianyu on the shoulder and praised, great suggestion. I've got some good news for you too. He explained his request to face off against Class B. Duan Tianyu clutched his chest and let out a long sigh of relief. Not Class S, not even Class A, just Class B? That's perfect. He didn't realize that in the past, F9 students would have been in tears just facing off against D or E class, let alone B class. Yet now, he actually thought battling B class sounded great. But then again, who could blame them? They'd even defeated Class A3 before. Of course they wouldn't take Class B seriously. Thus, the atmosphere in Class F9 wasn't gloomy with dread over the upcoming sparring match. On the contrary, it was the students of the various Class B sections who were all nervous and tense. When the sparring match finally arrived, Class F9 arrived laughing and chatting, completely relaxed. Across the field, the B-level classes huddled together, their expressions serious as they discussed tactics. In Class B1, class leader Zhang Hong emphasized Lin Yi and Su Mushue. Jin Qinyue from Class A3 already briefed me. Lin Yi isn't particularly strong, but he's a master of chaos. His scripting sequence is cunningly designed, we need to watch him. But our main concern is Su Mushue. She doesn't seem like an ordinary support sequence. Her skills carry counterattack effects, and she could deal us a major blow at a critical moment. The others immediately had ideas. Captain, your Sequence 188 Frost Domain excels at area of effect attacks. Once we engage, freeze them immediately to prevent spellcasting. Problem solved. Exactly. We'll exploit the casting time gap between low-level and high-level sequences to catch them off guard. Zhang Heng's eyes lit up. That's a great suggestion. Let's go with it. As the tactical discussion concluded, a referee stepped onto the competition stage. After briefly outlining the rules of the sparring match, he proceeded to draw lots to determine the competing classes. They call it a draw, but looking at Class B1's attitude, anyone can tell there's foul play. We're definitely going up against them in the end. Duan Tianyu muttered beside him, clutching a bucket of popcorn. Lin Yi paid little attention to the fairness of the draw, his gaze fixed on Zheng Hong from Class B1. According to the intel he'd gathered, Zheng Hong was one of the students in Class B1 who possessed a high-grade treasure. Several B-rank classes had also obtained treasures during the freshman trials, with Zhang Heng's D-rank treasure being the most valuable and powerful among them. Mu Xue, you gave me the rune fragment, so I'll give you a rare treasure in return. This treasure of Zhang Heng seems to be capable of auxiliary attacks perfect for you. He turned to Su Mu Xue on the other side and said earnestly. Su Mu Xue was deeply moved, finally realizing that Lin Yi's desire to obtain another treasure wasn't out of greed, as others might assume, but for her sake. Inside the ruins palace, to avoid conflict and exposing their strength, she had voluntarily given up searching for treasures. Only Lin Yi had obtained the rune fragment, and afterward, she felt awkward competing with the other classmates in the class. But that didn't mean she wasn't eager for one. She wouldn't refuse Lin Yi's kindness. Thank you, Lin Yi. But I won't let you fight alone. We'll do this together. As the referee blew the whistle, announcing that Class B1 would face off against Class F9, both classes were summoned to the arena. The arena was enormous, spanning over 100 meters in radius. The referee stood at its very center, his body slowly rising into the air. Sequence skills unfolded, enveloping the entire arena to ensure no one outside could interfere with the match. Every move made by the students within the arena was under his surveillance. At his command, the match commenced. Class F9 students were still chanting their spells to activate their sequences. Across the arena, Zheng Hong of Class B1 charged forward at top speed, rapidly chanting his incantation mid-air. Sequence 188, Frost Domain. Skill, freeze 100ly. Let everything freeze. Almost before the words had fully left his mouth, while the others were still chanting their spells, his sequence skill had already transformed into a wave of icy chill, engulfing Class F9. Too fast. The F9 students were all still in preparation mode, forced to watch helplessly as their bodies began to numb and stiffen. Soon, they could no longer even chant their spells, and a layer of frost slowly began to cover their skin. Spectators and teachers surrounding the arena gasped in awe. Zhang Hong played it smart. He didn't give those disruptive sequence users in Class F9 a chance. Even those who had some fighting power couldn't unleash it now. Chapter 30, Defeated. Fan Gu praised repeatedly. Helian Shou and Lung Fian both nodded silently. F9 class has lost completely, Lung Fian declared. Helian Shou sneered coldly, humph. They lost their ability to attack after just one exchange. I knew there was something fishy about Class F9's performance during the new student trials. Though tests confirmed the intensity of their combat aura against the beasts met standards, no one knew the full story. Sun Kush shook his head and turned to leave. This was merely a competition to redistribute relic treasures. This outcome is precisely what the school leadership wanted. What was I worrying about? Coming here personally was completely unnecessary. No sooner had he left the crowd than a sudden chorus of gasps erupted behind him. How could this happen? This can't be. How can a skill that's already been cast still change? It's that Lin Yi. Definitely him. His scriptwriting skill is messing with things again. Sun Ke startled, spinning on his heel instantly. His eyes narrowed sharply as his gaze pierced through the crowd, locking directly onto the center of the arena. The members of Class F9, who had been frozen by Zheng Hong, could now move. Not only that, their combat power had significantly increased. Duan Tianyu unleashed his skills, hurling explosive fireballs one after another into the crowd of Class B1. Xiao Yuan and the other students also moved swiftly across the arena, their figures darting about as one after another of Class B1 students fell. What the hell is going on? Sun Ke frowned deeply. Fan Gu looked irritated. Who knows? All we can be sure of is that Lin Yi activated his sequence skill and altered Zhang Heng's ability. But how exactly he modified it? Only Lin Yi himself knows. Lin Yi knew exactly what he'd done. He hadn't made a major alteration, merely tweaked the effect from freezing everything to freezing everything in motion. Zhang Heng's skill activation was swift. But Lin Yi was faster. He didn't even need to chant. A single thought was enough to hijack the opponent's skill. And coincidentally, Zhang Heng's skill was of the sustained release type. Even after it had been cast, it could still be altered midway. Zheng Hong was stunned. He hadn't expected his own skill to be affected by Lin Yi. Fortunately, the outcome wasn't too disastrous. A flash of ruthlessness flickered in his eyes. Everyone else, hold off that Lin Yi for me. I'll deal with Su Muxue first, then I'll take care of him later. Since his plan to prevent Class F9 from attacking had failed, his primary target remained unchanged. He couldn't let Su Muxue fully unleash her skill. After all, once Su Muxue made her move, the entire Class A3 would be taken down. Even though Lin Yi had already affected them, he still didn't consider Lin Yi a significant threat at this moment. Several Class B1 students charged toward Lin Yi, unleashing skills to restrain and bind him. Countless vines erupted from the ground, binding Lin Yi's limbs. A sky filled with lightning and flames blocked Lin Yi's vision. Zhang Heng seized the opportunity to unleash his ultimate move. Ice shards everywhere. The surrounding air rapidly crystallized into countless ice shards, piercing toward the nearest targets. Ice shards surrounded Su Muxue, making her the primary target. Lin Yi couldn't see Su Muxue's movements, nor could he hear or observe Zhang Heng casting his spell or the process. Yet this did not hinder his ability to alter the text. Su Muxue's ethereal, crystalline voice reached his ears clearly from nearby. Holy light cycle, reversal spell. Invert time and space, return to the primordial state. Under the cloak of holy light, all shall be restored to its original form. Her clear voice echoed across the arena, audible even to spectators beyond the boundaries. Lin Yi's thoughts flickered. To everyone's eyes, the instant Su Muxue cast her skill, it instantly transformed into a peculiar force. This force caused all the skills unleashed by Class B1 students to rebound, returning to their original casters. The sky-filling ice shards abruptly changed course, piercing straight toward Zhang Heng. The vines, fireballs, lightning bolts, and earth spikes hurled by the others all rebounded as well. Whoosh! The entire crowd gasped in shock. Previously, only Class A3 had experienced the full force of this skill. Now, the entire school, teachers and students alike, witnessed it firsthand. Every gaze directed at Su Muxue brimmed with awe and apprehension. Truly worthy of an SSS-tier psychic genius. Even after awakening a support sequence, she managed to forge it into an offensive skill? We've underestimated Su Muxue. Class F9, at least Su Muxue truly has the strength to turn the tide for them. Class B1 actually lost like that? Unbelievable. Amidst the excited and heated discussions, every member of Class B1 had long since lost their combat effectiveness, knocked down and unable to rise by their own attacks. Su Muxue's combat prowess was once again acknowledged. Teachers like Fan Gu frowned deeply, then quickly relaxed their brows, their expressions shifting to one of sudden realization. So that's it. We found the reason behind Class F9's outstanding performance at Su Muxue. We placed her in the wrong class. She actually possesses the strength and qualifications to enter the S-level class. But it's not too late to realize this now. We can still focus on cultivating her. Unlike the teachers, who were filled with admiration and recognition for Su Muxue, Sun Ke's expression was grave. His gaze darted back and forth between Su Muxue and Lin Yi. He hadn't missed seen that Lin Yi had just activated his skill again, and that skill aura had ultimately affected Su Muxue. But it all happened too quickly. He couldn't discern whether the power of the skill Su Muxue had unleashed came from her own abilities or had been amplified by Lin Yi's skill. Looks like I'll need to observe them a bit longer. A faint smile touched his lips, finally revealing a hint of amusement. This kid, he's actually quite interesting. The outcome of this sparring match was self-evident, concluding with Class F9's resounding victory. The referee was about to declare the match over. Lin Yi suddenly stepped forward. Hold on. We haven't collected the spoils yet. He moved swiftly, searching Zhang Heng's body until he found a jade pendant. Zhang Heng's eyes widened in fury and panic as he saw his D-grade treasure fall into Lin Yi's hands. Give it back. That's mine. How dare you steal it? Lin Yi scoffed. Yours? Haven't you read the rules? All the treasures from the defeated now belong to our class. I'm keeping this. He deliberately glanced at the teachers watching nearby, his expression almost taunting. Teachers, you have no objections, right? Fan Gu's eyes turned red with rage. That brat is going to take advantage of us again. No, we absolutely cannot let him get away with this. He immediately protested. While your Class F9 did win the battle, that doesn't mean you get to pick and choose the spoils. Lin Yi, you weren't even the primary combatant. What right do you have to take this? Su Muxue stepped forward, standing beside Lin Yi, and explained calmly. I was the primary damage dealer in this fight, right? Lin Yi got this for me. Is that not allowed? Chapter 31, Playing Dirty Tricks. Fan Gu was instantly speechless. He could only watch helplessly as Lin Yi pocketed the D-grade jade pendant. Zhang Heng seethed with frustration and helplessness, gritting his teeth as he turned away. Apart from Lin Yi, every last resource and treasure on the bodies of Class B1's members was completely stripped clean by the other students of Class F9. Everyone had learned their lesson. When Lin Yi began searching for treasures, the others weren't about to be outdone. Soon, every member of Class B1 was reduced to penniless beggars. Meanwhile, Class F9 had struck it rich overnight. Brother Yi, look at all the resources and treasures I snatched. Class B1 is so generous they even had bags and bags of cultivation insight crystals. I just grabbed their resource cards outright. Ha, now I can get whatever resources I want whenever I want. Duan Tianyu excitedly rushed over to share the good news with Lin Yi. Xiao Yuan and the others were also deeply grateful. They proactively presented the 2 resource cards yielding the most loot from this haul, handing one to Lin Yi and the other to Su Mushui. Lin Yi and Su Mushui accepted them without hesitation. Class President, if your class runs into any trouble next time, feel free to let us know. If Xiao Yuan had shown no tact and kept all the loot resources for himself, they wouldn't have continued working together with Class F9 in the future. Fortunately, Xiao Yuan and his classmates were all deeply appreciative and level-headed individuals. The outcome of this sparring match had greatly surprised everyone. The academy leaders departed, each with their own thoughts. Some students from other classes remained behind, but most were primarily drawn to Su Mushui. To avoid the crowd, Lin Yi led Su Mushui away before the rest of the class could follow, slipping out quietly ahead of time. A sharp gust of wind suddenly lashed out from the shadows. Lin Yi flickered aside, narrowly evading the strike. He whipped his head around, his pupils constricting. What is this? He was taken aback. Where he had stood moments before, a sliver of white paper lay on the hard stone floor. Its edges had sliced the surface cleanly into 2 distinct sections. What formidable control! He murmured in admiration, picking up the paper and letting out a soft gasp. Su Mushui leaned in to examine it, her brows furrowing. The 2 locked eyes simultaneously, their gazes filled with shock and suspicion. The note clearly bore a dozen words: the academy's higher-ups seek to harm us. Be cautious. Whether it's true or not, we need to be on high alert. Su Mushui pondered thoughtfully. Lin Yi nodded. It seems we've caught the attention of the academy's higher-ups. Otherwise, no one would have targeted them. Regardless of the anonymous informant's motives or intentions, they couldn't pretend nothing had happened. The joint Northern Frontier Guard duty will commence soon. If anyone truly intends to act against us, it will likely happen then. We must prepare before then. Lin Yi stroked his chin thoughtfully. The 2 of them were no longer what they once were. Whether it was resources, strength, or treasures, they were no longer as limited as when they had first awakened. His gaze swept the surroundings. After confirming no one else was present, his expression turned serious as he lowered his voice. What level are you now? Since participating in the Gaokao trials, neither had publicly disclosed their levels. Even the academy and their classmates still assumed they were only around levels 3 or 4. But in reality, only the 2 who spent nearly every waking moment together knew the truth: their levels had long surpassed those of their classmates. Su Mushui wasted no words. She extended her hand, fully releasing her aura, and pressed her fingertips against Lin Yi's forehead. Lin Yi's heart stirred slightly, and a faint smile slowly spread across his lips. I'm 1 level higher than you. He grasped her wrist, releasing the energy aura of his sequence in turn. Typically, people judged ranks through aura perception. However, when someone deliberately concealed their power, it was impossible to determine their exact rank without direct physical contact. Most people estimate ranks based on the strength an opponent displays. This left ample room for manipulation. Although the 2 fought almost exclusively in tandem, Lin Yi's experience points grew faster than Su Mushui's due to his frequent use of the Screenwriter sequence skill. However, the gap between them wasn't too significant at this point. Aware of each other's ranks, they both felt more prepared. The Northern Frontier is the most brutal battlefield for monstrous beasts. At our current levels, participating in large-scale battles would make us cannon fodder. Fortunately, the Academy only assigned us guard duties. As long as we're careful, it shouldn't be too dangerous. Lin Yi didn't feel overly anxious about the information on the note. Instead, he was more focused on weighing his options. Since someone provided us with this information, they must want something in return. We'll just wait patiently. They'll show themselves sooner or later. Su Mushui nodded in agreement. For the next period, the 2 kept a low profile within the academy, preparing for their Northern Frontier Guard duty. The practice of dispatching freshmen to the Northern Frontier for guard duty upon enrollment was actually designed to help students begin familiarizing themselves with the realities of the Northern battlefield early on. It served to tighten the strings in their hearts, making them understand that failing to improve their strength would mean facing the threat of death. Typically, they would clear the outer periphery of the battlefield, dealing with the low-tier beasts left behind after battles. Powerful beasts tended to be more command-oriented, gathering in organized, disciplined groups to hunt. It was the low-tier beasts, lacking command or control, that often strayed from the battlefield and roamed aimlessly, necessitating the Academy's cleanup efforts. 1 month later, students from Class F9 and Class A1 stood at the entrance to the northern battlefield, listening intently to their instructors' briefings and instructions. Upon hearing they would only clear low-tier beasts from the periphery, the group collectively breathed a sigh of relief. But don't let your guard down. As if reading their thoughts, the instructor's expression darkened as he solemnly warned them, while 99% are low-tier beasts, there's still that 1% chance you might encounter a high-tier beast. Even if we receive the alert and rush to your aid immediately, your own survival skills will be crucial. This has happened multiple times before. Students on guard duty unexpectedly encountered high-level beasts. They couldn't even outrun them, and when we arrived, all we found were bones left behind by the beasts. The group sucked in a collective breath at these words. Won't the academy send teachers to protect us? One student couldn't help but demand. The leader of this expedition was Lung Fian herself. She scoffed. The northern frontier battlefield is vast. If I were to guard all of you, how would you clear the battlefield? Once the mission begins, you'll all be split into small teams and dispersed to fight. Whatever you encounter, your instructors won't be able to control. Got it? Chapter 32, Out of Control. The students fell collectively silent. For this mission, any student rated excellent will receive additional rewards from the academy. Since your future lies entirely on the battlefield, you'll also earn initial points. Lung Fian wasn't solely relying on threats and intimidation, she still needed to give the trainees some goals and motivation to strive for. Some hearts brimmed with apprehension, while others burned with eagerness, eager to experience the northern frontier battlefield firsthand and earn the admiration and praise of the border forces and their instructors. But most remained bewildered. Now, we will begin announcing the lottery groupings. Lung Fian wasted no time, announcing student names and corresponding missions in successive groups. Class F9, Lin Yi, Su Muxue, Duan Tianyu, paired with Class A1, Chen Jiming, Zhang Xing, Su Wen. 6-person team. Proceed to Northern Frontier Sector 23 to eliminate a Level 5 beast lair. Lin Yi's heart stirred. It seemed this grouping was quite considerate. The academy had clearly taken into account the students' cooperative battle records. For instance, Lin Yi and Su Muxue had always fought together, and Duan Tianyu was also on good terms with them. Having the three of them in the same group was undoubtedly a positive development. Yet, deep down, he sensed it wasn't that straightforward. Hadn't someone from the academy's higher-ups threatened to harm him? Wouldn't it be easier to pull some behind-the-scenes maneuvering to separate him from Su Muxue? He couldn't quite wrap his head around it, but there was no time to dwell on it. Soon, the trio joined the other 3 members of Class A1, heading together toward Sector 23 on the northern border. It's right around here. The journey had been smooth so far. Perhaps because the major battlefields lay ahead, this area was deep in the rear. Even if there were any low-tier beasts that had slipped through, their numbers were few. But upon entering Zone 23, the 6 distinctly sensed the overwhelming presence of beasts closing in. Though we can't see them, the number of beasts in this area can't be small. Lin Yi analyzed calmly. Su Wen scoffed. Scared before even seeing one? Low-tier beasts don't emit such strong auras, their influence is limited. You're just imagining things. Lin Yi certainly wouldn't tell them it was because his higher level granted him heightened perception. Since the mission explicitly mentioned a beast lair in this area, the numbers were bound to be substantial. Su Wen nitpicked even over such minor details, and Lin Yi refused to engage. We need to pick up the pace. Nightfall is imminent. Any delay will hinder our combat effectiveness. His was merely a reasonable reminder, but Su Wen, seeing him acknowledge him, instantly flared up and deliberately retorted, "They're just some level 5 beasts. We're all high-tier geniuses, are we afraid of them? A little light isn't going to matter." Oh dear, I forgot there are lower-tier geniuses too, different from us. My apologies, I wasn't targeting you specifically, but rather all of you in Class F9. With that, he deliberately covered his mouth and laughed unrestrainedly. Lin Yi turned his head and glared coldly at him. What? Got a problem with that? Su Wen asked, chin thrust forward. Lin Yi shook his head. I hope you can maintain that confidence and pride later. Zhang Xing had heard about Lin Yi and Su Muxue's performance in the sparring matches. He nudged Su Wen with his elbow, warning him that Su Muxue isn't weak. Plus, she's a support class. She could help us in critical moments. Watch your words. Only then did Su Wen recall the warning, his face flushing with embarrassment. Then, thick-skinned as ever, he explained, Su Muxue, you've been misunderstood. I wasn't talking about you. Your strength is more than enough to be assigned to Class A. In our eyes, you're on the same level as us. But you should seriously consider your future. Even with your talent, you shouldn't spend all your time with people so far below your level. If you keep this up, they'll hold you back sooner or later. His seemingly well-intentioned advice was actually born of jealousy and resentment toward Lin Yi and Su Muxue spending so much time together. Su Muxue's value was now gradually being recognized by others, making Lin Yi an increasingly glaring eyesore. Su Muxue shot the 3 from Class A1 a cold glance. Mind your own business. The trio's expressions darkened simultaneously. Don't be ungrateful. Chen Jiming's stern voice was cut off by Lin Yi. An exotic beast is approaching. It's a sneak attack. Prepare for battle. While the others stood frozen, Duan Tianyu cried out in terror, monsters? Where? Brother Yi, how did you spot them? I can't see anything. I'm freaking out. He always trusted Lin Yi's judgment, but precisely because of that, his unease only deepened. He had gained considerable combat experience during the new student trials and sparring matches. But this was an entirely different concept from the northern frontier battlefield. Especially after Lung Fian's earlier examples, his unease only deepened. The three students from Class A1 looked tense and irritated as they scolded Lin Yi with obvious annoyance. Where are these beasts? We haven't spotted any yet. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you think your sequence is higher than ours, allowing you to sense the beast's approach ahead of time? Higher-ranked sequences possess sharper senses, it's common knowledge. Then, the moment their words fell, a rustling sound filled the air. Beep 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 beep. Accompanying the sound were countless sharp, high-pitched chirps filling everyone's ears. Back up. We need to retreat first. Something's not right about this noise. Chen Jiming cried out in panic. Lin Ye's eyes narrowed. We can't retreat. We haven't even identified what kind of beast is across from us. Acting rashly could invite danger. The most terrifying aspect of the beasts at the northern border was their unknown nature. Though the beasts in the small fissures were vicious, most were known creatures. During theory classes, everyone had learned some countermeasures and understood the habits of these known beasts. The beasts of the northern frontier were different. Unknown creatures could appear anywhere. Some demanded full-force attacks, others specialized in pursuing the fleeing, and some couldn't be attacked directly at all. In short, to be safe, Lin Yi advised the three from Class A1 against retreating. What if they encountered one of those beasts that went berserk upon seeing an enemy retreat? A sharp gleam flashed in Su Wen's eyes. Lin Yi, we're fighting together, not under your command. You have no right to interfere with our decisions. After all, even if the three of them retreated, Lin Yi and his group would still be holding the line. If the beast truly went berserk, it would be Lin Yi's group bearing the brunt of the misfortune. Lin Yi watched the three retreat without hesitation, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Thinking we'd be cannon fodder and shields? Not a chance. Text alteration: change retreat to advance. The harder you try to run, the faster you'll die. His script sequence could even alter skill descriptions, let alone a simple retreat maneuver. As his psychic energy surged, the sequence activated. The skill struck the trio. Su Wen and the others suddenly felt a pang in their hearts. Their legs seemed to lose all control, turning them around and propelling them swiftly toward the direction the beast was charging from. Chapter 33, This is Death. Sensing Su Wen and the others' approach, the subterranean beasts seemed to react as well. Scratching sounds erupted from the earth as countless arm-sized creatures covered in black scales burst forth, baring their teeth and lunging forward. Ah! No, don't come near! Su Wen screamed in terror. Chen Jiming immediately activated his sequence, Sequence 200, Water Mastery. Water Surge. Water elements in the air rapidly coalesced, forming a protective water curtain that not only defended against the beast's attacks but also fired countless water arrows. Lin Ye's lips curved slightly as his thoughts shifted. Water surge? I feel like spraying water would be more effective. In the next instant, the water curtain vanished. Instead, Chen Jiming felt a sudden dryness and itch in his throat. He opened his mouth and immediately sprayed a massive jet of water. But what had been a perfectly good offensive skill instantly transformed into a comical ability where one spit saliva at beasts. Su Wen and Jiang Xing both stared in shock before immediately turning their furious glares toward Lin Yi. If you won't help us, that's one thing, but sabotaging us is another. Lin Yi, you're the one messing with us. We suddenly ended up right in front of the beast. You did this on purpose. Facing their accusations, Lin Yi remained unmoved. You Class A students are elite geniuses. You can definitely hold off these beasts. We'll sneak into their lair first and cut off their retreat. With that, he turned and led Su Mushua and Duan Tianyu around the beasts being held off by the three, continuing forward. Su Wen and the other two were furious. Stop right there. Don't you dare leave. Don't think you can sneak off and reap the rewards behind our backs. Overcome with urgency, the trio forgot their fear of the unknown beasts and frantically activated their sequence skills. On Lin Ye's side, as they drew closer to the beast's lair, more and more creatures appeared around them. Besides the large group drawn by Su Wen and his companions, a few stray beasts also wandered about. Fortunately, the trio didn't linger in battle, instead focusing solely on advancing as quickly as possible. Suddenly, amidst the endless sea of sand, a towering mud and sand structure loomed. Occasionally, large centipede-like creatures crawled out from within. Puff! 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 Over a dozen flames shot forth, scorching the centipedes. They sizzled and smoked, writhing and struggling before quickly falling still. Roar! As if sensing the unfamiliar presence, chaotic sounds erupted from within the sand tower. Soon, a giant centipede, only 7 or 8 meters long, crawled out. An elite beast, the Venomfang Centipede King. Duan Tianyu was incredibly excited. Finally, a beast he recognized. Lin Yi breathed a slight sigh of relief. The Venomfang Centipede King is a low-tier elite beast. Its maximum level shouldn't exceed 10. Judging by its size, color, and length, this one should be a level 9 beast. Su Mushua nodded. A level 9 beast appearing in a level 5 nest is quite threatening indeed. Duan Tianyu's face paled beside them. Damn it, Brother Yi, Sister Shui, are you guys speaking in a language I can understand? A level 9 elite beast? Even though we know a bit about the venomous Fang Centipede King, the level gap is huge. We should be thinking about running away fast. Lin Yi and Su Muxue ignored him, advancing steadily to activate their sequences and prepare for attack. The venomous centipede's two mandibles clashed together, producing a sharp metallic clang. That a human awakened dared to approach and provoke it. After seeing it sensed the threat and suddenly spewed a jet of venom. Watch out! Duan Tianyu conjured a fireball, intending to incinerate the venom. The flames, however, dimmed the moment they touched the venom, as if they might extinguish at any second. Duan Tianyu cursed in shock. Holy word, healing. Su Muxue activated her skill. Lin Yi, unnoticed, altered the text, changing healing to poisoning. The moment the glow enveloped the venomous centipede king, a peculiar force silently began to corrode and transform its body. Its entire body was covered in hard iron armor, seemingly impenetrable, yet its insides were filled with countless poisonous blood. Its movements froze for an instant, though it continued to tremble and writhe, emitting constant hissing sounds. Has this venomous Fang centipede king suddenly gone berserk? Duan Tianyu stood frozen, still unaware of what had transpired. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the venomous Fang centipede king crashed to the ground. Its entire body had turned a purplish brown, its death gruesome and terrifying. It's dead? Just like that? Duan Tianyu couldn't believe it, hesitating to step forward for a closer look. Lin Yi, however, strode over with a swagger and began cutting into the venomous centipede king's black carapace. Fatso, come help out. His tone was casual, as if teaming up with Su Muxue to kill the venomous centipede king was nothing more than a trivial matter. Duan Tianyu dumbly stepped forward to help process the venomous centipede king's corpse, his stunned expression betraying his inner shock. Brother Yi, Sister Shui, what level are you two even at? After a long moment, he finally managed to ask. Lin Yi shot him a glare. Fat fish, don't ask questions you shouldn't. Duan Tianyu immediately shut up. Three figures rushed over, stopping beside them with a mix of excitement and surprise. The venomous Fang centipede king? How could it be dead? Did you kill it? They instantly recognized the corpse of the venomous Fang centipede king, their hearts filled with shock. Jiang Xing shook his head hastily. No, it couldn't have been you. That's a level 9 elite mutant beast far beyond your capabilities. You just stumbled upon a lucky find. Lin Yi, stop. Since we're operating as a team, the spoils should be divided equally. Chen Ximing frowned and barked the order. The three of them had rushed to finally clear the swarm of beasts blocking their path, all because they feared Lin Yi and his group might bypass them and find valuable resources. Recalling how Lin Yi had previously betrayed them, anger flared within him. Seeing Lin Yi completely unmoved, Su Wen's eyes flashed coldly as a sword beam shot straight toward him. Boom! Yet, the moment the blade neared Lin Yi, it abruptly shifted course, crashing into the nearby sand tower instead. As sand and dust exploded and scattered, slowly settling back into place, everyone sensed a powerful, familiar aura that sent a shock through their hearts. All six turned their heads to look at the sand tower, now half destroyed, revealing its inner core. There, standing abruptly, was a 2 to 3 meter tall, broken yet ancient stone stele. This is an ancient divine stele. Jiang Xing's pupils contracted sharply. Lin Yi's heart pounded wildly. He could sense a peculiar force emanating from the stele, drawing him in. 999 plus sequence, strategy inquiry 999 plus sequence, eternal slumber 999 plus sequence, glutton. Before even approaching, Lin Yi spotted the sequence numbers and names engraved on the stone tablet from afar, realizing even more keenly that this tablet held a profound connection to him. These are sequence steles, and they're all inscribed with 999 plus sequences. Su Muxue noticed this too, turning to look at Lin Yi with a questioning gaze. Chapter 34, The Stone Tablet. Lin Yi understood the meaning behind her gaze and nodded slightly. That's right. I sense a familiar aura emanating from it, along with an intense pull and a profound sense of belonging. I am a 999 plus sequence myself. Though my rank is very low, I always feel my sequence isn't ordinary. Perhaps this stone tablet holds some answers. Lin Yi spoke, about to step forward. But Su Wen, Jiang Xing, and Chen Ximing blocked his path. Don't go near it. Legend says ancient divine steels contain energy reserves that can't be tapped endlessly. Who knows if drawing closer will drain the energy, leaving none for us to access later. We must establish a sequence. Seeing the three take on a confrontational stance, Duan Tianyu beside them couldn't help but cover his eyes. In the past, if Class A1 were to teach Class F9 a lesson, he would have been deeply concerned. But now, for the first time, he felt he should sympathize with these three from Class A1. Lin Yi offered no objection. Fine. He found the trio rather annoying himself. It would be easier to just beat them into submission sooner rather than later. Sequence 200 Water Mastery. Sequence 171 Sword God's Heart. Sequence 182 Phantom Realm. Without hesitation, the trio activated their sequences, chanted incantations, and unleashed their skills. Lin Yi was already preparing to alter the text of their skills. Suddenly, the stone tablet seemed stirred by the aura of the sequences, beginning to violently tremble. An intangible aura radiated outward from the stone tablet, enveloping the trio. Thud. 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 Their bodies surged uncontrollably toward the steel, and soon, they were pressed flat against its surface. The instant their bodies touched the stone, a powerful mental force surged into their minds. Whew! Lin Yi exhaled deeply. The sensation was utterly blissful, as if his entire being were bathed in warm sunlight, with celestial music echoing in his ears. But immediately, the celestial music turned chaotic, loud, low, hoarse, and disordered. It began to disturb his mind. His mental space was already saturated with spiritual energy, yet the influx showed no sign of stopping, relentlessly pouring inward. As if it intended to burst his mental space apart. Lin Yi, Lin Yi. Su Mushue's voice seemed to come through countless layers of glass. Lin Yi felt an intense sense of unreality, his mind growing hazy. Sequence 999 plus, to infinity, ingenious application, fusion. Soon, Lin Yi's ears were once again enveloped by that chaotic cacophony, from which he could barely grasp a few disjointed phrases. Outside. Su Mushue watched helplessly as Lin Yi slumped down beside the stone stele, his expression blank and vacant. His gaze grew increasingly unfocused, and his vital energy rapidly weakened. No, this can't go on. That immense psychic force will tear his mind apart, causing a mental collapse and death. Su Mushue was frantic with worry. She dragged Lin Yi away from the stone tablet, but his condition showed no improvement. As an SSS grade psionic, I can withstand this mental force infusion. But Lin Yi, at a grade, simply can't handle it. At this point, we have no choice but to take a desperate gamble. She murmured to herself, seemingly pondering a decision. She turned to look at the other four: Su Wen, Chen Jiming, Jiang Xing, and Duan Tianyu. Their conditions were better than Lin Yi, as they weren't in mortal danger, but they were all unconscious, clearly having exceeded their mental limits. However, this meant her actions would remain unseen by the others. A resolute gleam flashed in her eyes as she closed her own and leaned her face toward Lin Yi. Lin Yi vaguely sensed what was happening to the body connected to his mental presence. Someone was dragging him, but soon, a soft touch graced his lips, as if something had pried open his jaw. Before he could process what was happening, another force and exceptionally clear mental energy suddenly surged into his mental space alongside the sensation on his lips. This mental force was no match for the stone tablet's spiritual energy system, yet it carried an indomitable will. It transformed into a barrier, resolutely blocking the middle region of Lin Yi's mental space between the stone tablet's spiritual force and his own. Slowly, a barrier took shape. Crack, 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 crack. Lin Yi could even feel the cracks spreading through the barrier under the stone tablet's mental assault. Lin Yi, hold on. Wake up. A thought penetrated the barrier to speak to him. Lin Yi felt an intense sense of familiarity with this voice. Who? Wake up? How? Open your eyes. The thought repeated insistently, open your eyes? Don't get lost in your mental world. Boom. Just as the barrier was about to shatter completely, Lin Yi's heart hummed as if some obstruction had been swept away. He remembered. He was before the ancient divine steel. It was Su Mushue. It was Su Mushue calling out to him. He snapped his eyes open, meeting Su Mushue's pale, exhausted face. Seeing Lin Yi finally regain consciousness, a relieved smile slowly spread across her lips. Then her body tilted forward, collapsing into his arms. Mushue, wake up! Lin Yi shook her body, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't rouse her from her unconscious state. A sharp pain pierced Lin Yi's heart. Su Mushue had forced her mental energy into his spiritual space to confront the ancient god spirit for his sake. The excessive drain had severely depleted her mental reserves, possibly causing grave psychological damage. Mushue, hold on. I'll take you back for treatment right now. Desperate, Lin Yi scooped Su Mushue into his arms, ignoring Duan Tianyu, Su Wen, and the others as he sprinted toward the border. Several minutes later, Lang Fian arrived with over a dozen students. Spotting Duan Tianyu, Su Wen, and the others unconscious, she immediately used her skills to revive them, her expression grim. Where's Lin Yi? Where's Su Mushue? I rushed over the moment I sensed you were in danger. What exactly happened here? Duan Tianyu looked utterly bewildered. I don't know. The moment I approached that stone tablet, I lost consciousness. Lang Fian looked around in confusion, turning her head from side to side. Stone tablet? What stone tablet? This one. Duan Tianyu and Su Wen hurriedly pointed toward where the stele had stood. But when they turned their heads, they all froze. Where's the stone tablet? How could it be gone? Impossible. We clearly saw it just now. Su Wen's face darkened. Then, as if struck by a thought, he immediately turned to complain to Lang Fian. It must be Lin Yi and Su Mushue. They stole the stone tablet. This is an ancient divine stele. Its value and significance are immense. They must have been overcome by greed and secretly carried it away. Lang Fian's expression darkened, her gaze turning grave. If what you say is true, this is extremely serious. Rest assured, they won't get far, and the Academy won't stand idly by. Chapter 35, Prophecy or Fantasy? On Lin Yi's side, he brought Su Mushue back to the border. He didn't see Lang Fian anywhere, but the Guard Legion commander intercepted him. Halt! You remain on active duty and cannot abandon your post without authorization. Any further actions require prior reporting and approval from superiors. Lin Yi had no time for formalities. My friend's psychic energy has been severely damaged. Where are the military healers? The Guard Legion commander shook his head. The physicians are with the frontline troops in the combat logistics unit, ready to provide immediate support. How could they possibly be here? Then don't stop me. I'm returning to the academy. Even if military healers arrived, he couldn't be certain they could cure Su Muxue. After much deliberation, returning to the academy seemed the more reliable option. After all, the academy's faculty resources were unparalleled. Plus, with the teleportation array, returning would be swift and convenient, far more time efficient. The Guard Legion commander stubbornly remained planted in front of Lin Yi. Get out of my way. Lin Yi barked coldly, pushing him aside without hesitation and charging into the teleportation array behind them. Su Muxue's condition was critical. Lin Yi had forcibly dragged the academy's physicians to treat her. No matter what, you must heal her. She absolutely cannot come to harm. Yun's face betrayed his helplessness as he activated the sequence and used his skill to examine Su Muxue's body. He inwardly grumbled. These students were becoming increasingly disrespectful toward the academy's teachers. That commanding tone made him feel like he was Lin Yi's servant. Resentment simmered within him, and his movements dragged. Yet the instant his skill's energy penetrated Su Muxue's body, he froze in shock. Ha! This girl is actually a healing-type support sequence awakener? I've detected residual healing skills within her body, and they originate from her very being. A flash of delight ignited in his eyes. Rare indeed, rare indeed. Finally, a proper healing support awakener has entered the academy. His expression held the hope of passing on the torch, and his attitude toward treating Su Muxue instantly turned serious and solemn. Lin Yi had no time to ponder Yun's motives. All that mattered was that he could properly treat Su Muxue. But the next second, Yun smacked her on the head. You brat! That girl suffered such severe mental trauma trying to save you. I thought she'd been attacked by a psychic beast, but you're the one responsible. What right do you have to snap at me? Seeing that Yun could discern the entire sequence of events, Lin Yi felt a surge of delight and didn't take offense at the slap. Teacher, I know it's all because I'm too weak and dragged her down. But please, you must heal her. Yun shook his head. Healing physical injuries is easy for me, even severed limbs pose no problem. But treating mental damage? The results are far more limited. Lin Yi's heart sank. If her mental energy can't be healed, what will happen? Then this little girl's future growth potential will be reduced by at least half. No. Lin Yi absolutely could not accept that. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and a solution formed. To be honest, he had never attempted this method before, but now, for Su Muxue's sake, his perspective suddenly broadened. Teacher, I can alter the effects of a person's skills. Could you tell me the name of your sequence skill? Yun froze. He'd recently heard rumors about students in the academy tampering with their sequence skills, but never imagined the real deal was standing right before him. Yet doubt and distrust lingered in his mind. Don't think just because your sequence skill can alter someone else's skill effect that there are no limits. Have you considered the level gap? My level alone is 68. The effect of my skill activation could be dozens or even hundreds of times stronger than yours. To use your skill to override mine? Just think about it, the mental strain you'd endure would be immense. You might not even succeed in altering my skill. Lin Yi frowned. Yun's words reminded him of a similar experience he'd had before. He had already discovered that when facing enemies whose strength and level differed too greatly from his own, the effectiveness of his text alteration skill would be significantly reduced or even rendered useless. But he clenched his fists. Whether it works or not, we won't know unless we try. Sigh. Yun also desperately wanted to heal Su Muxue. After all, he had already set his sights on her and intended to take her as his successor. Her mental power level surpasses yours. Since you've already established a mental link before, reconnecting should be straightforward. I can link your mental energies again. Then, by leveraging her higher mental power level to cast your skill, you might increase your success rate. Without further ado, Yun instructed Lin Yi to close his eyes. Guiding Lin Yi's psychic energy with his skill, he soon felt Su Muxue's mental world. Now. Sequence 210, Hand of Heavenly Return. Skill, Holistic Healing, Restore to Original State. A thought struck Lin Yi, and he immediately activated the Screenwriter sequence, casting the text alteration skill. Change body to mind connects to spirit and soul. Let her psychic energy be healed. He poured his skill power into Yun's ability, desperately trying to alter its nature and effect. Yet, just as Yun had anticipated, Lin Yi's skill power vanished like a stone sinking into the sea, unable to make even a ripple in Yun's ability. No! Change it! Lin Yi roared furiously, channeling all his golden forest energy into the skill. Yet it still wasn't enough. Just as the skill's effect was about to vanish, suddenly, the spiritual energy linked to Su Muxue bestowed upon him a sensation of purification and elevation. In an instant, his psychic power seemed to leap forward by countless tiers. He-Yun's skill finally cracked open, beginning to shift. At that moment, Lin Yi caught glimpses of fragmented images. In boundless darkness, Lin Yi saw his own body shattered into pieces, the light in his eyes slowly extinguishing. The next scene abruptly shifted to Su Muxue running desperately. She was utterly exhausted and disheveled, murmuring softly, "Is there truly no turning point? No, there must be a way. Lin Yi. It's Lin Yi's sequence. He is the only hope left." A sudden realization lit her eyes. Closing and reopening her eyes, the scene shifted once more, returning to a time before Lin Yi and Su Muxue had met. Su Muxue sprinted toward an alleyway, her vision filling with the sight of herself being bullied and beaten. "Lin Yi, you absolutely cannot die. Only with you alive does this world have a chance to continue. No matter how many times we restart, I will never let anything happen to you again." A stream of thoughts echoed incessantly in Lin Yi's ears before abruptly halting and vanishing. Lin Yi was utterly bewildered. What were those images? A prophecy? Or Su Muxue's delusion? Chapter 36, Past Life Memories. Before his confusion could be resolved, a primal, instinctive sense of dread washed over him. Who? He abruptly snapped out of his mental state and looked around. He-Yun was still using his skill to heal Su Muxue, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. With a grave expression, he warned Lin Yi. "Kid, your enemies have come looking for you. I can't spare you now. Thankfully, your skill just worked. My healing now includes mental energy restoration. This is a critical moment, we can't be interrupted." Lin Yi immediately understood. Rising to his feet, he fixed his cold gaze on the shadow not far ahead that had stirred his dread. "Teacher, focus on healing Muxue. I'll handle the rest." His skill had already finished casting, so maintaining the mental link with Su Muxue was no longer necessary. The shadow gradually coalesced into a stunning, curvaceous human form before slowly solidifying into substance. A tall, slender woman in an academy uniform stood firmly before Lin Yi. "Lin Yi, is it? You abandoned your mission without authorization and risked your life to steal the sequence stone tablet. The academy summons you for questioning. Come with me." Though she spoke of compliance, the murderous intent radiating from her body was utterly unmasked. Lin Yi frowned. So this was the academy's representative sent to notify him of the investigation. Judging by her attitude and demeanor, she clearly came prepared. Recalling the description in the earlier note, this senior student was likely sent by the higher-ups who had tried to assassinate him. If he truly followed her away now, he would be in grave danger. "I did not steal the sequence stone tablet. Muxue and I suffered psychic damage during the tablet's spiritual infusion ritual, forcing us to abandon our mission and return for treatment. This healing instructor can vouch for us." He remained composed, explaining calmly. Irritation and impatience flashed across the senior student's face. "Regardless of your excuses or justifications, you won't escape the academy's investigation. Are you refusing to come with me?" Lin Yi naturally avoided a direct answer. "The academy's investigation is entirely reasonable, and I will cooperate fully. But we must wait." The senior clearly couldn't wait, cutting him off impatiently. "If you resist the investigation, I have the authority to take coercive measures." Without waiting for Lin Yi's response, she activated her sequence and unleashed her skill. Sequence 1120 Phantom Assassin, Skill, Fatal Stab. She was essentially forcing Lin Yi to resist the investigation by eliminating him directly. Lin Yi's expression darkened. Without hesitation, he activated Text Alteration. Change Fatal Stab to Fatal Stupid Stab. Originally, treating Su Muxue had drained his mental energy completely. However, the subsequent connection with Su Muxue's mental energy had allowed his own to recover somewhat, even temporarily elevating his mental energy level. It hadn't fully returned to its original state yet. His current spiritual energy actually enhanced the skill's effectiveness. With effortless ease, Lin Yi subverted the skill of his senior, who was significantly higher in rank than him. The senior, whose body had just reverted to a shadowy form, suddenly froze. The terrifying killing intent radiating from her vanished abruptly. She began to stare blankly, then drifted aimlessly, mindlessly stabbing and striking at walls, tables, and chairs in a dazed frenzy. "Ah, la la la. Had ha. Had ha ha." A vacant laugh escaped her lips as she muttered incoherent words, having forgotten her very purpose. Lin Yi's skill wasn't permanent. Just as when he had previously caused the beasts and students to fight amongst themselves, it was impossible for a single skill to permanently render them foolish, forever unable to distinguish friend from foe. Instead, after a period of time, when the skill's effect wore off, they would return to normal. Precisely because of this, Lin Yi knew he had to seize the opportunity. His body flickered, appearing before the senior student. He seized her throat and demanded coldly, "Speak. Who sent you?" "No, I don't know." Had ha. The senior is currently in a state of confusion and disorientation, making this the perfect moment to pry information out of her. Lin Yi refused to give up. "If you don't tell me, I'll make sure you never recover." A sliver of lucidity lingered within Senior Shadow's mind. Her body shuddered at Lin Yi's words. She vaguely sensed her own madness and stupidity, yet her consciousness couldn't alter her behavior. She could only force herself to respond in broken sentences. It was a joint decision by the Academy leadership and Class A. I'm not the one after your life. If you want answers, find them yourself. Lin Yi was deeply alarmed. The A class? While he and Class A had minor friction and conflicts, it couldn't possibly be enough for them to scheme to kill him, could it? You're lying. I'm not. Shadow Senior looked utterly aggrieved, then suddenly sat down on the ground and burst into tears, sobbing loudly with snot and tears streaming down her face. Lin confirmed she still hadn't regained conscious control. Otherwise, she'd never have acted so recklessly, disregarding her dignity. There was only one explanation: she was telling the truth. Go back. Tell the Academy's higher-ups that once my treatment here is complete, I'll personally report for the Academy's investigation. With that, he shoved her forcefully. Shadow Senior instantly solidified back into physical form and staggered out of the treatment room. What are you planning to do? Hyun's voice finally sounded, tinged with curiosity and confusion. He had witnessed everything that had just transpired. His gaze toward Lin Yi had changed. Gone was the previous contempt and disdain. Lin Yi shook his head. We proceed exactly as I said. No way. Their conversation was abruptly cut off by a voice. Recognizing the familiar voice, Lin Yi turned his head, filled with excitement and delight. His gaze met Su Mushue's clear, beautiful eyes. Mushue, you're better? How do you feel now? Hyunzo wore a look of relief and satisfaction. Truly worthy of a healing-type support sequence. Possessing SSS tier psychic power, your recovery speed is remarkable. You've already fully restored your psychic abilities. Su Mushue's face showed no sign of relief or joy. Her expression grave, she stepped before Lin Yi and warned him urgently, something is about to happen in the northern realm. I sense a major anomaly occurring in the northern frontier barrier. There's a high chance of demonic uprisings. We must return immediately. Lin Yi trusted Su Mushue's judgment, but this sudden, unexplained conclusion still felt jarring. For some reason, the images he had glimpsed in Su Mushue's spiritual realm suddenly flashed through his mind once more. Could it be those weren't Su Mushue's fantasies? Were they truly premonitions? Seeing Lin Yi fall silent in thought, Su Mushue's heart tightened. Had her words been too abrupt? But who could blame her? After all, this spiritual healing session had restored some of her past life memories. Indeed, everything within her mental world was her own memory. Chapter 37, The Forbidden Zone. Facing Lin Yi's probing gaze, Su Mushue's eyes darted away, revealing a rare flicker of unease. All right. I believe you. Lin Yi nodded firmly. Though I don't know how you learned of the unrest in the north, you're definitely not the type to joke about such things. Lin Yi's trust and support deeply moved Su Mushue. Lin Yi, thank you for trusting me. No matter what happens, I'll stand by your side unconditionally. Her words stemmed both from her own feelings and from the very significance of Lin Yi's existence. Only with Lin Yi alive did this world hold any possibility of survival. Just as the two were about to leave together, Hyun intercepted them. Look at you two still wet behind the ears, yet acting like you're about to shoulder the weight of the world. Not only is it doubtful your immediate return to the Northlands could turn the tide, but even if you could make a difference, don't be reckless. The Northlands barrier is of critical importance. I suggest you investigate thoroughly first. Lin Yi and Su Mushue were surprised that Hyun hadn't mocked them. Any other teacher overhearing their conversation would have dismissed it as alarmist nonsense, not believing a word. Teacher, thank you. Lin Yi felt profound gratitude. If we return safely from the Northlands, we will formally request you as our mentor and study under your guidance. It was well known that each student could only have one official mentor at the academy, a guide who would direct them and pave their path. Typically, the gifted elite students at Longyuan Academy would do anything to secure a powerful mentor, believing it would greatly benefit their future prospects. Hyun, an auxiliary sequence physician, was also a formal academy professor, yet he was looked down upon by other students. Many even showed him disrespect. He had always sought someone to inherit his legacy, eager to impart his lifetime of knowledge to a student, yet never found the opportunity. This was precisely why, upon discovering Su Mushue's support sequence, he immediately considered taking her as his disciple. Now, not only Su Mushue, but even Lin Yi had proactively sought him out as their mentor. Hyun still found it somewhat surreal. But considering Lin Yi and Su Mushue's circumstances, it seemed no one else was truly worthy of their attention besides himself. Su Mushue had once held a glimmer of hope, but now, with her history of deserting missions, that possibility had vanished. Since you're already my prospective disciples, I must take greater responsibility for your safety. Hyun's demeanor had completely shifted, his tone now earnest and solemn. I've reviewed the relevant records. The northern frontier barrier is classified information. What you can find publicly won't be of much value. Near the dean's residence lies a forbidden zone where all the hidden secrets are sealed away. I once considered sneaking in myself, but ultimately lacked the courage. Don't waste your time. Go straight to the forbidden zone and try your luck. But be cautious, avoid detection, and don't push yourselves too hard. Lin Yi and Su Muxue lit up with excitement. After promising He-yun they wouldn't act recklessly, they immediately set off. An hour later, they stood before the artificial lake to the left of the dean's residence. Without hesitation, they plunged deep into the lake's waters. Beneath the surface, they spotted a faint glow emanating from the lake bottom. Swimming toward the light, they navigated the winding underground river before finally surfacing into a vast, empty stalactite cave. The cave's ceiling was dotted with multicolored, strange crystals, radiating a familiar energy aura. It's the energy signature of the ancient god. The pair felt a surge of excitement. This confirmed they had found the right place. As they swam ashore and touched land, the rustling sound of cave wings filled the air. Sizzle! 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 Countless streams of dark liquid poured down from above. They looked up, their pupils contracting sharply. Countless blood-red bats hung upside down from the cavern's ceiling. Sensing the stranger's presence, they flapped their wings in unison, launching a coordinated attack. Su Muxue reacted swiftly, instantly raising a protective shield. Enveloped in golden light, they were shielded from the blood shadow bat's venom. But the blood shadow bats erupted into a frenzy. Countless bats soared upward, descending like a dark cloud. Thud! 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 Punctures instantly appeared in Su Muxue's shield. Several blood shadow bats flew directly toward them, snapping their jaws open to bite. Lin Yi felt a sharp pain in his arm. The wound inflicted by the blood shadow bat was excruciating, and he could distinctly sense the bats sucking his blood. If the shield collapsed completely, both he and Su Muxue would be drained dry. Text alteration. Since you enjoy sucking blood, I'll let you taste the sensation of being bled dry. Change suck to release. Skill attached to the holy light shield. In an instant, the blood shadow bats touching the holy light shield halted their flapping. A piercing screech rent the air. Starting with the one sucking Lin Yi's blood, its body suddenly exploded outward, spewing countless streams of blood. In less than a breath, the bat was utterly and completely dead. Lin Yi could feel his experience points rapidly climbing. Ding! Experience bar full. Leveled up to 9. Next level requirement, 0-2000. The system notification was audible only to Lin Yi himself. His expression unchanged, he grabbed Su Muxue and charged through the rain of falling bat corpses, plunging deeper into the cavern. That's at the ancient god's fragment. The pair immediately spotted a long scroll floating in the air, radiating multicolored light. The ancient god's aura they sensed originated from this very source. Su Muxue reached out. Using her psychic power, she guided the ancient god's fragment into her hand, her brow relaxing. Thankfully your sequence skill is unique enough to wipe out that swarm of blood shadow bats. Anyone else would have never even gotten close to the ancient god's fragment. You must understand that even large-scale attack skills require mental energy to sustain. Yet each time Lin Yi channels his attacks through Su Muxue's skills as a conduit, the results far surpass those of the elite student's abilities. As she spoke, she swept her psychic energy across the ancient god's fragment. Instantly, the blank pages of the scroll displayed the information they sought. Sequence 999 Plus is a fragment of the ancient god Chaos Weaver's laws. Its power far exceeds imagination and may attract the ancient god's attention. The excessive fluctuations caused by its user will inevitably trigger the ancient god's energy ripples, destabilizing the Northern Realm's barrier. Yet the one who tied the bell must untie it. A sequence 999 Plus pushed to its limit possesses power approaching that of an ancient god, potentially capable of reinforcing the barrier or even severing the link to the other world. Lin Yi and Su Muxue read these words, their hearts instantly churning with shock so profound they couldn't control their expressions. So, Lin Yi, your 999 Plus sequence isn't worthless at all. It might be the most terrifying and powerful sequence of all. Chapter 38, The Content of the Fragment. Su Muxue murmured in disbelief. Simultaneously, the doubts in her heart were resolved. She had previously found it strange that her past life memories only revealed Lin Yi as the one destined to save the world. She had assumed it was due to Lin Yi's unique skills or some secret he possessed. Now it seemed clear, everything stemmed from the extraordinary nature of Lin Yi's 999 Plus sequence. But it's strange. Lin Yi frowned, his expression grave. If all 999 Plus sequences are this powerful, why were they all treated as useless before? And sequences do indeed become more powerful as their numbers decrease. The reason I can unleash skill effects beyond anyone's imagination isn't just because the Screenwriter sequence is special, it's also because my method of using it differs from others. If someone else had awakened the scriptwriter sequence, they might have used it purely for pranks and grandstanding. Lin Yi possessed knowledge from another world, understanding the immense power of words. Sometimes, a single misstep leads to a world of difference. Changing just one character could make all the difference. He didn't believe this was the norm. Yet the ancient god's fragmentary scrolls displayed it this way, clearly showing a tendency to mislead. Su Muxue shook her head. Since there are doubts, we must continue to pursue the truth. Her psychic energy once again imprinted upon the scroll. This time, however, the ancient god's scroll showed no reaction whatsoever. What's going on? Lin Yi hurriedly channeled his own psychic energy into it. Perhaps only one person can ask once? Yet even as his question flowed into the scroll, nothing changed. Both of them distinctly sensed a shadow looming over them. There was undoubtedly some undisclosed secret hidden within. Since the ancient god fragments are used by the Academy to record classified information, details unknown even to the Academy itself would naturally not be included. Or perhaps it's not that the Academy doesn't know but that the secret is so crucial, the Academy dared not even record it in the ancient god fragments. The two exchanged glances, their expressions grave. Boom! A sudden explosion echoed behind them. Both men flinched, turning to face a familiar figure. Professor Chang. Chang Huaning stood in the shadows nearby, half his face obscured while the other half bore a stern expression. His gaze was filled with coldness and disdain. I detected unauthorized entry into restricted grounds. I didn't expect it to be you too. Since you dared to violate school regulations, are you prepared to face the consequences? Lin Yi and Su Mushua both felt their scalps tingle. Facing Chang Huining, they had no chance to even attempt escape or struggle, so neither would waste their breath trying. You misunderstand, Professor. We had compelling reasons matters concerning the northern frontier barrier. We had to act first and report later. Shut up. Chang Huaning cut them off coldly. The Academy will decide your punishment soon enough. He flicked his finger through the air, and instantly, the two felt bound, unable to move. The scene before their eyes flickered, and to their horror, they found themselves standing within the Academy's enforcement building. These two trespassed into forbidden grounds, spied on ancient divine scrolls, fled their mission, stole sacred stone tablets, defied the Academy's summons, and harmed fellow students. Their multiple offenses warrant severe punishment. Before them stood a conference table where dozens of high-ranking Academy officials sat in chairs, gazing down at them coldly. Chang Huaning's accusations gained the approval of the other professors. Then expel them. Not only expulsion, they must return every resource and treasure acquired during their studies. Merely reclaiming their gains is too lenient. To deter others from following their example, it's best to strip them of their abilities altogether. Such scum, if allowed to leave the Academy unscathed and enter society, they could cause unrest. We must eliminate any possibility of them committing further evils by any means necessary. The professors offered them no chance to defend themselves, their proposals growing increasingly vicious and ruthless. A chill gripped Lin Yi's heart, yet his eyes burned with defiance. Finally seizing an opening, he argued his case. According to Academy regulations, students facing severe life-threatening situations during missions may prioritize their safety. We did not abandon the ancient god steel. On the contrary, it was severely damaged, and teacher He Yun can testify to this. As for peering into the ancient god scrolls, it was to understand the Northern Realms barrier. Vaughn did it to address the threat of its collapse. Professors and teachers, you may choose not to hear our defense, but you cannot slander us. You must not neglect the safety of the entire world just to punish us. Should the Northern barrier collapse, every one of you here bears undeniable responsibility. Only when he reached his final words did the expressions of these Academy elders finally show a flicker of movement. Oomph! How audacious! Do you two lowly nobodies truly believe you can intimidate us with the Northern barrier? If the Northern barrier truly collapses and we cannot withstand it, do you two really think you could hold it? Stop spreading alarmist nonsense. You'll find any excuse to evade responsibility. No matter what you say or do today, you won't escape punishment. Though they spoke with such bravado, Lin Yi understood their unease. If you doubt my role in the Northern barrier, ask the fragments of the ancient god. It was the ancient god fragments that revealed my 999+ sequence drew the ancient god's attention, destabilizing the Northern frontier barrier. To maintain its stability, my role is crucial. He lifted his head with a confident expression, though inside he was extremely nervous. Before these Academy elders, he could only emphasize his value. Otherwise, he wouldn't stand a chance against them. Power. He must enhance his strength as quickly as possible. Beyond the crisis of the Northern Realm barrier, he never wanted to face this helpless situation again, where he was at their mercy. This time, the Academy elders did not mock or ridicule him. Instead, they fell into a prolonged silence. Chang Huaning frowned deeply, shooting Lin Yi a disdainful glare. Since you're so utterly clueless about your place, let this put you out of your misery. A sequence of 999+? What value could that possibly hold? Ridiculous. His contempt for Lin Yi had been unmasked from the start. As he spoke, he casually summoned the ancient god fragment into his hand. If the ancient god scroll shows nothing, it proves you're lying, kid. I'll personally cripple you and throw you out of the Academy. With that, he swept his hand across the scroll. A string of text materialized upon the scroll. The 999+ sequence is closely tied to the ancient god. The crisis in the Northern Realms barrier stems from the loosening of the ancient god's power. When Cheng Huining revealed the scroll's contents to everyone, Lin Yi and Su Mushua both widened their eyes in shock. The text on the scroll had changed. Chapter 39, Exchange Match. Special sequences trigger the manifestation of ancient god power. Follow the emerging traces of the ancient gods to discover a solution for the loosening Northern Realm barrier. All eyes fixed on the scroll, ultimately settling on this sentence. Lin Yi breathed a slight sigh of relief. Though he couldn't fathom why the ancient god's scroll had altered, this single sentence alone would ensure the Academy's leadership dared not touch him. Sure enough, Cheng Huaning's expression darkened considerably. The northern border barrier is indeed weakening. But that doesn't mean you're the one with the special sequence. He wanted to hold out a little longer, but the other senior cadets dared not gamble. Regardless, this kid was involved in both instances where traces of the ancient god surfaced. He's definitely one of the potential candidates for the special sequence. The first time was when the ancient god's ruins appeared. Lin Yi and the entire F9 class entered and gained benefits. The second time was during the Northern Frontier Defense mission, where Lin Yi came into contact with the ancient god's steel. These two incidents might be coincidental, but they could also genuinely be him drawing the attention of the ancient deity. After a moment of silence, Cheng Huaning countered, "Are we just going to let them off so easily? The Academy's authority cannot be trampled upon so casually. At the very least, we must give the other students a satisfactory explanation that wins their genuine respect." Lin Yi spoke up, "Rules are made by the strong. If we want special pardon without criticism, we must conquer others with our strength." He showed no sign of nervousness whatsoever, even volunteering to prove himself. A flicker of astonishment crossed Cheng Huaning's eyes. "Young man, do you even know what you're saying? You always seem to possess this baffling confidence, completely unaware of your own limitations." Lin Yi didn't back down. "Professor, perhaps you simply don't know the full extent of my abilities. If I dare to suggest it, I dare to face the challenge." "Very well, it's settled," Cheng Huaning sneered coldly, sealing the deal. "The Academy's exchange tournament is in 2 days. You will represent us this time. Let me make one thing clear, Long Yuan has consistently dominated the top 3 spots in these exchange matches. If you cause the Academy to fall out of the top 3, not only will you not receive a pardon for your offense, but you will face double punishment. While the Academy may not expel you, you will be assigned to extermination missions. Both physical and mental punishment will be unavoidable." Lin Yi nodded calmly, though a layer of worry still lingered on his face. "Since we're participating in the exchange tournament, what about the Northern Frontier? You won't be needed there." The Academy elders cut him off. "We've already received intelligence about the barrier weakening. With the combined strength of so many high-level awakened among us, the barrier has held firm for years. It won't collapse overnight. You should focus on your own responsibilities." Lin Yi realized they were right. Once the Academy's higher-ups were aware, their ability to act would far surpass his own. What he needed to focus on now was rapidly increasing his strength. First, he must reach level 10 as quickly as possible. He must also secure first place in the exchange tournament. Only then could he gain some influence within the Academy. 3 days later, the exchange tournament officially commenced. Participating in this exchange tournament were the top 50 prestigious schools nationwide. Among them was Battle Soul Academy. Lin Yi and Su Mushue, serving as representatives, stood alongside a group of reserve members from other classes in the preparation area of Longyuan Academy. Students from other academies kept casting wary glances their way. Longyuan Academy students were naturally the center of everyone's attention. "Did you hear? Longyuan Academy's team leader is actually a 999 plus awakened. Damn, did Longyuan Academy get sick of sweeping the top 3 spots? Now they want to taste the sting of an inauspicious start? It's not that simple. A friend at Longyuan Academy told me it's actually a test for students who violated school rules. Then this gives us an opportunity. We could never crack the top 3 no matter how hard we tried before. Now we just need to target the weakest team. Our chances are looking up." Communication between students of different academies wasn't completely cut off. Just like how Lin Yi and Su Mushua's task abandonment and rule breaking couldn't be hidden. Su Wen, Chen Jiming, and the others wouldn't let them off the hook. They'd already spread the news all over the Academy. This was precisely why the Academy insisted on punishing them even if their offenses were pardoned. It had to be done through competition to earn the respect of others. News of Lin Yi and Su Mushue naturally reached the ears of the War Soul Academy students. Wang Tang and Li Yao were both excited and anticipatory. "Ha! I knew Lin Yi and Su Mushue were never fit for Longyuan. They'd get kicked out sooner or later. Who'd have thought they'd screw themselves over like this? Perfect timing. Let them deliver us a victory before they get expelled from Dragon Abyss." All these days, they had been training relentlessly at the Battle Soul Academy, accumulating experience solely to face Lin Yi and Su Mushue again and wash away their humiliation. Now that the opportunity was right before them, the hatred in both their eyes was impossible to hide. "It'd be even better if we could cripple that brat Lin Yi right on the arena stage. His academy won't care about him anyway." Wang Tang clenched his fists, his aura surging. Li Yao still harbored some worry, but what if Lin Yi and Su Mushue are too weak and get knocked out by other academies first? It was a valid concern, but Wang Tang couldn't interfere with the rules. He could only silently pray, hopefully Lin Yi has improved enough to last a few more rounds under someone else's hands. In the exchange tournament, each academy could only field 3 fixed teams to battle in rotation. Only after all 3 teams were defeated would Longyuan Academy completely lose its ranking. That was precisely why Longyuan Academy's leadership had agreed to let Lin Yi and Su Muxue form one of the teams. Even if their team did fall out of the top 3, Longyuan could still hold on to its top 2 positions. Moreover, with 3 teams battling in rotation, Lin Yi could potentially last through several more matches if luck was on his side. This way, Longyuan Academy wouldn't suffer an embarrassing defeat. At least, that was the reasoning of Longyuan Academy's team professors and the other teams. They simply didn't believe Lin Yi and Su Muxue could hold on to a top 3 spot. For the first battle, Team 1 will go first, followed by Team 2. You 2 will be last. Team 1's leader, Qin Yuan, class president of S1, dispassionately issued this order to Lin Yi and Su Muxue without offering any room for discussion. He then led his teammates forward. Lin Yi frowned slightly. Aren't I the overall team leader this time? Although he and Su Muxue belonged to Team 3, he was the overall student captain for the academy's 3rd team. Logically, he should be the one arranging the battle order. Qin Yuan's expression hardened as he glared coldly at Lin Yi. Don't be ungrateful. If it weren't for the academy's reputation, I wouldn't even bother managing this mess. Chapter 40, The arena turns into a duck farm. Lin Yi laughed bitterly. Thanks for thinking so highly of me, but no thanks. We'll go first later. He wasn't seeking approval, it was a direct declaration. Qin Yuan and second team captain Zhang Haoyu exchanged glances, seeing only absurdity and contempt in each other's eyes. They thought Lin Yi had completely lost his mind. The academy had clearly offered him and Su Muxue a chance to redeem themselves. While they didn't believe Lin Yi and Su Muxue could seize the opportunity, under normal circumstances, both should be cautious, obediently following orders, and aiming to scrape by in 3rd place, right? Ha. Fine. Since you insist on courting disaster, I'll oblige you. Qin Yuan relented, tossing out those words before leading his team to the other side. Zhang Haoyu followed suit. Both teams were clearly rooting for Lin Yi's squad. The other 3 teammates on Lin Yi's side grumbled and complained under their breath. Why does he have to be such a show-off? Does he really think he's the best? Does he think he can ride our coattails to a top ranking? Fat chance. Getting stuck on Lin Yi's team is the worst luck we could have. Then let's just tank this. I'm not helping them fight. People who break school rules like this should get kicked out of the academy ASAP. It was clear these individuals had no intention of helping Lin Yi and Su Muxue win the match. And they made no effort to hide their lack of cooperation. Lin Yi glanced back at them, but he didn't scold or try to persuade them. He had never counted on or trusted anyone besides Su Muxue. Soon, the first battle commenced. Lin Yi led his team onto the field. Each team comprised 5 members, typically 1 support type awakened, 1 assassin type awakened, 1 defensive tank type awakened, and 2 primary damage dealers. Lin Yi's team was different. Both Lin Yi and Su Muxue were support type awakened. The opposing team couldn't hide the glee on their faces. First match, Team 3 of Longyuan Academy versus Team 1 of Xinghai Academy. As the referee announced the matchup, Lin Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. Galaxy Academy ranked 3rd among all academies, surpassed only by Dragon Abyss Academy and Battle Soul Academy in strength. And Star River Academy's Team 1 absolutely surpassed War Soul Academy's Teams 2 and 3 in strength. In other words, the opposing team ranked just below Longyuan Academy's 3 teams and Zhanhuan Academy's 1st team. Under normal circumstances, they should comfortably secure 4th place in the exchange tournament. Their opponents were formidable indeed. Lin Yi braced himself for battle while Su Muxue immediately activated her protective shield. The moment the holy light enveloped their area, 4 powerful attacks slammed into the shield. Boom! 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 The thunderous explosions and impacts made everyone's hearts pound violently. True to their reputation as Star River Academy's 1st team, they launched a full-scale assault from the start. Longyuan's 3rd team clearly lacks combat strength and is at an absolute disadvantage. Spectators in the stands couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Who knows what Longyuan was thinking, sending their weakest 3rd squad into the first battle? Losing right off the bat is just embarrassing. Though the outcome remained undecided, nearly everyone had already concluded Team 3's defeat was inevitable. This is so annoying. Can someone take down this shield? It's blocking our skills. The other 3 teammates, sensing the stares of their companions, reluctantly put on a show and began chanting spells, though their mouths were filled with complaints. Lin Yi snorted coldly, paying them no mind whatsoever. Mu Shui, healing spell. Su Muxue complied immediately, casting the healing skill. Lin Yi then used his text manipulation to redirect the damage skill onto the 5 opponents. Their expressions shifted slightly, but panic didn't set in. Oh ho, so you know a few attack skills too. But they're utterly pathetic. The captain of Star River Squad sneered, cracking his knuckles as he stepped forward, chanting an incantation. Sequence 150 Gravity Control. Double Gravity Pressure. The mere sequence number and name alone signaled extraordinary power. The instant his incantation concluded, Lin Yi and the others felt their bodies freeze. Their bodies, muscles, bones, blood, and cells were all overwhelmed by an immense, crushing weight. The most terrifying aspect of this gravitational effect was its ability to instantly rob one of normal mobility. Merely resisting the overwhelming sensation of bodily weight required every ounce of strength. Damn! He actually used the gravity sequence? That's an incredibly powerful offensive sequence. Team 3 of the Dragon Abyss has fallen. The others shook their heads in disbelief. Then, a flash of golden light appeared. Sumushua's healing skill enveloped Lin Yi, and the two of them were clearly in much better condition than their other 3 teammates. Is that all you've got? Gravity pressure? What kind of pressure is that? Some squeaky, ugly duckling? Lin Yi sneered mockingly. The captain of Star River Squad 1 roared with fury. You fools! 5-fold gravity pressure. Your blood cells won't withstand this. Explode and die. A ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. Yet as his words faded, no gravitational shift materialized. Instead, a sudden flash of light erupted before them, revealing 5 drab, squawking ducks appearing on the arena floor. Quack quack quack. The moment they appeared, the ducks began flying wildly across the arena. The members of Star River Academy Team 1, being closest, became their primary targets as the ducks flapped their wings and dove toward them. The scene instantly became utterly comical. The Star River Academy Team 1 members found themselves locked in a standoff with the 5 ducks. Damn it, die! A member of Team 1 unleashed a skill eager to turn the 5 ducks into roast duck. But suddenly, his body felt incredibly heavy. How is this possible? These ducks actually exert gravitational force. Lin Yi's voice chimed in. Of course they do, it's your captain's skill after all. All 5 members of Team Galaxy were stunned. Lin Yi remained utterly unfazed. Are you still going to fight? If you don't make a move, I'll have to step in. It was a provocation tactic. Sure enough, the team members, driven to distraction by the 5 gravity ducks, instinctively activated their skills to fight back. Lin Yi immediately chimed in. I love chaos. Let's make it even more chaotic. Text alteration changed the first character of all their skills to chaos. Instantly, skills flew chaotically through the air. Fireballs, whirlwinds, earth spikes all attacked haphazardly without any coordination. Everyone in the stands was dumbfounded. This is the skill effect of that 999 plus awakened? How absurd is this? The arena's turned into a duck pen. How are we supposed to fight like this? Sumushua's icy voice cut through the chaos. Holy word, healing. Using the same skill again resulted in the same loss of health, but this time, all 5 members of Team Galaxy turned deathly pale. Put. One after another, they spat blood, their eyes rolled back, and they collapsed backward. Chapter 41, How did she get stronger again? The members of Star River Squad 1 had earlier sneered at Sumushua's skill with contempt, only to be defeated by this very move in the end. You. They lay twitching on the ground, struggling to speak. Lin Yi looked down at them from above, slowly approaching and planting his foot squarely on the face of Star River Squad 1's captain. Next time you encounter someone from Longyuan Academy, remember to take a detour. Longyuan Academy. Not a single weakling. Yes. In the stands, Longyuan's spectating students and teachers couldn't help but cheer excitedly. Those who had previously looked down on Lin Yi and Sumushua with contempt now saw them in a new light. No wonder the academy gave them a chance to atone for their crimes. They're not as terrible as the rumors made them out to be. Looks like Lin Yi and Sumushua aren't half bad after all. They might just secure a top 3 finish and have their disciplinary violations expunged. I can't speak for the rest, but based on what Lin Yi just said, he acknowledges himself as part of Longyuan. Students and teachers from Star River Academy fell silent one by one. As a disheveled group was carried off the field, students from other academies no longer clamored to target Lin Yi and Sumushua's team or compete with Dragon Abyss for rankings. Wang Tang and Li Yao's faces darkened with fury. Damn it, how come Lin Yi seems to have gotten even stronger? This can't go on. At this rate, when will I ever get my revenge? A ruthless glint flashed in his eyes as his gaze settled on Chu Xiao, the captain of Battle Soul Academy's first team. Captain, we'll inevitably face Lon Yuan's third team later. We can't let such an embarrassing defeat happen to us. I have a suggestion, target Sumushua first to disrupt Lin Yi's focus. Chu Xiao was the true leader of the War Soul Academy squad and the strongest fighter among them. Even Wang Tang had to acknowledge Chu Xiao's formidable strength and excellence. Though filled with resentment toward him normally, he now feigned friendliness to approach Chu Xiao and speak his mind. Chu Xiao merely gave him a cold glance, his tone tinged with pride. Not necessary. Resorting to tricks against a 999 plus sequence opponent? That would be beneath me. Wang Tang was silenced, inwardly cursing Chu Xiao's pretense. No, Lin Yi couldn't be allowed to get away with this. Since Chu Xiao refused to play dirty, Wang Tang would have to find his own way. Team 3 was declared the undisputed victor by the referee. Lin Yi and Su Mushue didn't spare their 3 teammates a single glance as they swiftly descended the platform. Xin Yuan and Zhang Haoyu waited in the preparation zone, their expressions complex as they watched the pair. I underestimated you, Xin Yuan finally managed after a long pause. You do have some skill. I hope you can keep it up. Lin Yi ignored him completely, walking past with Su Muxue in tow. You. Xin Yuan's face flushed crimson with rage. He'd even offered Lin Yi a way out, yet the man refused to take the hint. Fine. Very well, he sneered coldly, his anger boiling over. I'll see just how many rounds you two can last without your teammates' help. His gaze swept over the other 3 members of Team 3, who immediately bowed and scraped in understanding. Brother Qin, rest assured. We know our place. He's gotten cocky after winning 1 game. Someone's gonna teach him a lesson soon enough. He doesn't respect us anyway, so we're definitely not helping him. Xin Yuan nodded with satisfaction. Hearing the announcement that Long Yuan's second match had begun, he eagerly led his team onto the stage. Before leaving, he turned back to glare at Lin Yi, intending to show him what real combat looked like once they were on stage. But he saw Lin Yi and Su Muxue had already left without watching the rest of the matches, heading straight for treatment. His face darkened as he strode onto the stage with a grim aura. Facing him was Team 1 of Battle Soul, led by Chu Xiao. Perfect timing. Some people forget who they are after beating a team from Star River Academy. It's about time he saw the gap between us. He hadn't realized he'd unconsciously locked horns with Lin Yi. As the 2 powerhouse teams clashed, skill lights erupted continuously on the arena stage, accompanied by a relentless barrage of explosions and bombardments. Lin Yi and Su Muxue arrived at the healing zone. He Yun, serving as Long Yuan's accompanying physician this time, followed them over and greeted the pair with a broad smile. You did well. He patted Lin Yi on the shoulder in praise. He gave Su Muxue an encouraging smile. Teacher, I have a bad feeling about this, Lin Yi frowned, his expression serious. If Star River Team 1 is truly strong enough to secure 4th place, why are they so weak? He wasn't being sarcastic. He genuinely felt disappointed. If this year's Awakened ones are generally only this level, the outcome against the beasts is predictable. He Yun's expression also grew grave. You're right, I hadn't noticed before. This year's Awakened ones do seem significantly weaker than previous years. It's not just a matter of skill and combat awareness, even the ranking tiers are weaker than in previous years. In previous years, the captains of each school's first team who participated in the intercollegiate exchange tournament were consistently ranked within the top 100. Now they've dropped to over 150th place. Even our school. He paused, suddenly catching himself. Well, you and Muxue are strong, but your rankings are indeed low. I was just using you as an example. Lin Yi waved his hand dismissively, signaling he didn't mind. He Yun Kai continued. Anyway, this year's incoming students across all universities generally have low sequence ranks. You see, while higher sequence ranks are harder to awaken, the sheer population base means duplicates are inevitable. In previous years, schools could even find batches of high-level sequence geniuses with the same rank, but this year there are far fewer. This phenomenon is highly unusual. I suspect someone secretly intercepted a group of students. The Eye of Truth. During our school's recruitment this year, we frequently encountered their organization. Lin Yi froze. Aren't they an organization from the Western Academy? Why are they poaching students from us? He Yun curled his lips. Who knows? Maybe their pool of geniuses has weakened too. After all, Western Academy is more generous with resource allocation. Plus, they prioritize protecting their students, rarely assigning them excessive dangerous missions. So many students, after comparing options, ultimately chose Eye of Truth. A heavy weight settled in Lin Yi's heart. Western Academy keeping talent under their control wasn't a good thing. Individualism ran rampant there. They valued immediate gratification and lacked a strong sense of responsibility. They simply had no concept of maintaining world stability. For as long as anyone could remember, the northern frontier barrier had been jointly defended only by student organizations from Huagua. The Western Academy never sent personnel to garrison it. Worse still, they frequently poached our students, fixated solely on petty inter-academy rivalries. Chapter 42, Are you crazy? Lin Yi, Muxue, you must be vigilant. Your actions have likely drawn the attention of the Eye of Truth. They may send someone to make contact with you. The Academy hasn't given you much preferential treatment, but if you join the Eye of Truth because of that. He didn't finish his sentence, but his cold expression spoke volumes. Teacher, I understand. Rest assured, I am a citizen of Huagua. No matter what Long Yuan's principles are, they cannot alter my identity. I will never become a traitor to my country for a Western Academy organization. What else do they do besides exploiting and oppressing the lower tier awakened for their own immediate pleasure? Lin Yi had once struggled at the bottom himself, back when he hadn't awakened yet. To earn energy crystals, he took odd jobs everywhere, witnessing firsthand how organizations and individuals infiltrated by the Eye of Truth operated. Lin Yi didn't consider himself particularly noble. He didn't claim he'd sacrifice his life for the greater good or take responsibility for the nation's fate, but he had his own principles. Not betraying the environment that raised him, not betraying his country, that was the bare minimum. He-yun nodded, though his expression betrayed little conviction. He'd seen too many students start out swearing they'd never betray their principles, only to be swayed by immense profit in the end. A murmur of disbelief drifted over from the outer arena. The trio's attention was drawn away. What's happening? Lin Yi frowned and immediately returned to the preparation area. His gaze fell upon the chaotic and intense scene unfolding on the competition stage. What had the spectators murmuring in astonishment was that the team from Longyuan Academy, which had always dominated against other major academies, was now actually at a disadvantage. Xin Yuan couldn't withstand Xu Zhao's onslaught at all. A massive tornado swirled, sucking all 5 members of the Dragon Abyss team into the air. They spun helplessly within the vortex, a scene both pitiful and comical. Am I seeing this correctly? Is this year's Longyuan team that weak? They can't even beat the first squad of Zhanhuan? Well, they're not the main squad, after all. Isn't it normal for them to be a notch below the War Soul squad in strength? Stop fooling yourselves. Everyone knows this year's 3 captains were just fillers. Team 1 has the strength of past Dragon Abyss teams, yet they still lost. Maybe Longyuan Academy made the 3rd team captain serve as overall leader this year precisely because Lin Yi is stronger? Spectators found the scene surreal, erupting into heated debate and analysis. But most refused to accept this possibility. How could that be? Someone with a 999 plus sequence being stronger? That's ridiculous. I'd rather believe Lon Yuan's first team is holding back. Or could it be that this year's Battle Soul Academy Team 1 is simply stronger? Regardless of the audience's judgments below, the situation on the stage was irreversible. Xu Xiao, Sequence 106, Stormbringer, and Xin Yuan, Sequence 102, Void Blaze, were meant to complement each other, wind fueling fire, fire amplifying wind's power. Their battle had been fiercely contested. Xin Yuan's sequence was even higher ranked than Xu Xiao's. By all logic, Xin Yuan should have emerged victorious. Yet Xin Yuan was about to lose. Soon, Xin Yuan and his companions were whirled into the air, disoriented and suffering severe physical damage. The centrifugal force and tearing power contained within the high-speed hurricane were unimaginable. Had it not been for the superior physique of awakened individuals compared to non-awakened, the 5 of them might have been torn to shreds long ago. When Xin Yuan and his companions were violently hurled back onto the arena floor by the hurricane and could no longer rise, the referee declared Team Battle Soul's victory as a matter of course. The rescue team entered the arena and carried Xin Yuan and the others away. Xin Yuan lay utterly drained and battered. When his dazed gaze met Lin Yi's calm eyes, he felt utterly ashamed. Lin Yi. Just as he was about to be carried toward the medical zone, he suddenly reached out and grabbed Lin Yi's sleeve. I'm sorry. I have no right to mock you. Long Yuan, you can't lose. Defeat them. His voice shifted from initial guilt and helplessness to resolute expectation. Since Lin Yi had declared that Long Yuan had no weaklings, he would surely fight for Long Yuan's honor, wouldn't he? A bitter smile tugged at his lips as he deeply regretted his earlier arrogance and underestimation of Lin Yi. Lin Yi frowned, speaking slowly as Xin Yuan waited anxiously. I won't need you to tell me. I'll see it through. Watching the backs of Xin Yuan and the others being carried away, their expressions noticeably more relaxed, a gleam flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. Dragon Abyss Squad 3 demands an immediate battle against War Soul Squad 1. He turned, his voice quiet yet resolute. The exchange matches were structured as a round-robin format among the 3 teams from each academy, with the specific rules not being rigidly fixed. It was perfectly normal for a team to request an early scheduled match. Yet at this moment, Lin Yi's actions seemed highly unusual. No way. Has Dragon Abyss Team 3 lost their minds? Team 1 just lost, and now they're desperate to avenge that defeat by rushing into another match against War Soul Team 1? Aren't they just asking for a beating? Both Dragon Abyss Team 3 and War Soul Team 1 just finished a match. Forcing another battle so soon is pushing it. Perfect. I love this kind of tense atmosphere. That's what makes battles exciting. Now we'll see if Dragon Abyss can redeem themselves or if Battle Soul will humiliate them again. The spectators fell silent for a moment before erupting into even louder discussions. Team 1 of Battle Soul, Wang Tong and Li Yao, trembled with excitement. Captain, accept his challenge. Seize the momentum. If we defeat both Long Yuan teams, this year's exchange tournament championship will belong to our Zhanhuan Academy. Xu Xiao, unusually breathless, wore his excitement plainly. Still, he maintained a measured tone. While Team 3 is slightly weaker than Team 2, taking down Team 1 would be a solid achievement. Lin Yi isn't particularly strong, but his attack methods are unpredictable. You two hold him off later. He turned, giving Wang Tong and Li Yao a knowing look. Wang Tong froze, then felt immense excitement surge through him. He couldn't help but inwardly scoff. Seems this Xu Xiao is nothing but a pretentious hypocrite. Just moments ago he claimed to despise underhanded tactics, yet now he's already signaling his intentions. Well, that meant he wouldn't hold back either. Battle Soul Squad 1 accepts the challenge. Xu Xiao accepted Lin Yi's challenge, standing on the stage with his teammates without stepping down. Lin Yi and Su Mushue turned to look at their other three teammates. You won't need to fight. The trio had witnessed Team Long Yuan's crushing defeat and were seething with righteous indignation, itching to jump into battle. Hearing Lin Yi's words now, they were all stunned. Wait, Lin, what do you mean by that? Lin Yi gave a faint curl of his lips. Exactly what I said. Whether you play or not makes no difference to us. You're just getting in the way up there. The trio, not exactly the most tactful bunch, immediately caught the sarcasm dripping from Lin Yi's words. Their faces darkened instantly. Why? We want to fight too, to restore the Academy's honor. You're just retaliating because we didn't try hard enough before. Chapter 43, What can be done? What can be done? So what if I am deliberately retaliating against you? Lin Yi didn't even try to hide it, he admitted it outright. You. The three were so furious they could barely contain themselves, yet they dared not speak. This was their long-awaited chance to bring glory to the Academy and prove themselves. If they didn't even get to take the stage, they'd be left out of the Academy's commendations. Wouldn't they regret it to death? We admit we were wrong about what happened earlier. With no other choice, they reluctantly conceded and apologized. We underestimated your abilities. Besides, you were the ones who broke the rules first. It's only natural we misunderstood you. Lin Yi shook his head. You didn't misunderstand me, you just wanted to kick me while I was down. There's no room for negotiation on this matter. Move aside. He could overlook Qin Yuan's mockery and contempt. After all, they weren't on the same team. But these three were different. They were on the same team as him, and they should have been united. No matter how much they despised him inwardly, they couldn't gamble with the entire team's victory. He wouldn't give the slightest chance to people lacking such responsibility and big-picture perspective. Watching Lin Yi and Su Mushue stride past them onto the stage, the trio's eyes burned crimson with resentment and grievance, yet they were utterly powerless. When the two took the stage, Zhu Xiao, Wang Teng, and the others across from them visibly froze. Lin Yi, I truly admire your audacity, not only challenging us at this critical moment, but also leaving three teammates behind. You two think you can take on all five of us? You're delusional. Zhu Xiao couldn't help but voice his bewilderment, utterly baffled by their audacity. Lin Yi didn't need their understanding. Cut the nonsense. Let's fight. Whether it's wishful thinking or not, we'll find out soon enough. The referee shook his head at Lin Yi's attitude before immediately raising his hand to declare the challenge match open. Below the stage, teachers and students from Long Yuan Academy cheered for Lin Yi and his fellow student, their expressions a mix of anticipation and tension. Meanwhile, the War Soul Academy crowd jeered and mocked Lin Yi's actions, boasting that War Soul would defeat Dragon Abyss once again. Explosive flame rain, whirling wind blades, hurricane, abyssal infinity. Wang Tang and Li Yao immediately sealed off Lin Yi and Su Mushue's retreat with their newly acquired skills, while Zhu Xiao unleashed a hurricane to sweep across the front. The support members of the War Soul squad activated their sequences, stacking attack buffs on the trio with their skills. Another squad member flickered across the arena, elusive and unpredictable, poised for a surprise strike at any moment. This seamless chain of skills was truly flawless. Lin Yi and Su Mushue's expressions simultaneously turned grave. Holy Light Cycle Reversal Spell. At this level of combat, there was no need to hold back. As soon as Su Mushue unleashed her skill, Lin Yi immediately hijacked it. The defensive skill transformed into a wide-area counterattack. Explosive flames, wind blades, and hurricane all shifted direction under the skill's influence, hurtling back toward their original casters. Damn it! That kid's skills are getting more and more devious. Wang Teng's expression darkened as he chanted incantations, summoning another explosive flame to counter the redirected blast. Li Yao, lacking such rapid skill execution, was sliced across the waist by a wind blade. A horrific gash split her side, blood gushing freely. Zhu Xiao frowned slightly, raising a finger toward the hurricane he had unleashed. Hurricane, vanishing trace. The once mighty hurricane vanished in an instant, dissolved by his command. Lin Yi and Su Mushue, witnessing this, both stiffened. Lin Yi was somewhat surprised this was the first opponent they'd encountered who could wield skills with such effortless control. That level of control alone made Qin Yuan's defeat well-deserved. Cloud Concealment, Hidden Arrow. In the very instant their attention wavered from astonishment, the assassin awakened, who had been biding his time, seized the opportunity to strike. Lin Yi's pupils contracted as his thoughts raced. Transform the arrow into rain. In that split second, he couldn't formulate much. He could only think of rain through the cloud. Rain had weak offensive power, but at least it neutralized the current attack. A torrential downpour fell upon the arena, extinguishing the blazing flames of Wang Teng's explosive skill. Meanwhile, Li Yao and Zhu Xiao, both wind sequence users, found their skills significantly hampered by the rain. Irritation and impatience flickered in Zhu Xiao's eyes. Water tornado, reverse heaven and earth. His body rose, lifted by fierce winds, as he chanted the incantation in a peculiar rhythm. The air around him was sucked away as his skill gathered power. This was clearly Zhu Xiao's ultimate move. Lin Yi dared not delay. The longer the opponent chanted, the more time he had to think. A water tornado? The crucial element is that dragon character it carries immense offensive power. I'll alter that character. He pondered for a moment, his decision already formed within. Text alteration replaced dragon with flower. Waterflower it even carried a hint of romantic charm. I'm not just capable of creating vulgar scenes. In a setting like this, Hyui Temple deserves something more sophisticated and elegant. He felt a surge of satisfaction at this thought. Under the influence of his skill, the air abruptly transformed. The oppressive water tornado suddenly changed, countless pink, blue, white, and red petals appearing, swirling, and drifting through the air in a breathtakingly beautiful scene. Everyone was stunned into silence by the breathtaking spectacle before them. Except for Wang Tang and Li Yao. Malice flashed in their eyes as their bodies flickered, instantly closing the distance to Su Mushue beside them. Die! Wang Tang unleashed a fiery explosion, a ball of flame hurtling straight towards Su Mushue's face. Li Yao's hand unexpectedly produced an attack artifact dagger, its cold gleam flashing as it stabbed towards Su Mushue's chest. They had long planned that only by eliminating Su Mushue first could they more easily deal with Lin Yi. Lin Ye's eyes widened in fury as he sensed their attacks. You're asking for death. Without even bothering to conceal his aura for the first time, he unleashed his level 9 physical agility. In an instant, he appeared before Su Mushue, reaching out with both hands to grab the fireball and the dagger. Boom! The explosive sound echoed. A bloodthirsty glint flashed in Lin Ye's eyes as he moved like a predatory wolf hunting in the night, crushing the dagger and fireball in his hands. His hands didn't pause, reaching straight for the crowns of both men's heads. SSSSH. Wang Tang and Li Yao sucked in sharp breaths of terror, their spines tingling with icy dread. No, Lin Yi. You can't kill anyone in the exchange match. You. Wang Tang sensed Lin Yi's icy intent to kill and frantically warned him. But Lin Yi didn't give him a chance to finish. His fingers pinched down on the tops of their heads with pinpoint accuracy, the immense force threatening to crush through their skulls. Ah! A piercing scream erupted from both of their throats. Lin Yi showed no mercy whatsoever, his grip tightening relentlessly. Blood continuously seeped from the fingertips gripping their heads. Everyone who witnessed this scene felt their scalps crawl and hearts tremble. Chapter 44, Taking Advantage of Vulnerability. Whoa! That level of physical strength, has he already reached level 10? Probably not. If he were at level 10, these two would be dead on the spot. But it shows he's not far from level 10, probably already at level 9. Several observing teachers suppressed their astonishment and instinctively began analyzing the situation. The students murmured in disbelief. With such a huge gap in physical strength, this Lin Yi must be at least level 7 or 8. This is absurd. No wonder he consistently defeats opponents despite his low sequence rank. Not necessarily. While level differences significantly impact strength, the chasm between sequences is even harder to bridge. But I'm genuinely puzzled, how did he climb to level 7 or 8 so quickly? Everyone else is still stuck at levels 5 or 6. Who cares how he did it? Those two from Battle Soul Academy have definitely hit a brick wall this time. Lin Yi isn't actually going to kill them, is he? Isn't he trying to atone for his sins? Killing someone during an exchange match would only make his crimes worse. He probably wouldn't dare, right? Everyone felt uneasy. Given Lin Yi's current state, consumed by jealousy, rage, and sheer madness, they couldn't tell if he still possessed any semblance of reason. Lin Yi was about to crush both their skulls for real. Su Mushue's pale hand gently covered his. Yi, don't act impulsively. It was the first time she had ever addressed him so intimately. Only through his actions as an assassin did she gain greater certainty of her place in Lin Yi's heart, her soul filled with gratitude and profound emotion. Amidst a shower of petals, their gazes locked in a scene of indescribable beauty. Suddenly, a chaotic whisper echoed in Lin Yi's ear, the murmur of the ancient god. Irritation flashed in his eyes as he flung Wang Tang and Li Yao away. Destroying your spiritual power is a fitting punishment for attempting to kill me. Dare to lay a hand on Mu Shui, and this is the consequence. He snorted coldly, taking Su Mushue's hand as he stepped forward. In that single step, the scene before them reversed. Countless petals transformed back into arrows, shifting direction to pierce Chu Xiao and the remaining three. Chu Xiao had been thrown into disarray the moment Lin Yi revealed his true power level. In panic, he activated his sequence, summoning the hurricane once more. Using skills in front of me? You'd better be able to pull it off. Lin Yi snorted coldly, his tone calm yet domineering. He had been concealing his power all along, hence his restrained demeanor. Now that his level was exposed, he would show no mercy. His daily skill usage had now reached 27 times. Moreover, when he altered opponents' levels to match or fall below his own, the effect and power of his text manipulation became even stronger. Hurricane changed to no wind. Lin Ye's lips barely moved, yet the storm Chu Xiao had channeled with his depleted spiritual energy vanished in an instant. His face drained of color as he froze in place. He could only watch helplessly as the endless hail of arrows closed in. The remaining 3 members of the Battle Soul Squad were struck by arrows, losing their combat effectiveness and collapsing onto the arena. It all happened in the blink of an eye. Before anyone else could react, the outcome was decided. The instant Wang Tang and Li Yao were seized by Lin Yi, their psychic energies were subjected to his frenzied assault. They could not withstand the mental onslaught of Lin Yi, whose psychic power had been purified by the ancient god's divine baptism. They were utterly crippled by Lin Yi. Sitting dazed on the ground, they felt their bodies suddenly grow unbearably heavy, sluggish, and alien. They had no sense of their sequence skills, nearly driven mad. No, this can't be. Where are my sequence abilities? Where is my psychic power? Lin Yi, I'll kill you. I'll. Wang Tang's eyes blazed crimson as he screamed frantically. He spun to meet Lin Yi's icy gaze, and his shouts abruptly froze. Recalling the terror of nearly dying moments ago, he dared not meet Lin Yi's gaze. Li Yao, tear-stained and pitiful, pleaded with Lin Yi, I know I was wrong. I beg you, don't do this to me. Let Su Mushue restore my mental power? I beg you, I truly know I was wrong. Only now did she finally realize she should apologize and beg for mercy. But Lin Yi didn't want to hear her voice. Shut up! He barked the command. Li Yao realized with horror that she truly couldn't speak. Her regret over Lin Yi's current power became painfully clear. Had she known this would happen, she certainly wouldn't have rushed to sever ties with Lin Yi. But it was too late for regrets now. The referee descended from midair and declared the victory of this challenge match belonged to Team 3 of Long Yuan. Cheers erupted all around. In that moment, Lin Yi was no longer just a rebellious student violating Long Yuan's rules, he had become the academy's hero. Countless voices chanted his name. Even many women let out giddy screams at the sight of him. This was the first time Lin Yi had ever been so popular. Yet his expression remained calm. Let's step down first and check on the teacher. I have some questions. Recalling the ancient god's whisper that had flashed through his mind earlier, Lin Yi felt a lingering unease. He wouldn't let a minor victory go to his head. What mattered most now was clearing his name of wrongdoing and charges, then strengthening his abilities to stand guard over the northern frontier at any moment. But just as the two sought to step down, others refused to grant them the chance. The City of Shadows demands a challenge against the Dragon Abyss Third Squad. Lin Yi, do you dare? A deep, magnetic voice echoed from the spectator stands. The crowd fell silent, turning their heads toward the source of the voice. There stood 5 youths in deep black uniforms, standing tall and straight. Their eyes burned with intensity, fixed on Lin Yi with unmistakable challenge. Lin Yi's body stiffened, his eyes narrowing. City of the Underworld? If I recall correctly, you aren't part of the academies participating in the exchange tournament, are you? Correct, the leader, a youth with long black hair, replied with a sneer. We weren't invited to the exchange tournament, but in terms of strength, we're only stronger. What? Scared? Afraid to fight us and lose the reputation you just gained? Lin Yi frowned, feeling a strong aversion toward the provocative figures before him. He couldn't quite put his finger on it, but he sensed an intensely repulsive aura emanating from them. You're challenging me now? Isn't that just taking advantage of my vulnerability? I've only fought 2 battles. But that's beside the point. The point is, you lot aren't even worthy. Lin Yi scoffed. Su Mushue stepped in front of Lin Yi as well. She could sense the clear hostility these individuals harbored toward him. If anyone who wants to fight us could just jump in, we'd be exhausted every single day. How do you prove you have the strength to fight us? Chapter 45, Skills Deactivated? Ha! Prove? The 5 from the City of the Underworld let out mocking laughter. The next instant, their smiles vanished, replaced by cold, cruel expressions. An invisible wave rippled out from them. Students surrounding them clutched their heads, cries of pain erupting from their mouths. The worst affected collapsed to the ground, curling into balls and trembling violently. Ah! It hurts. My mental energy. You're devouring my psychic energy. Stop. I can't take it anymore. My head feels like it's going to explode. Damn it. Who gave you permission to attack freely here? Sequence 2. What's happening? My skill. Most students were too incapacitated by pain to retaliate. Yet a handful of higher-level students endured the agony, attempting to counter with sequence skills only to discover in horror that they couldn't summon them. TSK. Look how useless these academy students are. We barely lifted a finger, and they're already falling like flies, utterly powerless to fight back. Do we even need to prove our strength now? Furumura deliberately fixed a malicious stare on Lin Yi. I'm actually worried you're trembling inside right now, too scared to accept my challenge. For Lin Yi, as long as his skill uses weren't exhausted, the number of battles he'd fought made little difference. His mental energy was depleted, but far from exhausted. Faced with such brazen provocation, he remained calm and composed, stepping forward without hesitation. You're a psychic type sequence. I've never fought a psychic type opponent before. This piques my interest. I suppose I'll oblige and play along with you. Yuki's face twisted slightly with rage. He had expected his display and threats to unsettle Lin Yi. But to his shock, Lin Yi remained utterly unflappable and supremely confident, showing not a shred of fear. You brat, let's see how long you can keep talking tough. Furukawa snorted coldly, unable to wait for the stage. He unleashed his skill right where he stood. Sequence 100 Soul Devour, Skill, Mental Devour. Soul's core, seed of the spirit, yield to my devouring. Become nourishment for my mind. As he chanted the incantation, the surrounding air fell deathly silent. An invisible force of mental energy rippled through the space. Though unseen, this intangible assault proved deadlier than any physical blow. Even spectators who had retreated far away, fearful of collateral damage, felt their mental energies faintly stirred from a considerable distance. Their hearts were filled with dread and awe. Even from this distance, were feeling the effects of his psychic power. Can Lin Yi and Su Muxue withstand it at the epicenter of this mental assault? Damn it, I'm not sure myself, but just thinking about how those bastards from the Nether City deserve a beating makes me want Lin Yi and Su Muxue to crush them. Lin Yi, push through. Su Muxue, don't lose. Crush them. At that moment, all the students united in their fury, rallying behind Lin Yi and Su Muxue. Lin Yi's situation was indeed dire. This was the first time Lin Yi had faced such formidable opponents. From the moment his opponents unleashed their mental assault skills, his own psychic energy had been disrupted, fluctuating wildly like an unstable waveform, impossible to steady. Because of this, his once unbeatable text manipulation skill had become ineffective. Lin Yi's expression darkened. He finally understood why those attacked classmates couldn't fight back. Ha 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 ha. How about that? Can't use your skills anymore, huh? Let me guess, what's your psychic power rank? B class? A class? Or even S class? Even if you possess S rank psychic power, you cannot escape my influence over your mind. You can only watch helplessly as I devour your psychic energy. As a psychic type sequence user, Yu Furukawa was exceptionally sensitive to psychic fluctuations. Noticing Lin Yi's failed attempt to activate his skill, he threw his head back and laughed mockingly. Sweat beaded on Lin Yi's forehead. Not only could he not activate his skill, but he also endured excruciating pain radiating through his mind. In contrast, Su Muxue appeared far more composed. Holy Light Cycle, Reversal Spell. Her lips murmured softly as the skill materialized smoothly and effortlessly, without the slightest hesitation. Holy light poured over Lin Yi, and he felt his mental energy begin to recover. You can still use skills? Korakami narrowed his eyes at Su Muxue. It seems your spiritual power level is exceptionally high. SS rank? Or even 1 in a billion SSS rank? Su Muxue didn't answer him, her attention entirely focused on Lin Yi. How are you now? Can you still use skills? Lin Yi shook his head. I might need to borrow your psychic rank. Su Muxue instantly understood. She stepped forward, took Lin Yi's hand, and channeled her psychic energy into his consciousness. This wasn't their first time establishing a psychic link. Now, they didn't even need particularly intimate gestures, and their minds merged swiftly. Yuko Furora sensed something amiss and snapped angrily. You two are linking your psychic energies? Don't you fear being stabbed in the back? Leaving irreversible mental damage? Establishing a psychic link wasn't inherently difficult, yet almost no one could achieve it. For the human heart is the most terrifying, most unpredictable abyss. Who could possibly trust another to lay bare their entire mental world? Moreover, if the other person so desired, they could destroy one's mental energy at any moment, effectively placing one's very life in the other's hands. That's none of your concern. Lin Yi's turbulent psychic energy instantly stabilized. He opened his eyes, his icy gaze fixed on Gu Tsuanshon. If you're so fond of devouring mental energy, you'd better be careful. Overindulgence can lead to vomiting. Mental devouring, change to mental regurgitation. The energy fluctuations of the Screenwriter sequence enveloped Lin Yi. The power unleashed instantly altered Korakami Yu's sequence skill. Ugh! Furukawa clutched his stomach, dry retching uncontrollably. The physical reaction was secondary, the mental vomiting was far more eye-opening. Look, is that his mental energy? It really is vomiting. Ew, that's disgusting. His entire body is spewing mental energy waste. TSK, so mental energy vomit is just like regular vomit, and it's gushing out from all over his body. The onlookers erupted into a cacophony of noise. Yu Furumura felt dizzy and lightheaded. His psychic energy gushed out relentlessly through the opening in his mouth. Soon, he was physically and mentally drained, collapsing onto the ground with a vacant, exhausted look in his eyes. Still not satisfied with vomiting? Some actually seek punishment. Lin Yi's gaze abruptly shifted, fixing on the other 4 members of the ancient village team. Their eyes darted nervously. The moment Lin Yi locked onto them, they turned to flee. Indeed, they had intended to aid their captain by ambushing Lin Yi and Su Muxue. But they hadn't expected to be discovered. Chapter 46, Crisis Looms. When you've eaten something bad, vomiting usually happens in groups. Well, I'll grant you your wish. Lin Yi's voice echoed in the remaining 4's ears like a demonic chant. They sped up, desperate to escape immediately. But Lin Yi's skill had no range restriction. Mid-stride, the 4 froze, then like Yu Furukawa before them, their bodies erupted in streams of yellow-green mental waste. Speak! What was your purpose infiltrating the exchange tournament and challenging me? Lin Yi slowly approached the exhausted and weakened Yu Furukawa, planting his foot firmly on the man's chest as he demanded coldly. He wasn't some thick-skinned fool. These 5 from the Nether City hadn't appeared out of nowhere. The Nether City wasn't an official academy but a private institution founded by an unknown civilian organization. Rumors claimed its benefits rivaled even elite institutions like the Battle Soul Dragon Abyss. Yet, since its graduates vanished into obscurity, no university student would ever consider joining. Besides, students who could gain admission to a legitimate academy would never choose an unofficial one. Those recruited by the Nether City were either desperate souls or those lured by immense profit. Lin Yi despised the City of Shadows, but as long as they didn't come looking for trouble, he paid them no mind. This time, the City of Shadows dared to provoke the Dragon Abyss Academy directly, even aiming to trample it underfoot. Their ambition was considerable. What else could their goal be? Obviously, they want to make a name for themselves in one fell swoop, trample on academies like yours, and turn around the image of our Nether City. Yuki's body trembled as he answered weakly. Lin Yi didn't believe him, grinding his foot down with force. Ah! A cry of pain escaped Furukawa's mouth as beads of sweat the size of beans formed on his forehead. Everything I said is true. No matter how much you question me, this is the answer. Is that so? Lin Yi sneered, his gaze shifting. His pitch-black pupils seemed filled with some profound, mysterious power, drawing Furukawa's attention. Furukawa's will weakened, his mental power completely hijacked. Speak. What is your objective? A crisis is approaching. We must seize the authority to speak for the academies and gain the qualifications to lead them all. This time, Furukawa's answer was finally different. The words fell, and the surrounding area erupted in an uproar. Crisis? What crisis? Wow, so the City of Shadows really has an agenda. What a delusional fantasy, thinking they could lead other academies. I can't shake the feeling they're hiding something from us. Even though Nether City is a private academy, the forces backing it must be substantial. They wouldn't act like this without reason. Who knows? It does seem odd. Why not ask you Furukawa again? Lin Yi's expression suddenly darkened. He stomped down hard, crushing several of Furukawa's ribs. The man let out a wretched howl and collapsed unconscious from the pain. The victor of this battle is now clear. Our mental energy is severely depleted, and we require immediate treatment. Please excuse us. Lin Yi's gaze swept across the others' faces, his tone gentle yet resolute. Without much thought, everyone nodded in understanding. After all, Lin Yi had avenged their humiliation and restored the prestige of their respective academies. Had Lin Yi failed to defeat Gutsu and Shion, the latter's unique skill set would have undoubtedly crushed every other academy team with overwhelming force. That would have been a truly embarrassing spectacle. Lin Yi, the Galaxy Academy invites you to participate in an exchange program following the friendly match. Xuanwu Academy also warmly invites you to study at our institution. Baichuan Academy invites you. Lin Yi and Su Mushue walked toward the treatment room together. Along the way, instructors from various academies stepped forward, enthusiastically extending invitations to him. This was one of the benefits of the exchange tournament. After the competition concluded, academies would extend invitations to outstanding performers, allowing them to pursue in-depth supplementary studies at other institutions. Each academy possessed unique secret techniques or treasured artifacts. During these exchange programs, students might glimpse these techniques or utilize an academy's treasure to enhance their experience and strength. Lin Yi naturally wouldn't pass up this opportunity. He nodded in agreement to each invitation. Thank you for the invitations from all the academies. Once I've recovered, I shall personally visit each of you for exchange and discussion. Upon hearing this news, the accompanying teachers from all colleges except the Battle Soul College wore expressions of delight. The mere prospect of Lin Yi setting foot on their campus offered a glimmer of hope, however faint, that they might persuade him and Su Mushue to transfer. Even if persuasion failed, cultivating ties with a future powerhouse was no small gain. Based on Lin Yi and Su Mushue's current performance, barring any unforeseen circumstances, they were certain to become powerhouses at the pinnacle of humanity's hierarchy. Under the gaze of the crowd, Lin Yi and Su Mushue entered the treatment area. He flashed instantly before them, eagerly grabbing both their wrists as he probed their vital energy. How could this happen? He frowned. As the frequency of your psychic link increases, Lin Yi's psychic power seems to have risen in grade. This is the first time I've witnessed psychic power actually advancing in grade. He could sense that although Lin Yi's current psychic power hadn't reached S rank, it far surpassed the typical A rank level. Lin Yi pondered for a moment before speculating. It might be related to the ancient god sequence steal. During my battle just now, I heard the whisper of an ancient god. He confessed without reservation. He Yun's expression abruptly darkened. What? You could hear the whispers of the ancient gods? Are you truly one of their voices? Lin Yi, this is a matter of utmost gravity. You cannot be joking about this. His tone turned stern as he warned. Lin Yi nodded with conviction. It is the ancient god. I can clearly sense the aura of the ancient god. But what's wrong with that? He paced anxiously, as if his soul had been stolen. After a long moment, he stopped, his gaze fixed on Lin Yi with caution and wariness. In the past, someone claimed to have heard the ancient god's whisper. After that, his power surged, and he quickly became one of humanity's strongest. Until one day, he suddenly ceased to be among humanity's strongest. The words were a bit convoluted. Lin Yi didn't grasp his meaning. Su Muxue, however, grasped it instantly with her sharp intelligence. No longer the strongest among humans, then what? The strongest among beasts? Lin Yi whipped his head around, staring in disbelief. He-Yun sighed. Exactly. He's no longer human, he's become a beast. And it all happened so fast, no one even had time to react. They could only watch helplessly as that man transformed into a beast, forever becoming humanity's enemy. Chapter 47, The Sacred Messenger of the Eye of Truth. Are you saying I could meet the same fate? Lin Yi keenly grasped the implication in his words. He-Yun sighed repeatedly, seemingly troubled and anxious. Of course I hope you won't follow that man's path, but the precedent is clear. You must keep this secret. If the Academy finds out, they'd rather kill the innocent than let a threat like you go. After all, if Lin Yi truly grew in power only to suddenly betray humanity, it would cause far greater trouble. To nip the problem in the bud, the Academy would rationally choose to eliminate Lin Yi before he could pose any threat. Lin Yi's heart trembled. To say he felt no worry was impossible. Yet doubt also stirred within him. Teacher, won't you report this to the Academy? You thought I would abandon you? He-Yun shook his head. From the moment you agreed to become my disciples alongside Mu Shui, I never intended to abandon you lightly. Besides, I'm a healing-type sequence awakener. I excel at saving and restoring, not outright destruction. How could I know your future couldn't be changed without trying my best? He-Yun's words deeply moved Lin Yi. Choosing He-Yun as his mentor was one of the wisest decisions he had ever made. However, He-Yun cautioned, keep the matter of the ancient god's whisper concealed for now. Revealing your rank this time will stir up trouble. He-Yun cautioned him. Lin Yi pondered for a moment, then decided to tell He-Yun about the warning he'd received regarding potential harm from high-ranking trainees. He-Yun's brow furrowed deeply as he analyzed the situation with his wealth of experience and insight. Perhaps someone has set their sights on the treasure you possess. That rune fragment is quite extraordinary. I recall there's a professor at the Academy specializing in rune fragments, Professor Chow. You might consider seeking his assistance. Lin Yi and Su Muxue exchanged glances. Professor Chow? He approached us before. He was condescending and pressured us to hand over the rune fragment for his research. I don't trust him at all. But since you're bringing it up now, teacher, it must mean there's been some misunderstanding. He trusted his teacher's judgment of character. He-Yun chuckled upon hearing this. Old Xiao just doesn't know how to speak properly. He always comes off as arrogant, but he's not a bad person. If he truly harbored ill will toward you, he wouldn't have bothered approaching you personally to request studying the rune fragment. He could have easily acted behind your backs. Quite the opposite. Someone who truly covets that rune fragment might be lurking in the shadows, scheming against you without a trace of warning. Lin Yi understood. Seems this rune fragment holds more value than I imagined. But I still haven't figured out how to use it. Recalling Professor Chow's parting threat that they'd end up begging him, Lin Yi felt reluctant to back down. But sir, regarding our previous dealings with Professor Chow. He briefly recounted the entire sequence of their interactions. He-Yun doubled over laughing, his expression suddenly clear. I see. Well, you really have old Xiao to thank for that. That person who secretly warned you about the danger, it must have been him. You can use this as an excuse to approach him, gauge his stance, and give him a way out. He'll naturally take the bait. It was clear He-Yun knew Qiao Jianian very well. Lin Yi and Su Muxue both found themselves intrigued by this Professor Qiao. So this was the man with such an awkward personality? But someone like that probably didn't harbor any ill intentions. With the right approach, he could be quite easy to get along with. After He-Yun treated their physical and mental injuries, the two decided to go meet Xiao Jianian. The results of the exchange competition had been announced. Unsurprisingly, they had clinched the championship title. Their past mistakes were forgiven, and they even received commendations from the Academy. Their minds were elsewhere, though. They went through the motions of the ceremony, then headed straight for the research building upon returning to campus. On the way, two figures cloaked in black robes abruptly appeared, blocking their path. Gentlemen, we need to talk. Lin Yi's brow furrowed slightly. He sensed a threat emanating from the two figures and remained vigilantly silent. Fear not. We are sacred emissaries from the Eye of Truth, here to guide you toward the light. Noticing Lin Yi's resistance, the voice from the left carried a hint of enticement. Lin Yi and Su Muxue exchanged a glance. The Eye of Truth. They really had come looking for them, and so quickly. This isn't the place for it. Let's find a secluded spot to talk properly. Lin Yi's eyes flashed with sharpness as he replied calmly. The two black-robed emissaries were pleased with Lin Yi's cooperative attitude. With a casual wave of their hands, the surrounding space was enveloped in shadow, effectively isolating them from the outside world. Now there's no need to worry. Within my domain, as long as no one initiates an attack, the isolation will remain intact. No risk of leaks. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes. Their methods were indeed peculiar. So what do you wish to discuss? He asked directly. Naturally, we invite you to join our truth's eye. Together, we shall stand at the pinnacle of supremacy, overlooking all. That tone was truly fitting for the eye of truth. A fleeting look of disgust flashed in Lin Yi's eyes, but his expression remained one of interest and anticipation. Is it really that good? But why would you want me? My serial number is 999 plus. Are you sure you don't mind? The black-robed emissary judged from Lin Yi's attitude that the chances of success were high, so he went ahead and offered an even greater temptation. Of course not. In fact, if you join us, we'll find ways to unlock your sequence abilities. We'll empower you to fulfill your true purpose to become the key in our battle against the ancient gods. Lin Yi's pupils contracted sharply. Oh, so they already knew about his connection to the ancient gods? It seemed there were agents of the Eye of the Ancient Gods within Longyuan Academy. They must have heard about the confrontation with Professor Cheng Huaning and the other high-ranking faculty last time. However, perhaps the Eye of Truth possessed even more information than Longyuan Academy, which is why they understood Lin Yi's value more clearly than Longyuan did. Fine then. I'm joining you. He didn't hesitate for even a second before agreeing. The two black-robed emissaries were stunned. Things went smoother and easier than they'd anticipated. They hadn't even mentioned the resources and benefits they'd prepared to offer. You? So what now? I've agreed. What counts as my official joining? Is there some kind of ceremony? Lin Yi couldn't be bothered to waste time with them, even urging them impatiently. There is an oath ceremony. Just repeat after us. Though both harbored doubts, they dared not voice them openly and hesitantly began reciting. Just an oath? No return to the contact point? No assessment by higher-ups? Disappointment flickered in Lin Yi's eyes. He'd expected some other arrangements. If he could use this chance to pry out info about other Truth Eye members or their secret base, that would be a decent achievement. What a pity. Chapter 48, finally caught. What was so regrettable? The two black-robed emissaries hadn't processed it yet, merely nodding solemnly before beginning to recite the oath. With my being, I embrace truth and return to chaos. Body and soul united, forever bathed in the sacred river. Lin Yi couldn't see their expressions, but their posture and voices were exceptionally solemn and dignified, clearly conveying the gravity they placed upon this ritual. After finishing, they fixed their gaze on Lin Yi, waiting for him to speak. A faint smile slowly curved the corners of Lin Yi's mouth. Embrace truth, return to chaos, unite body and mind, forever bathe in the sacred river. No, what about with my own body? And it's not chaos, it's primordial chaos. Their tone was impatient. Lin Yi blinked, that's correct. You must return to chaos with your own bodies. Rest assured, I'll grant your wish. As he spoke, his aura shifted abruptly. A piercing surge of spiritual energy erupted, instantly erasing the surrounding domain. The skill, text tampering, had already been activated and deployed. The two black-robed emissaries felt a pang of panic, realizing they'd been tricked. They immediately prepared to attack Lin Yi. Before arriving, they had already decided, if Lin Yi refused to cooperate, they would cripple him first before taking him away. But their perceptions were already within Lin Yi's anticipation. His skill activation far preceded theirs. Preemptive strikes struck first. Dizziness washed over the two, their minds plunging into chaos. The sequence attacks they unleashed struck their own comrades without hesitation. Boom! A violent explosion erupted. In truth, they didn't need to wait for their attack to alert others. The moment the domain was breached, the Academy's higher-ups had sensed the two intruders. When they first appeared, they hadn't used their sequence skills, and the barrier had masked their presence. Now, they were completely exposed. How dare you! A thunderous shout echoed from midair. Cheng Huaning materialized out of thin air, an invisible giant hand coalescing in the void as it lunged toward the two intruders. Puff, puff. The moment Cheng Huaning materialized, their consciousnesses briefly snapped back into focus. After all, the level gap between Lin Yi and them was significant. Faced with the overwhelming existential threat Cheng Huaning posed, they managed to break free from even Lin Yi's skill's influence. Without a second's hesitation, they vanished into shimmering afterimages before Cheng Huaning's invisible hand could crush their bodies. Cheng Huaning's brow furrowed, his expression darkening. Those bastards actually got away. The moment he sensed their presence, he recognized their identities. His gaze turned sharp as it fixed on Lin Yi and Su Muxue. It's you again. What business does Truth's Eye have with you? Have you colluded with them? Lin Yi laughed bitterly. Professor, have you forgotten our prior agreement? We won the exchange match. I believe you owe us an apology. Cheng Huaning's expression darkened, his aura growing even more intense as an oppressive presence enveloped Lin Yi. Kid, you expect me to apologize to you? What gives you the right? It's just an exchange match you won. And you merely made up for your mistake. What does that even mean? Lin Yi forced his back straight under the pressure, his voice unwavering and resolute. At the very least, it means you misjudged our strength and value. As a mentor at this school, you should apologize for your blindness and dereliction of duty." Chang Huaning was rendered speechless. His face flushed alternately red and pale. This kid dared to use his position as mentor to corner him. Yet Lin Yi had struck precisely at his weak spot. He was someone who strictly adhered to the rules, always using his duties as a mentor to guide his words and actions. How could he possibly trample on his own life principles? Fine. Very well. He snorted coldly, withdrawing his imposing aura. Almost gritting his teeth, he said, "I was indeed wrong before." Lin Yi frowned. Shouldn't an apology include a proper "I'm sorry"? Chang Huaning's face stiffened, his lips twitching painfully. I'm sorry. But... He immediately shifted the subject. "How do you explain your contact with the Eye of Truth just now? What's there to explain? We're exceptionally gifted. They took notice and tried to recruit us." Lin Yi replied coolly, "But we're principled. We didn't budge an inch. Instead, we let them turn on each other. Considering how brave and principled we are, shouldn't the Academy reward us a little more?" He made the request with remarkable thick-skinned audacity. Chang Huaning once again felt a lump in his throat, unable to speak. "How do you prove?" He tried to press the issue further, but Lin Yi cut him off. "Professor, surely you wouldn't violate your own principles again by misunderstanding and framing a student who's been utterly loyal to the Academy?" Chang Huaning successfully shut himself down. His gaze fixed on Lin Yi, complex emotions swirling within him. After a moment, he vanished from his spot, his departure carrying an air of evasion. Lin Yi smiled warmly at the spot where Chang Huaning had vanished, his expression unusually relaxed and joyful. Su Muxue felt a sense of satisfaction too. But thoughts of the two who had escaped from the Eye of Truth stirred worry in her heart. "Lin Yi, this time we've essentially torn ties with the Eye of Truth. They won't let us off the hook. We have to be extra careful from now on." Lin Yi nodded. He was well aware of this. Seeing Su Muxue still wearing a look of deep concern, he quickly asked with concern, "What's wrong?" "When those two vanished, I sensed an aura originating from the same source as the ancient god fragment, yet far more corrupted. We encountered numerous anomalies while investigating the fragment's information earlier. There might be a connection." Lin Yi was startled. Yet he harbored no doubt about Su Muxue's perceptiveness. It seems the information in the ancient god fragment might have been tampered with or corrupted by them. But we can't access the ancient god scroll again right now. We'll investigate this matter later. For now, let's focus on uncovering the origin and purpose of the rune fragments. Following their original plan, the two arrived at the research building and were soon ushered into Qiao Jianyan's laboratory. "It's you two? What, finally came to your senses and decided to seek my guidance?" The moment he saw them, Qiao Jianyan's face lit up with excitement, and he couldn't wait to ask. Lin Ye's expression darkened. He really was socially inept and clueless with words. If they went along with his line of questioning, the conversation would go nowhere. "We have a question we hope Professor Qiao can clarify. Earlier, we received a warning from an anonymous source advising us to be wary of harm from the Academy's higher-ups. This matter, is it related to you?" Qiao Jianyan's eyes immediately darted around as he began to stammer. "Well, Actually, I think it's very wise of you to come to me. You must have encountered trouble with the rune fragments. Since I happen to be free right now, how about I help you figure it out?" To shut them up, he quickly changed the subject. Chapter 49, "Put that down." Lin Yi promptly produced the rune fragment. Qiao Jianyan's eyes lit up instantly. He reached out to grab it, but Lin Yi sidestepped him. "Professor Qiao, you know how precious this rune fragment is. In fact, it's the very thing that put me in danger. If you can't genuinely resolve my doubts, I might just drag you along to ask the Academy's higher-ups some tough questions." Qiao Jianyan sighed helplessly. How could he possibly continue working at the Academy if he completely alienated the higher-ups over a rune fragment? Yet he couldn't bear to let it go either. After a moment's thought, he explained in a solemn tone, "The rune fragment likely has nothing to do with the power of the ancient gods. A single fragment can at most subtly alter one's mental energy, along with some luck-related effects. For you, their practical use is actually quite limited. I strongly advise you to get rid of it." Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. If a single fragment has limited use, what about collecting more fragments? Qiao Jianyan was astonished by Lin Yi's sharpness and didn't hide anything from him. Gathering all the fragments, it said, might allow one to draw upon the power of the ancient gods. Boom! Lin Yi's mind was shaken to its core. If awakened ones could awaken their sequences merely by sensing the aura of ancient gods, how terrifyingly powerful would it be to directly draw upon their power? No wonder the higher-ups had targeted him. If the fragments are so crucial, the Academy's higher-ups could easily seize them under some pretext. That class sparring tournament they organized earlier was far too cumbersome. He couldn't understand. If he were in the Academy's upper echelons, wielding power, he'd have plenty of methods at his disposal. Because the higher-ups aren't united in their opinions either. Lin Yi, do you realize you were personally recruited by the principal? Lin Yi and Su Mushue immediately recalled the hint Qinya had dropped when she enrolled them. Judging by your expressions, you're not surprised. Seems you already knew. That's precisely why the higher-ups dare not act directly. Far from feeling nervous, Lin Yi exhaled deeply in relief. In that case, I needn't worry too much. Too many fleas won't bite, and we'll deal with whatever comes our way. Hey! Xiao Jianian glared at him speechlessly, about to say more, but Lin Yi cut him off. Let's get back to the rune fragment. How do we activate its psychic power enhancement? Does wearing it just make you luckier? Xiao Jianian walked over to a nearby lab bench, retrieved a stack of bottles and jars, and skillfully mixed their contents. Soon, he held a vial of dark purple liquid. Drop the rune fragment in here. Soak it for about 3 days, then infuse it with your sequence aura. That'll activate it. Kid, stop staring at me like that. If you're worried, just wait here in the lab. But don't touch anything. If you break my precious, you won't be able to afford the damage. At the mention of treasures, Lin Ye's eyes lit up instantly, and he nodded repeatedly. Well then, I'll reluctantly wait here in the lab. The next second, he darted over to a row of lab benches, holding a ring in his hand and examining it intently. Professor, this ring must be a treasure too. What grade is it? It fits me perfectly. Xiao Jianyan's scalp prickled with irritation. He roared furiously, put that down. Lin Yi looked utterly aggrieved. Professor, you're being so mean. My spirit is deeply wounded and needs healing. I thought this ring was decent enough to serve as my spiritual compensation. You wish. Xiao Jianian snorted coldly, snatching the ring away and tucking it carefully into his robe. This is an A-grade artifact. If I hadn't been unable to figure out how to activate it, I wouldn't have brought it to the lab. You want it? Dream on. He couldn't help but stare suspiciously at Lin Yi, muttering, but you really do have sharp eyes. Seems the unactivated rune fragment has affected your luck value after all. Lin Yi shot a glance at Su Mushue, who winked back at him. Neither would reveal that it was Su Mushue's psychic sensing that had drawn their attention to the ring. If it was an A-grade treasure, not getting it would be a complete waste of the trip. Xiao Jianian suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Panic grew in his heart as his instincts screamed that letting Lin Yi and Su Mushue stay here would lead to bitter regret. Forget it, forget it. Just take this thing with you. I'll personally come in 3 days to fully activate the rune fragments for you. He handed the culture solution test tube to Lin Yi and waved them away. Lin Yi showed no urgency. Glancing down at Xiao Jianyan's empty pockets, he smiled and turned to leave. Then we'll see you in 3 days, Professor. Leaving the research building, the two headed straight for the treatment room, where He-yun was utterly stunned. The rune fragment is of such a high grade that the culture medium needed to activate its abilities is incredibly rare. To think you managed to get old Xiao to hand over the culture medium. I'm truly impressed. Hey, Professor, we have a favor we hope you can do for us. Lin Yi leaned in close and whispered a few words into He-yun's ear. He-yun's expression shifted repeatedly before he finally rolled his eyes skyward. I've seen teachers get screwed over before, but never like this. At least old Xiao will suffer worse than me, ha ha ha. He couldn't help but burst into a hearty laugh of schadenfreude. Before the laughter died down, a cold, indifferent voice pierced through the door and windows. S1 class's Guan Xinghe issues a team challenge to F9 class's Lin Yi. Lin Yi, dare you accept? Guan Xinghe of Class S1 challenges. Class F9. Do you accept? Dare to accept? The voice repeated 3 times in succession, radiating overwhelming confidence and pressure, as if it were right beside their ears. Teachers and students nearby could surely hear it clearly. Lin Yi, Su Mushue, and He-yun walked to the window together. Through the glass, they saw several familiar figures standing below. It's Su Wen, Chen Jiming, and the others. The one leading them must be Guan Xinghe, the one shouting. Su Mushue's expression shifted slightly. She sensed a potent aura of an ancient god emanating from Guan Xinghe. Guan Xinghe, one of Class S1's strongest. Sent on exchange to the Western Academy right after enrollment, he's only just returned. His sequence is 88 Void Rift, extremely powerful and bizarre. He-yun, who was well informed about Guan Xinghe, relayed the details to Lin Yi with a serious expression. His level is likely around 8th or 9th rank. Combined with his sequence advantage, your chances of winning if you engage him are slim. It wasn't that he was boosting the enemy's morale or undermining his own side's confidence, he genuinely believed Lin Yi held little advantage. Hearing even He-yun say this only piqued Lin Yi's interest further. But now that he's openly challenging me like this, refusing to fight would be admitting defeat. Judging by the malicious glances from Su Wen and the others, they were undoubtedly waiting for him to refuse. Lin Yi's humiliation and contempt at the northern border, coupled with the shock of his redemption through brilliance in the exchange tournament, had left them seething with resentment. Unless they personally dragged Lin Yi down from his pedestal of acclaim, how could they ever be satisfied? Chapter 50, I'll definitely shine. Su Wen, Jiang Xing, Chen Jiming, long time no see. Finished your guard duty already? That must have been tough. Lin Yi descended the stairs, facing the group. His gaze swept over them, not once meeting Guan Xinghe's eyes. For the first time, Guan Xinghe tasted the humiliation of being ignored. Lin Yi, I'm the one leading them to challenge you. Dare to bully our Class S1 members? I won't stand idly by. So it was these three who had complained to Guan Xinghe, egging him on to take up their cause. But Guan Xinghe was no fool to be used as a pawn. Ultimately, he was drawn by Lin Yi's current reputation. After all, due to his exchange studies, he hadn't made a name for himself at the academy. Building his reputation through gradual participation in activities was too slow for him. Defeating the highly sought-after Lin Yi would make him famous overnight. Team match? Lin Yi glanced at Su Wen and the others before continuing. I accept the challenge, but I still need to find teammates. What's the time and location? His promptness caught Guan Xinghe off guard. Tomorrow at 2 p.m., right at the academy's competition platform. I'll invite every freshman and faculty member to witness our battle. The loser must bow an apology to the entire opposing class and, from that day forward, bow deeply and grovel whenever they meet, serving the victor. This victory would be somewhat satisfying. Lin Yi felt a rare surge of excitement. Alright, let's settle this on the field tomorrow. Accepting Guan Xinghe's challenge, Lin Yi led Su Muxue straight to Class F9's classroom. With Su Wen and the others back, Duan Tianyu and the rest of Class F9 had naturally returned as well. Seeing Lin Yi again, Duan Tianyu rushed forward with an enthusiastic bear hug, his expression filled with hurt. Brother Yi, you have no idea. After you vanished during that ancient divine steel incident, I woke up to find Su Wen and the others bad-mouthing you. Unfortunately, none of the academy teachers believed me. It was infuriating. I was so worried about you. Later, I heard you returned to the academy early and broke multiple rules to participate in the exchange tournament as atonement. But since we couldn't come back, we could only keep tabs on your situation. You're truly my night brother. I knew you'd blow everyone's minds. Lin Yi slapped Duan Tianyu's shoulder hard and asked earnestly, Fatchu, I'm giving you a chance to fight alongside me and take down those who've been provoking me. Are you in? Not at all. Whoever dared challenge you, Brother Yi, I'd be the first to take them down. Duan Tianyu was even more furious than Lin Yi. Lin Yi told him about Guan Xinghe's challenge. You're in. I still need 2 more teammates. Duan Tianyu's chubby face flushed crimson with excitement. This is perfect. I was already disappointed I couldn't fight alongside Brother Yi in the exchange match. Now the chance has come knocking. You need teammates? Count me in. Xiao Yuan, who had been silently observing their conversation nearby, immediately volunteered. My strength isn't top tier. I'm far behind Class S1, but I possess a great offensive artifact from the ancient gods. I'm also among the top performers in my class, so I won't hold you back. Lin Yi had a favorable impression of Xiao Yuan and nodded in agreement. So for the last spot, do you have any recommendations, class president? Campus frowned and thought for a moment. Let's get Xiaoyi. She's the only assassin-type sequence in our class. He promptly summoned Qin over. As a classmate, Lin Yi naturally recognized her, though they weren't close. They'd barely exchanged a few words. Though Qin belonged to the assassin sequence, she was shy by nature. Seeing Lin Yi and Su Muxue made her blush with embarrassment, her voice barely above a whisper. I can do it. I'll definitely do my best. Lin Yi and Su Muxue were now the heroic idols of Class F9. The thought of fighting alongside them made her heart pound with nervous excitement. Su Muxue noticed her nervousness, stepped forward to take her hand, and began chatting about girl-to-girl topics to calm her down. With the team finalized, Lin Yi relaxed completely. Then we'll head over tomorrow and give Class S1 a proper fight. The calmer he appeared, the more at ease the rest of the team felt. The next day, 2 p.m., Longyuan Academy Tournament Arena. Lin Yi and Guan Xinghe stood on opposite sides of the arena with their respective teammates. The surrounding faculty and students watched with intense excitement. There sure are a lot of matches this year. We get to see a fight every few days, and most of them involve Lin Yi from Class F9. He's become quite the celebrity at our school. Exactly. Lin Yi did secure the Academy Exchange Tournament Championship title after all. Now plenty of people are green with envy, itching to knock him off his pedestal. Do you think Lin Yi will win this time? That Guan Xinghe from Class S1, I haven't heard much about him, but his strength seems genuinely formidable. After all, his sequence rank is incredibly high. I can't tell who's stronger between Lin Yi and Guan Xinghe individually, but analyzing their teammates is easy. Looking at overall team strength, Class F9 students are still way behind Class S1. So, Lin Yi's team might lose? Not just possible, highly probable. But what about Su Muxue? When those two team up, they can crush other top teams in the exchange matches. How could they lose to Guan Xinghe's team? The crowd buzzed with debate, opinions divided. Some doubted Lin Yi, while others held unwavering faith in him. Lin Yi's gaze swept across the spectator stands, not so much to gauge others' expectations of him, but primarily to observe the state of the academy students and the expressions and movements of the teachers watching the match. Perhaps this is also an opportunity to probe the extent of Truth's Eye's influence within the academy. He pondered inwardly, leaning close to Su Muxue and whispering a few words in her ear. A flicker of worry crossed Su Muxue's eyes. Are you sure? That's far too risky. I know what I'm doing, Lin Yi nodded. As the referee declared the match underway, Guan Xinghe immediately activated his sequence skill. Void chains. The surrounding space abruptly tore apart, revealing countless rifts. Instantly, the intangible void was sliced into fragmented regions. These shards of space intertwine and fused, transforming into chains that bound the entire area. Lin Yi, Su Muxue, Duan Tianyu, and the others were just about to counterattack when they found themselves completely bound, unable to move. The space around them had been locked in place. Void fissure. Guan Xinghe dared not relax, immediately following up with his next skill. Cracks appeared in the surrounding space, piercing through Lin Yi and the others' bodies. Su Muxue bore the most severe injuries. A heart-wrenching scream of agony escaped her lips as her face drained of color. The next moment, she lost consciousness and collapsed into unconsciousness. Chapter 51, Doomed. Mu Xue. Lin Ye's eyes widened in fury. Ignoring the deep gashes cutting into his own body, he struggled to move toward her. He scooped her into his arms and checked her condition. Sister Shui. Damn you. How dare you hurt her like this? I'll fight you to the death. Duan Tianyu and the others were equally enraged. Forcing control over their bodies, they chanted incantations to unleash their skills. The spectating teachers and students erupted in a collective gasp. Good heavens, Su Muxue has fainted. Everyone knows Lin Yi has always fought side by side with her. Without Su Muxue's skill support, how could Lin Yi possibly win alone? This is the price of lacking independence. Support-type sequences always depend on their partners. If something happens to their partner, they're completely useless. But Lin Yi isn't purely a support type, right? From his previous fights, he doesn't seem completely helpless when facing enemies alone. Give me a break. Every single time, he's just tampered with someone else's skill attributes. He's a useless piece of junk himself. Finally witnessing Lin Ye's defeat is truly satisfying. Several students from the advanced classes gloated with schadenfreude. The rest of Class F9 who weren't participating looked worried. We're screwed. Lin Yi and the class monitor are going to lose this time. Lin Ye's eyes burned crimson as he fixed his gaze on Guan Xinghe and the others. You dare harm Mu Xue? I'll make every one of you regret your actions. Put. Su Wen sneered with contempt. Lin Yi, you're still trying to act tough at this point? What a clown. Chen Jiming chimed in, without Su Muxue, you couldn't even attack us. Oh, right, you still have a few teammates left, huh? No worries, we'll take care of them too. With that, Guan Xinghe moved with lightning speed, unleashing his control skills Void Chains and Fissure to launch a frenzied assault on Xiao Yuan, Duan Tianyu, and Qini. They aimed to sever Lin Ye's retreat, leaving him utterly isolated and helpless. With 5 against 1, could Lin Yi possibly win? Boom! Xiao Yuan, Duan Tianyu, and Qini weren't about to sit idly by and wait for death. Flames, earth spikes, and shadow blasts surged toward Guan Xinghe and his allies. Su Wen, Chen Jiming, and Jiang Xing also joined the fray. Water curtain defense, rain of blades, and illusionary confusion all descended upon them. The skill levels on both sides were worlds apart. Xiao Yuan and Duan Tianyu's eyes burned with refusal to accept defeat. Xiao Yuan suddenly pulled a dark red glowing object from his chest and hurled it fiercely at Su Wen. Duan Tianyu's ring flashed with light, its aura surging as a massive fireball, towering as tall as a person, hurtled toward Jiang Xing. Qini witnessed this, her timid, panicked gaze hardening into fierce resolve. She murmured, Shadow Body Division, Corrosion. Their attacks surged in power, catching Su Wen and his 2 companions completely off guard. The other support-type ally, unfamiliar with them and lacking coordination, couldn't even cast protective spells in time. The trio was sent flying backward, crashing heavily onto the arena floor. Cough cough cough. It took them a long while to scramble back up, covered in wounds large and small. Yet they still possessed combat capability, launching another assault at Duan Tianyu's trio. Whoa! The gap in strength between Class S1 and Class F9 is just too huge. Although Su Wen, Jiang Xing, and Chen Jiming were later specially promoted to Class S1, originally just Class S students, it said they had the fortune of interacting with the ancient god Steel. They received a spiritual power infusion, instantly elevating their potential to Class S level. Even within Class S1, they're considered elite top students. I heard that Fat Guy also received spiritual power from the ancient god Steel, but his strength still seems pretty average. Lin Yi and Su Muxue too. That's precisely why they violated school rules by abandoning their mission. Only by winning the exchange tournament did they avoid punishment. Well, Lin Yi and Su Muxue are exceptions. The Fat Guy's case is the norm. Look at them, they both received the spiritual power initiation, but their potential is lacking. Compared to Su Wen and the others, it's like heaven and earth. Finally, a proper battle. This is the level Class F9 should be at. For the first time, the observing academy professors felt a sense of relief that everything was unfolding as expected. Xiao Yuan, Duan Tianyu, and Qini were filled with despair. They now understood more clearly than anyone else the immense power of Lin Yi and Su Muxue. But they had already given their absolute all. That last wave of attacks had been their most powerful strike, unleashed by draining every ounce of their spiritual energy. Now they were utterly stripped of any offensive or defensive capability, forced to watch helplessly as Su Wen and the others' attacks closed in. Yet, the sword rain, water columns, and phantom attacks halted abruptly just 1 meter from them. Immediately afterward, they abruptly dissipated, vanishing into nothingness. Guan Xinghan narrowed his eyes, glancing at Lin Yi. He knew it was Lin Yi who had intervened. You still have the presence of mind to spare others? Then try my ultimate technique once more. Void Shatter, Rift Rampage. With a cold shout, the space around Lin Yi became utterly chaotic. Even the spectators could no longer discern his form, seeing only shards of fractured space filling the area around him, sealing off every opening completely. In the next instant, everyone watched in shock as those spatial fragments slowly twisted and deformed, transforming into countless spatial needles. They reversed direction and shot toward Guan Xinghe, Su Wen, and the others at breakneck speed. Lin Yi, he. Everyone held their breath, experiencing an absurd sensation for the first time. Su Muxue and the other 3 teammates were essentially incapacitated. With only Lin Yi left standing, could he possibly continue fighting? Damn it! This guy's stubbornness makes me want to crush him even more, to stomp him into the ground, never to rise again. Guan Xinghe felt no fear toward Lin Yi. Instead, jealousy and excitement surged in his eyes. The stronger Lin Yi became, the greater the sense of accomplishment he would feel upon defeating him. Control the waterway. Balance, Phantom Deception. Soul Blade, Hunt. Void Shatters, Cracks Spread, Boundless. Earth Wall Defense Encirclement from all sides. On Guan Xinghe and Su Wen's side, 5 individuals unleashed their skills simultaneously, creating a truly spectacular scene. The spatial needles were blocked by the earthen walls, while the remaining attacks swarmed every inch of space before Lin Yi, assaulting him with frenzied intensity. Lin Yi stood alone across from them, like tender grass swaying in a fierce wind, seemingly on the verge of being torn to shreds at any moment. Spectators in the stands couldn't bear to watch the battle directly, their expressions filled with distress. Lin Yi is done for. This level of attack is excessive. Won't Lin Yi be killed? Probably not. The referee is controlling the match. If Lin Yi were truly in mortal danger, the referee would intervene. But there have been instances before where fights got out of control and the referee didn't intervene in time. Chapter 52, the real battle has only just begun. The others' concerns weren't unfounded. Even the observing professors noticed that Su Wen, Guan Xinghe, and others seemed to possess skills that were a bit too powerful. He Yun naturally came to watch Lin Yi and Su Mushue's battle. He had never worried about Lin Yi. For no one understood Lin Yi's capabilities better than he did. Even if he was outmatched and truly couldn't win, so what? Losing a single match was no big deal. A slight dent in reputation was no big deal. Young people needed to experience setbacks to grow. While he didn't relish seeing his student lose, this had been his worst-case scenario. Yet now, he couldn't help but leap to his feet in shock and fury, his gaze fixed intently on the arena. He silently chanted incantations, attempting to use his own skills to shield Lin Yi from the onslaught. But when his skills attempted to influence Lin Yi, they were blocked by a thin barrier outside the arena. This was the isolation barrier deliberately set up to prevent interference in the match. Now it blocked He Yun from saving Lin Yi. No, their attacks couldn't possibly be this powerful. This skill surpasses level 10 strength. Someone is interfering from the shadows. He Yun's face darkened as he roared in fury, his body sprinting toward the arena. But by the time he reached the arena and broke through the barrier with his body, it was already too late. The others remained oblivious, only a handful of professors sensing something amiss. They shouted in warning, "Referee! Save him!" But even if the referee acted now, it was already too late. The attacks had already reached Lin Yi the moment they spoke. Boom! A massive tear, explosion, and tremor shook the entire arena. A deathly silence fell over the surroundings. All eyes were fixed on the spot where Lin Yi had been struck on the arena. Even Su Wen and Guan Xinghe, along with the others, stared intently at the spot where Lin Yi had been standing, tense and shocked. They themselves were horrified by the sheer power of their own attack. How could Lin Yi possibly survive such an assault? They had only intended to defeat him, at most cripple him or render him useless. They never once considered killing him. The situation had clearly spiraled out of control. Everyone's mood grew heavy, complex, and uneasy. Sigh. We're going to face the Academy's punishment, Su Wen sighed. Though the situation had spiraled beyond control, he felt no sorrow for Lin Yi. Guan Xinghe's face darkened. What a waste. If he could have grown stronger, he might have become a formidable powerhouse someday. With something like this happening, the Academy won't sit idly by. None of us will get off lightly. We're all facing investigation. But more than anything, they were worried about themselves. Lin Yi's death would shock them, but it wouldn't truly break their hearts. He Yun's eyes were bloodshot as he furiously attacked the isolation barrier. Get out of my way. Let me in. I have to save him. In that moment, flashes of his time with Lin Yi flooded his mind. Lin Yi was the first student to voluntarily choose him as his mentor. From that very moment, he had resolved to protect his student at all costs. So even knowing Lin Yi could hear the ancient god's whispers, he never once considered informing the academy. How could he stand by and watch his student die before his very eyes? Duan Tianyu, Xiao Yuan, and Qin Yi were all frozen in shock, staring blankly in Lin Yi's direction, their faces drained of color. Brother Yi. Duan Tianyu's voice choked, his eyes bloodshot. Now that the battle is over, we willingly accept punishment for accidentally killing our classmate. Guan Xinghe paused briefly before speaking slowly. The referee stood in the center of the arena, his expression grim. At this point, the outcome of the match no longer mattered, yet he still had to announce the result. The match is... Wait. A detached, raspy voice abruptly cut in. Everyone startled. Lin Yi's original position had been completely engulfed in spatial chaos due to Guan Xinghe's attack, which carried the effect of spatial disruption. No one could see the exact situation. Everyone assumed Lin Yi had been obliterated beyond recognition. Yet at this very moment, the figure emerging from the chaotic spatial fluctuations, who else could it be but Lin Yi? Everyone froze, staring dumbly at the figure standing tall and straight, not a hair out of place. Guan Xinghe's pupils dilated as he murmured, "Impossible. How dare you be unharmed?" Lin Yi ignored him, turning instead to face the referee. "I haven't fallen yet. How can the match be over? The real battle is only just beginning." As his words faded, another tall, slender figure emerged from behind him, none other than Su Muxue. Holy word, healing. Her voice was clear and commanding, bearing no trace of the extreme weakness she'd displayed moments earlier when she collapsed unconscious. As her healing spell touched Guan Xinghe and the others, it instantly transformed into, holy word, critical wound. Still reeling from the shock that Lin Yi and Su Muxue were unharmed, Guan Xinghe and his companions failed to react in time. They took the full brunt of their attack. Guan Xinghe's face instantly drained of color. Only then did he realize he needed to counterattack. He hurriedly activated his skill once more. But Lin Yi wouldn't give him another chance. Void, huh? Whatever skill you use, it'll be tied to space anyway. So let's change it, turn space into emptiness. As his words fell, Guan Xinghe's psychic energy vanished, as if 10,000 pounds of force struck cotton. The skill's energy dissipated into nothingness, his ability ceased to exist entirely. Immediately after, Su Wen and the others also faced Lin Yi's counterattack. Can't I attack you alone? Ha! True, I lack offensive skills, but I have hands. A slap to each of you shouldn't be too much, right? Though he spoke these words, his mind was already channeling his sequence skill. Text alteration, a palm strike transformed into a blade-like palm. He could alter others' attacks, actions, and skills naturally, he could alter his own. It was merely transforming his ordinary attack into a special one. Was that really so difficult? The instant his words fell, the palm strike he had launched abruptly transformed. A palm formed from countless blades materialized out of thin air, then lashed viciously toward Guan Xinghe and the others' faces. If struck, disfigurement would be the least of their worries. Half their skulls might be sliced clean off. Terror filled the eyes of Su Wen, Chen Jiming, and Jiang Xing. Guan Xinghe's face drained of color as he frantically raised his hands to block. Useless! A sharp command rang out. The referee finally intervened. Having failed to intervene earlier, he could not stand by and watch the students face danger. But once he intervened, it meant the outcome of the match was decided. The 5 members of Class S1 lost all coordination in their counterattacks and defenses, their chances of victory now utterly gone. With a single palm strike, he sent all 5 flying off the competition platform. He declared aloud, Class S1, Guan Xinghe's team defeated. Chapter 53, Aftermath. The referee's declaration finally brought the match to a complete end. Guan Xinghe and his teammates landed in a heap outside the ring, their eyes still filled with bewilderment and panic. Wait. Guan Xinghe opened his mouth to speak, but Lin Yi's voice cut him off. Disagree? Want another round? Ironically, it was Lin Yi's unshakable confidence that snapped Guan Xinghe back to his senses. His words caught in his throat. Since the match is over, remember this, try not to show your faces in front of me again. Otherwise, you know exactly what will happen. Guan Xinghe and Su Wen's faces drained of color. They immediately turned to leave. But Su Muxue called out, wait. What about your apology? The entire Class F9 rose from the stands, their cold stares fixed on them. We're sorry. Guan Xinghe gritted his teeth as he spoke, then tried to leave again, only to be called back by Lin Yi. Your skills malfunctioned earlier. Shouldn't you be subject to the school's investigation? Lin Yi spoke, shifting his gaze toward the referees and other observing professors and teachers. He quickly chimed in, everyone witnessed the anomalies in their abilities. The school will certainly provide an explanation. With him speaking up, the other academy leaders found it difficult to argue. You lot, come with us now. A faculty member stepped forward, his expression stern as he issued the order to Guan Xinghe and the others. Watching the academy's senior officials take Guan Xinghe and the others away for investigation, Lin Yi's mood did not ease. Hopefully, we can uncover some clues from them. That would make the charade he and Su Muxue staged during the competition worthwhile. The essence of a screenwriter lies in fiction, manipulation, and performance. Acting is also a crucial part of it, isn't it? Isn't it? Isn't it? Weaving worlds, weaving lives, weaving stories, weaving everything. A jumble of voices echoed through Lin Ye's mind. The whisper of the ancient god. Lin Ye's head instantly throbbed violently. Bloodshot veins flashed in his eyes as he clutched his temples, his expression twisted with agony and irritation. Lin Yi, what's wrong? Su Muxue noticed his unusual state and hurriedly supported him. Who? Who are you? Lin Yi lifted his head, but Su Muxue's face before him gradually blurred, replaced by another complex, shadowy visage. This phantom face constantly shifted, one moment resembling a human, the next a strange beast, its expression cycling through joy, anger, sorrow, and delight. The instant Lin Yi saw this phantom, he felt as if some indescribably terrifying presence had locked onto him. That instinct made his soul tremble. He must have sustained injuries during the battle that left aftereffects. Let's take him for a checkup first. Su Muxue and He Yun exchanged a knowing glance before explaining to the others around them. Duan Tianyu, Xiao Yuan, and the others looked concerned and urged, hurry up. The referee and other professors frowned slightly, their eyes betraying a hint of doubt. He Yun dared not let Lin Yi remain here any longer. He and Su Muxue quickly supported Lin Yi and hurried him away. As soon as they stepped outside the competition venue, Lin Yi's vision gradually cleared, and he halted his steps. I'm fine now. He straightened his back, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and felt a heavy weight on his heart. The ancient god's whispering was exerting an ever greater influence over him. He must strengthen his abilities faster. Otherwise, his mental power would become impossible to contain. Lin Yi, you just... He Yun and Su Muxue watched him regain consciousness, breathing a sigh of relief yet still deeply concerned. Lin Yi nodded. The meaning was clear. All three sensed the situation was becoming precarious. Mentor, is there any way to alleviate Lin Yi's condition? To avoid prying ears, they avoided explicit terms, yet each understood the subject at hand. He Yun frowned and thought for a moment, his gaze shifting between Lin Yi and Su Muxue. Muxue, your mental fortitude is unparalleled. Since you two have already established a mental link, perhaps your mental imprint could be used to suppress it. Mental imprint? He Yun nodded. It means using your psychic power to imprint a mark within Lin Yi's mental space. That way, as long as you're near him, you can establish an invisible psychic link through that imprint. This boosts his mental fortitude, making him less susceptible to mental interference. Would engraving this mental imprint cause any harm to me or Muxue? Lin Yi was more concerned about the safety of this method. Not at all. The only drawback is that once you two separate, your respective mental strengths will actually diminish. Su Muxue quickly interjected, we're practically inseparable. I'm willing to undergo the imprinting. With Su Muxue's consent, Lin Yi naturally had no reason to refuse. The trio returned to the treatment room. He Yun declined visitors, dedicating the space solely for the mental imprinting ritual. The process went smoothly. Just as Su Muxue's mental imprint took shape, Lin Yi clearly sensed her presence. This perception wasn't like the conceptual awareness he'd felt before. It wasn't the kind of perception gained through sight, sound, or physical touch. It was a pure, visceral awareness that Su Muxue was right beside him. Every movement she made was crystal clear to him, as if she were another version of himself. Su Muxue, of course, could sense Lin Yi in the same way. They gazed at each other for a long time. From this moment onward, their bond grew even stronger. A peculiar sensation flowed through both their hearts until it was interrupted by the ringing of a doorbell. He Yun glanced over and immediately found himself torn, his expression knotted with conflict. Damn it, it's old Xiao. He must have activated the rune fragment early and is here to return it. What do I do? You apprentices, you've really screwed your teacher over. The thought of his earlier discussion with Lin Yi left him restless. Yet he had already promised Lin Yi and couldn't go back on his word. He took a deep breath, paused for a long moment, then stepped out as if steeled with resolve. Opening the treatment room door, his face instantly drained of color. His aura retracted sharply, his gaze clouded and vacant as he leaned against the doorframe, weakly greeting Xiao Jianian. Old Xiao, you finally made it. If you miss this chance, you might never see me again. Xiao Jianian was startled. He knew Lin Yi and Su Muxue were students of his friend He Yun. That was precisely why he hadn't held Lin Yi's occasional offenses against him. But that didn't mean he'd give Lin Yi or Su Muxue special treatment. He had only intended to deliver the rune fragment and leave, but now he was forced to stay and inquire about his old friend He Yun's condition. What's wrong? Has your old injury flared up? He Yun felt even more guilty, quickly grabbing Xiao Jianyan's hand as if entrusting him with a dying wish. My old injury has flared up again. Ironically, as a healer, I'm powerless against my own ailment. Before I go, I have one request, will you take good care of my disciple? Chapter 54, Intimidation. Xiao Jianyan's expression darkened, his tone sharpening, though his movements remained gentle as he stepped forward to support him. What nonsense are you talking? Your own student, you take care of him yourself. How could your old injury flare up if you were fine? He Yun quickly thought on his feet, casually mentioning the danger he'd faced while watching the match. He claimed that using his skills too intensely to save Lin Yi had caused his old injury to flare up. 9 out of 10 words were true, with only one falsehood. This nearly convinced both Lin Yi and Su Muxue that Hyun's old injury had genuinely flared up, leaving him near death. Worry spread across their faces. Xiao Jianian took it as gospel, his expression shocked. How could you be so foolish? Sacrificing yourself to this extent for a student? I know you've always wanted a worthy successor to carry on your legacy, but you can't disregard your own safety. Yet, met with Hyun's gaze brimming with hope and expectation, he could only nod solemnly and promise, rest assured, I pledge to look after your disciple. But before that, you must find a way to save yourself. You cannot give up on yourself. Hyun quickly grabbed Lin Yi's hand and explained to Xiao Jianian, Lin Yi's psychic energy is extremely unstable, and his sequence rank is far too low. I've been deeply concerned about him. If you happen to have any high-grade artifacts, could you please give him one for protection? Xiao Jianian's heart skipped a beat. Something felt terribly off. Just as he was about to question her, Hyun suddenly swayed and collapsed to the ground before him, coughing weakly and appearing on the verge of death. Old Xiao, you're one of my few true friends. I trust our bond means more to Ani than any material thing. You won't let down my most cherished disciple. Xiao Jianian, overcome by emotion, nodded in agreement. Alright, I promise. He thought of the ring he kept close to his body and immediately took it out. This is an A-grade artifact. Though I haven't fully figured out how to activate it yet, it's still usable for self-defense in combat. Moreover, during combat, if Lin Yi gains the artifact's recognition, it might even activate automatically. Lin Yi's eyes lit up as he caught the ring and slipped it onto his left index finger. Hyun patted Xiao Jianian's shoulder with a complex expression. Old Xiao, thank you. I knew you wouldn't let me down. Suddenly, his body jerked violently and he was about to collapse. Lin Yi let out a heart-wrenching cry. Teacher! Professor Xiao, Muxue and I would like to speak with the teacher privately one last time. Please return first. I will personally thank you later for the rune fragment and the ring. Xiao Jianian sighed, not dwelling on it further. Before leaving, he offered one final piece of advice. The rune fragment still needs to be fully activated with your essence. The process isn't complicated, just use your psychic energy combined with your blood to infuse it into the fragment. I shan't disturb you any longer. He departed, his face etched with sorrow and resignation. 3 days later. At the rally for the Academy's Northern Frontier Vanguard. Li Hyun gripped Lin Yi and Su Muxue's hands, urging them repeatedly. Under no circumstances act impulsively this time. If you encounter the manifestation of ancient divine ruins, you must act in unison with the group. Lin Yi, especially you don't try to be a hero, and above all, don't expose yourself recklessly. Muxue, you must stay by Lin Yi's side at all times. Only when you two are together can I feel at ease. Lin Yi and Su Muxue responded earnestly to each instruction. Until a furious shout interrupted them. Hyun! You try to scare me. Xiao Jianian exploded like a firecracker, charging toward Hyun, his entire being teetering on the brink of fury. After returning that day, he recalled the events and had a nagging feeling he might have been tricked. Now, seeing Hyun standing here unscathed, he finally understood he'd been played by both Lin Yi and Hyun, teacher and student alike. After all the trust one placed in you as a close friend, you actually... Before Xiao Jianian could finish his accusatory rant, Hyun impatiently cut him off. Old Xiao, whatever it is, we can talk privately later. Can't you see I'm discussing serious business with my student right now? Don't interrupt. Me, disrupting? Xiao Jianian's head buzzed, and even his anger stalled. You know perfectly well how important the rally is. This time, with the Northern Frontier's beast tide causing chaos, all major academies have dispatched vanguard forces to support them. Even freshmen who just enrolled are being sent to the battlefield. That shows how serious this is. My 2 top students, Ku and Du, are geniuses among talents who've already made enemies. You know this. Why can't you just understand the situation? I'm worried we won't have enough time to cover all the precautions with them. Please don't disrupt things. Hyun's accusatory tone made Xiao Jianian feel as if he truly was being unreasonable. He stood frozen in place. Dumbstruck as Hyun continued briefing Lin Yi and Su Muxue. But this urgent mission is also your opportunity. Use it to gain experience and level up quickly. It'll ensure your safety in the future. All around, professors, homeroom teachers, and mentors from other classes were likewise briefing their students. A bright light appeared in the open space ahead. The teleportation barrier had activated. The rally ceremony had long concluded. Vice Principal Dong Siming's deep, gravelly voice boomed, the barrier is open. Vanguard, advance. All students immediately formed ranks, transforming into orderly formations as they marched into the barrier. Buzz. Lin Yi and Su Muxue were positioned within the F9 squadron. Upon stepping into the barrier, a blinding light filled their vision, causing a dizzying sensation of weightlessness. When their bodies finally stabilized, they found themselves once again within the fortress of the Northern Frontier's safe zone. In just over 10 days, it's changed so drastically. Lin Yi surveyed his surroundings, his heart filled with shock. The once vibrant safe zone fortress, brimming with the aura of powerful beings, had countless energy crystals and resources fueling the central plaza, sustaining the entire fortress's operations. Now, it lay utterly desolate and decayed. Not a single blade of grass or tree remained. An eerie, gloomy aura permeated the surroundings, and the energy crystals had dwindled drastically. They could barely sustain a protective shield covering the fortress. Newly arrived vanguard troops, assemble here. A shrill whistle pierced the air, followed by the gruff command of the Northern Frontier Guard leader. Class F9 arrived at the designated assembly area as instructed, standing under the scorching sun. Wave after wave of vanguard troops materialized from the barrier, not only from Longyuan Academy, but also from Battle Soul Academy, Star River Academy, and others. Within just half a day, over 10,000 people had gathered in this area. Ugh! This emergency mission came out of nowhere. I didn't even have time to prepare properly. I hope we don't run into any danger. We're already on the Northern Frontier battlefield, how could it not be dangerous? Better to focus on rapidly boosting our strength and earning merits. It's all those beasts' fault. They gathered out of nowhere, triggering a beast tide. We're all freshmen, yet we're being sent to the front lines. As the crowd swelled, a buzzing hum of conversation filled the air, thick with tension. Chapter 55, Terrifying. From the murmurs around him, Lin Yi could discern what his classmates were thinking. An inexplicable unease rose within him. Sending such a group into such a brutal battlefield was tantamount to sending them to their deaths. How many of these tens of thousands would survive once this emergency mission concluded? Combining all the freshmen from these schools, the total number is definitely higher than this. Su Muxue frowned slightly as she reminded Lin Yi. It seems every school except Longyuan has held back some of their best. The answer was obvious. A sense of absurdity welled up within Lin Yi. If entering the northern battlefield wasn't mandatory, then for far too many people, perhaps not attending a top-tier institution like Longyuan was actually a blessing. The only ones other schools would send here are their weakest, least capable students. This approach was worlds apart from Longyuan's philosophy. No wonder Longyuan is so formidable, yet so few students ever graduate successfully. Those who truly stood out at Longyuan and successfully graduated were undoubtedly the strongest of the strong individuals forged through countless trials on the battlefield, constantly battling and improving amidst life and death struggles to attain immense power. Quality compensates for quantity. Longyuan's unchallenged position as the foremost institution of higher learning is entirely justified. But this also means that as students of Longyuan Academy, they are destined to face greater dangers. Most will likely end up as cannon fodder. Lin Yi, Su Muxue, once we form ranks in advance, our entire class must stand together through thick and thin. Xiao Yuan deliberately walked from the front row to stand beside Lin Yi and the others, his expression solemn and grave as he urged them. After battling Class S1's Guan Xingha and others, he now fully regarded Lin Yi and Su Muxue as the backbone and guiding force of the entire class. What he feared most was that Lin Yi and Su Muxue might become a liability to the rest of the class. Previously, he and the rest of the class had believed that Lin Yi and Su Muxue's growth and strength were partly due to the support of the entire class. But later, they had a complete awakening. It was actually they who owed their growth to Lin Yi and Su Muxue. Therefore, they must align themselves with Lin Yi and Su Muxue, steadfastly supporting them and striving to match their example. Lin Yi sensed the shift in attitude from the class monitor and the other students toward him. For him, this was actually a good thing. No problem, he nodded earnestly. Xiao Yuan felt a slight sense of relief. A sharp, piercing whistle sounded ahead once more. A squadron of guards mounted on exotic beasts descended from the sky with imposing presence. All units assembled. An emergency has arisen on the front lines. Engage immediately. Split into squads, form ranks, advance. Class F9 was led toward the center of the battlefield. Unlike their previous guard duty, where they had only hunted low-level beasts on the periphery, this mission was entirely different. Even before reaching the battlefield, a pungent, blood-soaked stench filled their nostrils. The sky ahead was swallowed by thick, inky darkness, swallowing the daylight. Dragon Abyss F-grade, Galaxy Rocket Class, Battle Soul Sky Division, all teams, take your positions. Charge! Above their heads, the escort troops responsible for guiding and overseeing them issued the command without mercy. These freshmen from various academies had yet to undergo the baptism of blood on the battlefield. Granting them even a second to think would only amplify their fear exponentially, proving counterproductive. With such urgency, Class F9 had no time to hesitate before being driven forward. As they drew closer to the area shrouded in dark clouds, they finally saw clearly. The sky was not filled with clouds, but swarmed by a vast, overwhelming tide of locust-like beasts. Beneath the locust-like creatures swirled countless grotesque beasts. They collided, gnawed, and clawed relentlessly, like wolves charging into a flock of sheep, slaughtering the guard legion blocking their path. The border defenses, comprising over 100,000 guards, formed a continuous line. Whenever a breach appeared in this line, reinforcements immediately closed the gap. This was a line of defense built with flesh and blood. Though the ground beneath the guards' feet was strewn with the bloodied corpses of their comrades, their eyes burned with unyielding resolve. With the numb efficiency of merciless fighting machines, they relentlessly battled the monstrous beasts. Lin Ye's heart trembled with overwhelming shock. This is the reality of frontline combat. It's so brutal. He witnessed the frontline guards being devoured by swarms of locust-like beasts, reduced to skeletal remains in the blink of an eye. The lion-tiger-leopard-wolf hybrids attacked, treating the guards as mere sustenance. They devoured them to replenish their strength while protecting the breeding hybrids behind them, ensuring the expansion of their monstrous population. The newly formed legion, driven forward to charge, froze mid-air in terror upon witnessing this brutal, bloody spectacle. Ah! This is too terrifying. I can't do this. I'll die if I go up there. Is this really Earth? This must be hell. My legs. I can't move them. My whole body is frozen. Don't push me. Let go. But though they didn't want to charge, the guard army wasn't about to indulge them. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted beside their ears. Retreating in battle? Execute them on the spot. Amidst the thunder and lightning, over a dozen students attempting to retreat were instantly struck down, reduced to charred human remains. Advance meant death, retreat meant death. But battling the beasts at least offered a chance to prove themselves, gain fame, and strengthen their abilities. The freshman legion finally advanced once more. Hiss! 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 Directly ahead of Class F9 lay a snake den. Countless level 10 rotbone pythons blocked their path. Their vertical pupils glowed with icy murderous intent at the sight of this fresh, vulnerable prey delivered right to them. Hissing sounds filled the air as venom spewed from the snake's mouths. The liquid vaporized mid-air, transforming into a dark green toxic mist that enveloped the surrounding area for hundreds of meters. Support sequence, defense sequence, initiate shields and healing immediately. Xiao Yuan bellowed, swiftly issuing commands. Lin Yi nodded, glancing at Su Muxue, who immediately activated her skills to restore health and bolster defenses for their classmates. Lin Yi had fewer than 30 skill uses left for the day. His abilities had to be used sparingly, so he deliberately refrained from activating his sequences directly. As the protective shield activated, the toxic mist emitted a corrosive hiss upon contact. The student at the very front was still being eroded by the permeating poisonous mist. His face rapidly turned blue and black, clearly on the verge of fainting and plunging into crisis. Fortunately, the pre-prepared healing skills kicked in immediately, restoring their complexions and gradually neutralizing the toxins. Something's wrong. Suddenly, a student from the healing sequence paled dramatically, cried out, clutched his head, and collapsed to the ground. Chapter 56, Adding Words. This poisonous mist can corrode mental energy. The others quickly realized the danger. The main issue was that other healers were also starting to fall victim. To think they could directly inflict toxins upon awakened ones through their skills. These venomous serpents' abilities were truly bizarre and terrifying. Mu Shui. Lin Ye's heart skipped a beat as he hurriedly looked toward Su Muxue. Fortunately, Su Muxue's spiritual level was too high, a little corrosion couldn't affect her. I'm fine. But if this continues, the rest of the class will be in trouble. And students from other schools too. Forget the support sequences, the combat sequences would fare even worse. They lacked any capacity to resist or delay poisoning. The moment they touched even a trace of the toxic mist, their bodies would be instantly overwhelmed by the toxin. Movement became restricted, blood gradually coagulated, and mental energy descended into chaos. Skills became unusable, or if activated, their power was drastically diminished. We have to eliminate all these corrupting bone venom snakes at once. Lin Ye's expression grew grave as his mind raced. If they couldn't be eliminated in one fell swoop, everyone would eventually turn on each other in the chaos, becoming food for the venomous serpents. Since it's a toxin attack, the skills of these venomous snakes must contain the word poison. Humans chant incantations when casting skills. But beasts don't. Even if they could, you wouldn't understand their language. Therefore, to alter the skills of these beasts, one must first discern the names of their abilities through their actions, then tamper with the text. Poison is not poison, poison should be medicine. A sudden realization struck him, and he already had the answer. He abruptly lifted his gaze, fixing it on the venomous pythons ahead, his voice calm as he spoke. Since awakened ones possessed both single target and area of effect skills, his text alterations naturally followed suit. He could only alter one character at a time. But it wasn't limited to altering a single character in a single enemy's single skill. Instead, he could alter a single character within the skill itself or any group of enemies currently casting that identical skill. This functioned as an area of effect attack. The very nature of this skill possessed by the venomous serpents would undergo a fundamental transformation. Sure enough, as his skill activated and took effect, the green poisonous mist abruptly transformed, gradually turning into a colorless vapor carrying a strong medicinal scent. Everyone immersed in this mist not only felt no signs of poisoning or weakness, but instead began to feel refreshed and invigorated, with wounds all over their bodies healing and repairing themselves. The poison mist is gone. The students were overjoyed. I feel like I'm bursting with energy now. Damn those big mudskippers, just wait till I roast them alive. Despite the level disparity, the newbie legion held the advantage in numbers. Moreover, being human allowed them greater flexibility in executing skills. With the beast's special attacks rendered ineffective, victory was within their grasp. Charge! Slash down these stinking snakes and reap the experience. Xiao Yuan led the charge. The members of Class F9 charged forward recklessly, unleashing a barrage of skills upon the venomous pythons. Scales flew everywhere, serpentine bodies shattered. The battle was completely one-sided. Seeing this, students from other academies rushed over as well. Looks like these northern beasts aren't so terrifying after all. Kill them all! The students roared with excitement. Lin Ye's expression darkened. Danger! Retreat! Xiao Yuan, who valued his warnings above all else, immediately roared his command to the entire class, retreat! Fall back now! The abrupt retreat of Class F9, standing out starkly from the other students, did not trigger panic or follow-up from the others. Lin Ye's skill utilized a capture trace. Only those who knew him well would recognize that his skill had altered the venomous snake's ability. The others remained completely unaware. Consequently, those unaware could not follow Lin Ye's instructions. Of course, Lin Ye did warn them, urging students from other classes and academies to retreat. But his warnings were completely ignored. Not a single soul paid him any mind. Barely a breath after Class F9 retreated, the distant locust swarm suddenly surged forward as if enraged, flying madly toward them. The deafening buzz of flapping wings sent shivers down spines. The freshmen still locked in combat ahead froze in terror upon seeing the swarm of locust beasts blanketing the sky. The locust swarm completely engulfed countless students, devouring flesh and blood. Help! Save me! Run! The locust beasts are here! Move out of my way! My legs! Get off me! Don't eat me! Only then did the new students snap back to their senses, finding the strength to flee. They scrambled backward in a mad dash for escape. But they couldn't outrun those locust beasts at all, forced to watch helplessly as their bodies were covered and devoured. Lin Yi was immersed in his own mental space at that moment. After tampering with the venomous snake's abilities and slaying many more of them, he finally leveled up. He reached level 10. For awakened ones, every 10 levels represented a major threshold. Breaking through this threshold granted a fundamental enhancement to skills. Awakening level breakthrough, level 10. Skill tampering character limit +1. Text alteration, current available characters for alteration, 2. Current usable times, 20. Lin Ye's face, brimming with joy, was suddenly replaced by confusion. Why had the number of uses for his skill decreased? Could it be because of the increased character limit? His mood instantly soured. However, breaking through the level 10 barrier, he sensed a tangible transformation and enhancement in both his spiritual power and physical strength. Lin Yi, we can't just stand by and watch those beasts devour our classmates. The fewer of us there are, the more disadvantageous the battle becomes. Su Muxue turned to look at Lin Yi, her eyes shining brightly, filled with eager anticipation. Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. You reached level 10 too? Su Muxue nodded. I gained an offensive skill. Her face lit up with joy, her eyes brimming with a fierce hunger for battle. Lin Yi's heart stirred. Then you take the lead. I'll support you. It was perfect timing. He wanted to test the changes to his own skills. He was quite eager to see what kind of terrifying transformation two altered characters could bring to a skill. Su Muxue nodded. After a moment's contemplation, she murmured the incantation softly. Seal off time and space, untouched and undisturbed, isolating all things. Sacred word protection, sever contact. As her voice faded, a thin veil suddenly materialized before their eyes, completely enveloping the students. Then, like a giant sack, it reversed direction and wrapped around the locust-like beasts. This was Su Muxue's offensive skill. After all, she belonged to the support sequence. Her so-called offensive skills were primarily control-based effects and couldn't inflict massive damage on a large scale. Lin Ye's heart stirred. This is sufficient. With Su Muxue's psychic power at his disposal, he could eliminate these locusts in one fell swoop. Text altered. Sever contact. Change to sever life force. Chapter 57, We're being targeted. This time, Lin Yi distinctly felt that as he used his skills, his psychic energy depleted much faster than before. He suddenly felt a sense of balance. Even if granted more uses, the mental energy depletion within a single day would likely prevent him from casting the skill 20 times. His spiritual energy depletion had multiplied several times over, yet the skill's power underwent a terrifying transformation. As Lin Ye's skill took effect, the ability that had merely restrained the locust-like beasts mid-air, inflicting only minor damage in the process, suddenly became saturated with a terrifying killing intent. Without flashy visual effects, without terrifying poisonous mists or psychic assaults, the locust-like beasts simply froze mid-air as if their lives had naturally reached their end, then plummeted to the ground in a steady cascade. Countless locust beasts fell, like a torrential rain of insects. Everyone stared at the scene before them, their mouths agape in utter shock. Such a terrifying swarm of locust beasts had been annihilated with such ease. Others couldn't see the effects of Lin Ye's skill, assuming all the damage was solely from Su Muxue's abilities. For a moment, everyone stared at Su Muxue with eyes filled with fear, admiration, affection, and envy. Only the students of Class F9 and a handful from other classes who knew Lin Yi's skill understood that it was he who had truly empowered Su Muxue's ability to unleash such devastating power. Xiao Yuan, his face a mix of gratitude and lingering fear, thanked Lin Yi, thank goodness you warned us and stepped in. Otherwise, our class would have suffered heavy losses. Lin Yi waved it off, refusing to take credit, and quietly reminded him, now is the perfect time to reap experience. In truth, the massive experience gained the moment those locusts died had already allowed Lin Yi and Su Muxue to level up twice more. Lin Yi's skill cooldown reset, allowing him to use it 30 times within the next 24 hours. Beyond that, his mental power and physical constitution had naturally strengthened once more. Having gained benefits themselves, they certainly didn't forget their classmates. Xiao Yuan's eyes gleamed brightly. Lin Yi's words signaled that there were no hidden dangers for now, allowing them to fight freely. Without the locusts' assistance, the remaining beast hordes, though formidable, were still surmountable. Without another word, Xiao Yuan led the students of Class F9 forward once more. The other students, who had been attacked earlier due to their rash actions, were too terrified to move forward for a long time. A deep, resonant sound echoed from the loudspeaker above. It was the signal for a temporary ceasefire and retreat. Just as Lin Yi and Su Muxue turned to leave, Lin Yi suddenly noticed something unusual about the rotting corpse of a venomous python in the corner. Ha! His brow furrowed slightly as he moved against the flow of the crowd toward the venomous snake's corpse, his gaze fixed intently on the changes occurring on its body. Their venom should have vanished entirely, transformed into medicinal properties. Why is there still residual toxin on the corpse? Su Muxue, following close behind, also sensed something amiss. A suspicion formed in her mind, unless they were carrying another toxin that doesn't belong to them. Lin Yi's heart sank. The ability to imbue so many venomous snakes with additional toxins, amplifying their lethality, was something no beast could achieve on its own. Only humans possessed such capabilities. Humans were actually aiding the beasts. Lin Yi's heart jolted. His own deduction filled him with both shock and fury. There's a familiar aura, like the Eye of Truth, Su Muxue added after prolonged observation, her keen sensitivity to energies and fluctuations. Lin Yi suddenly felt as if he were shrouded in darkness and gloom. His instincts told him he had touched upon some secret conspiracy. Recalling the sudden urgency of this mission, he grew increasingly convinced that the beast-tide outbreak was man-made. He had warned of background disturbances, and now trouble had indeed erupted in the north. If it were natural, Lin Yi wouldn't care, but if it were deliberate, it meant the other side had ulterior motives. Moreover, it was highly likely that high-ranking officials within Longyuan Academy had colluded with the Eye of Truth to orchestrate the current situation. Let's go! Realizing this, his expression darkened. Without another word, he grabbed Su Muxue's hand and turned, retreating with the main force. Yet, he couldn't shake the gut-wrenching feeling that he was being targeted. It seemed their investigation into the venomous python had been noticed. The mastermind behind the conspiracy now suspected they had uncovered the truth. We're being watched. He glanced at Su Muxue. Su Muxue nodded solemnly. We must report this to the academy immediately and stop this conspiracy. Longyuan had dispatched nearly all the first-year students. The academy's stated purpose was to temper its pupils, though prepared for some casualties, but its true aim was to cultivate the strongest. The conspirators, however, had different intentions. They sought to eliminate every last one of these students. If they succeeded, the consequences would be too grave even for Longyuan Academy to bear. But this information can only be relayed to trustworthy individuals with access to the academy's higher-ups. If we rashly report it to the guardians, we might be accused of undermining military morale and face disciplinary action. Let's send word to our teacher. The two deliberated. At present, the only person they trusted implicitly was He-Yun. Before their departure, He-Yun had given them an emergency contact talisman. These charms were imbued with specific sequence awakening skills, allowing them to be activated at any moment. The emergency contact talisman sealed the skill of a sequence awakener capable of transmitting messages across distances. Regardless of time or place, no signal or address was required. As long as one could mentally think of the recipient, the message would reach them. However, if the recipient was engaged in combat, the talisman would prove ineffective. Soon after returning to the fortress base, the two avoided others and activated the talisman. Yet, there was no indication of a successful skill link for a long time. Teacher, they're currently engaged in combat. Lin Yi's heart sank as he understood the situation. What do we do now? We can't delay a moment longer, and we must ensure this person takes our intelligence seriously, reporting it truthfully and rigorously to the academy, Su Muxue urged urgently. Lin Yi frowned, pondering for a moment. There's one more person. While we have no trust in them whatsoever, they would absolutely take responsibility for the academy's future. Su Muxue looked puzzled. Chang Huaning. Lin Yi uttered the name, and Su Muxue immediately grew tense. Once this news is reported, the academy will definitely take it seriously. The professor who relayed the message will inevitably be sent to question us about the details. Professor Chang harbors prejudice and disgust toward us. What if? She didn't need to spell it out. Lin Yi understood her concern. The fact that he could hear the ancient god's whispers if exposed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chapter 58, Psychic Attack. Unlike Hyun, Chang Huaning already despised them. If it came out during the investigation that Lin Yi could hear the ancient god's whispers, he might be the first to eliminate Lin Yi. It's too risky. Is there really no one else? Su Muxue was deeply reluctant. Lin Yi shook his head. No one else is reliable. Have you forgotten the accident during the battle with Guan Qinghe? Even within our academy, the Eye of Truth has infiltrated. Reporting information rashly to untrustworthy professors or teachers if they happen to be agents of the Eye of Truth would only put us in greater danger. Su Muxue sighed. Since Lin Yi had spoken so decisively, she couldn't think of a better alternative. Then once Professor Chang arrives, you absolutely mustn't overexert your psychic energy. I'll stay by your side the entire time to ensure the psychic imprint functions properly. Lin Yi nodded. He hadn't planned to split up with Su Muxue anyway. Did he care less about his own life? Soon, the communication talisman linked to Cheng Huaining through his mental command. Who is it? Lin Yi immediately sensed Cheng Huaining's wariness. Professor Chang, it's me, Lin Yi. We've discovered. There was no need for pleasantries between him and Chang Huaning. Getting straight to the point, he reported the intelligence and urged, please relay this information to the academy immediately. Launch an investigation right away and send personnel to protect the students at the Northern Frontier battlefield. Without waiting for a response, he severed the connection. On Chang Huaning's end, it took him a second to process Lin Ye's intelligence. He didn't even bother to question Lin Ye's rudeness. His figure flickered and vanished from the spot, appearing in the vice principal's office the next instant. All right. Professor Chang will certainly report this to the academy. We must prepare for his arrival. Lin Yi turned and led Su Muxue back to Class F9's rest and training area. Class President. I have a request. Could you compile a list of the ranks and skills of the other students in our class and share it with me? The two approached Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan hesitated for a moment upon hearing Lin Ye's request. Rank information was the trump card in secret of an awakened one. Generally, unless one's strength had stagnated at a certain rank for a long time and they had withdrawn from the battlefield, no one would disclose their rank. But the thought that Lin Yi rarely made such solemn requests to him made refusal impossible. No problem. Leave it to me. He immediately turned serious and walked toward the other students of Class F9. Half a day later, Lin Yi and Su Muxue reviewed the data Xiao Yuan had compiled, their moods heavy. So far, the highest-ranked student in the entire class is you, the class monitor, at a mere level 10. The rest were generally hovering around levels 8 or 9. And this was despite Class F9 students hunting more monsters and gaining more experience than students in other classes. If our class is like this, students from other academies and classes must be even worse off. How could such a bunch of weaklings possibly withstand the schemes of the shadowy conspiracy group lurking behind the scenes? He was still fretting over this dilemma when the battle horn sounded once more. A squadron of guardians descended from the sky, riding flying eagle beasts. A beast fisher has appeared in the northwest. We need to temporarily redeploy a team to provide support. Rest assured, you're merely serving as the vanguard due to your proximity. The main body of the guard army will follow shortly. Depart immediately. Lin Yi and Su Muxue both paled. How incredibly coincidental. They were certain the shadowy conspiracy group behind them had grown suspicious and marked them. Immediately after, a beast rift appeared and coincidentally, their squad was being deployed as the vanguard to provide support. It seemed the shadowy conspirators could no longer sit idly by. They intended to use others as tools to eliminate them. But this mission could not be refused. Class F9 set out without delay. Lin Yi and Su Muxue followed the class formation, quickly reaching the location of the fissure. They gazed upon the crimson gash tearing open the sky not far ahead. Occasionally, a dozen or so beasts emerged from the fissure. Upon landing, they began sniffing and prowling the ground, searching for prey. That's the Northern Frontier's Beast Rift. The students of Class F9 stood frozen in place, staring blankly at the enormous spatial fissure in the sky. It resembled a gaping maw torn open between heaven and earth. These blood-flame demon spiders excel at spinning webs to trap and control their prey, then slowly devouring them. We must be extremely cautious. Chini stepped forward nervously. Her theoretical knowledge served her well. She recognized the species of strange beast crawling out of the fissure. Spiders? They must fear fire. Let's burn them. Duan Tianyu's face brimmed with confidence. With Brother Yi by his side, he felt grounded and took the initiative. Suddenly, he unleashed his skill, sending a barrage of fireballs hurtling toward the demon spiders. The demon spiders sensed danger, tensing instantly. They shook their heads and swiftly spun a dense web, trapping the incoming fireballs. Using webs to block my fireballs? If that works, then I'll. Duan Tianyu's words trailed off abruptly. A collective gasp echoed around him. The spider webs had indeed ensnared Duan Tianyu's fireballs. Fueled by the flames, they transformed into a fiery net, sweeping toward the members of Class F9. These are all level 10 or higher magic spiders. Someone realized in horror. We're done for. Monsters undergo a transformation every 10 levels. The difference between before and after level 10 is like night and day. Our class barely has a handful of people above level 10. How can we possibly fight them? Panic spread. Others remained composed. Xiao Yuan quickly directed the class, don't panic. Attack together. The blood-flame demon spider's weak point is its abdomen. Ignore the webs for now and target the spider's body directly. Xiao Yuan's rough plan proved sound. Class F9 settled down, united in purpose, unleashing their skills in unison. A dazzling array of skill lights erupted, unleashing countless attacks toward the spiders. The spiders scurried about, manipulating the webs to redirect their paths, blocking Class F9's attacks. Suddenly, the fiery webs began to transform. Boundless crimson flames engulfed the gaps in the webs, which then shot back toward everyone. Ah! It's so hot. My skin feels like it's melting. My blood is boiling, like it's about to catch fire. I haven't even touched the flames. What the hell is going on? It hurts so much. My body is burning hot inside, like my organs are on fire. I'm in agony. Before the flames even touched them, many students were already wailing in agony. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes. A sensory attack? Blood-flame demon spiders, as their name suggests, could transform blood into flames. Yet they didn't require physical contact. Any blood they sensed would undergo this transformation. Such skill-based attacks were extremely rare. Even the theory lectures hadn't covered their unique abilities. Lin Yi stepped forward calmly. Any character containing blood shall be changed to water. Any character containing flame shall be changed to rain. Chapter 59, All Illusions. Lin Yi didn't know the blood-flame demon spider's skill name, but his judgment proved flawless. The blood-flame demon spider's skill, blood chi transforms to flame, was thus altered into water chi transforms to rain. In an instant, the world darkened. Thunder rumbled as the sky filled with heavy clouds. Countless droplets condensed, transforming into a torrential downpour. The demon spider's flaming web was drenched by the rain. Not only did the flames extinguish, but the web itself lost its stickiness, beginning to break apart and fall away. Now, squad leader. Lin Yi urged Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan immediately ordered the entire class to attack again. This time, every strike landed precisely on the swarm of blood-flame demon spiders. The fissure in the sky seemed to sense the disturbance, pulsing erratically as it expanded and contracted, appearing almost as if it were breathing. The sight sent a chill down the spines of the entire F9 class. Finish this quickly. Xiao Yuan roared. Even the most inexperienced could tell that the rift was abnormal. If they delayed any longer, who knew what might happen? Yet despite being struck by the skills, the demon spiders showed no signs of dying. Are these spiders indestructible? Duan Tianyu hurled clumps of flames at them, his face darkening as he cursed. As a support healing sequence with exceptionally keen psychic senses, Su Muxiue detected the crucial factor. That fissure is supplying these demon spiders with life force. Focus all firepower on the fissure, Xiao Yuan ordered decisively. Though none knew what attacking the fissure might unleash, the situation was dire. Unless the fissure was destroyed, the demon spiders would not die. And as long as the spiders lived, their mission remained unfinished. They couldn't leave. The longer time lingered, the greater the danger. Watch out. The group's first wave of attacks struck the fissure. Unsurprisingly, it was effortlessly swallowed by the fissure. In less than half a second, the fissure returned their attacks, causing all of Class F9's assaults to rebound upon themselves. This effect mirrored the altered skill Lin Yi had imposed on Su Muxiue. Back then, even Class S1 students couldn't withstand the backlash of their own skills. How much less so the current Class F9 students? Holy Light Cycle, Reverse Spell. A gleam flashed in Su Muxiue's eyes as she unleashed the skill. Lin Ye's thoughts flickered. Change to Holy Light Annihilation Reversal Spell. From Reincarnation to Annihilation. Merely 2 characters altered. Yet Lin Yi instantly felt his mental energy being drained. After all, he had no prior concept of the immense energy required to destroy a rift that had already begun expanding. He had merely employed the most potent words he could conceive. Boom! 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 The students of Class F9 closed their eyes in terror. Instead of the expected attack, they heard deafening explosions and shattering sounds. Their eyes snapped open in shock, witnessing the fissure ahead enveloped in Su Muxiue's golden light. Within that radiance, it shattered into countless fragments, crumbling piece by piece. Xiao Yuan's heart surged with joy. Now! Kill those demon spiders and retreat immediately. Though stunned by the formidable synergy between Lin Yi and Su Muxiue, the others weren't about to stand idly by. Deprived of the fissure's life force, the demon spiders were now as fragile as glass. One by one, they collapsed, unable to move, utterly and completely dead. Phew, finally done. Xiao Yuan exhaled deeply after dispatching the last blood-flame demon spider. Lin Yi, Su Muxiue, thank you. He turned excitedly, but before his words of gratitude could finish, his expression turned grim. Lin Yi, what's wrong? He asked, his voice thick with concern. While the rest of Class F9 was busy slaying the demon spiders, Lin Yi's mental state teetered on the brink of collapse. With his mental energy completely depleted, the ancient god's whispers within his mind lost their restraining influence. Lin Yi clutched his head in agony, his face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead as he repeatedly pounded his skull. Get out! Get the hell out of here! He growled hoarsely, his expression wild and terrifying. This scene sent Xiao Yuan and the rest of Class F9 into a panic. They stared at Lin Yi with tense, anxious expressions. Only Su Muxue understood how perilous Lin Yi's state was. She kept calling his name, but Lin Yi showed no response. If this continued, Lin Yi might be completely consumed by the ancient god's whisper, his will eroded until he became a madman. Lin Yi, calm down. Don't listen. Don't think. Come back. She shouted, then stepped forward and embraced Lin Yi. Lin Yi. Seeing Lin Yi still hadn't regained consciousness, she steeled her resolve and reconnected her spiritual energy with his, pouring it all into his spiritual sea. Bound by a spiritual imprint, Su Mushue's psychic energy could merge with Lin Yi's sea of consciousness. In a daze, Su Muxue saw an endless blood-red wasteland, with Lin Yi walking through it alone, utterly exhausted. The scene shifted again, showing Lin Yi being torn apart by countless monstrous beasts, his body on the verge of disintegration. Lin Yi, don't be afraid. Come back. This is all an illusion. She kept repeating this warning to Lin Yi. Yet in the next instant, the scene shifted again. This time, Lin Yi was absent. All she saw was a world drenched in blood, where only a pair of enormous black eyes existed. As the colossal pupil shifted, countless illusions materialized. She stared at the colossal pupil in terror and dismay. A word instinctively formed in her mind, Chaos Weaver. She knew without being told this was the will projection of an ancient god. Yet the colossal pupil paid her no heed, its gaze passing right through her, traversing time and space to fix directly upon Lin Yi's figure. In a daze, Su Muxue seemed to witness the projection continuously stripping away power and infusing it into Lin Yi's body. No, more accurately, into Lin Yi's 999 plus sequence energy. A powerful intuition gripped her. Once the Weaver of Chaos's projection was fully transferred, the entity itself would truly descend. The sheer terror this portended made her tremble uncontrollably at the mere thought. Mu Xue. Mu Xue. Lin Yi's voice seemed to come through layers of glass, growing clearer and clearer. Whoosh! She snapped back to reality. All the visions vanished before her eyes. Opening them, she met Lin Yi's worried and guilt-ridden gaze. Mu Xue, you're finally awake. I'm sorry I dragged you into this. Lin Yi exhaled a long breath and urgently pulled her into his arms. You're okay? Su Muxue asked, surprised. Yes. Thanks to you. I sensed your spiritual energy and your call, which freed me from the ancient god's whispering influence, Lin Yi explained softly. Heaven knew how furious and regretful he'd been when he regained consciousness only to find Su Muxue had fallen into a state of mental chaos instead. He held Su Muxue tightly, promising, there won't be a next time. I will never let my spiritual energy be drained again. I won't drag you into danger once more. Chapter 60, Rest in Peace. It seemed he was genuinely shaken. A strange warmth stirred in Su Mushue's heart. The ancient god's whisper had nearly robbed him of consciousness, yet he hadn't shown fear. Instead, at the slightest hint of her distress, he'd become this tense. I'm fine, she murmured, gently stroking Lin Yi's back to comfort him. In fact, it was a blessing in disguise. I discovered a secret. What secret? Lin Yi frowned, unease flickering in his eyes. What are you thinking? Su Mushue's cheeks flushed. I didn't pry into your privacy. Even without spelling it out, she could sense Lin Yi's misguided thoughts and hurried to clarify, it's about the ancient god. I saw the projection of the ancient god, the Chaos Weaver. It has set its sights on you. More precisely, on your sequence. I suspect that the 999 plus sequence itself might be the sole vessel for the ancient god's power. Utilizing this vessel could potentially even revive the ancient god. This is both a blessing and a curse, she paused, her expression growing increasingly grave. Possessing the power of the ancient god means you could rapidly grow powerful, eventually wielding world-ending capabilities. But it also makes you a tool for those with ulterior motives to resurrect the ancient god. Once the ancient gods are revived, our entire world will cease to exist. Of course, for the followers of the ancient gods, the destruction of this world and merging into the realm of the beasts is precisely what they dream of. Lin Yi's face darkened. It seems my current situation is extremely dangerous. Despite his best efforts to conceal it, he feared that his ability to hear the ancient god's whispers had been exposed. Even if it hadn't been revealed before now. His gaze flickered uncertainly toward the students of Class F9. If someone were to investigate, the students of Class F9 wouldn't keep their mouths shut. The anomaly would inevitably be noticed. Unless, of course, he eliminated them all. That was impossible. Lin Yi had never been the type to indiscriminately kill innocent people just to protect himself. And even if he were ruthless enough to kill them, the truth would come out eventually. The most crucial thing is to boost my strength as quickly as possible. I'm only at level 12 now, far too weak, far too slow. The stronger his sense of crisis grew, the more dissatisfied he became with his current abilities. The two whispering figures were jolted back to attention by a sudden cry of alarm. Following this sensation, he looked over. He saw that the area where the crack had collapsed was now changing. Lin Yi and Su Mushue's combined skills had shattered the fissure, yet the space itself remained unstable. Starting from where the crack vanished, everyone clearly saw the space cracking and collapsing. It was like a building had been blown up, its central wall beginning to crumble bit by bit. Damn it! This space is collapsing. Everyone, run! Xiao Yuan's expression darkened as his focus snapped away from Lin Yi. He urgently directed the group. We'll split up and flee. Don't linger. Lin Yi, you and Su Mushue bring up the rear. Delay the collapse to buy everyone time. Xiao Yuan and the others had already bolted forward. Turning back, he sternly issued orders to Lin Yi and Su Mushue. Lin Yi's brow furrowed slightly. But he did not refuse. His psychic energy, restored somewhat by Su Mushue's healing, now allowed him to barely cast a skill. Avoid using terms with overly transformative properties. As long as it buys us time. He also sensed something else: the greater the deviation between the altered words and the original skill, the stronger the transformation required, and the higher the drain on his mental energy. He needed to control his power now. The space is collapsing. Change one character, replace collapse with light. Space lightly collapses. In an instant, the collapse of the space ahead slowed dramatically. Without wasting a moment, Lin Yi took Su Mushue's hand and rushed toward the direction Class F9 students had fled. Buzz! An unusual sound rang in his ears. Lin Yi instinctively turned his body. A fragment of space instantly pierced through the spot where he had been standing. Had he not dodged, the impact could have sliced his body clean in two. Who's there? Both Lin Yi and Su Mushue stiffened, their gazes sharpening as they turned to the side. The dim, filthy earth began churning. A short figure clad in black robes emerged from beneath the ground, revealing itself to confront Lin Yi and Su Mushue. TSK, I actually missed. Who am I? The one here to kill you, of course. The short, cloaked figure emitted a low, cold chuckle, his movements uninterrupted as his hands swept through the air. With a mere flick of his finger, countless shards of space pierced toward Lin Yi and Su Mushue. The Eye of Truth. Lin Yi and Su Mushue declared with certainty. You guys really are like a persistent ghost. Lin Yi had long anticipated an assassination attempt from the Eye of Truth, but hadn't expected it so soon. The enemy had clearly been observing them from the shadows for a long time. Seizing the moment when the space collapsed, leaving them isolated and drained of a significant amount of spiritual energy, they struck decisively. Lin Yi had just cast a skill to delay the collapse, leaving his mental energy nearly depleted. Su Mushue's situation wasn't much better. He couldn't exhaust his mental energy completely, lest he fall under the influence of the ancient god's whisper and risk losing control. Yet he couldn't simply stand by and take the attack without retaliating. In fact, he had to kill this assassin. If the enemy escaped and reported today's events, others would inevitably deduce that he could hear the whisper of the ancient gods. Sometimes, killing someone doesn't require much effort. You can even make them destroy themselves. In mere moments, countless thoughts flashed through his mind, and he had already devised a plan. The black-robed assassin heard his words and sneered contemptuously. Your psychic energy is nearly depleted. How exactly do you plan to make me destroy myself? Still talking big with death staring you in the face? I'll cut out your tongue first. He now regarded Lin Yi and Su Mushue as utterly insignificant threats, muttering incantations under his breath. Borrowed force, spatial fragment impact. His sequence wasn't inherently tied to space. But his sequence involved leveraging force by harnessing the spatial fragments for attack. Its power surged several-fold. His level was likely no less than 15. He was a formidable foe indeed. Lin Yi remained utterly unfazed. After finishing his skill incantation, he casually added without hesitation, since you're so fond of borrowing force, what goes around comes around. Borrowing again won't be hard. I'll collect the debt on space's behalf. Debts must be repaid, it's only natural. Farewell. Borrowing power, spatial fragment impact, change to returning power, spatial fragment attack. With unwavering composure, he channeled a portion of his remaining spiritual energy to activate the skill, overlaying it onto the opponent's ability. The tide instantly turned. The borrowed spatial fragment energy abruptly reversed course, surging toward the assassin. This can't be. The assassin's eyes widened in disbelief, utterly unprepared for Lin Yi to still possess the ability to counterattack at this moment. Chapter 61, Nothing Good. Yet all his astonishment was meaningless. He could only watch helplessly as the spatial fragments returned, filling every corner of his vision. Escape! In panic, the assassin scrambled underground. But his speed was too slow. No sooner had his body vanished underground than the fragments pierced the earth, plunging straight down several meters. Lin Yi and Su Mushue distinctly heard the sound of flesh being pierced. Crimson blood seeped from the earth. Escape? Then let's call it emerging instead. Lin Yi spoke again in a calm voice. The assassin's body, riddled with blood-soaked holes, automatically surfaced from the earth. Blood spurted from his mouth as his body convulsed, clearly clinging to his last breath. Speak. What is the purpose behind the Eye of Truth's scheming? Why collude with the academy to persecute students from other houses? Lin Yi stepped forward, planting his foot squarely on the assassin's chest. I won't tell you. The assassin's eyes glazed over as he spoke weakly. Lin Yi, don't gloat. You've been marked by the ancient gods. You'll fall too, sooner or later. At this moment, he seemed to have shed his fear of death, breaking into a maniacal, unrestrained cackle. Ha! This world is already rotten to the core. It deserves to be devoured and destroyed. Soon, that day is upon us. Lin Yi and Su Muxue frowned deeply at his words. Before they could press further, the assassin's body trembled violently. His eyes lost all light, drained of life. How utterly foolish. Lin Yi pondered for a long moment before finally offering this assessment. Su Muxue could sense the irritation in his tone. Though these people aren't followers of the ancient god, they've been brainwashed by the Eye of Truth into losing their own will. We've confirmed one thing, the Eye of Truth does indeed know about the ancient god's gaze upon you. However, we cannot reveal this to the academy to avoid unnecessary trouble. Although the academy was aware of some aspects of the ancient god's gaze, Lin Yi no longer needed to conceal this from them as he had done with the ancient god's whisper. For others, perhaps they could leverage the academy's power to oppose the Eye of Truth. But the more contact they had, the easier it would be to expose their weaknesses. They hoped to minimize contact with the academy's higher-ups as much as possible. The two returned to the fortress base. Seeing Xiao Yuan, Duan Tianyu, and the others safe brought a slight relief to their hearts. Brother Yi, Duan Tianyu relaxed considerably upon seeing Lin Yi and Su Muxue unharmed. He jogged over, slung an arm around Lin Yi's shoulder, and kept winking at him. Let's not head back just yet. We're in the north for once, let's go explore. Lin Yi was both amused and exasperated. The north isn't some tourist attraction. That excuse to get rid of me is pretty lame. He knew the chubby guy too well and called him out immediately. Duan Tianyu immediately grew flustered. Oh, you have no idea. Professor Chang is here, and he brought a whole group of people. They specifically asked for you. You should see the way they're acting, it definitely doesn't look good. Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. Chang Huaning had arrived so quickly. It seemed the academy couldn't wait to get to the bottom of this matter. It's just routine business. I can handle it. Fatso, I appreciate your concern, but if you really want to help, there's something I need your assistance with. Whispering a few words into Duan Tianyu's ear, Lin Yi patted his shoulder and strode confidently toward the military department's mission office. Having completed their mission, they naturally had to submit their report, verify their identities, and check in. Only then could the military headquarters and the academy confirm which students had survived safely and which had been sacrificed or gone missing. He and Su Muxue were always inseparable. As soon as they stepped through the mission office doors, they saw a group of people standing solemnly ahead. Cheng Huaning stood right in the center, talking with Xiang Xiaoming, the commander of the Guard Legion. Lin Yi's arrival instantly drew everyone's attention. Lin Yi. I knew you wouldn't be held back by a mission like this. The moment he spoke, Lin Yi sensed the warning and mockery in Cheng Huaning's tone. The implication was clear, had Lin Yi truly vanished without a trace, Cheng would have questioned his very identity and searched every corner of the northern frontier to track him down. Professor Chang, I don't wish to argue with you. I only want to know what the academy's plan and decision are. Lin Yi's commanding tone made Cheng Huaning extremely uncomfortable. But having been bested by Lin Yi before, he could only comply. The academy has already launched a major internal investigation. A purge is inevitable. Moreover, to ensure the safety of the academy's new students, I have been appointed as the supervisor for this operation. While overseeing the proceedings, I will do my utmost to guarantee the students' safety. After addressing Lin Yi's question, his tone abruptly shifted. However, given that this intelligence comes from you and is fraught with uncertainty, the academy must also conduct an investigation into you. The review consists of 2 stages, physical inspection and psychic probe. Do you dare? His gaze locked onto Lin Yi, searching for the slightest hint of guilt or panic. If Lin Yi was merely toying with the academy's leadership, he would sever his head from his shoulders on the spot. Even if Lin Yi's intelligence was genuine, it would still indicate problems with his identity. Combined with his previous contact with the truth seekers, suspicion had long been planted. He wouldn't give Lin Yi a single chance to defend himself. Lin Yi remained composed, nodding calmly. Of course I dare. For the safety of my classmates, for the stability of the entire world, it's my duty. He answered with a smile, his face radiating righteous indignation. He appeared like a fearless hero with a heart for the world. Even Xiang Xiaoming, the captain of the Guard Legion, couldn't help but look at Lin Yi with an admiring and approving gaze, his eyes softening. The other Guard Corps captains and academy instructors were deeply moved. Cheng Huaning's face darkened further. Had he not been confronted by Lin Yi and seen his true colors, he too would have been deceived. No. He would tear away Lin Yi's disguise before everyone's eyes. Fine, he snorted coldly. To prevent you from evading scrutiny through other means, we'll proceed immediately. Physical inspection commences. He drew a glowing mirror from his robe and held it before Lin Yi. This is the special artifact, the spirit-seeking mirror. Anyone illuminated by this mirror will have every ounce of energy within their body laid bare. Any individuals you've interacted with, any energies you've absorbed, any anomalies concealed within your body, all will be revealed. As the mirror turned toward Lin Yi, he distinctly sensed an energy, a feeling akin to the gaze of an ancient god. The difference lay in the intensity. This probing stare felt infinitely weaker than that of the ancient deities. Moreover, Lin Yi sensed that his skills might even affect this mirror. His gaze casually swept over Chang Huaning. But to use his skills to alter the mirror's function right in front of Chang Huaning? That would be too provocative. He decided. Chapter 62, Mind Probe. He had to try it. With a slight shift in his intent, the Mirror of Truth's functions immediately underwent a transformation. Before everyone's eyes, various energies began to manifest around Lin Yi. These energies possess distinct colors and auras, some explosive, some warm, some cold and sinister, some serene. These are all energies he's absorbed from recent battles. Many originate from the beasts he's slain. Just how many beasts have fallen by his hand? As they discerned the origins of each energy type, shock filled everyone's eyes. Even though his serial number is 999+, his strength truly surpasses many super geniuses. I must say, he's a promising prospect. No wonder he could speak with such heartfelt loyalty. This young man is truly remarkable. As he heard others praise Lin Yi, Chang Huaning's expression grew increasingly grim. Lin Yi, how dare you use your skill to tamper with the Seeking Truth Mirror's function? What are your intentions? Humph. I knew you wouldn't dare face scrutiny openly. You must have colluded with the Eye of Truth to deliberately mislead us, all to set up an even greater conspiracy. He roared suddenly, his palm striking out violently toward Lin Yi's chest as he spoke. You traitor! You mole! You deserve to die! The surrounding area fell instantly silent. As Lin Yi seemed about to fall to Chang Huaning's lethal strike, Lin Yi stared fixedly at the deadly threat bearing down on him, about to activate his skill, when a blue beam shot from the other side, intercepting Chang Huaning's attack. Professor Chang, please don't act rashly. I think this young man, Lin Yi, is quite capable. Perhaps there's some misunderstanding at play here. Xiang Xiaoming spoke gently. It seemed Lin Yi's earlier performance had earned him some goodwill from Xiang Xiaoming. Chang Huaning couldn't help but coldly remind Xiang Xiaoming, Commander Xiang, this is an internal matter of our academy. Please refrain from excessive interference. To believe this kid based on a few pretentious words shows you're far too easily fooled. This makes me question your analytical judgment whether you're truly capable of leading the Guardians. Xiang Xiaoming frowned. Not only did he not release the skill blocking Chang Huaning, but he stepped forward, refusing to back down. I have my own basis for judgment. Whether I'm qualified to lead the guard is not something you can question. Though you're handling internal academy affairs, on my turf, these student soldiers are still soldiers under my command. No one kills them under my watch. In truth, even before Chang Huaning's arrival, he had already heard of Lin Yi. After all, these freshmen stepping onto the front lines for the first time inevitably showed their vulnerable side. From day one, he had ordered the guards to monitor and push the students in combat precisely to prevent desertions. He had assumed merely keeping them from fleeing would be a significant achievement. But he never imagined that while freshmen in other sectors retreated in confusion, only the student army in Sector F9 not only refused to flee but actually achieved tangible results, killing large numbers of beasts. They even wiped out a locust beast swarm. Upon investigation, he discovered they had relied on the strength of Lin Yi and Su Muxue. Now, with Class F9 dispatched on a mission to investigate the fissure, the students would naturally report their findings upon returning. Lin Yi and Su Muxue had not only played decisive roles once more, but when the class faced crisis, they willingly covered the rear, buying escape time for their classmates. He had long harbored a favorable impression of the pair, and Lin Yi's words merely amplified that regard. Faced with Xiang Xiaoming's unyielding stance, Chang Huaning had no choice but to concede. Fine, very well. I certainly won't kill someone without cause. Then let him explain why he used his skill to tamper with the effects of Seeking Truth. If his reason doesn't hold up, it means he's guilty and afraid his identity is definitely suspect. Killing him would be justified. Under Chang Huaning's piercing glare, Lin Yi wore an expression of utter innocence. I did use a skill. He actually admitted it outright. The others' expressions darkened, even Xiang Xiaoming began to hesitate. Lin Yi continued, but I felt the truth-seeking mirror's effect was too weak, so I wanted to enhance it. You're lying. That's impossible. Chang Huaning snapped coldly. Professor Chang, if you don't believe me, you can use the truth-seeking mirror to scan the others again. I won't use my skill on you, so everyone will see the mirror's true effect. Chang Huaning snorted coldly, immediately pointing the mirror at Su Muxue. That boy spends all his time with this girl. If he has a problem, she must too. He refused to believe that after tampering with the results once using his skill, he wouldn't do it again to her. However, when the spirit-seeking mirror illuminated Su Mushue, the energy manifested from her body visibly diminished. There were no dazzling multicolored lights, and it was impossible to discern the strength of her aura. The group could only discern that the energy Su Mushue had recently encountered, though chaotic and complex, was indeed free of the corrupted energy associated with organizations like the Eye of Truth. This. Chang Huaning choked on his words. Lin Yi finally spoke up, "Sigh, I too wish for everyone to understand my innocence. I have no fear of revealing my own aura and energy to the public. In fact, I'd be delighted if everyone could see just how pure it is. The noble-minded are at ease, while the petty-minded are always anxious. I, Lin Yi, am precisely such an open and honest person." Chang Huaning was utterly speechless. How could he possibly counter this stubborn youngster? Xiang Xiaoming and the others were visibly moved. "Comrade Lin Yi, you're truly a fine comrade." Lin Yi pressed his advantage. "Isn't there still one more review? The mind probe, right? Bring it on. My heart is pure and transparent, let everyone bear witness." He spread his arms wide, as if anticipating the next phase of the examination. Chang Huaning's face darkened. He couldn't take it anymore. If he stayed any longer, he feared he might lose control and strangle the kid. The mind probe was originally conducted by Professor Wen, the Academy's psychological counselor. "Professor Wen, you should take over. I'll step aside to avoid making everyone else uncomfortable." He deliberately shot Xiaoming a piercing look, his mood thoroughly sour. With that, he simply walked away. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow in surprise. He'd expected Cheng Huaning to keep watching him, but he'd just walked off like that? Wasn't he afraid I'd keep messing with him using my skills? Something felt off. Cheng Huaning was definitely not the type to let him off so easily. Could it be that he'd been influenced by Xiang Xiaoming? But he had no time to dwell on it. Professor Wen, having received instructions, stepped forward promptly. In front of everyone, he began chanting incantations and casting spells. An invisible force enveloped Lin Yi. Chapter 63, Past. The instant Professor Wen activated his skill, a sense of impending danger surged within Lin Yi. He feared no physical energy scans after all, the projection and whispers of the ancient god could not manifest through the body. But the mental probe was different. The opponent's probe might stir his deepest fears, or even delve into his memories. Lin Yi, I warn you. Regardless of your reasons, the probing process must remain open and transparent. Using skills like that, don't let it happen again. Cheng Huaning had stormed off in anger, and even though Xiang Xiaoming admired Lin Yi, he had to uphold fairness. He sternly reminded Lin Yi, focusing all his attention on him. Should Lin Yi employ his skill again, he would detect it immediately. Lin Yi hesitated for a moment. Sure enough, he activated the sequence again and deployed his skill. Professor Wen's skill, called emotional retrospection, could deduce events in a person's life by tracing their emotional memories. This was far more terrifying than direct memory probing. If Lin Yi's emotions were traced back to the moment he encountered the ancient god's whisper, he might suffer a mental breakdown and collapse on the spot. The fact that he could hear the ancient god's whisper would also be exposed. Therefore, even knowing it might diminish Xiang Xiaoming's regard for him, he had no choice but to use the skill. Text alteration, change, emotional retrospection, to emotional retrospection. Retracing involves revisiting past emotional memories. Retrospection, however, involves anticipating and discerning future emotional states. Who could know the future? One could only rely on imagination. And imagination was precisely Lin Yi's forte. The instant the opponent's skill landed on him, Lin Yi strained to envision his future experiences and the emotions he would feel at that moment. Professor Wen, a bespectacled, scholarly-looking middle-aged man, frowned slightly. As he synchronized with Lin Yi's sensations, he detected something amiss. "Professor, did I pass this mental probe?" Lin Yi deliberately waited a while. Seeing that Xiang Xiaoming hadn't called him out, he felt relieved to avoid trouble and asked with confidence. When Xianbo sighed, he glanced at Lin Yi hesitantly, then shifted his gaze to Xiang Xiaoming. If Xiang Xiaoming didn't call him out, it meant he was deliberately shielding Lin Yi. Even Chen Huaning couldn't overpower Xiang Xiaoming. What could he possibly do? Was he supposed to risk major trouble by exposing Lin Yi, completely alienating both him and Xiang Xiaoming? It wasn't that he was afraid, but there was no need to invite trouble upon himself. Approved. When Xianbo replied in a low voice, then contacted Cheng Huaning via communicator. Cheng Huaning didn't show up again, instead instructing the academy professors to conclude the review immediately. The crowd dispersed in a rush, leaving only Xiang Xiaoming before Lin Yi and Su Mushue. His expression stern, Xiang Xiaoming strode up to Lin Yi and snorted coldly. "Are you deliberately provoking me because you know I admire and recognize your talent?" Lin Yi hastily shook his head in denial, explaining, "Captain, that was never my intention. I had no choice. Everyone has secrets. I don't want others prying into my emotions and thoughts. Rest assured, I have never done anything unethical, nor have I colluded with any organization." Admitting to using the skill would undoubtedly cause Xiang Xiaoming to lose all trust in him and harbor deep suspicion. Therefore, he could only find a plausible excuse to placate him. Xiang Xiaoming considered it and found the reasoning sound. After all, no one liked having their inner thoughts exposed. This didn't necessarily mean Lin Yi was guilty or hiding something. He chose to trust his own judgment and his ability to read people. There's one thing I must remind you, though you passed Long Yuan's vetting, you've interacted with far too many people. If you act improperly, sooner or later someone will find something to pin on you. The first to suffer the consequences will be your own allies on the same front. Lin Ye's expression darkened. Given Xiang Xiaoming's standing, he wouldn't make baseless accusations or spread alarmist rumors. The academy intends to target those around me? The realization hit him instantly. The Northern Frontier War will never end as long as the beasts remain extant and the spatial rifts persist. You and your classmates may overcome one crisis, but can you overcome 10? Can you overcome 100? Long Yuan has already requested for Class F9 to be deployed to the front lines as the vanguard, clearing the way for the Guardians. You should understand what this means, shouldn't you? A torrent of rage surged within Lin Ye's chest. Why, he growled through clenched teeth. The academy suspects me, distrusts me, and has repeatedly targeted me. I endured it all. Now they want to drag innocent classmates into this? I reported anomalies to the academy, yet instead of reward, I've drawn persecution and targeting. How laughable. A cold glint flashed in Xiang Xiaoming's eyes. Lin Yi, I can see you're not a selfish person. Given the situation, you should make your own choice. A strange sensation stirred within Lin Yi's heart, though he couldn't quite place it. As the commander of the Guard Legion, the only thing I can offer you is military merit. With sufficient military merit, I can directly elevate your ranks and positions. The higher your status, the greater your influence. Lin Yi understood the deeper meaning behind his words all too well. Captain, what's the fastest way for our team to earn military merit? Xiang Xiaoming's expression grew grave as his voice lowered. The fastest way to earn military merit as a team is to complete missions to reclaim enemy-occupied territories. Thus far, we've retreated step by step, losing far too much territory to the beasts. Yet we've never abandoned the fight to reclaim our land. Every time we reclaim a piece of territory, it represents a tangible victory for humanity. If you accept this mission and successfully reclaim the enemy-occupied territory, I will personally grant all of you senior military ranks, incorporate you into the Guardians, and place you under our jurisdiction. Dragon Abyss Academy will think twice before taking any action against you. Lin Ye's eyes shone brightly. His greatest fear had always been that Long Yuan would eliminate him outright once his ability to hear the ancient god's whispers was exposed. But now, with this new identity, Long Yuan would hesitate to act against him, granting him an extra layer of protection. Therefore, even if only for his own sake, this mission to reclaim enemy-occupied territory was one he absolutely had to complete. I accept this mission, he declared resolutely. Xiang Xiaoming stared intently at him. Are you sure? Even if you agree, will all the students of F9 class agree? The dangers of the enemy-occupied zone are beyond description. Suffice it to say, you know how brutal the Northern Frontier War is. The difficulty and peril of reclaiming enemy territory will be several times, even tenfold, greater than the fighting at the Northern Frontier border. We're willing. Lin Yi was still pondering how to persuade his classmates when a chorus of resolute voices erupted behind him. Chapter 64, Life and Death are indifferent. If you don't agree, let's fight. You. Lin Yi turned in surprise to find Xiao Yuan and Duan Tianyu standing at the doorway with the entire class F9. They had arrived unnoticed, and who knew how long they'd been listening. Yet they had made their choice without hesitation. Lin Yi, no need for words, Xiao Yuan cut him off. Without you, Class F9 wouldn't be where it is today. The contrast between past F9 classes at Long Yuan Academy and this year's F9 is plain for all to see. It's all thanks to you and Su Mushui. And you've saved us from danger time and again. None of us in Class F9 are ungrateful. Duan Tianyu chimed in, that's right, Brother Yi. We're all incredibly grateful to you. Now it's our turn to repay you. Besides, you're doing this for the sake of our Class F9. If we don't take this chance now, we'll face countless battles on the most dangerous front lines in the future. You can't walk along the riverbank forever without getting your feet wet. Better to take the gamble. Lin Yi felt deeply moved. He had been worried and suspicious that someone in Class F9 might expose his anomaly. Now it seemed he'd been worrying needlessly. Alright then, let's take this gamble together. He stepped forward, placing both hands on Xiao Yuan and Duan Tianyu's shoulders. A flicker of nostalgia passed through Xiang Xiaoming's eyes. Lin Yi, you have a group of like-minded, loyal, and honorable companions. I too once fought shoulder to shoulder with comrades. Just thinking about it now still makes my blood boil. As he spoke, a sudden wave of melancholy washed over his face, as if something had just occurred to him. Cherish them well. Clearly recalling some unpleasant memories, he abruptly lost the desire to continue talking with Lin Yi and turned to leave. Soon after, the deputy battalion commander arrived to brief Lin Yi and his team on their mission objectives and requirements. Since you've accepted the mission to retake enemy-occupied zones, you may select one of the 14 most recently captured areas as your target. First is enemy-occupied Zone 1. He meticulously briefed Lin Yi and the others on the status of each enemy-occupied zone. Only the most recently seized territories could be designated as enemy-occupied zones. If the alien beasts survived within an enemy-occupied zone for over half a year and continued their advance, previously captured territories would become alien beast territories, with almost no hope of recapture. Therefore, enemy-occupied zones were defined as areas held for less than 6 months. From this information, it was clear that the shorter the occupation period, the lower the difficulty and the greater the chance of recapture. Lin Yi and his team had no additional intelligence to deliberate over. They decided based on the most fundamental information, then let's choose Sector 14. It was only captured 5 days ago, so the chances of retaking it are high. The deputy battalion commander showed no surprise at their choice. He had someone fetch the Zone 14 intelligence files and handed them to Lin Yi and his team. Commit the map and alien beast intel for Zone 14 to memory. Then proceed to the armory to collect supplies. Depart at dawn tomorrow to execute the mission. You have only 5 hours. If you can destroy the alien beast nest in Sector 14, our guardians will provide support. We'll coordinate with you from the inside to retake the enemy-occupied zone. If you fail to send the signal within 5 hours, we will abandon you outright. You will never return. Only 5 hours? Fatso gasped. Why can't we have more time? That barely gives us enough to even locate the beast's lair. The deputy commander's face flashed with impatience. You have only 4 hours. This time frame isn't dictated by us, the guardians, but by the monster's reaction time to your presence. Our frontline battles draw most of the beast's attention, but they share a symbiotic bond with their lair. At the latest, they'll return within 5 hours. Even if we could buy you more time, you won't escape the counterattack from the beasts in the rift space. Once you begin attacking the main lair, the beasts in the rift will sense it within 5 hours. Thousands upon thousands will pour out a sight you won't want to witness. Lin Yi, Su Muxue, Duan Tianyu, and the others were all stunned into silence. This intelligence was paid for with the blood of martyrs. The deputy battalion commander's voice was low and heavy. To date, we've conducted thousands of operations to retake enemy-occupied zones, yet fewer than 20 have succeeded. Previous teams included squads with members all over level 40. As for you, well, you'd better be careful. The deputy commander swept his gaze over Class F9 with pity and regret. In his view, Class F9's chances of success were virtually zero. His attitude inevitably dampened the spirits of the rest of F9 squad. All members over level 40? We don't even have a full team at level 10. Even though the monsters in Zone 14 are only around level 10, their sheer numbers are overwhelming. Can we really pull this off? Whether we can or not, there's no turning back now. Ah well, take life and death in stride if you're not satisfied, just do it. Amidst the extreme pessimism, a stubborn resolve began to take root. With the mission urgent, there was little time for complaints or worries. They wasted no time diving into preparations. Food, water, supplies, signaling devices, weapons, gathering and memorizing intelligence, formulating battle plans. A series of tasks demanded their attention. By the time everything was ready, it was precisely 6 a.m. the next morning. As awakened ones, staying awake all night was no big deal. In fact, the impending mission had everyone so tense and excited that their spirits were incredibly high. Let's go! With Battalion Commander Xiang Xiaoming and the Deputy Commander personally overseeing their departure, Lin Yi and his group set off toward enemy-occupied territory. Fighting their way through and verifying the route, they reached Sector 14 an hour later. See those patrolling beasts circling outside? They're illusionary butterflies. Not only can they create hallucinatory effects to trap any intruder, but they also inflict psychic attacks. Avoiding them to infiltrate requires at least an 11th level psychic sequence skill. Xiao Yuan, serving as the tactical mastermind for Class F9, analyzed calmly. Our strongest psychic sequence user is Luo Tsong, Sequence 212 Illusory Dreamscape. He can indeed create illusions to counter other psychic attacks, but his level isn't high enough yet. He hasn't broken through level 10. Everyone's gaze instinctively turned to Lin Yi. Brother Yi, can you modify Luo Tsong's skill power? Duan Tianyu asked on behalf of the group. Lin Yi nodded. I can. But I'm concerned that the altered psychic attack might indiscriminately target both allies and enemies. He had too much experience tampering with local skills before. Whenever it involved mental or psychic abilities, he found it extremely difficult to control the target range after modification. For instance, when he'd altered a beast skill to cause chaos and infighting, he'd only changed a single character. Even though the altered skills could be used against enemies, why did the beasts themselves become the first victims whenever he modified them? Chapter 65, Rescue. Despite his many doubts, the situation demanded immediate action. He turned his gaze to Luo Tsong and solemnly instructed him. I'll adjust the power of your skill shortly, but the moment you sense anything amiss, you must stop the skill immediately. Luo Tsong nodded nervously. Don't worry. If I feel the skill is getting out of control, I'll immediately cut off the mental energy supply. That way, the skill will lose its effect. Lin Yi instructed Luo Tsong to activate the skill, and Luo Tsong began chanting. Sequence 212, Illusory Dreamscape. Skill, Illusory Mind Assault. All who enter this illusion face perilous dangers. Should their mental defenses falter, death and injury shall befall them unseen. Lin Yi heard the skill description clearly, his brow furrowing slightly as unease stirred within him. After a pause, he spoke, text alteration. Change illusionary mind attack to illusionary mind loss. The most potent mental assault he could conceive was the loss of one's mental awareness and perception. This would render the illusory butterflies utterly incapable of combat. An invisible wave of psychic energy rippled outward. Like ripples spreading from a pebble tossed into water, the powerful mental force was palpable to everyone. The illusionary butterflies ahead, targeted by the mental assault, quickly descended into chaos. They abruptly froze mid-air, then began flying wildly, attacking each other and falling in droves. Great! We did it! The students of Class F9 erupted in joyful shouts. Only Lin Yi looked unnatural. Shaking his slightly dizzy head, he forced himself to say, "We're running out of time. Keep moving." "Lin Yi, how are you feeling?" Su Muxue, most concerned about his condition, noticed his pallor and asked with genuine worry. "Seems like I took a bit of a mental hit, but it should be fine." The group traversed the area patrolled by the illusionary butterflies and finally reached the outskirts of the 14th Fallen Zone. "Why haven't we seen any traces of the beasts? Shouldn't there be more beasts in the Fallen Zone? I was worried we'd run into hundreds of them and be unable to escape." Stay alert, everyone. While most beasts are concentrated along the frontline border, there are bound to be plenty left behind here. The members of Class F9 exchanged puzzled glances. Xiao Yuan's expression was even more grave than Lin Ye's as he repeatedly cautioned his classmates. Yet after trekking for over an hour without encountering a single beast, most of Class F9 inevitably relaxed their guard, their attention drifting. Maybe we can just walk straight into the beast's lair like this. This mission isn't as dangerous as the military made it out to be. Maybe we're just lucky. Then wouldn't we be able to complete the mission and reclaim the enemy-occupied territory? The prospect of the glory and rewards after completing the mission made these students flush with excitement. They were itching to rush straight to the lair, slaughter every beast, send the signal to the military, and then triumphantly complete their mission. Amidst the chatter, Lin Yi suddenly roared, "Enemy attack! Prepare for battle!" His keen senses were well known to all. The F9 students froze for a moment. In that instant, jet-black beams of light erupted from the ground, piercing through the bodies of numerous F9 students with a series of sharp whistles. The students of Class F9 had no time to react. Staring down in shock, they saw their own chests pierced through. "Mu Shui, save them!" Lin Yi roared at nearly the same moment. Terrifying. This was the true power of the beasts in the occupied zone, catching everyone completely off guard. The moment Lin Yi shouted the enemy attack, Su Muxue had already begun channeling her power. Her healing spell instantly enveloped the entire class. But once vitality was snatched away in an instant, even the most powerful healing magic proved futile. 5 or 6 classmates lay motionless on the ground, their eyes vacant and lifeless, their bodies limp as mud, their breath gone. The sight filled the others with sheer terror. It dawned on them, fighting these beasts could actually kill people. The students of Class F9 grasped this truth for the first time. Having always been protected and aided by Lin Yi and Su Muxue, their journey had been too smooth. While students from other classes suffered casualties in battles against beasts, they remained unscathed under Lin Yi's shield. They had never truly faced an enemy of overwhelming power. "Lin Yi, save us! Su Muxue, hurry! Heal me!" The remaining critically injured students panicked, instinctively pleading for help from Lin Yi and Su Muxue. But just as Lin Yi activated his skill, a sudden jolt shook his mind. It felt as if some power within his consciousness was breaking through the surface once more. "Mu Xue!" He cried out urgently. Su Muxue instantly understood his meaning. She immediately connected with Lin Yi through psychic energy, helping him suppress the restless energy stirring within his mental space. Seeing Lin Yi and Su Muxue struggling to handle the situation themselves, the others fell into complete panic. Many even turned to flee back toward the military fortress. Yes, they had pledged to Lin Yi with righteous fervor when accepting the mission. But when faced with death, human nature made morality, loyalty, mission, and responsibility all seem insignificant. Xiao Yuan panicked. Instead of attacking the ground ahead with his skill, he used it to erect an earthen wall, completely sealing off the escape route for those classmates trying to flee. "We can't retreat back. Mission failure won't bring a better outcome than dying under the claws of these beasts. Fight back. Everyone counterattack. We won't just sit here and die." At this critical moment, Xiao Yuan's command proved highly effective. The chaotic students of Class F9 began to steady themselves, unleashing their skills with all their might to strike at the ground below. Booms and explosions echoed as the ground shattered into deep craters. But they didn't even catch a glimpse of the beast. "Danger! Everyone, get out of the way!" Suddenly, Lin Ye's urgent warning rang out again. Everyone spun around just in time to see beams of light converging upon them. And this light wasn't coming from anyone else, it was Su Muxue. To be precise, Su Mushua's skills, affected by Lin Yi, had all shifted direction and were now targeting her own allies. Brother Yi? What's wrong? Why are you suddenly attacking us? Duan Tianyu was stunned, his voice trembling with shock as he demanded an answer. Lin Yi's face darkened as he explained, "It's not me. My skills are being manipulated by some force beyond my control." He himself felt shocked and bewildered. It was precisely because he suddenly realized his skills were out of control that he spoke up to warn everyone. Filled with frustration, he immediately activated his text alteration skill, attempting to redirect the attacking projectiles. But after his intent was transmitted, it vanished into thin air, with no response from the skill. My skill, it's out of control. He realized this once more with crystal clarity, his expression darkening to an unprecedented degree. Chapter 66, What did you say? I don't understand. Not only Su Mushua, but even the attacks that some classmates had just unleashed and were beginning to dissipate were now being affected by Lin Yi's skill. They started changing their attributes and directions, all turning to attack their own classmates in Class F9. Everyone, spread out. Xiao Yuan shot Lin Yi a reproachful glance before turning to warn his classmates. Lin Yi, stay away from us. If you stay here, sooner or later your skills will kill us all. Though they usually trusted and relied on Lin Yi, when his skill turned against them, doubt filled their hearts. Could it all be an illusion? Was Lin Yi deliberately targeting his classmates? Perhaps he disapproved of some classmates trying to escape, forcing everyone into this situation. Or perhaps Lin Yi had always harbored some secret motives and purposes, now revealing his true colors. Even those who shared every moment with him were now filled with suspicion after sudden harm and attack. That was precisely how the other students in Class F9 felt about Lin Yi at that moment. You can never truly know someone's heart. Who really knows what Lin Yi is like? Lin Yi claimed his abilities had been disrupted, causing him to lose control. But since they hadn't actually witnessed that force, they found it hard to fully believe him. He sensed the looks of suspicion, wariness, and guardedness directed at him. Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. Who's there? Show yourself. He roared in fury. Beasts would never exploit human emotions. Only humans could truly attack by preying on the weaknesses of human nature. Clap. 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 Loud applause echoed from behind. The crowd turned to see a flying beast hovering midair behind them, with a human figure seated upon its back. Lin Yi scrutinized the figure. Since his appearance, the attacks from below had ceased. This indicated the figure posed an extreme threat. Even the lurking beasts feared and hesitated in his presence. Who are you? Why are you trying to divide us? What exactly is your purpose? Lin Yi demanded coldly. What a pity. I happen to have no specific purpose. I merely wish to test the state of your spiritual power. The figure wore a silver-gray robe, a long scar running across the corner of his eye. His voice was hoarse and low, tinged with a hint of devil-may-care nonchalance. His casual reply sounded as though it were nothing more than a passing whim. Lin Yi wasn't about to believe him. If I'm not mistaken, you've been following us since we set out, haven't you? To track us under the commander's nose, you're either stronger than him or you're actually military intelligence. Are you following us under orders from within the military? Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, the man raised an eyebrow and clapped enthusiastically once more. Truly worthy of being chosen by young Master Xiang. You possess sharp insight and precise judgment. So my analysis was correct. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes. The scarred man avoided a direct answer, instead throwing his head back in a loud, booming laugh. Then, his laughter faded as he spoke softly. Lin Yi, do you wish to suppress the ancient god's mental corruption? Join us, and we can help you. Though he spoke aloud, his voice seemed to echo directly in Lin Yi's ear, inaudible to everyone else. Lin Yi's pupils contracted sharply, his expression instantly turning icy. What did you say? I don't understand. Stop pretending. If I'm addressing you with such certainty, it means we already know the details. Scar I sneered. If you don't want to be completely corrupted by the ancient gods soon turned into a beast or a madman, you'd better join us willingly. Lin Yi refused to back down. Even if I become a monstrous beast or a madman, I won't accept threats from others. If you want to talk, do it properly. I'm not buying your nonsense. Scarred Eye froze, surprised by Lin Yi's defiance. His greatest secret had been uncovered. Shouldn't he be panicking, clutching at straws and begging for help? Very well. Since you already know I'm military, why all the caution? Seeing Lin Yi still unresponsive, he sighed and explained, I belong to Special Operations Unit 303. Unit 303 specializes in covert military operations. Most members possess unique abilities. I am formally inviting you to join Unit 303. By joining us, we can provide you with truly effective methods to counter the mental corruption of the ancient god's whisper. Lin Yi fell deep in thought. The military was more reliable than Long Yuan, and unlike loose organizations like the Eye of Truth. For him, joining them wouldn't be a bad thing. But caution was paramount. The fact that he could hear the whispers of the ancient gods was fraught with unknown risks. He dared not place complete trust in any single organization. Joining you means being under your control. I won't accept that. However, we can discuss a partnership. Scarface's expression darkened. What leverage do you have to negotiate with us? Your only value lies in your influence and uniqueness. That's precisely why the military is interested in you. Beyond that, you hold nothing that could sway us. Lin Yi refused to be manipulated. He sneered coldly, since you refuse to discuss cooperation, you can leave. No need to see you out. Scarred eyes choked on his words. You. Why haven't you left yet? Seems like you guys from Unit 303 are pretty interested in me. You won't give up easily. Having been completely read by Lin Yi, Scar, I finally dropped the act. Cooperation? Fine. But how exactly do you propose we cooperate? Lin Yi exhaled a long breath of relief. He'd gambled correctly. He knew the other side was so eager to recruit him because they must want something from him. That meant he wasn't entirely at their mercy. Simple. You help me with the ultimate ancient god corruption, and I'll assist you once in return. Scar, I hesitated for a moment. He had already gained a basic understanding of Lin Yi and realized arguing with him was futile. He simply agreed. This is a spirit suppression talisman, capable of temporarily suppressing your mental corruption. In exchange, you must retrieve something from the Truth Eyes branch headquarters. What exactly it is, I'll explain in detail once you complete this task. I'll be going now. Farewell. He handed Lin Yi a faintly glowing talisman jade fragment, lingered no longer, and departed atop his beast. Lin Yi watched his departing figure, a tinge of absurdity rising in his heart. Whoa! This soul-suppressing talisman. However, the suction emanating from the object in his hand quickly diverted his attention. It actually affects my sequence skills. To his astonishment, while clutching this soul suppression talisman, his mental space felt crystal clear. Yet, his sequence skill cooldown had extended, instantly reducing his available uses by 5. What on earth is this thing made of? Doubt welled up within him. Sequences stemmed from the overflow of ancient god energy. Very few things could truly affect them. Could it be, the military has some special connection to the ancient gods? Chapter 67, The Second Tampering. Lin Yi. Su Muxue tugged at his sleeve, gesturing for him to look over. Lin Yi turned his head, meeting the complex gazes of his F9 classmates. You all witnessed what just happened. Someone has indeed been secretly interfering with my abilities. Our top priority now is completing the mission. There's no time to waste, let's keep moving forward. Though they had clearly misunderstood Lin Yi, the group still felt uneasy. Lin Yi, what about those strange beasts underground ahead? Do you have a plan to deal with them? Xiao Yuan could only change the subject, fixing Lin Yi with an expectant gaze. The problem is, we haven't even seen the true forms of those beasts yet. Lin Yi frowned. He had never attempted to alter a skill without seeing its true form. He wasn't sure if it would even work. Without certainty, he couldn't make promises. Otherwise, given Class F9's current doubts about him, they might only grow more suspicious and resistant. The best approach would be to lure them out. If that proves impossible, we can focus on enhancing our own skills to ensure safe passage through this area. Xiao Yuan's expression darkened. Before he could speak, a tall male student behind him interjected. It's because of you we keep getting targeted and running into trouble. If it weren't for you, would we have been sent to the front lines as vanguards? If we weren't in the vanguard, we wouldn't have to risk taking this mission. Bottom line, if it weren't for you and Su Muxue, Class F9 might still be a useless bunch, but we wouldn't be dealing with all this trouble. You have the responsibility and obligation to lead us to complete this mission safely. If you can't do it, then we. Shut up. Xiao Yuanzhou knew Lin Yi's refusal to make a direct promise would fuel his classmates' resentment. Seeing this situation unfold, he snapped angrily at the speaker. No infighting at a critical moment like this. Danger and opportunity coexist. If anyone else utters such treacherous words, they should leave Class F9. His stance was unwavering, without the slightest hint of hesitation. Lin Yi gave Xiao Yuan a long, meaningful look. Had Xiao Yuan not spoken those words just now, Lin Yi would have severed ties with Class F9 on the spot. But his relationship with his F9 classmates could never go back to the way it was. I'll take care of the beasts ahead. His voice was cold and devoid of emotion. Class President, look. He agreed just now. Why are you still saying we didn't try our best before? The tall boy perked up at this, immediately arguing with Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan's heart jolted. He urgently yet uneasily explained to Lin Yi, don't mind their insults. After all, every class has all kinds of people. But most of us are willing to believe in you. He understood Lin Yi well enough to know that accepting this promise now would be counterproductive. If Lin Yi took on enormous risks and struggled to meet Class F9's demands, it would mean the goodwill between them would be completely exhausted on Lin Yi's end. As he desperately tried to salvage the situation, Lin Yi cut him off. Step back. I'm about to act. I'll try a psychic attack first, maybe it'll force those underground beasts out. He left them no room for discussion. Xiao Yuan felt a sudden emptiness in his heart. In that instant, it felt as though Class F9 and himself had lost the most crucial opportunity of their lives. Instead of feeling relieved at the prospect of half a day without danger, he felt utterly lost and despondent, more devastated than if he'd lost an arm or a leg. Duan Tianyu glanced at Xiao Yuan and the other students, then looked at Lin Yi. Finally, he stepped forward. Brother Yi, let me help you. You can try tampering with my skills, but don't waste your psychic energy. We'll just roast them with fire. If those bastards don't come out, they'll just have to wait to be cooked. His actions now were a clear declaration of allegiance. Xiao Yuan opened his mouth. He too had once fought side by side with Lin Yi. If he could set aside his duties as squad leader and recognize Lin Yi as a comrade, he should step forward. But in the end, he sighed and stepped back with the other students. An intuition gripped him. This step back meant he'd forfeit any right to fight alongside Lin Yi ever again. He could only watch helplessly as Lin Yi stood alongside Duan Tianyu. Duan unleashed his skill, flames scorching the earth. Under Lin Yi's skill manipulation, the flames spread across the ground as if the entire surface were ablaze. Soil, gravel, plants, insects, and ants melted and charred in the inferno. The air itself shimmered from the intense heat. Boom! 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 Soon, a series of muffled thuds echoed from beneath the ground ahead. They're coming out! Duan Tianyu's eyes widened in excitement as he shouted. Lin Yi had been worried those beasts might retreat deeper underground. But now it seemed that Scar Eye's departure had emboldened them. Instead of retreating from the scorching heat, they were emerging to fight back. One by one, sharp heads emerged from the ground, hissing menacingly. Facing Duan Tianyu's flames, their bloodshot eyes brimmed with contempt. Beams of light shot forth from the horns atop their heads, streaking toward Lin Yi, Duan Tianyu, and Su Muxue. Muxue! Lin Yi shouted sharply. He had been waiting for this very moment when the beasts surfaced. To prevent them from retreating back underground, he had only one chance. One strike to kill. Su Muxue nodded, murmuring incantations. The beasts instantly felt a sense of restraint. Simultaneously, the flames on the ground surged in power. Fire's fiery dance transformed once more, rewritten as fire's melting. This was the first time Lin Yi had attempted to alter an already modified skill. In an instant, the ground ceased to be solid earth, transforming into a hellish sea of molten lava. The beasts let out agonized screams and wails. One by one, the horned beasts melted away in the extreme heat. Finally, they dissolved into black ash, merging into the molten earth. The scene fell into a deathly silence. Even Duan Tianyu himself was stunned by the skill. Holy, holy, holy! This is insane. Did I really just unleash that skill? This is crazy. Lin Yi took a deep breath, utterly stunned. It had truly succeeded. Moreover, the power of this skill, altered twice over, proved far more terrifying than he'd imagined. This success bolstered his confidence. Completing the enemy territory retrieval mission now seemed far less daunting. As the flames on the ground died down, Class F9 crossed the scorched, searing terrain. Many hearts began to burn with fervor. Lin Yi, you better deliver. We're going to pull this off. Our victory depends on you. The speaker was Li Liang, the tall boy who had earlier criticized Lin Yi. Chapter 68, No More Chances. Lin Yi's smirk vanished instantly as his skill took effect. Of course, this time it's all on me. But he didn't deny it, emphasizing the words this time with deliberate emphasis. Because there wouldn't be a next time. Xiao Yuan glanced at the F9 class students, still grinning obliviously to Lin Yi's shift in demeanor, and gave a helpless, wry smile. Look, what's that over there? After advancing a little further, Luo Tsong suddenly pointed toward the distant sky and shouted. Everyone looked up to see an incredibly narrow spatial fissure gap suspended in the air, with strange beasts constantly darting in and out of it. Beneath the fissure stood a tower constructed from a peculiar material. Any strange beast emerging from the fissure must first enter the tower. Inside, it undergoes some sort of energy conversion. By the time it emerges again, the otherworldly aura it brought from the fissure has completely dissipated, allowing it to better adapt and integrate into this world. This is why the beasts never fully leave the fissure. They need the nest to recuperate and rebuild their strength. Su Mushua's expression was complex, tinged with a hint of regret and melancholy. Truthfully, if we could withstand the beasts' attacks, they wouldn't be able to establish new nests or expand at all. Ultimately, the gap in overall strength between humans and the beasts is too vast. Lin Ye's heart stirred. Then, if we were strong enough to destroy one nest tower after another, couldn't we quickly reclaim all the occupied territories? Theoretically, yes. But that assumes someone with that level of power actually emerges. Su Muxue gazed intently at Lin Yi. In her heart, that person could only be Lin Yi. The others, however, wore expressions of disappointment and despair. We've already said the power gap is too vast. How could anyone possibly turn the tide single-handedly? Instead of daydreaming, we should focus on fighting. Our mission time is running out. Li Liang and the others urged impatiently. Lin Yi turned his head, shot him a cold glance, then charged toward the tower ahead with Su Muxue and Duan Tianyu in tow. Roar! Sensing Lin Yi's approach, the beasts let out threatening roars before charging madly toward them. Holy word, healing changed to holy word, low health. Holy light reincarnation changed to holy light rotation. Flame incineration changed to flame incineration. Duan Tianyu and Su Muxue unleashed a barrage of skills. Lin Yi continuously altered their skills. The trio coordinated with unwavering precision. Countless beasts, slowed by their abilities, let out agonized howls as they writhed and twisted in the flames. Though only 3 fought, their combined efforts achieved the impact of an entire squad. The members of Class F9 watched in stunned silence. Xiao Yuan urged impatiently, while Lin Yi and the others are leading the charge and severely wounding these beasts, let's all go in together and wipe them out. He yearned to return to that state of coordinated combat they once shared. But the other students refused to cooperate. Why bother, class leader? Li Liang spoke up first. They're capable enough on their own. We might just get in the way if we join in. The others chimed in, exactly. They clearly don't need our help. We'd be better off conserving our strength. If anything unexpected happens, we can protect ourselves. Xiao Yuan froze. Why are you all? He couldn't understand why everyone who had stood united with Lin Yi yesterday, pledging their support and promising to repay his kindness, had turned into this today. Lin Yi glanced at the motionless Class F9 members behind him. His gaze lingered briefly on Xiao Yuan, who was trying to persuade everyone, before quickly shifting away. This was human nature, after all. Lin Yi wasn't surprised. Sweet words don't guarantee matching actions. Even if they did act, it didn't guarantee they'd see it through to the end. That Class F9 had held out this long was already beyond his expectations. It was precisely because he still cherished the trust, tolerance, and support they had once given him that he now took everything upon himself, fighting with every ounce of strength. He shifted his focus back to the beast horde, his brow furrowing slightly. They're still alive? Looks like it's the same situation we encountered before. Having gained experience, the trio recognized the fissures supplying energy to the beasts, sustaining them against injury. They immediately shifted their attack target. The old method: shatter the fissures first. All 3 unleashed their skills simultaneously. The fissure in midair absorbed the assault, then began spewing uncontrollably once more before violently backfiring, shattering inch by inch. Lin Yi seized the moment to redirect his assault. Secondary manipulation. Redirecting the energy and assault unleashed by the spatial fissure toward the beasts. Those beasts, accustomed to drawing power from the rift, would finally taste the damage it could inflict. Boom! One of the beasts suddenly exploded, turning into a cloud of blood mist. Immediately after, more beasts detonated in place. Clouds of blood mist erupted, plunging the beasts into a panic of starvation. They couldn't comprehend why the energy that once healed and strengthened them now only hastened their demise. Again. A hint of madness and impatience began to cloud Lin Yi's eyes. Perhaps he could attempt a third tampering. Once this thought took root, it could no longer be suppressed. Yet his reason remained intact. He assessed his mental state realistically, ensuring he wouldn't lose control, then clenched the suppressing spirit talisman in his hand once more. Communicating his intent, activating the sequence, casting the skill. Text alteration: seal the fissure. The words barely left his lips when a sudden, piercing pain shot through his chest. It felt as though something had seized his heart, clutching it in a tight, agonizing grip. Panic and agony surged through him. Simultaneously, he glanced at his interface. He was shocked to discover his skill usage count had dropped to 0. This was the first time he had completely exhausted his daily skill usage count. No, this can't be right. His face darkened as he quickly sensed something was terribly wrong. He looked at the suppressing spirit talisman in his hand. I should still have at least 5 skill uses left. Now they're gone, swallowed up by this talisman again. He grew increasingly convinced that this suppression talisman was strange. Yet without it, suppressing the ancient god's whispers proved exceedingly difficult. Even Su Mushue's spiritual imprint no longer held much sway over him. Mushue, I'm counting on you. Yet he still prioritized what mattered most, whispering the warning into Su Mushue's ear. Su Muxue glanced at her in surprise. Lin Yi's skills had a usage limit, and she knew this better than anyone. And so, she understood exactly what Lin Yi meant by his words. She didn't panic, nodding calmly. It's fine. We can handle it. She glanced back at the Class F9 students and warned, you need to be careful. Don't let anyone else discover that the skills can no longer be used. Chapter 69, Dragging Lin Yi Down with Me. Lin Yi temporarily halted his combat, but since his skill usage was inherently covert, the others didn't notice. The ultimate killing blow had been delivered. The fissure shattered, leaving the beast horde exposed. They were slaughtered to the last, with only a few exhausted stragglers remaining. With Duan Tianyu and Su Mushue's combined abilities, they could handle the rest. Fireballs shot forth, flames scorching everything in their path. The beasts howled in agony, their vitality fading rapidly. Li Liang and the others finally felt completely at ease. Let's go. We'll destroy that tower and signal the guard army. Seeing Li Liang and the others trying to come in now to reap the rewards, Duan Tianyu trembled with rage. Get lost. Lin Yi has no objections. What are you ranting about, Fatso? Li Liang sneered coldly, ignoring Duan Tianyu's furious roar. He led the remaining students of Class F9 straight toward the tower. Upon entering striking range, they unleashed their skills simultaneously, aiming to demolish the tower. Under their assault, the nest tower collapsed with a thunderous crash, as expected. Cheers erupted from their mouths. "Quick, fire the signal flare," Li Liang urged. Xiao Yuan sighed, but obediently produced the flare. With a piercing, shrill whistle and a burst of dazzling, colorful smoke, it soared into the sky. Everyone's heart settled. Yet the ground beneath them began to shake violently. An earthquake? They could barely stay on their feet, confusion rising in their hearts. Lin Ye's expression suddenly darkened. He whipped his head around to look left behind them. There, a cloud of dust billowed upward. Soon, a monstrous beast looming as tall as the sky came into view, and an endless black tide of beasts appeared on the horizon. "Run! Run now!" Lin Ye's pupils contracted sharply as he instantly grasped the situation. His voice trembled as he grabbed Su Mushui and Duan Tianyu, dragging them forward in a mad dash. The members of Class F9 spotted the approaching tide of beasts a moment later than Lin Yi, and they too began fleeing in panic. Screech! A piercing cry echoed overhead. Li Liang looked up to see the flying beasts closing in, their icy, menacing eyes fixed on them. Suddenly, his legs went weak, refusing to obey him. Countless bolts of lightning poured from the Thunderbirds' mouths, striking the students of Class F9. Desperate to survive, the group scattered wildly, yet many were struck by lightning. Two weaker support-type awakened ones were instantly charred to cinders by the bolts. In that moment, countless thoughts raced through Li Liang's mind. Instinctively, he charged toward the direction Lin Yi and the others had fled. He wasn't the only one with that idea. Lin Yi quickly sensed the commotion behind them. Turning to look, his expression darkened. "Too bad I can't use my skills right now. Otherwise, we could speed up our escape." Su Mushue shook her head. "The military will be back soon. We just need to hold out a little longer and we'll be safe." Duan Tianyu cursed incessantly, "Damn it! Those shameless scoundrels like Li Liang are actually chasing us. Does he really think we'd help them?" Lin Yi paid them little mind, nothing but a bunch of clowns. "The Thunderbirds are approaching. Prepare for battle." Lin Yi's attention was entirely focused on the strange beasts. "Holy! These damn birds spit lightning from their beaks." Duan Tianyu screamed in terror upon seeing how relentlessly the Thunderbirds pursued Li Liang and his group. "Fatso, with your strength, you can't handle these Thunderbirds. Mushui isn't good at attacking. We can't linger here. Just focus on defending against ambushes and don't get hurt." Lin Yi cautioned Duan Tianyu, fearing his impulsiveness. Fatso nodded solemnly. "Got it, Brother Yi." Though Lin Yi hadn't stated it outright, Duan Tianyu could tell the young man couldn't use his skills freely right now. Their primary objective now was to stall for time until reinforcements from the Guardians arrived. Crackle! Thunder roared overhead as the lightning caught up. They wouldn't let three unexpected targets slip away. The sky above was streaked with electric light, the thunderclaps shaking the very core of their being. Duan Tianyu shielded the trio with a fireball above their heads, deflecting the first wave of lightning. Below, Su Mushue's defensive shield absorbed the remaining bolts as they struck, making them vanish as if they'd never existed. But the shield had its limits. Absorbing a single bolt caused no change, but absorbing 10 or 100 bolts was another matter. Cracks began to form in the shield overhead before it shattered violently. Multiple bolts of lightning struck Lin Yi, Su Mushue, and Duan Tianyu with pinpoint accuracy. Thud! Just as Lin Ye's eyes flashed with madness, preparing to discard the suppressing spirit talisman and forcibly summon his spiritual energy to unleash a sequence skill, his fingertips grew scorching hot. Then, a resonant bell-like chime sounded. The treasure ring, that gift he had been tricked into accepting from Chao Jianian, suddenly activated at that very moment. A beam of light shot forth, transforming into a transparent, golden glowing bell-shaped protective shield that powerfully blocked the lightning bolts. "Lin Yi, it's just us." Before Lin Yi and the others could breathe a sigh of relief, Li Liang and the others' cries for help rang in their ears. Turning back, they saw Li Liang and the others had already gathered about 10 meters behind them. The lightning strikes they faced grew denser and more terrifying. Their terrified eyes were filled with the fear of death, pleading looks fixed on Lin Yi. Lin Yi turned his head. Not only had he long since resolved to sever ties with Class F9, even if he hadn't completely severed ties with them yet, he was already struggling to save himself and couldn't possibly rescue them. Seeing Lin Yi show no intention of intervening, Li Liang and the others erupted into a torrent of curses. "Lin Yi, may you rot in hell. I'll drag you down with me even in death." Li Liang's eyes burned with hatred as he suddenly accelerated, lunging toward Lin Yi. But his body was halted by the protective barrier surrounding the giant bell. Thud! A dull thud echoed as Li Liang slammed into the bell, only to be instantly incinerated by the pursuing lightning bolts. "Lin Yi!" A startled cry came from his left. Lin Yi turned to see Xiao Yuan staring at him with heart-wrenching anguish. He believed Lin Yi had deliberately refused to save him. Lin Yi had no way to explain. As countless thunderbirds prepared to unleash another wave of attacks, an invisible ripple suddenly appeared in the air and swiftly spread outward. Every thunderbird pierced by the invisible ripples seemed to suffer a devastating blow, plummeting from the sky with a series of whooshing sounds. Oomph! A cold snort sounded overhead. Lin Yi looked up to meet Cheng Huaning's gaze, filled with scrutiny and indifference. Lin Yi, do you know your crime? Cheng Huaning's emotionless voice boomed right beside Lin Yi's ear, deliberately intended to intimidate him. Blood instantly flowed from Lin Yi's ear canal, yet his expression remained unchanged. Professor Chang, what do you mean? What crime have I committed? He gave a cold laugh, showing no intention of taking the bait. You witnessed a classmate's death and failed to help. That is your crime. Cheng Huaning's accusatory tone infuriated Lin Yi. He retorted without mercy, my abilities are limited. I'm like a clay Buddha crossing the river, hardly able to save myself. How could I possibly save others? Chapter 70, Mission accomplished. But Professor Chang, when exactly did you arrive? If I couldn't save them, surely you could? Isn't your mission to protect your students? How could you stand by and watch Class F9 die before intervening? His retort left Cheng Huaning speechless once more. Enough nonsense, you. He intended to press further, hoping to pin a charge on Lin Yi outright. Lin Yi cut him off. Professor, don't forget your duty. The beast tide remains unresolved, and the students of Class F9 are counting on you to save them. Stop wasting time. For a moment, Cheng Huaning felt as though Lin Yi was the commander, reprimanding him. But Lin Yi was telling the truth. His face darkened as he spotted more F9 students being chased by lightning bolts, clearly on the verge of collapse. He clamped his mouth shut, vanished in a flash, and reappeared before the F9 students. The Guardians are right behind you. Hurry and rendezvous with them. He urged. Got it. But the only voice that answered him was Lin Yi's. Without a moment's pause or hesitation, he continued fleeing with Su Mushui and Duan Tianyu, leaving Cheng Huaning alone to hold back the beast tide. Cheng Huaning's face turned purple with frustration, but the situation was too dire for him to spare any energy on Lin Yi. A thunderous, even more terrifying rumble echoed from behind them. Lin Yi glanced back over his shoulder, witnessing a sight he would never forget. He knew Cheng Huaning possessed terrifying strength, but witnessing him fighting at full power left Lin Yi breathless. Though both wielded lightning skills, those thunderbirds paled in comparison to Cheng Huaning like fireflies beside the sun. The sky and earth behind them were blanketed by countless thick, blue-purple lightning trees. These trees seemed to possess consciousness, their branches darting with lightning-fast precision to strike down the thunderbirds. The high-grade thunderbirds that had survived Cheng Huaning's initial wave of level pressure were utterly defenseless against this onslaught. A rain of beast carcasses fell from the sky. With a heart filled with awe, Lin Yi finally spotted the formation of the escort troops. Commander! Deputy Commander! The three quickened their pace, charging straight into the escort regiment. Xiang Xiaoming personally came out to meet them. Seeing Lin Yi unharmed, his eyes flickered slightly. You've completed the mission flawlessly. Excellent work. Head to the rear for rest and recovery first. Leave the rest to us. Xiao Yuan and the other surviving students of Class F9 arrived shortly after, their faces etched with relief at having narrowly escaped disaster. Beast tide. Xiao Yuan warned. Xiang Xiaoming remained composed. I know. This level of combat isn't something you can participate in. He ordered his men to escort Lin Yi and Xiao Yuan away, his expression growing serious. His gaze shifted toward the sky and the land in the distance. Kill! Lin Yi had barely reached the logistics department's area when he heard the deafening battle cry of the guard army echoing from behind. Their voices were perfectly synchronized, carrying a resolute determination to fight to the death and an unstoppable momentum. Is this the way the Guardians fight? At that moment, the guard army finally engaged the beast tide. Countless beasts clashed with human soldiers, skills erupting across the sky. Killing array, sharp arrow. Swiftly, the guards formed their battle array. Chanting the incantation in unison, their bodies radiated light. Their combined skills coalesced into a barrage of gigantic arrows, piercing the sea of beasts. Millions of arrows pierced the bodies of the beasts. They pinned the beasts to the ground, their struggles futile. The creatures could only die amidst agonized screams. Yet the beast tide did not advance aimlessly. Wah! A strange, high-pitched roar echoed from the rear of the horde. Thump, thump, thump. The ground trembled once more. Looking up, they saw a colossal ape, dozens of meters tall, charging toward them at breakneck speed. Thunder giant ape. The sight of this colossal ape sent a chill through everyone's hearts. Lin Yi gasped aloud. This is a monster species with a minimum level requirement of 50. Looks like it's the commanding beast king of this wave. Each wave of beasts was commanded by at least one beast king. This group clearly possessed lightning attributes. Typically, beasts of the same type were led by their corresponding beast king. Two tigers couldn't share the same mountain. Without additional types present, only one beast king would emerge. Since these beasts all possessed lightning attributes, two beast kings couldn't coexist. Therefore, this thunder giant ape was the sole beast king. Once we take it down, the beast tide threat will be no match for us. Lin Yi nodded. The others shared this conviction. The squad leader and Professor Chang are exceptionally powerful. This thunder giant ape won't last long. Xiao Yuan and the others joined in the discussion, showing no signs of worry as they watched the battle unfold with a sense of anticipation. Lin Yi, however, sensed something was amiss. Given how pitifully low the success rate was for humans retaking enemy-occupied zones, it was clear this was an extremely difficult task. How could they possibly get so lucky this time and succeed so easily? Besides, if these beasts were so easy to handle, how had Sector 14 been lost in the first place? Not far away, the thunder troll ape pounded its chest, stood erect with clenched fists, and swept its hands through the air. Cheng Huaning's thunder tree was literally uprooted from the ground by it. Whoosh! 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 It swung the thunder giant tree forward, hurling it toward the guard legion. Xiang Xiaoming's expression darkened as he stepped forward. An invisible golden cage shielded the guardians. The thunder tree slammed into the cage, leaving a deep crater before vanishing abruptly. Cheng Huaning's expression darkened. To exploit his skill to attack the guardians was an insult, a provocation. Already loathing the hateful beast, his eyes now blazed with fury. His body transformed into a green bolt of lightning, striking toward the giant ape. The giant ape raised its hand and grasped at the air once more. The lightning halted abruptly, a small black figure now clutched in the ape's palm. Cheng Huaning remained composed, his expression shifting to one of realization. So it's immune to lightning attribute attacks. The name Thunder Giant Ape only indicated its lightning affinity, it didn't mean it excelled at lightning attacks. It could be immune to lightning, devour lightning, or even counter lightning strikes. This was the peril of the northern frontiers beasts. Even creatures studied in theory classes could surpass expectations, possessing unexpected skills or attributes. And the Thunder Giant Ape's immunity to lightning happened to counter Cheng Huaning. I'll help you. Xiang Xiaoming sensed Cheng Huaning's dire situation and immediately slashed forward. A massive golden blade materialized midair 4 or 5 meters tall and dozens of meters long, slashing straight toward the Thunder Giant Ape's neck. Die! With a massive level disparity between them, Xiang Xiaoming was brimming with confidence, his eyes filled with cold, murderous intent. The troll ape's body trembled slightly, its gaze fixed intently on Xiang Xiaoming. Chapter 71, Not Much Hope? Transparent ripples shimmered in the air. Xiang Xiaoming's gaze flickered with momentary bewilderment. In that instant, the Thunder Giant Ape's other palm was aimed squarely at Xiang Xiaoming. Palm thunder. This bolt of thunder struck silently, without the rumble of thunder, flashing past and striking Xiang Xiaoming. When Xiang Xiaoming snapped back to his senses, he saw the palm thunder striking toward him. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Countless metal fragments coalesced into a hollow shield, enveloping him. Lightning was naturally drawn to metal, and once discharged, it lost its original power. Yet that palm-sized lightning bolt pierced through the metal shield, striking Xiang Xiaoming directly. Crackling sparks danced across his body, sending a collective gasp through the crowd. Lin Yi and the others were equally worried. Who would have thought even the Guard Legion commander got injured by that demon ape? Things are looking grim now. You don't have to tell us that. Who can't see it now? Maybe we should retreat further back. If that beast breaks through the Guardian's encirclement and charges us, we'll be in serious danger. The students of Class F9 had suffered too many setbacks at the hands of these beasts, repeatedly finding themselves in life-threatening crises. They now harbored deep fear toward the creatures. Though they just completed their mission, their fighting spirit had completely evaporated. Lin Yi shook his head, but he neither had the heart nor the authority to stop him. Xiao Yuan hesitated for a moment, then unexpectedly stepped forward to face Lin Yi. On behalf of Class F9, I apologize for what happened earlier. Li Liang and the others have paid with their lives. The dead are gone. Would you like to retreat with us to a safer rear position? Lin Yi, if you're willing, we can still fight side by side. I can help convince the other students to accept you again. Lin Yi laughed bitterly. It's not about whether they accept me or not. But the current Class F9 is no longer worthy of fighting alongside me. Those who retreat in the face of battle, who fear death and cowardice, how could such people be worthy of being my comrades? Xiao Yuan's pupils contracted sharply. He hadn't expected Lin Yi's assessment of Class F9 to have sunk so low. He gritted his teeth and forced out an explanation. Fear of death is human nature. At least compared to the other classes in the academy, ours has been the kindest to you. If you don't follow them now, you'll fall behind. Lin Yi cut him off coldly. Xiao Yuan finally grasped Lin Yi's meaning. He sighed, abandoned his pleas, and turned to leave. I really don't get it. It's just being class monitor, right? Why be so utterly devoted? Duan Tianyu couldn't help but catch up, muttering under his breath as he watched Xiao Yuan's retreating figure. Some people are just overflowing with responsibility and a sense of mission. It's a good quality, but unfortunately, he's misplaced it. Lin Yi remarked thoughtfully. Su Muxue stepped forward at the right moment to remind them, the battle has reached a critical stage. Our situation is dire. Lin Yi quickly turned to look. Sure enough, Xiang Xiaoming and Cheng Huaning were already attacking the demon ape together, yet they still couldn't kill it. Meanwhile, the clash between the subterranean beast horde and the Guardians was brutal beyond measure. The beasts held overwhelming superiority, inflicting heavy casualties on the Guardians. The logistics department was too busy to spare attention for Lin Yi and his group, rushing to evacuate the wounded for treatment, reinforce defenses, and transport weapons and ammunition. I might need to go help out. Su Muxue hesitated before telling Lin Yi. Lin Yi nodded. Your healing abilities are formidable. You certainly can't stand by now. Go! Su Muxue's feet lingered, however. After a moment's thought, she solemnly instructed Lin Yi, stay right here. Don't wander off. I'll be back soon. If there's danger or an emergency, have Duan Tianyu come find me first. Still uneasy, she turned to Duan Tianyu with a commanding tone, you must protect Lin Yi. If anything unexpected happens, find me first. Don't act on your own. Unaware of the spiritual bond between the two, Duan Tianyu completely misinterpreted her words. He winked at Su Muxue. Oh, I get it, Sister Su. You really treat Brother Yi like the apple of your eye, watching over him so closely. He made a series of tsk tisk tisk sounds. Unable to explain clearly, Su Muxue shot him a glare before fixing a long, intense gaze on Lin Yi. Finally, she turned decisively and followed the logistics team to tend to the wounded. The moment Su Muxue left Lin Yi's side, he immediately sensed a shift in the spiritual space. The suppressed portion of the ancient god's incantation energy, held back by the spiritual imprint, began to stir. Lin Yi clenched the suppressing spirit talisman in his hand. Thankfully, the suppression talisman remained. Otherwise, the ancient god's whisper would likely already be echoing in his ears. Brother Yi, look! Duan Tianyu beside him, oblivious to Lin Yi's tense state, pointed excitedly at the distant sky and shouted. Lin Yi turned his gaze and felt his heart pound violently as the energy fluctuations in his mind intensified. Is that a rift forming? In midair, a ripple in space appeared, gradually solidifying into a faint crimson mark. The void trembled as a small opening materialized, then rapidly expanded. This was the first time Lin Yi had witnessed a rift forming. A strong sense of foreboding rose within him. Xiang Xiaoming and Cheng Huaning, who had been battling the demon ape, reacted faster than anyone else. Without hesitation, they struck the demon ape back, then flashed back into the ranks of the guard army. Sky supporting mithril net. Thunder clusters, boundless. Both men simultaneously looked up toward the newly formed fissure, their eyes filled with tension and apprehension. They drained nearly all their spiritual energy, channeling it skyward. A vast silver-gold net enveloped the entire guard army. Instantly, lightning filled every gap within the net. Before their eyes, the monstrous beasts, the rift, the mountains of corpses and seas of blood vanished entirely. All they could see was the metallic net of thunder and lightning shrouding the sky. Formation. Defensive array. Energy transfer. Xiang Xiaoming's face was pale as he issued the command in a faint voice, looking utterly drained after unleashing that technique. The surviving guards gathered into formation, murmuring incantations as they reconfigured the array, channeling their skill energies into the protective barrier. All personnel, heed my command. Focus entirely on fortifications. No unauthorized actions. Hold out until reinforcements arrive. The deputy commander led a squad of subordinates, traversing the entire army to announce the current mission. When he reached Lin Yi's position, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. You didn't retreat to the fortress? Seeing the departing figures of Class F9 students, he had assumed Lin Yi had followed suit. Now witnessing Lin Yi and Duan Tianyu remaining behind, his emotions became complex. If you had returned, as long as you made it back safely, your rewards for completing the mission would have been settled and distributed accordingly. But now... He trailed off, and Lin Yi sensed something was amiss. Deputy Commander, is our chance of returning safely so slim? Chapter 72, The Gaze of the Ancient God. In truth, the intense defensive stances of Xiang Xiaoming and Cheng Huaning already hinted that the situation was far more dire than imagined. The deputy commander glanced around. Seeing no one else nearby, he decided not to keep it from Lin Yi. When a rift first opens, hordes of powerful beasts inheriting the ancient god's energy emerge. They serve as the vanguard tasked with forging the new world. These beasts possess bizarre energies and terrifying combat prowess. The Guardians have no chance in a direct confrontation. Our only option is to hold our ground. If we can hold out long enough to weather the vanguard's onslaught or await reinforcements, we might yet be saved. Lin Yi froze. He hadn't expected the situation to be this dire. Not even a sliver of hope for a direct confrontation remained. They could only passively defend, stall for time, and wait for an opportunity. Not even the regiment commander and Professor Chang have any confidence? The deputy commander shook his head with a bitter smile. Unless a miracle occurs, there won't be a single shred of possibility. Lin Yi fell silent. How long can we hold out? How long will the vanguard of the alien beasts linger? The deputy commander hesitated before estimating, we don't know. But the beast vanguard won't linger for more than a day at most. So, if we can hold out for a full day, we'll be out of danger. Lin Yi frowned deeply at this. Only one day? Yet the Guardians were on high alert and seemed far from confident. Were the beast vanguard truly that terrifying? The question had barely formed in his mind when the protective shield overhead suffered a massive impact. A deafening roar echoed as the entire shield trembled violently. Even the faintest trickle of force seeping through the shield turned the guards' faces pale and made them spit blood. Lin Yi felt a sweetness in his throat as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Duan Tianyu collapsed onto the ground, coughing up a large mouthful of blood. This is the vanguard beast's attack? Lin Yi sucked in a sharp breath, utterly stunned. Too powerful, too terrifying. He felt internal injuries throughout his organs. How did they manage that? This attack method is so bizarre. The deputy commander, whose strength level was undeniable, paled but suffered no other visible effects. Yet his expression darkened to the point of being ominous. Rule-based attack. The vanguard beasts possess rule-based attacks derived from ancient god powers, allowing them to strike targets directly through relevant rules. For instance, if their attack principle causes internal organ damage, the target will be affected regardless of physical contact. Their assaults are nearly impossible to defend against. Lin Yi's heart skipped several beats upon hearing this. So it directly manipulates the rules? Brother Yi, your skill is somewhat similar to this rule attack. Duan Tianyu exclaimed. The deputy commander shook his head. Lin Yi, if your level were 20 higher, or your spiritual cultivation reached S tier, you might become our guardian's sole hope against the vanguard monsters. But alas, there are no ifs. Lin Yi remained silent. The deputy commander spoke the truth. Besides, his skill cooldown hadn't even reset yet. Any random beast could kill him now, let alone rely on him to turn the tide. The deputy commander had neither time nor inclination for further small talk. He immediately led his men away. The protective dome overhead continued to be pounded relentlessly, trembling under the assault. The invisible rule attacks persisted, and the internal injuries kept piling up. Lin Yi could feel his body growing weaker by the second, his injuries worsening. If this continued, his internal organs would rupture and kill him sooner or later. What, Brother Yi, what are we gonna do? Are we really gonna get wiped out here? Duan Tianyu coughed up blood while expressing his concern with a mournful expression. Go find Mu Shui. This internal injury is severe, but with timely treatment, it won't be fatal. What truly troubled him was the protective shield overhead. He looked up, his keen eyes clearly seeing that the shield in the southeast had thinned to a mere veil. Through the sparse gaps in the lightning, he could faintly make out the vanguard of the strange beasts. A group of humanoid beasts, their bodies encased in black carapaces, floated silently in midair. They were utterly silent, no roars, no low growls, no beastly chatter. Silent and still as lifeless objects, their faces were concealed beneath thicker red carapace masks, fused as if born that way, concealing all features and eyes. The moment Lin Yi saw these vanguard beasts, his head thundered. There was no exchange of glances. Yet he felt as though these vanguard beasts had locked onto him. He felt an intense sense of being watched. It's the gaze of the ancient gods. He murmured to himself. His thoughts were abruptly drawn to the intensifying assault from outside. What had been a slow, rhythmic assault suddenly became frantic and chaotic. Boom! 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 Deep craters appeared all around the protective barrier. Cheng Huaning's lightning bolts were drained to their limit, vanishing piece by piece from the grid. More and more people caught sight of the vanguard beasts outside. Beside him, Duan Tianyu finally saw what Lin Yi had witnessed and cried out in alarm. Holy, what the hell are these monsters? There are even humanoid beasts? Lin Yi's brow furrowed slightly as he suddenly recalled his mentor's tale about hearing the ancient gods whisper. Some people have become beasts. Where did those people go? Could it be, these vanguard beasts before us are the humans who once heard the ancient gods' whispers? It was merely a conjecture, yet it sent his heart pounding wildly. No matter what, he, Lin Yi, absolutely could not become a monstrous beast either turned into a puppet beast. Aren't you going to find Mu Shui? Lin Yi glanced back at Duan Tianyu. Only then did Duan Tianyu snap out of it, slapping his head in frustration before hurrying away. The moment he was gone, Lin Yi's expression grew grave and hesitant. They did need treatment, but he had deliberately sent Duan Tianyu away. Now, we'll see if my guess is correct. A flicker of madness crossed his eyes as he abruptly released the soul-suppressing talisman clenched in his palm. Blocking is no match for channeling. I intend to observe what changes the ancient god's whisper might bring now. He spoke to himself, his gaze resolute and unwavering. The ancient god's whispers were chaotic and unsettling, stirring a maddening impulse within one's soul. Yet within them lay fragments of information. Lin Yi had long noticed this, but had never dared to test his suspicions. Instantly elevate my level and spiritual power tier? Perhaps it's not entirely impossible after all. Recalling the deputy commander's appraisal, he chuckled softly, immersing himself completely within his own spiritual space. Boom! In an instant, countless murmurs and a deluge of information flooded his consciousness. Chapter 73, Desperate Protection. While Lin Yi was immersed in his spiritual world, risking complete madness to decipher the ancient god's whispers, the battle of the guardians had reached its final, desperate stages. The protective shield showed increasing damage at multiple points. Xiang Xiaoming gazed up at the vanguard beasts suspended in the distant sky, his eyes heavy with solemnity and desolation. Issue the order. Death Squad, advance. His voice was steady, yet thick with profound emotion and reluctance. At his command, a squadron within the Guard Legion mounted flying beasts and soared skyward. Fearless of death, they charged without hesitation toward the breached sections, using their own bodies as shields to confront the attacks that flickered with cold, black light. The deafening roar of explosions filled the air. Wave after wave of the Suicide Squad charged forward, their bodies exploding and shattering under the terrifying onslaught, reduced to a rain of flesh and blood that splattered onto the faces and bodies of the Guard soldiers below. The scene was both magnificent and heart-wrenching. Lin Ye's spirit, nearly swallowed whole, suddenly snapped back to clarity as he was bathed in the spilled blood. His gaze sharpened as he looked up at the rain of blood and flesh falling from the sky. An indescribable rage and refusal to yield surged within him. You want me to submit, to become your puppet? Even in death, that will never happen. But if I fear not even death, why should I fear your mental corruption and interference? No matter how terrifying or horrifying, no matter how filled with lustful temptations these illusions may be, at this very moment, I have only one thought, to utterly crush you beneath my feet. In my mental realm, no will shall ever reign supreme over mine. A fierce desire and battle intent erupted within him. His gaze once again lost focus as his spirit plunged into this frenzied battle of wills. When Su Muxue returned with Duan Tianyu, she witnessed Lin Ye's gaze losing its luster once more. Her expression turned pale. Lin Yi. She rushed to his side, attempting to suppress the ancient god's will within him once more with her own spiritual imprint. Yet, she received no response. Her expression darkened further when she saw the suppressing spirit talisman lying on the ground. What on earth happened? She demanded answers from Duan Tianyu, who looked just as bewildered and worried. I don't know. Brother Yi was perfectly fine when I left. Could someone have ambushed him? Or did those beasts affect Brother Yi? Duan Tianyu had witnessed Lin Yi's semi-frenzied state before, so he wasn't unfamiliar with the possibility of Lin Yi losing control. However, he hadn't grasped the severity of the situation. The earlier appearance of the Truth Eye members had led him and the others to believe Lin Yi's confusion was merely triggered by someone else's abilities. His greater concern now was that Lin Yi might go berserk and attack the Guardians. At this critical juncture, Lin Yi would likely be branded a traitor and executed on the spot. Should we restrain Brother Yi first? He tentatively suggested. Su Muxue looked utterly helpless. If tying him up would work, it would be that simple. But Lin Ye's skills activate through his will. It's not that straightforward. But we should still try. At least we still have time. Currently, only she knew Lin Yi was in his skill cooldown phase. In other words, even if he truly went berserk now, he couldn't effectively attack anyone. Her face clouded with worry as she looked up at the brutal battle unfolding in the sky. I hope the Guardians can hold out long enough for the vanguard beasts to depart and reinforcements to arrive. If they fail. She dared not even imagine the consequences. Pulling her thoughts back, she and Duan Tianyu swiftly bound Lin Yi. Captain. The Suicide Squad has been completely wiped out. The aerial battle raged on, its gruesome spectacle numbing everyone who witnessed it. As time ticked by, Xiang Xiaoming's heart grew heavier. The deputy commander approached with a pallid face, his voice hoarse as he reported. How many men do we have left? How much longer can we hold out? Xiang Xiaoming remained silent for a long moment, gathering his composure before asking again. Over 1,000 men remain, all wounded and battered. We likely won't last 3 hours. 3 hours? Xiang Xiaoming murmured. It's been 16 hours since the rift first appeared. We need to hold out for at least another 8 hours. The deputy commander wasn't incapable of such simple arithmetic. He shook his head bitterly and hopelessly. Impossible. Even if we fight to the last man, even if we're wiped out completely, we won't last another 8 hours. We must hold out, even if we can't. Xiang Xiaoming suddenly erupted in fury. Even if only one man returns alive, it won't be a complete failure. He turned to look at Cheng Huaning, then suddenly threw his head back and laughed. Professor Chang, are you afraid? Cheng Huaning gave him a cool glance. I was once an unstoppable warrior on the battlefield. Even now, I hold a military rank. Commander Xiang, are you underestimating me? Not at all. A look of eager anticipation flashed in Xiang Xiaoming's eyes. If I really let all my men die or get injured, I'd just be a commander with no troops left. What's the point of that? Why not stake this one life to secure a glimmer of hope for many more? What do you say? A flicker of surprise crossed Cheng Huaning's eyes. Yet there was no fear. From the moment he assessed the situation, he had prepared himself for sacrifice. It's nothing. It's my duty. Our academy students are down there. As their teacher, I'll fight to the death to protect them. His calm tone surprised Xiang Xiaoming even more. You knew Lin Yi and the others were still here? You're willing to risk your life to protect him? Cheng Huaning should despise Lin Yi, shouldn't he? He could even tell Cheng Huaning wanted Lin Yi dead. Suddenly changed his tune? Cheng Huaning scoffed. That kid is my primary focus. How could I not know his whereabouts? Poof. Who said I was protecting him? I protect the students of Longyuan Academy. He's not the only one left here. Besides, even if I desperately want to eliminate him as a threat, as long as the matter remains unresolved and his status unchanged, when he faces hardship, my duty to stand by him remains unshakable. Xiang Xiaoming sighed. Suddenly, he realized there was merit to this man's inflexibility. Ha ha ha. To fight shoulder to shoulder with Prince Ning'an, even unto death. Now that I think of it, it's not such a dishonor after all. Prince Ning'an, that was indeed Cheng Huaning's title. The so-called title professor referred to one who had attained a special title and possessed a specific status. Cheng Huaning hadn't heard this title in a long time. A momentary flicker of confusion passed through his eyes before a look of release spread across his face. Indeed, setting aside my role as a teacher, I was once a warrior myself. To die on the battlefield is the end I have longed for. Hand in hand, the two charged toward the vanguard of the alien beasts advancing from beyond. Chapter 74, Master of the World. Lin Yi. Lin Yi. Wake up. Sigh, if this keeps up, we'll all die here. Well, at least brother, you won't feel any pain before he passes. We can't hold on any longer. No matter how hard we fight, it's impossible to keep going. Lin Yi felt as though he had been locked in a century-long, whispered struggle with the ancient god. The time stretched on so long it felt as if time itself had ceased to exist. In a daze, he suddenly heard the voices of Su Mushui and Duan Tianyu. This time, he recognized it clearly, not an illusion, not the ancient god's intimidation or temptation. His will had grown stronger, allowing him to naturally perceive the sounds from the outside world. No one knew what he had endured during those endless hours of whispered confrontation with the ancient god. At times, countless dark and terrifying images flooded his vision. At times, he relived the scenes of his parents' deaths amidst the monstrous tide. Sometimes, he even witnessed Su Mushui and Duan Tianyu dying before his eyes in countless ways. He had even witnessed the apocalypse and felt himself being tortured to death, cut by cut. He had been lured into the depths of temptation by the most exquisite scenery, the most exquisite cuisine, and the most exquisite beauties, only to sink and then awaken again and again. He had tasted the sensation of being revered by multitudes, wielding power to grant life or death, with all things existing and evolving according to his will. His heart surged and receded, his will tempered through relentless trials. Finally, he surmounted each mental barrier. The ancient god's whisper grew clearer and more distinct in his ears. Feel me, merge with me, and I shall grant you infinite power. The ancient god's voice repeated endlessly. Once you communicate and merge with me, we become one. Lin Yi, we are the world, and the world is us. Do you not wish to become the ruler of the world? Lin Yi could no longer distinguish between trial and reality. But he didn't need to know. Merging with you will grant me power? I understand. He nodded slowly. Then I think I know what I need to do. The Chaos Weaver's colossal single eye loomed within the void. With a flick of his presence, he appeared before this eye, vast and boundless as the heavens themselves. He reached out to grasp it. His hand traversed the void, seemingly making true contact with the Chaos Weaver. His heart trembled. Very good. That's it. Let me merge with your will, take possession of your body. You. The Chaos Weaver's voice was persuasive and gentle, yet it abruptly halted. Stop. Who gave you permission to absorb my power? You're asking for death. Outside. Su Mushui and Duan Tianyu stood tense on either side of Lin Yi, their eyes fixed intently on the battle raging overhead. Professor Chang and the captain can't hold on much longer. If they fall, we'll be utterly defenseless, mere fodder for the Yangtze beasts. The surrounding guards watched the aerial battle with faces etched with despair and resignation. Cheng Huaning, having lost both arms, stood trembling before the beast vanguard, half his face a bloody mess. Xiang Xiaoming stood beside him, his body now partially transformed into metal, a secret technique with severe backlash effects. If he fought to the end in this state, he would turn into a metallic statue. Now, Xiang Xiaoming could not even speak. He could only convey his will through the expressions and gestures of his half-flesh, half-metal form. Kill! Cheng Huaning roared, charging forward as his body erupted into a storm of thunder and lightning. Xiang Xiaoming's other half continued to metalize. Out of nowhere, countless metallic blades materialized midair, slicing through space with devastating force as they struck toward the vanguard of the beast army. A crimson-black vanguard beast stepped forward. Its mask-concealed face betrayed no emotion, yet all present distinctly sensed its cold, indifferent killing intent. This was none other than the abyssal nightmare among the beast vanguard. Guards below recognized it, their faces turning deathly pale as the last shred of hope vanished from their eyes. The abyssal nightmare could manipulate the rules of thought, attacking one's very mind directly. Cheng Huaning and Xiang Xiaoming were already at their absolute limits, they could not withstand another mental assault. Under Xiang Xiaoming and Cheng Huaning's assault, the beast vanguard suffered heavy casualties. They would die facing true powerhouses, but fueled by the energy from the newly formed rift, they could regenerate endlessly. Kill one wave, and another would fill the gap. The emergence of the abyssal nightmare signaled that these beast vanguards were nearing their limit. If the battle continued, the vanguard might no longer be replenished, or they would soon reach their endurance limit. Having lost patience, they now intended to finish them off in one decisive blow. Xiang Xiaoming and Chang Huaning's vision darkened instantly, robbing them of sight. Immediately afterward, they lost all control over their bodies. Professor! Commander! The crowd below erupted in gasps. In their line of sight, the two men bent over, stripped of all resistance, frozen in place like lambs awaiting slaughter. As the beasts launched another coordinated assault, poised to reduce their bodies to ashes. Chang Huaning and Xiang Xiaoming regained their vision just then, staring helplessly as the barrage of attacks closed in. Suddenly, time itself seemed to freeze. Everyone froze in place, feeling their bodies become unresponsive, unable to move. An invisible force took hold of them. Immediately after, the onslaught and energy were temporarily halted by some unknown force. Despair washed over Chang Huaning and Xiang Xiaoming. Had another powerful beast appeared? It seemed the entire guard force was destined to be wiped out here. What a lively scene! Yet, a calm and casual voice echoed in everyone's ears. Sumushuat Duan Tianyu, the deputy battalion commander, Cheng Huaning, Xiang Xiaoming, and others familiar with Lin Yi all widened their eyes in shock. A figure materialized mid-air. He seemed to be muttering to himself, yet also explaining to everyone. I'm such a fool. It's only now that I realize. Since I can alter others' skills, I can certainly alter my own. If I choose to, I can freely activate my own offensive skills, recovery skills, defensive skills, rule-altering skills, and more. Everything depends solely on my will. His base skill was text alteration, but now it was no longer text alteration. Lin Yi had already changed it to text manipulation. Thus, he could now directly control everyone before him through written text. When he regained consciousness, he witnessed Xiang Xiaoming and Chang Huaning being attacked by the abyssal nightmare. Without hesitation, he activated his skill. As for his skill's cooldown, it had already been lifted. Because, after confronting the Chaos Weaver and absorbing its power, he had leveled up. His skill cooldowns had reset instantly. Chapter 75, Level Restrictions, vanished. Lin Yi's current level has jumped straight to 20. Not only did he leapfrog an 8-level gap, but he also broke through the 20-level bottleneck. Moreover, the number of characters he could alter had increased by one more character. He could now alter the content of 3 characters. His daily alteration limit had also increased to 50 times. For Lin Yi, this represented a truly transformative leap in power. Although Lin Yi still couldn't completely shake off the whisper of the ancient gods, its influence on him had significantly diminished. Nevertheless, playing it safe, he restrained his power, conserving his mental energy, and altered only 2 characters. Even with just 2 altered characters, he had already unleashed such a formidable skill. Brother Yi! Duan Tianyu, seeing Lin Yi recover, shouted his name with overwhelming excitement. Su Muxue exhaled deeply. Without a word, she moved and stood once more at Lin Yi's side. Even if she had to face the terrifying abyssal nightmare and the vanguard of the monstrous beasts alongside Lin Yi, she felt no fear. Xiao Xiaoming and Chang Huaning were utterly stunned to realize it was truly Lin Yi who had appeared, turning the tide of the battle. Yet, their spirits did not lift. One Lin Yi alone could never defeat an enemy they themselves couldn't overcome. The impact he could make was limited to this extent. Lin Yi, since you've managed to seize this sliver of opportunity, you'd be better off trying to lead as many people as possible out of here alive. Don't make a futile attempt. Cheng Huaning's gaze toward Lin Yi now held no trace of the previous disgust and rejection, yet his expression remained stern and detached. Xiang Xiaoming couldn't bring himself to speak, only signaling Lin Yi with his eyes. Lin Yi shook his head. Even if he reached level 20, the gap between him and the vanguard of the monsters where the abyssal nightmares remained an unbridgeable chasm. He wasn't arrogant enough to believe he could accomplish what even Chang Huaning and Xiang Xiaoming couldn't. But the change he could bring about would certainly exceed even Chang Huaning and Xiang Xiaoming's imagination. Professor Chang, Commander Xiang, what I cannot accomplish, you can. Yet, what neither of you can accomplish, I can make it possible for you. He smiled casually and pointed ahead. Before everyone's eyes, the skills unleashed by Chang Huaning and Xiang Xiaoming underwent an indescribable transformation. In midair, countless bolts of thunder coalesced into green spherical lightning orbs, radiating terrifying energy. Most frighteningly, these orbs seemed to possess consciousness, moving autonomously without pattern, shifting direction to pursue their targets. The cold, black-shelled masks of the beast vanguards visibly trembled. When a lightning orb struck one of the beast vanguards, the humanoid beast didn't even have a chance to struggle or scream before it was instantly incinerated into a pile of ash. The sight made everyone gasp in horror. Even Chang Huaning himself could scarcely believe this was the skill he had unleashed. The current power of this skill is almost on par with an 80-level skill. Had he not witnessed it himself, he would never have imagined such a thing possible. He turned to confront Lin Yi in disbelief. Kid, how did you do that? With such a huge level gap between us, how could you possibly tamper with my skill? Lin Yi remained silent, his full attention fixed on Xiang Xiaoming's skill. He had poured more effort and mental energy into altering this particular ability. A pool of dark red liquid metal floated midair, constantly shifting and changing form without a fixed shape. It moved with an almost leisurely grace until it reached the abyssal nightmare. The abyssal nightmare's body began to tremble violently. This nameless liquid metal carried a terrifying aura of destruction. It attempted once more to influence Xiang Xiaoming's mental will through the rules, seeking to nullify this skill. Yet it proved utterly futile. This skill had long since slipped beyond Xiang Xiaoming's control. More accurately, this skill was now under Lin Yi's command. The metallic liquid clung to it as if amused, covering the abyssal nightmare's head. It began to struggle frantically. But in less than 10 seconds, the abyssal nightmare ceased all movement. This was Lin Yi's modified skill, death metal. Its sole purpose was to deliver death simple and brutal. Lin Yi had attempted such crude alterations before, but his mental energy couldn't withstand the strain. Moreover, Xiang Xiaoming's power level far surpassed his own. Logically speaking, he should have been utterly incapable of successfully altering this skill. Yet he had defeated it with ease. A faint light flickered in his eyes. The level restriction vanished. He felt the changes within himself most acutely. The Chaos Weaver was right. Ancient God energy is the very source of sequences. Therefore, the deeper one's connection with ancient God energy, the greater the potential for sequence enhancement. Alas, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He had only absorbed a fraction of the Chaos Weaver's energy. In fact, the moment it sensed Lin Yi absorbing its energy, the Chaos Weaver vanished from its spot and fled. Through this incident, Lin Yi also validated his own conjecture. Before truly projecting its willpower energy onto him, the Chaos Weaver could only exert mental influence. Moreover, it would retreat in fear if he counterattacked. Outside its home turf, the dangers it faced were far greater. Lin Yi even suspected that lingering too long within his mental realm might risk the Chaos Weaver vanishing entirely. However, he still hadn't discovered the true method to eliminate it. The reversal happened too swiftly for many to comprehend. They merely stared wide-eyed, too stunned to speak. Xiang Xiaoming and Cheng Huaning both froze. Mu Shui, save them! Lin Yi reacted swiftly, his focus instantly shifting to other dimensions. It was as if he had merely performed a trivial task. Su Mushui nodded at his command and immediately cast her skill. A sharp gleam flashed in Lin Yi's eyes as Holy Word, healing transformed into Holy Word, restoration. With just 2 characters changed, Cheng Huaning and Xiang Xiaoming's bodies instantly returned to normal, as if they had never been injured at all. All the surrounding dangers were magically resolved. Even now, everyone felt as if they were still in a daze. Cheng Huaning's expression was complex, and for a long moment, he didn't know how to speak. Xiang Xiaoming stepped forward and gently patted Lin Yi's shoulder. No words were needed, the message was understood. Whoosh! The vanguard of the strange beasts ahead suddenly began retreating. They were afraid. Who could have imagined that the vanguard of the alien beasts, which had brought despair and the shadow of death to everyone just minutes ago, would now retreat in fear? They too knew when to retreat early. Chapter 76, Mission Accomplished. Lin Yi! Lin Yi! Lin Yi! The crowd roared his name like a tidal wave. In this moment, Lin Yi was their hero and savior. Even Cheng Huaning and Xiang Xiaoming solemnly bowed to express their gratitude. Lin Yi, from this day forward, you are not only the benefactor of the Guardians, but also my personal savior, Xiang Xiaoming. Cheng Huaning nodded. As long as it's reasonable, whatever you command, we dare not refuse. Lin Yi looked at Cheng Huaning with a mix of resignation and amusement. To hear such words from Professor Cheng's mouth. I'm truly flattered beyond measure. This time, Cheng Huaning did not argue with Lin Yi, his tone unexpectedly gentle. I have never been one to forget kindness. I once misunderstood you, but now, for saving so many lives, you have earned my respect and admiration. Lin Yi paid it no mind. He had never saved lives to bestow favors. The ground beneath their feet trembled once more. The guards no longer panicked or worried. Turning their heads calmly, they saw a dark mass appearing on the horizon not far away. It's reinforcements. It's the domain guard. Suddenly, excitement surged through them once more. Many gazed at the approaching black-armored legion with eyes filled with envy, awe, and curiosity. The moment they faced this legion, everyone couldn't help but hold their breath. The Domain Guard was the elite force truly tasked with safeguarding the core of the organization. Each member was a peerless warrior, selected from among 10,000. When such individuals united as one, their sheer presence was enough to make one's heart tremble. Xiang Xiaoming narrowed his eyes, his expression equally astonished. The higher-ups actually dispatched the Domain Guard to reinforce us. This truly shows how seriously they take our mission. But we've done them proud. With the Beast Vanguard retreating, the ownership of this territory was now unequivocally clear. This time, they had truly reclaimed Sector 14. Lin Yi, in terms of merit, you deserve top honors. I will report this truthfully. You will undoubtedly receive a special commendation, and your rank won't be low either. Xiang Xiaoming patted Lin Yi's shoulder, unable to contain his inner joy. Lin Yi's expression remained composed, though his breathing was slightly hurried. He had risked everything on this mission precisely to secure an additional layer of identity protection for himself. Finally, as this iron-blooded force stood before the crowd, radiating a sharp aura, Wang Shua, the supreme commander of the Domain Defense Army, accompanied by 2 deputies, walked directly towards Xiang Xiaoming. Military intelligence detected the initial energy fluctuations of the fissure, pinpointing its location right here. We received orders to come to your aid, but it seems you've already resolved the crisis yourselves? Wang Shuo assessed the situation with ease, his expression grave. Xiang Xiaoming nodded, saluted, then stepped forward to explain the details to Wang Shuo. Wang Shuo turned his gaze to Lin Yi. So it was you who turned the tide? Lin Yi remained silent. For some reason, he instinctively felt wary of Wang Shuo. In the next instant, Wang Shuo waved to his two deputies. The two men rushed forward with lightning speed. Before the others could react, Lin Yi felt a searing pain in his arms as his joints were dislocated, and his entire body was pinned down. Freeze! Don't resist if you don't want to be executed on the spot. What are you doing? Xiang Xiaoming and the others were stunned. Wang Shuo strode forward, approaching Lin Yi and lightly patting his cheek. How dare a tainted soul claim credit? Boom! Lin Yi's head buzzed. The others were filled with suspicion and confusion. Wang Shuo pointed at Lin Yi and explained to the crowd, how could a normal person achieve such a massive level increase in such a short time? Before I arrived, the military had already received intelligence reports indicating Lin Yi is suspected of being contaminated by the will of an ancient god. He must be taken back for investigation. Who would have thought we wouldn't even need an investigation? What happened here has already proven it beyond doubt. After Wang Shuo finished speaking, Cheng Huaining stared blankly at Lin Yi. No wonder. So you really were contaminated by the will of an ancient god. As Wang Shuo prepared to lead Lin Yi away, Cheng Huaining stepped forward to stop him for the first time. Wait. Lin Yi is still a student of Longyuan Academy. Shouldn't you seek our consent before taking action against him? Wang Shuo frowned, his expression darkening as he fixed his gaze on Cheng Huaining. Are you suggesting Longyuan Academy would defy the military department over one Lin Yi? Cheng Huaining hesitated for a moment before speaking with unwavering resolve. There's no question of right or wrong. No outsider will ever arbitrarily dispose of a Longyuan student. Lin Yi was astonished. He hadn't expected that even after learning of his corruption by the ancient gods Cheng Huaining would still stand by him. He'd expected Cheng Huaining to revert to his previous attitude or even intensify his loathing and rejection. As the tension between the two sides threatened to boil over, Xiang Xiaoming stepped in to smooth things over. This is enemy-occupied territory. Though recaptured, residual beasts haven't been fully cleared yet. It's not a place for discussion. We should return to the fortress to deliberate. The two men silently acquiesced. Su Muxue and Duan Tianyu stood anxiously by Lin Yi's side, their voices stifled in this tense atmosphere. Lin Yi, let's escape. On the way back, Su Muxue seized an opportunity to draw close to Lin Yi, silently conveying her words through both her thoughts and lip movements. No matter how extraordinary Lin Yi's skills were, he was still only level 20. Once they returned to military territory, how much leeway could Cheng Huaining secure for Lin Yi? And would he truly fight tooth and nail? If the military gained complete control over Lin Yi's fate, he wouldn't even have room to resist. He'd already tasted that helplessness when facing the Dragon Abyss Academy's higher-ups last time. Where can we possibly escape to? He tentatively asked Su Muxue. Su Muxue fell silent for a moment, hesitation in her voice. Hide anywhere deserted. Wait until this storm passes first. Then we can't run. Lin Yi shook his head. If there were a better option that guaranteed safety, he might choose to flee. But the outcome of fleeing was uncertain. That wasn't the outcome he wanted. Perhaps you could come to the Eye of Truth. Suddenly, a low, hoarse voice sounded from his side. Lin Yi whipped his head around to find one of the two deputy commanders assigned to guard him staring at him with leisurely composure. Lin Yi, we at the Eye of Truth have always welcomed capable individuals like you. You have no other choice now. Joining us is your best path forward. Lin Yi's face darkened. Had the Eye of Truth infiltrated the military this deeply? One of the deputy commanders of the Domain Defense Forces was actually a member of the Eye of Truth. But if he shouted to expose this man now, no one would believe him and it would only harm himself. Ha! You just sent someone to assassinate me, and now you want to recruit me? Don't you find that laughable? What does it matter? Times change, and so do relationships. Friends and enemies shift constantly. If you join us now, it's not too late. We'll provide you with a safe haven immediately. But if you refuse again, there won't be a third chance. Think carefully. Chapter 77, Team 303. Lin Yi fell silent for a moment, his expression uncertain. Deputy Commander Liang Peng fixed him with an intense stare, as if he could bore a hole through his face. If I were to join the Eye of Truth, what benefits could you still offer me? Lin Yi suddenly asked. A flicker of impatience crossed Liang Peng's face. Do you really think your current situation gives you the right to negotiate terms with me? Just agree already. Don't go looking for trouble. Lin Yi smiled. Is that so? Who exactly is courting death, me or you? A mocking smile curled at the corner of Lin Yi's lips. The next instant, Liang Peng's body suddenly stiffened. His expression changed as he sensed the shifting energy around him, his gaze darkening. You've been putting on a show just to lure me out? Who's there? Let me go. His eyes darted around the room until another figure slowly emerged from behind, none other than Wang Shuo, Commander-in-Chief of the Domain Defense Forces. Liang Peng, you have truly disappointed me. When? When did you all plan this? Why didn't I notice anything? The moment Wang Shuo appeared, Liang Peng's face turned ashen. He understood there was no turning back, yet his heart was still filled with immense confusion and unwillingness. You don't know about Team 303? Wang Shuo countered. Liang Peng's pupils contracted sharply. Before he could fully process the information, Wang Shuo continued, Lin Yi is already a probationary member of Team 303. Therefore, his information naturally falls under the jurisdiction of the military headquarters. So this was all your conspiracy, Liang Peng growled through gritted teeth. Compared to your truth eye schemes, ours is merely a counter-strategy. Lin Yi shook his head. The elaborate charade they'd staged served a crucial purpose. Deputy Commander Liang, you've worked so hard to climb to your current position and amassed such formidable power. Surely you don't want to die quietly and humiliatingly? Now, we can discuss terms. Liang Peng froze, staring at Lin Yi and Wang Shuo in disbelief. You're actually willing to spare my life? He wasn't stupid and immediately caught on. You want me to betray the Eye of Truth and spill all the intel to you? That's impossible. Don't even dream about it. Lin Yi looked at him with genuine confusion. From what I understand, all of you Eye of Truth members are purely profit-driven. Perhaps some are devoted followers of the ancient gods, but I don't think you fall into that category. What are you afraid of? Liang Peng was struck to the core and fell silent. It seems you've been threatened in some way, making you afraid to betray your organization. Let me guess. Lin Yi stroked his chin thoughtfully. Someone like you wouldn't be bound by loyalty or ideals. You'd only act for yourself. It's highly likely that revealing any secrets about the organization would trigger some kind of backlash that would kill you. Liang Peng's pupils contracted slightly, a reaction Lin Yi caught. Looks like I'm right. After all, there are so many sequences awakened in this world. People with all sorts of bizarre and twisted sequences can lead to unexpected outcomes. But fortunately, nothing in this world is unsolvable. He turned to Wang Shuo, Commander, Unit 303 has personnel with all kinds of unique sequences. I suggest bringing him back to headquarters. We can find a way to lift the restrictions binding him, then extract the location of the Eye of Truth headquarters. We'll wipe them out completely. That was their objective. Ever since Lin Yi struck a deal with that scarred man from Unit 303, he had been secretly receiving numerous covert messages. These messages weren't transmitted through text, voice, or symbolic signals, but rather through a form of remote telepathic communication. It was through this method that he confirmed Unit 303 truly possessed many special sequence talents, even employing such covert and advanced communication methods. However, to maintain the illusion of authenticity, the tense, hostile standoff between Wang Shuo and Lin Yi when they first met was genuine. It was only later, during Lin Yi's escort to military headquarters, that he received the mental transmission from Unit 303, learning the specific plan and arrangements. Wang Shuo was evidently no different. Their objective was to uncover the main base of the Eye of Truth and destroy it, eliminating the Eye's influence once and for all. Lin Yi suspected the military headquarters had also uncovered the Truth Eye's conspiracy, recognizing the organization's influence in reviving ancient gods and threatening global annihilation. That was why they were so determined to eradicate it. Good. Wang Shuo wholeheartedly agreed with Lin Yi's proposal. His attitude toward Lin Yi now was worlds apart from before. Watching Wang Shuo escort Liang Peng away, Su Muxiu exhaled a long breath of relief before approaching Lin Yi. She glared at him with displeasure. Looks like there's a rift between us now. You didn't even tell me about something this big. How could that be? Lin Yi froze, realizing she was upset. He quickly tried to placate her. I was worried that if I told you the truth, people might pick up on your reactions. After all, you've always cared so much about me and shown it. Others would judge my state based on your behavior. Su Muxiu's expression softened considerably. She turned her head away. While it's true I care deeply about you and worry for you, don't get too carried away with yourself. My concern stems entirely from caring about the world's survival. Rarely seeing Su Muxiu display such a proud yet bashful side, Lin Yi could hardly take his eyes off her. An ambiguous atmosphere hung between them, and the journey passed quickly. By 2 or 3 in the morning, the town domain army's pace finally slowed. Amidst the boundless northern wasteland, a sprawling complex of structures suddenly came into view. Enveloped in layers of protective barriers and devoid of bright lights, it resembled a colossal beast crouching in the darkness. We're here. Just as Wang Shuo was about to lead Lin Yi inside, he was stopped by Cheng Huining, whose face was etched with suspicion. Just letting us in like this? Aren't you worried about the military headquarters security? I think we should go through the proper procedures and have everyone checked. It was clear Cheng Huining was trying to stall, but there was no need for that now. Just as Lin Yi was about to explain to Cheng Huining, a camouflage-clad man burst excitedly from within the barrier, leading a group straight to Lin Yi. He gripped Lin Yi's hand fervently and began chattering non-stop. Lin Yi, you're finally here. We've been waiting for you for so long. You have no idea how excited I was when Scar told me about your arrival. Quick, let me examine your mental space. This is my first time studying an awakened being contaminated by the ancient god's will. Chapter 78, Full Body Examination. Lin Yi was dumbfounded. Research? What kind of research? Huh? Didn't Xiaoxi tell you? Once you arrived at the military headquarters, I was supposed to conduct a full body examination and research on you. Who are you? And who is Xiaoxi? Lin Yi sensed sharply that he'd been tricked. Oh, Xiaoxi is just our liaison. As for me, you'll find out soon enough. No time to waste, the situation is urgent. To ensure you're ready for your next mission, I need to get this done quickly. First, I need to stabilize your mental state. With that, he grabbed Lin Yi and dashed toward the barrier. Chang Huaning was bewildered. Wasn't Lin Yi here for an investigation at the military headquarters? Why were the military personnel treating him with such warmth? Wait, Confusion filled his mind, but he snapped back to reality and tried to step forward to stop them from taking Lin Yi away. Wang Shua blocked him. Professor Chang, we can discuss the details once we're inside the military headquarters. Rest assured, Lin Yi will be safe here. Lin Yi was abruptly led away, not even having time to say goodbye to Su Muxue. Su Muxue was also blocked by others and couldn't follow. Once he was a distance away from Su Muxue, his face immediately paled considerably. The camouflage-clad man dragging him along abruptly halted, checking on Lin Yi's condition. Ha? You're already being affected by the ancient god's influence again? So quickly? You have a mental imprint? Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. How did you know? I possess the exceedingly rare sequence 545 quantum research. Through this sequence alone, I can conduct quantum-level research and analysis on any person, object, or phenomenon. Any minute fluctuation in your energy or mental state is instantly detectable to me. His face beamed with pride as he finally remembered to reveal his identity to Lin Yi. Forgot to mention I'm also a member of Team 303. My name is Mo Huayu. From now on, we're comrades in arms on the same team. Lin Yi broke out in a cold sweat. How did we become comrades? My collaboration with your Team 303 is only temporary. That doesn't matter. Sooner or later, you'll be one of us. It makes no difference. Lin Yi realized something from Scarface to Mo Huayu. Their temperaments and personalities were unlike ordinary people. Then what about that Scarface guy last time? His name is Lin Xingji. We all call him Scar. He's just a shady character, always manipulating people behind the scenes. Don't get the wrong idea about him, he'd never dare mess with you. Lin Yi rolled his eyes silently. Thanks, but I don't need to misunderstand anymore, I've already confirmed it. Now's not the time for that. Your situation is critical. We must resolve this spiritual contamination crisis immediately. We can't let it worsen, or you'll soon become a puppet of the ancient god. Lin Yi shook his head. I actually feel fine. Look, I'm communicating with you perfectly smoothly right now. Oh? Mo Hui was slightly surprised. How did you manage that? I absorbed a portion of the Chaos Weaver's power. Eager to learn more about the ancient god, Lin Yi didn't hold back and told him the truth directly. He recounted his direct confrontation with the Chaos Weaver and repeated all the information Su Muxue had previously revealed to Mo Huayu. Mo Huayu dropped his carefree demeanor, staring at Lin Yi with solemn concern. I never imagined you'd be different from the other puppets targeted by the ancient gods. Does the Chaos Weaver intend to use you as a vessel to descend into this world? Then the corruption you'll face going forward will only grow worse. It seems ordinary suppression methods will quickly prove ineffective for you. We'll have to resort to the god binding lock. His mind raced, swiftly processing the information before reaching a conclusion. Seeing Lin Yi's puzzled expression, he explained, the god binding seal is a mental contamination suppression technique invented internally by our Team 303. Members within our team possessing special sequences will use their skills to impose a mental blockade on you, restricting the range of your mental expansion. It's like placing a small dome over your mental world, protecting your core consciousness within a confined space to withstand the assault of ancient god contamination. Lin Yi understood. It was like adding a protective lock to his mental essence, preventing the ancient god spirit from unlocking it and reaching his consciousness. Seeing Mo Hui's hesitant expression, Lin Yi knew this matter was far from simple. What happens after applying the god sealing lock? Mo Huayu's face flushed with embarrassment for a moment, his voice dropping several octaves. Well, there aren't really any side effects. It just affects skill usage. For some people, it reduces skill power, for others, it limits the number of times they can use a skill. It varies from person to person. Lin Yi pursed his lips. So I'm the type whose usage count gets restricted. That suppressing spirit talisman from before was probably made using the same principle, right? I understand there might be side effects, but what worries me more is whether the divine suppression lock will actually achieve its intended effect on me. Even if it works, how long will it last? Since it's a sequence skill, does that mean I can alter its effects? What if the ancient god's consciousness hijacks my skill to tamper with the divine lock's efficacy? Then everything would be for naught. Lin Ye's skill is too overpowered. Mo Hui paused, then nodded calmly. Your concern is valid. In that case, once your consciousness is protected by the divine lock, its effectiveness and duration will depend entirely on you. Lin Yi, you must control the divine lock yourself to enhance its effects. With your skill, you can do it. Military Operations Group 303 Office. A dozen men and women occupied this space in various states, some lay snoring soundly, others sat smoking and staring into space, some processed information on light brain terminals, while others lifted barbells to build muscle. They're here. Suddenly, the young man lifting weights at the doorway halted his movement, ears twitching slightly as he issued the warning. A little girl in a Lolita dress lifted her gaze from her light brain, as if seeing everything outside through the doorway. She nodded firmly. Indeed. Scar Eye, the new recruits you recruited are here. Aren't you going to greet them? Someone tapped the shoulder of the man lying asleep on the sofa, covered by a magazine. Lin Qingji rolled over lazily, his voice sluggish. If they're here, you guys handle it. Don't bother me, I'm sleepy. TSK, this guy is getting more and more unruly. What will the new recruit think seeing him like this? What if they get a bad impression of our organization and decide not to join? No sooner had the words left his mouth than the office door swung open. Mo Huiyu entered with Ling Yi in tow, his gaze sweeping across the room. Mo Huiyu's gaze locked onto the young man, urging Scarred Eye. Yen Rui, hurry up. Lin Ye's mental contamination is starting again. Use your skills to suppress his mental state first. We need to find a place to apply the mind sealing lock on him. Yen Rui frowned as he assessed Lin Ye's condition, then shook his head dejectedly. His situation, we can't apply the mind sealing lock. Chapter 79, Growth Type Psychic Awakener? Everyone froze in shock. Lin Qingji leapt up from the sofa. Why can't the soul sealing lock be cast? The soul-suppressing talisman worked on him before. The soul-sealing lock is more powerful and has fewer restrictions, don't screw up now. Yen Rui tugged at his hair in frustration. It's not me failing. His physical condition is incredibly complex. What's wrong with my body? Lin Yi frowned. If the divine suppression seal truly couldn't be cast, he would be the most disappointed. Your body already carries traces of spiritual contamination. Even if we cast the divine lock, as long as the residual spiritual pollution remains within your body, it could break through the seal at any moment. Lin Yi understood. It must be because I absorbed the Chaos Weaver's energy. That spiritual contamination has spread from my mind to my body. I see, Yen Rui nodded. The Chaos Weaver embodies the essence of the ancient god's will. By actively absorbing its energy, you've essentially swallowed its power whole. This exerts a dual impact on both your body and spirit, one that's nearly impossible to eradicate. So we just watch his mental corruption worsen? Mo Hui impatiently interrupted the two, urging Yen Rui, can't you think of a solution? The solution should come from you, you're the specialist. First, thoroughly analyze his physical condition, then we'll discuss countermeasures. Sigh, I suppose that's the only option. Mo Huiyu sighed helplessly, gesturing toward the sofa for Lin Yi to sit down. There's no time to waste. I'll conduct a dual physical and mental analysis right now. My scanning technique might cause some discomfort, don't resist it. Lin Yi prepared himself and nodded for Mo Hui to begin. As Mo Hui and Nianong chanted incantations and activated their abilities, Lin Yi distinctly felt an indescribable wave of dread, unease, revulsion, and pain surge from within his body. This sensation overwhelmed him, making him want to leap up and escape the skill's range for relief. Yet his reason told him he must not resist, must not leave. He forced himself to endure with sheer willpower. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and his face grew increasingly pale, signs of his mental endurance reaching its limit. Is it done yet? I can barely hold on. Lin Ye's entire body trembled. The agony and discomfort during the inspection surpassed even the torment he endured when facing the Chaos Weaver's illusions of threats and enticements. It was like enduring pain long-term was bearable, but surviving 3 days in utter, silent darkness was impossible. The latter tormented both body and mind. Yen Rui, Lin Qingji, and the others had assumed Lin Yi wouldn't last long, given how excruciating Mo Huiyu's scanning research skills were. Yet now, they were all stunned by Lin Ye's resilience. With that level of endurance and fortitude, this kid has to stay in our 303 unit. Keep the good stuff in-house, we can't let anyone else get lucky. With that level of mental fortitude, his psychic rating shouldn't be capped at just a grade. Could he be one of those legendary growth-type psychic awakened individuals? You reminded me when I briefly scanned his mental state earlier, I noticed his psychic energy wasn't like ordinary people's. It seemed denser and more resilient. A pained, suppressed growl suddenly erupted from Lin Ye's throat. Clearly, he had truly reached his limit. Mo Hui finally withdrew his skill, his brow furrowed as he murmured, the physical corruption is worse than anticipated. Logically, he should have lost some control over his body by now, yet he still acts perfectly normal. Lin Yi, drenched in sweat, opened his eyes weakly. Apart from when Scar Eye appeared earlier and briefly manipulated me, I haven't felt any other instances of being controlled. Just because you don't feel it doesn't mean it isn't happening. Yenrui shook his head, cautioning, after all, your mind was contaminated earlier and more deeply. It's entirely possible that certain thoughts and actions you believe to be spontaneous are actually the result of the ancient god's influence. A thunderclap echoed in Lin Ye's mind, sending shockwaves through his heart. If that were true, it would be terrifying. Was absorbing the Chaos Weaver's energy truly his own choice? In that moment, he suddenly realized. Given his typically cautious and prudent nature, his actions back then had been utterly impulsive. Knowing full well the risk of complete submersion, he had willingly allowed his mental essence to sink into the depths, a gambler's mentality entirely at odds with his usual conduct. Could it be? I was deliberately manipulated into absorbing the Chaos Weaver's energy? Now that it's happened, how can I undo it? If it were easily reversible, the ancient gods wouldn't have manipulated you into absorbing its energy. It likely sensed the suppression from the suppressing spirit talisman and knew there was stronger restraining power. It acted preemptively to prevent the possibility of a god sealing lock being planted in your mental realm. The conversation reached this point, and everyone fell silent. A deathly stillness hung in the air. At that moment, everyone felt the ancient god's power and terror with profound intensity. Not merely the terror of its raw power, but also the dread of its scheming and cunning. Lin Yi felt this dread most acutely. For he was the one truly being manipulated. Now, he dared not even fully trust himself. In other words, from now on, I must guard not only against others but also against myself. I must rigorously defend against my own thoughts and emotions, constantly reflecting and analyzing to determine whether any sudden ideas or feelings truly belong to me. Lin Qingji sighed. Theoretically, yes. But in practice, if the ancient god truly intends to manipulate your thoughts and actions, you won't be able to detect it. It could implant suggestions like, I'm safe, unaffected, these are all my genuine thoughts. How would you detect that? Lin Yi gave a bitter smile. Yes. In that case, I wouldn't even be able to detect it. Lin Yi, I'm sorry, but we must send you back to Longyuan immediately. We hesitated for a long moment before speaking. Our Unit 303's operations cannot be fully exposed to the ancient god. Therefore, you cannot even join Unit 303 for now. For you right now, returning to Longyuan is actually the safest option. Even if we left you in the north, you'd be a ticking time bomb, capable of causing unexpected chaos in the Northern War at any moment. Lin Yi was suddenly overcome by a sense of absurdity. Perhaps the ancient god's will was deliberately designed to strip him of his support, make him a target of suspicion, and ultimately force him to abandon all struggle and accept the projection. No. I believe the god binding seal can still be cast. He shook his head, his body unmoving, his gaze fixed and resolute upon the members of Team 303. If the ancient god sought to isolate him, he would not let it succeed. Wherever the body is tainted, that part must be cut away. Until the body is cleansed. Chapter 80, Conflict. The members of Team 303 froze in shock. When they snapped back to reality, shock and reluctance filled their expressions. You're not joking, are you? This bodily contamination has penetrated to the molecular level and spread extensively, like cancer cells proliferating everywhere. To eradicate it completely would be tantamount to utterly destroying the entire body. Destroy it then. As long as my consciousness remains intact and immediate treatment and repair occur during the destruction, I won't face mortal danger. At worst, it'll be painful. If you don't have a sufficiently powerful healer, my companion can take on the task. She'll treat and repair me. It won't be merely painful. The others wanted to protest, but seeing Lin Ye's unwavering resolve, they hesitated for a moment and remained silent. Since you're willing, we won't hold back. We gritted his teeth. Are you certain? The agony during this process will be exponentially more intense than the pain you just endured during my body scan. I have no other choice. Lin Ye's expression remained impassive. Soon, Su Mushue was brought to Team 303. Upon learning of Lin Ye's situation and her assigned task, she remained calmer and more composed than anyone else. All right. I won't cease my skill output throughout the entire treatment process. The others stared at Su Mushue in astonishment once more. True to being Lin Ye's woman, both possessed the same cool, resilient temperament. The other members of Team 303 voluntarily stationed themselves outside the door to prevent any disturbances to Lin Yi and the others. Inside the office were only Lin Yi, Su Mushue, Mo Hui, and Yen Rui. As Lin Yi settled into position, Mo Hui initiated the first skill scan, monitoring and directing the entire process in real time. Yen Rui was tasked with using his skills to destroy every trace of ancient god contamination within Lin Ye's body, whether in his blood, bones, organs, muscles, or skin. Not a single speck could remain. They began with Lin Ye's legs. Starting from his toes and working upward, Lin Yi first felt a stabbing pain like needles piercing his toes. Soon, it escalated to excruciating agony akin to having his nails ripped out, followed by burning and slicing sensations. Then, the pain completely engulfed his nerves and will. He could only feel boundless agony, searing deep into his very bones. His body convulsed violently, desperate to break free and flee. Sumushua acted swiftly, binding Lin Ye's body with her skill while continuously channeling healing magic into the damaged area of his foot. Flesh dissolved, flesh regenerated. Bones were crushed, then mended. From his feet to his calves, thighs, hips, chest, and head. The agony intensified until, in the end, Lin Ye's consciousness itself began to blur. Only one thought commanded him: don't fall. Time ticked by. Yenrui, Sumushua, and Mo Hui watched with hearts filled with anguish. Tears welled in Sumushua's eyes as she bit her lip hard. Her mental energy was nearly depleted, yet she struggled to hold on. What she endured, how could it compare to Lin Ye's suffering? The sky gradually lightened. Unnoticed, the room grew brighter. The skill ceased, energy ripples faded, and the sounds of pain and endurance grew faint. Everyone sat on the ground, exhausted to the point of collapse. We finally made it. Mo Hui looked up to see Lin Yi still frowning, trembling violently as he resisted something, his face contorted in agony. It'll take time for the pain to subside. To avoid subjecting him to 2 rounds of torment, Yenrui, there's no time to waste. Immediately implant the divine suppression lock into him. Yenrui's psychic energy was nearly depleted, yet he offered no hesitation or complaint. That was my intention. He rose, stepped before Lin Yi, and pressed his palm against the youth's crown. Long Yuan Academy. News of Lin Ye's corruption by the ancient gods will had reached the academy's higher-ups. Everyone gathered in the conference room to voice their opinions. No. Since Lin Yi has been corrupted by the ancient god's will, he cannot return to the academy. Cheng Huaning has ulterior motives. How dare he still try to protect him? This academy isn't his to decide for. Does he even deserve to make decisions for it? I disagree. I propose we eradicate his existence before he grows stronger. That way, the ancient god cannot manifest through him. This is the truly wise course of action. Lin Ye's presence is too dangerous. Allowing him back into the academy recklessly would bring unpredictable consequences. The safety of other students cannot be guaranteed. Most voiced opposition to Lin Ye's return, some even demanding his immediate execution to eliminate future threats. Professors like Xiao Jianian continued to argue passionately for Lin Yi. He hasn't become the puppet of the ancient gods yet. We cannot abandon our student. We should help and protect him. If even we abandon him, won't that push him toward the enemy camp, accelerating his downfall and ruin? Other professors retorted indignantly, this is no time for saintly compassion. Trouble like Lin Yi cannot be tolerated. If we cling to false hope and disaster strikes, who will bear the responsibility? The majority stood firmly against him. As the office erupted into heated debate, the vice principal was about to call for order when a clear voice sounded from the doorway. Good morning, vice principal. It was merely a student politely greeting at the doorway, yet the entire office fell instantly silent. A pin could have been heard dropping in the sudden stillness. What a lively scene. Ha! Just a moment ago, I could hear you all chattering away, but now everyone's gone quiet? The principal walked into the office carrying a book, smiling warmly as he spoke, appearing tolerant and kind. Everyone lowered their heads, unable to meet his gaze. Principal. They all stood up and bowed in unison with respectful deference. Sit down, everyone. Why so stiff? I've told you before, you can relax around me. I'm not going to eat you. The principal waved his hand casually. As if their bodies were beyond their control, they automatically sat back down. Now, continue the discussion you were having earlier. My arrival must have interrupted you. Seeing the principal settle back into his seat, few among the academy's senior faculty present were unaware that Lin Ye's admission had been personally recommended by the principal. Even the professor who had previously vowed to eliminate Lin Yi now dared not utter a word. Principal, Lin Yi has been contaminated by the will of the ancient god. We were planning to bring him back to the academy for supervision and were discussing the specific procedures. A sharp gleam flashed in the vice principal's eyes. Though they'd been debating this very matter moments ago, the rare visitor had already reached a conclusion: Lin Yi would be brought back. Only the process required careful discussion. The principal shot the vice principal a look that was both surprised and profoundly deep, then shook his head faintly. I disagree. Lin Yi cannot be brought back to the academy. You disappoint me greatly. Chapter 81, No Help. The crowd could scarcely believe what they'd heard. Principal? Are you serious? Vice Principal Dong Siming asked cautiously. When have my words ever been false? The principal retorted. The others immediately fell silent. Sun Ku hesitated for a moment. As the freshman class advisor, he couldn't help but voice his opinion. Since the academy won't accept Lin Yi, we should inform Professor Chang and let him keep Lin Yi at the military headquarters for their handling. Hold on. The principal shook his head again. I do refuse to bring Lin Yi back to campus, but I also cannot leave him with the military department. I have another mission to assign him. The others finally understood and breathed a collective sigh of relief. So there were other plans for Lin Yi. They knew it, the principal wouldn't easily give up on someone he valued. What kind of mission is he being assigned? Is it dangerous? He Yun had been unable to interject throughout the discussion. Ever since the Academy discovered Lin Ye's exposure to the ancient god's mental corruption, he too had lost all influence within the institution. His presence at this meeting was only due to Qiao Jianyan's persistent advocacy. The principal's piercing gaze swept across the assembled school leaders, a smug smile curling his lips. Of course, he's being sent to eliminate the stronghold of the Eye of Truth. Whoever dares provoke Long Yuan must face the consequences. The Eye of Truth had colluded with Dragon Abyss's own high-ranking officials to scheme against its students. Dragon Abyss had never intended to let that debt go unpaid. Under the principal's gaze, every professor and teacher wore expressions of indignation, excitement, and anticipation. Exactly. This is fighting poison with poison. One scourge should be sent to confront another. When two enemies fight, the third party benefits. Regardless of how the conflict between Lin Yi and the Eye of Truth ends, it can only be advantageous for us. Lin Yi's threat won't reach us, and it will significantly weaken the Eye of Truth's power. It's settled. I'll issue the order immediately. Dong Siming's eyes gleamed with excitement as he spoke impatiently. The others unanimously supported the decision. Far away at the military headquarters, when Lin Yi finally regained consciousness and emerged lucidly from Unit 303, he was met head-on by Cheng Huaning, his face urgent and filled with guilt. Lin Yi, the Academy has issued you an urgent mission. It requires your immediate attention. Lin Yi froze, suppressing his mounting questions. He replied calmly, what mission? Spit it out. After several recent clashes with the Eye of Truth, we've gathered intelligence on their stronghold. The Academy wants you to destroy it. Lin Yi's lips twisted into a sneer. Is that so? The Academy really has my best interests at heart. Sending me to provoke such a massive and terrifying organization at this critical juncture, I wonder how many reinforcements they've arranged for me. Cheng Huaning felt awkward. He could tell Lin Yi was speaking sarcastically, his resentment already simmering beneath the surface. But as an academy instructor, he couldn't openly criticize the institution in front of Lin Yi. He could only reply helplessly, no backup. However, fearing Lin Yi might sever ties with the Academy on the spot, he hastily added, I can request leave from the Academy to accompany and assist you in completing this mission as a private citizen, not as a teacher. Lin Yi shot him a dismissive glance. Even if you help me privately, it won't make up for what the Academy owes me. You're right. But rest assured, once we complete this mission, I'll demand an explanation from the Academy on your behalf. This time, the Academy's performance had been truly disappointing. The prestige Lin Yi had secured for the Academy, the intelligence he had shared, the battles he had fought on its behalf, all were tangible contributions. Yet when Lin Yi needed support most, the Academy stood idly by, even turning around to dump another problem on him. If it were anyone else, they might have severed ties with the Academy long ago. Going after the Eye of Truth? It was already surprising he hadn't allied with them to retaliate against Long Yuan. Lin Yi, I hope you can trust the Academy a little more. Neither the headmaster nor the principal's Long Yuan has always upheld whatever harm you. I believe there are reasons behind every decision the Academy has made that you've witnessed. Lin Yi cared little for the reasons. There's no time to waste. Let's go. I fear that the moment the Academy issued its orders, the mole infiltrating the upper echelons already leaked the information. If we delay any longer, I might arrive to find nothing and the Academy might even blame me for it. His decision to remain within Long Yuan and follow its directives stemmed from his own calculations. Now that the divine lock had sealed his spiritual energy, at least for the short term, he would no longer be contaminated by the ancient god's influence. During this period, his mind and actions would remain free from the ancient god's covert manipulation. He needed to rapidly strengthen himself. It was unwise to make enemies now, and his status as a Long Yuan Academy student provided a layer of protection. We'll go with you too. Scar Eye and Yen Rui approached together. They had overheard the conversation and were intrigued by the mission. You too. Before Lin Yi could refuse, Scar Eye reminded him, you haven't forgotten my abilities, have you? With me around, if we encounter a sequence awakener skilled in mental manipulation, I can at least hold my own. The Eye of Truth isn't just any ordinary organization, they have all kinds of specialized sequence awakened individuals. We can't afford to be careless. Yen Rui chimed in, yeah, the more help we have, the better our chances. We're strong, we won't hold you back. With reliable backup to bolster his confidence, Lin Yi naturally wouldn't refuse. Alright, let's move together. He'd expected the Eye of Truth space to be in some remote factory, bustling bar, or low-key shell company. But the final intelligence led them to a massive shopping mall. Lin Yi, Su Muxue, Duan Tianyu, Yen Rui, Lin Qingji, and Cheng Huaning stood in the mall's main hall, momentarily feeling a bit lost. So, all the shoppers here, all the staff working here, they're all members of the Eye of Truth, right? Duan Tianyu reached a blunt conclusion, clenching his fists ready for action. Watch my move. First, I'll seal all exits with fire, trapping them like fish in a barrel. Lin Yi quickly grabbed Duan Tianyu, who was about to charge forward and unleash his skill, and reminded him with a laugh, what are you thinking? There are 3 or 4-year-old kids running around right in front of you. Could they all be members of the Eye of Truth? Clearly, the shopping mall appears normal on the surface. We need to find their gathering spot. Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Duan Tianyu immediately deflated. That sounds so complicated. You guys figure it out, then I definitely won't be able to find it. Chapter 82, Child's Play? Yen Rui volunteered, I'll use my skills to investigate. By analyzing mental fluctuations, we can detect anomalies more effectively. The others naturally had no objections. Yen Rui walked to the center of the empty shopping mall, murmured a spell under his breath, then closed his eyes to release his mental perception. After a moment, Yen Rui frowned deeply and shook his head at the group. Nothing found. I suspect they received advance warning and have gone into hiding. Lin Ye's heart sank. No matter how fast they dared to come, they could never match the speed of a high-ranking traitor within the bloodline faction relaying the message. So, we're going back empty-handed? Scar Eye's tone grew impatient. Lin Yi felt a surge of reluctance. This wasn't just an academy assignment, he personally wanted to destroy the Eye of Truth's stronghold and make them pay for repeatedly scheming against him. No. Establishing any stronghold is no easy feat, and they couldn't relocate everything overnight. Even if they're scaling back operations and lying low for now, they couldn't possibly have left the place completely empty. Besides, if they've gathered here multiple times, they're bound to have left traces. I refuse to believe we can't find them. He was never one to compromise or give up easily. Leading the group, he began wandering through the mall. By the time they reached the top floor, Duan Tianyu's stomach was growling loudly. He pulled Lin Yi and the others toward a bustling party restaurant. It's rare we all get to go shopping together, we deserve a nice meal. This place looks perfect. Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Yi's expression abruptly darkened. He pointed forward with a raised hand. Text alteration was changed to word strike kill. This was the first time he had directly altered 3 characters. His psychic energy drained rapidly. But the effect was undeniably potent. Collapse. He uttered just one word. Inside the restaurant, the surrounding walls, tables, chairs, and tableware all began to collapse. Despite such severe destruction, the floor remained completely unaffected. There's a reinforcement formation beneath our feet. Chang Huining murmured. The others nodded. Scar Eye immediately rushed forward, activating his skill, mind control. Everyone inside the restaurant froze. Those who had been screaming and scrambling to escape suddenly slowed to a halt, their movements becoming sluggish. Their expressions turned blank as they stopped at the restaurant entrance. Yen Rui swiftly followed with his skill, micro-scanning, precisely observing and scanning the mental and physical states of every staff member and customer. Most are level 5-10 awakened individuals with very weak psychic fluctuations. Some are even ordinary people who haven't awakened at all. He shook his head, his expression darkening. Duan Tianyu gasped, holy crap, Brother Yi, how did you spot the ground formation here? Lin Yi had no time to answer. His cold gaze swept across every face in the restaurant. Suddenly, he lunged at a female high school student who appeared to be 16 or 17, striking with ruthless ferocity. Sword. His fingers transformed into a razor-sharp blade, slicing toward her throat. Just as the blade was about to sever her neck, less than an inch away, a violent wind suddenly swirled around them. The girl vanished from her spot. You're truly relentless. You couldn't even hide this from us. Very well, Lin Yi. Since you insist on courting death, we'll oblige you. A cold, icy female voice echoed through the restaurant. Except for a few unawakened customers, everyone else trembled. Their expressions shifted from blank terror to savage cruelty as their auras surged, surrounding Lin Yi and his 5 companions. They unleashed their attacks without restraint. Boom! 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 Explosions erupted in rapid succession. As the smoke cleared, a golden protective barrier materialized, shielding Lin Yi and his companions. A sharp gleam flashed in Su Mushue's eyes, counterattack. Lin Yi instantly understood. Su Mushue's skill had been reprogrammed by him into a counterattack ability. Every attack was returned unchanged, striking back at its original caster. Thud! A dull impact echoed as the first female high school student reappeared, her beautiful face twisted in a grim expression. We're not those inexperienced weaklings at the academy, Lin Yi. Have you ever felt the excruciating agony of organs shifting, blood flowing backwards, and bones snapping out of place? Before Lin Yi could answer, she pointed a finger at him. A cold light streaked toward him. Her sequence was 101, Reverser. Trying to pull off counter-reversals in front of me? Child's play. She sneered. Lin Yi instinctively felt a chill run through him. This woman was highly skilled, at least level 40 or higher. Moreover, her sequence rank was exceptionally high, and her skills were downright insane. His own skills were utterly inadequate to withstand her. Thunderclap shield. Chum Huining acted swiftly, blocking the opponent's strike before immediately launching her own attack, leaving her no time to react. Thunder flash, a bolt of lightning as thick as a man's waist crashed toward her. Jian Ruolin's expression darkened. Damn old man, always meddling. I can't beat you, but don't think you can hurt me either. She vanished abruptly once more, causing the lightning bolt to lose its target. The bolt struck other Truth Eye organization members instead, instantly reducing the front row of over a dozen people to ashes. They were utterly annihilated, leaving not a single bone behind. SSSSH. Those who had survived the onslaught in the rear gasped in horror, instinctively retreating in fear. Ah! Jen Roland's furious scream echoed through the air. You old bastard! You killed so many of my comrades. I'll make sure none of you leave this place alive today. She clearly no longer regarded Lin Yi as a threat. The one who now felt most dangerous to her was Cheng Huaning. If I'm not mistaken, her body should have dissolved into a void state, hiding nearby. Yen Rua silently approached Lin Yi and whispered, while Professor Cheng distracts her, we'll find her. Once we pinpoint her location, Scar I will strike immediately. First, we'll subdue her mind and body to prevent her from unleashing her abilities. Then you'll amplify Professor Cheng's skill to finish her off. Whether it was sheer luck or something else, they never imagined that the girl Lin Yi had chosen as a test target would turn out to be the minor leader of this Truth Eye stronghold. Got it. Lin Yi nodded. Su Muxue, however, frowned slightly and couldn't help but warn, be careful. I can't shake the feeling that something's off about her. Found it. Yen Rue's eyes suddenly lit up. Scar Eye immediately activated his skill, heading toward the location Yen Rue had spotted. Lin Yi looked at Cheng Huaning. She unleashed another bolt of lightning. With Lin Yi's modification, its power surged dramatically, enveloping the entire area within its electrifying range. The crackling sound echoed. Before Lin Yi and the others could react, the attacks abruptly reversed direction, shifting their targets, and all turned back to strike them. I knew it. A cold gleam flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. Reverse again. Chapter 83, Skills Miss Their Mark. As Lin Yi's words fell, the returning attacks reversed course once more. Jian Ruolin clearly lacked the ability to reverse skills. This time, the attack struck the intended target without question. Boom! The entire ground formation shattered, the floor beneath them beginning to collapse and crack. Below them lay the bustling shopping mall. Lin Yi's heart lurched. No! Save them! The moment he spoke, Su Muxue sprang into action. She cast a skill, summoning a transparent protective shield that instantly enveloped the area below, blocking the falling debris and steel rebar. Lin Yi and the others, unable to spare a thought for themselves, crashed into the shield before sliding down to the ground. Countless fragments rained down. They used their skills to fend off the attack, shattering large rocks, but they couldn't avoid being scraped and splattered by the flying debris, leaving numerous wounds on their bodies. Where is she? Is she dead? Yen Rue's sharp senses scanned the surrounding areas. Every Truth Sai member except Jian Ruolin had been caught in the battle's aftermath, suffering heavy casualties. Yet Jian Ruolin herself was nowhere to be seen. She must have escaped. Cheng Huaning's face darkened, his voice tinged with defeat. Had he grown weaker? Or were the awakened now simply stronger? Jian Ruolin was only around level 40, while he was a powerhouse in the 60s or 70s. Yet he couldn't take her down in one go. Perhaps it's the influence of the ancient god's scattered energy. He silently offered himself an excuse, glancing at Lin Yi. Yeah, that kid was proof. Lin Yi was furious. Escape? How could she possibly escape? If they were going to destroy this stronghold, they couldn't leave a single survivor. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes. He called out to Su Muxue, who once again activated her defensive control skill. Lin Yi had reprogrammed it into a domain-type binding ability, instantly sealing off the entire mall from the outside world. A golden light screen descended over the sky above them. Come out! Lin Yi bellowed, his voice echoing throughout the area. Lin Yi, don't be impulsive, Yen Rue pulled him back, shaking her head disapprovingly. There are too many innocent civilians here. If we corner her, she might use these people as hostages, and then we'll be at a disadvantage. As if to confirm his fears, a massive explosion roared from the southeast the very next moment. Lin Yi and the others rushed over immediately. At a glance, they saw dozens of innocent civilians herded into a small, cramped clearing. A translucent figure hovered lightly above them, a dense array of sharp blades poised to take their lives at any moment. Save me! Ah, I don't want to die. Let me go. Why, it's so scary. Daddy, Mommy, where are you? Among them were men, women, and children of all ages, all frantically crying out in panic, begging for help. Freeze! If any of you move again, I'll take one life at random. Jian Ruolin's cold threat hung heavy as she fixed her gaze on Lin Yi and the others. They froze instantly, rooted to the spot. You can't kill them. Lin Yi snorted coldly, his expression showing no trace of worry. No matter how fast your hands are, they can't match the speed of my thoughts. Is that so? Jian Ruolin sneered coldly. Lin Yi, you've never tasted defeat, have you? You must understand that world-awakened ones possess all manner of extraordinary abilities. Not every one of them can be influenced by you. Today, I'll teach you a lesson you won't forget. As she finished speaking, a cold gleam flashed in her eyes, followed by a swift, icy light. Lin Yi's mind flickered with intent. Render her skill null and void. No matter what effect her skill had or how many words it contained, as long as the word void was added to it, it would be rendered useless. This was the confidence Lin Yi had cultivated through years of experience. Then, the icy glint in the air descended, slicing through an old man's neck. In an instant, his head was severed, blood spattering everywhere. Ah! Screams filled the air as all the hostages cried out in terror. Lin Ye's pupils contracted sharply as his gaze fixed on the dead old man, his heart filled with disbelief, shock, and regret. Did you see that? Jian Ruolan's voice carried the smug satisfaction of one who had just flaunted her power. I have only one demand now, Lin Yi. Come with me. Give up all resistance. Submit to me, and I'll release these people. You're delusional. Cheng Huaning was the first to refuse, his voice cold and sharp. You're not even qualified to negotiate with us. Taking Lin Yi away right under our noses? Impossible. Humph. Her demand rejected, Jian Ruolan flickered her finger, and another middle-aged man's head was severed. Crimson blood splattered everywhere, staining every hostage's face and body. Their expressions were frozen in terror, their eyes vacant, nerves stretched to breaking point. They screamed in unison, just agree to her terms. I don't want to die. Please, agree to his terms. Enough. Do you want to get us all killed? Whatever she says, just do it. Jian Ruolan had no intention of granting Lin Yi and the others any more time to deliberate. With the upper hand firmly in her grasp, she intended to end this swiftly. You have 10 seconds to decide. I'll start counting down now. If you can't make up your mind in 10 seconds, I'll kill a few more people for fun. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Lin Yi didn't wait for her to finish counting. He spoke immediately, I agree. But even if I agree, how can you trust me enough to take me with you? Aren't you afraid I'll turn on you midway? You? Jian Ruolan sneered, then flicked a ring glowing with green light toward Lin Yi. Watching him catch it, she ordered calmly, put it on. Lin Yi frowned slightly but obediently slipped it onto his finger. Very well. Now, you may come closer. She commanded again. Noticing Lin Yi's hesitation, an attack instantly struck a middle-aged woman. Wait, don't attack. Lin Yi dared not hesitate further and immediately broke into a quick jog toward her. From the moment Lin Yi agreed to put on the ring and run toward Jian Ruolan, Su Muxue, Cheng Huaning, and the others felt an urgent sense of helplessness. They knew they couldn't stop her if they spoke up, this woman would undoubtedly unleash a killing spree. Only when Lin Yi reached her vicinity did she calmly descend from midair, standing face to face with him, utterly unafraid. A thought flashed through Lin Yi's mind. He was about to activate his skill to attack her. Given the level disparity, he didn't expect to seriously injure her. Restricting her movement would be enough to break free from this passive situation. Cheng Huaining and Yan Ruobayan would naturally jump in to assist immediately. Yet, the moment he attempted to channel his sequence to unleash the skill, something felt off. His psychic energy felt hollow like straining to lift a boulder only to grasp cotton, all his power dissipating into thin air. His skill missed its mark. More accurately, he could no longer sense his own ability. Chapter 84, Stealing the Person. What's the matter? Wanted to attack me but found your skills won't work? Seeing Lin Yi's changing expression, Jian Ruolan sneered. I planned to abandon this base the moment I learned of your impending arrival. The only reason I remained here was to capture you, Lin Yi. You've walked right into my trap. Her tone suddenly shifted, her face brimming with smug satisfaction. Gentlemen, I'll be taking my leave. With a wave of her hand, Lin Yi felt his body go hollow. He could barely sense his own form, and his vision blurred. To Su Muxue and the others, Jian Ruolan vanished into thin air alongside Lin Yi, leaving no trace behind. Yan Rue. Track her down. We absolutely cannot let her take Lin Yi away. Scar, I urged urgently. Yan Rue nodded solemnly, but his expression darkened the moment he activated his skill. Impossible. I can't sense him. Her previous location was deliberately exposed just to make us think we could track her. Hearing this, everyone's expressions darkened. Cheng Huaning's body sprouted lightning branches, desperately extending into every unoccupied area around them. I refuse to believe she can hide and evade attacks covering every single corner. He absolutely could not let Lin Yi be taken by the truth seekers. Lin Yi's condition was already precarious. If she were brainwashed by the truth seekers, betrayed humanity, and fully merged with the ancient god's will, then the world would face nothing but destruction. The others also grasped the gravity of the situation. It seems taking Lin Yi away was the Eye of Truth's plan all along. Scar gritted his teeth. As reserve members of Unit 303, we absolutely cannot let them snatch him first. Yan Rue stomped her foot in frustration. Su Muxue's face was ashen. Since becoming partners with Lin Yi, they had never been forcibly separated. If they couldn't retrieve Lin Yi, where would she go? No, calm down. Lin Yi must have left some trace. She forced herself to think clearly, a faint thought stirring in her mind. There's still a mental imprint between Lin Yi and me. I should be able to sense him. As long as I'm heading in the right direction, my mental energy will branch off distinctly. She solemnly reminded the others. Yan Rue clapped his hands in relief. Excellent. We must pursue him immediately. If we fall too far behind, the connection will grow faint and become useless. On Lin Ye's side, the moment he realized Jian Roland was dragging him away at full speed, he knew things had taken a turn for the worse. But in that situation, unless he wanted to watch those innocents die at Jian Roland's hands, he had no choice but to comply. With events having unfolded thus, his only recourse was to leave clues guiding Su Muxue and the others to his location. He couldn't truly end up isolated and helpless within the Truth's Eye organization. You little brat, don't even think about contacting your comrades. While I'm in void-walking mode, I can block any energy or skill. Lin Yi finally understood why his earlier attempts to alter her attack with his skills had failed. His mind raced, refusing to give up. If skills and energy were useless, then psychic connection was his only option. He released the mental suppression on himself and strained to communicate with the mental imprint within his psychic space. Noticing Lin Yi's silence and blank stare, Jian Roland frowned slightly. Confident in her abilities, she simply continued sprinting forward with him in tow. Are you taking me to your main base? Lin Yi snapped back to reality, only to find himself in an utterly unfamiliar wilderness. Withered shrubs and tree trunks surrounded him, the sky shrouded in a hazy mist, and an intangible stench of decay hung heavy over the land. The ruined lands. He made his decision instantly. You truth seekers chose the wasteland as your headquarters? You're just leading me straight there? Aren't you afraid your base will be exposed, and I'll wipe out your entire operation? Jian Roland snapped impatiently, shut up. Once you're here, you won't be escaping. This is our turf. Ha! Even if we let you loose, you couldn't destroy our headquarters. If you weren't so useful to us, the organization wouldn't keep forgiving your repeated offenses. Sooner or later, once you've been completely exploited, you'll have no choice but to die. Lin Yi couldn't help but sneer coldly. With you talking like this now, do you really think I'll cooperate with any more of your demands? Threatening me? Jian Roland remained unmoved. That won't be up to you. As the light grew increasingly dim, Lin Yi felt an oppressive weight. His chest felt heavy, breathing became difficult, and even his psychic energy was hard to summon. Finally, a massive, luminous cave appeared ahead. Jian Roland led him into the cavern. In an instant, the scene transformed before their eyes. A colossal castle materialized, its grand entrance directly beneath them. The surrounding space shimmered with shifting light, while a faint mist enveloped the castle's upper reaches and outer perimeter. This is the Dharma realm. Lin Ye's pupils contracted slightly. The unique skill of Sequence 54, Tao follows nature. I never imagined you'd manage to recruit a superpowered Sequence 54 expert. Lin Ye's heart trembled. Just witnessing this skill alone made him feel hopeless about any escape plan once they entered this headquarters. That's nothing. Jian Roland glanced at Lin Yi with a look reserved for country bumpkins. The peerless masters our organization has recruited far exceed your imagination. Now do you understand why our influence permeates every corner? Lin Yi, you'll eventually yield. Once you witness our might and understand our mission, you'll stand with us. Her eyes hardened with conviction as a faint smile touched her lips. Lin Yi fell silent, ceasing his struggle altogether. He allowed her to lead him through the castle gates. No guards were present. As if anticipating their arrival, the gates swung open inward, revealing the interior. A vast central hall, resplendent in golden splendor, bustled with countless figures conversing, reading, and enjoying themselves. It felt like stepping into a club, the air thick with a joyous atmosphere. Roland, you're back. Hey, you actually brought this kid along just like you. A tall young man approached, greeting Jian Roland with delight as he looked at Lin Yi. The president is waiting for you. You've truly done us a great service this time. Jian Roland's smile broadened. She glanced back at Lin Yi. Go mingle with the others. We'll all be on the same side eventually. I'll be back after meeting the president. Lin Yi frowned deeply. Though regaining his freedom, however briefly, was welcome, he didn't believe true liberty existed here. Some super-powered figure might be watching him from afar. Better to seize this chance to meet the legendary chairman of the Eye of Truth. Chapter 85. If I can't have it, I'll destroy it. I'm coming with you. He followed, his tone leaving no room for refusal. Jian Roland narrowed her eyes, studying him for a long moment before snorting derisively. Fine. After meeting the president, you'll know which path to choose. She led Lin Yi upstairs, approaching the innermost door on the second floor. Pausing before it, her expression suddenly turned solemn and tense. She knocked softly. Chairman, I have brought Lin Yi. I am here to report. The door swung inward, yet the scene within remained hidden. Only a thick, white fog filled the space. Jian Roland stepped forward and vanished before Lin Yi's eyes. His expression shifted slightly, and he hurried after her. The surroundings shifted once more. In a garden lawn stood a massive mulberry tree. Beneath it, an elderly man sat cross-legged, eyes closed in meditation. Jian Roland stood respectfully before him, her body bowed. Lin Yi's heart stirred. So this old man was the leader of the Truth Eye. His demeanor was reserved and unassuming, without any sense of oppression, appearing just like an ordinary person. Lin Yi unexpectedly felt a subtle sense of familiarity, and the guarded hostility that had filled his heart vanished without a trace. Sit. The chairman gestured toward the nearby lawn, his voice hoarse and low as he spoke softly. Lin Yi knew he was addressing him. He glanced at Jian Roland, who dared not offer any opinion, burying her head even lower. You've met the Chaos Weaver. Compared to me, how does his presence measure up? The president asked Lin Yi casually, as if chatting at home. Lin Yi felt an inexplicable sense of unease, but it dissipated in an instant. He could only respond normally, it was okay. The Chaos Weaver's aura was stronger, making one feel intimidated and tremble. As for you, you're like a neighborly old man, not particularly threatening. The guild leader nodded with a smile. Lin Yi, are you truly not considering joining the Eye of Truth? Lin Yi shook his head decisively. I absolutely will not join you. Aren't you afraid I'll destroy you if I don't get it now? Kill you? You won't. Lin Yi's certainty made the chairman stroke his beard and laugh heartily. Truly worthy of someone who's repeatedly thwarted our organization. Youth is indeed fearless in its ignorance. But that doesn't excuse you dragging a bunch of tails and sneaking into the main base. Lin Yi's face darkened at the last remark, and he sprang to his feet. Jian Roland beside him wore an expression of furious coldness. You little bastard, you actually dared to scheme. Before Lin Yi could respond, the chairman casually reached out into the air. An invisible force bound Su Muxue, Zheng Huaning, Yan Rui, Lin Qingji, and Duan Tianyu, pulling them into the air before dragging them before Lin Yi. Lin Yi! Brother Yi! Thank goodness, we finally found you. Where is this? The five were initially overcome with excitement upon seeing Lin Yi, only to abruptly notice the unfamiliar surroundings. They stared warily at Jian Roland and the guild leader, their unease palpable. Upon seeing the president, Zheng Huaning's pupils contracted sharply, his body shaking violently. It's you! The Sage King of Taoist Arts, Zhang Yuxian. The others had never heard this title before, their expressions blank. A look of nostalgic emotion flashed across the president's face. 40 years? I never imagined anyone in Lingran would still remember my former title and identity. For that alone, I can grant you a dignified death. Of course, he paused, turning his gaze to Lin Yi, or perhaps, a sliver of hope remains. It all lies in his hands. Lin Yi's face darkened. The same old hostage threat routine. Are you ever going to stop? The inexplicable sense of familiarity he'd felt toward the chairman vanished in an instant. The chairman murmured, so easily breaking through the filter? But he showed no urgency. His gaze swept over the five of them, his finger pointing towards Su Muxue. Let's start with her first. I'll ask one more time. Are you truly unwilling to join our organization? Lin Yi stiffened, unable to utter a word. He absolutely couldn't risk Su Muxue. After only 2 seconds of hesitation, he immediately answered, I'll join. Everyone froze. He changed his mind so quickly. Su Muxue truly was Lin Yi's Achilles heel. The leader suddenly fell silent. Lin Yi's swift capitulation had disrupted his plans. He pulled Su Muxue even closer to his side and waved his hand. Roland, take the others downstairs. We need them now. Clearly, as long as Su Muxue was in his grasp, Lin Yi would have no choice but to obey. The presence or absence of the other hostages made no difference. Still, to avoid provoking Lin Yi, they wouldn't harm the others either. Jian Roland solemnly acknowledged the order and began to drag Zheng Huaning, Duan Tianyu, and the others away. Wait! Lin Yi quickly intervened. If they were simply led away like this, who knew what they might endure? They're my companions. They matter to me too. I want to stay with them. What if I refuse? Then I can't force it, but our coordination within the organization will inevitably suffer. Lin Yi spread his hands helplessly. The chairman smiled. He tapped Lin Yi in the air with his finger. You, my friend, are quite an interesting young man. Still, it's good. We need people like you to inject new vitality into our organization. Lin Yi would be a fool to trust him. He'd already questioned the Truth Eye agent sent to assassinate him and knew exactly what the organization was after. Ultimately, he was only useful now. Once he lost his value, Zhang Yuxian wouldn't even bother pretending anymore. Come here. Zhang Yuxian beckoned Lin Yi closer. When Lin Yi stood less than a meter away, Zhang extended a finger, pressed it against Lin Yi's brow, and closed his eyes to probe with psychic energy. He suddenly opened his eyes, his expression tinged with displeasure. Your spiritual space has been implanted with a god-binding lock. This is not good. It will hinder the growth of a Chaos Weaver. Let me help you break this lock. Are you kidding? Lin Yi endured immense suffering just to successfully implant the divine lock. Asking him to break it now would make all that pain for nothing. That's unnecessary. Ever since I absorbed a portion of the Chaos Weaver's energy, it rarely manifests in my spiritual space anymore. Chairman Zhang instantly saw through Lin Yi's thoughts, a faint, mocking smile curling his lips. Think carefully, Lin Yi. Without breaking this lock, your growth potential will remain shackled. You. His words trailed off as the ground beneath them suddenly shook violently, causing the surrounding air to tremble and quiver. Who? Zhang Yu's expression darkened as he looked up into the void, gazing into the distance. Long time no see, Mr. Showoff. Never imagined after all these years, you'd still be so slow on the uptake. I've been here for ages, and only now do you notice. Chapter 86, I'm willing to try. Zhang Yu's expression darkened first. Bald bastard, it's you again. As if suddenly realizing something, his expression turned furious and resentful. No wonder my man brought Lin Yi here so smoothly. So it was your scheme all along. An old man with a hunched back and only a patch of sparse white hair on his head slowly materialized. His face wore a vivid expression of intense indignation. Decades have passed, yet your tongue remains as venomous as ever. I should have sewn your mouth shut back then. But it's not too late now. As the words fell, he reached out and scooped at the air. Lin Yi, Cheng Huaning, Su Mushuet, and the others all felt a tugging sensation. Instantly, their bodies were dragged away from their original positions by an invisible, powerful force. The scene before them abruptly shifted. They found themselves deep within a vast, white mist outside the castle, with the main base of the Eye of Truth looming not far ahead. This shock rippled through the group. We just came out like that? What the hell is going on? Yan Rui and Lin Ye's confusion found resolution through Cheng Huaning. Cheng Huaning's face had lit up with excitement the moment he spotted the bald old man, but he hadn't had a chance to speak until now. He couldn't wait to blurt it out. It's the headmaster. The headmaster actually appeared. He saved us. No, to be precise, having Lin Yi destroy the Eye of Truth space was part of the principal's plan all along. It was a ploy to uncover the location of their main base. The principal's true target is their main base. Lin Yi and the others were still reeling from the revelation. So the bald old man who had just conversed with the Truth Side leader was none other than the principal of Longyuan Academy. All of Lin Yi's questions had been answered. Longyuan hadn't truly abandoned him. They'd staged a deliberate charade to lull the Eye of Truth into complacency, allowing them to strike at Lin Yi without restraint. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed from ahead, sending shockwaves through the crowd. They looked up to see. They saw countless figures gathered midair above the magnificent, colossal castle, all launching their attacks simultaneously. Suddenly, a massive hole tore open within the castle walls. Smoke billowed as countless figures burst through the gap, locking eyes with those suspended in the air. The great battle is about to begin. Cheng Huaning's expression turned grave. I must go assist. You few stay here. Do not act rashly, lest you interfere with the principal's plan. He urged them passionately before charging forward himself. As soon as Cheng Huaning drew near, the two factions in midair clashed. Their battle cries shook the heavens like two surging torrents colliding, sending countless bursts of colorful energy flying everywhere. The air was filled with the deafening roar of explosions tearing through the air. Whoa! This is insane. I've never seen a melee of this scale and caliber before. Duan Tianyu stared unblinkingly at the battle, his face flushed with excitement. Lin Yi frowned deeply. He couldn't shake the feeling that even if President Zhang had been set up by the principal, his composure was far too unnervingly calm. Moreover, ever since interacting with President Zhang, he'd been plagued by an inexplicable sense of unease. Yan Rui, Scar Eye, do you two know if the Tao follows nature sequence skills are fully recorded? Yan Rui shook his head. Lin Qingxi pondered for a moment before replying hesitantly, besides the most famous and widely known manifesting heaven and earth, there seems to be another called no form between self and others. It's arguably the most difficult skill to cultivate in this sequence. Lin Ye's expression abruptly changed. I remember now. He suddenly grabbed Su Muxue and Duan Tianyu, sprinting toward the castle ahead while shouting. Stop! Cease fighting! It's all fake! Everything here is fake! Don't waste your strength! His words were drowned out by the clamor of battle cries and combat, drawing no attention whatsoever. Only Duan Tianyu, Yan Rui, and the others following him heard clearly, their hearts instantly growing heavy and urgent. Lin Yi, are you saying all this is an illusion? Then everything we just experienced. They couldn't get close to the battlefield ahead. Every time they tried to advance, they were swept back by the chaotic aftershocks of the attacks. It's all fake, an illusion woven by Dharma realms heaven and earth, and those people are virtual constructs of no self, no others. He was utterly certain. What do we do now? If we can't make everyone realize this and stop in time, once our mental energy is depleted and the hidden enemies emerge, we'll all lose the strength to fight back. Su Muxue looked uneasy. Had it not been for Lin Ye's keen observation and sharp psychic perception, they wouldn't have dared to imagine that everything they'd witnessed was merely an illusion. If only we could invalidate the Dharma realm, Duan Tianyu sighed. Lin Ye's mind raced. If I could tamper with a high-level awakened being's skill, I might break through the Dharma realm. Even if I can't completely break it, I should at least be able to expose its flaws. But the problem now was that Cheng Huaning had joined the battle. Among those left behind Lin Yi, Yan Rui, and the others, none were higher than level 40. As for Zhang Yuexian's exact level, no one knew for certain, though initial estimates placed him no lower than level 80. A nearly double level gap was simply beyond what ordinary level 40 powerhouses could overcome with their skills. Even if Lin Yi now relaxed the level restrictions on his skills, he still wouldn't have absolute certainty of breaking through the Dharma realm. We need to find a way into the core combat zone and leverage the skills of those powerful fighters. Scar, I mused for a moment. Lin Yi, your skill can also control others, right? Lin Yi nodded. I can exert brief control, but it's not as effective as yours. Then it's settled. The others clear the path. The two of us will control everyone within a radius of 10 meters. Whether friend or foe, anyone within that zone, will try to stop them from fighting. Once we reach the center, we'll either report to the principal or find a way to hack his skill. Hearing his plan, everyone could scarcely believe their ears. Yen Rui was the first to scream, "Are you crazy? What level is the principal? What level is Lin Yi? Even if his skill is incredibly powerful, there's no way he can alter Principal Long Yuan's skill." Exactly. Even though we've never interacted with the principal before, he's still our own principal. We know the basics. Every Dragon Abyss principal throughout history has been at least level 80. The current one is the strongest sequence awakener in the school's history. Duan Tianyu's face screamed disapproval. Sumu Shue was also deeply worried. Failure alone wouldn't be the issue, the real fear is Lin Yi suffering backlash. Remember, the skills of peerless powerhouses carry protective functions. They aren't something just anyone can easily counter or manipulate. Lin Yi's current state can't withstand too much stress. What if? Before their objections could finish, Lin Yi agreed first. Alright, I'm willing to try. Chapter 87, No Retreat. Everyone held their breath. But they didn't try to dissuade him further. They knew Lin Yi's character well. Once he made up his mind, no one could easily change it. Since you've made your choice, all we can do is give it our all and support you in accomplishing this. Yen Rui's lips curved into a wry yet admiring smile. Duan Tianyu, overcome with emotion, gave Lin Yi a bear hug. Brother Yi, I've always believed you can create miracles. Even when I think something's impossible, you make it possible. I'll wait for your return. Sumu Shue watched Lin Yi quietly, her expression gentle and serene, giving him an immense sense of reassurance. Scar I wasted no time, charging forward to lead the way. Muttering incantations, he caused the surrounding air to warp. The dozen combatants locked in fierce battle ahead suddenly felt a stifling resistance in their attacks. They all whipped their heads around, their eyes locking onto Scarface. Now! Scar I roared. Duan Tianyu's towering flames blazed forward, scorching the faces of those ahead. Boom! The flames exploded, showering sparks and clearing a path. Yen Rui and Su Mushua followed closely behind. Yen Rui's eyes flashed with sharp focus as he thrust both hands outward. The people before them had barely recovered from the blast when a sudden stiffness and pain seized their bodies. Immediately after, they found themselves unable to advance further. A wall had materialized before them, blocking their path. Brother Yi! Let's go! Duan Tianyu shouted, turning his head, his face flushed crimson. Amidst the raging flames, his comrades forcibly carved a path for him. How could Lin Yi let them down? Without a moment's hesitation, his body transformed into a streak of light, darting swiftly along the narrow path, charging straight toward the castle's center. The closer he got to the castle, the heavier the oppressive force pressing down on him became. This was the absolute aura of the mightiest beings, the residual energy shockwaves spilling over from their clash. Lin Yi advanced almost under the weight of this immense, pervasive pressure. His internal organs were crushed and deformed under the severe strain. With every step, his muscles and joints twisted and contorted to varying degrees. This must be the residual energy from the headmaster's skill. Lin Yi had heard of him, the principal of Long Yuan Academy, a master of the ultimate offensive sequence. Zhang Yuexian's sequence skill, however, was clearly not of the brute force variety. Even enduring the residual energy spillover from the principal's skill was an agonizing struggle. To tamper with such a formidable and terrifying ability, what price would that demand? A heavy weight settled in Lin Yi's heart, yet even if he had to inch forward step by step, he could only press onward with unwavering resolve. To retreat and abandon the fight now would mean the headmaster's failure and with it, the complete collapse of Long Yuan. Facing Zhang Yuexian alone, every last one of them would meet certain death. Finally, Lin Yi reached the castle gates, where two figures blocked his path. Jian Ruolin and the man who had spoken to her earlier stood flanking him, cold stares fixed on Lin Yi. Lin Yi, retreat now, and you may still have a chance to live. Jian Ruolin spoke softly. No. Lin Yi shook his head resolutely. Kid, you're courting death. Cut the chatter and get moving. The man's body flickered, vanishing and reappearing instantly before Lin Yi. A single kick sent Lin Yi flying horizontally over 10 meters. Thud. A dull impact echoed as Lin Yi's body crashed to the ground like a cough, cough. He coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, his face deathly pale. Die. Jian Ruolin teleported before him, gazing down with a mix of pity and contempt. Yet her foot showed no mercy, crushing down toward his chest. With her physical strength and skill enhancements at around level 40, this single stomp would shatter his ribs, crush his heart into pulp, collapse his chest completely, and kill him instantly. But Lin Yi suddenly leapt upward, springing in front of her. He wrapped his arms tightly around her waist, his legs clamping onto her thighs as their bodies pressed together. He became a human lock, immobilizing Jian Ruolin's body and preventing her from moving freely. Get off me! Get the hell off me! Jian Ruolin froze for a moment before shrieking. Die! Her desire to kill Lin Yi intensified, and she blurted out the incantation to unleash her skill. Silent impact, transforming into a state of utter stillness, she channeled her intent into an attack, gathering energy to shatter all restraints. Lin Yi had been waiting for this moment. Switch to Silent Shuttle. Jian Ruolin abruptly switched her skill. The offensive ability transformed into a movement technique, her body slipping back into a void-like state as she darted forward. Turn around! Lin Yi released one foot, forcibly using his own strength to control Jian Ruolin's body, making her turn around. The two of them sprinted toward the castle at breakneck speed. Halt! The man's face drained of color as he frantically reached out to block them. Yet every strike landed on the pair failed to create even a ripple. With a whoosh, they sliced through the man's block, burst through the castle gates, and charged straight toward the collapsed center of the castle. Buzz, buzz. The closer they got to the heart of the battle, the more powerful energy ripples spread out in concentric circles. They washed over Lin Yi's body, and he could feel his very spirit trembling. Yet, shielded by Jian Ruolin's skill, he suffered no harm whatsoever. You little brat. You planned this all along using my skill to sneak in. Jian Ruolin's face flushed crimson with fury as she cursed incessantly. Lin Yi paid her no mind. He truly hadn't anticipated this. It was Jian Ruolin who had stepped in front of him, forcing him to act sooner. Her skill granted immunity to attacks under specific conditions. It was like a pillow delivered just as sleepiness hit. How could he not seize the opportunity? I see it. Lin Yi paid her no mind whatsoever, his gaze fixed intently on the castle's center. Finally, amidst the ruins, he spotted the principal and Chairman Zhang locked in a standoff. Principal. This is all his Dharma realm skill. It's not real. Lin Yi shouted. The principal didn't even turn his head, his voice calm as it reached Lin Yi's ears. Young man, do you think I haven't noticed? I'm already breaking his skill. Once I shatter this domain, I'll find his true form. As for the others, they'll naturally be safe and sound. The principal's composure still caught Lin Yi off guard, though it made sense. If even he could spot the flaw, a powerhouse of the principal's caliber certainly wouldn't miss it. The problem was, the principal specialized in brute force, while Zhang Yuxian across from him excelled in deception and chaos. They operated in entirely different realms. No matter how powerful the principal's attacks were, if they couldn't pierce the illusion, they remained futile. No matter how bizarre and wondrous Chairman Zhang's Dharma realm might be, without sufficient lethal force, it couldn't kill the principal in the short term. Chapter 88, Finding a Treasure. I can attempt to modify your skills to help you shatter the illusory world he's created. Lin Yi paused thoughtfully. Facing the headmaster, he couldn't afford to speak without purpose. Merely approaching with resolve and hope was far from sufficient. Proceed. Do not resist or reject my skills. Ji Chuanqiu shot Lin Yi a surprised glance. You kid, you really have a stubborn streak. However, the gap in our levels was too great before. That you survived the aftereffects of my skill was sheer luck. It's best not to push your luck. You should leave. Lin Yi didn't budge an inch. You don't trust me. Where could you possibly go now? Once he drains your skill energy, you're bound to fail. We'll all be buried alive with you. He tried to goad him, but Ji Chuanqiu suddenly threw his head back and burst into maniacal laughter. Failure? All these years, I've never tasted defeat. Young men always overestimate their own abilities while underestimating the strength of others. I'm far more powerful than you imagine. Stop worrying about me and focus on saving yourself. He still showed no intention of accepting Lin Yi's proposal. Lin Yi felt an urgent anxiety welling up inside him. For the first time, he experienced a restless urge to curse someone out. Yet, the man before him both in status and power was far beyond anyone Lin Yi could afford to insult or curse. He gritted his teeth, determined to get closer. He needed to figure out the principal's skill and tamper with it secretly. Jian Ruolin, sensing Lin Yi's intent, was furious. You brat! Do you think I'll let you have your way? She sneered coldly. Unable to break free from Lin Yi's control and restraint, she bit down on his neck with a vicious snap. With a tearing sound, she ripped off a chunk of flesh. Blood stained her lips, making her look vicious and mad. Lin Yi grunted in pain. Having endured the agony of the soul-sealing lock, he possessed formidable pain tolerance. He glanced down at Jian Ruolin. Your level far surpasses mine. I'll borrow your skill for a test. His tone was decisive. The moment his words fell, the void-like state enveloping both of them abruptly dissolved. A powerful energy surged through their bodies, causing them to begin dissolving and vanishing. Aren't you fiercely loyal to your organization? Then sacrifice yourself for it. At least you'll die for a cause. Lin Yi's cold, ruthless voice pierced Jian Ruolin's ears. Jian Ruolin let out a panicked, terrified scream. No! Let me go! I don't want to die yet. Void walk, void. She chanted the skill repeatedly, desperate to return to her void state and escape the threat of her body being destroyed. Lin Yi's eyes blazed with intense light at that moment. Without a second's hesitation, he countered each skill chant she uttered with his own distortion: void shuttle, void link, void transfer. His mouth moved incessantly, each alteration a different incantation, not whimsical improvisation, but a meticulously planned sequence of actions. Their bodies once again closed in on the two supreme adversaries locked in confrontation. Then, Jian Rulan's skill connected with Ji Chuanqiu's. Ji Chuanqiu immediately reacted, narrowing his eyes. Stop, boy. Even if you attempt to hijack my skills using hers, it remains impractical. Moreover, you'll suffer backlash. Before he could finish, Lin Yi spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Yi's face drained of color, turning deathly pale. His body began to sway unsteadily, the energy backlash from forcibly overriding a high-tier skill beyond his level. Lin Yi's body was operating at its absolute limit. His vision darkened and blurred, as if he would collapse into unconsciousness at any moment. Yet he clung to consciousness through sheer willpower. Final strike, void annihilation. His words rang out with the weight of a declaration, as if heralding the arrival of destruction. In an instant, overwhelming energy erupted from Jian Rulan, surging into Ji Chuanqiu's body and altering his skill in the process. The energy swirling around them suddenly found a focal point, coalescing into a dark vortex in the air, a spinning black vortex hole. The vortex continuously absorbed energy before abruptly exploding, utterly devouring and obliterating the surrounding space. Impossible. Zhang Yuexian's virtual form watched the scene in disbelief until the shockwaves of destruction spread through his body, shattering him into fragments. The surrounding space began to crack apart inch by inch. The Dharma realm was shattered. Outside the castle walls, the scene before the still fighting crowd suddenly shattered and shifted. The teachers and professors of Longyuan Academy found their enemies vanished, replaced by a desolate, barren expanse of the Broken Lands. Su Muxue and the others were already utterly exhausted. Collapsing onto the ground, they exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with the joy of triumph. That's wonderful. Brother Yi succeeded. I knew it. Lin Yi wouldn't let us down. Upon the castle ruins, Lin Yi's body erupted in a sudden spurt of blood. Countless wounds seemed to erupt across his body, blood gushing out relentlessly. Once the blood ran dry, death was inevitable. Before he could feel the overwhelming weakness, the crushing heaviness in his body, or even lift his eyelids, Jian Rulan's body collapsed before him. No, I don't want this. I regret it. If only I'd known, I wouldn't have. Her terrified voice cut off abruptly as her body shattered into countless fragments of flesh, then was swept away by the impact, reduced to dust and scattered by the wind. Lin Yi felt his own body shatter. It seemed Jian Rulan's fate was his own. Ah! A resigned sigh echoed from the surroundings. Ji Chuanqiu's figure materialized before him, one hand pressing down through the air. The spurting blood was forcibly restrained by the powerful external force, locked tightly within Lin Yi's body. Lin Yi's collapsing body stabilized. He stood motionless where he was, his gaze unfocused as he met Ji Chuanqiu's eyes. You're truly the craziest student I've ever seen. Ji Chuanqiu's lips curled into a smug smile. His eye for talent had proven spot on. Back then, he'd recognized Lin Yi's potential, and now the young man kept surprising him more and more. Young people insist on proving themselves. Very well. Let me show you that your principal here doesn't boast about his strength. Once this battle ends, I'll take you to show off to my old rivals. This time, I've truly found a gem. He laughed heartily, his body transforming into a streak of light as he shot through the air at breakneck speed. A panicked, exhausted figure suddenly appeared mid-air, plummeting downward. Zhang Yuexian's face was deathly pale. He had suffered severe backlash and was now extremely weakened, turning to flee. A beam of light as massive as a mountain coalesced in the sky, enveloping him. A heart-wrenching scream pierced the air, echoing across the entire desolate wasteland. Chapter 89, Drawing the Line. Countless fireworks exploded at the horizon, mingling with the scent of blood. Lin Yi wiped his hand across his face, it was covered in blood. A single strike had gravely wounded another super-powered being. At this level of power, battles rarely ended swiftly. Combatants typically unleashed their full arsenal, enduring shifts in momentum and condition until one side gained the upper hand. Zhang Yu's voice echoed across the ruined lands, filled with panic, resentment, and bitter defiance. The grudge of today, I shall repay in the days to come. When I return, I shall personally usher in your destruction. His words declared his ambition to all. A thick, gray mist streaked swiftly across the sky, vanishing from sight. Too bad. He still got away. Lin Yi shook his head. Behind him came Ji Chuanqiu's discontented voice. You're talking big, kid. You don't have to worry about the pain. You think it's that easy to take down an awakened one above level 80? Who doesn't have a signature move up their sleeve? The fact I managed to severely wound him with a single strike proves my combat prowess is formidable, okay? Had he lingered even a second longer, giving me another chance to strike, he'd be dead meat. Listening to the principal's relentless stream of explanations, Lin Yi realized for the first time that the old man was actually quite the chatterbox. However, after this devastating blow, the eye of truth will be utterly crippled. It won't recover its strength anytime soon. At this thought, they all felt a wave of relief wash over them. Lin Yi's gaze swept over his companions and teachers. Now that my mission is complete, can I return to school? Ji Chuanxiu scratched his nose awkwardly and helplessly. No one said you couldn't go back. It was all part of the act to confuse the traitor infiltrating the school. Now that we've dismantled their headquarters, the remaining minions will be easy to deal with. Lin Ye's heart stirred. Do we already know which people in the school are truth-size spies? Ji Chuanxiu nodded. Once we're back at school, come to my office. I have classified intelligence to share with you. Lin Ye's heart skipped a beat, filled with anticipation. The subsequent matters no longer required Lin Yi and his group. Besides, all of them had sustained significant injuries. Several healing specialized teachers and professors personally tended to them and escorted them back to campus. After such a long absence, finally returning to campus, Lin Ye's mood was completely different from when they had left. He-yun had also been involved in the operation to eliminate the Eye of Truth, responsible for coordinating the arrangements for medical support personnel. With no time to catch up with Lin Yi, he simply assigned Xiao Jianian to look after them. Seeing Lin Yi immediately reminded Xiao Jianian of the precious ring that had been swindled from him. His expression darkened. Kid, it's nothing short of a miracle you made it back alive. He continued his sharp-tongued remarks with a sour tone. Lin Yi rolled his eyes and ignored him, his attention entirely focused elsewhere. School seems pretty lively today. Of course it is. Class F9 reclaimed enemy zone 14, achieving a major victory. Their exploits were announced school-wide, and the entire freshman class is celebrating their triumph. Oh, you're in Class F9 too, aren't you? What a pity, what a pity. Such a great thing, and you don't get to share in it. Xiao Jianian deliberately twisted the knife in Lin Yi's heart. But Lin Yi didn't show any signs of sadness or disappointment, which surprised him a bit. Have all the academy's freshmen returned? What are the casualties? A flicker of emotion crossed Lin Yi's eyes as his voice grew solemn. The mood grew heavy at the mention of this topic, and Xiao Jianian lost interest in teasing Lin Yi further. Over half are dead or injured. The freshman class has shrunk drastically. A new round of class assignments will be conducted soon. Lin Yi had never cared about empty titles. He had already secured tangible benefits, becoming a reserve member of Team 303, catching the military's attention, and assisting in destroying the Truth Eye's main base, all significant achievements for the academy. I don't want to stay in Class F9 anymore. Assign me, Mu Shui, and Duan Tianyu to different classes. With his current standing, he had every right to decide his own class assignment. Which class do you want to go to? Xiao Jianian frowned. Wasn't Lin Yi on good terms with his F9 classmates? Why did it now seem like he wanted to distance himself? Class S2. Lin Yi thought it through carefully. So far, the only class that hadn't caused him major conflicts or grudges, and was also generally strong, was Class S2. Alright, I'll report this later. After settling Lin Yi and the others, Xiao Jianian departed. Yen Rui and Scar I couldn't linger at Longyuan Academy. After receiving initial treatment, they departed. Cheng Huaning remained with the academy to continue purging the remnants of the Eye of Truth, leaving him no time to visit Lin Yi. The treatment room was now empty except for Lin Yi, Su Muxue, and Duan Tianyu. Brother Yi, are we really going to Class S2? Duan Tianyu hesitated for a long moment before finally asking. You don't want to leave Class F9? Lin Yi assumed he was reluctant to leave. Duan Tianyu shook his head repeatedly. It's not about being reluctant. I just feel a bit resentful. If it weren't for you, how could Class F9 have achieved its current status and reputation, garnering so much admiration? Yet none of the classmates remember your kindness. That's so unfair to you. If it were me, even if I had to leave, I'd make sure they didn't get off easy. He gritted his teeth, but Lin Yi interrupted him with a laugh. They're nothing but insignificant ants. You said it yourself, without me, they wouldn't have reached their current status. When the tide goes out, the weak fish and shrimp are the ones left stranded on the shore. But Duan Tianyu tried to protest, but Su Muxue shook her head and smiled wryly. The higher they're lifted now without the strength to back it up, the harder they'll fall later. Our top priority is still strengthening ourselves. Fat Yu, what level are you now? How many skills do you have? What do they each do? Lin Yi didn't want to waste mental energy on such trivial matters and promptly changed the subject. Duan Tianyu's expression immediately turned serious. I'm level 18 now. As for skills, Dragon Abyss Academy Grand Hall. The members of Class F9 were now surrounded by other freshmen and homeroom teachers, who looked at them with admiration and gratitude, repeatedly expressing their thanks. Even Class S1 and Class A5, who had previously clashed with them, dared not pick a fight at this moment, fearing they would incur the collective wrath of the crowd. They all kept their distance. We heard your entire class received military commendations and ranks. Now you're actually the highest status class among us freshmen. Everyone's a high-ranking officer with formidable strength. It's truly enviable. Sigh, who could have predicted this? Your Class F9 went from being the worst class in the entire school to the most outstanding one. It's all thanks to Lin Yi and Su Muxue. By the way, where are those two? Chapter 90, don't try to drive a wedge between us. The previously cheerful and harmonious atmosphere instantly turned stiff and awkward. A fleeting shadow crossed Xiao Yuan's eyes as he opened his mouth to speak, but other Class F9 students cut him off, shouting indignantly. Damn it, stop talking to Lin Yi. She's the one who ruined us. If it weren't for Lin Yi setting us up, we wouldn't have gone through all that danger and trouble. At least now we don't have to deal with her anymore. You guys probably don't know this yet, but Lin Yi is almost certainly a spy for the Eye of Truth. Everything he's done has ulterior motives. He never genuinely helped us. You guys shouldn't be fooled by the glory and reputation she's gained either. She and Su Muxue are nothing but a pair of disaster magnets, hiding their true intentions. Listening to the surrounding classmates slander Lin Yi and Su Muxue, Xiao Yuan's face was frozen in utter disbelief. If he hadn't heard it with his own ears, he'd have thought he was hallucinating. Why? He murmured softly. The classmates who once held Lin Yi in such high regard and support, how could they become like this now, so despicable and vile? Had Lin Yi truly made them despise him so much, truly wronged them? Or had they always been like this? Even though his heart was filled with unease and guilt, he couldn't defend Lin Yi and Su Muxue. He could only watch helplessly as his classmates viciously belittled and mocked them, tearing apart their reputations. The others present listened, their faces one by one filling with disgust and indignation. Who would have thought Lin Yi and Su Muxue were like this? Come to think of it, if they hadn't done something to utterly disappoint you, you wouldn't have cut ties with them completely. They always acted so high and mighty, of course they wouldn't care about a classmate's life. Oof. At the end of the day, without Class F9's backing, they wouldn't have succeeded so easily. No matter how strong Lin Yi is, he can't fight alone, he still needs allies. Yet he never saw the support you gave him. What an ungrateful bastard. People like that deserve to be completely isolated and made to pay the price. Aren't we splitting classes again soon? No matter which class they end up in, we'll boycott him completely. Make sure he has nowhere to go. Ha ha ha. The Class F9 students chuckled at this, raising their hands to signal silence. The others immediately quieted down. Everyone, it's settled. To prevent them from further corrupting your classes, when the next class reassignment comes, every class must refuse to accept him into their ranks. We will make sure he has nowhere to go. In the assembly hall, students from nearly every class responded to the call, expressing support and compliance. Only Class A5 and Class S1 showed little enthusiasm, though they didn't need to declare their stance. Instinctively, they were the most repelled and disgusted by Lin Yi. Especially Class S1. Every time they faced Lin Yi and Su Muxue, they felt utterly humiliated. The earlier failure of Guan Xinghe and the others to challenge them had brought utter shame upon Class S1. After all, Guan Xinghe and his group were still under school investigation and hadn't regained their freedom yet. The rest of Class S1, whenever they saw Class F9 students, would instinctively shrink back, desperately trying to minimize their presence. Xin Kong, the newly appointed class monitor of Class S1, shook his head, a hint of self-mockery flickering in his eyes. Once upon a time, Class S1 was the one that commanded respect and obedience from every other class. But this year. Now, Class S1 had become the pariahs everyone wanted to shun. But if they truly intend to isolate Lin Yi and Su Muxue, a contemplative expression crossed his face. Perhaps, there's still hope for us, Class S1. Lin Yi remained unaware of the events unfolding in the auditorium. They had been holed up in the resource room for days until word reached them that the principal and others had successfully eradicated the remnants of the Eye of Truth and returned safely. Lin Yi was escorted to the principal's office. Ji Chuanqiu looked somewhat weary as he sat behind his desk, quietly watching Lin Yi enter and take a seat. Your body's recovery ability is remarkable. It's only been a few days, yet you're nearly fully healed. It was important to remember that Lin Yi's body had been on the verge of complete collapse. If not for Ji Chuanqiu's skill forcibly suppressing it and sealing off the possibility of his body shattering, Lin Yi would have been reduced to a pile of broken flesh and mud by now. Such severe injuries recovering so completely in just a few days left Ji Chuanqiu somewhat stunned. My friend possesses exceptional healing abilities, Lin Yi patiently explained. Combined with my own skill enhancements that amplify the healing effects, my body naturally recovers swiftly. Lin Yi patiently explained. Thinking of Su Muxue, who had been by Lin Yi's side assisting him all along, Ji Chuanqiu's expression grew solemn. Su Muxue would go to such lengths to help you because you hold the key to saving the world? As the headmaster of Longyuan Academy, he had access to considerable intelligence and was well aware of the fragments of information transmitted by the ancient God Scroll. Lin Yi's expression soured. Of course not. Mu Shui cares about me as a person. Old man, don't try to drive a wedge between us. In any case, don't place too much trust in her. It's wise to guard against others. Ji Chuanqiu didn't bother elaborating, offering only a casual warning before swiftly changing the subject. Lin Yi, I told you I have crucial classified intelligence to share. But before I do, I need to verify something. He rose from his seat and walked to stand before Lin Yi. Extending his index finger, a sharp golden light erupted from its tip. His expression stern, he commanded, now, use your skill to alter this minor ability of mine. Lin Yi froze for a moment before reacting swiftly, immediately activating his skill without hesitation. It won't work. His face flushed crimson. He had mentally rehearsed countless alterations and imagined countless possibilities, yet none caused the pillar of light before him to shift even slightly. I can't accurately capture your skill's information. He tried altering the character for light, then pillar, finger, gold, heat, and every other word he thought might relate to the skill before him. None produced any reaction. Ji Chuanxiu's expression shifted to one of understanding. So, if I don't recite the incantation, don't transmit any information, and just use the skill purely, then you have to guess to alter my skill. However, if you guess incorrectly, it won't produce any actual effect. His expression suddenly turned grave. He withdrew his finger and fixed his gaze intently on Lin Yi. Lin Yi, you're in grave danger right now. If I can discover your bug, others certainly can too. If even one person reveals this, every enemy you face from now on will stop exposing any skill-related information to you. Then you'll be at a disadvantage. Lin Yi frowned. Indeed, if the principal's scenario played out, his battles would never go smoothly again. But most people's skills are tied to specific phenomena. For instance, lightning skills always include words like thunder or electricity, and fire skills follow the same pattern. I can still influence most people's abilities. Chapter 91, Fortune Favors the Bold. Ji Chuanxiu shook his head. The higher the tier of a skill, the less predictable it becomes. Neither the skill name nor its description is fixed. Moreover, chanting incantations is essential during skill execution. It's not something one can simply stop mid-cast. The more Lin Yi spoke, the more solemn Ji Chuanxiu's expression grew. Are you sure you want to cling to this false sense of security? True, the incantation process is indispensable. But suppressing the sound or even drastically simplifying it isn't impossible. Take me, for instance. At this level, I can unleash most low-tier skills without chanting, they just flow out effortlessly. Lin Yi fell silent. If he couldn't alter the spell's text by predicting other skills, his power would be as good as nothing. Ji Chuanxiu sighed before getting to the point. Now that we've established the limitations of your skill, the classified intelligence I'm about to share becomes crucial. You've used artifacts before, so you should know they can possess special effects beyond the capabilities of even sequencers. In G West District 08, an ancient divine steel has appeared. We've secured it in collaboration with military personnel. This steel functions differently from previous ones. It can transport people to another dimension. Reports from our agents dispatched to this mysterious realm indicate not only the presence of powerful, never-before-seen beasts, but also numerous treasures. Some have even discovered traces of the mind-reading treasure. Lin Yi, you understand what this means, right? Lin Yi's heart pounded violently. A treasure that reads minds? Is it the same as the mind-reading ability I understand? Ji Chuanxiu nodded. Yes. That's precisely why I asked you about the weaknesses of sequence skills earlier. If you can obtain the treasure that reads minds, then no enemy will hold secrets from you. Their skills will be laid bare before you, allowing you to influence and control them at will. Lin Yi had also thought of this. This was truly the most useful and important treasure to him. Principal, I need to enter this mysterious space. Hold on, let me finish. Ji Chuanxiu sighed helplessly once more. His face bore no trace of obsession or anticipation for the treasure, but rather a hint of concern. This mysterious space appeared at a suspiciously opportune moment. The Chaos Weaver possesses consciousness and can manipulate events related to the ancient gods. If this is a trap it's set to lure you in, you'll be walking straight into it. Lin Yi paid no heed. Even if it is a scheme, if I don't go, won't there be other plots waiting for me? Fortune favors the bold. I'm willing to take that risk. Ji Chuanxiu pondered for a moment before suggesting, I don't intend to send you on this perilous journey alone. This opportunity belongs to you, but it also belongs to the other prodigies of our academy. Putting all your eggs in one basket is sheer folly. This time, I'll organize a school-wide class competition. The entire class that wins first place will gain entry to the ancient god Steel's secret realm. Lin Yi couldn't fathom Ji Chuanxiu's true intentions, but since the headmaster had laid everything out so plainly, he had no choice but to play along. All right, principal. Rest assured, I will ensure my class wins first place. Upon leaving the principal's office, Lin Yi immediately received the school's class assignment notice. What? Every student in class S2 has refused to accept me? Xiao Jianian soon sought out Lin Yi to deliver this unfortunate news. Lin Yi scoffed. Seems I overestimated my popularity among the freshmen. Fine. If class S2 won't have me, I'll join any class from S3 to S9, I'm not picky. Which class did I get assigned to? Xiao Jianian's face turned awkward again. But the students in S-level classes 3 through 9 are all boycotting your admission. What about grade A? Lin Yi frowned, his expression turning sour. Poof. When had he fallen so low that every class shunned him? Xiao Jianian shook his head again. Lin Yi fell silent. Seeing Lin Yi like this, Xiao Jianian feared he might fly into a rage and beat up students from the other classes. What he dreaded most was him taking it out on the academy and causing trouble for them. After a moment's thought, he cautiously spoke up, well, there is one class that hasn't completely refused to accept you. Which one? Lin Yi harbored no expectations for Class F9. In fact, he suspected the trouble he was facing now had been orchestrated by his former classmates from that very class. Class S1. Lin Yi nodded. I see. I'll go talk to Class S1. You're willing to join Class S1? Xiao Jianian was surprised. But you have a grudge against them, don't you? What if you join Class S1 and they gang up on you? Wait, no, you'd probably be the one picking on them. More like, they'd threaten you into joining their class by making you submit to them. What would you do then? Lin Yi had no energy to dwell on such trivialities now. No matter the conditions, threats only hold weight if there's room for them to be enforced. Threats without power are just hot air. Professor Chiao, since you're so eager to meddle in my affairs, why don't you step in as the mediator? Arrange a meeting with the S1 class president for me. Xiao Jianian immediately fell silent. Unfortunately, the task had already landed on his shoulders. He couldn't back out now. Half a day later, Xin Kong and Lin Yi of Class S1 met in the park behind the academic building. So you're the new class monitor of S1. You're Lin Yi. Both spoke simultaneously, their eyes brimming with scrutiny and curiosity. Let's cut to the chase. Xin Kong felt considerable pressure facing Lin Yi and didn't want to waste time. He got straight to the point. Lin Yi, I assume you came to me troubled by the class assignments. Class S1 can accept you, but you must help us reclaim the glory that belongs to us. He didn't mince words, making no attempt to hide his ambition. Lin Yi admired people with such clear objectives. Deal. You know the situation with Class F9. They're currently at a higher overall level, bolstered by numerous treasures and resources. Their strength surpasses that of our entire Class S1. Lin Yi, are you truly confident? If you didn't trust me, why bother asking? Lin Yi shook his head and chuckled. It's not that I don't trust you. I just need a definite answer. Xin Kong, tell me your sequence rank and skill. Xin Kong didn't beat around the bush, a hint of pride visible on his face. Sequence 127, Shadow Control of the Stars. My skill allows me to manipulate them through silver, and it also comes with certain auxiliary buffs that enhance the group's combat effectiveness. Lin Yi was astonished. Your sequence is dual element? Xin Kong smiled proudly. Exactly. The higher the sequence rank, the more complex its functions and the broader its skill range. Powerful high-rank sequence awakened individuals can serve as both formidable damage dealers and defensive tanks. Chapter 92, A bowl of rice creates gratitude, a bushel breeds resentment. Lin Yi, who excelled in theoretical studies, naturally didn't overlook this point. Curiosity suddenly piqued him. Let's spar now. I'll observe and analyze your skills. I'll prove to you exactly where my confidence comes from. Lin Yi disliked idle chatter and acted immediately. He pointed a finger at Xin Kong, his lips barely moving. Action tampering, sequence tampering, skill tampering. 3 self-modified skills were unleashed in succession. His original, text manipulation, skill transformed spectacularly into the corresponding abilities. With a single thought, he altered Xin Kong's movements. He made Xin Kong stumble and fall to the ground. Then, he endowed his skill with the ability to tamper with sequences. Without hesitation, he altered Xin Kong's sequence to a low-level 999 plus sequence, then modified Xin Kong's skill to attach an invalid effect to it. Xin Kong could only feel his body suddenly become uncontrollable. He fell to the ground and couldn't get up for a long time. When he finally regained his senses and was about to use his sequence to unleash a skill against Lin Yi. No, this isn't my sequence. This isn't my skill. What's happening? He realized with horror that his skills had changed. His sequence level had dropped so low that his skill's power plummeted, and the ability he unleashed bore no resemblance to what he had intended. He intended to use shadow assassination to strike Lin Yi. Instead, he found his body floating upward only to crash back down to the ground moments later, the skill effect completely nullified. This, all you're doing? How did you manage this? Only now did Xin Kong grasp the true terror of Lin Yi. How much time had passed? Yet Lin Yi's power had grown even more terrifying. When Guan Xinghe and the others had fought Lin Yi before, they had at least been able to exchange blows. Xin Kong's strength wasn't inferior to Guan Xinghe's, yet now he couldn't even launch an attack against Lin Yi. His mind reeled in utter shock. Lin Yi, with power like this, how could Class F9 possibly abandon you? He simply couldn't comprehend it. A grain of rice creates gratitude, a bushel breeds resentment, Lin Yi sneered coldly, his gaze icy and detached. Human nature is nothing more than that. Xin Kong leapt to his feet, rushing forward with fervor to slap Lin Yi on the shoulder. Excellent. On behalf of Class S1, I formally welcome you to our class. All classes have received the school's competition notice. We hope you can lead us to first place and win the Academy's mysterious grand prize. Lin Yi couldn't bring himself to tell him he already knew what the mysterious prize was. He simply nodded and promised, I will. One day later, the Dragon Abyss Academy class competition officially commenced. With the unknown duration of the ancient mystic realm, the Academy had little time to spare. After swiftly reorganizing classes based on strength rankings and personal preferences, the competition commenced immediately. In Class F9, Xiao Yuan watched as Lin Yi, Su Muxue, and Duan Tianyu appeared in Class S1's waiting area. His lips twisted into a bitter grimace. Lin Yi, I never wanted to be your opponent. But since things have come to this, we'll just have to fight it out properly. The class battle tournament operated on a group combat system. Each class was strictly limited to 30 participants, with any excess members serving as reserves. This battle wasn't purely about combat prowess, it involved enduring a prolonged ordeal. First, all participating freshmen entered a virtual battlefield where they endured attacks from simulated beasts. Mutated poison sunflowers. Survive within the toxic gas zone of this mutated plant for over 3 hours, and the remaining class members advance to the next trial. The students of Class S1, all geniuses with high sequence and mental ranks, possessed a natural advantage in such trials. Equally advantaged were the students of Class F9, empowered by multiple treasure enhancements. As time ticked by, students from other classes fell one after another, expelled from the virtual space. Meanwhile, the students of Class S1 and Class F9 persisted, drenched in sweat. 2 hours left. The referee reminded everyone of the time. Shin Kong, seated in front of Lin Yi, grimaced. Only an hour has passed? I thought we'd been enduring this for ages. The toxic fumes emitted by the poisonous sunflowers were intensely irritating and corrosive. Exposed to this air, every student endured constant agony. Breathing was impossible, each inhalation sent waves of pain through their entire respiratory tract. Moreover, every ache and old injury in their bodies was aggravated, triggering intense pain responses. The students of Class F9 were also suffering terribly. Though they had treasures to shield them, their low sequence ranks and innate talents meant they were already the weakest in their year. Their physical constitutions were far inferior to others. If not for the military commendations that had allowed them to accumulate valuable items, they wouldn't have been able to endure at all. TSK, Class F9 sure is flashy. They use their protective talismans like they're worthless. It's enough to make anyone green with envy. I can't do this anymore. I'm really at my limit. Students from other classes watched Class F9 with envious eyes as one after another collapsed, losing consciousness and being carried away. Lin Ye's ears twitched slightly as he proactively suggested to Qin Kong, there's no need to suppress and endure this. I have a way to make time pass faster. Qin Kong was stunned. You mean, you can even alter time? A streak of light shot into the sky, exploding violently into a golden light screen that enveloped all the students of Class S1. Only then did Qin Kong realize his misunderstanding, yet he felt both astonished and delighted. You've isolated the space with your skill. Now we won't be affected by the toxic gas anymore. The others noticed Class S1's situation. In the next instant, the object of everyone's envy and jealousy shifted from Class F9 to Class S1. Teacher, I'm reporting them. Class S1 used skills to evade the trial. What's the point of this trial then? Several students in Class F9 immediately felt resentful. They had no qualms when using treasures to breeze through the trial themselves, but when Lin Yi helped Class S1, they couldn't stand it. The referee teacher glanced at Class S1's position but remained silent. Since the teacher isn't stopping us, it proves our actions are within the school's rules. If you Class F9 don't like it, go ahead and use your skills to shield yourselves too. The S1 students taunted F9 with gleeful triumph. They had been fiercely opposed to Lin Yi joining their ranks. The humiliation they had endured made it impossible for them to face him. But Qin Kong's persistent persuasion had finally swayed them to compromise. Now, they began to see that compromise wasn't such a bad thing after all. For the first time, they tasted a glimpse of the treatment Class F9 had always enjoyed. Having Lin Yi on their side felt like grabbing onto a golden opportunity. Meanwhile, everyone in Class F9 was furious. Don't get too cocky. Do you really think Lin Yi will help you? He'll make you pay for this sooner or later. Who knows about sooner or later? At least we're enjoying ourselves right now. Watching the two classes bicker, Lin Yi felt both amused and exasperated. Qin Kong's expression turned grim. Lin Yi, someone's trying to ambush us. Chapter 93, The Hunt Begins. Lin Yi's expression shifted slightly. He looked at Qin Kong questioningly. Qin Kong understood his meaning and gave a subtle hand gesture. The shadows on the ground began to wriggle and shift, quickly forming a familiar figure. It was the female classmate who had once fought alongside them. It's you! Su Mushue's brows knitted tightly. With a cold snort, she swept her hand, and an invisible spatial barrier instantly enveloped the Class F9 female student attempting to ambush them. I never expected it would be you who ambushed us. Only after subduing her did Su Mushue sigh with emotion. Qin Yi turned her head away silently, unable to meet their gaze. Who ordered you to ambush us? Lin Yi, disregarding their past friendship, demanded coldly. Qin Yi shook her head, refusing to speak. Lin Yi sneered coldly, you don't have to say it. I already know. If there's anyone in the entire F9 class who could command you, it's only Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan had finally made up his mind. He understood exactly what this meant. Lin Yi, you guys should just admit defeat. The class monitor has obtained secret intelligence. This time, the first place winner gets access to classified resources. This is crucial for our entire F9 class. We absolutely won't let this opportunity slip away. The class president is determined to lead us, class F9, to the very pinnacle. So that's why Xiao Yuan had heard about the ancient mystic realm, that's why his attitude had shifted so drastically, why he'd stopped hesitating and turned directly against me. But if class F9 wanted to go to the ancient mystic realm, he had to go even more. In that case, I won't hold back. Lin Ye's eyes grew icy as he commanded Duan Tianyu, Fat Yu, injure her. Take out her combat ability, then toss her back to class F9. Give them a warning. Duan Tianyu always obeyed Lin Yi without question. Even when ordered to attack his former classmate and comrade, he showed no hesitation. Scorching flames seared Qin Yi's thigh, completely incapacitating her before he tossed her back to class F9's position. Xiao Yuan's brow twitched. When he saw Lin Yi capture Qin Yi, he'd clung to a sliver of hope. If Lin Yi showed her mercy, Xiao Yuan could exploit that weakness to undermine his fighting spirit in the ensuing battle, greatly increasing his own chances of victory. Now it seemed Lin Yi was even more ruthless and cold-blooded than he had imagined. Damn it, that bastard Lin Yi. To strike Xiao Yi so viciously, we absolutely cannot let him off the hook. Squad leader, we can't let him keep acting so arrogant. Class leader, didn't you acquire a special artifact? For our class, you can't hesitate any longer. That Lin Yi must pay the price. The rest of class F9, filled with righteous indignation, rushed to Xiao Yuan's side, urging him on. Xiao Yuan's expression grew increasingly cold and ruthless. Rest assured, in the next trial, I'll ensure Lin Yi loses his eligibility to continue competing. Time ticked by, and finally, the first trial concluded. The students from Class S1 appeared relatively relaxed, still possessing some fighting strength, and seemed in good spirits. Though Class F9 hadn't suffered massive casualties, several students still couldn't endure and fainted, being carried away. Apart from these two classes, the other classes suffered massive losses, with most classes reduced to half their original numbers. Those who remained on the virtual battlefield were utterly exhausted, their spirits completely broken. The second trial begins. All students, proceed to the trial grounds. Following the command, students from all classes entered the new trial grounds. The moment they stepped through the gate, the scenery abruptly transformed. They found themselves in a primeval forest where trees stood towering, requiring several people to encircle their trunks. Even the shrubs reached human height. They felt like a colony of ants entering an elephant's world, utterly insignificant. Round 2, the hunt. Each class must hunt down at least 10 level 20 beast lords. Classes failing to meet this requirement will be eliminated immediately. During the hunt, self-inflicted casualties are strictly prohibited. Any student attacking members of another class will be immediately disqualified and expelled from the virtual exam arena. As the referee teacher announced the rules, murmurs rippled through the crowd. Phew, finally a stage where raw strength matters. Hunting beasts isn't too tough as long as the whole class coordinates and has enough firepower, we can pull it off. Those who fail just prove they weren't qualified in the first place, lacking overall strength. So it seems Class F9 is actually at a disadvantage. Class S1 definitely has stronger overall strength, but they're notorious for being disunited. Class F9, on the other hand, has consistently shown remarkable unity. They've surprised everyone by taking first place many times before, and this time will be no different. The open and covert rivalry between Class S1 and Class F9 had become the focal point of everyone's attention, though most still favored Class F9. Duan Tianyu heard the murmurs and cursed angrily. Put. Unity? They only won first place because of Brother Yi. The freshman trials? Brother Yi carried them. The Northern Frontier battlefield? Without Brother Yi, they wouldn't have completed a single damn mission. Are these people blind? Lin Yi shook his head and chuckled. What others think doesn't matter. Fat Yu, you should focus on figuring out how to coordinate with Class S1 during combat. They had zero prior experience collaborating with Class S1. The hunting mission wasn't about a few students killing all the target beasts, it required the entire class to work together to complete the kills. Duan Tianyu's face immediately soured. Just the thought of fighting alongside them makes me feel uneasy. Lin Yi considered it, not wanting to pressure him. Me and Mu Shui can act as support, helping them out as needed. That counts as teamwork. As for you. He turned to look at Qin Kong. Qin Kong curled his lip. Don't worry, I'll look out for your little brother. I'll make sure he gets his chance to fight. Lin Yi nodded. With Duan Tianyu settled, he and Su Mushua had no further concerns. They joined their S1 classmates without hesitation, setting out to hunt their target. Whoa! The moment he took a step, his heart skipped a beat. A sense of impending danger washed over him, yet he couldn't pinpoint its source. Half an hour later, the entire Class S1 team was coordinating to take down a level 20 Hellhound King. Qin Kong commanded the battle methodically. Zhang Rui, target the Demon Hound's right eye. Li Fei, use your poison gas to paralyze the other Demon Hound's minions, rendering them immobile. Sun Lily, Duan Tianyu, create a fire barrier to contain the dogs and prevent their escape. Everyone else, follow my lead and target the demon dog's neck, that's its weak spot. Lin Yi stood by, supporting them in battle with his skills alongside Su Muxue. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine, and he turned his gaze toward the dense, towering shrubbery deep within the forest. Someone seems to be watching us, he whispered as a warning. Chapter 94, You've got to be kidding me. The others froze. Boom! An impulsive male student from Class S1 immediately hurled a firebomb toward the commotion. Flames erupted from behind the bushes. Soon, two familiar figures emerged from the fire. Xiao Yuan, why aren't you hunting beasts with Class F9? What are you doing here? Lin Yi's eyes were filled with confusion. Xiao Yuan cut straight to the point. Lin Yi, before we fight, I'm giving you one last chance to make your own choice. I want you to abandon this competition and stop aiding Class S1. If you do this, Class F9 can still welcome you back. Lin Yi fell silent. It wasn't hesitation or indecision, he sensed a whiff of scheming and calculation. You're diverting my attention. Suddenly, a sharp gleam flashed in Lin Yi's eyes as he sensed an unseen connection in the air. This was definitely not the effect of a skill, but the unique influence of a treasure. No matter what you ask for, I won't agree. Unable to anticipate the unique effects of different treasures, Lin Yi could only choose to resist cooperation. Like the treasure he had obtained earlier, which carried the effect of luck. This effect had even played a crucial role on the northern frontier battlefield. The treasure the principal mentioned, capable of reading minds, possessed an effect that was both unique and terrifying. If it were an auxiliary combat artifact like Duan Tianyu's, Lin Yi wouldn't have feared it. But Xiao Yuan's artifact clearly possessed a distinct function. You're not taking the bait? A hint of disappointment flashed across Xiao Yuan's face before morphing into a smug grin. Too bad you miscalculated. The precondition for my treasure's effect isn't you agreeing to anything, but rather you refusing one of my demands. Lin Yi's expression changed. Before he could devise a countermeasure, his body suddenly became unresponsive, hurtling toward Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan stood his ground, neither dodging nor retreating. As Lin Yi collided with him, Xiao Yuan's body flew backward with a momentum. A red light flashed midair as the referee descended from above. Class S1's Lin Yi, attacking Class F9 Xiao Yuan. Disqualified from the competition. Expelled from the examination grounds. Lin Yi didn't even get a chance to defend himself before being flung away by a powerful force. When he regained his footing, the surroundings were no longer the primeval jungle. He found himself standing in the plaza by the entrance, surrounded by students who had already exited the exam hall. His appearance here caused a small stir. Damn, isn't that Lin Yi? He couldn't even hold out? He dropped out of the trial? Well, at least I'm not doing too badly then. He couldn't have reached the final stage yet. If even Lin Yi failed the trial. Looks like we overestimated him. Lin Yi paid no mind to the scorn and mockery around him. His mind was filled with bitter resentment and astonishment at the betrayal he had suffered. Was this the function of the special artifact? He had merely refused Xiao Yuan's request, yet the artifact, triggered by this causal chain, could control his body and force him to attack Xiao Yuan. His curiosity about the mind-reading artifact's capabilities only deepened. The immediate priority now is to ensure Class S1 wins first place in the competition. If Class S1 failed to win first place, he didn't believe the principal would grant him an extra spot into the secret realm based solely on his contributions. Even though he'd left the virtual exam hall, it didn't mean Lin Yi couldn't influence the students of Class S1. A sharp gleam flashed in his eyes as he murmured softly, Xiao Yuan, you'll soon understand that what isn't meant for you can never be seized. Just as the honor that never truly belonged to Class F9, even if they tried to seize and hold on to it, would ultimately be stripped from their grasp. Virtual exam hall. As Lin Yi was abruptly expelled by the referee, Class S1 plunged into momentary chaos. Duan Tianyu hurled curses at Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan wore a smile, showing no trace of guilt or unease for his scheme. Without Lin Yi, you have no hope of competing with Class F9 for first place. Duan Tianyu, you can stop yelling. After all, I took a hit from Lin Yi myself. It hurt. He touched his chest and shoulder, his expression pained. Duan Tianyu spat. Put. Stop pretending to be hurt. You think kicking Brother Yi out will make you win? Keep dreaming. I'll teach you a lesson sooner or later. Xiao Yuan couldn't be bothered wasting time on people he looked down on. He turned and walked away quickly. The second trial proved surprisingly manageable. Its focus lay in testing the students' prior coordination and overall strength. As long as their capabilities were sufficient and no major conflicts or divisions arose within the class, success was assured. Soon, Class S1 and Class F9 successfully completed their hunting missions. 12 other classes also succeeded. After the judge verified the hunt results, he immediately announced the start of the final trial. The third trial, free-for-all. Classes will engage in a free-for-all battle until only one student remains standing. The class of the last surviving student will be declared the winner. Upon hearing the rules, the students erupted into murmurs once more. Everyone in Class S1 turned their gaze toward Qin Kong. Qin Kong shook his head and looked at Su Muxue. Even though Lin Yi isn't here, you should understand his intentions. Since the competition goes down to the last person standing, who that last person is becomes crucial. Our entire class will take care of the others and support that one person to hold out until the end. Su Muxue turned to look at Duan Tianyu. He can fight until the end. Duan Tianyu pointed at his own nose, stunned. Me? No way, Sister Muxue, you're not joking, right? My skills aren't even as good as the class monitors. How can you put all our bets on me? You have to believe in yourself. Most importantly, believe in Lin Yi. At the mention of Lin Yi, Duan Tianyu perked up instantly. Alright, to live up to Brother Yi's trust, I'll give it my all. Su Muxue nodded with a smile and instructed Qin Kong, once the melee starts, all we need to do is protect Xiao Peng. If necessary, you don't even have to worry about your own safety. Was his trust in Duan Tianyu really that deep? Qin Kong was somewhat surprised. He wondered what kind of backup plan Lin Yi had prepared, but there was no time to ask now. He could only wait for the melee to begin and witness it for himself. Soon, as the referee declared the free-for-all underway, every student from every class present sprang into action. Other classes also adopted the strategy of protecting their last remaining member. They shielded their most crucial target at the very center of their formation, then fought fiercely against incoming attacks. Skills flew wildly across the sky, flames, arrows, gales, ice blades, lightning bolts everywhere. Students on the periphery fought relentlessly, sustaining injuries, losing combat ability, and withdrawing from the match. The number of combatants in the fray steadily dwindled. Chapter 95, Don't Come Over Here. Qin Kong and Su Muxue stood guard beside Duan Tianyu, watching helplessly as the classmates protecting them on the periphery fell one by one. Time stretched into an unknown duration. Exhaustion consumed them, draining their mental energy dry. Even the slightest thought caused excruciating headaches. Only you remain. On the chaotic battlefield now, only a handful of students from Class S1 and Class F9 remained. Xiao Yuan turned his gaze toward Class S1, his eyes lingering on Duan Tianyu and Su Muxue. Fatso, Su Muxue, if you voluntarily withdraw from the competition, I can show you mercy. He knew full well that manipulating Lin Yi to disqualify him had earned him the latter's enmity. Yet, his actions were somewhat justified by the stakes of winning the tournament. If he truly went all out against Duan Tianyu and Su Muxue, Lin Yi would never let him off the hook. He would retaliate tenfold, 100-fold. You're so confident before the final battle has even begun? Qin Kong scoffed, stepping forward to shield Duan Tianyu and Su Muxue. I'm the class monitor of Class S1, and you're the class monitor of Class F9. It's only fitting we spar and see who's stronger. A cold glint flashed in Xiao Yuan's eyes. He would show Qin Kong no mercy whatsoever. Get down on your knees right now. He barked at Qin Kong. Qin Kong narrowed his eyes, not uttering a word. Oomph. You're quite clever. Xiao Yuan was slightly surprised, but after all, he had already used the same tactic against Lin Yi. It was only natural that Qin Kong would be on guard. You think refusing without speaking isn't refusing? You. Before he could finish, Qin Kong cut him off. I didn't refuse. I'm still considering it. Xiao Yuan possessed a treasure with such bizarre effects he couldn't afford to give him any leverage. Seeing Qin Kong completely ignore his bait, Xiao Yuan felt a surge of irritation, but quickly regained his composure. You lot, take care of the fat guy and Su Muxue. I'll handle this one. Xiao Yuan ordered the Class F9 students behind him, then transformed his body into a blur as he charged toward Qin Kong. Purely in terms of strength, you're no match for me. Qin Kong sneered coldly and charged forward as well. On the ground, the shadows of the crowd began to shift, while in the sky, a hurricane-force tornado rapidly formed. Flames, golden light, and earthen walls spread across different areas. Xiao Yuan felt his feet suddenly grow heavy, his body pinned to the spot, utterly immobilized. Qin Kong's body transformed into a black phantom, defying the hurricane's pull to glide weightlessly before Xiao Yuan. Fall. His entire arm turned black as he lunged toward Xiao Yuan's chest. But suddenly, it was he who found himself unable to move. Qin Kong's eyes widened in shock as he watched helplessly. Xiao Yuan's arm also transformed into a dark shadow, reaching out to grab him. You, how can you use my skill? Qin Kong demanded. Before he could hear an answer, excruciating pain erupted in his chest. He was hurled backward, crashing out of the combat zone and eliminated instantly. Meanwhile, the other F9 students attacking Su Muxue and Duan Tianyu were scorched by Duan Tianyu's flames, sending them scrambling across the arena. Seizing the opportunity, Su Muxue restrained their movements and charged straight into them, dragging them both crashing off the stage. Thus, only Xiao Yuan and Duan Tianyu remained in the chaotic battle zone. A smirk curved Xiao Yuan's lips. Without hesitation, his body shot toward Duan Tianyu like an arrow released from its bowstring. His body transformed into a dense black aura, a skill originally belonging to Qin Kong, now seemingly his own. Duan Tianyu's pupils contracted sharply, his face betraying palpable tension. I'm warning you, don't come any closer. My brother Yi has already prepared a backup plan. I'm not afraid of you. Even Qin Kong had been defeated by Xiao Yuan. Though Duan Tianyu despised and resented Xiao Yuan, he lacked both the confidence and courage to defeat him. Xiao Yuan knew Duan Tianyu's strength and temperament well. Not wanting to waste time, he decided to finish him off quickly and toss him out. He possesses another artifact. Outside the virtual training arena, professors and students observing the match stared intently at the light screen. Xiao Jianian stood beside Lin Yi, quickly analyzing the situation. Among all present, no one understood the artifact's functions and effects better than him. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes. Where did he get so many treasures? I recall the one he obtained during the trials was combat support type. Even if he earned military rewards for his service in the north, it's impossible for him to acquire 2 treasures with special effects consecutively. Doubt began to take root in his mind, though he couldn't fathom the answer at this moment. Professor Qiao, can you discern the unique effect of this treasure? Xiao Jianian frowned, scrutinizing it intently for a long moment before speculating. It should be clone. His other artifact possesses the ability to replicate opponents' skills. The trigger condition is likely that he must first be struck by the enemy's skill before he can replicate it, and he can only replicate one skill at a time within a short period. Lin Yi understood. His expression suddenly relaxed. Since he can't replicate a second skill, he's bound to lose today. Xiao Jianian stared at Lin Yi in surprise. Where's your confidence coming from? Didn't you see your chubby sidekick nearly scared stiff? The others also held little hope for Duan Tianyu, virtually certain of his defeat. Looks like first place belongs to Class F9 this time. If Lin Yi were still in the competition, Class S1 might still have a chance to turn things around. What a pity! Before the collective sigh of regret could fully fade, a flash of silver light erupted from Duan Tianyu's body. Immediately afterward, Xiao Yuan, who had been attacking Duan Tianyu with full force, suddenly flew backward. Towering flames erupted from Duan Tianyu's body, billowing outward without dissipating. They scorched the surrounding space, leaving Xiao Yuan no chance to struggle or resist. His body was charred black by the flames, smoking as he crashed to the ground. His fingers twitched, but he ultimately couldn't get back up. Dead silence fell. The others stood frozen, unable to react for a long moment. What just happened? Did I see that wrong? That fat guy flashed, and then it exploded? Could this be the backup plan Lin Yi mentioned? He's not even here, yet he left something this powerful behind. Damn, that was so cool. I wish I could see it again. Seriously, when and how did Lin Yi even set this up? I just can't wrap my head around it. At that moment, the referee appeared to announce the final outcome of the match. Lin Yi, his face radiating confidence, calmly turned to leave only to be pulled back by Xiao Jianian. Hey, hold on a sec. First tell me how the hell did you pull that off? If you don't tell me, I won't sleep a wink tonight. Lin Yi replied indifferently, I simply had Mu Shui cast a protective skill on Tianyu. Whenever he receives a fatal attack, it triggers an immediate counterattack. I just modified that counterattack effect to be 10 times stronger. Chapter 96, You've kept us in the dark. So that's how it was. Xiao Jianian felt Lin Yi was growing increasingly cunning. His methods and approaches to utilizing skills were becoming richer and more bizarre, far beyond what ordinary people could anticipate. After resolving Xiao Jianian's confusion, Lin Yi was about to continue walking. But just then, he caught sight of Xiao Yuan being carried out, his body charred black. The latter sensed a familiar aura and regained consciousness for a fleeting moment. He turned his head to look at Lin Yi, his fingers straining to lift, yet utterly unable to do so. He could only rasp hoarsely, his words slurred as he repeated. Don't go. Lin Yi frowned, unable to decipher Xiao Yuan's warning. He walked straight past him and left without looking back. After this counterattack, Xiao Yuan was gravely injured. Lin Yi was certain these wounds would leave him with severe long-term complications of fitting punishment. Therefore, he wouldn't subject Xiao Yuan to any further punishment or retaliation. Let Xiao Yuan witness Class F9 sink back into obscurity and weakness with his own eyes. From now on, Class F9 wasn't worth another shred of his attention. Having secured first place, Class S1 naturally earned their qualification to journey to the ancient mystic realm. Only now did Qin Kong and the others understand why Lin Yi had been so determined to claim first place. Lin Yi, you kept us in the dark for so long. Qin Kong couldn't help but complain. Lin Yi didn't bother explaining, merely reminding him indifferently, this realm is dangerous. Take care of yourselves. Even if your lives are on the line, don't come to me for help. I won't intervene. He'd learned his lesson well enough, no more helping unnecessary people. Qin Kong's face immediately fell. I was actually touched earlier, thinking you cared about us. Turns out you're just afraid we'll slow you down. Lin Yi nodded. What else? Did you think I'd worry about you? Qin Kong fell silent. After a long pause, he finally managed, I'll prove it to you. We're not like Class F9. They need to rely on you, but we can overcome countless obstacles even without your help. Lin Yi showed no emotion on his face and turned to leave. The flying beast soared through the sky as gales howled past. All the students of Class S1 sat atop the flying beasts, being transported toward the sealed area of the ancient mystical realm. Look! What's that down there? As they neared their destination, the Class S1 students suddenly grew excited, pointing and shouting at a spot on the ground below. A vast, boundless plateau stretched out below, a sea of grayish-yellow with not a hint of green. Yet, rooted in the very lowest part of the land, stood a towering tree. It was truly a sky-piercing tree. Even from hundreds of meters above, everyone could see its branches stretching high into the clouds, so tall they couldn't see its top. Holy crap, a tree this huge? When did it even grow? Duan Tianyu, now fully recovered, exclaimed in astonishment. The knowledge base of Class S1 students was indeed richer than that of Class F9. A girl spoke up with the explanation, "This is a tree of another realm, transported from the world of the strange beasts into ours. Such phenomena exist worldwide, including the appearance of those beasts, all signs that our world is on the verge of being swallowed by the fusion of the other world. If one day these exotic trees spread across the entire world, it will mean our world is not far from being completely swallowed up." The atmosphere instantly grew heavy. Duan Tianyu pursed his lips, unsure how to respond. He shifted the topic instead, then that ancient mystical realm must be connected to this foreign tree. Let's hurry down and take a look. The secret realm remained the group's primary concern, and they immediately commanded their flying beasts to descend. As they drew nearer to the giant tree's roots, they spotted a series of patrol zones. Several patrol teams, composed of military personnel and academy troops, continuously circled the outer perimeter. Their presence immediately drew attention. "Halt! Present your credentials." A patrol unit blocked their path. "We are students from Longyuan Academy, assigned to participate in the secret realm investigation." Lin Yi presented the special academy badge issued to them. The guards immediately parted to let them through. "Proceed inside. But be warned, keep your eyes forward and stay away from areas outside the secret realm." A patrol captain personally led them to a vortex spatial gate. Beneath this vortex spatial gate stood an ancient divine stone stele. Its patterns and designs were entirely different from the one Lin Yi had seen before, clearly indicating that the effects of the two steles were also distinct. The stele in the Northlands enhanced one's spiritual power while also carrying a corrupting effect. This stone tablet can connect to the ancient mystical realm. "Let's go in." Without a moment's hesitation, they leapt into the vortex gate. Before arriving, Ji Chuanxiu had warned Lin Yi of the ancient mystical realm's dangers, yet it also presented an opportunity. Besides Longyuan Academy, students from other academies might also be secretly sent into the ancient mysterious realm for exploration. Within the realm, they would not only face attacks from monstrous beasts and corrupted artifacts but also threats from students of other academies. Lin Yi had long decided to split from the rest of Class S1, taking only Su Muxue and Duan Tianyu with him. After passing through the vortex gate, Lin Yi felt a wave of dizziness wash over his head, his consciousness momentarily blurring. When he regained his senses, he still found himself standing upon a vast expanse of black earth. "Lin Yi! Lin Yi!" The familiar yet unfamiliar voice echoed in his ears. Shaking his head, he looked up to find Su Muxue gazing at him with deep concern. "I'm fine. We must have entered the ancient mystic realm. The suppression of the ancient gods will by the divine suppression lock has weakened, which is why I was momentarily distracted," he offered softly. Su Mushue's expression turned serious. The closer you get to the foreign realm and areas influenced by ancient god power, the stronger their effect on you will be. Don't push yourself. If you feel anything's wrong, tell us immediately. Lin Yi nodded in agreement, finally shifting his gaze to the surroundings. He sucked in a sharp breath. Those things all around us, are they flesh and blood? Though phrased as a question, he knew the answer. Beneath his feet lay pools of thick, congealed black blood. From within these pools, blurry, bloody flesh blossoms grew, opening and closing incessantly, as if screaming in agony and cruelty. Even the sky itself was a flesh-colored expanse, streaked with blood-stained patterns, making it feel as though they had entered the interior of some colossal, bleeding creature. This is the ancient mystic realm. Lin Yi stood utterly stunned, unable to take another step. "Lin Yi, are you okay?" Su Muxue noticed his renewed daze and waved her hand before his eyes. Chapter 97, reaching episode 30. Lin Yi snapped back to reality, his expression growing grave. "Muxue, something's wrong with me right now. Later, if you notice anything unusual about my behavior, you must stop me immediately." Su Muxue froze, her entire body tensing. "Okay, I understand. But..." She hesitated. "I'm not sure I can stop you from doing what you intend to do. After all, there's a gap in our power." Lin Yi shook his head. "No matter what happens, others might fail to stop me, but you absolutely can. You are my final anchor." In truth, Lin Yi harbored a lingering fear. The Chaos Weaver could influence his mind, will, and body, potentially blurring the line between his own thoughts and actions and those imposed upon him. In other words, if he truly lost the ability to recognize his own will, he would become completely uncontrollable. He couldn't guarantee every unknown thought remained under his control, but he was certain of one thing: he would never harm Su Muxue. He would never do anything to disappoint her. "Let's go." Both were deep in thought, leaving Duan Tianyu beside them utterly baffled. "Brother Yi, did you guys hear something?" He looked around blankly. "Why does my head keep buzzing?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than a spray of blood erupted from the ground to their left, and several flesh-colored shadows shot toward them at lightning speed. Watch out! Sumushiue swiftly chanted an incantation, summoning a protective barrier. The shield materialized in an instant, only to be struck by several flesh-colored insects the next moment, splattering into pools of bloody pulp. Ew, disgusting bugs. Duan Tianyu clutched his chest and exhaled a long breath of relief. A faint unease stirred within Lin Ye's heart. We should leave this place as soon as possible. Something feels off. As if to prove his words, before they could move, the ground beneath them began to writhe and shift. They lost their footing, stumbling and swaying. Then, countless flesh-colored insects identical to the earlier ones burrowed out of the earth. Layers upon layers of them writhed and tangled together, crawling steadily toward Lin Yi and his companions. The mountain of insects before him stunned Duan Tianyu, freezing him in place. What do we do? There are bugs everywhere. There's nowhere to hide. Why hide? Kill them all. Lin Yi's eyes burned with intense killing intent, his expression cold and ruthless. Sumushiue glanced at Lin Yi without a word, then murmured softly, "Holy word, healing." She unleashed her skill upon the swarm, but her true intent was to create an opening for Lin Yi to modify and attack with his own ability. Golden light surged toward the swarm, only serving to make them more frenzied. Their writhing accelerated, the mountain of insects churning violently. Thud, 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 they crashed against the protective barrier in relentless waves, quickly rendering it precariously unstable. Lin Yi. Sumushiue looked at him in astonished confusion. Why hadn't he coordinated with her to modify his skill for an attack? Lin Yi shook his head and explained, "Holy word is too slow. It's best to use area of effect attacks or counterattacks." Upon hearing this, Sumushiue immediately activated Holy Light Cycle Counterspell. Altering this skill into a counterattack type was the most familiar and straightforward for Lin Yi. Yet, this skill also showed no change whatsoever. As the protective barrier teetered on collapse under the swarm's pressure, Sumushiue's face drained of color. She could barely hold it up any longer. Lin Yi, what exactly are you trying to do? A murky, unfathomable light flickered in Lin Yi's eyes. He slowly raised his hand, a faint, disdainful smile curling his lips, a smile brimming with contempt and a thirst for slaughter. Tell me, he asked, how much experience would we gain by exterminating this entire swarm? How many levels could I advance? Sumushiue and Duan Tianyu froze in shock. For awakened ones, leveling up depended not only on training and developing their skills but also primarily on slaying beasts to gain experience. Even the lowest tier beasts yielded at least one experience point. Lin Yi now needed tens of thousands of experience points to level up. The swarm before him was utterly countless tens of thousands? Hundreds of thousands? It was likely far more than that. You. Sumushiue looked at Lin Yi, her words caught in her throat. You said we came here to seize the special ancient god's treasure. If you exhaust your strength on these swarms now and fall into a weakened state, how will you compete with others for the treasure? She struggled to comprehend Lin Yi's reasoning. A fierce desire consumed Lin Yi. His instincts screamed that slaughtering every insect here would grant him rapid leveling and overwhelming power. The stronger he became, the more fearless he would be, intimidating others. Once his power crushed the competition, who would dare challenge him for the treasures? They'd have no choice but to hand them over willingly. Leveling up now will refresh my status anyway. There's no need to worry about it. Before Sumushiue could voice her opinion, his body charged forward. Watching Lin Yi charge like a madman beyond the protective barrier, plunging headlong into the swarm, Duan Tianyu and Sumushiue felt their hearts skip a beat. Boom! In the next instant, the endless swarm of insects before them was blown apart, revealing a patch of flesh-colored sky. Immediately after, booming explosions erupted in succession from various locations. Sumushiue and Duan Tianyu caught glimpses of Lin Yi's figure appearing before he vanished back into the swarm. Something's off with Brother Yi. He's never been this filled with rage and murderous intent before. Even Duan Tianyu sensed the anomaly. Even if killing this insect grants an upgrade, it's a waste of time. The secret realm is teeming with beasts and rivals we must face. Sumushiue remained silent, her heart heavy with worry. Perhaps the very scenario Lin Yi feared had already unfolded. The divine sealing lock is still intact. Logically, he shouldn't be under the control of the ancient god's will. Unless, the divine sealing lock never truly worked in the first place. If so, doesn't that mean everything that's happened during this time has been orchestrated by the ancient god's scheme? A chill gripped Sumushiue's heart, sending a cold shiver down her spine. She dared not even glance toward Lin Yi's location. Let's observe further. Perhaps he's only been slightly affected. It might not be as dire as it seems. Sumushiue took a deep breath, trying to reassure herself. Suddenly, the air before them rippled with a peculiar energy wave. Every insect swarm struck by the wave froze in place, motionless and utterly lifeless. Ha 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 ha. I've leveled up to 30. Lin Yi's maniacal laughter echoed from ahead. The swarming insects around him were utterly annihilated, not a single one spared. Lin Yi's maniacal laughter still echoed in the air. He took a long, intoxicated breath, his voice filled with obsession and excitement. I sense the aura of treasures. Mine. All the treasures here belong to me. No one can take them from me. If they try, I'll kill them. Chapter 98. The dead are the most reliable. Su Muxue and Duan Tianyu's hearts lurched. Was this really something Lin Yi would normally say? Before they could probe further, Lin Yi's body transformed into a streak of light and vanished from the spot. Pursue him. Duan Tianyu and Su Muxue exchanged a glance and hurriedly followed. The central region of the ancient mystical realm. A layer of pale purple mist enveloped an area spanning 1 kilometer in radius. Hundreds of awakened gathered at the periphery, their eyes fixed on the mist's center with vigilant wariness. There, a dense purple pillar of light shot straight into the sky. Everyone knew that within that pillar lay the most powerful and important treasure of this realm. Yet, no matter how desperately they yearned for it, they dared not approach. This mist is strange. The moment we step inside, we're immediately bombarded by all sorts of voices, seemingly the inner thoughts of others. The most terrifying part is that after prolonged exposure to those voices, one's consciousness grows hazy, emotions become wildly volatile, filled with aggression and murderous intent. Everyone inevitably turns on each other. Shin Kong stood guard at the mist's perimeter with over a dozen S1 class students, his brow furrowed as he analyzed the situation, a hint of resignation on his face. Class president, over a dozen students from Star River Academy have already entered the mist and haven't emerged yet. They might have devised a countermeasure. We absolutely cannot fall behind them. It'd be disastrous if they snatched the treasure first. Let's force our way in. Worst case, Joshi can use her skill to temporarily block our hearing. Shin Kong sighed. The problem is, this sound's emergence might not be related to hearing at all. But we've no other options. Let's give it a shot. He suddenly thought of Lin Yi. If he were here, he might have a solution. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a whistling sound pierced the air behind him. Turning, he saw a streak of light rapidly approaching from the distance, plunging without hesitation into the heart of the mist. It's Lin Yi! Shin Kong exclaimed in recognition as the streak drew near. Let's go. We'll follow him. Shin Kong suddenly felt a surge of confidence and determination, immediately leading his classmates into the thin mist. Lin Yi had certainly spotted Shin Kong and the others, but he paid them no mind. His sole focus now was seizing the treasure. As he drew nearer to the purple pillar of light at the mist's center, the voices echoing in his ears grew louder. Yet his emotions and focus remained largely undisturbed. Soon, he spotted the students from Star River Academy who had entered earlier. They were locked in a fierce battle with a swarm of venomous scorpion beasts. A cold gleam flashed in Lin Yi's eyes as he swiftly descended toward them. Boom! His body slammed into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Lin Yi! As the dust settled, the dozen or so members of Star River Academy caught sight of Lin Yi and couldn't help but cry out in surprise. They knew Lin Yi. After all, only the strongest classes from each academy could enter the secret realm. And Star River Academy's classes happened to be the Rocket class, the very class that contained Star River Team 1, who had previously battled Lin Yi. Well, what a small world. You're here to fight me for the treasure too? Lin Yi turned his head, grinning savagely at them. The expressions of the Rocket class members paled. Lin Yi, what do you mean? We're just here to compete fairly for the treasures. Whoever earns them through strength deserves them. You. The student's words abruptly halted. He stared down at his own chest in utter shock, his eyes filled with disbelief and utter bewilderment. Then, the light in his eyes rapidly dimmed and faded into nothingness. Thud. The body collapsed to the ground. The Rocket class students of Lingxing Academy screamed in horror. Ah! Murder! Lin Yi killed someone. How dare you? We haven't even seen the treasure yet. We barely exchanged glances, and you're already trying to kill us. He's gone mad. He's gone mad for the treasure. Despite their terror, the Star River Academy students refused to sit idly by. They immediately launched their attack on Lin Yi. 100-fold gravity. Swift wind blades. Fiery phoenix blaze. A barrage of attacks surged toward Lin Yi, only to be halted mid-air. Trajectory alteration. Return whence you came, Lin Yi murmured softly. The assaults abruptly reversed course and returned. The Star River Academy students had witnessed this move before and were prepared. One stepped forward, chanting, attack nullification. All attacks become void. Within this range, energy fluctuations drop to zero. Lin Yi's eyebrows twitched slightly, a cruel, cold smile curling his lips. Merely nullifying them is too weak. How lacking in awareness. I'll give you a hand instead. No need to thank me. Go to hell. His tone shifted abruptly, a sinister gleam flashing in his eyes. Immediately, his voice began to chant eerily, attack maximization. All attacks become effective. Within the effective range, energy fluctuations surge to their peak. Indeed, after reaching level 30, the number of characters he could alter had increased. He could now modify up to 5 characters. Thus, he could now freely tamper with others' skills. And these people didn't even know to guard against him, reciting their skill names and effects aloud. How could he not seize this opportunity? The moment his words fell, the returning skills suddenly erupted with immense energy fluctuations. A blinding light engulfed the Star River Academy students. They didn't even have time to react or dodge. Their pupils contracted, faces frozen in disbelief, shock, and terror as the light completely overwhelmed them. When the light finally faded, the students of Star River Academy were nowhere to be seen. Only a pile of black ash remained, scattered across the ground. Whoosh! The sound of a deep breath echoed as Lin Yi abruptly turned his head, meeting the anxious faces of Qin Kong and the others. You all saw that? Lin Yi narrowed his eyes. Qin Kong, under Lin Yi's gaze, stumbled back several steps before stammering out, No, we didn't see anything. He was utterly stunned inside, unable to comprehend why he had witnessed this scene. Although Lin Yi had never been particularly close to them, Qin Kong had developed a measure of trust in him. He believed Lin Yi wasn't the type to kill innocents indiscriminately. Besides, when competing for treasures, one could easily neutralize opponents' combat abilities without resorting to lethal force. Yet the scene before them was undeniably real. This proved Lin Yi was far more ruthless and terrifying than he had ever imagined. He had only intended to follow Lin Yi to get a share of the spoils, yet he had stumbled upon such a secret scene. It was obvious that Lin Yi now harbored murderous intent toward them as well. His denial made Lin Yi laugh. Do you really think I'd believe a word you say? Only the dead are truly reliable. A murderous grin spread across Lin Yi's lips as his finger lifted. Stop! At that moment, a cold shout rang out from nearby. Chapter 99, You're trying to stop me too? The one who stopped Lin Yi was none other than Su Muxue. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes in surprise. Muxue, you're going to stop me too? Su Muxue sighed. Lin Yi, you're not in your right mind. Are you certain everything you're doing is truly your own choice? If anyone else had said this, Lin Yi might have ignored it outright. But every word Su Muxue spoke carried weight with him. Because I wanted to kill Qin Kong and the others? That is indeed my own decision. Those from Star River Academy would hinder me from seizing the treasure, so I eliminated them. Unfortunately, they witnessed it. Though we're classmates, our bond isn't deep. We were once adversaries. I have no trust in you. Even Class F9 betrayed me, how much more so Class S1? I had no choice but to act decisively. Su Muxue shook her head. On the surface, that logic seems natural. You could certainly think that way. But Lin Yi, recklessly taking lives just to fight over a treasure, is that really how you operate? Lin Yi fell silent. His mind was now consumed by a single thought and feeling. Su Muxue fundamentally didn't understand him. Even she couldn't understand him. Worse, she'd chosen to side with others against him. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of resentment towards Su Muxue. Seeing the resentment and distance in Lin Yi's eyes, Su Muxue grew even more certain of her suspicions. You really won't move? You refuse to let me kill them? Lin Yi asked coldly. His patience was wearing thin. If you want to touch them, you'll have to deal with me first. Su Muxue stood her ground, her tone unwavering. Duan Tianyu arrived just then, pleading earnestly with Lin Yi. Brother Yi, you're completely lost in madness. Snap out of it. Do you really think Sister Muxue and I would harm you? Lin Yi shot Duan Tianyu a cold glance. In his eyes now, Duan Tianyu's loyalty and obedience were deeply suspect. If that was the case, he no longer needed to treat Duan Tianyu as a brother as he always had. Get out of my way. He delivered a powerful push through the air. Duan Tianyu, utterly powerless to resist, was sent flying by the overwhelming force, crashing to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood. The scene left everyone present stunned. Without resorting to any skills, purely through mastery of force control, Lin Yi had reached this level. His current prowess now surpassed everyone else by more than one tier. Su Muxue's pupils contracted sharply. When Lin Yi had mentioned reaching level 30 earlier, she hadn't fully grasped the significance. Only now did she truly grasp the extent of his power's growth. Was such a rapid increase in strength within such a short time truly a good thing? Before her concerns could be resolved, the air around them grew taut. Lin Yi's body half floated in midair, his gaze coldly fixed on everyone as he murmured softly. Text alteration. This skill is now remote slaughter. The target is to bypass specific obstacles and strike enemies ahead. His voice was utterly devoid of emotion. Having already mastered the alteration of 5 characters, he could now rewrite any skill to his will. With sufficient level and mental power, he alone could rival countless awakened beings. Only now did the crowd fully grasp the monstrous nature of Lin Yi's sequence. A gleam flashed in Su Muxue's eyes. She glimpsed how Lin Yi might one day reshape the world's destiny. With such a game-breaking sequence skill, altering the course of history seemed almost inevitable. But Lin Yi's attack had already struck. Now was not the time for awe or admiration. Qin Kong and the others tensed their nerves, immediately activating their own sequence skills to defend. Yet, the moment they summoned their skills before they could take effect, they collectively realized their abilities had failed. They could only watch helplessly as the attack slammed into them. Their bodies were struck, and in an instant, pain blanketed their minds, their very beings feeling as if they were being torn apart. At that very moment, another force surged into their bodies, countering the destructive force tearing them apart. It was Su Mushua's healing and restoration skill, rapidly repairing the damage to their bodies. Lin Ye's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. You really intend to oppose me? Mushue, you've disappointed me beyond measure. He raised his hand, poised to strike Su Mushue, but his body froze abruptly. For a moment, he seemed torn between conflicting emotions. His other hand instinctively blocked the attacking one, while his expression flickered between rage and cold detachment. No matter what, I will never harm Mushue. Get out of my mind. What matters most? Of course, it's about enhancing my strength and becoming stronger. Are you really willing to abandon the most perfect future for a woman? His expression turned cold, and his words were ruthless, his eyes reflecting only self-interest and desire. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck from the heavens. Just as Lin Yi closed in on Su Mushue, his outstretched right hand poised to seize her throat, it split him open, charred on the outside and seared within, freezing his body rigid in place. Now! Resolve flashed in Su Mushue's eyes as a storm erupted within her mind. Lin Yi felt excruciating pain pierce his temples. Every nerve seemed to snap completely. His head felt like it would explode from the throbbing, and he clutched it, wailing in agony. What about the mental imprint? Lin Ye's eyes, now bloodshot, stared at Su Mushue in shock, his voice weak and pained. I blew it up. Su Mushue replied calmly. Lin Yi, if you don't snap out of it, I'll detonate your god-sealing lock again. Only I, who've shared a mental connection with you, possess that power. When that happens, your mental space will collapse completely. Her tone was so cold when she mentioned this, as if she didn't even know Lin Yi. Lin Ye's heart clenched, his eyes shifting with conflicting emotions. Just as he hesitated, Su Mushue suddenly moved. She activated a skill, briefly seizing control of Lin Ye's body. Then, with both palms raised, she struck toward his head. A fierce glint flashed in Lin Ye's eyes. He raised his palms to counterattack, yet no matter how he tried, he couldn't bring himself to strike. He couldn't bring himself to do it. No matter what, he couldn't bring himself to harm Su Mushue. His gaze suddenly sharpened. He spun, transforming into a streak of light, and shot toward the purple pillar at the center of the misty zone. So you were the one behind this. Never had he felt so utterly lucid. His mind cleared in an instant, piecing together every cause and effect. At last, he had found the mastermind behind this farce. Seeing Lin Yi abruptly change direction and leave, Su Mushue immediately gave chase. Shin Kong and the others looked conflicted, but after a moment's thought, they decided to follow as well. The central purple light pillar flickered faintly, seemingly terrified by Lin Yi's approach. Once Lin Yi stepped inside the pillar, he quickly spotted the treasure suspended at its very core. Chapter 100, Back to Normal. It's actually a crystal shard. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow and reached out to grab it without hesitation. As if possessed of its own will, the crystal shard vanished in a blur, reappearing 2 or 3 meters away. Trying to evade me? After toying with me for so long and secretly manipulating my mental will, I absolutely won't let you off the hook. Lin Yi snorted coldly, his expression unreadable, murmuring softly, spatial containment. He had rewritten his skill once more, transforming it into a control-type ability that now firmly confined the crystal shard within a 1-meter radius. A flicker of information flashed in Lin Yi's eyes as he reached out to grab it once more. Roar! 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 A cacophony of beastly roars erupted around him. Lin Yi whipped his head around. Not far away, a cloud of dust billowed. Peering through it, he could make out the strange beasts within the secret realm, all controlled by that crystal shard surging toward this direction. Calling for backup now? Isn't that a bit late? Lin Yi's fingers pierced through the skill spatial barrier, snatching the crystal shard. The shard rattled and struggled in his palm, yet no matter how violently it shook, it couldn't escape his grasp. Lin Yi! Su Mushue arrived just then, her face filled with confusion. Mushue, hold off those beasts. I'll begin refining this treasure fragment. The urgent priority was to refine this fragment immediately. Once that was done, the beast tide would naturally dissipate. Su Mushue exhaled softly. You're finally back to normal. Lin Yi shook his head and explained, this stone fragment was the culprit. It can read the thoughts and voices of all beasts and also acts as a medium to build a bridge for mental communication. It bypassed my spirit sealing barrier, allowing the Chaos Weaver's thoughts to influence and control me through it as a medium. Had you not suddenly triggered the spiritual imprint between us, causing my mental energy to surge violently and momentarily break free from its grasp, I wouldn't have realized it was responsible for all the trouble. Su Mushue nodded and, following Lin Yi's instructions, immediately erected a protective shield to fend off the beast tide's assault. We're here to help. Shin Kong appeared with the S1 class students, their voices rising in unison. They charged actively toward the beasts, unleashing skills frantically. The relentless boom of explosions filled the air. Lin Yi turned back in surprise to look at the Class S1 students. He never expected these people, who had once been sworn enemies, to be so proactive and enthusiastic now. They could have easily fled, yet they chose to follow him and even took the initiative to confront the crisis. Crackle! Suddenly, thunder and lightning erupted ahead. Immediately after, countless skills flared up within the opposing tide of beasts, hurtling toward them at breakneck speed. Those are awakened one's skills. Someone's actually helping them. A flicker of surprise and unease crossed Shin Kong's eyes. Immediately after, a group of people clad in black uniforms appeared, mingling among the horde of beasts. Well, it's been ages. Especially you, Lin Yejuan. What terrible timing running into you at this critical moment. Are you alright? The leader of the uniformed men spoke with a smirk, his accent thick and his tone dripping with sarcasm. City of the underworld. Lin Yi recognized them instantly upon seeing them again. You dare show your faces here? Aren't you afraid the United Academy will come after you? What are you talking about? Every academy gets to send one class into the secret realm. The Nether City should naturally have that opportunity too. Since no one invited us, we took the initiative. You should be welcoming us. Lin Yi sat cross-legged on the ground, using his mental energy to refine the crystal shard. Unable to launch an attack, he could only offer verbal retorts which naturally held no sway over them. Oomph! You dare trespass into the United Academy's controlled territory? Cut the nonsense and get out of here. Shin Kong, filled with utter loathing for the Nether City, couldn't wait to launch his attack and charged forward. A bunch of fragile ants, truly ignorant of their own mortality. The leader of the black-clad men sneered. He didn't move a muscle, merely shifting his gaze toward Shin Kong. Crack! Shin Kong's arm suddenly exploded into a spray of blood mist. The sudden, excruciating pain nearly knocked him unconscious. He collapsed instantly, rolling on the ground, screaming in agony. Damn it! How dare you hurt our class leader? A male student from Class S1 roared with fury, summoning a terrifying mountain of molten lava to crush them. Before the lava could pour down, the others from the city of the underworld used their skills to block and counterattack. The leader in black turned his gaze back to the male student. Without chanting or incantations, he silently unleashed his skill. The male student's left leg suddenly exploded, suffering an even more gruesome fate than Shin Kong. Lin Ye's expression shifted slightly. The principal had warned him that sooner or later, someone would discover his weakness and begin covert actions during skill execution, preventing him from detecting any signals. He had mentally prepared himself for this eventuality, but hadn't expected it to happen so soon. He hadn't yet fully assimilated the mind-reading artifact crystal shard. The inhabitants of the Nether City seemed to see through every skill present, deflecting all attacks. Even Su Mushue's holy light shield dissolved silently. They don't even need to chant spells? Their skill execution is incredibly fast. The students of Class S1 looked utterly hopeless. Su Mushue glanced back at Lin Yi, who was still refining the crystal shard, her expression resolute. Final technique, Sacred Heart Illumination, full restoration. Her psychic energy surged wildly, radiating golden light from her body. The intense glow enveloped everyone present. Shin Kong and the other classmates who had been ambushed began to rapidly regenerate the limbs they had lost. Troublesome woman, always getting in the way. The leader's face flashed with impatience at the sight. He glanced at Su Mushue once more. But the anticipated scene of Su Mushue's limbs exploding did not materialize. Instead, one of his teammates suddenly had both arms blown off, writhing in agony on the ground. Damn it, you're messing things up again. The man immediately turned to Lin Yi, his face twisted with resentment. Lin Yi forced himself to divert a portion of his mental energy to combat skills, absolutely refusing to let Su Mushue get hurt. He couldn't decipher this man's abilities. Unable to alter his skills, he could only tamper with Su Mushue's, granting her the power to redirect attacks. Any assault aimed at her would instead strike a random target. Yet Lin Yi hadn't anticipated the opponent's ability being so bizarre. After the transfer and substitution, it actually grew stronger. This wasn't necessarily a bad thing for Lin Yi. Try attacking me again. He deliberately taunted. The man snorted coldly. Do you think I can't see through your intentions? Lin Yi, I'll see how you plan to tamper with the skills of so many of us. His eyes burned with madness as he ordered all his teammates to attack Su Mushue together. Chapter 101, I can't leave you behind. I've seen this kind of scene before. Lin Yi remained impassive, showing none of the expected panic or urgency. Holy light protection. Su Mushue had no intention of sitting idly by. She strained to use her skill to shield herself. The moment her skill was unleashed, it instantly transformed, shifting from a defensive ability into an offensive one. Holy light protection was overwritten into absolute counterattack. All offensive skills shall be completely reflected back, inflicting multiplied damage upon the caster. Lin Ye's voice sounded like the chant of the Grim Reaper. The leader of the Nether City party had anticipated Lin Ye's skill. His lips remained tightly sealed, uttering no incantations or chants related to the skill. With a mere shift of his gaze, he nullified all the damage Lin Yi had inflicted upon them using Su Mushue's skill backlash, rendering it utterly ineffective. I'll see if you can use more skills than I can transform. Lin Yi showed no impatience. He raised his hand, pinching a crystal shard between his fingers. Drops of blood seeped from his palm, yet he seemed oblivious. With his other hand, he formed a hand seal while murmuring an incantation. A brilliant light erupted before him, completely obscuring everyone's vision. Immediately afterward, an intangible aura rippled outward. The crowd felt a threatening presence beneath their feet. Their shadows on the ground rapidly transformed, launching attacks against them. In the sky, countless attacks, thunderbolts, flames, hailstones, and storms collided chaotically, all descending upon the people of the Nether City. Whoosh! Captain, save us! The minions of the Nether City were utterly terrified. This apocalyptic scene made their legs tremble, leaving them no choice but to plead for help from their captain. The leader's face paled. Damn it! Isn't that kid's skill limited in uses? This was supposed to be one of the most reliable pieces of intel. It couldn't have been wrong. He muttered in disbelief, but complaining now was useless. He could only focus all his strength on his combat skills, hoping to nullify every ability Lin Yi unleashed once more. Yet, the moment he unleashed his own skill, he realized the energy fluctuations it emitted were utterly insignificant compared to Lin Yi's, like an ant next to an elephant. His level. The black-clad man recoiled in shock and panic, attempting to retreat. But the shadow beneath his feet seized his ankle. His leg gave way, sending him crashing face first into the dirt. Thud, thud, thud. In that split second he was held back, the barrage of attacks from the sky descended. Countless skills slammed into the ground, sending dust and debris flying. The crowd couldn't see what was happening. When the dust settled, the Yomi-made group's position was empty except for the black-clad leader, covered in wounds and looking utterly defeated. Oomph! Did you think defeating us meant it's all over? The beast tide has only just begun. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his body swaying as he struggled to stand, a weak, cold laugh escaping his lips. The beast tide matters not. I only want every last one of you dead. Lin Yi barked coldly, his fingers twitching. A transparent finger of condensed energy appeared in the sky, crushing down hard upon the man's body. Pop! The sound of flesh bursting echoed, and in an instant, only a pool of blood remained on the ground. The beast tide is here. Everyone gather together and attack with all your strength. Having dealt with the troubles of the Nether City, the others focused all their energy on the beast tide. They gathered together of their own accord, unleashing their skills to withstand the onslaught. Stay put. Lin Yi spoke softly, his words carrying undeniable authority. The students from various academies froze in place, daring not to move. These beasts were summoned. You aren't their primary targets. As long as you don't provoke them, focus on evading and defending. That's actually safer. The beast's primary target wasn't the others, but him, the one currently refining the crystal shards. The crowd expressed their gratitude to Lin Yi. Students skilled in evasion and escape immediately vanished from their spots. Those skilled only in offense, protected by their support class peers, obediently hid beneath the protective shields, refraining from using any offensive skills that might provoke the beasts. Meanwhile, Lin Yi found himself completely surrounded by countless beasts. They tore and pounded at the outer protective shield, quickly causing cracks to appear. Mu Shui, you don't need to worry about me. Leave first. Seeing Su Mushua and Qin Kong about to rush to his aid, Lin Yi hurriedly stopped them. No, I can't leave you behind. Su Mushua shook her head, refusing to budge. Lin Yi sighed. I'm close to completing my refinement. These beasts will serve as perfect targets. Staying here will only distract me. Su Mushua challenged his reasoning. Stop lying to me, Lin Yi. Don't think you can deceive me into leaving now and handle all the dangers alone. I absolutely won't let you face everything by yourself. Su Mushua's unwavering loyalty deeply moved Lin Yi. He sighed helplessly. At this point, he couldn't hide the truth from Su Mushua anymore. Truthfully, his current situation was genuinely perilous. Although his skills had undergone a qualitative leap in effect and power after reaching level 30, the number of times he could cast them had drastically decreased. In truth, he could now only cast skills fewer than 10 times a day. In the recent battle, he had already used up 9 of his skill attempts, leaving him with only 1 remaining. This final use had to simultaneously eliminate the threat of the beast tide and refine the crystal shards. Attempting to accomplish 2 tasks at once meant the chances of true success were too low. Even he himself had no certainty of success, which was why he urgently needed Su Mushua to leave. Then, you guard me. If any beasts breach the shield, you must handle them alone. I must quickly refine the crystal shards first to unleash my skill's full power. Su Mushua nodded solemnly. Agreed. As long as I'm here, no beast shall harm or disrupt you. Lin Yi plunged all his consciousness into his spiritual sea, channeling every ounce of his mental energy into the crystal shard. He sought to completely fuse with and suppress the consciousness within it. Outside, Su Mushua watched Lin Yi enter deep meditation. Turning to face the swarm of beasts closing in, a resolute glint flashed in her eyes. Holy light protection. Holy light shield. Holy light. As a support-type sequence user, her offensive skills were severely limited. Even if she could attack, it would be futile against so many powerful beasts. Instead, she relentlessly stacked protective shields, her mental energy draining at an alarming rate. With each successive casting, her movements grew slower. Her face drained of color, blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, and her body swayed precariously. She had reached her limit. Continuing would risk irreversible mental and physical damage. Chapter 102, Fight. Fight. Sumushue, stop using skills. Enough. All these shields will hold out. A figure scrambled to its feet, attempting to stop her. Sumushue frowned. I can't. The speed at which I repair the shields is barely keeping up with the speed at which those beasts break through them. I can't stop. Otherwise, those beasts will breach the shields soon, and Lin Yi will be in danger. Shin Kon looked at Sumushue with a complex expression. He admired her determination yet felt utterly hopeless. Instead of wasting time here, we should just escape. I won't abandon Lin. We'll take Lin Yi with us when we escape. He knew what Sumushue was about to say and cut her off before she could speak. Sumushue froze. Shin Kon turned to look behind him. The students of Class S1 all stepped forward, speaking up in unison, yes, we'll escape together. With so many of us, surely we can get Lin Yi out of here? If we run with him, those beasts will chase us. That will actually buy us more time. No one can predict how long it will take to refine a high-grade treasure. If the protective barrier breaks completely before Lin Yi succeeds, we'll all be trapped in the heart of the beast tide with no chance of survival. These S1 students were all prodigies. Unlike the F9 students who could only wait for Lin Yi's help, they were proactive in creating and seizing opportunities. Sumushue gave the Class S1 students a deep look, bowed solemnly to them, and then said, all right, then. We'll be counting on you. Shin Kong shook his head with a smile. What trouble is there in this? Only by protecting Lin Yi do we have a real chance of survival. Otherwise, if Lin Yi fails and dies, the beast tide won't end. Instead, it will spread completely, targeting everyone else. No one will escape. Sumushue felt immense gratitude toward them. Despite Lin Yi having once attempted to kill them, they showed no resentment whatsoever. Of course, this wasn't because Class S1 valued loyalty, there was no such bond between them and Lin Yi. They were simply more rational and clear-headed than Class F9, understanding the stakes and setting aside personal feelings to maximize their own advantage. Assisting Lin Yi represented the choice that maximized their advantage. I know Earth escape technique. While there are beasts underground too, their numbers are far fewer. I'll lead the way through the tunnels and get us out of this encirclement first. Their actions were decisive and swift, yet highly organized. A short boy stepped forward to speak. Simultaneously, an earthen glow emanated from his body as he immediately acted, leading the group underground. Fengyu, conceal our presence. The moment they entered the darkness below ground, Shin Kon's voice commanded calmly and methodically. A reply came from the rear. Immediately afterward, everyone distinctly felt their own auras grow faint and nearly imperceptible. Even the presence of those close by was barely detectable, making it all the more difficult for the beasts to sense them. Xian Kaiwan, support accelerate. A powerful force propelled their bodies from behind. Unconsciously, they followed the earth-burrowing power of the earth diving technique, swiftly traversing the underground. A pack of beasts up ahead. Sun Zhao, responsible for the earth release technique, shouted the warning. The entire class snapped to attention. They charged forward, unleashing their skills in unison to defend against and counterattack the earth-type beasts as they closed in. Lin Yi was carried on the back of a tall boy. Protected at the very center, they didn't need to lift a finger as their classmates handled all the danger and trouble. Boom! Just as they were about to break free from the beast's encirclement, a massive collision shook the ground above them. Watch out! Shin Kong shouted urgently. But it was too late. A massive foot burst through the ground above, crushing two support-type classmates who couldn't dodge in time. With a horrified scream, their bodies were pulverized into pulp. It's an ice soul giant rhino. Recognizing the colossal foot, Shin Kong's face darkened with despair. The ice soul giant rhinoceros is a level 30 beast with powerful sensory attack abilities. It doesn't need to see or touch its prey as long as it senses it, it can attack from a distance. It's spotted us. If we don't take it down, we won't escape. Sumushue's expression grew grave. I'll hold it off with my people. You take Lin Yi and escape first. No. It attacks through sensing. If we take Lin Yi beyond its sensing range, it can immediately target him directly. That's even more dangerous. It seemed evasion was impossible. Then we have no choice but to fight. The Class S1 students acted with unwavering resolve. Recognizing the situation, they all charged forward, unleashing a barrage of skills upon the ice soul giant rhinoceros. Even Shin Kong joined the fray. Fengyu's skill wasn't suited for offense, and his attack landed near the giant rhino's front leg, sending him flying with a single kick. Sun Zhao roared in fury, commanding the surrounding earth to shift. Thick layers of soil surged forward, only to be repelled by the rhino's horn. Its single horn emitted a ghostly glow. Sun Zhao suddenly felt an attack to his chest. A horn materialized out of thin air, piercing his chest. He was flung aside, landing barely alive. Damn it! Shin Kong's eyes blazed with fury. He formed seals and chanted incantations, his body dissolving into a blur that instantly materialized above the giant rhinoceros's head. Die! He roared, a bronze treasure sword materializing in his palm as he thrust it toward the giant rhinoceros's skull. Clang! The sound of metal striking metal echoed. Shin Kong watched helplessly as his sword lodged itself in the giant rhinoceros's skin, unable to penetrate even a fraction further. The giant rhinoceros already possessed thick, tough hide as its natural advantage. The Ice Soul giant rhinoceros's bones and skin were exceptionally hard, rendering Shin Kong utterly unable to breach its defenses. Wah! The giant rhinoceros let out a low growl as ice blue crystals formed all over its body. This layer of crystals spread rapidly, radiating outward in all directions. Shin Kong was the first to come into contact with the ice crystals. Before he could pull back, his body froze solid the instant it touched the crystals, which instantly encased him entirely. The others retreated to avoid it, only to find the crystals spreading with astonishing speed. They couldn't escape the advancing frost in time, freezing one by one into solid ice blocks. Even Su Muxue was overtaken by the crystals. Starting from her feet, the ice swiftly enveloped her. The male student carrying Lin Yi paled. He spun to flee, but another rhino horn materialized out of thin air, piercing his chest. Instantly, ice crystals spread to his feet, freezing him solid along with Lin Yi. Crack! 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 A thrill of excitement flashed in the Ice Soul giant rhinoceros's eyes. It swung its hoof, effortlessly shattering the frozen form of an S1 class student, scattering countless ice fragments. The rhinoceros horn glowed again. Before Lin Yi, space rippled, and a rhinoceros horn materialized through the air. Chapter 103, The Deceptive Mentor. Just as the horn was about to pierce Lin Yi's chest, a hand seized it. Lin Yi slowly opened his eyes. His icy gaze pierced through the ice, locking onto the Ice Soul giant rhinoceros. Crack, crack. The sound of shattering ice echoed as the layer encasing Lin Yi shattered inch by inch, falling away. In moments, Lin Yi's figure was exposed. He slowly climbed down from the male student's back, scanned his surroundings, and his expression darkened. Roar! 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 The Ice Soul giant rhinoceros let out a deep, rumbling roar. It struggled violently, its horn clutched by Lin Yi, yet it couldn't break free from his grasp. Are you threatening me? Interesting. Lin Yi's ears twitched slightly, a smile of both curiosity and understanding curling his lips. The rhino horn vanished abruptly from Lin Yi's hand. The Ice Soul giant rhinoceros's eyes blazed crimson, clearly enraged. Sensing Lin Yi's provocation and disdain, it could only crush this human before it completely. Humans and beasts shared no common language. It couldn't convey its emotions, but its attack spoke volumes. A powerful blue light radiated from its entire body. Immediately after, the horn atop its head shattered violently, scattering into countless blue specks that gradually dissolved into the air. Lin Yi felt as if he had been locked onto. His body began to stiffen, utterly beyond his control. But Lin Yi was not overcome by panic or fear. The blue light coalesced into the shape of a massive rhinoceros horn, targeting Lin Yi and hurtling straight toward him. Even before the colossal horn drew near, Lin Yi felt its crushing pressure. Under the immense energy surge, his body showed signs of collapse yet stubbornly held its form. Rhino Horn Freeze, Destruction Impact? That name sounds pretty good. Facing the ever-approaching horn, Lin Yi neither dodged nor retreated, even finding the composure to voice his appraisal. This skill of yours is interesting. If you tweaked it a bit, it could be even more fun. His tone was casual, but his gaze suddenly sharpened, fixing on the Ice Soul giant rhinoceros with piercing intensity. Rhinoceros Horn Shatters, Backlash Impact. He casually altered just 4 characters, and this would be his final skill usage today. In the next instant, the massive ice horn before him shattered completely. This was no longer a skill-induced fracture, it was genuine shattering, beyond repair. The horn could never return to the giant rhinoceros's head. The colossal rhino let out a wretched, agonized roar. Yet the torment wasn't over. The shattered ice fragments reversed direction, attacking the Ice Soul giant rhino and striking it with a vicious backlash. The Ice Soul rhino bellowed in agony, struggling violently as its hooves stomped and scraped the ice, its body convulsing and trembling. In just over a dozen breaths, it collapsed with a thunderous crash, dead. The ice crystals that had imprisoned the others vanished completely after the Ice Soul giant rhinoceros's death. As the ice melted away, Su Muxue and the others gradually regained their strength. Seeing Lin Yi standing there, fully conscious, they all froze in shock. You refined the ice crystal shards? Su Muxue asked hesitantly. In truth, while frozen, their eyes had remained open and their consciousness clear, allowing them to witness everything that had transpired. Her question now was merely to confirm with Lin Yi. Lin Yi nodded without hesitation. That's right. I now possess the artifact's special abilities, which is why I could defeat that Ice Soul giant rhinoceros so easily. If he hadn't been able to hear the Ice Soul giant rhinoceros's thoughts and understand its intentions, how could he have known the name of its skill? Su Muxue was overjoyed. That's wonderful. How do you feel now? She was a bit concerned that the combined ice crystal shards might have adverse effects on Lin Yi. After all, those shards had previously served as a conduit, drawing in the consciousness of the Chaos Weaver and nearly taking control of Lin Yi. Lin Yi shook his head. So far, I haven't felt anything unusual. Shin Kong and the others stepped forward to warn them, we need to leave immediately. The beast tied. Before he could finish, a sudden rumbling shook the air above. After a moment of mental scanning, he cried out in shock, "The beast tide, it's actually dispersing? Am I dreaming?" He turned his gaze to Lin Yi. "Did you control the beast tide? If I had that power, wouldn't I be ruling the world?" Lin Yi was speechless. "It should be because I refined the ice crystal shards. Their ability to summon the beast tide has vanished." Everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief, their eyes practically glowing as they looked at Lin Yi. Indeed, once Lin Yi returned to normal and could wield his full strength, their crisis would be resolved in an instant. Half a day later, the guides from various academies finally located them within the secret realm. Seeing their escort, Lin Yi was both surprised and delighted. "Mentor!" He and Su Mushue called out simultaneously. The arrival was none other than He Yun. He had long been aware that Lin Yi and Su Mushue had been dispatched to investigate the secret realm, and his heart had been filled with worry. However, due to the Academy's mission arrangements, he couldn't intervene nor contact them privately. Now, he finally had the chance to speak with the two. "Your abilities have grown." He Yun surveyed his two beloved disciples with a satisfied nod. "But then again, if your strength hadn't grown, you wouldn't have been able to assist the Academy in destroying the Truth Eye's main base." He pulled them aside, glanced furtively around to ensure no one else could overhear their conversation, then solemnly pulled two talisman scrolls from his robe. "Lin Yi, these are skill storage talismans I specially sought out. They're extremely precious and rare. Each talisman can store about 5 skills, serving as a life-saving trump card." Lin Yi and Su Mushue were both astonished and deeply moved. "Teacher, you've been so busy these past days just to help us obtain these 2 talismans?" He Yun patted Lin Yi's shoulder, shrugging indifferently. "No need to thank me so dramatically. They're not free either, you'll have to trade resources you have." Lin Yi and Su Mushue froze. "Teacher, you have ample cultivation resources. You shouldn't be coveting ours." "What do you mean covet? That sounds harsh. If I don't squeeze a little extra out of you too, how am I supposed to support your junior disciples later?" You've taken on new students?" Both Lin Yi and Su Mushue felt a pang of jealousy. Ever since recognizing Yun as their mentor, they had been his 2 prized pupils. Now, his attention was shifting elsewhere. "Who?" He Yun blared at them impatiently. "You two are way too suspicious. Are you already rejecting your new junior disciples?" He continued, his voice tinged with pride. "It's been nearly a year since you joined the academy. The new class is about to arrive. My new student won't cause me trouble like you two. He's well behaved and talented. In 2 months, you'll meet him." Lin Yi and Su Mushue were filled with curiosity, but since they couldn't meet him yet, they didn't dwell on it. They decisively accepted the life-saving skill talisman and handed over their resource cards to He Yun. Chapter 104, City Lord? After leaving the secret realm, He Yun led the Longyuan Academy students back to school. After the secret realm expedition, Class S1 had lost 2 students, but compared to the losses suffered by other academies, it was insignificant. As the group soared through the skies atop their flying beasts, the creature beneath one seat suddenly began trembling violently. A fierce, savage aura filled the air. "You think you can just run away after causing trouble? Is it that easy?" A rough voice echoed from all directions, causing the group to look around in confusion. He Yun sat atop the lead flying beast, his brow furrowed as his gaze settled on a patch of space several dozen meters ahead. Ripples rippled through the air as a middle-aged man in a gray Zhongshan suit materialized. Hands clasped behind his back, his face stern and cold, he glared at Lin Yi with venomous hatred. "You killed a student of my Star River Academy. Does your dragon abyss not intend to account for this? Lin Yi, today, you will either pay with your life for my Star River Academy student and take your own life here, or I will personally kill you to avenge my academy." His voice was icy, devoid of emotion, filled only with murderous intent. Behind He Yun, Lin Yi and Su Mushue both paled visibly. He Yun had never heard Lin Yi or Su Mushue mention this matter and looked utterly bewildered. "Brother Su Wen, what do you mean by this? We've guarded the secret realm's entrance together these past days, we've built some rapport. Don't you dare frame my student." "Humph," Su Wen sneered coldly. "Falsely accused? Ask your fine student, have I falsely accused him?" He Yun shot Lin Yi a questioning look. Fearing Lin Yi would be embarrassed, Su Mushue stepped in to explain. "Teacher, it was the Chaos Weaver who manipulated Lin Yi." "Then you admit it?" Su Wen retorted immediately. "Don't bring up the Chaos Weaver. I don't care who manipulated whom. All I know is that it was Lin Yi who killed. For that, he must pay with his life." He pressed relentlessly. "Lin Yi, do you intend to die quickly on your own, or shall I put you out of your misery?" Lin Yi stared at Su Wen, unable to speak for a long moment. Having killed students of the Star River Academy, he felt profound guilt and knew he was in the wrong. He had no defense. After all, even if controlled by the Chaos Weaver, it was his own lack of mental fortitude that allowed the opportunity to exploit him. After deep contemplation, he finally spoke in a conciliatory tone. "Professor Su, I deeply regret the accidental death of your academy's student. However, I cannot die now. So you want me to finish you off?" Su Wen impatiently cut him off, launching an attack without a word. Her finger pointed toward Lin Yi. A beam of light shot toward him. Lin Yi had no time to react or defend himself before it pierced his shoulder, blood gushing out. "You bastard, how dare you harm my student!" Hiyun roared in fury upon witnessing this, immediately stepping in front of Lin Yi. He threatened Su Wen, "Try laying a finger on my students again, and from this day forward, no one from your Star River Academy will ever receive treatment from me." Even if Lin Yi had truly killed a Star River Academy student, he would have defended his own. But as long as it wasn't Lin Yi who died, what did he care about the useless trash from other academies? Besides, Lin Yi's consciousness had been corrupted by the Chaos Weaver. He absolutely refused to allow his students to be harmed by outsiders. As the healing department professor of Longyuan Academy, Hiyun was the most renowned healer in all of Huagua. Countless awakened individuals sought his aid. In the past, whenever he brandished this threat, others would inevitably hesitate and compromise. The deceased student from Star River Academy wasn't even Su Wen's direct disciple. Why make such a fuss? But this time, Su Wen refused to back down. Instead, he declared resolutely, even if it means Star River Academy and Dragon Abyss Academy sever ties completely, Lin Yi must die. If you continue to stand in my way, don't blame me for taking you down with him. Hiyun's expression grew grave. For instructors, students were important, but new batches arrived every year. Losing this group of talented students meant another would follow. Besides, Lin Yi hadn't slaughtered all the freshmen of Star River Academy, only an entire class. This wasn't to justify indiscriminate killing, but when weighing the stakes, severing ties with Longyuan Academy over a single class of deceased students was highly unusual. Unless someone high up in Star River Academy had already recognized Lin Yi's exceptional nature. "Then step over my dead body if you dare." Hiyun's expression turned icy as he raised his hand, tracing a circle in the air while murmuring incantations. A pale blue barrier materialized, blocking the path between the Longyuan group and Su Wen. "Oomph, petty tricks. You, a mere sequence with only market data, think you can stop me?" Su Wen sneered with disdain, his body erupting into countless streaks of light as he charged madly toward Lin Yi's position. The barrier was pierced by beams of light, gaping holes appearing one after another. They shot straight toward Lin Yi and Hiyun. "Damage absorption!" Hiyun bellowed. Though primarily a healing support sequence, certain specialized skills could be deployed in combat. The beams struck him, their damage instantly absorbed, leaving him light as a feather, utterly harmless. Seeing this, Su Wen narrowed his eyes. "I underestimated you. But I'm still a level 61 attack sequence awakener. I have plenty of offensive options." When he cast his skills, like the people of the Nether City, he didn't chant incantations at all, or rather, he chanted, but his voice was suppressed to silence, making it as if he hadn't chanted at all. A sharp gleam flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. He refused to believe such a coincidence that both the Underworld City practitioners and the Star River Academy instructor omitted incantations unless they had somehow coordinated beforehand, knowing this would counter Lin Yi's abilities. But times had changed. The Lin Yi before refining the crystal shards might indeed have been at a disadvantage, but now, a flicker stirred within him. The crystal shard skill activated, and a cacophony of chaotic thoughts instantly filled his mind. The crystal shard's mind-reading ability was an active skill. Lin Yi couldn't constantly monitor and listen to everyone's thoughts around him. Doing so long-term would lead to mental breakdown and chaos, which would be detrimental. Lin Yi only activated the mind-reading function when necessary. Immersed in the chaotic cacophony of thoughts, he strained to discern Su Wen's voice. Soon, a familiar voice reached his ears. "This kid's skill is peculiar. He might be able to hijack Hiyun's ability to target me. I must guard against him. Best to finish this quickly. The longer it drags on, the more passive my position becomes. Unfortunately, his existence only hastens the world's demise. Otherwise, he would be a force we couldn't afford to underestimate, perhaps even capable of fulfilling the City Lord's long-cherished wish." Lin Yi's heart stirred. The City Lord? The headmaster of the City of Shadows was referred to by them as the City Lord. It seemed Su Wen was indeed a pawn placed by the Netherworld City within the Star River Academy. Chapter 105, 10 Deaths, No Life. But why was the Nether City suddenly targeting him so relentlessly? Lin Yi's mind was filled with questions. The immediate priority was to defeat Su Wen, the rest could be investigated later. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he turned to look at Hiyun. "Teacher, I'll help you." He altered Hiyun's skills, transforming his support and control abilities into powerful offensive techniques. However, when that attack countered back, it was once again nullified by Su Wen. As Su Wen's skill was still brewing, Lin Yi heard his thoughts as expected. Sequence 92, Endless Retrospection, Skill, Past Recollection, Manifestation, Recalling Sequence 67 Skill, Heaven-Shattering Earth-Splitting, in an instant, the heavens collapse and the earth sinks. Those struck by divine punishment shall meet certain death. Lin Yi's heart jolted. So Su Wen's sequence involved tracing back the skills of others he had encountered. This sequence was terrifyingly powerful. No wonder his skill usage seemed so erratic, it made it utterly impossible for Lin Yi to predict or anticipate his moves. He had indeed witnessed skill nullification before, but when Su Wen employed it, the effect proved even more potent. Even Lin Yi himself possessed the ability to alter skills to nullify them, rendering others' skill attacks ineffective. What made Su Wen's skill truly terrifying, however, was his ability to trace back sequence skills of higher levels than his own. Sequence 67. Merely hearing that sequence rank was enough to imagine the sheer power of the skills it carried. And the description of the skill, heaven shatters, earth cracks, sent shivers down one's spine. Text alteration. Lin Yi activated his own skill without hesitation. Change the one punished by heaven in the skill description of heaven shatters earth to the caster. He wasn't confident he could alter 5 characters, given the significant level gap between him and Su Wen. Though he'd previously tampered with high-level skills, facing stronger opponents meant he'd alter as few characters as possible. Boom! An extraordinary rumble echoed from the heavens, instinctively striking fear into everyone present. Immediately after, the ground trembled. Even suspended mid-air, they could feel the accompanying spatial disturbances. Su Wen certainly lacked the power to shatter the entire world, but causing a small area to collapse beneath his feet was well within his skill's capabilities. Lin Yi and his companions clearly saw the sky above them shatter and collapse, crashing straight down toward their heads. There was almost nowhere to hide. Everyone, run! He Yun's face fell at the sight, his earlier fighting spirit completely vanishing. After all, he was a support sequence. No matter how desperately he fought, he couldn't possibly overcome an attack sequence alone. He abandoned any thought of resistance, focusing solely on warning the students to flee. The students of Class S1 were thrown into chaos. Their faces drained of color as they looked up in despair at the collapsing space. I won't need to step over your corpses to deal with Lin Yi. You can all die together. Su Wen's delight grew at their despair, and she declared with wild arrogance. Is that so? Among them all, only Lin Yi remained utterly composed. The frantic depletion of his psychic energy alerted him his text-altering skill had successfully activated. 10 deaths, no survivors. Who do you think will be the one to die? As his words fell, Su Wen's expression changed drastically. How did you know the description of this skill? His question was doomed to go unanswered, for in the next instant, he found the terrifying cosmic energy locking onto him, designating him as the target of attack. He didn't even have time to defend himself, let alone counterattack. Countless warped, compressed, collapsing spaces and cosmic energies surged towards Su Wen alone. No, not me. It shouldn't be me. Su Wen's voice trembled, his final words still expressing confusion and unwillingness. His entire body was instantly crushed by the collapsing heavens and earth, reduced to a blood mist. Boom! The blood mist exploded outward, its stench lingering stubbornly in everyone's nostrils. Su Wen, just like that? He Yun's face was frozen in shock, his voice thick with disbelief. The other students stood frozen, staring blankly at the dissipating blood mist before them. What the hell just happened? His skill, why did it kill him? All their doubts ultimately converged on one person, the only one they could think of. When he realized all eyes were on him, Lin Yi quickly played dumb. Why are you all looking at me? It's got nothing to do with me. Lin Yi, if you did it, you could just say so. I know your abilities anyway. Exactly. Didn't you just say it would be him who died? Then he actually died. Add his dying question to that, and it's obvious this has something to do with you. Knowing something was one thing, admitting it outright was another. Lin Yi now possessed a treasure that could read minds, his trump card. The true nature of the ice crystal shard remained unknown to most. Only top-tier figures like the dean, privy to classified information, understood its true power. To others, it was merely an extraordinary artifact, at minimum S rank. I merely used the teacher's skill to make it backfire on him. But given the gap in our levels, how could I possibly possess the ability to kill him in one move? Not even my modified skill could do that. Perhaps there was an issue with the skill he used himself. After all, that skill clearly wasn't from a standard sequence. The others pondered this, finding it plausible yet somehow unsettling. He Yun shot Lin Yi a playful glare. As his mentor, he knew perfectly well Lin Yi was spinning a yarn, but he wouldn't call him out on it. Enough. The cause of Professor Su Wen's death won't be clear anytime soon, and this isn't something you students should be meddling in. To avoid any further interference, let's hurry back to the academy. Still shaken by the sudden ambush, everyone quickly agreed. They frantically urged their flying beasts to return to the academy, making no stops for rest along the way. In just a day and a night, they reached the skies above Longyuan Academy. Sensing their return, the academy immediately dispatched personnel to greet them. The Class S1 students were guided to separate areas, while only Lin Yi and He Yun were escorted back to the principal's office. You encountered an attack en route. Ji Chuanxiu stated firmly from his seat. Lin Yi nodded. He Yun quickly explained the situation. Principal, it was Su Wen from Star River Academy. He didn't identify himself as a member of the Alliance, though. In the end, Lin Yi's skill backfired on him, and he died. But I feel this incident isn't that simple. After the teacher finished, Lin Yi added, it's definitely not that simple. Su Wen is from the City of Shadows. He deliberately used the pretext of avenging Star River Academy students to try and kill me. Chapter 106, The Key Figure. How did you determine that? Ji Chuanqiu furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Yi for a moment before a satisfied smile spread across his lips. So you did acquire that mind-reading artifact. It seems our earlier speculation was correct. He no longer found it strange that Lin Yi possessed more hidden information. Now that you know the City of Shadows intends to kill you, what do you plan to do? He countered Lin Yi. Lin Yi shook his head. I'm no match for the City of Shadows yet, but one day, I will destroy them with my own hands. So you don't need the Academy's help? Ji Chuanqiu was somewhat surprised, expecting Lin Yi to seek his aid. After all, the Eye of Truth had previously attempted to assassinate Lin Yi, and it was the Academy that ultimately intervened and severely crippled the Eye of Truth. A student who couldn't distinguish right from wrong would develop dependency, seeking to leverage the Academy's power once more. Lin Yi shook his head. He didn't believe the Academy would be willing to help him. Unlike the Eye of Truth, the City of Shadows hadn't yet extended its reach to the Academy, nor had it schemed against it to inflict massive losses. In Long Yuan's eyes, the City of Shadows posed nowhere near the same level of threat and simply wasn't worth the Academy's intervention. If he sought the Academy's intervention, they would most likely refuse. Even if they did agree to lend manpower and resources to aid Lin Yi, he would be indebted to the Academy, a debt he would inevitably have to repay later. No need. I can handle this myself. I just need a little more time to fully mature. Until then, I can do my best to evade the underworld city's ambushes. The City of Shadows' reach didn't extend that far. At least within the Academy, Lin Yi was safe. That won't be possible, Ji Chuanqiu dismissed his plan. Your victory in the Academy League coincides with the current exchange period between major academies. The Academy intends to send you to participate in exchange programs at other institutions. Lin Yi froze. He remembered this matter. He recalled promising to visit the other academies to exchange knowledge and learn from their strengths. But then the northern frontier unrest erupted. With every academy scrambling to secure their own survival, who had the energy left for exchange programs? Lin Yi had assumed the matter would be shelved indefinitely, never expecting it to resurface now. Couldn't other students be sent instead? His perspective had shifted since then. He no longer saw the necessity in attending these exchanges himself. Ji Chuanqiu gave a helpless smile. The old guard insists on meeting you. I also plan to take you to meet some key figures. If you don't go, you'll miss a valuable opportunity. Are you sure? Lin Yi hesitated. With the principal present, his safety should be assured. But he couldn't be too complacent. He'd still need to stay vigilant throughout the process. After all, open attacks were easier to dodge than hidden arrows. If they tried to scheme against him in some other way, he'd still be at a disadvantage. Should we skip Galaxy Academy? It wasn't that he feared Star River Academy would come after him, but rather that he didn't want to invite unnecessary complications and trouble. Ji Chuanqiu nodded in agreement without objection. All right. My relationship with the Star River Academy's dean was never particularly close to begin with. Now that such a deep rift and enmity exists between us, it won't be easily resolved. Several days later, Lin Yi followed Ji Chuanqiu to War Soul Academy first. Lin Yi was somewhat surprised. Aren't we constantly at odds with the Battle Soul Academy? Why are we going there first? Ji Chuanqiu explained that fool Chen Wanquan is always showing off and competing. I can't stand watching him jump around like a frog, but having a grasshopper constantly hopping in front of my eyes is just as annoying. Isn't this just to knock some sense into him and keep him quiet for a while? Who knew the principal had such twisted tastes? Back when Battle Soul Academy tried to recruit him, though he never intended to join them, there had indeed been some friction between the two sides. The War Soul Academy had been itching to prove that Lin Yi's talent was nothing special, and they were absolutely certain they wouldn't regret it. Now, Ji Chuanqiu had come to strike at his very core. Just wait and see. Dean Chen will definitely have his top students summoned shortly. You just exchange a few moves with them, let them get a taste of your skill. Ji Chuanqiu specifically instructed Lin Yi. Soon, Dean Chen Wanquan of the Battle Soul Academy arrived with a group of senior academy officials to greet Ji Chuanqiu. Upon seeing Lin Yi accompanying Ji Chuanqiu, Chen Wanquan's face darkened instantly. Dean Ji, what brings you here? You didn't give me advance notice, so I couldn't arrange a proper welcome. Please forgive my oversight. He addressed Ji Chuanqiu stiffly. He deliberately avoided looking at Lin Yi. Ji Chuanqiu, however, deliberately brought Lin Yi along to make his presence felt. He pushed Lin Yi forward and declared, "This young man here won the Academy League for our institution. I've brought him to your academy for an exchange program." "What's the matter, Dean Chen? Did you not expect us to come?" "Oh, I recall now. My academy never formally agreed to this exchange visit. How rude of us. Perhaps there's been some misunderstanding between us." This statement was practically stating outright that Lin Yi had defeated the Battle Soul Academy, and its members were now unwelcome. Chen Wanquan couldn't help but snort coldly. It was just some inconsiderate subordinates handling matters poorly, causing minor unpleasantness. Trivial matters, nothing worth mentioning. In that case, since we've come today for exchange and learning, does your academy have any arrangements? Chen Wanquan choked on his words. He had no arrangements whatsoever, he simply didn't want to see these two. But he certainly couldn't say that. He finally glanced at Lin Yi, his eyes brimming with contempt and disgust. Yet his face remained smiling. Since this is an exchange for learning, why not let your academy's prodigy properly instruct our academy's good-for-nothing fools? Young friend, we hear you made quite a splash in the league tournament, truly impressive. We hope you'll recreate that glory today. His words were polite, but his eyes burned with malice. Since Ji Chuanxiu had brought Lin Yi right to his doorstep to humiliate him, he wouldn't hold back. The humiliation War Soul Academy had suffered would be avenged in full. He whispered something to a teacher nearby. Soon, that teacher hurried off and returned with a long-haired youth dressed in a white Tai Chi robe. This is a new student enrolled in our academy, Luo Jun. His sequence is rather unique. It would be fitting for him to receive guidance from your academy's prodigy and gain some experience. If he said it was quite special, it must be exceptionally so. Lin Yi steeled himself. He understood that while it was phrased as him instructing Luo Jun, the reality was Luo Jun intended to humiliate him, seeking to wash away the disgrace from the War Soul Academy. Junior brother Luo, please begin. Lin Yi didn't hesitate to decline. He decisively stepped forward, pointed to an open patch of ground, and gestured for Luo Jun to come over. Luo Jun regarded Lin Yi with cold arrogance, shaking his head indifferently. Such a small space isn't enough for me to unleash my full potential. Senior Lin doesn't seem to mind, though. It seems your skills are much safer after all. Chapter 107, Still Dreaming? What's safer? It was a thinly veiled jab at Lin Yi's skill being too weak and lacking in range. Lin Yi smiled faintly, showing no intention to explain or argue. Since you find this clearing too small, let's find another venue. Chen Wanquan was delighted that Luo Jun displayed such confidence in front of Lin Yi. He immediately had the venue arranged, ultimately settling on the Battle Soul Academy's combat arena. Ji Chuanxiu, Chen Wanquan, and the others took their seats in the spectator stands, each brimming with confidence in their respective students. Senior Lin, you go first. Lin Yi and Luo Jun stood facing each other. Luo Jun's voluntary concession only served to highlight his arrogant confidence in his own abilities. Uncertain of his opponent's abilities, Lin Yi refrained from unleashing his ultimate move right away. He immediately activated the mind-reading effect of the crystal shard, but it yielded no useful information. Luo Jun's mind was consumed solely with strategies to defeat him, his competitive drive surging. Text alteration, he silently commanded, changing it to extreme physical ability. He silently commanded. Having mastered altering 5 characters, he could now completely reshape a skill, even adding an extra character. But he wasn't in a hurry. To guard against any special effects in his opponent's sequence, he resolved to rely solely on physical attacks, crushing him with overwhelming physical prowess. In an instant, he felt boundless power surge through his body. His speed, strength, agility, and control over his physique all reached levels he had never imagined possible. With a single thought, his body blurred into an afterimage and vanished from his original position. In the blink of an eye, he materialized before Luo Jun and struck out with a palm strike. Luo Jun was so stunned his breath caught in his throat, frozen dumbstruck in place, unable to react. It wasn't that he didn't want to dodge or counterattack, he simply couldn't react fast enough. His consciousness couldn't keep up. The moment he saw Lin Yi, the latter's heavy palm already slammed into his chest. Thud! Luo Jun flew backward, crashing to the ground. He coughed heavily, then turned his head, his eyes burning with ambition and excitement. To actually knock me back, Lin Yi, you truly haven't disappointed me. It's just a pity that with such strength, you still can't hurt me. Lin Yi stared at Luo Jun, his brow furrowed. Indeed, he had noticed that under such a powerful attack, any other awakened of the same or even lower rank would have had their chest caved in and perished instantly. Yet Luo Jun seemed unscathed, merely coughing a few times. You're immune to physical attacks. Though phrased as a question, Lin Yi's tone carried absolute certainty. Now it's my turn. Let's see if you can withstand this move. Luo Jun didn't respond. Instead, he rose to his feet, his aura shifting dramatically. He began chanting incantations. Lin Yi could barely hear the murmurs, but with his mind-reading ability, he clearly caught every syllable of Luo Jun's skill invocation. Sequence 83, Mind-Formed Reality, Skill, Mental Visualization. Whatever is conceived as perceived perception summons it, transforming it into a mental image. The thought, action, or object within that image can become tangible reality. Immediately after, Lin Yi heard a flood of Luo Jun's inner thoughts. I unleash my attack. Lin Yi attempts to counter with his skills, yet his defenses prove utterly useless. No matter what abilities he employs, they cannot halt my assault. When my strikes land on him, his body instantly loses all mobility and ability to counterattack. He suffers severe injuries, every old ailment and latent weakness within him triggered. He becomes fish meat for me to slaughter at will. Lin Yi. Who knew? This guy has quite the vivid imagination. But this entire string of inner monologue is really hard to edit. As for Luo Jun's skill, merely altering the sequence or its effects would be pointless. The sequence and skill fundamentally transform nothingness into reality. Before Luo Jun visualizes it, the sequence skill itself has no inherent effect. A hint of amused laughter flickered in Lin Ye's eyes. Since Luo Jun was so eager to defeat him, he'd give him hope first, then crush it. A sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. With a similar thought, he silently tampered with Luo Jun's mental visualization. Luo Jun remained oblivious, seeing only his own attack launched against Lin Yi, everything unfolding exactly as he imagined. His assault manifested as an arc-shaped energy blast. Lin Yi immediately activated a protective shield to block it, then launched a counterattack to nullify the incoming strike. Yet the moment his skill touched Lin Ye's, it proved utterly ineffective. Lin Ye's skill effortlessly pierced through his attack and the barrier he'd erected, arriving directly before Lin Ye's eyes. He watched as shock and terror filled Lin Ye's eyes, yet Lin Yi was utterly powerless to respond. Struck by the arc, his entire body was sent flying backward. Lin Ye's condition, however, was far worse than his own. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face ashen and his body covered in wounds. He lay motionless on the ground, utterly unable to rise. Everything had gone so smoothly. Luo Jun walked triumphantly to Lin Yi, planting his foot squarely on the boy's face and grinding it down with brutal force. "Senior Lin, so this is the extent of your abilities? Sorry to make you lose so disgracefully. But what can I say? You treated our opponents from the Battle Soul Academy with the same ruthless cruelty. This is merely payback in kind." This was a sparring match. He couldn't kill Lin Yi, but humiliating him thoroughly was perfectly acceptable. Watching Lin Yi's face twisted, filthy, and crushed beneath his foot, he felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction and reckless abandon. "Luo Jun! What are you standing there for? Fight back!" The scene before him suddenly froze, and the furious roar of Din Chen Wanquan echoed in Luo Jun's ears. He shuddered violently, looking around in confusion. To his shock, the previous scene had vanished, replaced by another image gradually coming into focus. He saw Chen Wanquan glaring at him with impatience and disappointment, and noticed Ji Chuanqiu and the other professors and teachers staring at him with expressions full of scrutiny and disdain. Finally, his gaze fell upon Lin Ye's unblemished, cold face. How could this be? "You?" Luo Jun froze, about to explain his earlier attack on Lin Yi, when he suddenly stopped, realizing what had happened. "Everything I just saw, it was all." He couldn't believe this reality. But Lin Yi cut straight to the chase. "It was all just a dream of yours." Lin Ye's tone was casual, yet it carried a hidden sharpness. "Dreaming in front of your opponent is a dangerous thing. Are you still dreaming right now?" His rhetorical question jolted Luo Jun into realization. He suddenly discovered he had somehow ended up outside the ring. Worse still, his body was completely immobilized. Lin Yi had dislocated every joint in his limbs. Is this still a dream? Chapter 108, Can't Handle Losing? Luo Jun couldn't accept what was happening before his eyes. He wished this were the dream. But immediately after, Lin Yi raised his hand and pointed at him lightly. In that instant, excruciating agony surged through Luo Jun's body. Lin Yi had deliberately sealed his sensory perception with a skill, numbing his pain receptors and immersing him in a blissful illusion. Now, that numbness was abruptly lifted. "It hurts. It hurts so much. Ah! My hands, my feet, every part of my body is in agony. Spare me, Lin Yi. Help me. Quickly, take this pain away. What did you do to me? Why? Why does it hurt so much? Save me. I'm dying from the pain." Luo Jun lay motionless on the ground, unable to move, his mouth emitting shrill cries of agony. Just hearing his piercing, heart-wrenching cries made everyone present realize the agony he was enduring was beyond what any ordinary person could bear. "Lin Yi, what did you do?" Chen Wanquan's face turned pale as he demanded harshly. Lin Yi wore an expression of calm innocence. "Nothing much. Just heightened Brother Luo's perception of pain a little." "A little? You?" "Oh, it's just heightened his pain perception to 10 times the normal level. Nothing serious. Actually, his injuries are all superficial, nothing major. Dislocated joints can be reset in minutes with the right technique." Lin Yi adopted a tone that suggested he was acting in Luo Jun's best interests. "This is a sparring match. I knew my limits. Dean Chen, professors, and teachers, please rest assured." He had first tampered with Luo Jun's stored thoughts, but hadn't done much, just added 4 words at the end, "It's all a dream." Then, as an afterthought, he applied a skill to amplify Luo Jun's pain perception 100-fold. He had already shown considerable restraint. Chen Wanquan turned pale with rage upon hearing Lin Yi's explanation. "They're just superficial wounds. Why is he in such agony? You must have played dirty." "Oh, Dean Chen, how could you accuse me like that?" Lin Yi feigned heartache and grievance. "Absolutely not. He'd only told Chen Wanquan a little white lie. How could that be considered dirty tricks?" Ji Chuanqiu stepped forward naturally at that moment, backing Lin Yi. "Enough. Your War Soul Academy students can't handle a bit of hardship. They can't endure the slightest pain and scream as if dying. If word gets out, it'll only bring more shame. Dean Chen, you really shouldn't keep forcing our academy students like this. You've already lost this sparring match. You're not going to be a sore loser, are you? Chen Wanxuan's face instantly turned from green to red, then finally darkened to a liver-like hue. Damn it! Both the old man and the youngster had tongues like poison arrows, stabbing relentlessly at his heart. He'd intended to redeem himself, certain of victory, only to lose so swiftly and so humiliatingly. Just moments ago, Luo Junren had stood there like a fool, letting Lin Yi beat him senseless until he was literally dragged off the stage, declared the loser. Then Luo Jun wailed as if dying, only making himself look weak and useless. We're certainly not sore losers. Lin Yi did win this sparring match, but you can't just dismiss us with a simple you won, can you? Ji Chuanqiu interrupted Chen Wanquan again. At the very least, shouldn't Lin Yi receive some small reward? Otherwise, when students from other academies want to spar with ours, I'll have them all refuse. After all, if even the Battle Soul Academy can't offer any benefits, why should they get beaten for nothing? Chen Wanquan nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. This was outright blackmail, threatened to publicize their sparring match if Lin Yi wasn't rewarded. Currently, the sparring match between Lin Yi and Luo Jun was confined to the watchful eyes of the school's higher-ups in Ji Chuanqiu. Others remained unaware. Losing was embarrassing, but it wouldn't cause significant repercussions or cost them too much face. But if it were publicized? That was a different story. What reward would be appropriate for him? Chen Wanquan had no choice but to compromise. To prevent Lin Yi and Ji Chuanqiu from making exorbitant demands, he quickly added, I can grant him VIP-level treatment at the Battle Soul Academy. He'll have unrestricted access to the academy, receive resource subsidies, and unlimited use of all facilities and equipment. Ji Chuanqiu felt some dissatisfaction, but he understood Chen Wanquan well. He knew that if pushed too hard, Chen would rather give nothing than lose face. After all, Lin Yi had previously brought great embarrassment to the Battle Soul Academy. With so many potential problems, if Chen Wanquan decided to throw caution to the wind, they might end up gaining nothing. Fine. This reward is barely acceptable. Lin Yi and Ji Chuanqiu exchanged a glance, both eyes sparkling with satisfaction. After all, Lin Yi wasn't a student of the Battle Soul Academy, so unrestricted access and unlimited use of facilities and equipment meant little to him. However, receiving an extra subsidy from the academy each month was like doubling his resources. His condition doesn't look good. You should send someone to treat him ASAP. We won't keep you any longer. We'll take our leave now, no need to see us out. Having achieved his purpose, Ji Chuanqiu immediately prepared to take Lin Yi away. Chen Wanquan stomped his foot in frustration, yet dared not intervene. He could only watch helplessly as the pair reaped the benefits and made their escape. After leaving the Battle Soul Academy, the pair headed straight for their next destination, the Supreme Academy, another institution ranked among the top 10. This time, Ji Chuanqiu's demeanor was no longer as casual as before. He brought Lin Yi to the gates of the Supreme Academy, specifically requesting an announcement. After waiting for quite some time, they finally saw an elderly man with snow-white hair and beard, accompanied by a group of subordinates, slowly approaching. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly. I was just chatting with Olju about you. The old man stepped forward, slapping Ji Chuanqiu's shoulder with a familiar ease. Ji Chuanqiu, unusually beaming with a relaxed ease, replied, Brother Fan, you say that, but when have I ever delayed or reneged on a promise I made to you? Well, here he is. See what I mean? My eye for talent is spot on. This kid's got potential, right? He nudged Lin Yi forward. Lin Yi could tell that Dean Fan and Ji Chuanqiu shared a deep bond. In fact, the exchange program had restarted precisely because of proposals from Dean Fan and another individual. The dean had brought him here primarily to show off his new recruit, this prodigy, to the two of them. Lin Yi's brow furrowed slightly. He wasn't exactly repelled by the principal's friends, but the thought that his plans had been disrupted because of them left a sour taste in his mouth. Well, quite impressive indeed. Already at level 32? Reaching this level at such a young age, becoming a god king seems quite within reach. Anyone above level 80 could be called a god king. He meant Lin Yi had the potential to surpass level 80. Lin Yi felt a chill run down his spine. Had he been spotted at a glance? He hadn't revealed anything about reaching level 32. Chapter 109, The Chosen One. Fan Heshing gazed at Lin Yi with a warm smile, as if he could read every thought in the young man's mind. Alright, standing here talking isn't proper. Let's go inside. Lin Yi silently followed them through the gates of the Supreme Academy, passing building after building until they finally arrived at an artificial lake. In the lake's center sat a small artificial island, topped with a wooden hut that exuded a surprisingly rustic charm. Olju, we're here. Dean Fan called out across the water from the shore. A spatial ripple rippled across the lake's surface. Soon, a figure materialized out of thin air. I've been waiting for you, Old G. Is this the student you recommended? Seems rather interesting. The man appeared middle-aged, his voice resonant and commanding as he surveyed Lin Yi from above, his eyes glinting with approval. Despite receiving praise from two elders who clearly held high status, Lin Yi remained unflappable, his expression calm and composed. Residual energy fluctuations from combat? Olju inquired with genuine curiosity. Did you clash with someone on your way here? Ji Chuanxiu volunteered an explanation. Before coming here, I stopped by the Battle Soul Academy. Both burst out laughing simultaneously. I knew it. So you went to slap that bastard Chen Wanquan in the face. You can bet Chen Wanquan got his ass kicked. After all, who could outsmart old Ji? But Ji Chuanxiu showed no trace of smugness. His expression darkened immediately. Taking out my frustration on the Battle Soul Academy for a bit of fun when I had nothing better to do is one thing. But if it were the Star River Academy, that wouldn't be so simple. All three grew solemn at once. This isn't the place to talk. Ji Chuanxiu waved his hand casually, lifting Lin Yi into the air as they drifted toward the lake's central isle. A barrier suddenly materialized before them. Yuxian pressed his palm against it, causing the barrier to thin until Lin Yi, Ji Chuanxiu, and Fan Hushing passed through. Only then did it thicken again. The interior of the small wooden hut was a world unto itself. Lin Yi was startled to see a dazzling array of weapons clanging and jingling. Many weapons radiated a sharp, forbidding aura. A thought struck Lin Yi. It seemed this elder was a weaponsmith. A weaponsmith was a master craftsman specializing in forging weapons for awakened individuals. While awakened ones primarily relied on skills in combat, they would occasionally wield specially crafted weapons under certain circumstances. Pairing unique skills with custom weapons could multiply their attack power several times over. However, weapon masters were exceedingly rare, and crafting a custom weapon came at a staggering cost one most could not afford. Yet now, the small wooden hut was filled to the brim with all manner of custom weapons. If other awakened saw this, they'd be green with envy. Beyond the weapons, the interior space was absurdly large. It was impossible to imagine how such a tiny cabin could contain a hall hundreds of square meters wide, complete with rooms. Regarding the Star River Academy, the three elders swiftly got down to business. They had gathered here more than once or twice before, long accustomed to such meetings. As for Lin Yi's reaction, they paid it little mind. Lin Yi strained to listen to their conversation, only to find the sound had vanished. Their voices had suddenly been cut off. Their mouths moved, yet no sound came out. A thought flashed through his mind. In truth, he could use the crystal shard's mind-reading ability to eavesdrop. But he wasn't sure if, given their level of power, they might detect his actions. If discovered, it might not lead to anything terrible, but the situation would certainly be awkward and could negatively impact their attitude and impression of him. In the end, Lin Yi suppressed his curiosity and refrained from using the mind-reading ability. Bored, he simply wandered around, peering here and touching there. Ha! His gaze suddenly locked onto a longbow displayed inside a glass case in the southeast corner. This is the soul-chasing bow. Haven't you seen it before? A cool, detached voice came from behind him. Lin Yi turned to see a woman dressed in a black cheapao embroidered with golden leaves standing less than 10 paces away, her posture elegant as she regarded him with a puzzled expression. Are you the destined one master spoke of? Before Lin Yi could finish his question, the other spoke first. Destined one? This time, it was Lin Yi's turn to be astonished. The woman didn't answer. Instead, she walked past him to the front of the soul-chasing bow. As she murmured an incantation, the bow vanished from its pedestal and appeared in her hands the next instant. Her movements were practiced and fluid as she drew the bow to a full moon. Then, shifting her stance slightly, she aimed it directly at Lin Yi. Without arrows, how do you plan to attack? Lin Yi showed no trace of fear, asking with a light chuckle. The woman shook her head. The soul seeker targets only the soul. Wherever the soul resides, that is where the arrow points. I see, Lin Yi nodded with understanding. Then my soul is here. Go ahead. You're not afraid? The woman paused, taken aback. I came here with the dean. Besides, you said I was destined for this. What is there to fear? Xuanyu, what are you doing? A sharp voice rang out from nearby as Yuxian, Ji Chuanxiu, Fan He, and Shang hurried over. Yuxian's brows were furrowed, his gaze fixed on the woman with disappointment and resignation. Qingluo remained calm and composed, her movements unchanged. Her gaze shifted, her tone unwavering. Master, we must kill him. Only then can we avert true chaos. He carries the aura of the ancient god. He has been corrupted too deeply. Yuxian shook his head. Even if you kill him, will the ancient god cease corrupting others? Will the day of the world's conquest and destruction not still come? Qingluo's face paled. Lin Yi's brows knitted tightly. Oomph. So this is it? The chosen one you speak of knows I'm tainted by the ancient god and intends to kill me? Of course not. Yuxian flicked his finger lightly, and the soul-chasing bow vanished from Qingluo's palm, returning to its pedestal. He stepped forward to face Lin Yi, his expression solemn and earnest. By chosen one, I meant I intend to save you. Lin Yi, I've already reached an agreement with your headmaster. I can lend you a specially crafted weapon to help suppress the ancient god's corruption. In return, you must cooperate with us in staging a performance. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. Ha? Something involving me personally, and you didn't even discuss it with me? He felt like he'd been sold out. He looked at Ji Chuanxiu. The latter shook his head at him. For reasons unknown, Lin Yi inexplicably stopped pressing the matter. Instead, he nodded in agreement, fine. But I still want that soul-chasing bow. Everyone froze. What do you need the soul-chasing bow for? Your sequence doesn't require weapon support. It's useless to you. Lin Yi gave a cold laugh. Doesn't this bow attack any being with a soul? I think it'll be quite useful to me. Chapter 110, I doubt I can kill you. Since he insisted, Uxin had no choice but to agree, fine, but... Master, you can't give him the soul-chasing bow. Xingluo interjected, her tone fiercely opposed. His skills are so unique. What if he uses the bow to assassinate others? That would be far too dangerous. Uxin's expression darkened with displeasure. Xingluo, you're unusually disobedient today. What is this? Have I lost control over you? Are you trying to climb over my head? Xingluo dares not. Xingluo hastily lowered her head, suppressing her resentment despite the bitterness burning within. Lin Yi shot Xingluo a thoughtful glance. This woman had been hostile toward him ever since she appeared. Was it simply because he was tainted by the ancient god's consciousness? His gut told him it wasn't that simple. But now, he had no interest in probing others' secrets. He was far more concerned with his own upcoming affairs. What charade do you want me to play along with? You'll find out soon enough. He teased Lin Yi further, then escorted them all out with an air of inscrutable mystery. Fan Hushing proactively instructed the school's dormitory supervisor to arrange Lin Yi and Ji Chuanqiu's daily necessities. Lin Yi was naturally assigned to the freshman dormitory building of Wushang Academy. As night fell, he lay resting in his specially assigned dorm room, surrounded by a cacophony of sounds. Are the students at this academy this lazy? Lin Yi was somewhat surprised. Perhaps because he himself attended a top-tier institution, every student around him, even those in the lowest-ranked class F9, was incredibly diligent. Even Duan Tianyu reviewed his lessons, practiced skills, and cultivated to level up every night before bed. Here, however, all he heard were others chatting, laughing, cursing, playing games, and even fighting. He recalled Uxin asking him to act. He had no idea what kind of play this was supposed to be. Speaking of plays, his sequence was named Screenwriter. Honestly, judging by the name alone, this sequence shouldn't be limited to just the skill of text alteration. So far, every other sequence awakener he'd encountered possessed multiple skills with distinct effects. Yet he was already over level 30 and still only had one skill. If he told anyone, they'd laugh him to death. I wonder when I'll finally get a second skill. What kind of effect would a new skill have? His mind was filled with imagination and curiosity. Even though his current text alteration skill would continue to make him stronger with each level up, granting him unmatched power, he had already sensed its limitations for some time now. Mind reading could partially compensate for some of the flaws of text alteration, but it still couldn't solve the issues of limited uses and the time required for alteration. When others unleashed skills, he needed time to think and react before he could alter them. When confronted with attacks so swift his consciousness couldn't register them, how could he possibly alter them in time? But worrying about it now wouldn't change the fact that he only had one skill. Level 35 is a watershed. If I have any chance of acquiring a second skill, it can only come from the sequence differentiation at level 35. He was lost in thought when his expression suddenly changed, and he sprang up from the bed. Buzz! His body vanished from its original spot as he turned. At the very moment his body vanished, another figure materialized out of thin air within the dormitory. Ha! Where'd he go? A figure clad in black and wearing a mask materialized, its muffled, raspy voice emanating from behind the mask. Were you looking for me? Lin Ye's voice rang out from behind his ear. The masked figure's hair instantly stood on end. Without a word, he swung a palm strike backward. Crash! The wall behind him shattered and collapsed. Feeling no resistance, the masked figure was furious. You little bastard, you're cunning after all. But you won't escape. A dark crimson glow erupted from his body. Within the light's reach, space warped and the scenery shifted. When Lin Yi looked again, they were already trapped within a rift. Spatial shift. Lin Ye's pupils contracted slightly. This was no ordinary skill. It was an advanced skill belonging to the spatial sequence, requiring at least level 60 to use. The opponent was at least a level 60 spatial sequence awakener. Absolute defense. After assessing the situation, Lin Ye's first move was to apply a skill buff to himself, prioritizing his own safety. His modified skill could achieve effects far surpassing those of a skill at his actual level. Therefore, as long as his modifications were effective, even attacks from a level 60 powerhouse might not be impossible to defend against. A protective barrier flared around him, but a spatial vortex instantly appeared before his eyes. A powerful suction force seized his entire body, dragging him uncontrollably toward the vortex's center. Just as the vortex was about to swallow him whole, his absolute defense activated, deploying a protective shield that anchored him in place. Spatial shatter. The masked man's impatient, urgent voice rang out once more. Lin Yi felt a sharp pain as the space above his head collapsed, his body crushed and torn apart. This time, even his absolute defense couldn't withstand the skill's immense impact, shattering the outer shield completely. A sharp gleam flashed in Lin Ye's eyes, skill nullification. The shards of space passed right through his transparent, ethereal form, the fractured void compressing into air. Seeing Lin Ye's ethereal form, the masked man grew even more furious. Damn it! I refuse to believe I can't kill you. Spatial alteration, breath of the ancient god. Weren't you corrupted by the ancient god's will? Now let's see how long you can hold out before the ancient god. Maybe not even 10 seconds before you're completely corrupted, becoming the ancient god's puppet. The masked man cackled wildly, his laughter both frenzied and triumphant. Lin Ye's brows furrowed. Could this man actually summon an ancient god? Before his eyes, the colossal pupil of the Chaos Weaver suddenly materialized. That bloodshot orb glared relentlessly at Lin Yi. Lin Yi felt a wave of relief wash over him. We meet again. What? You want to control me again? Or is it that you found the energy I devoured last time insufficient? Lin Yi deliberately taunted. The Chaos Weaver's pupil brimmed with venom and malice. You're nowhere near capable of completely overtaking my consciousness. Lin Yi met its gaze without a trace of fear. The masked man trembled in terror. You're insane. You're actually talking to the projection of an ancient god. You truly have lost your mind, ha? You will become the ancient god's puppet sooner or later. You are destined to be the agent of destruction. Lin Yi felt irritated, shooting at a cold, piercing glare. Who the hell do you think you are? What gives you the right to speak to me? You. The masked man's eyes widened, his trembling intensifying. He seemed to have glimpsed some utterly terrifying presence, his lips quivering as he struggled to form coherent words. You are. Chapter 111, What Must Be Done? His words abruptly halted as a beam of light erupted from Lin Yi. Instantly, the projection of the Chaos Weaver vanished. The masked man's body froze rigid in place. Without warning, and showing no signs of having been attacked, his form began to crumble like earth, dissolving into a pile of ashes. Lin Yi turned his head, watching the masked man's corpse turn to powder, his gaze utterly unruffled. He just died like that. He murmured softly. Truly the power of an ancient god. Even an awakened being over level 60 couldn't withstand it directly. Lin Yi had deliberately directed a sliver of the ancient god's energy he faced toward the masked man. Given the bizarrely potent nature of the opponent's sequence, this was the only strategy he could devise. As the projection target of the Chaos Weaver, he inherently possessed the power of the ancient god. It could be said that the ancient god's attacks and damage would actually be diluted and weakened when directed at him. But others were a different story. The mere spillover of ancient god energy could create so many awakened ones, a testament to the sheer terror of that power. Lin Yi. A familiar voice called out from behind. Lin Yi turned to see Ji Chuanxiu and Fan Hushing appear simultaneously. Lin Yi found this unsurprising. The masked man's earlier urgency and agitation had clearly stemmed from his concern over Ji Chuanxiu and the others. Principal, Dean Fan, is this the act you wanted me to perform? He didn't think he'd acted much at all, hadn't he just performed normally? This is only the beginning, Lin Yi. You're injured, severely injured. You're barely clinging to life, on the brink of death. Fan Hushing's expression was grave as his gaze fixed intently on Lin Yi. No, I'm perfectly fine. Lin Yi froze, then realized what was being implied. Covering his forehead, he gave a wry smile and nodded. Yes, I am indeed gravely injured. It's a miracle I'm even standing here. Half a day later. News spread that Lin Yi had been attacked and gravely injured at the Supreme Academy. To allow Lin Yi to recuperate in peace, he was simply left at the Supreme Academy. Mr. Lin, how are you feeling? In the Academy's recovery ward, Lin Yi occupied a VIP room, enjoying daily attentive care and greetings from his junior therapist. Lying in bed, his body wrapped like a mummy, he was pampered with every need attended to a life of leisure and comfort. I still feel terrible. My body is almost completely numb. Lin Yi lied through his teeth, his eyes fixed intently on the junior therapist. Xiaoji, you've been so kind, feeding me and washing me every day. Xiaoji lowered her head shyly and timidly. It's nothing, it's what I should be doing. As she sat down at the bedside, ready to feed Lin Yi with practiced ease, a cold voice cut her off. What on earth is this? Cheng Luo's face turned pale as she walked in coldly, glaring fiercely at Lin Yi. Others might not know, but she was well aware Lin Yi was perfectly fine. He was merely putting on an act, pretending to be injured. And now he had a pretty junior feeding him? How utterly indulgent. She couldn't stand it. Stepping forward, she snatched the bowl and chopsticks from Xiaoji's hands. You're not needed here. You can leave now. After dismissing the attendant, she crossed her arms and glared down at Lin Yi. If you want to eat, get up and do it yourself. I'm injured, Lin Yi frowned, clearly displeased. I can't get up. You call yourself an injured patient? Believe me or not. As she spoke, her fist slammed toward Lin Yi's chest. Unexpectedly, she actually connected. The moment her fist met his body, she felt her breath catch. Stunned and confused, she demanded, why didn't you dodge? She'd only been trying to scare him out of spite, expecting him to dodge after all. With his abilities, evading a punch should have been effortless. Lin Yi shook his head. A wounded man can't dodge an attack. Cheng Luo froze, her expression darkening. She didn't understand Lin Yi at all. He'd seemed unwilling to play along at first, yet now he was acting with such convincing dedication. I'm not wasting my breath on you. You brought this on yourself. Don't blame me for this punch. And don't go complaining to my master later. She gave Lin Yi an irritated warning before getting to the reason for her visit. Master said to keep an eye on you here. If necessary, I can step in. Lin Yi shot her a skeptical look. What's with that look? I'm pretty formidable myself, you know. Is that so? Cheng Luo felt herself flaring up whenever she encountered Lin Yi. Forcibly suppressing the anger in her chest, she coldly retorted, don't think you're the only genius around. I earned my master's recognition precisely because I'm one of the top talents at Supreme Academy. While I can't compare to Long Yuan, I'm still pretty decent myself. Lin Yi wasn't truly concerned about Cheng Luo's abilities. He merely frowned and changed the subject. I've been lying here for 5 days already. How much longer must this charade continue? Who knows? When the time comes, you'll find out. Cheng Luo turned away, sat down on a nearby chair, and closed her eyes to rest. I'm hungry. I need to eat. Lin Yi felt distinctly uncomfortable sharing a room alone with Cheng Luo and deliberately ordered her about. Feed yourself. I won't be your waitress. Cheng Luo didn't even open her eyes. If you won't feed me, I'll just have to get up myself and take my bowl outside to eat. Cheng Luo's expression changed abruptly. She snapped her eyes open and glared at him. You're threatening me again. Isn't threatening you easy? Who made you so easy to threaten? Lin Yi didn't deny it. Hurry up. If you don't start now, I'm getting up. Cheng Luo's chest heaved with anger. She had just told him he could feed himself, but now that Lin Yi was about to do it, she was scared again. Fine. Just remember this. Once master's arrangements are settled, you'll see how I get my revenge. Lin Yi showed no fear. You want revenge? First, you need the ability to do it. I still remember how you tried to kill me. Cheng Luo was instantly speechless and could only storm over to feed Lin Yi, her cheeks puffed out in anger. Surprisingly, Cheng Luo's feeding felt different from Xiao Ji's. It carried a satisfying sense of triumph. Lin Yi was a vengeful man by nature. He'd never forgotten Cheng Luo's offense against him, and now he seized this chance to thoroughly teach her a lesson. But as soon as he swallowed the first mouthful, an unusual sensation washed over his body. My body. His expression shifted slightly. He tried to rise, only to discover he truly couldn't control himself, utterly immobilized. What's wrong with you? Cheng Luo hadn't yet noticed his abnormality. Her brows furrowed as she glared at Lin Yi. But Lin Yi remained silent for a long while, only trying desperately to convey something with his eyes. Why aren't you speaking? You. Her expression abruptly changed as she realized what was happening. She instinctively tried to activate her skill, drawing upon the power of the sequence, but collapsed to the ground immediately afterward. Chapter 112, Why aren't you dead yet? Cheng Luo's eyes were filled with shock and fury. Poison. Someone poisoned the bowls and the food. Her body went limp and she collapsed to the ground, barely able to move. Even speaking required every ounce of strength she had left. Lin Yi was speechless. Only now did he realize they'd both been poisoned. The two could only lie motionless, waiting like lambs led to slaughter. 2 minutes later, a petite figure pushed open the door to the recuperation room. It was Xiao Ji, returning after leaving. Ah! What happened to you two? Seeing both of them silent, one lying motionless on the bed, the other sprawled on the floor, Xiao Ji was utterly bewildered. Don't scare me like this. You were fine just a moment ago. Miss, please get up. The floor is cold, don't catch a chill. She spoke, reaching out to help Cheng Luo up. Lin Yi desperately signaled Cheng Luo with his eyes. But he couldn't speak or move, forced to watch helplessly as Xiao Ji approached Cheng Luo. Buzz. Just as Xiao Ji's fingers were about to touch Cheng Luo's body, a protective barrier suddenly enveloped her form, blocking Xiao Ji's contact. Get lost. Stay away from me. Cheng Luo snapped viciously. Xiao Ji's worried expression instantly hardened. She frowned unhappily at Cheng Luo. I'm trying to help you, and you snap at me? We're both women, why all the hostility? But since you don't want my help, I'll go check on Lin Yi first. A faint smile curved her lips as she walked toward Lin Yi. Lin Yi stared at her coldly, saying nothing, yet his gaze spoke volumes. How come you're still alive? Xiao Ji scrutinized Lin Yi for a long moment before sighing in exasperation. I've been feeding you slow-acting poison all these days, and you haven't reacted at all. No choice today, I had to go all out. I was worried about my cover blowing, but luckily someone came along to take the fall for me. So what if you're an awakened? No matter how powerful your transformed physique becomes, it can still be eroded by potent toxins, leading you to death. My sequence is the venomous messenger. Taking you down is a piece of cake. She smiled, admiring the fruits of her labor over the past few days. But she never saw anger, despair, or fear in Lin Yi's eyes. Her enthusiasm began to wane. To make this look more like a personal vendetta between the two of you, I had to tweak things a bit. I'm sure you won't mind. She stepped forward, lifted Lin Yi up, then shoved him down onto the ground, sending him crashing onto Qing Luo's body. Her eyes sparkled with malicious delight. This script is much better. You recover your strength, your animal instincts surge, you try to force yourself on someone, get poisoned, and then this woman suffers the backlash of the toxin too, both of you perishing together. After staring at Qing Luo and Lin Yi for a moment, she suddenly slapped her forehead. I almost forgot this scenario still has a flaw. We need to make it more realistic. She stepped forward, tore open the top of Qing Luo's cheongsam to reveal a glimpse of skin, then adjusted Lin Yi's posture to make him look like he was brutally trying to take advantage of her. She even pressed one of Lin Yi's hands onto Qing Luo's chest. Qing Luo's eyes nearly popped out of her head, but she was now too weakened to even speak or curse. The toxin was spreading deeper with time, and her physical symptoms were worsening. Lin Yi hovered above her, their faces mere inches apart. He could clearly see the flush spreading across Qing Luo's cheeks, her entire face crimson, her eyes brimming with shame and fury. That's enough. How kind of me, letting you leave behind a juicy campus scandal before you die. Xiao Ji covered her mouth, smiling mischievously as she turned and slipped quietly out of the infirmary. Time ticked by, and Lin Yi felt his body growing weaker by the minute. His consciousness was fading. Unable to move, he couldn't use his skills, let alone tamper with them through his sequence. Am I just supposed to wait here to die? Lin Yi frantically pondered in his mind. In truth, he could still attempt to alter his own movements. It was merely a matter of intent, yet he sensed the timing was not right. As the two grew increasingly worse, Qing Luo's eyes were already glazing over, on the verge of losing consciousness. Lin Yi was on the verge of giving in and using the sequence. A soft sound suddenly reached his ears. Immediately afterward, a warm glow enveloped him and Qing Luo. His body rapidly regained strength. He felt his physical damage being repaired, the toxins within suppressed. A tea-green voice emerged from the wall. A young man slowly stepped forward, coldly fixing his gaze on Lin Yi. Lin Yi immediately activated mind reading, catching the other's inner thoughts. TSK, even at death's doorstep, you still enjoy such good fortune with women. Too bad I have to save him. If he just died, it would save us so much trouble. I just don't understand the guild leader. This kid ruined our big plan, yet he won't kill him. He even wants us to save him. But what about after we save him? Just slip away? Wouldn't that be too suspicious? Lin Yi was surprised to find the young man's thoughts surprisingly straightforward and simple. So, he was from the Eye of Truth. Which faction sent that Xiao Ji? If not for me, Zhang Yuexian wouldn't have been gravely wounded by Ji Chuanxiu and forced to flee. Now they're actually sending men to rescue me. Lin Yi certainly didn't believe it was out of kindness. It only proved he had reasons he absolutely couldn't die. His survival held greater value to the Eye of Truth. As for what that value might be, it was obvious it had to do with the ancient gods. Just as the young man, having agonized over the matter for ages without resolution, turned to leave with a troubled expression, Lin Yi called out to him, "Wait!" His body had recovered significantly, and she had now activated her sequence skill reality manipulation to control his physical state, altering his condition so he could speak normally. Then he said, "You're one of the Truth Eye people. Tell your leader this, no matter what happens, I won't give you what you want. You seek to summon the ancient god to devour this world? Then I will bind that god, ensuring it never again sets its sights on this realm." The young man's expression darkened. He spun around abruptly, his eyes locked on Lin Yi with a murderous glare. "Lin Yi, if you truly despise the ancient god so much, then deal with yourself first. Die. Do you dare?" But he quickly regained his composure, smiling as he proposed to Lin Yi. Lin Yi certainly had no desire to die, but his words to hold the youth back weren't meant for idle chatter. "You may leave now," he added immediately. The youth froze, confusion flashing in his eyes. He was about to activate his sequence skill to leave when his body stiffened, leaving him rooted to the spot. Where's my sequence? Where are my skills? Chapter 113, Future Goals. Lin Ye's lips curved upward. Of course. They've been sealed. You? The youth stared at him in shock. Before he could react, a golden-hued barrier enveloped him. 3 figures materialized within the room: Ji Chuanxiu, Fan Heshing, and Uxin. After all this time fishing, we only caught a minnow. Fan Heshing couldn't help but sigh, his eyes filled with disappointment. The young man's face darkened. This was all a charade orchestrated by you lot, deliberately luring me into the trap. Wrong. It wasn't about luring you, it was about exposing those behind the scenes who scheme against Lin Yi. You're such a minor player, yet you've proven quite disappointing. Lin Yi replied without mercy. Still, even a small fish can lure out a big one. Ji Chuanxiu scrutinized the young man from head to toe, shaking his head in disbelief. It seems the Eye of Truth has suffered a severe shortage of talent since the last purge. How could your rank be so low? You old bastard. You're the one who gravely wounded the guild leader. Oomph. I'd kill you if I could. Seeing Ji Chuanxiu, the young man's face twisted with hatred. Zhang Xiaowei, are you tired of living? Lin Ye's expression turned icy. You know my name? Zhang Xiaowei was stunned. Lin Yi couldn't be bothered with him anymore. He rose and walked over to Ji Chuanxiu and his two companions. What do we do now? We've drawn two groups. If I'm not mistaken, Xiao Ji is from the City of Shadows and Zhang Xiaowei is from the Eye of Truth. Though these two organizations treat me completely differently, my gut tells me they're deeply connected. Ji Chuanxiu nodded. Your intuition is correct. Since we've come this far, I won't keep it from you. In truth, the City of Shadows was once under the jurisdiction of the Eye of Truth, a subordinate organization. But later, it broke away and split off after a decisive rupture with the Eye of Truth. The City of Shadows' ideology is to control this world, bringing all awakened under their dominion to become the true rulers behind the scenes. Thus, their goal is to preserve the present reality. The Eye of Truth, however, seeks a new, unified world. In that new world, they possess greater power, enabling them to survive eternally. Lin Yi heard such secrets for the first time, stunned into speechlessness for a long while. He had dealt with both organizations numerous times before. It wasn't their existence that shocked him, but the sheer scale of their ambitions. If they dare dream of such grand ambitions, does that mean I can elevate my own ideals too? He stroked his chin, deep in thought. Ji Chuanxiu nodded. You should indeed give serious thought to your future goals. But right now, our most urgent task is to eliminate their minions, especially those at Star River Academy. Lin Yi froze, puzzled by the sudden shift to Galaxy Academy. Fan Hashing raised his hand slightly, beckoning. A figure burst through the doorway, none other than Xiao Ji. Her eyes widened, darting frantically with terror and agitation, yet her body remained utterly immobilized. With her, we have our evidence. Next, we'll demand accountability. Lin Yi, you'll accompany us. Star River Academy has been severely infiltrated by the Nether City. You can use this opportunity to hone your combat skills. Lin Yi nodded in understanding and followed several elders out. As for Qing Luo, the poison had long been neutralized, but she dared not act out of line. She obediently trailed behind the group, occasionally shooting Lin Yi a cold, sharp glance. Every time Lin Yi accidentally met her gaze, a chill ran through him, and he couldn't help but rub his fingers together. Noticing his gesture, the chill in Qing Luo's eyes deepened. Upon reaching the assembly square of the Supreme Academy, Lin Yi saw a dense crowd gathered there. For this operation, I've gathered students from several academies to train them in collective action, Fan Hashing explained. He then solemnly instructed Lin Yi, our academy students are disappointing. I can't rest easy. Lin Yi, you will serve as the overall leader. Keep a close eye on them to prevent major casualties. Lin Yi felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Fan Hashing had handed him a hot potato. He'd already experienced the attitude of these Supreme Academy students firsthand. They were lazy and unmotivated. How much strength could they possibly have? Could they even stand a chance against Star River Academy? After all, Star River Academy might fall short against Battle Soul Academy and Dragon Abyss Academy, but against Supreme Academy? They'd be utterly crushed. I'm not qualified to shoulder such a heavy responsibility. If a fight broke out and Supreme Academy suffered heavy casualties, and he failed to protect them in time, Fan Hashing would surely blame him. He had no desire to agree. Ji Chuanxiu interjected, this is also a trial for you, Lin Yi. Your individual combat prowess is formidable, but you're only skilled in fighting. Your ability to coordinate the overall situation still needs strengthening. This is the perfect opportunity to test yourself. With the dean speaking so, Lin Yi could hardly refuse. He had no choice but to agree. Fan Hashing immediately beamed as he led Lin Yi forward, announcing the students' current mission objective and Lin Yi's assigned role. Learning that their leader would be a mere student from Longyuan Academy, not a professor or renowned mentor, the students below reacted with disappointment and disdain. Are you kidding? I've heard of Lin Yi's reputation and know he's capable, but he's hardly qualified to command all of us. Exactly. A powerful professor or mentor should be leading us. Lin Yi isn't strong enough, and he's from another academy. He's not qualified, okay? This is so annoying. The thought of taking orders from some outsider student makes me cringe. The students below murmured and chattered, their voices growing boisterous. Fan Hashing cleared his throat. The clamor subsided, leaving the room deathly quiet. Once the battle commences, all of you are to follow Lin Yi's commands and directives. This is my order to you. Otherwise, should danger arise, I will not intervene on your behalf. Even with Fan Hashing's explicit instructions, Lin Yi harbored no hope of controlling these students. Didn't the student council know how to play one thing to your face and another behind your back? He refused to believe it. With a cold expression, he led the way himself, guiding this group toward the Star River Academy. The group marched in a grand procession. No sooner had they reached the gates of Star River Academy than Ji Chuanxiu and Fan Hashing soared through the air, plunging directly into the Academy's protective barrier array. Who dares to intrude upon our Star River Academy? Boomed a powerful voice. Soon, the sound of battle echoed through the air, only to vanish just as quickly. Lin Yi was certain the dean and the academy's high-ranking officials had already entered the domain space to fight. It was time for him to make his move. Chapter 114, Useless. Attention, All-Star River Academy students and faculty. The United Academy has uncovered evidence of your institution colluding with the Nether City to plot against students from other academies and steal classified information. A full investigation of your entire student body and staff is now underway. Any refusal to cooperate shall be deemed contempt and betrayal toward the United Academy, and immediate disciplinary action will be taken. As the leading academy among all institutions, Ji Chuanxiu stood as the supreme commander of the United Academy organization. The matters he and Fan Heshing had thoroughly investigated already represented the United Academy's stance. Lin Yi deliberately waved the banner of authority, hoping to subdue his opponents without a fight. Unfortunately for him, neither the faculty nor students of Star River Academy bought into his tactics. Stop listening to his nonsense. Our academy is being framed. You're just trying to conspire to divide our resources. Don't think you'll succeed. Exactly. Accusing our dean of plotting to steal information? That's ridiculous. It sounds absurd from the start. At its core, it's all about greed. They want to swallow our academy whole, snatch our equipment, resources, and wealth. As members of Galaxy Academy, we must protect our alma mater. We won't stand by and let them devour us or get away with their provocations. Lin Yi clearly heard the voices of opposition and incitement. In any case, under the influence of such rhetoric, the other students and faculty grew indignant one by one, a sense of crisis taking hold. For the students of Star River Academy, defending their alma mater at this moment felt like resisting evil forces, a cause brimming with righteousness and fervor. Strike now! The students of Supreme Academy are all useless trash. Capture them all, and we can use these students to threaten their academy's higher-ups. The headmaster of Longyuan Academy is here. Our headmaster and professors won't stand a chance against him. We must help our academy. Capture them, teach them a lesson, and show them what we're made of. Students from Galaxy Academy surged in from all directions, their battle cries ringing out in unison, their fighting spirit soaring. In stark contrast, the once arrogant faculty and students of Supreme Academy fell utterly silent. Faced with formidable foes, their legs went weak with fear. Bang! 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 Amidst the rumbling ground and the sound of explosions, the faculty and students of Star River Academy burst through the barrier and were upon them in an instant. Leading the group was a middle-aged professor who held a staff in his hand. Pointing it at the members of the Supreme Academy, he instantly caused their minds to go blank, their consciousnesses affected by a special influence. Lin Ye's eyes flickered. He had already used his skills several times today, leaving him with only 5 remaining uses. Not only did he need to use these 5 remaining skill uses to withstand the powerful attacks of the Galaxy Academy professors and mentors, but he also had to keep an eye on the useless students of the Supreme Academy. This is really putting me to the test. Lin Yi couldn't help but grumble. To soothe my wounded heart, I'll definitely demand adequate compensation from Dean Fan later. Cheng Luo snorted derisively from behind him. Nice try. Our dean is notoriously stingy. Lin Yi rolled his eyes, too preoccupied to argue. His entire focus was now on his opponents. Text tampering changed to sequence tampering. Now that I possess the power to alter sequences, I shall change mine to sequence 54, Taoist natural law. Ambition burned in Lin Ye's eyes. Since he was altering his sequence, he naturally chose a formidable one. Ever since learning of Zhang Yuexian's sequence, he'd been consumed by envy and jealousy. However, altering a sequence wasn't something one could do on a whim. It required sufficient understanding of the corresponding sequence and direct exposure to it. He had actually encountered Ji Chuanxiu's sequence before and possessed some understanding of it. Yet, the current situation was unsuitable for its use. Ji Chuanxiu's offensive skills were better suited for single-target attacks. A faint emerald glow flickered in Lin Ye's pupils. Instantly, his intent shifted. The crowd watched as the scene before them abruptly transformed. Between the two groups, countless weapons and arrows materialized. Text alteration changed to function alteration. The soul-chasing Bao's function is now altered to a group soul shockwave. He continued his sequence, executing it like a combo move that perfectly complemented his earlier skill chain. Using the Taoist technique of following nature, he created countless duplicates of the soul-chasing Bao. Then, drawing the original Bao himself, he drew back the string, aiming squarely at the leading title professor of the Star River Academy. Soul-seeking Reaper. He murmured softly as his fingers released the bowstring. Countless light sword arrows shot toward the students and faculty of the Star River Academy. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The piercing sound filled the air. The Star River Academy students activated their sequences, attempting to block the attack. Yet, the arrows were not physical. They passed through the barriers and energy blasts, striking directly at the souls of everyone present. Those struck by the arrows froze momentarily, their expressions blank and vacant, eyes unfocused and lifeless. Now! Everyone, attack! He immediately began directing the students of the Supreme Academy behind him. Hearing Lin Ye's urging, the Supreme Academy students activated their sequences reluctantly, dragging their feet as they unleashed their skills. Seeing the feeble effects of their skills, Lin Ye nearly choked on his own blood. The skill lights were dim and faint, their energy fluctuations weak and narrow as they slowly advanced toward the students of the Star River Academy. Put. Even the explosions from their explosive skills were pitifully weak. Lin Ye was absolutely furious. What the hell are you doing? Tickling the enemy? His sharp rebuke drew discontent from the Supreme Academy student representatives. A professor casually retorted, "Don't be unreasonable. This is the level of our academy students. There's nothing we can do about it." Other faculty and students nodded in agreement. "Exactly. We've done our best. You can't hold us to your standards. If you're so great, why don't you just take them all out yourself? Why bother watching us? Didn't the dean say you're so skilled? Why not show us what you can do?" Their attitude made it seem as though Lin Ye had been invited by their dean merely to perform a sideshow act. Lin Ye's chest heaved violently with anger, his face darkening. "Seems you're well aware of your own limitations. Truly, you're a bunch of good-for-nothings." Lin Ye's words ignited their fury. "Who the hell are you calling useless? We're talking about you lot. Oomph. You're a true piece of trash at sequence 999 plus, yet you dare call us trash? That's laughable. Believe it or not, we won't go easy on you." Lin Ye snorted coldly. "What exactly could you possibly do to me? A bunch of incompetent, despicable cowards." They cowered before Star River Academy students, yet suddenly grew bold enough to gang up on Lin Ye alone. If he hadn't promised Dean Fan to keep these people in line, he'd have gladly washed his hands of them. "Don't forget I'm your dean's appointed temporary combat commander. Laying a finger on me is slapping your dean in the face. Have you thought this through?" Chapter 115, Daddy, Save Me. The mention of the dean made the Supreme Academy crowd hesitate. They dared not actually lay a finger on Lin Ye, only threaten him. But Lin Ye wasn't afraid at all, leaving them utterly powerless against him. "If you don't act now, I'll have no choice but to wash my hands of this." Lin Ye sneered coldly, glancing back at the Star River Academy members behind him, a dark gleam flashing in his eyes. "Even if we don't act, what can you do to us?" Several students roared in frustration. "Exactly. We can't touch you, and you can't touch us. Do you really think we'd be intimidated by your threats? Oomph. A worthless sequence like you has no right to boss us around." These people constantly referred to Lin Ye as a worthless sequence. In the eyes of these sequence-obsessed individuals, no matter how strong Lin Ye became, he remained a lowly, worthless sequence destined for a miserable fall someday. His current success was merely a fleeting moment of triumph. Lin Ye couldn't be bothered to argue with them. He'd never been one to swallow others' insults silently. His fingers twitched slightly. All his skills retracted, his body turned transparent, vanishing before everyone's eyes. Holy crap, where'd he go? Did we scare him off? Pfft, what a wimp. He couldn't even take a little trash talk. Useless. Before the mocking words from the Supreme Academy students could finish, countless blinding flashes erupted before their eyes. A powerful energy surge slammed into them head-on. Only then did they realize with horror that Lin Ye had released his control over the Star River Academy students. With their strength alone, they stood no chance against Star River Academy. Screams filled the air as Supreme Academy students fell one after another, knocked flying in a one-sided slaughter. Only then did the Supreme Academy students realize that without Lin Ye, they were utterly useless against Star River Academy. "Lin Ye, come out. You can't just abandon us. Have you forgotten the headmaster's instructions? Ah. I'm going to be beaten to death. Lin Ye, come save me." Only now did they remember Lin Ye, only now did they need Lin Ye, only now did their cries fill the air with his name. Lin Ye remained hidden in the void, invisible to all, yet he could see every detail of the battle clearly. The cries for help echoed in his ears, but Lin Ye paid them no heed. "Save me just because you ask? I'm not your servant." His tone dripped with contempt as he sat cross-legged, focusing on the changes within his body. After several recent battles, his strength had grown once more. He now stood at level 34, just a step away from ascending to level 35. He eagerly anticipated the transformation that awaited him at level 35. Currently in a consolidation phase, he reflected on every battle, absorbing lessons thoroughly while utilizing cultivation resources to strengthen and elevate his sequence. Dark blue light swirled around him. He sensed the cries for help from outside growing fainter. Finally, he drew all the energy fluctuations back into his body and looked out once more. At this moment, 1/5 of the Supreme Academy students had already fallen. A 20% casualty rate was enough to shatter the students' resolve. "Lin Ye, we were wrong. I truly regret it. Please, save us. We'll never call you a failure again. We'll never mock you. You can beat us or curse us however you want, just don't abandon us. I don't want to die yet. If you'll save me, I'll even call you Dad." At this moment, the students of the Supreme Academy had completely shed their pride and arrogance, reduced to nothing but desperate pleas. Watching one classmate after another fall, their minds couldn't bear the crushing blow. It was precisely because they had been shielded too well that these individuals had grown complacent. Even when academy students were sent into background battles, most merely coasted along, believing that if the sky fell, someone taller would catch it. It was precisely because Fan Hashing knew how utterly useless and complacent his academy students were that he had deliberately arranged this battle and entrusted it to Lin Yi. Wang Changyi, the class monitor of the Cocoon class at Supreme Academy, was filled with utter despair. He was the only one who had previously attacked and insulted Lin Yi. Deep down, he was jealous of Lin Yi. Despite being a lowly waist-tier student ranking far below his own, Lin Yi had somehow surpassed him to enter Longyuan Academy. There, he had achieved victory after victory, repeatedly distinguished himself, and rapidly gained fame. Unwilling to accept this, he sought to dampen Lin Yi's prestige by deliberately provoking him. It was precisely for this reason that, spurred on by his incitement, the surrounding students had opposed Lin Yi, stubbornly refusing to follow his commands. But when Lin Yi departed and they truly faced the powerhouses of Star River Academy, they realized their own utter incompetence. Their strongest attack skills could only cause their Star River opponents to pause momentarily. A single light strike from the opponent left him gravely wounded on the ground, having lost an arm. Such formidable opponents, yet when facing Lin Yi, they seemed like mere weaklings. One could only imagine just how terrifying Lin Yi truly was. Having enraged and offended such a formidable foe, how could he possibly expect forgiveness? Wang Changyi let out a bitter laugh. As his opponent's final, devastating attack closed in, poised to end his life, he simply gave up resisting. Yet, as he closed his eyes, the expected agony and impact failed to materialize. He opened his eyes in confusion to find a towering figure standing before him, radiating immense power. That person had single-handedly blocked the attacks of everyone from the Star River Academy. Lin Yi. Wang Changyi felt tears welling up in his eyes. Dad, from now on, you're my dad. Dad saved me. He shouted excitedly, afraid that if he didn't declare his allegiance quickly, Lin Yi might hold a grudge over past events and run away again. Lin Yi was drenched in sweat, but before he could stop him, the rest of the Supreme Academy students chimed in unison. Dad, save us. Dad, we truly know we've made mistakes. From now on, I'm your son, and you're my father. Whatever you say, I'll obey. The waves of cries for Dad transformed the tense, desperate, and violent atmosphere of the battlefield into something eerily surreal. The students of the Galaxy Academy trembled inwardly at the sight of Lin Yi. Hearing the Supreme Academy students collectively call him Daddy, they knew immediately that things had taken a turn for the worse. Quick! Everyone, surround Lin Yi. We must kill him. Their sole thought now was to pool their strength and eliminate Lin Yi before he could strike. Too slow. No matter how fast you are, can you outpace my thoughts? A sharp gleam flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. As his words fell, every student of Star River Academy froze once more, their gazes unfocused. Chapter 116, Not a Greedy Man. Lin Yi turned his gaze back toward the crowd from Supreme Academy. This time, he didn't even need to speak. A single glance was enough. Everyone still able to move charged forward, screaming. I give you 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, I don't want to see a single person from Star River Academy still standing. Lin Yi spoke calmly, his voice carrying clearly to everyone present. Hearing such an uncompromising and demanding order, these people would have erupted in protest under previous circumstances. But now, they shuddered, daring not to utter another word of delay or pretense. All threw themselves into the fray with unparalleled ferocity, frantically unleashing their skills and hurling them relentlessly at the Star River Academy students. Boom! 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 Explosions and booms echoed without pause. When Fan Hashing, Ji Chuanxiu, and the others returned after dealing with the Star River Academy's higher-ups, they witnessed the Supreme Academy students mercilessly overwhelming their opponents. Of course, they could tell this was largely thanks to Lin Yi's skill, which had kept the Star River Academy crowd in check. Yet seeing his academy students finally display a fierce, fearless spirit filled Fan Hashing with immense satisfaction. In my decade as academy head, I've led fewer than a handful of student cohorts, each timid as quails. Now, at last, I witness a normal one. He looked at Ji Chuanxiu with excitement and gratitude. Old Ji, thank you so much. Bringing Lin Yi here has transformed our academy students. I truly envy you for having such an outstanding student. Ji Chuanxiu stroked his beard with a look of smug satisfaction, laughing heartily. No need to thank me. What can I say? I just have good eyes. You were there during the college entrance exams too, you saw him. But you couldn't spot this raw gem. Nothing to be done about it. Fan Hashing found this display infuriating. He suppressed his earlier admiration and turned to Lin Yi and the others with a stern expression. Dean, you're back. Did everything go smoothly? Lin Yi and the students of the Supreme Academy all noticed him, their eyes brightening. Lin Yi felt he could finally shed the burden of those useless students who ignored the Supreme Academy. The students, finally having a pillar of strength, instantly relaxed their tense demeanor. Wang Changyi and the others were attacking the last few opponents still standing. The moment they spotted Fan Hashing, they eagerly rushed over. Lin Yi shot them a glance. 10 minutes are almost up. How can anyone still be standing? His question hung lightly in the air, yet Wang Chang'e and the others instantly snapped to attention. Completely ignoring Fan Hashing, they focused solely on defeating their immediate opponents. Fan Hashing gaped in astonishment, realizing his academy students now obeyed Lin Yi more than they revered or respected him. What kind of spell has this kid cast on my students? He murmured softly. Ji Chuanxiu appeared beside him, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Who'd have thought this trip would earn Lin Yi a bunch of devoted fans? Quite the unexpected bonus. Fan Hashing felt a pang of jealousy. What fawning admirers! They've been thoroughly beaten by him. He had already noticed the casualties among his students. Since it was a battle among students, it wasn't as bloody or brutal as it could have been. Many had lost their combat effectiveness, but the actual number of fatalities was low. But a 20% casualty rate was still nerve-wracking. I told him to look out for my students, but he didn't hold back at all. Ji Chuanxiu raised an eyebrow. Isn't that a good thing? How can they grow without a little push? Old Fan, you should thank Lin Yi. He's better at training students than you are. And since he's helped you so much, you ought to give him a proper thank you gift, right? Fan Hashing stiffened, his gaze wary as he fixed it on Ji Chuanxiu. Of course I'll prepare a token of appreciation, but you didn't need to bring it up specifically. What is this? Lin Yi swindled the soul-chasing Bao from UXIN, and now you're trying to swindle me? What nonsense! Am I that kind of person? Enough of this. Even if you are Lin Yi's principal, you shouldn't bypass him to demand things on his behalf. If he truly wants something, let him ask for it himself. He weighed the situation carefully in his mind for a long moment. If Ji Chuanxiu made the request, this guy knew him too well. He was fully aware of the treasures in his possession and would undoubtedly demand an exorbitant price. Plus, Ji Chuanxiu's status and standing were undeniable. He couldn't refuse him, which would put him at a disadvantage. But Lin Yi was different. This kid didn't seem like the type to engage in heart-to-heart talks, and his horizons were narrow. He definitely wouldn't make demands that would cripple him. You're serious? Then, whatever Lin Yi proposes, you'll agree to it? Ji Chuanxiu froze, instantly grasping his intent, and hurriedly confirmed. Fan Hashing furrowed his brow slightly, sensing something amiss yet unable to pinpoint it. He could only nod. Of course. Whatever he requests, I promise I will agree. But let me make one thing clear, if he chooses not to take credit himself, or if his demands are too lenient, you won't be entitled to any additional compensation. This matter will be settled once and for all, and you're not allowed to bring it up again. Ji Chuanxiu eagerly agreed. Fan Hashing didn't know Lin Yi well. He still thought Lin Yi was as harmless as he appeared on the surface. In reality, Fan Hashing had dealt with Lin Yi extensively and knew full well how cunning the young man was. This time, Fan Hashing was bound to bleed heavily. On Lin Yi's side, as if sensing something, he watched as the students of Wushang Academy swiftly defeated and knocked down every member of Xingha Academy within 10 minutes. Not a single one remained standing. Satisfied, he nodded and briefed Fan Hashing on the situation. After hearing Lin Yi's detailed account of the entire battle, Fan Hashing approached with a smile, patting Lin Yi on the shoulder. His expression was nothing short of amiable. Lin Yi, you are truly a promising young talent with boundless potential. I have high hopes for you. You've been a great help this time. I should show my appreciation. Ask for anything you need as long as it's not unreasonable. He deliberately guided Lin Yi, specifically reminding him not to ask for anything excessive, then waited for his response. Under normal circumstances, Lin Yi would likely downplay his actions as mere trifles, refusing to take credit or seek gratitude. If Lin Yi showed even a hint of greed and wanted something in return, he would likely ask for resources, treasures, or other material things. Granting those wouldn't cause him significant loss. He watched Lin Yi expectantly. Lin Yi's gaze shifted, briefly glancing at Ji Chuanxiu, his expression changing for an instant. Then he smiled. Dean Fan, you're too kind. I'd be rude to refuse. Truthfully, I desire nothing else but to grow stronger. I am not a greedy man. I've heard that you, Dean Fan, control a secret realm. I'm quite interested. Chapter 117, Wishing him success. Fan Hashing froze for a moment, puzzled how Lin Yi knew about this secret realm. After all, he had kept the information tightly sealed. Aside from peers at his level and a few old friends, no one else knew. Then again, perhaps Ji Chuanxiu had informed Lin Yi. He could only nod approvingly and reply, that's correct. I do indeed control a secret realm. If you wish to train there, I could. No, Dean Fan, you misunderstand. Lin Yi quickly interrupted him. He looked thoroughly embarrassed, grinning sheepishly at Fan Hashing as he said, I'm not here to enter the secret realm for training, I want this secret realm itself. Fan Hashing froze in shock. And the others around them froze too, almost unable to believe what they'd heard. What did you say you want? Fan Hashing asked again for confirmation. Lin Yi answered with remarkable composure, I want this secret realm, the one you control. Fan Hashing fell silent, his face darkening as he fixed a piercing stare on Lin Yi. After a long moment, he finally realized something. Shocked and furious, he pointed at Lin Yi and Ji Chuanxiu, shouting, "You two teamed up to trick me. Lin Yi, you possess a treasure that grants you special abilities, right? Ji Chuanxiu, you did this on purpose. You must have been silently repeating the secret realm in your mind all along, deliberately prompting Lin Yi. We're utterly treacherous and cunning, this is too much." He shouted, his emotions boiling over. As the academy's dean, he had always strived to maintain a calm, composed, and dignified demeanor. In front of so many students, he didn't want to lose his composure. But there was no helping it, Lin Ye's demands had shattered his composure. Ji Chuanxiu, however, continued to feign ignorance. "Old fan, what are you talking about? Am I that kind of person? You need evidence to back up your words. If you keep making wild assumptions, I'll be deeply hurt. You're betraying the friendship we've built over the years." Fan Hushing glared. "Put. What bull friendship? Do I not know your true colors? No wonder you pushed me to agree to whatever Lin Yi demanded. You had this planned all along." Ji Chuanxiu curled his lip, giving up the pretense. None of that matters now. Lin Ye's request is out there. You can't go back on your word, not in front of all these students. You have to keep your promise." Fan Hasheng felt like he'd shot himself in the foot. He regretted it so much his guts turned green. But he truly couldn't go back on his word. With a heavy heart, he clutched his chest and took a long moment to compose himself. Unable to even look at Lin Yi, he turned his back to both him and Ji Chuanxiu, his voice strained as he said, "Fine. I agree. This secret realm is the foundation of my existence. Back then, I was merely an epic tear awakened. It was within this realm that I discovered the method to shift sequences, gradually attaining my current strength and status. Now you seek to take this secret realm. Perhaps it is fate. Lin Yi, your sequence rank is still too low. You might also find an opportunity to elevate your sequence within this realm." Lin Yi froze. This was information he hadn't gleaned from Ji Chuanxiu's thoughts. Though his current sequence was far from weak, and he felt no inferiority about it whatsoever. But if there truly was more to gain, he certainly wouldn't refuse. "I heard that once an awakened possessed two sequences. Is that true?" He pondered for a moment before asking. Ji Chuanxiu and Fan Hushing both looked at him in surprise. You wouldn't be thinking of acquiring a second sequence, would you? Typically, an awakened could only possess one sequence. But there was once an exceptional case where an awakened one used a special method to acquire a second sequence, earning the title of a super genius possessing two sequences. Unfortunately, this individual later lost control of his dual sequences. The conflicting powers within him eventually backfired, causing his body to explode and kill him. It was precisely this incident that made subsequent generations dare not even entertain the notion of pursuing a second sequence. Of course, even if someone were fanatically inclined to pursue this path, the method for acquiring a second sequence remains a mystery. Lin Yi made no secret of his ambition. "Yes, I want a second sequence to support my primary sequence in battle." His words stunned everyone present. Why is this kid pushing himself so hard? His abilities were already so outstanding, yet he still wasn't satisfied. The students of Supreme Academy once again felt profound shame. Fan Hushing, however, vehemently disagreed with his plan. "You're not afraid of death at all, are you? Even if my secret realm truly holds a method to develop a second sequence, have you seriously considered the consequences? You're already on a path to boundless potential. Why risk your life for something unnecessary?" Ji Chuanxiu pondered for a moment before speaking with solemn composure. "I understand why you're so desperate to grow stronger. You seek to swiftly attain power capable of challenging the ancient gods. During the previous ambush, that masked man possessed strength Lin Yi couldn't resist. Yet he was reduced to ashes after absorbing merely a sliver of the ancient god's power. This incident had left a deep impression on Lin Yi. He turned to look at Fan Hushing. "I know this kid. Once he makes up his mind, not even 9 oxen could pull him back. Since this remains his choice, you should let him have his way." Fan Hushing sighed. At this moment, he no longer felt particularly regretful about losing the secret realm and handing it over to Lin Yi. In fact, he now believed that secret realm might have belonged to Lin Yi all along. This is the key to the secret realm. Once you activate it and transmit your intent, you'll be transported into the realm. He stepped forward, reached out, and grasped a silver, glowing key that materialized out of thin air. Lin Yi took the key, his gaze sweeping over the assembled crowd. "There's no time to waste. I'm setting out now. Everyone, await my good news." Watching Lin Yi's figure vanish before their eyes, everyone felt a complex mix of emotions. "Such haste, that kid, sigh." Ji Chuanxiu sighed with emotion. Fan Hushing patted his shoulder. "Old Ji, you've taken on a fine student. Let's hope he succeeds." He shot Ji Chuanxiu a subtle glance. Ji Chuanxiu shook his head and chuckled, lowering his voice. "He's nearly breaking through to the 35th level. That dual sequence user back then also possessed a second sequence before reaching level 35. That might be why he's so impatient. But he might not actually find a way to unlock his second sequence. If he just goes back to the secret realm for more training, breaks through to become stronger, and then returns, that wouldn't be a bad thing either." Given their levels in discernment, they could clearly see Lin Yi's current state, yet deep down, they remained skeptical about the dual sequence prospect. Chapter 118, Illusion. After traversing the spatial turbulence for an unknown duration, Lin Yi finally felt a sense of solid ground beneath his feet. Initially, a blinding white light filled his vision, but it soon dimmed, revealing the surroundings. This secret realm. As Lin Yi took in his surroundings, his pupils contracted slightly, his face gradually clouding over with doubt and uncertainty. For what he saw was utterly unlike anything he had encountered before in rifts or ancient secret realms. Here lay a sea of flowers, filled with the fragrance of blossoms and the songs of birds. The azure sky stretched crystal clear, while white clouds drifted leisurely across it. In the distance stood towering mountains, seemingly far away yet strangely close at hand. Such a fresh and beautiful scene seemed utterly unlike anything within his secret realm. Previously, all he had encountered was bloodshed, darkness, eeriness, terror, and danger. Now, it was serene, peaceful, and naturally beautiful. A secret realm like this, could even beasts survive here? He couldn't help but doubt. Monsters feed on dark, negative energies, and this place seemed utterly devoid of such forces. Perhaps all of this is an illusion. He murmured thoughtfully to himself, cautiously stepping forward. After walking for an unknown duration, the sea of flowers seemed endless. The distant mountains remained unchanged, as if he hadn't advanced much at all. A sudden wave of absurdity washed over Lin Yi. I'll see for myself when I finally reach the end. Refusing to believe in superstition, he steeled himself and pressed on toward the mountains. Time passed slowly. One day and night passed, then 2, then 3. During this time, Lin Yi only paused to rest briefly when overcome by exhaustion or hunger, before pushing onward. In Lin Yi's field of vision, the mountain finally grew slightly larger, signifying he was indeed drawing nearer. Lin Yi remained silent, trudging onward without a word. So much time had passed he couldn't tell if it was 1 month or 2 before he finally emerged from the sea of flowers. The mountain loomed ever larger and more imposing. Just how tall could a mountain like this be? The question rose in Lin Yi's mind. In the past month or 2, he hadn't encountered a single beast. Yet the strange sensation within him grew ever more intense. After leaving the hungry flower sea, a broad river stretched out before him. Its width stretched beyond sight, at least 1,000 meters across. For awakened ones, even the widest river posed no obstacle. They had no need for boats, easily crossing by walking across the water's surface. Lin Yi was confident. He activated his skill, transforming himself into a being capable of flight. He soared into the air and swiftly approached the opposite shore. Just as he was about to pass over the river's center, a water column suddenly shot up from the lake below, targeting Lin Yi. Lin Yi had never paid much attention to water-type skills, believing them to be lacking in offensive power and mediocre in support capabilities, the most useless element in the game. But this time, the water-type power he felt was unlike anything he'd experienced before. The instant the water column struck him, excruciating pain surged through his body. Simultaneously, all his strength was drained as if by magic. He was forced into the water column, the impact hurling him back toward the shore. When he finally regained his footing, his mind was utterly shaken. Corrosive and impactful. Even he couldn't withstand the powerful corrosive force and water pressure impact. Again! A challenge ignited in his eyes as he flew forward again, exhilarated. This time, the moment the water column appeared, he immediately activated his skill, attempting to alter its effect. Lin Yi deduced that a powerful water-type beast must lurk at the river's center. It was attacking him to prevent him from crossing. Since it was a beast skill, he immediately activated mind reading, preparing to tamper with it. Yet he heard nothing. Lin Yi suspected the water current was blocking the connection. But immediately afterward, he was horrified to discover that his infallible tampering ability couldn't alter that water-type skill. He had intended to alter the water-type skill to nullify its effect. Yet after the water column struck him, he still flew backward, crashing onto the riverbank. Even Ji Chuanqiu and Zhang Yuxian couldn't evade his skill alterations, yet now he encountered a skill he couldn't tamper with. Lin Yi felt a sense of utter helplessness. I refuse to believe it. A fierce, unyielding resolve flashed in his eyes as he rose once more and charged toward the river's center. Outside, news of Lin Yi entering the secret realm spread like wildfire. After all, countless students from the Supreme Academy had witnessed it. Fan Hashing and Ji Chuanqiu returned to the Supreme Academy with others, still discussing the Academy's future plans and development, when a tremendous rumbling echoed in their ears. The ground beneath their feet began to crack and tremble. Ji Chuanqiu, Fan Hashing, and Yuxian's expressions changed drastically. They appeared midair, gazing upward with furrowed brows at a distant, pitch-black beam of light. The northern frontier barrier. Ji Chuanqiu's pupils contracted, his face a mix of shock and fury. It's been completely breached. The direction they stared toward was the north. That pitch-black light radiated an aura of destruction, as if poised to obliterate the entire world at any moment. Fan Hashing sighed deeply. We've struggled and held on for so long, but this day has finally come. Yuxian chanted a spell, summoning Qingluo's figure. The northern barrier has fallen. Unimaginable calamities will follow. Take all the academy students and mobilize immediately to rescue and aid the surrounding populace. Sheng Luo's expression stiffened, her face turning pale, yet she accepted the order with composure and departed. And it all happened just as Lin Yi entered the secret realm. Perhaps none of this is coincidence. Ji Chuanqiu spoke, then turned to bid farewell to his two friends. I must return to Dragon Abyss to oversee the situation. This parting may be our last meeting. The world teeters on the brink of destruction. From now on, everyone caught in this turmoil will be swept along against their will. Even I face the risk of perishing. Take care of yourselves. All three wore expressions of profound gravity, their spirits weighed down. Before even reaching Longyuan, Ji Chuanqiu witnessed an unimaginably horrific scene along the way. Countless monstrous beasts swarmed the ground, savagely tearing into and hunting humans. Everywhere echoed screams, clashes, and the frantic flight of the terrified. The corpse of a little girl was being devoured by two dog-like beasts. Not far away, two awakened individuals who had activated their sequences struggled against three leopard-like beasts. In a moment of inattention, one was struck by a sneak attack, a gash opening in their chest as blood spurted forth. Countless people clung to Longyuan Academy as their last hope, frantically fleeing toward its location. They firmly believed that reaching Longyuan would mean rescue, protection, and safety. Yet upon reaching the gates of Longyuan, they were instantly claimed by suddenly appearing beasts, their blood staining the entrance of Longyuan Academy. Chapter 119, What do you want me to see? At the academy gates, a group of students spontaneously guarded the entrance, attempting to assist those daring to seek refuge. Yet they found themselves utterly unable to break through the academy's barrier. They relentlessly attacked the barrier, yet could not break its constraints. What had once been a barrier to prevent outsiders from barging in now became a cage trapping them inside. Su Muxue, Duan Tianyu, and the others were among this group of students. Lin Yi had accompanied the headmaster to an academy exchange without bringing them along, so they remained behind to study, cultivate, and strengthen their abilities. Suddenly, without warning, the northern frontier barrier shattered. These beasts appeared out of nowhere. Their thoughts immediately turned to the common citizens. Most ordinary people, once they reached the required age, were actually sequence-awakened individuals. However, due to their status and power levels, their sequence rankings were generally beyond 999. Furthermore, they possessed almost no combat experience. Facing these beasts, they had virtually no ability to protect themselves. They gathered with some of their academy peers who were filled with a strong sense of responsibility and mission, deciding to go out and rescue and assist the people outside the academy. But upon reaching the academy gates, they discovered the barrier normally used to keep outsiders out had instead trapped them inside. Everyone, attack together. We must break through this barrier. Su Muxue held considerable authority and influence among her peers. At her command, the group obeyed without hesitation. Everyone unleashed their skills, attacking the barrier. The barrier didn't budge. Boom! Just as everyone was growing anxious and helpless, the barrier took a heavy blow. It began to shake violently, then cracks appeared, shattering it completely into countless fragments. Startled, they looked toward the direction of the attack and saw Ji Chuanqiu. Dean! The crowd cried out in joyful surprise. Ji Chuanqiu's expression was grave, his mood heavy. Whatever you must do, go now. I will defend the academy. He now had to remain to guard the academy. With the barrier breached, the beasts would surely attack. Though most were weak, he feared he might not be able to hold the line if he left. After all, the academy's barrier wouldn't have trapped its own people without reason. A sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. It seemed the academy's traitor had not yet been completely purged. Watching Su Muxue and the others depart, he turned and walked into the academy grounds. Deep within the secret realm, Lin Yi remained utterly unaware of the events unfolding outside. He suddenly sensed a shift in the surrounding energies. Instantly, a massive vortex erupted at the river's center, as if something was frantically devouring the water. His heart tightened. Instinctively sensing danger, he froze, his body instantly shifting into a transparent, ethereal state. Boom! The very second his body became ethereal, a towering column of water erupted skyward, completely engulfing his position. Even in his ethereal state, he could feel an invisible force violently tugging at his body. Had he remained solid, his body would likely have been completely eroded and shattered. Get out of there! Lin Ye's anger flared. He had never backed down from any beast before, not even one with bizarre abilities. He frantically activated his sequence, unleashing skills in an attempt to counter this water-based attack. But this time, the skill failed again. This won't do. If this keeps up, I'll exhaust all my skill uses without ever seeing that beast's face. As time passed, my mental energy drained completely. I couldn't hold on. Facing this water-type attack, I had absolutely no resistance. I would die sooner or later. He refused to die in this secret realm. Take a gamble. His gaze lingered on the vortex's center for a long moment before he suddenly dove headfirst into it. The moment his body hit the water, the tearing force intensified. Lin Yi couldn't even control his own body, forced to let the current carry him toward the river's center. The closer he got to the center, the greater the pressure and tearing force became. By the end, he felt as if his body was about to be crushed apart. Yet he gritted his teeth and held on. Finally, he caught a faint glimpse of a massive dark shadow crouched at the riverbed's center. As he drew nearer, he realized it was a golden-spotted toad. His heart skipped a beat. A golden-spotted toad, a legendary beast of myth. It actually exists. He had only ever encountered descriptions of the golden-spotted toad in theoretical lectures. It was said to be an extremely rare and elusive creature, possessing ultimate control over water. It could remain stationary for decades, even centuries, without eating or drinking. The reason many doubted its existence was the legend that the toad could peer into human hearts, materializing mountains, rivers, and the myriad realms of the cosmos based on what it saw. It could materialize not just landscapes, but even things that never existed. Lin Ye's heart surged with excitement. Wasn't the existence of the golden-spotted toad the very opportunity he needed to unlock the second sequence? Regardless of whether the second sequence truly existed or was merely a figment of imagination, even if it didn't exist at all, as long as he could harness it, he could manifest the golden-spotted toad. It seems now that the river above, even the surrounding sea of flowers and distant mountains, are all manifestations of the toad not truly existing, yet, no, they are truly existing. The question now is how to make the toad manifest the second sequence secret technique. His gaze fixed intently on the demon toad as his body swam around it in the water. With hope for unlocking the sequence now within reach, he no longer felt the agonizing pressure and tearing of his body. Instead, he experienced a sense of being in his element. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. The golden-spotted toad, capable of reading minds, sensed Lin Ye's intentions and puffed out its cheeks in anger, croaking loudly. Accompanying its cries, a peculiar fluctuation spread out, sending ripples through Lin Ye's mind. The scene before his eyes abruptly shifted. He seemed to see city after city, shrouded in endless smoke and the stench of blood. The air was thick with the screams and wails of people. Amidst the chaos of one city, he glimpsed a familiar figure. Mu Shui, Pangyu. Lin Yi cried out. He saw Su Muxue and Duan Tianyu leading a group of students and rescuing people attacked by beasts. Their expressions were grave, their eyes weary, their bodies covered in blood as they fought relentlessly like machines. His shout drew no response. Clearly, they couldn't hear him. An overwhelming ache and sorrow gripped Lin Ye's heart. Whose emotions were these? His own? Or the demon toad's? Lin Yi felt confused. He couldn't tell if the scene he was seeing was fabricated by the demon toad to frighten him, yet he also found it strange this creature seemed to possess a fragment of human emotion. What do you want me to see? Lin Yi frowned, unable to decipher the demon toad's intent. This is all an illusion you've woven, isn't it? Before I entered the secret realm, the outside world was still intact. People lived in peace and tranquility. The Northern Army was locked in a stalemate with the beasts. How could it have turned into this hellish nightmare in the blink of an eye? Chapter 120, Kill Them All. It was clear Lin Yi truly didn't believe him. The demon toad puffed out its cheeks and croaked several times. Lin Yi returned to the spot where he had encountered Su Muxue and Duan Tianyu, having heard their conversation firsthand. Sister Su, we've searched every inch within 10 kilometers of the academy, yet found only a handful of survivors. This is highly unusual. Even if those beasts devour people, it's impossible for them to wipe out all nearby residents in such a short time. Having witnessed the monsters devouring humans firsthand, Duan Tianyu's tone remained utterly unruffled when discussing the beast attacks. I suspect most of the nearby residents have been relocated to other areas. Su Muxue nodded in agreement, finding Duan Tianyu's conjecture quite plausible. That's what I think too. But the problem is, we don't know who exactly is responsible for relocating the nearby residents, or what their purpose is. This must be a powerful organization with considerable numbers. If we confront them, we might find ourselves at a disadvantage. Duan Tianyu grew impatient. Then we shouldn't linger here. Should we head back to the academy first? Su Muxue fell silent. It wasn't that she didn't want to return to the academy, her instincts simply told her they must investigate everything thoroughly. After all, in her memories from her previous life, the breach of the Northern Realm barrier hadn't happened yet, and Lin Yi Xianzi hadn't fully matured. The Chaos Weaver hadn't fully manifested its projection in this world either. Everything they were discovering now deviated drastically from the original timeline. Whoosh! As if sensing her intent to pursue the truth, an icy arrow suddenly shot from behind, aimed straight for Su Muxue's back. Watch out! Lin Yi witnessed the scene and instinctively shouted the warning. Duan Tianyu and the others also sensed the danger and immediately moved to intercept the ice arrow. But the arrow pierced through fireballs, lightning arcs, and earth walls, driving straight into Su Muxue's back. As a support-type awakened individual, Su Muxue possessed limited self-defense capabilities. This attack came far too unexpectedly. She hadn't anticipated it at all. Caught completely off guard, she was struck by the ice arrow. Staring down in shock at the wound in her chest, her body rapidly collapsed. No! Lin Yi screamed, his mind buzzing as he teetered on the edge of losing control and descending into madness. Muxue! Muxue, wake up! You can't be hurt! He rushed forward, trying to lift Su Mushue, only to find his fingers pass right through her. All his concern and pleas went unanswered. Damn it, don't think creating this scene will scare me. He shook his head, gazing up at the sky, his eyes filled with resentment and coldness. My Mushue is not someone who can be easily manipulated by others. I believe she'll be fine. Seeing that no amount of shouting could rouse Su Mushue, Lin Yi suddenly snapped to his senses. He realized this was all a manifestation conjured by the golden spotted toad. It had to be fake. Whatever you intend to do, I won't let you succeed. He shouted, his gaze still fixed on Su Mushue's injuries. Just as he feared Su Mushue would slip into permanent unconsciousness, a figure was suddenly knocked flying through the crowd. Shin Kong, hidden among the crowd, suddenly struck out, severely injuring a male classmate. Immediately after, several other S1 students also attacked, striking down classmates nearby. Everyone else froze, utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Only after 17 students had been severely injured and lost the ability to fight back did Su Mushue suddenly open her eyes, her gaze clear and composed. Speak! Where have the nearby residents been taken? And which organization do you belong to? She abruptly stood up, appearing completely unharmed. Even the arrow wound on her chest had fully healed, leaving only a trace of blood to prove she had indeed been injured earlier. She walked step by step toward the gravely injured students, demanding answers in a harsh tone. Yet the men remained silent. Kill them! Without a moment's hesitation, Su Mushue pointed at one of them and ordered Shin Kong. Shin Kong acted without hesitation, swiftly slitting the throat of the designated target. Blood spurted and splattered everywhere, the scene gruesome and brutal. Still won't talk? Su Mushue demanded again. This one too, kill him. She immediately pointed at another person at random. After another killing, seeing little reaction from the group, she curved her lips slightly and began naming names. That one, the one in the white shirt, and that girl over there. Kill them all. Her tone was cold and ruthless, as if she weren't actually demanding these people's lives. The sheer terror of being randomly selected for death finally struck fear into the group. I'll tell you everything. They made me say it. The residents here were all taken away by the organization. They must have been sent to the sub-base at the street school. We're from the City of Shadows. I'll tell you everything. Don't kill me. A male student, trembling violently, blurted out his answer. Su Mushue narrowed her eyes and smiled. That's more like it. People should know when to be practical. Where is your branch base? Take us there. Everyone froze. You really want to go? The boy asked tentatively, his voice laced with disbelief. Su Mushue was about to speak when Duan Tianyu interrupted her. Sis Su, rushing over to their branch base like this is far too risky. That's one of their main strongholds. What if this is their scheme? What if they deliberately leak the information to lure us in, only to ambush us? The consequences. Su Mushue shook her head. Even if it is a ploy, we have no choice. So many innocent civilians are in their hands. They must have ulterior motives. If we don't go to rescue them, those who were taken will face a desperate situation with no one to turn to. Lin Yi nodded. He fully agreed with Su Mushue's assessment. Had he been there, he would have reached the same conclusion and made the same decision. But he wasn't there. Watching Su Mushue take such risks, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. He looked up at the sky, where the sun and moon hung high, like the golden red eyes of the demon toad. What exactly do you want? State your intentions clearly. If it's merely to attract my attention, there's no need to go to such lengths. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he heard Su Mushue and Duan Tianyu discussing him. Ah! It's a pity Brother Yi entered the secret realm. Who knows when he'll return? Without his help, we're at a disadvantage. Su Mushue strongly objected. If Lin Yi were here, he'd have to shoulder the responsibility of saving people again. I'd rather he stay in the secret realm a little longer. I believe that by the time he returns, he will have undergone a complete transformation and become even stronger than before. That will be precisely when we need him to fight the most. Lin Yi's heart jolted. Only now did he suddenly realize that these weren't illusions conjured by the demon toad, they were real events unfolding outside. Damn it, you're deliberately trying to delay me. No, I must return now. A cold glint flashed in Lin Yi's eyes as he charged madly upward into the sky. Chapter 121, What exactly are you trying to do? Lin Yi charged all the way to the edge of the illusory realm, where he encountered a transparent, thin membrane. His body plunged through it, returning him to the water below. Before him loomed the colossal form of the golden spotted toad demon. Its blood-red eyes glared at Lin Yi as its throat gurgled menacingly. Lin Yi hadn't expected to leave the illusory realm so easily, nor had he sensed any killing intent emanating from the golden spotted toad. He attempted to use mind reading to discern the toad's thoughts and emotions, but found only emptiness. But he had no desire to waste any more time with the toad. For him now, neither leveling up nor the second sequence mattered more than the disaster unfolding outside. He worried about Su Mushue, Duan Tianyu, and the others, and feared the chaos engulfing the outside world. He turned and charged out of the water without hesitation. Wings had sprouted on his back at some unknown moment, propelling him resolutely toward the sky. Retracing his steps would mean an unknown duration of wandering. The swiftest way out he could conceive was to break through the barrier above. Yet no matter how long he flew, he never saw the edge of the barrier. A sense of foreboding rose within him. If this secret realm is so vast, it's possible the sky above is boundless too. He abruptly halted his ascent and turned back toward the water's surface. It seemed the only solution was to eliminate the source of the illusion, the golden-spotted toad demon. Lin Yi felt a headache coming on. Completely killing the golden-spotted demon toad would be incredibly difficult. His manipulation abilities were nearly useless against it, and the toad itself far surpassed him in power. For the first time, he felt a helpless sense of despair, utterly at a loss against the golden-spotted toad. He sat cross-legged on the spot. At least for today, he couldn't continue fighting. His manipulation attempts were nearly exhausted. Until he could fully devise a solution, he could only wait. Long Yuan Academy. Ji Chuanxiu stood guard at the academy's central courtyard alongside He Yun and other high-ranking officials. Students crowded the perimeter, their expressions helpless and bewildered. A golden beam stretched between heaven and earth, forming a protective barrier that enveloped the entire Long Yuan Academy. Since Ji Chuanxiu had shattered the original barrier, they couldn't quickly establish a new protective shield for the academy. Instead, they had to stack their skills to create a temporary protective barrier, safeguarding all faculty and students for the moment. Unlike Su Muxue and the others, these students had been utterly terrified since learning of the northern frontier barrier's breach. They lacked the courage to venture out and face the beasts of the outside world. Ji Chuanxiu had considered ordering them to assist in the rescue efforts, but seeing their state, he relented. Regardless, these students represented the academy's future. He couldn't simply abandon them to their deaths. He could only join forces with other professors and teachers to sustain the barrier, which also served as a refuge for others seeking help at the academy. Yet days passed. Aside from a small group taken in during the initial chaos, no further helpers arrived. The rescue teams sent out haven't returned either. Something must have happened to them. A senior academy official looked deeply troubled. He Yun frowned deeply. I have an emergency communication device. I can reach my students and inquire about the situation. Ji Chuanxiu nodded. Professor He, we'd be grateful for your assistance. He Yun was deeply concerned about Su Muxue's situation himself, so he didn't mind the trouble. He quickly got in touch with her. Su Muxue reported the information she had gathered and her plans to the academy. Ji Chuanxiu strongly disagreed with her proposed course of action. It's far too dangerous. The branch base in the City of Shadows isn't something you can destroy. Return immediately. The academy's faculty will handle the rest. Su Muxue refused Ji Chuanxiu's arrangement. I fear we won't have enough time. We'll proceed first. I'll relay the location to you. Principal, please send reinforcements. Ji Chuanxiu was momentarily stunned, feeling both exasperated and amused. Lin Ye's woman was even more stubborn than Lin Yi himself. He was at a loss. After the communication broke off, he turned his gaze to the academy's senior officials beside him. Who among you is willing to go provide backup? He Yun was the first to step forward, followed closely by Qiao Jinian, Chang Huaning, and over a dozen professors. With so many powerful individuals stepping forward, they should have no trouble handling a mere branch base of the Netherworld City. Excellent. I'll assemble another group of students to accompany you. We must bring Su Muxue and the others back. His primary concern now wasn't the missing civilians, but Su Muxue. If anything happened to her, he wouldn't be able to account for it when Lin Yi returned. Though that kid couldn't compare to him in strength, Ji Chuanxiu regarded Lin Yi as the academy's and the world's hope. Naturally, he didn't want any other incidents to affect Lin Yi's resolve. Midnight. Lin Yi opened his eyes from meditation, his gaze fixed on the lake's surface. The golden-spotted demon toad had risen from the riverbed, now floating on the surface, its enormous pupils locked in a stare with Lin Yi's. What exactly do you want? Lin Yi's mind was filled with confusion. First, it trapped him within a vast secret realm. Then, it attacked him with water columns to drain his fighting strength. It even revealed information from the outside world, triggering intense emotional turmoil that made it impossible for him to stay here peacefully. Yet he had no way out, trapped between a rock and a hard place. The golden-spotted toad croaked twice, then suddenly looked up at the sky. Lin Yi couldn't help but follow its gaze, yet saw nothing. Boom! Suddenly, the golden-spotted toad's skill, ripples, swept over him once more. The scene before his eyes abruptly transformed. A blood-red, shadowy sky revealed a colossal eyeball gazing down at him and the golden-spotted toad. The pupil rolled rapidly, its emotions vividly expressed filled with intense desire and delight. Lin Yi's entire body shook violently. The Chaos Weaver, it's actually here. Had it not been for the toad's ability affecting him, he wouldn't even have seen this scene nor realized the Chaos Weaver had been watching him all along. What? Haven't you learned your lesson yet? Rage surged within Lin Yi. His psychic energy erupted from his body, hurtling toward the night sky above, targeting the Chaos Weaver, intent on draining its energy once more. But this time, no matter how fiercely Lin Yi's spiritual energy attacked and devoured, it had absolutely no effect whatsoever. The giant eye trembled slightly, as if mocking Lin Yi's naivety and overreach. The golden spotted toad withdrew its power, and the scene vanished abruptly. The night sky remained unchanged, dotted with stars, as if everything that had just occurred had been an illusion. Lin Yi remained unsettled for a long time, his expression dark and grim. Are you trying to tell me the Chaos Weaver has been following me all along? A sudden realization struck him, and he grasped the golden spotted toad's true purpose. You trapped me to trap the Chaos Weaver, preventing it from descending into reality. As long as I don't leave the secret realm, the Chaos Weaver can't leave either, correct? Chapter 122, Offending. His question was answered by two croaks from the golden spotted toad. Lin Yi was now certain his guess was correct. It seemed the golden spotted toad and the Chaos Weaver were not allies after all. This surprised Lin Yi. He had always assumed the golden spotted toad, like other beasts, was driven by the Chaos Weaver, filled with hostility toward humans and eager to aid the Chaos Weaver's descent. But now, all evidence pointed to the contrary. Do you have a grudge against the Chaos Weaver? Or are you actually part of another faction? Call once for the former, twice for the latter. He ignored the unseen Chaos Weaver watching him overhead, focusing entirely on the golden spotted toad. His instincts told him the turning point lay with the golden spotted toad. Perhaps he could uncover a tremendous secret. The golden spotted toad croaked twice. Lin Yi thought, just as I suspected. The power of the ancient gods transformed into Chaos Weavers, and their power is the ultimate source of strength for sequence awakened and monstrous beasts. If the ancient gods were truly utterly evil, the awakened would never have emerged. I've always found it strange why the ancient gods' riddles constantly polluted my mind, yet simultaneously strengthened my spirit and power. It was as if it wasn't entirely negative after all. Now he understood. From the very beginning, humanity's understanding of the ancient gods had been incomplete. Beyond the malevolent Chaos Weaver, there must exist another manifestation of the ancient gods' power. This aspect should be the opposite of the Chaos Weaver, not only not evil, but filled with compassion and gentleness, bringing sequential awakening to humanity in this world, and bringing hope. Your skill. Lin Yi finally understood why he couldn't alter the golden spotted toad's abilities. Because the golden spotted toad's power system shared the same origin as his own. His own sequence was that of a screenwriter. He could alter text. The toad's skill, however, was to create illusions and alter the real world. In a sense, the toad's power was even an upgraded version of his own. I get it. In that instant, Lin Yi experienced a sudden enlightenment. His mind cleared instantly, all doubts resolved, the perplexities troubling his heart answered. And the skill stuck at level 35 finally underwent a substantive change. Ding! Host upgrade detected. Sequence skills upgraded and differentiated. First skill, text alteration. Second skill, role-playing. Role-play, host may select a target to imitate. Successful imitation grants 50% of the target's skills and level. Power success rate increases with level. Duration, 1 hour. Cooldown, 24 hours. Lin Yi heard the long-absent voice of the system echo in his mind. He could feel his physical state undergo a tremendous transformation. Level 35 was a watershed moment. Whether in skills, mental power, or physical strength, he had achieved a qualitative leap. During his earlier battle with the Star River Academy students, he had technically reached level 35, but his skills hadn't fully evolved like someone who'd only partially leveled up. Only now had he truly succeeded in leveling up. He snapped back to reality. The moment before and after this realization marked his ascent to an entirely different tier. Golden spotted toad, you cannot hold me captive. Sooner or later, I will break free. When that happens, the Chaos Weaver will grow even stronger. Rather than risk that, release me now. I will find a way to resolve the Chaos Weaver's existence once and for all. He attempted to reason with the golden spotted toad. His aura now radiated a completely different energy, and the creature sensed the transformation within him. But releasing Lin Yi, this potential threat, was utterly out of the question. Lin Yi shook his head. In that case, I'll have to offend you. His body vanished from the spot with a swish. When he reappeared, directly opposite the golden spotted toad on the river surface, was a miniature version of the creature. This toad's gaze was lively and expressive, its emotions outwardly visible, though its movements still carried a slight stiffness and unnaturalness, as if slightly unaccustomed to its animal form. This golden spotted toad was none other than Lin Yi in disguise. Without hesitation, he immediately replicated the creature's technique, summoning a water column to attack the golden spotted toad. A flicker of confusion crossed the golden spotted toad's eyes, quickly replaced by disdain. Even if Lin Yi had learned its ability, he would only be weaker than it. There was no way he could be its match. Yet, as it launched its own water column to collide with Lin Yi's, the toad before its eyes vanished once more. The golden spotted toad froze, carefully sensing for a moment. Soon, its eyes churned with rage at being toyed with. Rattling cries of rage echoed incessantly as its body vanished from the spot. In an instant, everything within this secret realm began to collapse. The sea of flowers, the towering mountains, the sky, and the rivers all crumbled and vanished. Outside, Su Muxue and Duan Tianyu finally located the branch base of the Netherworld City. After having a classmate skilled in detection remotely scan the area, they pinpointed the location of the lured individuals. Sumu, something's off. Hundreds of thousands of people are tightly confined in the central stadium, yet there's no sign of unrest. The scout's expression darkened. He could only pinpoint their location and status through sonar, but couldn't discern the specifics. Su Muxue pondered for a moment before turning to Duan Tianyu. Tianyu, you'll lead a diversionary attack from the flank shortly. See if those ordinary people will engage in combat. Duan Tianyu executed her order without hesitation. After all, with Brother Yi absent, his sister-in-law's commands carried the same weight as his own. He immediately led a group of combat-trained classmates charging through the west side door of the gymnasium. Su Muxue closely monitored the battle, instructing the student with auditory sequence abilities to report updates at all times. Soon, Duan Tianyu and his men were driven out, fleeing the gymnasium in disarray and returning to Su Muxue's position. Damn it, those people are insane. We went to rescue them, and they repay kindness with betrayal, trying to kill us. It's utterly unreasonable. Duan Tianyu cursed furiously, his body covered in wounds and looking utterly ragged, as if he'd just returned from begging. The others weren't much better off, each appearing wretchedly battered. After all, facing tens of thousands attacking simultaneously even if those in the central area couldn't reach them was more than enough to give Duan Tianyu and his group a run for their money. Had they not been feigning an attack, ready to retreat at any moment, they might never have made it back. Su Muxue's face was dark enough to rain. It seems the situation is even worse than I imagined. The people of the Nether City have already brainwashed these tens of thousands. Now they won't accept our rescue, they see us as enemies instead. Chapter 123, the plot was discovered long ago. Everyone had come to this realization. This was the most troublesome and complex predicament. The very people they sought to save were now attacking them. Yet they couldn't bring themselves to strike hard against these individuals, leaving them hamstrung and unable to unleash their full strength. Moreover, the enemy held the advantage in numbers and territory. They were playing on their home turf. The situation felt hopelessly passive. Should we retreat first? Some students were already considering backing down. Since they're so ungrateful, why should we go out of our way to save them? They won't feel gratitude, only resentment. Yeah, I think even if they were gathered here by the city of the underworld, they might not face any real danger. Maybe the city of the underworld just wants to expand its influence and gain more followers. Once one student thought this way, others followed suit. Soon, the rescue team unanimously favored retreating, abandoning these people entirely. Su Muxue's expression grew grave. She remained silent for a long while, clearly deep in thought. Everyone respected her, their gazes fixed on her. Shin Kong assumed she was troubled by guilt and tried to reassure her, with our strength, rescuing them was always going to be difficult. Besides, they weren't cooperating. You shouldn't blame yourself or worry so much. Everyone has their own destiny, you don't need to feel so responsible. None of them knew Su Muxue was a reincarnated soul, possessing fragments of her past life's memories. To most, saving strangers they'd never met held little significance. But she had once known despair herself and understood the desperate longing for salvation in the face of utter hopelessness. Those people had merely been temporarily deceived and manipulated by the forces of the Nether City. They would soon awaken to reality. By then, no one would be able to save them. We can't just abandon hundreds of thousands of people. But hundreds of thousands of people aren't something we can just decide to save either. Shin Kong shook his head, patiently trying to persuade her. Duan Tianyu glanced back and forth, his mind in turmoil. Ugh, what's the plan here? We can't just sit around waiting. The outside is swarming with beasts, every extra second is dangerous. Su Muxue fell silent. She bore responsibility not only for the hundreds of thousands trapped in the stadium but also for the students in this rescue squad. She couldn't force them to risk their lives against their will. Alright then. Those unwilling to stay may return to the academy. Those willing to remain and rescue others, follow me to plan the rescue. Shin Kong was stunned. Our numbers are already stretched thin. You want us to leave while you go rescue people? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Your death wouldn't matter, but how would Lin Yi explain this when he returns? What I choose to do is none of your concern. Just make up your minds and tell me your decisions. Su Muxue remained unyielding, her stance unwavering. Duan Tianyu grew anxious too. He tried to persuade Su Muxue, but meeting her cold, resolute gaze, he immediately wilted. Fine. Then, Sister Muxue, I'll stay with you. Whether others stayed or left was their own business. He knew that if he dared abandon Su Muxue, Lin Yi would never acknowledge him as a brother again. Besides Duan Tianyu, the others exchanged hesitant glances for a long moment before ultimately choosing to leave. In the blink of an eye, only 2 members remained in the rescue squad. Hey, you guys are really leaving? We've already notified the academy. Maybe they'll send reinforcements. We should at least try again. Duan Tianyu, feeling insecure, desperately tried to persuade the classmates who were already turning to leave. But no one turned back. Even Xin Kong, after deep contemplation, chose to walk away. If they couldn't report back to Lin Yi, so be it, their own lives mattered more. Truthfully, the most important thing was that if rescuing others earned them gratitude and reward, they felt facing danger would be worthwhile. But the people in the gymnasium had already been brainwashed. If they still went to save them, what difference would it make? It would just be a case of excessive do-gooderism. Many eyes fixed on Su Mushue like she was a saint, filled with slow disapproval and utter speechlessness. Su Mushue remained silent. Only after everyone else had left did she turn and solemnly share a piece of information with Duan Tianyu. I had my suspicions about the plan for the city of the dead, but with so many people around, it wasn't convenient to speak up. Tianyu, you're one of us. Lin Yi didn't misjudge you. I'll be blunt. There's an overwhelming likelihood they intend to sacrifice the lives of these hundreds of thousands to forcibly create a small secret realm, isolating the danger here. If we let this happen, not only will these hundreds of thousands die, but it will become nearly impossible to capture the city of the underworld's people in the future. That was why she refused to leave. She was never a saint, she had her own calculations. I can't share this information with my classmates. Otherwise, I fear some might defect at the last moment. Better to have no allies than face betrayal from our own. After all, the temptation to survive within the secret realm was overwhelming. Reality had been overrun by monstrous beasts, plunging humanity into constant existential peril, a veritable apocalypse where every breath was taken with dread. Who would willingly live such a life? She didn't trust these so-called classmates at all. Her ability to anticipate the underworld city's intentions stemmed from memories of her past life, where a similar event had unfolded, hundreds of thousands deceived by a secret organization into sacrificing themselves to open a hidden realm, providing shelter for that very group. Back then, her information was limited, and she hadn't known the organization's name. Now, connecting the dots with what was unfolding before her, she had found the answer. Moreover, having endured countless deceptions and betrayals in her past life, she inherently distrusted others. She simply couldn't bring herself to trust the members of the rescue team. Duan Tianyu was completely dumbfounded. Sister Mushue, so you knew about the underworld city's conspiracy all along? He had trusted Su Mushue's words without question, his expression now filled with worry and resentment. Damn them! That netherworld city deserves to be wiped out. If we get the chance, we should wipe them all out. Su Mushue turned to look at Tiyu Guang, her gaze deep and unfathomable. The real battle is only just beginning, Tianyu. Now, with just the two of us, the only thing we can do is directly disrupt the sacrificial ritual. The underworld city will stop us. Even those deceived people will attack us. Are you afraid? Duan Tianyu patted his chest, his voice resolute. Not afraid. As brother Ye's brother, I'm no coward who fears death. They're here. Su Mushue looked up at the sky. A dark cloud hung over the stadium, and a dozen black figures appeared above the clouds, suddenly plummeting toward the arena. Let's go. We'll sneak in. A fierce glint flashed in Su Mushue's eyes as she grabbed Duan Tianyu and charged toward the stadium. In an instant, their figures turned transparent, vanishing completely from the naked eye. Chapter 124, The Bequest. Su Mushue, after all, was a talent who had received multiple military and academy commendations. She possessed quite a few valuable treasures. Not to mention Lin Yi had always protected her, prioritizing her safety. Long ago, Lin Yi had begun storing skills for her. The talisman scrolls for storing skills that He Yun had procured for them had remained unused. Lin Yi racked his brain imagining every possible scenario where Su Mushue might face danger, how to ensure her survival or even fight back. Pushing the limits of his skill modifications, he filled every one of her survival-saving storage talismans to capacity with skills. Duan Tianyu was utterly stunned by the transformation in Su Mushue's state. In their ethereal state, the two had somehow evaded everyone's detection and entered the stadium. The dozen dark figures landed directly within the arena, revealing their forms, middle-aged and elderly men, each expressionless, clad in black robes. They stood atop a raised platform, overlooking the crowd of tens of thousands gathered below. Though tens of thousands seemed a vast number, the entire stadium could hold them all. They formed a dense, teeming mass, their voices rising in a cacophony. The Chancellor's emissaries have arrived. Wonderful. The Dean must be accepting us. Soon we'll be members of the City of Shadows. We pay our respects to the envoys. If you can lead us into the secret realm and restore our peaceful lives, we pledge allegiance to the Dean and will obey your every command. Greetings, envoys. The chaotic chatter gradually merged into a unified chorus of bows and cries. From their elevated platform, the dozen or so envoys of the City of Shadows watched the crowd bowing below them, their faces twisted with smug, mocking expressions. Only those who had entered the academy early and followed the Dean had a bright future. These latecomers thought they could reap the benefits? They were dreaming. Nothing but a bunch of brainless fools, soon to become the flesh and blood source for the secret realm they would create. The Dean decrees, all who wish to join our academy must swear a blood oath. Follow us in chanting the incantation to pledge allegiance, only then will you be fully accepted into Nether City. A white-haired elder stepped forward, his raspy voice amplified by skill enhancements, echoing throughout every corner of the gymnasium. In the shadows, Sumushue and Duan Tianyu both felt their hearts tighten simultaneously. That's a magic array beneath their feet. It was prepared long ago. Once these people complete the entire oath ceremony with them, it will also mark the completion of the sacrificial ritual. Sumushue steered Duan Tianyu toward the array, creeping cautiously until they reached its very edge. Yet they hesitated, unwilling to step inside. What if the array had detection capabilities? The moment they stepped in, those on the platform would sense them. Sister Mushue, what do we do now? We have to destroy the formation before they finish their oath, but I don't know how to break formations. A sharp gleam flashed in Sumushue's eyes. It's fine. I can break it. Not one to procrastinate, she struck decisively just as the elder led the crowd of tens of thousands on the platform in their oath. A colossal surge of energy violently slammed into the formation. Boom! The ground shook violently. How dare you? Who are you to disrupt this ceremony? Those on the stage instantly sensed the threat, their bodies transforming into streaks of light as they charged straight toward the source. Under the powerful energy assault, Sumushuet and Duan Tianyu revealed their forms. Yet they remained utterly focused, frantically unleashing their psychic power and continuously firing attacks. The formation began to glow under the energy assault, revealing its original patterns. Kill them! The people of the Nether City roared in fury. Those surrounding them, united in their hatred, watched as Sumushue and Duan Tianyu unleashed their skills. Countless skills descended upon them, even gods couldn't have dodged them. Sis Mushue, hurry! Duan Tianyu urged Sumushue urgently, his eyes fixed on the incoming skills as he channeled fireballs in preparation for a counterattack. Beads of sweat formed on Sumushue's forehead. Her face was deathly pale from the intense exertion of power, yet her hands moved relentlessly. Illusory universal skill. She chanted the incantation. This skill, activated from her storage talisman, was one specially created for her by Lin Yi. It not only allowed her body to become ethereal but also enabled versatile attacks. In other words, her skill was omnipotent, capable of defense, healing, invisibility, attack, transformation. It was precisely this skill's uniqueness that enabled her to disrupt the formation. Finally, the array's light began flickering dimly under the terrifying energy assault, on the verge of collapse. The people of the Nether City grew desperate. You're asking for death. Two black-robed emissaries teleported beside Sumushue and Duan Tianyu, reaching out to grab their throats. The hands reaching for Sumushue passed right through her neck, leaving the attacker stunned. Duan Tianyu attempted to block and counterattack but was knocked flying. He crashed to the ground, every bone in his body shattered. He let out several muffled, agonized cries before curling into a ball, writhing in pain on the floor, unable to rise. Ha! Fat bastard, go to hell! The attacker aimed a killing blow at Duan Tianyu, intending to finish him off completely. Sumushue, who had been watching Duan Tianyu's condition, flashed a sharp gleam in her eyes. Duan Tianyu's body abruptly vanished, reappearing beside her. The attacker's strike missed its mark and shifted towards Sumushue instead, intending to join forces with his companion. Sumushue forced her fingers to point at both of them. 5 piercing beams shot from her fingertips, circling around the two attackers. The two suddenly found themselves unable to move, utterly shocked. Damn it, this woman's skills are too bizarre. As the formation was about to collapse completely, the remaining dozen or so attackers finally arrived. Their assaults, combined with skills unleashed from the rear that no human could produce, surged towards Sumushue. Backlash escape. Her crimson lips parted softly. Her body vanished once more. Simultaneously, the formation beneath her feet finally collapsed and extinguished. Carrying Duan Tianyu, she somehow endured the barrage of attacks in her ethereal state, spinning around and sprinting frantically toward the exit. Just as Sumushue was about to burst through the gymnasium doors with Duan Tianyu, a thunderous crack echoed across the sky. Purple lightning descended from the heavens, striking Sumushue directly. This time, the attack could not be nullified. The moment the electricity surged through her body, she lost all ability to move, standing rigidly in place. Electric arcs danced across both her and Duan Tianyu's skin. Their abilities seemed half-sealed by the current, rendering them utterly useless. Die! A hollow, cold voice echoed from the sky. Dozens of bolts of lightning descended, crashing down upon Sumushue and Duan Tianyu once more. Despair filled Duan Tianyu's eyes. It's over. This time, we're truly done for. Sumushue's lips twisted into a bitter smile. At this critical moment, no one could possibly come to her rescue. Even if someone wanted to save her, they lacked the strength to do so. She truly held no hope for survival. As death approached, her mind flooded with memories and images connected to Lin Yi. Chapter 125, Beast Pets. Sumushue closed her eyes, waiting for the attack to strike. In the numbing agony, she drifted into unconsciousness. But the expected blow never came. Instead, a deafening explosion shook her body. Opening her eyes, she saw the very person she had longed for day and night, the one from her memories. Lin Yi. She murmured softly, staring blankly at the figure appearing mid-air. At that moment, Lin Yi stood confronting the suddenly appeared dean of the Nether City, also known as the City Lord. His sudden appearance had undoubtedly disrupted the other party's rhythm. Upon seeing Lin Yi's face, the Lord of the Nether City's expression darkened. "It's you again. You always ruin my plans." Though they had never met face to face, the confrontation between Lin Yi and the city of the underworld had long since begun. Just then, a series of whistling sounds pierced the air from behind, and several figures descended from above the gymnasium. Upon entering the arena, they swiftly assessed the situation and charged toward Lin Yi. Lin Yi sensed a familiar aura and felt his heart settle. "Teacher, Professor, you're here." He-Yun and the others had just arrived with the rescue team. They had expected to find Su Muxue and Duan Tianyu facing imminent danger, perhaps even dead. On their way, they had encountered Qin Kong and the others returning. Learning that only Su Muxue and Duan Tianyu remained determined to rescue the others, they sensed something was terribly wrong. Yet the scene before them left them utterly dumbfounded for a long moment, their minds unable to process it. "Lin Yi, how are you here? Weren't you in the secret realm?" Chang Huaning stepped forward, his gaze fixed on Lin Yi with suspicion. Having witnessed Lin Yi save him before, he trusted the man himself. What he didn't trust was this Lin Yi standing before him. Sequence awakened ones possessed all manner of bizarre skills. What if someone was impersonating Lin Yi? Lin Yi saw through Chang Huaning's thoughts, feeling a mix of exasperation and amusement. He explained, "I used spatial teleportation to leave the secret realm and come here to save people." He didn't want to reveal that he had already leveled up. Croak. But everyone else had also noticed by now a golden spotted toad, no bigger than a palm, was perched on Lin Yi's head. A sharp gleam flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. He'd completely forgotten about the creature. He plucked the golden spotted toad from his head and cupped it in his palm. The creature offered no resistance whatsoever. Ever since the secret realm collapsed and it had followed Lin Yi into the mortal world, it had become remarkably docile. "This is the beast companion I brought out from the secret realm." Lin Yi offered an excuse to explain the toad's presence. The others' expressions changed drastically. The golden spotted demon toad, a legendary beast said to exist only in myths, had become Lin Yi's beast companion. In response, the golden spotted demon toad croaked twice more. Only Lin Yi could discern its discontent. The others heard nothing. Seeing this group chatting as if no one else existed, even Ban, the ruler of the Nether City, remained silent. A storm of gloom gathered in his eyes. With Chang Huaning and the others arriving today, it was now impossible for him to pursue and kill Lin Yi and Su Muxue. Since that was the case, he would leave them a grand gift. His body abruptly vanished from his original position. Lin Yi had been watching him the entire time and reacted instantly, launching a skill in his direction. Chang Huaning, He-Yun, and the others had also been watching the Lord of the Nether City closely. Their skills ignited in that instant as they swarmed in for the attack. Evidently, even while conversing with Lin Yi, they had been secretly preparing to activate their sequence skills. The Lord of the Nether City was caught completely off guard by the sudden onslaught. Even with his formidable strength, he was no match for so many experts acting in concert. Had it not been for this, he would never have backed down. His body was violently knocked back, and even his escape route into the void was severed. One skill after another descended upon him. He countered by unleashing his own skills, yet the situation remained overwhelmingly unfavorable. Fine. So this is where you've been plotting against me. But if even Zhang Yuxian couldn't control me, what makes you think you can? He sneered coldly as his body plummeted toward the sea of people below. In a stadium holding hundreds of thousands, he was utterly defenseless once submerged in the crowd. Any skill unleashed would inevitably harm innocents. Lin Yi, Chang Huaning, and the others watched helplessly as he squeezed into the crowd, his body gradually turning transparent until he vanished completely. "Everyone, get out of the way." Lin Yi's eyes burned red with fury as he bellowed. He hoped the crowd would have the sense to part. But no one heeded his command. Instead, they turned to shield the Lord of the Nether City, crowding around him to block Lin Yi's path. "Do you know what you're doing?" Lin Yi's face turned cold. "Do not harm the City Lord. It's all your fault for disrupting the secret realm ritual and preventing us from entering. You're the ones responsible. You all deserve to die." Lin Yi's expression darkened as he heard the shouts of condemnation. Even Chang Huaning and the others never imagined things would end up like this. "We came to rescue you." Their explanations fell on deaf ears. "Put. Who needs your rescue? Only by following the City Lord and the Dean can we live well. Who wants to stay in this world infested with beasts? If only you'd never shown up. You're all meddling fools, sticking your noses where they don't belong." Su Muxue could endure these people misunderstanding and cursing her, but she couldn't bear them hurling abuse at Lin Yi. "Do you really think joining the Nether City will grant you entry into the secret realm to live in luxury? That's just the lie they use to deceive you. In truth, they plan to sacrifice you to open the secret realm." Her explanation was met with even less belief. "What proof do you have to slander us like this?" I think you're the ones with ulterior motives. Not only did these people fail to appreciate her warning, they all turned hostile toward them. Lin Ye's brow furrowed deeply. In the very century they'd spent here, the Lord of the Nether City and his followers had vanished without a trace. No matter how hard Lin Yi tried, he could never catch up. Forget it. Let's go. Lin Yi shook his head, stepped forward, and scooped Su Muxue into his arms. Simultaneously, he used his psychic powers to control Duan Tianyu's body as they charged toward the exit. But those men refused to let Lin Yi and his companions leave. Halt! You ruined our chance to enter the secret realm and now think you can just run off? Dream on. You must take responsibility for us. That's right. We won't let you go. The crowd erupted in chaos, blocking Lin Ye's path. Lin Yi knew arguing with these thoroughly brainwashed people was futile and attempted to force his way through. A sharp-eyed woman suddenly hurled her child forward, forcing the child to cling to Lin Ye's leg. Others followed suit, using their children as tools to trap Lin Yi. As a powerful awakened, forcing his way free would inevitably harm the children. Chapter 126, An Irresolvable Stalemate. In that instant, Lin Yi felt a sudden wave of confusion wash over him. Why had he strived so relentlessly to grow stronger, to save this world only to protect such a bunch of fools? If that was the case, he might as well abandon them altogether and let them face their predetermined tragic fate. Because they simply weren't worthy. A cold glint hardened in his eyes. Smack! A sharp slap landed on the back of his head. Lin Yi spun around in irritation, meeting the worried and wary gazes of Cheng Huaning and He Yun. Lin Yi, your expression just now was terrifying. What were you thinking? You must guard your thoughts. Don't let the Chaos Weaver's consciousness influence you. Lin Yi froze, then snapped back to his senses. His divine lock's effectiveness was actually quite limited, a fact he'd already witnessed during the treasure hunt in the secret realm. In other words, if the Chaos Weaver found an opening, he could be manipulated again, losing self-control and becoming bloodthirsty and savage. I understand. He turned his head away, refusing to look at the crowd that continued to shout and jeer. But we can't escape now. What should we do? Seeing this tactic work, they naturally applied it again to Cheng Huaning and the others. Now, the entire group was surrounded and held captive by the children, with no room to escape. We'll have to use our skills. Lin Yi sighed. Group vaporize. All designated targets will completely vaporize and vanish into the void. This was yet another skill Lin Yi had altered. Starting with him, everyone's bodies began to fade and become transparent. Even those who clutched desperately couldn't touch them. Watching Lin Yi and his companions vanish before their eyes, hundreds of thousands of people were dumbfounded. Where were they supposed to go now? The Lord of the Netherworld had abandoned them, and now Lin Yi and his companions had vanished as well. No matter what, we have to hold them accountable. They owe us a secret realm. You can run away, but you can't hide. They're all from Longyuan Academy. As long as we go to Longyuan, we'll catch them. A few voices in the crowd began to stir up trouble. With just a little nudging, these people fell for it. They started shouting about going to Longyuan to settle the score, then marched off in a large group toward the academy's location. This whole thing is fishy. The group had left the gymnasium and gathered in a nearby open area. Cheng Huaning stroked his chin thoughtfully. The city of the dead wouldn't just abandon these followers they worked so hard to deceive. Hundreds of thousands of people, no matter how they're exploited, they represent a massive force. We need to return to the academy quickly. Among those hundreds of thousands, there are surely still members of the Nether City. With them stirring up trouble, it could endanger the academy. He Yun quickly grasped the critical point. Lin Ye's expression darkened. Even if we reach the academy, it's impossible to evacuate all the students and faculty in such a short time. Ultimately, we'll still have to confront the Yangtze followers. Using their status as innocent civilians, they could completely ruin our reputation. Even without exaggeration, if a single incident occurred during the conflict, the blame would fall squarely on Longyuan Academy. At that point, Longyuan Academy's status as the top academy and its position as the primary decision-maker within the United Academies would be untenable. The Nether City, a private academy organization, leveraged its influence over hundreds of thousands to seize the top position within the United Academies. Should that occur, every academy in Huagua would fall under the Nether City's command. The thought sent a chill down Lin Yi and the others' spines. Perhaps this was the true objective of the Lord of Yomi City. What should we do? Should we avoid them and refuse to meet? But the barrier is already destroyed. A temporary barrier can't hold back humans. The principal's barrier was meant for rescue. Once we make contact, we'll inevitably fall into their trap. While they debated, he was already racing back to the academy at full speed. Fortunately, their small group comprised powerful individuals, ensuring they moved far faster than the disorganized mob. Seeing Lin Yi and the others return safely, Ji Chuanxiu and the other teachers and students of Longyuan Academy breathed a collective sigh of relief. Ji Chuanxiu was astonished by Lin Yi's actions, but before he could ask, he received the news brought by Lin Yi and the others. This truly cannot be avoided. Ji Chuanxiu frowned, his expression grave. My skill is in Zhang Yuexian's Tao of Nature, which can create illusions. Even if other sequencers in the academy could generate illusions, their levels and power aren't sufficient. Noticing Lin Yi's slight shift in expression, he cut him off immediately. Even if you altered your own skill or someone else's into manifesting heaven and earth, it wouldn't last long. Without sufficient rank, the greater the skill's consumption, the shorter its duration. For a moment, everyone felt helpless. With so many monstrous beasts along the way, aren't they afraid? Perhaps they'll be crushed and scattered by the beasts before even reaching the academy, one professor ventured, clinging to a sliver of hope. The others shook their heads. Under normal circumstances, that would be the case. But these people are backed by the underworld city's strategic planning. They will undoubtedly clear every obstacle to achieve their ultimate goal. The situation suddenly felt incredibly daunting. Allowing Longyuan Academy's faculty and students to scatter? That would be like delivering food to the beasts. Moreover, each student had at least 10,000 teachers and peers. It was impossible to disperse them all quickly. If even one person was captured and used to orchestrate an incident, Longyuan's reputation would still be ruined. In this era of chaos, reputation and standing became more crucial than ever. With prestige and influence, major factions and individuals would flock to align and pledge allegiance, ultimately coalescing into a more formidable power. But once honor and standing were lost, with no one left to trust, Longyuan would become a target for everyone to attack. Damn it! If only we'd ignored those people from the start. Better to have let them be sacrificed, at least they wouldn't have dragged us down. Someone couldn't help but vent their frustration. Su Mushue's eyes dimmed. She had only wanted to prevent so many people from being sacrificed and to deny the Nether City an escape route through the secret realm. She never imagined it would bring such trouble upon them instead. Complaining now is useless. Lin Yi noticed Su Mushue's low spirits and changed the subject. Our immediate priority is finding a solution. Easy for you to say. Even the principal and the others admit there's no solution. Do you really think you can turn this hopeless situation around? A professor couldn't resist taunting him. Everyone was on edge now, and no one spared Lin Yi any courtesy, disregarding his past contributions. Lin Yi wasn't one to dwell on petty criticisms. His gaze lowered as he glanced at the golden-spotted toad perched on his shoulder. Since you can create secret realms, surely you can conjure one now to hide us all? Seeing him speak to the toad, the others recalled its abilities and turned to him with hopeful gazes. Chapter 127, Constructing the Secret Realm. At that moment, the toad turned its head to express refusal. Lin Yi's heart stirred. Is it that you're unwilling, or that you can't? The toad croaked twice, and Lin Yi understood it meant the latter. Recalling the collapsed secret realm earlier, it seemed the toad couldn't reconstruct one in the short term. Upon learning this outcome, despair once again engulfed everyone. Lin Yi, however, remained composed. I have one more option, though the odds aren't great. He exchanged a glance with Ji Chuanxiu, who promptly led him aside for a private discussion. Lin Yi made no secret of his new skill gained through leveling up. He chose to be candid because he knew that once he began using this ability, it would be impossible to conceal it from the true powerhouses present. Ji Chuanxiu froze upon hearing this. You? He remained speechless for a long moment, a terrifying suspicion forming in his mind. If you can impersonate even the golden-spotted toad demon, then, could you also impersonate any sequence awakener you come into contact with? Perhaps you could even impersonate me? His voice grew faint as he uttered the final question, holding his breath with a look of intense tension. His fear wasn't that Lin Yi would impersonate him to usurp his identity after all, the skill's effect was temporary, and the gap in their power was too vast. Rather, it was the potential benefits revealed by this insight that stirred such agitation within him. Ji Chuanxiu was an 80-level supreme being. Even if he could only wield a fraction of that power, it would still be terrifyingly formidable. It could be said that Lin Yi, at level 35, could fully harness the power of a level 70-80 player through role-playing. Lin Yi nodded with a smile, yes. His teacher hadn't specified that he could gain 50% of the target's power, only that he could access a portion of it. Even so, it was enough to shock Ji Chuanxiu. Had Lin Yi stated it was 50% of the power, Ji Chuanxiu would have been even more agitated. However, this skill could only be used once per day. It had been 24 hours since he had assumed the form of the golden-spotted toad demon, tearing through the void to descend upon the mortal realm. The main reason was that time within the secret realm seemed out of sync with the outside world. It felt like Lin Yi had traversed the secret realm for ages, yet in reality, only 2 or 3 days had passed since he entered. However, to avoid exposing my skill, I need your assistance, Principal, to provide cover. Ji Chuanxiu naturally had no objections. The more he understood the power of Lin Yi's skill, the less he wanted to reveal Lin Yi's true strength. This way, Lin Yi would remain one of Longyuan Academy's trump cards. Soon, Lin Yi activated his skill, roleplay, selecting the character Golden-Spotted Toad. The real golden-spotted poison toad darted into a dark corner, utterly invisible to anyone. Then Lin Yi transformed into the golden-spotted toad, shrinking his body to perch on Ji Chuanxiu's shoulder. Ji Chuanxiu brought Lin Yi back before the group, his face radiant with relief and joy. I sent Lin Yi to gather intelligence on those individuals. After repeated pleas from Lin Yi, the golden spotted toad finally relented and agreed to construct a small secret realm for everyone. Next, you must all protect the toad during the construction. It will take about an hour. During this hour, prevent anyone from interfering. Stay clear of that person yourselves. We'll focus on maintaining the barrier to keep them out. Hearing this good news, everyone cheered with joy. Only Su Mushue stared at the golden spotted toad perched on Ji Chuanxiu's shoulder, her eyes flickering with suspicion and confusion. Lin Yi coordinated with Ji Chuanxiu as they began channeling the golden spotted toad's abilities, gradually constructing the secret realm. Since the demon toad possessed the ability to materialize imagination, this process was essentially one of meticulous conceptualization. Only when he truly began utilizing the demon toad's power did Lin Yi feel the strain. It turned out that this process of imagination wasn't about forming a rough, general concept. Instead, it demanded extreme precision so detailed it bordered on the microscopic. His mind had to conceive every single detail of the existence he wished to materialize. To materialize a secret realm, the process became even more intricate. Such materialization consumed immense mental and spiritual energy. Lin Yi finally understood why the secret realm environments materialized by the demon toad, though beautiful, remained so simple. Only a sea of flowers, the sky, mountains, and rivers. The more complex the manifestation, the greater the drain on mental energy and consciousness, and the heavier the pressure borne. Lin Yi didn't intend to materialize anything too intricate. After all, he only needed a space large enough to sustain tens of thousands of lives. Additionally, it needed to provide basic necessities for daily life. He first established the entrance and exit points of the secret realm. Its state was that of a spatial rift embedded within a nearby rock garden. Unless one actually stepped inside and attacked with a skill, it remained completely invisible. Next came the interior scenery of the secret realm. He envisioned an endless expanse of grassland, first the color of its soil, its texture, the insects that inhabited it, the hue of the grass, the state of its growth, and so on. He had to sketch it out bit by bit, detail by detail. This process alone took Lin Yi 20 minutes. With only 40 minutes left for his role-playing session, he furrowed his brow in urgency, growing increasingly impatient. 20 minutes was ample time for those hundreds of thousands to arrive here. Upon seeing the thin barrier shielding Longyuan Academy, they all halted in their tracks. After calling out several times with no response, they decisively launched their attack on the barrier. Every teacher and student at Longyuan Academy, except Lin Yi, united as one, channeling their energy into the barrier to maintain its stability and strength. Yet under the relentless barrage of skills unleashed by over 100,000 attackers, the barrier trembled incessantly, teetering on the brink of collapse with every strike. Stop hiding. It's useless now. Who would have thought the entire Longyuan Academy is full of cowards, too scared to face us? Haha, they're scared. They're terrified by our overwhelming numbers. We'll make sure to spread this far and wide later. Let everyone see just how cowardly Longyuan Academy's people are. Many students' eyes burned red with rage, desperate to charge out and fight these bullies. Only Ji Chuanxiu's command held them back. Even some academy professors were furious. Once we're inside the secret realm and they can't find us, let's see how they slander us then. Oomph. Next time, I won't rescue these fools. Let them fend for themselves. The crowd muttered curses under their breath, venting their pent-up frustration. But the next instant, the barrier in the sky abruptly shattered. No, we absolutely cannot engage them in a direct confrontation now. A cold gleam flashed in Ji Chuanxiu's eyes as he turned to instruct Cheng Huaning. Huaning, come with me. Lin Yi, the golden spotted toad, was left behind to continue constructing the secret realm. Ji Chuanxiu, accompanied by Cheng Huaning, rushed forward, chanting incantations to activate his skill. Chapter 128, No Defeatist Talk. Of course, they couldn't directly harm these people. However, before the two sides formally clashed, any attack or trap that struck them would simply be bad luck. These rabble had stumbled upon the defensive traps Longyuan Academy had already meticulously laid out. Wooden spikes sprouted from the soil, growing to over 10 meters tall. These towering stakes encircled the central area, trapping the Longyuan members within a ring. Next, Ji Chuanxiu infused the stakes with counterattack capabilities through his techniques. Then, Cheng Huaining weaved a network of lightning between the stakes. Having completed these preparations, they retreated to a concealed vantage point to observe. After breaching the barrier, the intruders swarmed in. The vanguard quickly spotted the electric grid ahead, their expressions filled with contempt. Think this crap can stop us? Dream on. A man immediately unleashed his skill, spewing flames. Others reacted swiftly, following up with their own attacks. A barrage of skills surged toward the electric fence. The lightning barrier quickly dimmed. Ha! What's this? Meanwhile, Lin Yi had begun constructing the buildings where everyone would live and reside within the materialized secret realm. The campus of Longyuan was what he knew best so far, so those structures were direct replicas of Longyuan's dormitory and academic zones. As the materials, functions, and decorative styles of the buildings were meticulously outlined step by step, he suddenly paused. His consciousness allowed him to see everything he was constructing in its entirety, as if he were God. His gaze happened to sweep over the library of Longyuan Academy. His vision abruptly halted. His attention immediately focused on the books confined within the library. A sudden flash of insight sparked in his mind, leading to speculations and ideas. However, now was not the right time to test his ideas. He resumed constructing the internal states of these buildings. The faculty and students of Longyuan Academy never imagined they too would experience days dragging on like years. Every second stretched endlessly for them, filled with uncertainty. Everyone pinned their hopes on the golden-spotted toad, dreading any unexpected turn of events. But it was precisely this urgency and anxiety that made them distracted and unstable, preventing them from fully utilizing their abilities. After the barrier was breached, the crowd buzzed with chatter about their next course of action. The headmaster and the others probably won't hold them off for long. We must find a way to buy time. I have a plan that might work. A woman stepped forward from the crowd. Bai Susu, what do you have to say? Bai Susu addressed Vice Principal Dong directly and received a prompt response. Dong Siming stared at her with confusion, harboring deep suspicion within. The principal had long informed him of the mole still lurking within the school, leaving him deeply worried that someone might sabotage the construction of the secret realm. His guarded expression unsettled Bai Susu. I think we could put on a show temporarily fool those people. That way, we'll achieve our goal of buying time. Dong Siming furrowed his brow, his expression thoughtful and reflective. I remember now you're from Class S2. Your sequence skill is identity disguise. You mean to infiltrate as one of them and stop them? Bai Susu nodded. If I can replace their leader, I'll order them to halt the attack and wait for reinforcements from the rear. But if I fail to infiltrate the leader, I'll find ways to sow discord and conflict among them. Once they're embroiled in infighting, they won't have time to pursue us. It must be said, her plan was brilliant. Everyone listened and gave their enthusiastic approval. Then it's settled. Dong Siming gave her a meaningful look but made no attempt to stop her. Soon, Bai Susu departed with two professors assisting her. The golden-spotted toad behind them suddenly began trembling violently. Tension instantly gripped the group. Don't tell me the secret realm construction failed? Damn it, don't scare me like that. You always have to say such discouraging things. Hey, did you notice something different about the golden-spotted toad? Some perceptive students also noticed the subtle changes in the golden-spotted toad that Lin Yi was role-playing. Lin Yi had now entered a state of utter chaos and confusion. Whether from overexerting his mental energy or not, his consciousness showed signs of being invaded by the Chaos Weaver once more. His head throbbed painfully, and his body began to tremble, involuntarily clear signs of exhaustion. No, I can only conceptualize this far. Continuing any longer will lead to a dual collapse of my body and mind. His gaze lifted, piercing through the thick fog to return to the real world, where he witnessed everything unfolding outside. Ji Chuanqiu and Cheng Huining's thunder shield had only managed to hold off these attackers for a mere 10 minutes. Soon, the shield shattered completely, and the advancing horde pressed forward relentlessly. Bai Susu and her team arrived just in time. She instructed the two professors assisting her to find a way to capture the young man leading the group, so she could use her skills to take over his body. But when they made their move, they discovered their opponents were far too cunning. Their attacks were all anticipated, failing to delay the enemy even for a moment. Looks like I'll have to handle this myself. A flicker of disdain crossed Bai Susu's eyes. She shifted her form into that of a black-robed emissary and calmly walked forward. Lin Yi observed the scene with his divine sense, curiosity welling up within him. How exactly did this woman plan to gain the trust of these followers? Bai Susu felt no intuition that she was being watched. Her ability to impersonate the black-robed messenger stemmed from prior encounters. Her nerves were frayed now. She circled around to the rear before revealing herself. Halt! The city lord commands a ceasefire. He shouted, charging into the crowd. The secret realm has been fully constructed. Lin Ye's voice reached Ji Chuanqiu's ears at that moment. He immediately returned with Cheng Huining, his face beaming with joy. He couldn't wait to share the good news with all the teachers and students, then explained the secret realm's location, instructing Dong Siming to lead them in batches. Due to the large number of people, they couldn't all enter the secret realm at once. Instead, they entered in small groups, a few at a time. This meant that just entering the secret realm took considerable time, yet this process could not be skipped. Taking advantage of the distraction, Lin Yi leapt into the nearby grass, reverted to his human form, and reappeared. Everyone else was focused on the secret realm, completely unaware of Lin Yi's sudden vanishing and reappearance. Only Su Muxue noticed. She shot Lin Yi a questioning look. Lin Yi spread his hands, signaling for her to wait for an explanation. Only then did Su Muxue relax slightly. But the next moment, screams and chaos erupted from the queue ahead. Oh my god, someone's killing people. Chapter 129, The Cursed One. The crowd instantly descended into chaos. Some frantically pushed forward to see what had happened, while others fled backward. Dong Siming and the others paled, desperate to push forward and see who was causing the chaos. But the crowd was too chaotic, pushing them further and further away. Explosions echoed from the entrance of the secret realm. This newly formed realm was still unstable. If the entrance suffered too severe a destructive impact, it could collapse entirely, rendering all of Lin Yi's efforts futile. The threat wasn't confined to the entrance. Among those already inside the secret realm, some were infiltrators from the City of Shadows, working in concert with the external attackers. As the creator of the secret realm, Lin Yi shared the most direct connection to it. He could observe every change within its confines, seeing everything unfold inside with crystal clarity. He had already used his role-playing ability once. If the secret realm were destroyed, he would be unable to reconstruct it again within the day. To destroy the fruits of my labor? You're asking for death. A cold gleam flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. Amidst the chaos, a transparent, ethereal figure passed through the bodies of others, heading straight for the entrance of the secret realm. Die! He unleashed his attack without mercy, thundering at his fingertips. Lightning bolts shot forth, striking the saboteurs who were mercilessly slaughtering their fellow students. We cannot let them enter the secret realm. The City Lord's glory will shine upon us. Our mission is sacred, we must sacrifice our lives. A buzz-cut male student shouted passionately, rallying his comrades. Under his rallying cry, these individuals seemed to simultaneously activate some hidden program. Their gazes grew vacant, their movements halted, and then a faint crimson glow emerged from their bodies. An inexplicable power began circulating among them, steadily intensifying. Even Lin Yi felt a chill at the sheer power of it. What is this? It's the power of a curse. Quick, stop them. They're sacrificing their lives to complete the curse. Once it succeeds, it will become an irreversible fate, impossible to change. The crowd was filled with shock and dread. The mere mention of a curse evoked an involuntary sense of dread, for curses were too mysterious and elusive. It wasn't tangible attacks or raw power, but a hidden chain of cause and effect. If these people cursed the secret realm to collapse, then the realm would inevitably crumble for some reason. If they cursed Lin Yi to face a formidable foe and die, fate would bring forth that powerful enemy, and Lin Yi would meet his end in battle. It was that illogical, that overbearing and tyrannical. Those present had all taken sequence theory courses and understood clearly that the best response to a curse was not to resist or reverse it, but to destroy it before it took shape. Upon hearing the curse, Lin Yi immediately sprang into action. Text alteration, replacing secret realm with cursor. Lin Yi could hear others' thoughts. Even without them voicing the curse aloud, he clearly understood its specific target. It was the secret realm they sought to collapse it. It wasn't that they didn't want to kill Lin Yi while they had the chance. It was simply that only one target could be cursed at a time. Moreover, cursing Lin Yi to death required a stronger causal chain and greater sacrifice. They sensed this the moment they cast the curse, so they abandoned it. Lin Yi had directly altered the target of their curse to themselves. As the crimson light took shape and completely detached from these individuals, it initially surged toward the secret realm. Yet it swiftly reversed course, veering sharply to return to the location of the spellcasters. No, how could this be? The buzz-cut boy and his companions screamed in disbelief. Yet before the curse could take effect, they had already been drained dry by the sacrificial offering of the curse. Their bodies rapidly shriveled, instantly withering and aging. Then, in extreme agony, they lost consciousness. Only then did the crimson light strike them, reducing their corpses to dust. Hurry! There's no time. Everyone, rush into the secret realm immediately. Once inside, don't linger, make room for those behind you. Seeing Lin Yi appear and eliminate the saboteurs, Dong Siming breathed a sigh of relief and immediately issued the order. By now, the group could hear the cries of the people and the sound of rapid footsteps approaching. Faster! We absolutely cannot be seen by them. That was the desperate cry echoing in every heart. If they were spotted, they'd be the ones left holding the bag for everything. By now, Ji Chuanxiu and the others had also returned. Over 100 people still remained at the entrance to the secret realm, yet to enter. Ji Chuanxiu flashed forward, appearing before the group. There's no time left. We'll have to use an illusion to buy us some time. Lin Yi immediately understood. He activated the skill, Evolve Illusionary Realm. With a wave of his hand, everyone vanished as if they had never been there, leaving no trace behind. Only then did the tens of thousands of citizens who had come to demand justice finally arrive at the field. Finding it completely empty, they all froze in shock. Where are they? Where did they go? They stood frozen in place, their voices filled with confusion. The expressions of several leaders darkened. The task the city lord had entrusted to them must be completed at all costs. Search. There might be secret passages or underground chambers. Dig to the depths of the earth if you must find them. As long as we capture one Longyuan student, we succeed. Capturing even one Longyuan student would allow them to smear the academy with irreparable disgrace. Those with special sequences, use your abilities to aid the search. Report any suspicious activity immediately. The group concealed within the environment entered the secret realm one by one while observing the movements of these individuals. Ji Chuanxiu's expression darkened. With over 100,000 people, the range of sequences they possessed was vast. There might very well be someone skilled in tracking among them. His fears were soon confirmed. Several individuals immediately pointed toward Lin Yi's location, shouting, "It's an illusion. They're right ahead, but we just can't see them. Everyone, attack together. Shatter the illusion and force them to reveal themselves." A deluge of attacks descended, overwhelming even Lin Yi's illusion. At this moment, only Lin Yi, Ji Chuanxiu, Dong Siming, and other key figures from the academy remained outside the illusion. Unsurprisingly, their figures materialized before the crowd. The leaders rejoiced. "Attack! At any cost, charge forward. If we can get close to them, we win," they shouted, urging the masses behind them forward. Without a moment's hesitation, the dark, surging crowd charged toward Lin Yi and his companions like a black torrent threatening to engulf them. A cold gleam flashed in Lin Yi's eyes as he roared, "Retreat!" His eyes bulged, bloodshot and wild, his mental energy draining rapidly. He was actually using his own skill to manipulate these people's attack patterns. Chapter 130, The Plan Falls Through. How immense a mental force would it take to make over 100,000 people retreat? This was Lin Yi's first time attempting it in practice. Ji Chuanxiu and the others were stunned and worried, but they were all attack-oriented sequences. They couldn't intervene. If they did, they'd only fulfill the enemy's objective. Heavy casualties would inevitably follow, and Long Yuan would be branded with shame, losing its revered status forever. "Lin Yi, can you hold on?" Ji Chuanxiu sighed. During the brief clash, over a dozen more professors had entered the secret realm. Seeing Lin Yi's numbers dwindle as members vanished one after another, the leader recognized the situation. They gritted their teeth with envy and resentment, recalling their own failed attempts to construct a secret realm through immense hardship, while Long Yuan had unexpectedly gained access to one. "Oomph, you think you can escape? Today, you'll take the blame whether you like it or not." A woman clad in a black robe sneered coldly. Her body vanished from her spot in an instant, only to reappear before Lin Yi the next second. "Self-destruct!" she shouted. Her body began to swell as a vast, chaotic force surged through her. Such defiance resorting to self-destruction from the start filled Lin Yi with fury. With a flicker of thought, he activated the skill text alteration once more. Self-destruct was altered to self-heal. She wanted to die, but he refused to let her. The robed woman had already braced herself for death. She felt her bones and flesh being torn apart by overwhelming force, her organs and flesh separating. Yet in the next instant, the swelling, explosive power vanished. Instead, a wave of comfort washed over her. The torn flesh began to knit back together, healing at an astonishing rate. Her body even seemed to be undergoing a transformation, growing stronger and more resilient. She stood frozen in place for a long moment, too stunned to react. At that moment, only Ji Chuanxiu and Lin Yi remained outside the secret realm. Everyone else had already entered the secret realm. After Ji Chuanxiu entered the secret realm, Lin Yi waved at the throng of people before him. "Bye." The next second, his body vanished completely from where he stood, leaving behind a stunned and furious crowd. "Damn it! What are we supposed to do now? The city lord's plan has failed yet again." The expressions on the faces of the leaders darkened considerably. "No, even without sufficient evidence, we must fabricate it." A middle-aged man with stubble on his face pondered for a moment before regaining his composure. Then, they exchanged glances, their eyes filled with struggle and unease. The black-robed woman flashed back into their midst, her voice cold and utterly devoid of emotion. "These ants are useless now. Let them make one final contribution to the city lord's plan." The ants she referred to were, of course, the hundreds of thousands of citizens they had brainwashed and manipulated. "But if we act rashly, they'll scatter and flee. We won't be able to capture them, and they'll spread the truth far and wide. No. Before that, we must stage a performance." The black-robed woman leaned in, whispered a few words, then stepped back decisively. "I've long been prepared to give up this life. Even in death, I will die meaningfully." Her figure vanished. Behind her, gasps erupted from several people. The screams drew everyone's attention. "Another survivor from Long Yuan. It's a woman. Damn it, she ambushed us. Quick, everyone, catch her." What's the situation outside? Within the secret realm, though they had entered its confines, Lin Yi and the others kept a constant watch on the outside world. As the realm's creator, Lin Yi could see everything unfolding beyond its borders with crystal clarity. Ji Chuanxiu noticed Lin Yi's expression suddenly darken and hurriedly asked, "They still intend to frame us. They've disguised their own people as our members to massacre civilians. Many have already begun fleeing in all directions. At this rate, rumors of Long Yuan students slaughtering citizens will spread rapidly." Hearing this, the group's expressions grew grave. "Damn it! Is there truly no way to stop this? Even though we've entered the secret realm, they can still smear our reputation if they choose." Lin Yi felt a sense of absurdity wash over him. Given Gao Academy's standing, it must have considerable credibility. Even if they resort to such underhanded tactics to frame us, surely it won't immediately convince everyone? Principal, I'm genuinely puzzled. Do we really need to tread so carefully? Ji Chuanxiu sighed. Lin Yi, do you know the sequence rank of the Lord of the Nether City? No, Lin Yi replied. But Ji Chuanxiu bringing it up now clearly signaled the rank's significance. Is his rank exceptionally high? Outstanding? Or even epic? Ji Chuanxiu shook his head. His sequence ranking is only around 500th, but this sequence is unique. His sequence is named Mind Manipulator. Its greatest power isn't overwhelming offensive capability, but the ability to manipulate human thoughts. Though the rank isn't high enough to directly alter someone's thoughts, it can implant anchors in their minds, making them subconsciously believe the ideas he instills. It's precisely because of this sequence ability that he could control the Nether City, safely lead it away from the Eye of Truth, and effortlessly brainwash over 100,000 people. Lin Yi was shaken to his core. This sequence is terrifying. It manipulated and influenced the minds of over 100,000 people. Ji Chuanxiu sneered coldly. It's far more than that. Through these hundreds of thousands, he can continue expanding this influence and control until everyone worships him as their supreme master. Lin Yi finally understood why the Nether City's objective was to preserve the mortal realm, to indulge in the most extreme power and desire within it. So even such a crude frame-up, orchestrated by the Lord of the Netherworld City, could plant anchors in others' minds, completely undermining Longyuan Academy's standing and credibility. He felt an overwhelming sense of frustration and helplessness. Is there truly no way to counter his sequence ability? Perhaps I could tamper with. His words trailed off mid-sentence as he suddenly realized it was impossible. First, the Lord of the Nether City wasn't physically present before him. Secondly, a heart anchor was merely a trigger. Regardless of its initial content, once implanted into a person's subconscious, it would transform into something entirely different. He simply couldn't alter every single heart anchor. It was like planting a heart anchor in a group of people, commanding their deaths, yet each would perish in their own distinct manner. The same applied to framing Dragon Abyss Academy. They could declare Dragon Abyss slaughtered innocents and sought world domination, piling every evil reputation upon them. Yet what points those with anchors believed, and to what degree, varied from person to person. Even Lin Yi couldn't predict or alter that. Chapter 131, Too weak. Lin Yi was filled with confusion. But we fought that city lord before. He seemed more like a sequence awakener specializing in lightning. How did he manage that? Ji Chuanxiu's expression was unusually grave and solemn. Lin Yi, you've always had it too easy. That bred arrogance in you. You unconsciously underestimate others. Do you think only you can master your skills to the extreme while others can't? It's actually quite simple. He only needed to control a special sequence user, pre-implanting a certain ability within them. This allowed them to wield thunderous power, granting them skills they never possessed before. Lin Yi froze. He hadn't considered that such a method could be used to expand the boundaries of his own abilities. If such a method truly exists, others should be able to use it too. But sequencers with the ability to transfer and alter skills are extremely rare. To date, even within our Dragon Abyss Academy, only 5 individuals possessing this sequence have been discovered across all graduating classes. Ji Chuanxiu's gaze fixed on Lin Yi as he spoke. One of them is you. While he appeared to be emphasizing Lin Yi's uniqueness, he was also subtly reminding him that he wasn't the only one with a special sequence. Lin Yi could sense Ji Chuanxiu's well-intentioned warning. Principal, I understand. I won't underestimate any opponent from now on. Since there were many special sequences, one day he might encounter another bearer. If he grew too complacent, he could easily suffer a crushing defeat. Ji Chuanxiu nodded approvingly. You possess remarkable insight. It's just unfortunate that the future remains uncertain. Lin Yi, if the day ever comes when your will is truly consumed and you become a puppet of the Chaos Weaver, I will personally eliminate you. This was precisely why, despite knowing the hidden dangers within Lin Yi, Ji Chuanxiu had consistently supported him, aided him, and fostered his growth. A thought struck Lin Yi. He stepped forward and quietly shared the information he had obtained from the Demon Toad's secret realm with Ji Chuanxiu. This time, it was Ji Chuanxiu who froze. Then, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Excitedly, he grabbed Lin Yi's arm and pressed. So, the Chaos Weaver also has opponents and enemies? We're not completely alone in our struggle against it? This was truly uplifting news. For ages, humanity's rulers had felt helpless and despairing at the thought of a future consumed by the Chaos Weavers. The higher their position, the more acutely they understood the vast, unbridgeable gap between human awakened ones and the monstrous beasts. Moreover, the power of the awakened originated from the ancient gods themselves. Using the power of the ancient gods to fight against the ancient gods, wasn't that laughable? An unshakable fear had always lurked within them. Yet now, for the first time, Ji Chuanxiu realized there were forces they could rally and harness. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Once this crisis is resolved, I will personally engage in dialogue with the Demon Toad. He solemnly made the request to Lin Yi. Lin Yi gave a wry smile. Principal, the Demon Toad isn't my beast companion. It won't follow my commands. Moreover, even I can't hear its thoughts, let alone communicate directly with it. How could you? Do you think among all the bizarre sequences, there isn't one that can truly communicate with beasts? Ji Chuanxiu chuckled. Only now did his mood truly lighten considerably. Even the imminent collapse of Longyuan Academy's reputation no longer troubled him. Let the reputation be ruined. When the time was ripe, it could be rebuilt. As long as he could alter the fate of this world, the truth of his merits and faults would eventually be revealed. If Ji Chuanxiu said so, it meant he possessed a method to communicate with the demon toad. Lin Yi felt relieved, yet he couldn't ignore the slaughter unfolding outside. I intend to intervene and disrupt their plan to frame us. Some people had already fled, while those with anchors implanted in their minds remained beyond his reach. Lin Yi didn't intend to concern himself with them, but he wouldn't let them off easy either. Alright, go ahead. Ji Chuanxiu was surprisingly straightforward this time. He trusted Lin Ye's capabilities. Lin Ye's figure flickered and vanished from his spot. Chaos erupted on the playground. Screams filled the air, blood splattered everywhere. Some fought fiercely, while most scrambled desperately to flee. The black-robed girl snapped another girl's neck with one hand, her eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty ferocity. Suddenly, the cold gleam of ice blades flashed. She spun to flee, only to find her escape route sealed by the encircling blades. Damn you! You people from Longyuan are so bloody and cruel. We will never let you off the hook. The voice belonged to the influential leader of the tens of thousands. Soon, both sides were locked in fierce combat. In less than a dozen breaths, the woman flew backward, crashing to the ground, lifeless. The crowd erupted in cheers. But before the crowd could fully recover from their shock, another dozen individuals began slaughtering others. They shouted that they were defending Longyuan's inviolable authority, vowing to kill everyone. They claimed to be Longyuan students who had deliberately infiltrated the crowd to strike back. Almost instantly, the crowd accepted this justification. The bloody slaughter not only continued unabated but spread even further. Excellent. This achieves our objective. It's a pity she had to be sacrificed. But this was her own choice. The city lord will remember her service. A faint smile played at Quan Hui's lips. He and several companions remained hidden among the crowd, coldly observing others succumb to terror and rage. He was the one who had just fought and killed the woman in black. His motive was clear, to discredit Longyuan while simultaneously elevating the status of Yomi City. Now we just wait for the rumors to spread far and wide, and Longyuan will fall from grace completely. Quan Hui and his companions laughed heartily. Is that so? But unfortunately, you won't live to see that day. Just then, they heard a familiar, icy voice echoing from mere inches behind them. Who's there? Quan Hui's heart skipped a beat as he spun around. But saw nothing. TSK. Slow reaction. You can't even catch a glimpse of me. How pathetic. This time, Lin Ye's voice echoed from above their heads. They looked up again, still seeing nothing. But Quan Hui recognized the speaker as Lin Yi, and his heart sank. I didn't expect you'd leave the secret realm. Aren't you afraid we'll capture and torture you? Lin Yi remained silent. Quan Hui suddenly felt a colossal force engulf him. He flew backward uncontrollably, crashing to the ground. The pain felt like his entire body was shattering into pieces, followed immediately by a numbing sensation spreading through his limbs. Chapter 132, The Being That Influences Destiny. What did you do? Quan Hui screamed frantically. His other companions suffered the same fate, knocked to the ground, unable to move. I just had a brilliant idea, Lin Ye's voice carried mockery and anticipation. Take me to the branch campus of the City of the Underworld, and I might let you crawl around a little longer. Dream on. Quan Hui's eyes flashed with cold fury. The next instant, a piercing scream erupted from his throat. One of his arms was torn clean off at the shoulder. Blood spurted from the gaping wound, the agony so intense it left his mind blank, his consciousness spiraling into chaos and loss of control. This hurts like hell, you son of a... A torrent of curses poured from his mouth, directed at Lin Yi. Lin Yi showed no mercy, snapping the other arm clean off. Because he was in a state of ethereal invisibility, even as he attacked these men, others couldn't see a thing. And those people were too busy fleeing to have any mind to rescue these few. Even if he tore off all four of Quan Hui's limbs, no one would stop him. Finally, when Lin Yi severed all four limbs, refused to let him die, and prepared to gut him open to remove his organs, Quan Hui couldn't take it anymore. Damn it, I'll take you there. Just let me go. Lin Yi halted his actions, glancing back toward the secret realm's location. Across the void, he seemed to glimpse Ji Chuanxiu's disapproving and anxious expression. Ji Chuanxiu, witnessing Lin Yi's actions within the secret realm, pressed his hand to his forehead in profound regret. How had he agreed to let Lin Yi intervene? Yes, the guy was powerful enough, but he was rebellious. Gu knew Lin Yi would seize the opportunity to sneak into the branch academy of the Netherworld City. He desperately wanted to stop him, but it was too late. After Quan Hui agreed, Lin Yi swiftly disposed of the others and vanished from the spot with Quan Hui in tow. In the empty classroom, a man sat in a chair by the floor-to-ceiling window, his gaze fixed straight ahead, yet his pupils lacked focus. Dean. A woman in a pencil skirt entered, her voice gentle yet resolute. Though the secret realm activation plan failed, our scheme to frame Long Yuan succeeded. Our agents will now spread across all fronts to amplify the narrative. In 1 month, the headmaster will personally convene the Joint Academy Assembly to demand a new election for the Academy Chief. Upon hearing the secretary's report, Feng Xiaolong nodded lightly. Very well. I will handle liaising with and courting the other top 10 academies. Inform the dean there is no need for concern. The secretary nodded and handed him a stack of documents. These are the notification and resolution for the reopening of the Joint Academy Assembly election. You will need to privately negotiate with the major academies beforehand. Re-electing the chief of the United Academy was no simple matter of lip service. Prior to that, it was essential to grease the wheels, visit each major academy, secure alliances in advance, and form coalitions. Otherwise, leaving everything to a last-minute election where each college votes arbitrarily would be far too passive. Feng Xiaolong's brow furrowed as he scanned the documents, displeasure evident. Granting them so many concessions? Is that truly necessary? If I step in, issue a few threats, and offer modest incentives, the colleges should fall into line. Hearing this, the secretary shot a wary glance at Quan Hui. She didn't think the man before her was merely boasting in truth. Quan Hui possessed the power to back up his words. He was the strongest individual in the entire academy outside of the chancellor. His power far surpassed even Chen Wanquan, the headmaster of Battle Soul Academy. These are the dean's arrangements. Quan Hui immediately fell silent. After the secretary left the classroom, faint murmurs and teasing laughter seemed to drift from behind. What? You've got nothing better to do than gossip? Feng Xiaolong snorted coldly, his face clouded with displeasure. A chilling wind swept through the now empty classroom. Everything appeared unchanged, save for the absence of the earlier commotion. Satisfaction flickered in Feng Xiaolong's eyes. Suddenly, as if he'd caught a sound, his expression darkened. Is that so? Lin Yi actually came this way. The dean has been so eager to eliminate him but has never succeeded. This time, the opportunity is practically being handed to him on a silver platter. He turned his head, his gaze piercing through the air as if seeing someone. Continue following him. The moment he enters our branch academy, immediately disrupt all his luck. And what comes next, you should know. He spoke with lingering meaning, his gaze drifting restlessly around the empty classroom. Up ahead is our underworld city's branch in the capital. Its location is quite hidden. Without someone leading the way, it's practically impossible to find. Quan Hui's body had recovered under Lin Yi's treatment, but still shaken, he now treated Lin Yi with extreme caution and humility. Lin Yi stared at the branch office sign bearing the name of some processing factory ahead, speechless. They don't even have a guard at the gate? How reckless is that, he wondered inwardly. Quan Hui's eyes darted around, as if contemplating something. Lin Yi couldn't be bothered with him. Quan Hui couldn't escape anytime soon anyway. His body was still numb, completely devoid of sensation. His focus was entirely on the netherworld branch. He lifted his head high, chest puffed out, and strode confidently through the main gate. The instant his foot crossed the threshold, the darkest, most oppressive force coiled around him, yet he remained utterly unaware. All he registered was his foot stepping into thin air. Before he could react, he crashed to the ground, his skull smashing against the pavement, leaving his back of the head throbbing painfully. Damn it! Lin Yi was stunned. He stared at his feet in disbelief. How could I fall? Is this a dream? An awakened one's physique and reflexes are several times, even dozens of times, superior to ordinary people. How could I make such a basic mistake? His face darkening, he stood up and walked straight ahead. After a few steps, his face twitched. He lifted his foot and saw a clump of dog stuck to his shoe sole, something he clearly hadn't noticed moments before. A sudden jolt of unease washed over Lin Yi. Quan Hui, is someone trying to frame me? He stopped abruptly and asked Quan Hui, who had been following silently behind him. Quan Hui's expression shifted, his features nodding with conflict. Catching Lin Yi's icy glare, he hurriedly explained, I can't be certain either. Rumor has it the dean of the faculty possesses a unique sequence skill, one that brings relentless misfortune to anyone who crosses him. But his sequence isn't about influencing luck itself. Beyond the dean and his inner circle, no one truly knows the specifics of his sequence or its abilities. Lin Yi had never heard of anyone capable of manipulating others' luck before. But glancing at the dog under his feet, he believed it without hesitation. Can one guard against such a skill? While bad luck wouldn't kill him, it would certainly affect his state of mind. Chapter 133, Another Sequence 999+. Quan Hui shook his head. If it could be guarded against, he wouldn't be the dean. Lin Yi fell silent, his mind racing. Never underestimate mere misfortune. Once luck abandons you, what should have been success turns to failure, what should have been injury ends in death. He was never one to rely on luck. But now, even when the other wasn't present, they could still bring misfortune upon him. Even if he tried to alter his skills, he couldn't hear or see the situation. Could they possibly attack him directly? Wait, a sudden flash of insight struck him. He had a clue. After enduring relentless misfortune all the way, he finally reached the central complex. By now, Lin Yi was covered in bird droppings, his clothes torn to shreds. As he looked up, figures appeared and vanished in the windows of the teaching building across the way. Did you see it? He turned to ask Quan Hui. Quan Hui nodded. It's one of the Vice Dean's skills, shadow clone. Lin Yi nodded with satisfaction. Since you're willing to tell me, you'll get to keep one more life. It seemed this skill not only created duplicates but also granted invisibility and etherealization. Even though the opponent had vanished from sight, he might actually be right beside him now, completely invisible. But Lin Yi wasn't in a hurry. He merely flicked his wrist lightly. Dust suddenly swirled around them, obscuring the view. He and Quan Hui vanished completely within the haze. Think you can hide with tricks like that? A female voice rang out from another direction. Immediately, ripples spread through the air. Soundwave detection. This was a sequence user from the supernatural arts branch, who had developed sequence skills related to hearing or sound. Lin Yi's brow furrowed slightly. As expected of the Yomi City branch, it had no shortage of talented individuals. Instantly, both he and Quan Hui's bodies dissolved into ethereal forms, vanishing completely from the air. Spatial disruption. Another clear, resounding roar echoed from behind. The very space around Lin Yi warped and distorted, shifting and intertwining ceaselessly. Infinite critical strike. Bloodlust, flower of decay. Not far away, two more cleansing chanting skills echoed. Lin Yi was now completely surrounded by enemies. His initial approach to the school gate, where he encountered no defenses, was clearly a trap set by these individuals. Under such a dense, vicious, and complex barrage of attacks, Lin Yi could only focus on self-preservation. When the attacks finally ceased, a massive cocoon of steel remained standing. As the steel shell gradually shed away, the attackers all stared intently, eager to see what lay within. What? Where is he? Then, upon discovering the interior was completely empty, they were all stunned. Were you looking for me? Lin Yi's cold voice echoed from above. When everyone looked up, they saw only a massive hand. Have you had your fill? Now it's my turn. Impossible. Impossible. With his current waning fortune, he couldn't possibly withstand our combined attacks. The Dean's technique has never failed. What on earth is going on? Compared to their fear of attacking Lin Yi, these people clearly found it even harder to accept that Lin Yi didn't seem to have truly lost his fortune. Lin Yi felt no need to explain himself to them. Die. The colossal hand descended from above. Everyone present tried to flee the area covered by that giant palm, only to find themselves utterly immobilized. Xiao Yi. One of them shouted. The next instant, just before the palm crushed them into a pulp, their bodies vanished. They reappeared at the windows of the academic building they had seen earlier. Excellent. You are the first person to force every professor-level instructor in our entire academy to play their trump cards, all by yourself. A man in a white hoodie stepped out of thin air, clapping as he approached. Lin Yi stared at him warily, sensing an indescribable threat emanating from this man. The principal had warned him before, he was far from the only special sequence in the world. The City of Shadows clearly harbored numerous such talents, and the man before him now brought Lin Yi an unprecedented sense of danger. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wen Xiaoyi, an awakened being of the 999 plus sequence. Come to think of it, we're both low-tier sequences, yet strangely enough, neither of us is weak. But I'm puzzled, why did the Chaos Weaver choose you? Lin Yi frowned, detecting a hint of jealousy and resentment in his tone. He was speechless. Was being targeted by the Chaos Weaver some kind of honor? Because I'm stronger than you? Never one for modesty, he retorted bluntly. When Xiao Yi's expression darkened across from him, he glared at Lin Yi, his voice thick with anger and humiliation. You really are arrogant. You don't actually think you're better than me, do you? Poof. What's this scriptwriter sequence? It's nothing but a sequence used for tricks and gimmicks. Today, I'll show you what a truly terrifying sequence looks like. Lin Yi's mood grew even more complicated. If his screenwriter sequence weren't so unique, a normal 999 plus sequence would actually be quite weak. This guy talks like 999 plus sequences are supposed to be powerful by default. Fine. I'll see what you've got. Lin Yi showed no courtesy whatsoever. The next instant, the opponent vanished from his spot once more. Then, Lin Yi felt the world spinning violently as the scene before his eyes abruptly shifted. Die! A cold shout rang out beside his ear. Instantly, he saw a knife materialize in his hands. Then, his body moved against his will, the blade pointing straight at his own heart. Is this a stand control skill? Lin Yi instantly formed a suspicion in his mind. He narrowed his eyes, his expression unchanged. The blade plunged straight down, only to abruptly halt as if striking a wall. A sharp clang echoed as the knife stopped mid-thrust, its edge even buckling from the impact. How? When Xiao Yi's form flickered for a second. He stared at Lin Yi in disbelief. You turned your body into metal? Only this explanation could account for what was unfolding before his eyes. Lin Yi shook his head. How could a metallic body survive? I'm still human, just not entirely. Ha 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 ha. When Xiao Yi let out a cold laugh. His body vanished once more, leaving only the echo of his laughter in the air. Lin Yi, this world holds many extraordinary beings you've never encountered. Today, I'll let you witness one. As he finished speaking, the surrounding air abruptly grew colder, a bone-chilling chill creeping up Lin Yi's spine. He was right, his body wasn't made of metal. After discovering his flaw, the only solution he could think of was to work on himself. He had altered his body's properties. This way, no matter how unlucky he got, he couldn't die. Chapter 134, Clone. Lin Yi altered his physical attributes to a mechanical constitution. Aside from essential parts that couldn't be changed, he transformed most of his bones, skin, internal organs, and muscles into metallic materials. Then, he altered his life attribute to immortality. On the surface, this immortality seemed terrifying. If he truly became immortal, no threat of death could ever touch him in this world. But in reality, every skill had a time limit. To sustain it, one had to continuously expend energy. Lin Yi's current mental power was insufficient to transform him into a true immortal. Yet Lin Yi believed that as long as he kept leveling up and strengthening his skills, one day he would truly become immortal. For now, though, he was more preoccupied with the increasingly eerie atmosphere around him. This one Xiaoyi was of an unknown sequence. Strangely, Lin Yi couldn't hear his thoughts either, leaving him stumped for a long while. He had initially suspected a stand-type ability, but now it seemed far more complex. Playing tricks. Centered on Lin Yi, an invisible force radiated outward a mental shockwave he emitted. Invisible to the naked eye, yet its energy fluctuations were significant. Any being possessing psychic energy would react to such an assault. Yet, there was no sign of disturbance in the surroundings. Maybe you should consider you're not facing a human? Quan Hui's warning came from nearby. When the two had been attacked, Lin Yi had secretly moved him outside the battlefield. Now, Quan Hui was merely observing the battle from the sidelines, yet he still felt compelled to warn Lin Yi. Quan Hui had no choice. He believed his life was in Lin Yi's hands. If Lin Yi died, he might well be buried with him. So he could only offer a warning. Lin Yi frowned. What did he mean, not human? If not human, then what a ghost? The moment his thoughts stirred, his body was struck by a sinister, intensely destructive attack. Yet he could not detect the energy fluctuations of this assault. Only a sudden, piercing chill gripped his chest where it struck, swiftly followed by a profound weakness in his internal organs. Ah, so that's how it is. Lin Yi's eyes flashed as understanding dawned. It really is a spirit entity. This has certainly broadened my horizons. He felt no fear or unease facing this ghostly entity, even harboring a faint sense of excitement. I've heard thunder and lightning suppress ghostly entities, but I've only heard about it, never had the chance to try it myself. He pointed his finger toward the void ahead. Countless sparks of lightning formed a massive electric circle centered on him, crackling incessantly. Well, how about it, ghost buddy? Did you get fried? Lin Yi asked the air with a smirk. When Xiaoyi's face materialized before Lin Yi, his eyes fierce and filled with intense rage. Oomph. Do you think this is the only ghostly entity under my command? I'll see how you fight back now that I've possessed you. He made no attempt to conceal his intentions. A cold, desolate gleam flickered in his eyes. Lin Yi's body once again lost all control. Instantly, the surrounding lightning shield vanished. Lin Yi saw shadowy figures swirling around him, releasing a dark, filthy, destructive force. Their sole purpose was to devour his life force. With each strike landing on Lin Yi, his body grew weaker, his complexion worsening by the moment. At this rate, Lin Yi seemed certain to perish. Demon Toad. Give them a sweet dream. Just as Lin Yi's body reached its absolute limit of exhaustion, barely clinging to life, he suddenly spoke, addressing himself. When Xiaoyi's expression changed. In the next instant, the surrounding scene abruptly shifted. Lin Yi could only maintain his role-playing as the Demon Toad for 1 hour, but the Demon Toad itself had no time limit when using its own skills. The Demon Toad's abilities were formidable, even Lin Yi had struggled to counter them in the past. Water columns shot upward, one enveloping Lin Yi. Remarkably, his body began to repair itself within the column. He suddenly opened his eyes, gazing across the school building toward a specific spot. Finally found it. A faint smile curved his lips as he exhaled deeply. At the floor-to-ceiling window, Feng Xiaolong frowned, uttering a soft "Hmm." This kid's surprisingly sharp, he actually spotted me. So it was your clone after all? Lin Yi turned his head, his gaze sweeping the empty air before settling on a spot. He smiled knowingly. When Xiao Yi materialized once more, he had revealed himself because he'd heard Lin Yi's words, the shock of it all still reverberating. Kid, you know too much. You deserve to die even more. Without hesitation, he launched his attack. This time, it was relentless. A swarm of dark shadows and energy assailed Lin Yi. In the illusory realm, you don't call the shots. Lin Yi clapped his hands. The shadows abruptly froze, solidifying into tangible forms. Did you think being soul forms meant I couldn't kill you? But now, I'll give you a chance to revive. The Toad Demon's skill allowed it to materialize imagined entities. To envision these specters existing, then imagine resurrecting them to return to their former lives. It was incredibly simple, requiring little mental energy at all. When Xiaoyi turned to see the spirits he had controlled transform into their former selves, solidified into physical forms, his first reaction wasn't anger but sheer terror. What do you want? No, don't come closer. The sight of his former colleagues' faces filled him with overwhelming dread. Nearby, a dozen spectators watching from the observation window suddenly paled. Li Meng, Lu Ning, Zhang Yuexin. It's them? How could it be them? Didn't they perish unexpectedly in battle, their very bodies devoured by beasts? Why are their souls being controlled by Xiaoyi? It's obvious now. His sequence is Soul Hunter. To strengthen himself, he actually turned on his own people. Others voiced an even darker suspicion. All these years, it was the dean who handled those people's funerals. Could he have known about Wen Xiaoyi's actions all along? Could he have been helping him? Even as members of the Nether City, they weren't without their own thoughts. The thought of former comrades being murdered and their souls controlled by their own kind sent a chill down their spines. Feng Xiaolong, standing before the floor-to-ceiling window, paled visibly. His body vanished and reappeared instantly, now standing directly before Lin Yi. Kid, messing with my plans? You're asking for death. He lunged forward, his hand snatching at Lin Yi's throat. An invisible force locked onto Lin Yi, and he felt his strength rapidly drain away. This was definitely more than just manipulating fate. Oomph. So you two are in cahoots, each serving as the other's alter ego. His gaze was piercing, instantly seeing through the trickery between the two. The more they feared him speaking out, the louder he would shout. Chapter 135, Fearless of Death? Lin Ye's words seemed to flip a switch in the others. Just as Feng Xiaolong's hand was about to touch Lin Ye's neck, another hand seized his wrist, halting him in his tracks. Let go, Yang Jiang. Have you lost your mind? How dare you, a subordinate, obstruct me? Feng Xiaolong roared at his subordinate who had blocked him. Yet Yang Jian wasn't the only one. Several others rushed forward in quick succession, forming a barrier in front of Lin Yi. Of course, their purpose wasn't to protect Lin Yi but to confront Feng Xiaolong. Dean, is what he said true? Feng Xiaolong's face flushed alternately red and pale, consumed by both rage and irritation. Of course not. How dare you believe the enemy and doubt me? His tone was righteous, as if he truly had nothing to hide. But those who had risen to power weren't fools. They wouldn't take mere words at face value. They judged by actions, expressions, and the patterns revealed by past realities. You're lying. Yang Jiang roared, his eyes bloodshot, hatred and murderous intent nearly tangible. Why? Why did you kill Xiao Meng? She was the one I loved most. We were about to start a family. Consumed by jealous rage and agony, Yang Jiang unleashed a frenzied barrage of energy at Feng Xiaolong. The others around them, equally enraged by Feng Xiaolong and Wen Xiaoyi's actions, joined the fray. Watching his inner circle, those who had been poised to kill him suddenly turn on each other in a bloody, unrelenting battle, Lin Yi silently shook his head. He didn't know the full story, but in any organization, unity required members to avoid internal strife. Wen Xiaoyi and Feng Xiaolong's actions severely violated that principle. Therefore, everything unfolding now was inevitable. However, now was not the time to stand by and watch the spectacle unfold. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes as he murmured softly, "From here on out, you'll all fight it out in hell." Flames erupted across the sky, searing heat scorching the air, leaving no safe ground to stand on. By the time Feng Xiaolong and the others realized it, the flames had completely engulfed them. They found themselves at the center of a hollow, gigantic fireball. When Xiaoyi's expression changed drastically, he began chanting a spell to escape, only to discover his skill had lost its effect. Upon closer inspection, they saw a thin layer of water vapor shrouding the hollow core within the fireball. This was the golden spotted toad's signature water-type skill, possessing the ability to nullify other special abilities. Even Lin Yi struggled against it, let alone these men. Now trapped at the center of the searing fireball, they felt like ants on a hot pan. Abandoning their attacks, they united in a desperate struggle to break free. Yet the hollow space grew smaller by the second. The extreme heat evaporated the moisture from their bodies, scorching their skin, muscles, and internal organs. Even though the awakened ones' bodies were enhanced, they were still human flesh and blood. Soon, everyone's consciousness began to cloud. The agony of burning forced agonized screams from their mouths, while the complete paralysis of their bodily functions utterly stripped them of any chance to fight back. Soon, these people would be roasted alive into jerky, then reduced to charred ashes by the flames. At that very moment, Lin Yi felt a chill crawl up his spine. He moved instinctively, shifting his body several meters to the side. The instant he shifted, a figure appeared with blinding speed where he had stood, a short knife gleaming with a sinister light clenched in its hand. Quan Hui's slash missed its mark, his expression darkening as he immediately darted to flee. Lin Yi snorted coldly, reaching out to grab through the air. Quan Hui was lifted up, floating toward Lin Yi. "Let me go! Kill me if you dare!" Quan Hui screamed frantically. Lin Yi's motion faltered slightly. He had genuinely intended to kill Quan Hui outright, but now, he changed his mind. He turned his head and squeezed the fireball's position with force. The massive fireball exploded with a thunderous roar. Those trapped within the fireball were obliterated beyond recognition, reduced to scattered fragments of flesh. He would never let his enemies live if he intended to eliminate them. Then he walked toward the restrained Quan Hui. "Speak," he demanded coldly. "Why did you suddenly ambush me just now? Aren't you afraid of death?" Quan Hui turned his head, his expression proud, yet his face was deathly pale with fear. "You truly aren't afraid of death? I'll put that to the test." He snatched the knife from Quan Hui's hand and thrust it toward Quan Hui's abdomen. Quan Hui's eyes rolled back in terror as he nearly fainted, yet strangely, his body showed no instinctive reaction to flinch or tense up. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes. "It seems your mind fears death, but your body and actions do not." Even Quan Hui didn't fully grasp the meaning behind his words. This must be one manifestation of the Lord of the Netherworld's mind control ability. Combining his observations of Quan Hui's personality, Lin Yi quickly reached his conclusion. A man who was inherently terrified of death, yet under the influence of the mental anchor, had somehow transcended his instincts to seek death. It was utterly baffling. Yet it also indirectly demonstrated the terrifying nature of the Lord of the Netherworld's lineage. I suspect there's also a mind-monitoring ability. Lin Yi stroked his chin in speculation. Otherwise, it wouldn't be such a coincidence that the heart anchor was triggered precisely when he was about to kill Feng Xiaolong and the others. Very well. This is getting more and more interesting. Since you have the ability to plant a heart anchor, why not plant one in me too? He glared at Quan Hui and demanded. Though it appeared he was addressing Quan Hui, his words were actually directed across the void to the Lord of the Nether City. Quan Hui's expression abruptly shifted, his earlier panic and unease giving way to cold disdain. "Is that so? Did you think I hadn't planted a heart anchor within you? Otherwise, why would you suddenly appear here?" The Lord of the Netherworld's words carried a strong hint of mockery. As if Lin Yi was merely another dog under his control. Lin Yi froze. It seemed he had only intended to leave the secret realm to stop the slaughter, yet somehow it had abruptly escalated into him impulsively rushing to the Netherworld Branch Academy. It was indeed abrupt. Given Lin Yi's usual calm and cautious nature, this shouldn't have happened. So that's how it is. Realizing he too had been secretly implanted with a mental anchor, Lin Yi felt not fear but delight. He threw his head back and laughed heartily. So this is what it feels like to have a mental anchor planted. Acting unconsciously according to your will. Compared to the Chaos Weaver, it's still far inferior. Lin Ye's words struck the Lord of Yomi City as an insult. "You insolent brat. What do you know? Do you truly believe the power you wield now is your own? Everything you possess is merely a stepping stone for the Chaos Weaver. If you know what's good for you, end it yourself. Don't wait until everyone forces you to die." At first glance, he seemed so righteous, so noble. Lin Yi understood clearly by then, the Lord of the Netherworld merely saw his existence as an obstacle to fulfilling the Nether City's ambition to control the world. Chapter 136, Reaching the Limit. Finish talking? I'm curious if something happens to someone with your anchor implanted, will it affect you? The moment the words left his lips, he acted. His psychic energy coalesced into a vicious attack, piercing toward Quan Hui's head. He wouldn't end Quan Hui's life outright. Quan Hui's earlier pleas for death had already proven that physical death held no consequence for the Lord of the Nether City. However, it was now clear that the Lord of the Nether City's consciousness was linked to Quan Hui. Therefore, attacking Quan Hui's mental space might very well strike the Lord of the Nether City himself. Whether Lin Ye's hunch proved true or not, he had to test it. The Lord of the Nether City, poised to deliver further taunts and blows against Lin Yi, was suddenly struck without warning. Caught completely off guard, he had no time to react. A fleeting expression of agony flashed across Quan Hui's face before he fell into a vacant, dazed stupor. His eyes lost all luster, transforming him into nothing more than an empty shell of a body. The link severed. That was a quick reaction. Lin Yi immediately withdrew his attack, his mind forming a conclusion. When the opponent's mental link was active, attacking that link could indeed harm them. Unfortunately, the Lord of the Nether City could clearly sever the link at will, shielding himself from harm. The one truly bearing the full brunt of Lin Yi's mental assault was Quan Hui. Lin Yi tried calling out Quan Hui's name, attempting to rouse his consciousness, but it had no effect whatsoever. With his mental space utterly destroyed, Quan Hui had become nothing but an empty shell. An inexplicable heaviness settled in Lin Yi's heart. He recalled Quan Hui's earlier warning, though motivated by self-preservation, which proved the man wasn't beyond redemption. Connecting this to the sequence of the Lord of the Nether City, it wasn't hard to imagine that perhaps many who joined the Nether City weren't entirely of their own free will, as imagined, but were likely manipulated and brainwashed. He chose not to kill Quan Hui, instead carrying him straight to the Dragon Abyss and returning to the secret realm. After half a day, he thoroughly examined Quan Hui inside and out before shaking his head and sighing. His mind is utterly shattered, not just his consciousness, but his neural pathways are destroyed. He survives only because an awakened one's body is resilient. Even I cannot restore someone in this state. Lin Yi turned to look at Su Muxue. Su Muxue shook her head. My skills don't seem to be of any use either. Then, should I try altering the effects of your skills? Don't waste your effort. A voice suddenly cut in as Ji Chuanqiu walked in, his gaze settling on the dazed Quan Hui. Lin Yi, it's already a miracle you returned safely. You've been implanted with a heart anchor. Frequent contact with others who share this implant is actually quite detrimental. When he discovered Lin Yi was heading to the Netherworld branch, he'd been both furious and anxious, desperate to rush out and pull him back. But considering Lin Yi's unique circumstances, he ultimately held back. Those blessed with great destiny would never meet misfortune lightly. Or rather, he truly believed that given the Chaos Weaver's immense power, it was impossible for Lin Yi the predestined parasitic puppet to perish. To cling to the world's last hope against being swallowed, he had always chosen to trust Lin Yi and aid him. Yet if Lin Yi's condition worsened due to the heart anchor, he feared he would have no choice but to painfully let go of this hope. Lin Yi saw a complex interplay of emotions in Ji Chuanqiu's eyes. He saw no point in explaining. Given Ji Chuanqiu's many reservations, Lin Yi simply proposed, the military has likely already begun operations. They should be able to control the situation outside. While completely driving off the beasts might be impossible, establishing safe zones for everyone is achievable. When I rushed back to the academy, I encountered others heading in the same direction. According to the plans of the City of Shadows, they've already started spreading rumors about our academy. Principal, shouldn't we do something? Ji Chuanqiu frowned in deep thought, his attention successfully diverted by Lin Yi. After a moment, he seemed to have an idea and turned his gaze back to Lin Yi. It appears we'll still need you to make a trip with Su Muxue. You are military expansion personnel with special privileges within the military. Go speak with the military commanders on my behalf. Lin Yi was taken aback. We? Won't you be joining us, Principal? Ji Chuanqiu shook his head. I must remain here to maintain control. Lin Yi, even within the secret realm, safety is not guaranteed. He shot a meaningful glance over his shoulder. Lin Yi understood exactly what he meant. Those who had suddenly betrayed and exposed themselves earlier were certainly not the only hidden enemies. If given the chance, once Ji Chuanqiu left, whether the secret realm would still belong to Long Yuan upon his return or whether these students would even be alive was entirely uncertain. But now was hardly the time to hunt down the last remaining traitors. Military Security Zone 5. The relentless echoes of gunfire and explosions filled the air. Liang Hao, commander of the 5th Security Zone, watched the beasts assaulting the zone's barrier with deep concern. How much longer can we hold out at this rate? Their numbers keep growing. His deputy commander, Sun Taohai, sighed beside him. Commander, I've ordered the reserve zone to work around the clock manufacturing and transporting weapons and equipment to repel those beasts. But to clear a path for survivors to reach the zone, our combat squad members have been fighting outside the perimeter. We can't hold out much longer. How many combat teams are still active? Liang Hao's voice carried a hint of reluctance. Sun Taohai's eyes dimmed slightly as he replied gravely, only 3 combat teams remain. Once these teams are defeated, we'll have to deploy new squads to fill the gaps. This was essentially sacrificing lives. The beasts were too powerful and too numerous, seemingly endless. But combat squads had strict personnel limits. Once engaged in battle, they faced relentless combat. The beasts would relentlessly surge forward, leaving no chance for retreat or escape. Once all combat squads are depleted, our main forces will have to step in. But the army itself is already severely depleted, with wounded everywhere. The moment the northern border barrier was breached, the military forces on the front lines suffered the heaviest losses and the most devastating impact. Only because of the military's deep-rooted strength and resources could they withstand this wave of assault and still have the capacity to organize and establish the safe zone. Yet without reinforcements, even the military would collapse. It's time to draw combat personnel from the major academies. Previously, students from the major academies had been sent to the northern border battlefield for training, precisely for this day. When a real crisis struck, these students would serve as reserve forces, ready to replenish the military strength at any moment. Chapter 137, Mysterious Confidence. A faint smile spread across Sun Taohai's face. A group of academy students has already reached the safe zone and volunteered to join the military, pledging to follow orders and participate in combat. Liang Hao's eyes brimmed with satisfaction. I knew they wouldn't let us down. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the sound of an argument erupted from behind. Move aside. We need to get through. We demand to see the commander-in-chief. Who's making all this noise? Liang Hao frowned, his tone displeased. 2 officers stepped forward, their expressions troubled as they explained, Commander, some cadets are causing a disturbance. They're clamoring to see you. Shouldn't they be training to assist on the battlefield at this critical moment? Why are they here? His confusion was soon answered. 2 student soldier representatives were swiftly ushered forward. Standing arrogantly before him, they declared, Commander, we volunteered to join the military and assist in combat. Is this the treatment you give us? Not even basic supplies, and we have to come begging for them ourselves? Exactly. We're the military's active fighting force. If you treat us with such neglect, why should we risk our lives for the military? Their words instantly darkened Liang Hao's expression. I thought you joined the military to contribute to defending our homeland. It turns out you were after the military's resources and status. His earlier sense of satisfaction vanished completely. Indeed, during a crisis, joining the military, the most powerful and formidable force in turbulent times, offered an opportunity to seize greater benefits and rapidly elevate one's standing. But he absolutely refused to see the military become a mere vehicle for these men to chase fame and fortune. If you're here for military honors and resources, then you can get the hell out. He was blunt with the two. What did you say? Both student military representatives froze in shock. You dare tell us to leave? Aren't you afraid we won't cooperate with the military in battle? Liang Hao scoffed. People like you wouldn't fight with reckless abandon even if you entered the battlefield. You'd just cut corners and do the bare minimum. He needed true warriors. Don't regret this. If you try to drive us without offering sufficient benefits, you'll witness a collective protest from the students. They still believed Liang Hao was merely putting on a tough front to gain leverage in negotiations. But Liang Hao had lost all patience. His aura surged, unleashing a terrifying, overwhelming pressure that instantly bent the two men double. They knelt on the ground, heads bowed, struggling to support themselves, utterly unable to stand. You, stop. We were just talking. We've joined the military, we have to follow orders from our superiors. The two, who had been so arrogant moments before, immediately backed down. They were merely representatives of the student army, but that didn't mean they were genuinely willing to risk their own safety for the sake of the student army's interests. Yet Liang Hao now harbored little sympathy for these student soldiers. What dominated his mind was confusion. What year are you in at Longyuan Academy? Who is your mentor? Did Longyuan authorize these demands you're making today? Longyuan was the chief of the United Academy, so the student army representatives should naturally be his students. But instead, both men flashed expressions of mocking contempt. Students of Longyuan? We're from the City of Shadows. Our academy's leadership is holed up in the school, sending us to the safe zone to meet with other academies. Longyuan is now a target for everyone's wrath. Do they even deserve to represent the students? Liang Hao was bewildered. Longyuan? Hunted by all? Having graduated from Longyuan himself, his expression immediately darkened. What on earth is going on? Sun Taohai hesitated for a moment before stepping forward to explain. The residents we've sheltered in the safe zone brought news that Longyuan harbors ambitions to slaughter them and control everyone. Special ability users even recorded footage of the incident, confirming it's true. Now everyone's impression of Longyuan is utterly terrible. The Longyuan students haven't shown up either, probably because they feel guilty. It seems they've hidden themselves away in a secret realm. Having a secret realm yet refusing to notify or shelter others proves their intentions are truly sinister. Liang Hao fell silent. Though he found it hard to believe, even Sun Taohai claimed the evidence was irrefutable. As a commander who had graduated from Longyuan himself, he was an easy target for blame. Defending Longyuan now would likely provoke the entire safe zone's residents. His authority as commander would be utterly destroyed, rendering him incapable of managing the 5th security zone. Alright, you may leave. In an instant, he lost the will to argue with these two, his emotions in disarray. Then, what about these people's demands? Sun Taohai had also noticed Liang Hao's hesitation. Liang Hao waved his hand dismissively. Regardless, to secure military resources, they must first contribute something, at the very least, win a decisive battle. Isn't there another group of safe zone residents on their way to provide backup? Send them to assist. If you can successfully complete this mission, I'll agree to their demands. Liang Hao had conceded. Even if these ambitious individuals were difficult to manage and had impure motives, when there were no better alternatives, he had no choice but to yield. After all, these were people who had experienced the Northern Frontier War. When it came down to it, they shouldn't pose any major problems. What he didn't know was that during the previous Northern Frontier War, it was the students of Longyuan who had truly borne the brunt of the fighting. Especially Lin Yi, he single-handedly resolved the crises faced by most of the students. This meant these students hadn't gained sufficient combat experience on the Northern Frontier battlefield. In fact, this cohort possessed the least combat experience of any graduating class to date. What Liang Hao didn't know, however, was that the students themselves were unaware of this fact. They possessed a peculiar, almost mystical confidence. They'd heard that in previous years, reserve cadets suffered heavy casualties on the Northern Front, with many left with severe psychological trauma and an extreme fear of combat. But they were different. Their student army cohort had the honor of reclaiming occupied territories without suffering major casualties, proving beyond doubt that they were the strongest cohort of students. As for Longyuan, the former leader of the cadet corps, they had completely forgotten about him. TSK, the military sure is stingy. They haven't given us any perks yet, but they want us to make the first move. What a clever little scheme they've cooked up. Li Jingru, representative of the Nether Academy, complained with a pout. Chen Ming, the representative from Battle Soul Academy, chimed in. The military's always been this shrewd. But since they're short on manpower now, we've got no choice. We'll just go through the motions, come back, and claim the credit. The others instantly lit up with excitement and anticipation. Let's go. We'll head out now. Just a few groups? Piece of cake. Chapter 138, The High-Grade Beast Horde. The military's handling most of the beasts outside. Do they really expect us student soldiers to turn the tide? We're still training, we can take it easy and go at our own pace. Exactly. Once we've gained enough experience, we'll become the military's most crucial asset. Then we'll have real say in matters. What a pain. We have to wait even longer. I wish the military would exhaust their trump cards already. Then they'll have no choice but to rely on us. The students chimed in one after another, each spouting arrogant opinions, showing utter disregard for the military's authority. Li Jingru nodded with satisfaction. This was precisely the effect she sought. As long as Nether City had supporters and could lead students from other academies to gain more benefits, those other academies would naturally have no choice but to follow Nether City's lead. Once the academy's position was solidified, they could seize the momentum to propose abolishing Long Yuan's position as chief of the United Academies and replace it. Let's go. Follow my orders from now on. I guarantee I'll bring every one of you back safely. Li Jingru declared with unwavering confidence. The others trusted her even more. Ever since the city residents reached the safe zone and began spreading rumors about Long Yuan, the academy's higher-ups had also considered vying for a leadership position. However, since the residents of the safe zone only recognized and supported the City of Shadows, even the major academies couldn't defy public sentiment. After all, the students of the various academies weren't truly independent individuals. Behind them were family and friends, all residents sheltered by the Security Bureau. Students were inevitably influenced by those around them, and the academy leadership simply couldn't control every single one. In this sudden crisis, it was impossible for the senior leadership of the various academies to personally lead their students into battle. It would be like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, and it would also distract them from their primary duties. The most critical objective for both the military and the academy leadership now is to investigate the cause of the malfunction in the northern frontier barrier. After these students joined the military to form the student corps, the representatives they elected were naturally the most outstanding and powerful students from the City of Shadows. Li Jingru carried the weight of her academy's leadership expectations, her fighting spirit burning bright. Little did she know that the entire leadership of the Underworld City branch had been wiped out by Lin Yi. Leading 2,000 elite student soldiers, they departed the safety zone barrier, deliberately taking the military's secure passage, a route currently defended by military combat squads at the cost of their lives. Along the way, they even had the heart to joke and laugh as they headed toward the designated rendezvous point. Lin Yi, did you hear that? Across the military security corridor, Lin Yi and Su Muxue, who had been running swiftly, suddenly halted. A look of alertness flashed in Su Muxue's eyes. A pack of high-tier beasts. Lin Yi nodded. They immediately changed direction, rushing toward the location where the beast pack was believed to be. Before they could fully approach, a dense, dark mass of beasts came into view ahead. They were converging, closing in on a specific point at the center. At the epicenter of the beast's assault, over 10,000 people huddled tightly together, crammed into a small factory area, desperately resisting the beast's encirclement. Captain, I can't hold on much longer. Outside the factory perimeter, hundreds of military combat squad members guarded every potential weak point where a beast might break through. One squad member, his chest slashed and arm torn off by a beast, turned his head in agony and declared with final resolve, I've killed at least 80 beasts today, maybe even 100. It's been worth it. I'm going down fighting these disgusting beasts. As he spoke, with another dozen beasts closing in, he detonated his explosives. A blinding white light erupted, engulfing the attacking creatures. Big head. A flash of pain crossed Su Ying's eyes, the leader of the Flying Eagle squad. She let out a cry, but it was far too late to intervene. Helplessly, she watched her men sacrifice themselves in a suicide charge against the monstrous beasts. The bad news didn't end there. Immediately after, 5 or 6 more members at different nodes were on the verge of collapse and chose to go down with the enemy. The squad's numbers rapidly dwindled. The gaps left by fallen comrades were swiftly exploited by the surging alien beasts, which broke through the outer protective perimeter. Damn it! Yungu, divert them! Su Ying's voice was urgent and icy. A member clad in a white robe stepped forward, chanting incantations. In an instant, the alien beasts that had breached the defenses vanished from their positions, teleported outside. The beasts hadn't grasped what had happened, and those behind them hadn't reacted yet. Another muscular man, bare-chested, crouched down, his hands touching the ground. A wall of earth rose from nowhere, blocking the breached node. Captain, continuing like this is purely defensive. We have no way to counterattack. Our Flying Eagle squad has dwindled from 300 to less than 100. We can't hold out much longer. But there are still tens of thousands of civilians inside who need our protection. If something happens to us, they'll perish with us. We must escort them out first. Suing understood this all too well. I've already reported to the commander-in-chief. Reinforcements will arrive soon. If we can hold out until they arrive, we'll finally be able to breathe easier. But headquarters doesn't grasp the full situation here. Earlier, only a small group of beasts attacked. For some reason, it suddenly escalated into a massive horde assaulting us relentlessly. If headquarters misjudges the situation and sends reinforcements that are too few or too weak, they might not only fail to rescue us but also get themselves killed. Xiongqi stamped his foot in frustration, his tone urgent and anxious. Before he could finish, a sharp voice cut in from behind. What? The situation is that dire? Then staying here is suicide. Suing whipped her head around, her expression darkening at the sight of the group that had suddenly appeared behind them. No, you mustn't act impulsively. As long as we're here, your safety is guaranteed. Don't hinder us at this critical moment. Are you afraid we'll be a burden to you? The young man who confronted her continued. It's all because you military folks are useless that you're afraid of us lingering here. You promised to take us to the safe zone soon, and we believed you. But look at the result. Over 10 hours have passed, and the beasts outside are multiplying. If we keep listening to you and waiting here, we'll just end up feeding the beasts alongside you. The young man roared with fury and resentment. He turned to incite the others. Everyone, we must break out now. Don't let the military fool us. If we escape now, we still have a sliver of hope. But if we delay any longer, with more and more beasts closing in, we'll have no chance at all. Those waiting for rescue in the rear began to waver. Suing grew even more anxious, about to speak to calm them, when the earth ahead suddenly shook violently. Chapter 139, Barbecued. Everyone looked toward the source of the tremor, but their view was blocked by a dense swarm of beasts, obscuring what was happening. They only observed the surrounding beasts shifting. A portion abruptly turned and retreated, seemingly redirecting toward other targets. The young man grew excited. The rescue team must be here. Quick, open the barrier so we can join them. Without a clear assessment of the situation, how could Suing possibly open the protective barrier based on mere conjecture? She knew all too well the cost of maintaining this shield. Countless comrades and subordinates had sacrificed themselves at every node. Did you hear that? Open the nodes now. Let us out. Seeing Suing and the others remain motionless, the young man grew furious and shouted at them. Suing tried to explain calmly, we haven't fully assessed the situation yet. Let's wait a little longer. If it's not the rescue team, rushing out could lead us straight into the beast's ambush. It's too dangerous. If it's dangerous, you're supposed to protect us. Your mission is to escort us back to the safe zone. Our will should come first. We want out, so you have to obey us. The young man grew arrogant once more. Su Ying's face flushed crimson with fury. This man kept stirring up trouble and inciting others to make reckless, dangerous decisions. If she hadn't been concerned about the consequences, she would have wanted to kill him on the spot. Xiongqi couldn't hold back any longer. Pointing his finger right at the young man's nose, he erupted, "Stop giving us orders. Keep talking back and see if I don't beat you to death." Facing Xiongqi's threat, the young man showed little fear. Instead, he sneered coldly and continued to incite the others. Everyone saw how brutally violent their guards were. They openly declared they'd kill me. Clearly, they have no genuine intention to protect us. Blindly trusting them is playing with our own lives. The others were indeed persuaded. We're leaving. Open the node. You've been obstructing us this whole time. Are you really up to no good? I think you're trying to harm us. If you won't let us out, we'll force our way through. Under the barrage of accusations, the Flying Eagle Squad members were left speechless, their voices drowned out as they were forced to retreat step by step. Su Ying's face darkened. Gritting her teeth, she conceded, "Fine. We'll open the node and escort you to meet up with the rescue team." She ordered her subordinates to activate the node. Almost instantly, the beasts trapped outside sensed the opening and surged forward, attacking with even greater ferocity. In the blink of an eye, 10 more teammates fell to the beast's claws. Suing seethed with rage and grief, yet she was powerless. As military personnel, their foremost sacred duty was to defend the homeland and protect its citizens. No matter how furious or resentful she felt, she couldn't lay a hand on these men. Her palms were clenched until they bled, yet she marched resolutely at the forefront, clearing a path for those behind her. Roar! Several crimson-horned beasts suddenly appeared, blocking the path ahead. Suing charged forward to engage, with Xiongqi and the others providing support. Yet, the moment they advanced, something felt off. Energy fluctuations from combat echoed nearby, indicating battles raged elsewhere too. Su Ying's brow furrowed slightly. The rescue team had actually arrived. It seemed the young man's judgment had been correct. Though uneasy, she prioritized the greater good and led everyone toward the source of the battle's energy fluctuations. As they prepared to depart, the crimson elephant beast stomped the ground violently. As if simultaneously activating some switch, a greater tremor soon followed nearby, causing the ground beneath everyone's feet to quake. Suing suddenly realized something, her expression turning grim. "No! We must turn back immediately. We can't proceed any further." The young man roared in fury, "We're about to rendezvous with the rescue team. How can we turn back now? No, we must press on. Right, keep moving. But this time, Suing paid them no heed whatsoever. She turned on her heel and urged everyone to turn back, her expression urgent and tense, as if ghosts were chasing them from behind. But due to the uncooperative crowd in the middle, they were stuck in place. Suing was utterly helpless, barely moving a few steps for a long while. Boom! 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 Just as the young man prepared to threaten Suing further, deafening explosions erupted from behind. The shockwave sent everyone staggering, ears ringing, minds blank for a split second. It's us! Suing whipped her head around just in time to see a narrow path carved through the beasts. A group of soldiers in fresh military uniforms sprinted toward them. When she caught sight of the creature pursuing them, every hair on her body stood on end. It really is the sky-slaying rats. The rat swarm has erupted. We're done for. Her eyes held nothing but terror and despair. The young man now saw clearly too, his face turning deathly pale as his entire body shook violently. How could sky-slaying rats exist? No, I absolutely cannot die here. Move. All of you, get the hell out of my way. He spun around, shoving people aside as he sprinted toward the factory building. The stunned crowd finally snapped out of their stupor, turning and fleeing like madmen. With everyone crammed together, the sudden stampede inevitably led to crushing chaos. Sky-slaying rats are among the few terror-level beast swarms. Whenever they appear, they come in hordes. Possessing terrifying devouring abilities, they can consume everything in their path, leaving nothing but bone fragments behind. As their numbers grow, the danger rating of a sky-slaying rat horde continues to escalate. It's said they can reach the highest level an apocalyptic grade beast-tide rat disaster. One sign of their approach is the flight of the elephant beasts. For the sky-slaying rats prey exclusively on elephant beasts among all other beasts. The massive tremors felt earlier on the surface are now understood to have been caused by herds of these beasts fleeing for their lives. However, none could escape the sky-slaying rats' pursuit. By the time Suing encountered them, only a handful remained. What concerned Suing most, however, were the military rescue team members being hunted by the heaven-slaying rats. Where did they go and provoke the sky-slaying rats? This is going to be the death of us. Sky-slaying rats wouldn't appear here without reason. If they'd been here from the start, the team wouldn't have lasted this long. Li Jingru and the others were all frantically fleeing for their lives. The group that had set out so spiritedly was now utterly disheveled. They never imagined that simply stopping mid-journey to chat and attempting to seize a seemingly fragile little beast's den would attract the sky-slaying rats. The rescue squad of over 10,000 student soldiers had dwindled to less than 1,000 in the blink of an eye. The mere memory of witnessing the sky-slaying rats devouring their comrades made the remaining students' legs tremble like a child's. Chapter 140, Holy Mother, ha! Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. Those sky-slaying rats, their eyes bloodshot, kept opening their mouths to gnaw and bite. They could devour anything, skills or flesh alike. And after devouring that skill, energy and flesh, they still kept eating, as if their stomachs were bottomless pits. Li Jingru's mind was utterly shattered. She had been one of the first to confront the sky-slaying rats head-on. Back then, she had narrowly escaped being devoured herself. Even now, the flesh torn from her legs, feet, shoulders, and face hadn't healed. The wounds still throbbed and bled. But the group of students from the City of Shadows who followed her weren't so fortunate. They were torn apart piece by piece, their flesh devoured, leaving only starving skeletons behind. Even those bones were gnawed clean, leaving no trace of their existence. They became nothing more than the beast's stomach contents. As the sky-slaying rats closed in from behind, Li Jingru's heart raced with terror. Just then, she spotted the Flying Eagle Squadron and the people they were originally tasked with rescuing. Her eyes filled with joy. Ignoring those around her, she immediately accelerated, even activating her coronate skill, burning her potential to gain a speed boost, instantly reaching Su Ying's side. You are the targets we were supposed to rendezvous with. Now that we've discovered the beast hide, to protect everyone in the safe zone, we must fight together and eliminate these sky-slaying rats. Her words seemed noble and selfless, prioritizing the greater good. Su Ying, however, didn't believe a word of it. The woman's ruthlessness during their earlier escape had been terrifying. She'd personally grabbed one person after another from the front lines and flung them backward, sacrificing their lives to buy herself time. A beast tide of this magnitude is beyond our capabilities. Our top priority is survival. Su Ying replied coldly, pulling away from Li Jingru. A sinister, ruthless glint flashed in Li Jingru's eyes. Fine. You refuse to help me, do you? Then I'll have no choice but to force your hand. She had to drag this group down with her as sacrificial lambs, only then would she have a sliver of hope. As for how she would explain the mission failure upon escaping back to the safe zone, she would simply pin everything on Long Yuan. Boom! She raised her hand and reached out toward the people ahead. An invisible air cannon locked onto them. Those struck lost all ability to move, trapped in place and unable to escape. The crowd's retreat slowed once more. They were held back, unable to flee quickly, forced to watch helplessly as the tide of sky-slaying rat monsters drew ever closer. Now, it's your turn to shine. Li Jingru chuckled softly. Dragging so many people along to serve as her human shields greatly boosted her sense of security. With this many bodies, the beast tide would have plenty to feast on for a while. However, after this, she still needed to deal with Su-Ying and the others. Su-Ying and the others clearly weren't weak. If they pushed themselves, they might just escape the threat of the beast tide. If they returned to the safe zone and reported her, she'd be at a disadvantage. Su-Ying, seeing Li Jingru had gathered a group to shield her from danger, was furious beyond words. "You, how dare you!" She delivered a heavy blow toward Li Jingru. Li Jingru refused to back down, immediately striking back. The two women began fighting. Meanwhile, Yu and Su Muxue remained concealed in the void nearby, observing everything. "We have to intervene. Otherwise, these people will truly be devoured by the rat tide." Su Muxue's face twisted with reluctance. Lin Yi remained calm. "Have you forgotten how they treated us just now?" Earlier, upon discovering Su-Ying and the others in danger and preparing to intervene, they spotted Li Jingru and her group. They had intended to come to their aid. Unexpectedly, Li Jingru and the others repaid kindness with betrayal, turning around to ambush them instead. Lin Yi swiftly vanished into the void with Su Muxue. And now, this was the scene they found. The attitude of these student soldiers toward us clearly shows that Long Yuan's prestige and influence among the academies have been weakened. Su Muxue wasn't exactly a saint. Forgetting what had just happened was impossible, yet she couldn't bear to see those innocent people fall prey to the rats. What should we do? If we show up, they won't be grateful, they'll fight us. But if we stay hidden and watch them die, our consciences won't let us rest. Lin Yi shook his head helplessly. "My conscience is perfectly clear. It's you who's too conscientious." Still, what mattered to Su Muxue mattered to him too. That female captain of the Flying Eagle Guard isn't bad. Perhaps we could use her to save these people. Lin Ye's eyes flickered as a plan quickly formed. Su-Ying grew increasingly alarmed as her battle with Li Jingru intensified. She was the captain of a several hundred-strong guard squadron, long since graduated from the academy, possessing extensive combat experience. Coupled with her level 40 status, defeating Li Jingru should have been a piece of cake. Yet every time she neared crushing defeat, Li Jingru seemed to draw upon some mysterious energy, rapidly healing her wounds and growing stronger, her aura steadily rising. "What's your sequence?" Mid-battle, Su-Ying was filled with confusion and frustration. Li Jingru sneered, "Why should I tell you? Go ask the King of Hell." Li Jingru extended her hand, her nails exploding outward into razor-sharp claws, thrusting straight toward Su-Ying's heart. Huff! Su-Ying's chest was pierced, and she spat out a mouthful of blood as her complexion rapidly faded. TSK. Not pure energy from the same source. Hard to absorb, as expected. A fleeting look of disgust and regret flashed across Li Jingru's face. But suddenly, her expression changed, and she yanked her finger back. A streak of light sliced through the spot where her finger had been moments before. Had her reaction been half a beat slower, her hand would have been severed cleanly. You're still alive?" Li Jingru realized only then that the attacker was Su-Ying, her shock palpable. This shouldn't be possible. Anyone struck by her soul-devouring claw would lose consciousness, leaving only their soul to be banished while their body met certain death. But now wasn't the time to question why. She swiftly retreated, her fingers darting through the air as if writing. "Nether Speech Reaper, Hell's gates open wide for you. Your destiny cannot be resisted. Black and White Reapers claim souls, not a moment wasted." As she chanted, Su-Ying's gaze suddenly clouded and went blank. An invisible force tore at her soul. Li Jingru believed victory was hers once more. Before her smile could fully spread, she gasped in horror as the figure before her snapped back to clarity, gazing at her with icy eyes. "I detest cowards like you who only resort to dirty tricks. Since you're so fond of hell, I'll send you there first." Golden light erupted from Su-Ying's body, blinding everyone present. The radiance solidified into a pillar of light that pierced completely through Li Jingru's body. Chapter 141, The Partner. Li Jingru stared down in shock at her own hollow chest, where a gaping hole now offered a clear view of the world on either side. She felt neither her heart nor her thoughts, only a vague, instinctive awareness. Dead. Was she just dead? Darkness engulfed her vision as she collapsed completely. Her body hit the ground, quickly devoured by the sky-slaying rats drawn by the scent of blood, leaving not a trace behind. Su-Ying stared at her hands in disbelief. She had indeed felt a sudden surge of confidence, as if her power had swelled, but upon calming down, it all felt utterly unreal. Power was not something enhanced by emotion or imagination. It wasn't that the angrier, more pained, or more consumed by herself she became, the stronger she grew. Her rational mind understood clearly, under normal circumstances, that strike would have barely managed to seriously injure Li Jingru, let alone kill her instantly. What on earth is going on? She couldn't make sense of it. But now was not the time to seek answers. Hearing the agonized screams echoing around her, her gaze shifted to the swarm of sky-slaying rats, her expression turning grave. The delay had cost them precious time. Escape was now impossible. They had no choice but to fight these sky-slaying rats to the death. Everyone, follow my command. Assemble immediately. Defense sequence awakened ones, activate your protective shields. Support sequence awakened ones, focus all efforts on defense. Attack sequence, prepare to strike the moment the sky-slaying rats breach our defenses. Her command echoed, finally providing direction to the disoriented, panicked, and despairing group. Even the remaining student soldiers followed Su Ying's orders without hesitation. Watching the crowd below rally together to fight as one, Lin Ye's eyes gleamed with admiration. His gaze lingered on Su Ying for a long moment. This woman is clever. She knows how to assess the situation and act with both courage and strategy. She'll make an excellent partner. Lin Yi murmured. Su Muxue froze. Partner? Yes. Lin Yi, who always spoke openly with Su Muxue, laid out his plan completely. Given our current status, entering the safe zone rashly would be disadvantageous. I believe we can leverage her influence to gradually shift the attitudes of the people in the safe zone. Su Muxue still didn't understand. She's military. We're practically military too. If we reveal our identities, even if she's wary of us, she won't attack. But I don't see why she'd choose to help us. Su Muxue didn't want to pin her hopes on a stranger she barely knew. We won't need to ask for her help. She'll come to us. Lin Yi spoke with confidence, grabbing Su Muxue's hand as they descended directly into the chaotic crowd below. Though two figures suddenly appeared amidst the chaos, they drew no attention from the others. Only Su Ying noticed. She sensed a familiar aura, the same one she felt when that inexplicable power had suddenly surged within her. She whipped her head around and immediately spotted Lin Yi and Su Muxue, her pupils contracting slightly. It was them. As a high-ranking officer within the military, she naturally recognized Lin Yi. After all, he was the student who led the charge to reclaim the occupied territories and later joined the military. People from Long Yuan, they'd come here too. She was puzzled. Had they followed this group of student soldiers here? Recalling Lin Yi's sequence skill, it suddenly clicked. No wonder her power had surged so dramatically, allowing her to defeat Li Jingru in an instant. She immediately turned her head, choosing to pretend she hadn't seen the two. At her level, she understood the bigger picture. Absolutely no meddling in Longyuan Academy students' affairs now. Su Muxue noticed her attitude and sighed. As expected, she won't help us. Don't panic. Lin Ye's voice remained calm and collected. All eyes were fixed on the frenzied assault of the sky-slaying rats. Despite the awakened of every discipline fighting with all their might, the protective barrier outside was soon torn through by the rats. One sky-slaying rat burrowed through the gap in the shield. A second followed, then a third. The attack-type sequence awakened ones, always on standby, immediately struck down the intruding sky-slaying rats. But their numbers were overwhelming. Though they managed to eliminate the initial wave, stragglers soon slipped through. As more and more sky-slayers surged into the shield's interior, people were constantly being bitten and attacked. What do we do now? Panic began to spread once more. A resolute look flashed in Su Ying's eyes. Yun Gu. Use that move. A petite woman stepped forward, her eyes wide with shock. Captain, can't we hold out a little longer? Fight these sky-kill rats to the end? Maybe they'll get scared and retreat. Su Ying shook her head. The sky-slaying rats won't back down. To prevent everyone from dying here, we have to sacrifice ourselves. Yungu bit her lip hard, her heart filled with reluctance, yet she was powerless to change the situation. Even if I unleash my ultimate skill, the energy required to teleport everyone away is immense. Sacrificing our entire Flying Eagle squadron wouldn't be enough. Then we'll evacuate only part of the team. Su Ying remained unshaken. Her gaze swept over the group, pausing briefly on Lin Yi and Su Muxue before moving on. There's only one path now. Leave half behind to cover the other half's escape. I won't force you. Choose for yourselves. Time is short. You have only 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, the teleportation begins. She didn't specify what would happen if they hadn't made a decision within those 3 minutes, for she knew that when faced with the greater good, her countrymen understood priorities and knew how to make sacrifices. Most of the student soldiers chose not to step forward. But among the remaining civilians, the majority stepped forward. Some were fathers and husbands who chose to stay behind to protect their wives and children. Others were the elderly, the weak, the sick, and the disabled, unwilling to burden others. And then there were the fiery young men who chose to shoulder their responsibilities. Lin Yi and Su Muxue Fanran chose not to step forward, their expressions surprisingly at ease. Su Ying felt no disappointment. She had no time to dwell on the two of them now. With the decision made, she commanded Yun Gu again, activate the spacetime transfer array. I'll handle the array activation. Her tone was decisive and unquestioning. Yun Ji's tears streamed down her face. Captain. For a transmission of this magnitude, the array initiator is the most critical element. They must be powerful and able to withstand immense energy shocks. You will die. Su Ying showed no surprise. It matters not. I've resolved to sacrifice everything for my mission, even my life. Waste no time. Begin now. Yunj wiped her tears and nodded firmly. The more resolute the captain was, the more determined she became not to let her sacrifice be in vain. As she chanted the incantation, intricate array patterns glowed across the ground. Suddenly, the light flickered and vanished. Chapter 142, Your promises are too grand for me to swallow. What's happening? Su-Ying, who had closed her eyes in anticipation, heard the unusual commotion. Opening her eyes, she saw the outermost heaven-slaying rats gnawing at the array patterns. This. Everyone witnessing this scene felt a chill run down their spines. It's over. We're completely finished. We don't have a single shred of chance left. Everyone will die here. Not a single soul will survive. Damn it, I refuse to accept this. Weren't we supposed to send half of us away? This can't fail. I don't care if I die, but my wife and children must not perish. Desperate cries erupted from the crowd. Many eyes reddened, tears welling up uncontrollably. Those who had clung to a sliver of hope now sat dazed and numb on the ground. Except for two figures standing rigidly upright, their expressionless faces starkly contrasting with the chaos around them. Su-Ying found it impossible to ignore Lin Yi and Su Mushui. Suddenly, she pushed past the weeping crowd and stepped before them. Lin Yi. She called out his name with unwavering certainty. Seeing Lin Yi offer no rebuttal, her gaze hardened. If you have a way to resolve our current predicament, after this crisis passes, I may no longer be here. But I can leave you a token to prove your merits to the military. She had no time for pleasantries with Lin Yi and immediately began negotiating. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. You said you might not be here then. Even with a token, the military might not trust me. Su-Ying's eyes shone brightly. You really have a solution. Her hand gripped Lin Yi's sleeve urgently. If you can help half of us escape safely and reach the secure zone alive, I have a way to ensure the military recognizes your contribution. With that credit, you could secure a higher position within the military. You might even become the new commander of the safe zone. This was her way of dangling a carrot before him. She feared merely mentioning merit wouldn't sway him, so she aimed to stir his ambition and desire. Lin Yi saw right through her scheme after all, he could read minds. The pie you're painting is too big for me to swallow. But, his tone shifted again. It's not that I'm unwilling to help. I just have one small request, hand over the position of Flying Eagle Squadron leader to me. Su-Ying's jaw dropped. She stared at Lin Yi in stunned silence for a long moment. Suddenly, it dawned on her from the moment these two appeared, Lin Yi had already had everything planned out. Fine. I agree. Lin Yi nodded, then casually pointed at Yun-Gu. Your teleportation skill can't be attacked. Because I'm going to add a name to your ultimate move. Then, silently in his mind, he altered the text, adding the 4 characters immune to attack to Yun-Ji's teleportation array skill. Yun-Gu was thrilled to see the array patterns light up again. No matter how fiercely the sky-slaying rats gnawed at it, they could only bite into a mass of air. Enraged, the sky-slaying rats that had burrowed in turned their fury on the others, attacking them with renewed ferocity. Su-Ying and Shui's Su-Ying hastened her skill casting, closing her eyes once more to prepare as the array's anchor. As the array light descended upon her, her body convulsed. The excruciating pain of the intense energy surge swept through her entire being. She curled up on the ground, still gritting her teeth as she commanded, Quick! Activate the teleportation. Let the first group leave first. Over 100 people stood within the array's range. A flash of light erupted, and their figures vanished from the spot. Blood trickled from the corner of Yun-Ji's mouth, yet she seemed oblivious, continuing to sustain the teleportation array. Another group stepped onto the protective array. Boom! A deafening explosion shattered the shield, now deprived of the collective skill support of its defenders. The Ian rats surged forward like a tidal wave. Faster! Faster! Everyone move now! The rest hold off the sky-slaying rats. In that moment, roles were clearly defined. Those who chose to stay behind and sacrifice themselves poured their last ounce of spirit power and energy into casting skills to fight the sky-slaying rats. Covered by wave after wave of the beasts, their bodies vanished. The teleportation array flared once more, its runic glow abruptly expanding its range, apparently attempting to transport all designated evacuees at once. Lin Yi sighed. He saw Yun-Gu bleeding from all 7 orifices. Every second she held on was a tremendous strain on her body. Once the teleportation finished, she would surely perish. Su-Ying's condition was even worse than Yun-Ji's. She had already lost consciousness, lying barely alive within the central pillar of light at the array's core. His reluctance to intervene wasn't driven by self-interest, but rather by the lack of a suitable opportunity to act. He had never encountered an awakened practitioner of the array arts before, and his use of Squirtle was too limited. Under any circumstances, he would have reserved at least one skill for himself as a safeguard against danger. But now, he understood that this final chance could not be reserved. He must wield today's final skill modification opportunity like a blade's edge, rescuing everyone in one decisive move. As Yun-Gu and Su-Ying reached their absolute limits, the array light flickered, poised to transport the remaining personnel. Yet it flickered again, clearly lacking sufficient energy. At that moment, Lin Yi's eyes flashed with intense light. Text alteration, add 5 characters to this skill, use without cost. The words fell, and the high-load energy weighing down Suing and Yungu abruptly dissipated. The array light carried away the people who had been standing within its range. Lin Yi rushed toward the teleportation array with Su Mushue shouting as he ran, "Everyone, enter the teleportation array immediately for the final transmission." The others, still locked in bloody combat, froze in shock. Weren't we supposed to stay behind and sacrifice ourselves so others could escape safely? Never mind. Those who needed to evacuate have already left. Let's retreat into the teleportation array first. Xiongqi sensed something was amiss and immediately rushed into the array with the weakened Yungu. Just as everyone entered, the array's light flared once more. No energy was required. Yunji's mere thought activated the teleportation. The sky-slaying rats, sensing the humans' escape attempt, grew even more frenzied and charged forward. Swish! Just as the sky-slaying rats charged into the teleportation array, about to bite the humans, everyone vanished before their eyes. When Suing opened her eyes, she saw the concerned face of Commander Liang Hao. "Suing, how are you feeling now? Any discomfort? Commander, you're dead too? Could it be, the safe zone has fallen?" Suing jolted awake with a start, leaping straight out of the hospital bed. Liang Hao couldn't help but laugh bitterly. "You really are something, can't even tell if you're dead or alive. This is the safe zone. You should thank Lin Yi for bringing all of you back safely." At the mention of Lin Yi, Suing recalled everything that had happened. She urgently grabbed Liang Hao's arm. "Commander, Lin Yi represents Long Yuan. We can't treat him as if he's entirely one of us in the military." Chapter 143, No Way to Deal with Her. Hey! Could you at least look at the person you're talking to? Bad-mouthing someone right in front of their life-saving benefactor? That's just not right. Lin Yi's voice rang out from the side. Suing froze, turned her head, and saw Lin Yi standing there. She felt incredibly awkward. She had only just regained her senses and hadn't noticed anyone around her. She never expected to be caught red-handed speaking ill of someone. For a moment, the word she'd intended to say to Liang Hao stuck in her throat. Lin Yi knew she'd react this way. He chuckled softly, his tone dripping with disappointment and contempt. "Remember what you promised me? About giving me a token of trust? About handing over the Flying Eagle captain position? Well, crisis solved, and you're already throwing me under the bus." These words left Suing utterly mortified. "No, I was only thinking of the greater good. In this situation, all factions are trying to take advantage of the chaos. As a member of the military, I don't want the army to become another battlefield for power struggles." Liang Hao shook his head. "Your intentions are good, but events won't cease simply because you wish them to. You've seen those student soldiers yourself. More and more ambitious individuals like them will join the military in the future." Suing grew agitated. "That's unacceptable. We absolutely cannot let such cancerous elements infiltrate the military. Then how will we replenish personnel losses?" Liang Hao posed a critical question. Suing was speechless. "Enough," Liang Hao sighed. "These matters aren't for you to concern yourselves with. The higher-ups have their own considerations and solutions." Liang Hao felt equally helpless inside, so he steered the conversation back to the external battlefield. The final group of residents has been safely evacuated. What follows is a protracted battle against the alien beasts outside. I'll do my best to stabilize the situation internally. I've already received reports about the incident that occurred earlier. As the commander of the safe zone, he had to keep the big picture in mind, anticipating and resolving any potential crises. Since you, Suing, have agreed to relinquish your captaincy to Lin Yi, the military will honor your mutual understanding. From now on, Lin Yi will lead your Flying Eagle Guard to tackle the most pressing threat at hand. Suing pursed her lips. The thought of her captaincy slipping away felt less like regret and more like a surreal detachment. The biggest problem. But hearing there was a mission, she perked up like she'd been injected with adrenaline. The sky-slaying rat beast tied. Liang Hao's expression grew grave. "Your escape from the sky-slaying rat's ambush was already a miracle. I know I shouldn't push you into another dangerous mission. But precisely because you have experience escaping, you're the best suited for this task. The sky-killer rat hordes have no natural predators. If left to grow unchecked, they may eventually threaten the very existence of the safe zone. I won't allow them to continue existing. This mission is yours. Treat it with utmost seriousness. Until you eliminate the sky-slaying rat horde, you won't be returning to the safe zone. Do you have any objections to this?" Suing immediately replied, "Not a single complaint. I'm willing to fight to the last breath to protect the people." Lin Yi felt like he was being forced into this role. He hadn't sought the position of Flying Eagle Squadron leader to serve the people or work for the military. He'd hoped to gain influence and standing within the safe zone, so he wouldn't be ostracized for being a Long Yuan student. But now, he had no choice. He could only nod reluctantly. "Fine. Then I'll make short work of it. Once I've wiped out all those sky-slaying rats, I'll return immediately. But don't forget to reward me for my service, Commander-in-Chief." He still had his eye on the rewards for his service. Liang Hao stared intently at Lin Yi, his gaze seemingly trying to pierce through him, to understand every thought in his mind. Lin Yi's appearance had caught Liang Hao completely off guard. While he was delighted to have such a skilled fighter join their ranks, he also feared that Lin Yi's arrival would further destabilize the already chaotic safe zone. Sending Lin Yi to deal with the sky-slaying rats gave him a buffer to reorganize the security zone internally, effectively eliminating this major threat. As for what would happen if Lin Yi and his team failed? Well, that would just be a testament to their lack of skill. Leaving the medical bay, Lin Yi returned to the temporary quarters the military had arranged for him and Su Muxue. Su Muxue had been waiting anxiously, and only breathed a slight sigh of relief upon seeing him return safely. You weren't here earlier. I went out to take a look, and the situation is even worse than we imagined. Su Muxue hesitated, then finally spoke up. Someone recognized me as a student of Long Yuan and nearly beat me to death. This meant the hostility toward Long Yuan within the safe zone was severe. What about the people we rescued? Did they speak up for us after arriving in the safe zone? This was precisely why Lin Yi had rescued them, to gain their goodwill. When faced with slander and exclusion, he hoped these people would speak up for them and help ease the tensions. It served as an opening to gradually chip away at others' defenses. A few did speak up for Long Yuan and tried to explain my actions, but it's still hard to counter the collective pressure. Lin Yi sighed. This was the outcome he dreaded most. At this point, it was nearly impossible to reverse the crowd's impression. That person must have planted some kind of mental anchor to influence them. Otherwise, the public's aversion toward Long Yuan wouldn't have escalated so intensely. He relayed Liang Hao's arrangements to Su Muxue. We must leave the safe zone together now. During this period, it'll be nearly impossible to sway others' opinions. Moreover, many high-ranking officials from the United Academy are still inside the safe zone. They'll undoubtedly continue to smear our reputation. By the time we return, the situation will be even more unfavorable. Su Muxue pondered for a moment, then her expression hardened with resolve. I won't go. I'll stay behind and treat as many residents of the safe zone as I can. I'll teach them more about fighting the beasts. It should make some difference. Lin Yi frowned slightly. This wasn't what he wanted. Leaving Su Muxue behind here made him deeply uneasy. No, I. Before he could finish, Su Muxue pressed her slender jade-like finger against his lips. Don't rush to object. Once I've made up my mind, I won't change it. Instead of arguing and trying to persuade each other, we should focus on finding ways to enhance our mutual safety. Lin Yi truly had no way to deal with her. No matter what happened, Su Muxue was always cautious and thorough, resolute and decisive. I still have one skill talisman left. It's yours. This was originally his own skill talisman. Su Muxue had already used hers, while Lin Yi's remained unused. Now it would serve perfectly to protect her safety. Chapter 144. No need to worry. Su Muxue firmly refused. I don't need it. The heaven-slaying ratbeast tide is too formidable. Even you don't have absolute certainty. You should keep it for yourself, just in case. If you don't take it, I won't leave. Lin Yi's expression hardened, his tone stern. I'll go tell the commander right now that I'm relinquishing my position as Eagle Squadron captain and leaving the safe zone. We're heading back to the secret realm together. At this, Su Muxue found herself powerless against Lin Yi. After a long silence, she sighed deeply and stepped forward to embrace him. Lin Yi froze, standing dumbstruck in place, unsure where to put his hands or feet. Su Muxue held him gently, resting her head against his shoulder. Their bodies pressed tightly together, each able to feel the other's warmth and even the rhythm of their heartbeats. In that instant, the world seemed to fall completely silent. I'll take care of myself. You do the same. I'll wait for you to come back. Su Muxue's soft voice echoed in Lin Yi's ear. Her words echoed endlessly within Lin Yi's heart. By the time he snapped back to reality, Su Muxue had already taken the skill talisman he'd given her and left. The room still lingered with the unique, delicate fragrance that belonged solely to her. His heart soared as if carried by clouds, filled with contentment and joy. In the time that followed, he felt no trace of the tension or unease that should have accompanied the impending fierce battle against the sky-slaying rats. He hummed a tune as he packed his belongings, his face radiant with a smile. One day later, at the entrance to the safe zone's barrier passage, Lin Yi gathered the entire Flying Eagle Guard Squadron. Liang Hao and Sun Taohai appeared together, first publicly encouraging all members of the Flying Eagle Guard Squadron before pulling Lin Yi aside for a private whisper. You've only just become their new captain. Most likely, many still harbor doubts about your leadership. For your own safety, and for the sake of those under your command, you'd best earn their complete and wholehearted respect before you even set out. Sun Taohai cautioned Lin Yi. Liang Hao handed Lin Yi a map made of special material. If you have spare capacity after dealing with the sky-slaying rats, head to this location. Before the northern frontier barrier was breached, the military detected abnormal energy fluctuations here. They just didn't have time to investigate. Your trip might yield important discoveries. There's a side quest too. Lin Yi took the map, gave it a cursory glance, and furrowed his brow, surprise flickering in his eyes. For the location marked on the map was no stranger to him and was precisely the ancient divine steel secret realm where he had obtained the crystal shard. It was said that shortly after they left, the secret realm collapsed completely. No one could enter it anymore, and those who remained inside were all sacrificed. Later, both the military and the academy had evacuated their personnel and abandoned that stronghold. Yet now, anomalies were surfacing there. Alright, I'll head over and investigate the anomaly thoroughly. Lin Yi agreed, listened to a few more words of caution from the two, and then, at the scheduled time, led the Flying Eagle Guard team out of the safe zone. The moment they stepped outside, they were ambushed by a wave of monstrous beasts. Shang-Chi and a dozen companions sprang into action, swiftly dispatching the butterfly-wing wolves. However, after dealing with the beasts, Shang-Chi didn't approach Lin Yi to report the situation. Instead, he returned directly to the group and addressed Su Ying. Squad Leader Su. Sister Su, we've cleared all the beasts blocking our path. Things should be smoother from here on out. Su Ying shot Lin Yi an awkward glance. Well, she didn't mean to do it. She never instructed Shang-Chi and the others to deliberately ignore Lin Yi and keep obeying her. It was simply that he had performed too well in the past and Shang-Chi and the others only respected him. Well, they didn't mean to either. Anyway, Lier has great hearing, he probably heard everything. She tried to explain. Lin Yi gave a faint smile, appearing remarkably calm. It's fine. I'm not the type to hold grudges or be petty. After all, you were their captain for so many years. It's only natural they haven't adjusted yet. For some reason, seeing Lin Yi act so understanding and reasonable made Su Ying feel a bit creeped out. The group traveled in silence for a while. Soon, another group of beasts appeared ahead, drawn by the scent. It's the Blazing Wind Tigers. Seeing this group of beasts, Shang-Chi and the rest of the escort team were incredibly excited. Fierce wind tigers were unlike other beasts, every part of them was valuable. Not only could their bones, flesh, tendons, and skin be used for medicine and crafting treasures, but defeating them also offered a high chance of leveling up. Legend held that remnants of ancient divine blood might flow through their veins, granting a blessing to the humans who slew them, accelerating their leveling and enhancing their skills. Brothers, let's go together. Shang-Chi was eager to lead the others into battle, but a calm voice halted them. Hold on. The speaker was Lin Yi. You've just fought a battle. Your energy is depleted. It's not wise to engage again now. Lin Yi gave them no chance to explain or argue, issuing his command decisively. As your captain, I'll personally protect you. Before the others could react, he had already transformed into a streak of light and charged forward. When the others finally looked up, their faces darkened. The bodies of the Blazing Wind Tigers stood frozen in place, as if petrified and unable to move. Then, a gale more terrifying than their own hurricane skill erupted. In the blink of an eye, it swept through. The bodies of the Blazing Wind Tigers trembled violently. Flesh tore from bone, tendons snapped, and they were reduced to piles of mangled remains, their deaths utterly gruesome. Every member of the group shuddered, as if they themselves had met such a gruesome end, a chill running down their spines. Immediately after, they watched as Lin Yiming brazenly began looting the tigers' remains. He showed not a shred of guilt or hesitation about taking their possessions, leaving not a single hair for the others. Finally, he patted his storage stone with a look of regret and returned to the group. I'm doing you a favor by sparing you this fight. It'll give your energy and stamina a chance to recover. Only when you're fully restored can you keep fighting without damaging your foundations. Shang-Chi's face turned beet red with fury. He had never respected or feared Lin Yi as a captain, but this move truly infuriated him. As a subordinate, he couldn't openly criticize his captain. We could have fought on. No need for Captain Lin to worry so much. After holding back for ages, that was all he could manage to say. A cryptic smile flickered across Lin Yi's lips. Is that so? Well, that's wonderful. Then I'll leave the next battle to you lot. The words had barely left his mouth when a roar erupted from the roof above. The sound made everyone's hearts race and their limbs stiffen. It's the spirit's sealing roar. Seeing the strange beast riding the clouds above them, Shang-Chi and the others turned pale. Chapter 145, Run. The Lock Spirit Roar was a high-tier beast of extraordinary innate power. Even the lowest-ranked recorded specimens were at level 30. Moreover, its inherent traits made it exceptionally difficult to kill. Anyone who'd studied beast theory knew the Spirit Lock Roar was one of the few beasts whose every skill had been fully researched by humans. Yet this knowledge didn't lessen their fear, if anything, it made them wary of its power. The Lock Spirit Roar, also known as the Undying Roar, possesses the innate skill, Spirit Power Conversion. This ability transforms any attack directed at it into nourishing energy that enhances its strength. Unless struck with a fatal blow, it can recover even when attacked while near death. Shang-Chi stared blankly at the beast lurking within the clouds above, its form occasionally visible, a creature resembling a fusion of lion and tiger. His words came out heavy and slow. Lin Yi still found the mood to praise him. Shang-Chi, your understanding of the Spirit Lock Roar's traits is truly detailed. Since that's the case, you'll lead the squad members to take care of this Spirit Lock Roar. You should be mostly recovered by now. You just said you could fight. I believe you. Xiongqi's words of refusal were abruptly cut off by Lin Yi. With no other choice, Xiongqi joined his teammates, his face etched with resignation as they advanced toward the spirit-sealing roar. Yunj, I'm counting on you to save my skin. Before charging in, he turned back to give Yungu a final warning. Yunj hastily assured him, don't worry, brother Xiong. If any of you are in mortal danger, I'll teleport you to a safe zone immediately. This was the tacit understanding forged through countless coordinated operations as teammates. Lin Yi didn't reprimand them. Retreating when outmatched was better than dying, that much was undeniably true. Unless there was an absolute reason not to flee, he even encouraged those around him to keep multiple escape routes open. This engagement differed from confronting other beasts. Xiongqi's strategy was highly targeted, having the support-type sequence user deploy control abilities first to restrict the Lock Spirit Howler's movements. They held back from attacking immediately, preventing any damage inflicted on the Spirit Lock Roar from being converted into nourishment for its energy reserves. Metal chains materialized from thin air, binding the Spirit Lock Roar tightly. Then, with a heavy thud, the massive chains dragged it down from the clouds, slamming it violently onto the ground. Good. Now, everyone, attack the sequence together. Use your strongest moves. We must finish it with one strike. Xiongqi commanded the others with calm precision. A barrage of skill lights erupted, filled with chaotic, violent energy like a tornado storm, all converging on the spirit-sealing roar. Guh! A heart-wrenching beastly roar erupted, abruptly cut short. When the skill effects faded, everyone saw the Lock Spirit Roar lying motionless on the ground, covered in wounds, its life force undetectable. Cheers erupted from the crowd. Awesome! We won! We actually defeated the Lock Spirit Roar. Fighting it like this, the spirit-bound roar doesn't seem so tough after all. The rumors we heard before were way overblown. Wonder what treasures Lock Spirit Roar might have on it. Maybe its corpse could be used to craft a treasure artifact. Come on, let's all go check it out. The excited team members, their faces beaming with pride, approached the spirit-sealing roar's corpse without a hint of caution. Xiongqi's expression darkened instantly. He shouted urgently, don't go near it. But his warning came too late. A violent gust swept through, sand and dust stinging their eyes shut. The spirit-sealing roar slowly rose from the dust, shaking its mane. Its body began to swell dramatically, its eyes gleaming with pure, savage delight. Its gaze fell upon the three closest to it, and it lashed out with a claw. A claw-shaped imprint flashed through the air, tearing the three men cleanly in three. They were dead in an instant, without even a moment to struggle or react. The sight made the others' pupils contract sharply, their hearts sinking with dread. Run! Everyone, run! Xiongqi had only one thought now. Yungu! Hearing his call, Yungu immediately activated her skill, preparing to teleport Xiongqi and the others to the rear to evade the Lock Spirit Roar's attack. But her movements were too slow. The formation required 2 seconds to materialize. Those 2 seconds were enough for the spirit-sealing roar to charge into the formation. With a single claw strike, the formation pattern shook violently and trembled before finally shattering completely. How could this happen? Yungu, Xiongqi, and the others were all stunned. Even the heaven-slaying rat couldn't instantly destroy a teleportation array, yet the Locking Spirit Roar had done it. The Locking Spirit Roar excels at energy conversion. It must have concentrated all its energy into a single point, creating extreme destructive force that shattered the array's energy anchor. Every barrier formation relies on energy fulcrums. It is through these fulcrums that the formation gains its special functions. These focal points are most vulnerable to concentrated, extreme intensity attacks targeting a single point. Once the focal point shatters, the entire barrier array collapses instantly. Seeing that even Lianyung's teleportation array was useless, Xiongqi and the others fell into despair. Having absorbed the combined full power strike of all of us, the spirit-sealing roar has now reached a level of power beyond our comprehension. We are no match for it. We are doomed. As for pinning their hopes on Suing or Lin Yi to rescue them, Xiongqi and the other Flying Eagle members hadn't even considered it. Moreover, they didn't believe Lin Yi and Suing could save them. As the spirit-sealing roar closed in before their eyes, raising its claws once more to strike, everyone closed their eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. Lin Yi did not intervene to save them. Suddenly, an intriguing idea struck him. Text alteration, change the Locking Spirit Roar's skill energy absorption conversion to energy loss feedback. The thought solidified in his mind, and the skill took effect. The spirit-sealing roar trembled violently, its movements freezing stiffly before Xiongqi and the others. Xiongqi suddenly felt a powerful, pure force surge into his body. Instantly, his condition reached its peak. He had never felt so strong before, as if he could command the heavens and earth. He dumbly clenched his fist, realizing this power was no illusion. Immediately afterward, he noticed the spirit-binding roar's aura rapidly weakening before his eyes. It's the spirit-sealing roar's energy, it's actually transferring into us. The others felt the changes in their bodies too, muttering under their breath. Damn, things just took a turn for the better, brothers. Let's take down this damn beast and avenge our fallen comrade. The group was now utterly exhilarated. They unleashed their skills once more, launching a frenzied assault on the lock spirit howler. Amidst the deafening explosions of countless attacks, the spirit-binding roar couldn't even utter a sound before its life force vanished. After a long pause, they finally stopped. What do you think? Is it dead for good this time? Chapter 146, Waiting for Transformation. Those who hadn't participated in the fight couldn't help but smile wryly. What do you think? There's not even a corpse left. Your attacks reduced it to dust. How could it possibly revive? Damn, you guys suddenly got so fierce, it scared the crap out of us. How did you pull that off? I get it now. You were pretending to be scared and waiting to die earlier, just to catch the lock spirit roar off guard. Facing the teammates who hadn't joined the fight and had only watched alongside Su Ying and the others, Shang-Chi and the others' expressions kept shifting. After several moments of silence, Shang-Chi abruptly fixed his gaze on Lin Yi and charged straight toward him. With a thud, he knelt before Lin Yi. Captain Lin, thank you for saving my life. Others might not have grasped it, but he understood, it was Lin Yi's intervention that had altered their fate. Though no one could fully describe Lin Yi's abilities, everyone understood he could alter others' skills. In fact, Lin Yi could alter not only human skills but also those of the beasts. It was precisely because of this that Lin Yi possessed such formidable potential, earning the military's recognition and esteem. After Liang Hao designated Lin Yi as the Flying Eagle squadron leader, Shang-Chi understood Lin Yi was the most suitable choice to lead them. Yet emotionally, he still couldn't accept it. Moreover, he doubted Lin Yi knew how to coordinate combat with the Flying Eagle Guard. Yet the events that had just unfolded shattered his preconceptions. In truth, Lin Yi didn't need to fight alongside them like Su Ying. He only needed to stand behind them. With a single thought, he could turn the tide of battle and unleash earth-shattering transformations within the Flying Eagle Guard members. Recalling that fleeting moment of envy mixed with comforting satisfaction, Shang-Chi still felt a lingering sense of satisfaction. Rise. You are my subordinates. It is my duty to ensure your safety. Lin Yi replied calmly. The others froze. So it really was Lin Yi who had intervened. They hadn't sensed a thing. When had this happened? Earlier, at Su Ying's request, Lin Yi had intervened to enhance Yun Ji's skills, enabling everyone to escape safely from the heaven-slaying rat's encirclement. Yet none had witnessed Lin Yi's true ability to control the course of battle. Only now did they truly grasp the reality of it. Especially the Flying Eagle members who had experienced his formidable power. They immediately approached with solemn respect, kneeling on one knee in unison. Thank you, Captain Lin, for saving our lives. Whatever you command, we shall obey without question. Their demeanor now stood in stark contrast to their previous disdain and indifference. Su Ying stared blankly at Lin Yi, now embraced by her former team members. She felt neither resentment nor jealousy, but rather profound admiration. She never imagined Lin Yi would so swiftly win over subordinates who had once been utterly loyal to her. But perhaps this was for the best. Only mutual recognition could allow them to commit fully to the fight, trusting each other with their very lives. Lin Yi looked down at the half-kneeling Fei Ying team members before him, nodding with satisfaction. I had already decided in my heart that if you continued to treat me with indifference and contempt after this battle, I would simply leave you behind and act alone. But thankfully, you still have some sense left. Shang-Chi and the others felt both embarrassed and relieved. Disrespecting Lin Yi, a commander who could truly decide the outcome of a battle, was indeed foolish. Fortunately, they had come to their senses now. Otherwise, if Lin Yi truly abandoned them to act alone, their futures in the military would be ruined. No, whether they could even return safely would be uncertain. Clear the battlefield, then continue moving out. I've already sensed the location of the sky-slaying rats. Lin Yi didn't waste words on emotional exchanges. As long as these men wouldn't hold him back or refuse to cooperate, that was sufficient. From that moment on, the entire Flying Eagle squad obeyed Lin Yi's every command without question. Wherever he directed them to go, they followed without hesitation. Shang-Chi and the others sought his approval for every action and plan. Captain Lin, we've entered the sky-slaying rat sensory range. Shang-Chi approached Lin Yi with a solemn expression to report. At that moment, they were positioned within an abandoned industrial complex. Though no sky slayers were visible within sight, an awakened with specialized detection abilities had already pinpointed their location. Lin Yi's perception was relatively vague and couldn't compare to that of the specialized awakened. Underground? Since none were visible above ground, Lin Yi could naturally guess their location. Shang-Chi nodded. About 40 meters underground. Who knows what the hell these bastards are up to, burrowing so deep. It'll be a pain in the ass to take them out now. 40 meters underground, not exceptionally deep, yet far from shallow. For many awakened who lacked proficiency in earth-based attack skills, reaching the sky-slaying rats might prove impossible. For those proficient in earth-based abilities, however, turning the underground upside down to force the sky-slaying rats into the open would be child's play. Something's off. Shang-Chi and Lin Yi were discussing how to flush out the sky-slaying rats when Su Ying suddenly interrupted them, her expression grave. The sky-slaying rats are definitely not ordinary beasts. Their sudden appearance and collective retreat underground must have reasons. If we act rashly, I fear we'll face serious trouble. Lin Yi wasn't the type to be stubborn and self-willed. Su-Ying hadn't become the captain of the Flying Eagle Squadron by chance. She was no ordinary talent. Her instincts were exceptionally sharp, which was precisely why she'd led the squad through countless crises. Xiongqi, bring Lina and an Earth Elemental Sequence Awakener over here. Xiongqi responded and quickly returned with a man and a woman. Captain Lin, this is Jin Jiwoo and she is Yang Sui. They are both the strongest Earth sequence users in our Flying Eagle Guard. Their sequence rankings are 121 and 139 respectively, both at level 32. Xiongqi gave a brief introduction before stepping aside. Lin Ye's gaze fell upon Jin Jiwoo and Yang Sui. A strong earthy scent emanated from them, indicating they had recently used their skills to search underground. Can you sense what those sky-slaying rats are doing? He cut straight to the point. Yang Sui shook her head. There are too many of them. This entire underground area is swarming with sky-slaying rats. I can't distinguish the individual auras of the saw-toothed ones. Plus, I'm not familiar with their habits. I don't know what counts as normal behavior or what's abnormal. Jin Jiwoo saw Lin Yi frown and knew this answer wouldn't satisfy him. Having spent time in the military, he was ambitious. He'd long recognized that aligning himself with Lin Yi held boundless promise. Therefore, he had to earn Lin Yi's approval. They must be waiting to undergo metamorphosis. Chapter 147, Eradicating the Rat Plague. At the word metamorphosis, everyone sucked in a sharp breath. As we all know, some beasts undergo metamorphosis and evolution. Especially insect-type beasts, once they reach a certain stage of growth, they form cocoons. Reptiles and crustaceans also shed their skins. After metamorphosis, any beast becomes significantly more powerful. Jin Jiwoo paused thoughtfully before speaking. Lin Ye's face darkened, his mood growing increasingly irritable. I've never heard of rodent-type beasts undergoing metamorphosis. Is there any basis for your judgment? No, Jin Jiwoo admitted honestly. I sensed it through intuition. Intuition? Don't be ridiculous, Yang Sui retorted inwardly. The very thing she had been completely stumped by, Jin Jiwoo now made sound plausible, making her look utterly incompetent. Fortunately, his lack of evidence meant he was merely exaggerating. I think you're just making this up to get Captain Lin's attention. Su-Ying also found Jin Jiwoo's behavior highly objectionable. Wu, saying things like this now will only stir panic within the team. Don't make things up out of thin air like this again. Jin Jiwoo sighed. Deep down, he knew no one would trust his gut feeling. Truthfully, even he wasn't entirely certain. Perhaps this intuition stemmed from his desperate desire to prove himself? Lin Yi raised his hand to silence the murmurs. The intuition of every awakened individual must not be taken lightly. Since Jin Jiwoo has provided us with a line of thought, we'll temporarily proceed with precautions based on this direction. Though none found it particularly necessary, since Lin Yi had made the decision, no one dared question it. If these sky-slaying rats are truly preparing for metamorphosis, then time is now our most critical factor. No one knows how terrifying they'll become after transforming. We must eradicate this rat infestation before they complete their metamorphosis. Next came the tactical arrangements. How many Earth Sequence Awakened remain in our team? Su-Ying knew this best, now effectively serving as deputy leader to support Lin Yi. There are 8 Earth Sequence Awakened in total. Besides Jin Jiwoo and Yang Sui, 6 others are absent. One sustained injuries in previous battles and hasn't fully recovered yet, so they won't be much help in combat. This number was far too small. Facing tens of thousands of sky-slaying rats, relying on just 7 or 8 people to kill them meant they might not finish the job even by tomorrow. Moreover, the sky-slaying rats will counterattack, and their assaults are exceptionally brutal. In truth, even if the entire Eagle Guard, nearly 100 members all awakened as Earth Elemental Sequence users, they would still be no match for the sky-slaying rat horde. At this point, there's only one path left. Lin Yi paused for a moment before speaking slowly, his expression tinged with hesitation. I cannot alter the skills of so many of you individually, but I can modify skills of the same category. Everyone will use basic attack abilities. I will alter their skill attributes to gain the effect of ignoring earth layers and doubling attack power. His daily skill usage limit stood at just 15 uses so far. Since setting out today, he'd already expended several, forcing him to ration them carefully. What about us? Jin Jiwoo asked, confused. You'll be responsible for constantly monitoring and reporting the movements of the sky-slaying rat swarm to me. Monitoring such a vast rat swarm with only 8 people was still a bit thin, but there was no other option now. Soon, Jin Jiwoo, Yang Sui, and the other 8 Earth Sequence Awakened scattered, constantly monitoring and reporting the sky-slaying rat swarm's movements. Their movement range has narrowed. Activity levels are low, they're barely moving. Yang Sui reported via the communicator. The sky-slaying rats in my sector have suddenly started devouring and tearing each other apart. I don't know why. No unusual activity detected in the southwest rat pack. Assessing the situation, Lin Yi swiftly made his decision. The first attack zone will be the southwest direction. Listen carefully to my commands. All of you use the simplest, purest form of psychic energy shock. Even a psychic energy blast couldn't fully penetrate dozens of meters of earth to strike the sky-slaying rats. It required Lin Yi's skill manipulation. The remaining members of the Flying Eagle Guard rushed to the surface area where the swarm of sky-slaying rats was located in the southwest. At Lin Yi's command, fire, waves of powerful psychic energy surged underground. Text alteration: replace psychic energy shock with tenfold earth element psychic energy shock. Earth element energy could naturally penetrate the soil layers. But the real key wasn't that it was the tenfold increase. At Lin Yi's current level and capabilities, he couldn't increase it from tenfold to 100-fold. Doing so would likely drain all his psychic energy instantly, killing him. But tenfold was already pushing his limits. The moment his words faded and his mental energy drained, he knew his skill had succeeded. The earth elemental spiritual energy, amplified tenfold, pierced through dozens of meters of soil and struck the vast swarm of sky-slaying rats burrowed deep underground. Instantly, the rats sensed danger, shrieking frantically as they scrambled about. Yet no matter how frantically they burrowed and fled, they couldn't outrun the speed of the incoming assault. The moment the psychic shockwave pierced their bodies, the sky-slaying rats froze. "Dead?" Lin Yi asked. Jin Jiwu's voice came through the communicator. He was the monitor for this area. "Dead. These sky-slaying rats have lost all signs of life. But to be safe, I'll test them with my earthquake skill." Soon, the earth began to tremble. The corpses of the sky-slaying rats beneath the ground were crushed and torn apart by the shifting soil. Confirmed, Team Leader Lin. "All sky-slaying rats here are dead. I've disposed of the corpses." Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief. This process appeared effortless, but in reality, it had taken a tremendous toll on Lin Yi and the others. She had deliberately amplified her attacks tenfold. If even that couldn't kill a group of sky-slaying rats whose activity levels had already dropped, that would have been truly bizarre. "Lin, the sky-slaying rats on my end are acting erratically, attacking each other and scattering in all directions. You guys need to come over fast, or I fear something bad will happen." Suddenly, the Earth Elemental Sequence Detection Team member in the south sent an urgent message. Lin Yi surmised that the nearby sky-slaying rat hordes had been disturbed by the fighting here. After all, these rat swarms spread across the entire underground expanse without clearly defined boundaries. "We're on our way." He turned to look at Yungu. "Do you have healing skills?" Support-type sequence awakened ones rarely specialized in just one skill. They typically covered defense, healing, control, buffs, and other areas. Yungu nodded. "But my psychic energy is already depleted from the fight." Before she could finish, Lin Yi tossed her an item. Chapter 148, Leave None Behind. Yungu scrambled to catch it. When she recognized the item in her hand as a top-grade energy stone, her eyes widened in shock. Such premium energy stones were scarce even within the military's Flying Eagle Special Forces Guard unit. Normally, even Suing treasured them, using them almost exclusively for her own absorption and leveling up. Now Lin Yi was casually handing her one, wasting it on restoring mental energy. No need. I have recovery crystals. This is faster." Lin Yi cut off Yun Ji's hesitation, then casually tossed another top-grade energy stone to Suing and the others nearby. He'd acquired plenty of these during the military's rewards for reclaiming occupied territories, and later obtained more at both the Battle Soul Academy and the Supreme Academy. He now had more than enough premium energy stones to spare. Unfortunately, their effectiveness for leveling up was severely limited. Absorption capped at a maximum of 100 stones before reaching a leveling ceiling. Consequently, he primarily used them to replenish his spiritual energy. Every time he altered someone else's or his own skills, it nearly depleted his mental energy to the limit. If he had to wait for his mental energy to slowly recover before casting skills again, he'd be fighting for nothing. Seeing Lin Yi's extravagance, the others felt both envy and relief. Why did they increasingly feel following Lin Yi was the right choice? Suing even felt that being deputy captain was better than her previous role as captain. Less work, fewer responsibilities, yet higher pay. She promptly offered her assistance. "I have a way to propose increasing our movement speed." Lin Yi perked up. "I'd be grateful if you could handle that." Suing swiftly absorbed premium energy stones to replenish her mental reserves, then began chanting incantations. A gale swept through, carrying the group toward the southern sector. By the time Lin Yi and the others arrived, sky-slaying rats had already begun appearing on the ground. The monitoring team member was under attack by over a dozen of them. Suing struck, sending the dozen sky-slaying rats flying to the side. Urgency flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. Everyone immediately launched a second wave of attacks. As he spoke, he retrieved nearly 100 top-grade energy stones from his storage space and distributed them to everyone. That's how extravagant he was. The Flying Eagle team members, whose mental energy had been depleted, suddenly had their eyes gleaming brightly. They were instantly energized, as if injected with adrenaline. Clutching the energy stones tightly, they recalled previous experiences where absorbing these stones not only restored their mental energy but also aided their leveling up. And they had never used top-grade energy stones before. This first experience had them practically bursting with anticipation. In mere seconds, they replenished all their mental energy. Then Lin Yi commanded them to fight again. Using the same tried-and-true technique and rhythm, the team unleashed the purest form of psychic energy attacks. Lin Yi amplified these tenfold into earth elemental psychic energy shocks. The formidable energies surged from the ground, pressing down into the earth. Soon, all the subterranean agitation subsided. Following closely, Jin Jiwoo sensed the situation for a moment. Captain Lin, the sky-slaying rats here are all dead too. Lin Ye's brow furrowed. Without hesitation, he swiftly led the group to the next area. Faster, faster still. His instincts warned him that his attacks might accelerate the sky-slaying rats' mutation process. He had to eliminate them completely before they fully transformed. As they cleared one sector after another, he relentlessly drained his own resources, distributing vast quantities of premium energy stones to replenish the team's reserves. Simultaneously, he continuously depleted his own mental energy and skill usage counts. Finally, only 2 sectors remained uncleared of sky-slaying rats. Captain Lin, what's that? Upon reaching the eastern sector, they found the ground swarming with sky-slaying rats. The original monitoring team member had lost contact, likely devoured by the swarm. But what truly sent chills down the group's spines wasn't the fallen comrade, but the Scythian rat's transformed state. Large, bulging sacs had formed on their backs, pulsing and writhing as if incubating something. The rats were restless, darting rapidly across the ground yet refusing to retreat. They're actually undergoing a transformation. Witnessing the rat's transformation, Suing and others who had heard Jin Jiwoo's self-assessed judgment were stunned. Lin Ye's face darkened like ink, no time to stand around. Everyone, accelerate absorbing the energy stones. Once your mental energy is fully restored, launch the attack immediately. Suing and the others dared not hesitate. Truthfully, a layer of panic and unease enveloped everyone's hearts, making them desperate to eliminate these sky-slaying rats as swiftly as possible. The bulges on the sky-slaying rats' backs grew larger and larger. Even their fur color began to change, glowing with a blue-white light. Attack! Leave none alive. Meanwhile, on Lin Ye's side, everyone had finally replenished their spiritual energy. Lin Yi immediately gave the order, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy that crashed down upon the sky-slaying rats. This time, Lin Yi did not transform his spiritual energy into earth-type energy, but instead imbued it with a potent venomous attribute. His instincts told him that merely tenfold earth elemental psychic energy would be utterly insufficient to kill these sky-slaying rats in the midst of their transformation. Reality proved him right. After this wave of attacks, only half of the sky-slaying rats on the ground were dead. The other half slowly shuffled forward, turning their red eyes to stare at Lin Yi and his team, emitting hissing sounds from their mouths. A peculiar wave spread out. Behind Lin Yi, the majority of his team members clutched their heads, screaming in agony. Over a dozen collapsed instantly, unable to rise. It's a sonic attack. Suing plugged her ears and leaned close to Lin Yi's ear to speak. Merely covering her ears with her hands couldn't block the sonic shockwave, but she had also applied several layers of energy shields to herself. Lin Yi, however, wasn't significantly affected. His physique, after multiple enhancements, had long surpassed that of ordinary awakened beings by an immeasurable margin. Sonic attacks of this level couldn't inflict serious harm on him. However, this didn't mean the sky-slaying rat's sonic attacks were insignificant. After all, not everyone possessed Lin Yi's strength. Even most members of the Flying Eagle Squad couldn't withstand the shockwaves. If these attacks were directed at the weaker, lower-level awakened civilians in the safety zone, they would likely die instantly from internal organ rupture. A cold gleam flashed in Lin Ye's eyes as his gaze settled on the surviving sky-slaying rats. Fortunately, the poison embedded in their attack skills now took effect. The sky-slaying rats managed only a single counterattack before succumbing to the poison, their bodies stiffening into lifeless corpses. Move! Without a moment's hesitation, he didn't even pause to tend to the fallen teammates. Instead, he led the remaining mobile members straight toward the final northeast sector. This area was also Yang Sui's designated inspection zone. Strangely, upon arrival, not a single Skykiller rat remained on the ground, and Yang Sui was alive and well. Chapter 149, Flashback. What's going on? Yang Sui, where are the sky-slaying rats? Lin Yi demanded. Yang Sui looked utterly bewildered. I've been guarding this spot the entire time. The sky-slaying rats showed no signs of movement. But earlier you said they were all killing each other? Lin Yi was filled with suspicion. Yang Sui looked perfectly reasonable. I've been keeping a close watch on them. They started fighting each other, but then they calmed down. Their activity levels dropped, maybe they went dormant. A sense of foreboding rose in Lin Yi's heart. You mean they're not moving at all now? He immediately turned to Jin Jiwoo. Use your skill to check the status of those sky-slaying rats underground right now. Jin Jiwoo didn't hesitate. He chanted an incantation, sending his skill underground. Moments later, a gasp of surprise escaped his lips. Strange. This aura, something's not right. Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. What on earth is going on? Captain Lin, don't panic. Let me take a closer look. Jin Jiwoo's brow furrowed deeply. The deeper his skill probed, the darker his expression grew. Suddenly, he urgently reported to Lin Yi, Captain Lin, these aren't life signatures. They're the shed fur of those sky-slaying rats. Every single sky-slaying rat here is gone. Lin Ye's expression hardened. Are you certain? He immediately ordered the others to use their skills to scan the underground situation as well. Yang Sui's face also darkened. She had thought she had kept a close watch on these sky-slaying rats. To have such a lapse now, if those rats had escaped, she would be held responsible. How could that be? Let me check again. Sweat beaded on her forehead as she meticulously scanned every inch of the ground with her skill. After a long moment, she too reached the same conclusion. With a thud, she knelt before Lin Yi, her eyes reddening. I'm sorry, Team Leader Lin. It's my fault. I was careless. Everything is my fault. Punish me. She had wanted to prove she was stronger than Jin Jiwoo, that she could do better. So when Lin Yi questioned her, she felt doubted. Now, reality had dealt her a crushing blow. It's pointless to dwell on that now. Lin Yi didn't look at her, instead issuing orders to the others. Launch an immediate, thorough search. These sky-slaying rats couldn't have traveled far in such a short time. Dig to the depths of the earth if you must find them. Failing to find the sky-slaying rats wasn't merely a temporary reprieve from facing formidable foes or avoiding immediate danger. It meant a colossal threat lurked in the shadows, poised to deliver a fatal blow at any moment. The partially mutated sky-slaying rats had already sent chills down Lin Ye's spine. If this pack had fully completed their transformation, they would be even more terrifying. These sky-slaying rats, lying dormant and silently growing stronger, would spell utter disaster once they rapidly restored their former numbers. Seeing Lin Ye's grave and stern expression, everyone realized the gravity of the situation. They each became hyper-vigilant, launching a thorough, systematic search. Half an hour passed without a single trace. Jin Jiwoo and the others returned to Lin Yi, standing in a huddled group, heads bowed, too afraid to look up. With all of you, you haven't found a single clue? Lin Yi was visibly frustrated. To fully understand the situation underground, they could only rely on these Earth-sequence awakened individuals. Yet now, none of them could resolve the current predicament. Jin Jiwoo, do you have any ideas? Jin Jiwoo felt uneasy. Lin Yi singling him out for this question showed his trust in him. If he couldn't offer any direction, he would undoubtedly disappoint Lin Yi. Since none of us could find any traces of the sky-slaying rats by searching in all directions, that leaves only two possibilities, above ground or deeper underground. Lin Yi nodded. Deeper underground, have you investigated that? The others nodded in unison. We've checked. There's no sign of sky-slaying rats at least 100 meters underground. Lin Yi turned to Yang Sui. Are you certain those sky-slaying rats didn't leave the underground? Yang Sui nodded repeatedly, her tone unwavering and utterly certain. No, I'm certain. Is that so? Lin Yi shook his head. But I don't believe you. He activated his mind-reading ability, attempting to decipher her thoughts. Then he simply gave up on reading her mind, finding nothing unusual in her thoughts. Looks like we'll have to retrace our steps based on objective reality. He took a step back, murmuring incantations. The air around him suddenly thickened, filled with a peculiar force that saturated the space. Retrace the past. He uttered the words softly. A faint glow enveloped the area, invisible to the naked eye. Soon, the light coalesced into vivid images. Lin Yi and the others first saw themselves in these images, scenes from their recent underground investigation. Then came the rush to this location, followed by their retreat, leaving Yang Sui alone to guard the site. Just then, a swarm of blue creatures suddenly emerged from the ground. It's the sky-slaying rats. That's right, they must be sky-slaying rats. Before their transformation is complete, their fur turns blue-white. Now, it's clear they've fully transformed. How could this happen? So, the sky-slaying rats had already emerged from the ground. They reached Yang Sui but didn't attack her, they just ran off? Yang Sui, what do you have to say for yourself? The crowd murmured in fury, their voices sharp with accusation as they confronted Yang Sui. Yang Sui turned to look at Lin Yi. Meeting his piercing gaze, her eyes welled up with tears. No, I really didn't know. I didn't see anything. I truly didn't see it. I was guarding this spot the entire time and never saw the sky-slaying rats appear. I swear it. Lin Yi cut off her defense. So you're implying my rewind ability is fake? That I fabricated the truth? How could Yang Sui dare question Lin Yi now? No, that's not what I meant, Team Leader Lin. You have to believe me. I absolutely haven't lied or hidden anything. Cut the nonsense. Spill it. Where did those sky-slaying rats go? You must have clues. That's right. You traitor. If you keep deceiving us, we'll have no choice but to take action. I've never hit a woman before, but I'll make an exception for you. Facing the hostile stares of her former comrades, Yang Sui felt both wronged and tormented. I truly don't know. Crash. A thunderous impact sent Yang Sui flying. The attacker was Jin Jiwoo, his face twisted with anguish and disgust. Still trying to wriggle out of this? Are you going to talk or not? Chapter 150, have you finished your little act? His sudden outburst startled everyone else. Woo, you! Suing cried out in shock. Sising, are you defending this traitor? Jin Jiwoo glared at Suing, his eyes bloodshot. Suing was frozen by his gaze, momentarily speechless. I didn't mean it that way. If that's not what you meant, then don't interfere with my interrogation. The whereabouts of the sky-slaying rat are crucial to the safety of everyone in our region. There can be no delay. I believe Captain Lin would support my approach. He turned his gaze toward Lin Yi. The others also looked at Lin Yi, hoping he would give them a clear stance. Lin Ye's gaze shifted between Jin Jiwoo and Young Sui before he fell silent. Captain Lin, you're tacitly approving this, right? Jin Jiwoo's face lit up with joy. Without hesitation, he lunged toward Young Sui, who lay on the ground. Still stubbornly refusing to cooperate? His demand echoed as he raised his foot, crushing it down on Young Sui's shoulder. Yang Sui let out a pained cry but remained silent for a long while. Young Sui, I'm utterly disappointed in you. After all this time as teammates, fighting side by side, you actually choose to aid the beasts? You clearly don't care about our lives or the lives of hundreds of thousands in the safe zone. How can someone like you even call themselves human? Watching him blow the situation out of proportion, painting it as an unimaginable catastrophe. Everyone else felt an indescribable tension, yet none dared intervene, much less stop Jin Jiwoo. Cough, cough, cough. Yang Sui coughed violently, spitting blood. She desperately tried to protest, but no sound came out. In the reflection of her pupils, Jin Jiwoo raised his foot, aiming to stomp down on her head. Thud! A thunderous impact echoed as another foot blocked his strike. The recoil sent Jin Jiwoo staggering backward, a piercing scream escaping his throat. He fell to the ground, clutching his leg as he rolled and writhed in agony. Why? Lin, you're helping him? His tone dripped with resentment and accusation, as if Lin Yi had done him some grave wrong. Finished with your little act? Lin Yi demanded coldly. Jin Jiwoo was stunned, forgetting to cry out in pain. His face filled with confusion as he asked Lin Yi, Captain Lin, what are you talking about? I don't understand what you mean at all. Actually, your performance was too perfect from the start, which made me suspicious. So-called intuition isn't necessarily intuition, it could also be a form of premonition. You knew all along that the sky-slaying rats were mutating, but you lacked evidence, so you used intuition as an excuse. I trusted you deeply at first, and your performance satisfied me. But you acted too rashly just now. Lin Ye's words struck Jin Jiwoo like a boulder. Captain Lin, are you implying that I'm the traitor? That I colluded with the sky-slaying rats to frame the entire team? I never said that. Lin Ye's lips twisted into a cold smile. At this point, you still try to muddy the waters? Knowing the sky-slaying rats were mutating doesn't necessarily mean you wanted to help them. More likely, you had more complete information and your stance differed from ours. Jin Jiwoo fell silent. Lin Ye's resolute tone made it clear that any further explanation was futile. The others were stunned. Jin Jiwoo? That traitor? How could this be possible? Damn, Captain Lin really is sharp. If it were me, I'd never have guessed, let alone seen through it. Honestly, I've suspected something was off for a while. So many people missed it, but he saw right through it. Everyone else was calm, but he was the most eager. Obviously something was wrong. Stop playing the wise guy now. You were the one yelling about teaching Yang Sui a lesson just a moment ago. Jin Jiwoo heard the murmurs of the others and threw his head back, laughing heartily. I really underestimated you, Lin Yi. Since you knew it was my fault, why didn't you take me out earlier? Why wait until I was about to kill Yang Sui? Lin Yi narrowed his eyes. A few seconds earlier or later, does it really make a difference? You'll see the difference soon enough. Jin Jiwoo's smile faded, his expression turning grave as he looked up at the sky. Whoosh, 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 a rushing sound echoed overhead. Everyone looked up to see a flock of blue and white birds approaching. Only when these birds reached directly above them did they suddenly realize these were actually sky-slaying rats that had successfully undergone metamorphosis. They could no longer be called sky-slaying rats, they should now be known as sky-flying rats. Massive wings, twice the length of their bodies, sprouted from their backs. Their forms were now covered in blue and white fur, and a faint gray aura swirled around them. Buoyed by this aura, they soared through the air. Trying to escape? Do you really think you can get away from me? Lin Yi spotted the swarm of flying sky rats, yet his expression remained unflappable. With a flash, he appeared before Jin Jiwoo, his fingers tightening around the man's throat. Cough, cough, cough. You won't have time, cough, cough. Jin Jiwoo's lips curled into a smug grin. As he spoke, the flying rats suddenly dove downward, launching an attack on the people below. Protective shield. Lin Yi commanded, and the support-type awakened individuals activated their skills, raising layer upon layer of protective shields from the ground. But these shields proved incredibly fragile under the flying rat's onslaught, shattering layer by layer with a series of pops. So it seems you possess the ability to summon these flying rats. Lin Yi now understood the entire sequence of events with crystal clarity. The sudden appearance of the sky-slaying rats earlier was likely no coincidence either. Jin Jiwoo had been infiltrating the Flying Eagle Guard for some time, undoubtedly with his own agenda. He was definitely not allied with the beasts, yet he possessed the ability to control a certain type of them. Since they can be controlled by someone, these dead rats aren't so terrifying after all. Lin Yi relaxed his expression, tightening his grip with renewed force. Snap, crack, crack. The sound of cracking bones echoed. The human cervical spine was extremely fragile even for an awakened individual, it wasn't reinforced enough to withstand immense force. Jin Jiwoo's face flushed crimson, his eyes rolled upward, a look of certain death. Suddenly, Lin Yi's vision flickered. Jin Jiwoo vanished from his grasp, leaving his palm empty. Who? Lin Yi roared with rage, his gaze instinctively darting upward. There, Jin Jiwoo had reappeared among the swarm of flying rats overhead, suspended in midair as they carried him aloft. Lin Yi, you're even more cunning than the dean described. But it doesn't matter. This game has only just begun. Vaughn will see you again soon enough. By then, the entire safe zone will be under our control. He spoke down to Lin Yi from above, his face wearing a confident, smug smile. A dangerous cold light flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. Chapter 151, Side Quest. Those familiar with Lin Yi knew this was the warning sign before his explosive outburst. The more Jin Jiwoo believed he had escaped to freedom, where the sky was high for birds to soar and the sea vast for fish to leap, the more determined Lin Yi was to extinguish every shred of his hope. Today, he had only 2 remaining uses of text alteration. At this critical juncture, altering others or his own skills might not yield sufficient power. However, he still had 1 remaining use of role-playing. The only person he could think of who was both the highest level and exceptionally skilled in attack was Principal Ji Chuanqiu of Longyuan Academy. Activate, roleplay, skill. Target, Ji Chuanqiu. He silently chanted the incantation in his mind. His entire mental energy shifted in an instant, a transformation entirely different from the drain of the text alteration skill. While roleplay also consumed mental energy, it primarily involved a metamorphosis of that energy. Only after becoming the target of the roleplay did the cost of using any skill truly begin to drain his own mental energy. Get down here. To Lin Yi, this process seemed like a complex transformation. To outsiders, however, it all happened in an instant. Lin Yi's body transformed into Ji Chuanqiu's form, and he reached up, grabbing upward with a pull. Jin Jiwoo, who had been standing high above on the backs of the flying rats, was suddenly seized by a powerful force and dragged down toward the ground. Jin Jiwoo's face drained of color, but he quickly regained his composure, shouting, "Save me!" The flying rats reacted swiftly, diving downward to catch him. Just as the swarm dove downward, a piercing sword chi surged forth, striking the flying rats with brutal force. Puff, 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 puff. Sounds like tearing fabric echoed continuously. Under Ji Chuanqiu's powerful attack skill, the flying rats proved utterly defenseless. Their bodies were sliced clean in half by the sword chi, then fell in droves. The falling corpses of flying rats rained down like a storm, many landing directly on Jin Jiwoo. Witnessing this scene, his eyes widened in terror, his entire body shaking violently. No, this can't be. How did you become so powerful? Jin Jiwoo's gaze swept to the ground, where Lin Yi now stood. The sight sent a chill through his very soul. How could one person become another? This was clearly not a simple imitation or disguise. Lin Yi genuinely possessed Ji Chuanqiu's skills and power. Ji Chuanqiu was a being of unimaginable power, a figure standing at the pinnacle of humanity, with strength bordering on the monstrous and a sequence level so terrifying it sent shivers down the spine. Are you even human anymore? After a long moment, Jin Jiwoo could only utter this bewildered, despairing whisper. Only now did he grasp the sheer folly of opposing Lin Yi. But it was too late. His body plummeted to the ground, collapsing like a pile of mud, sinking into the earth. I almost forgot you're an Earth Sequence Awakener. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, unimpressed by his last-ditch resistance. Did you think burrowing underground would make me powerless against you? He shouted for them to move aside. Suing and the other team members quickly pushed back, clearing enough space for Lin Yi to act. Then, Lin Yi drew his blade across the ground with a light yet forceful stroke. A razor-sharp energy sliced through the earth, tearing open a bottomless fissure. Wind howled from the gap, the dark underground resembling a gaping maw, ready to devour everything. And at the very center of this gaping maw, something was indeed held, or more accurately, a corpse was wedged there. Jin Jiwoo's eyes bulged wide, filled with terror and refusal to accept his fate. His face still bore the lingering joy and relief of someone who, in his dying moments, believed he had successfully escaped. He's dead? By now, Yang Sui had recovered considerably under Yun Ji's healing. Peering over the edge of the fissure, she pierced the darkness and stared directly at Jin Jiwoo's body. Her voice carried a mix of emotion and disbelief. You don't want him dead? Lin Yi was taken aback. Yang Sui shook her head. No, I just regret not being able to kill him myself. So that was it. Yet Lin Yi remained remarkably composed. After dealing with Jin Jiwoo, he immediately turned his attention to the flying rats in the sky, now leaderless. Sword light flashed repeatedly, slicing the flying rats into bloody fragments. Countless drops of grayish-black blood splattered, staining everyone's clothes. Yet no one felt annoyed. Instead, they were filled with joy and excitement. Captain Lin, you're absolutely incredible. You're the idol of us all. At this moment, Lin Yi's prestige within the Flying Eagle Guard reached its zenith. Lin Yi remained composed. Our mission isn't over yet. There's still a side quest. He hadn't forgotten the promise he made to Liang Hao. Su Ying's gaze kept drifting toward Lin Yi, her expression hesitant, as if she wanted to say something but held back. What is it? Lin Yi couldn't help but notice her. Su Ying's expression twisted with conflict and hesitation before she finally gathered her resolve and asked, I know it's incredibly rude to pry into someone's sequence skill, but I'm genuinely curious, does your skill allow you to completely transform into another person? Lin Yi understood exactly what she meant by completely. No. He shook his head. There was no point in hiding it anyway, someone would figure it out sooner or later. The appearance and skills would be nearly identical, but my power would be significantly weaker. He said significantly to avoid revealing too much about himself. Su Ying was already deeply shocked. Even if it's significantly weaker, possessing a fraction of Principal G's power would still be terrifying. Had I known you possessed this ability, we could have easily wiped out all the sky-slaying rats back then. After all, Lin Yi had effortlessly eliminated even the sky-slaying rats creatures that had undergone metamorphosis and grown stronger. How much easier it would have been to handle the weaker heaven-slaying rat hordes back then. Lin Yi's expression darkened. Are you blaming me for not giving my all to save you back then? That's not what I meant, Su Ying hurriedly clarified, her tone urgent when she saw Lin Yi's misunderstanding. I just blurted it out. I know you wouldn't risk exposing your trump card for us. You chose to reveal it this time because of your own reasons. If you hadn't wanted to, no one could have morally blackmailed you into it. Good to know. His tone remained cold, thick with rejection. Worried Lin Yi still misunderstood her, Su Ying gritted her teeth and leaned closer to whisper a warning. Our Flying Eagle Guard is internally divided among various factions, it's not a monolithic entity. Word of your actions today will reach the higher-ups soon. Different factions will view you differently. You need to be careful. Lin Yi froze, suddenly understanding. It seemed the factional struggles within the military were no less intense than those outside. Chapter 152, The Artifact That Nullifies Skills. Upon reflection, it made perfect sense. With such immense power at stake within the military, internal factions inevitably vied for greater influence and benefits. As far as he knew, there were the Zhuahong faction and the Yuchong faction. The garrison forces, for instance, belonged to the Zhuahong faction. Lin Yi was effectively affiliated with the Left Hong faction, holding both a military rank and reserve status within the Special Operations Unit. Liang Hao and his associates likely belonged to the same faction. Otherwise, Liang Hao wouldn't have been so supportive of his actions, entrusting him with crucial missions and directly appointing him as captain of the Flying Eagle Guard. If the Right Charge faction learned of my new skills and strength, what would they do? Lin Yi wasn't stupid. Water could both support and overturn a boat. He had relied on the military to navigate one crisis after another, reaping considerable benefits from them. But if forces within the military turned against him, he would become even more vulnerable. They'd probably want you dead. After all, your existence significantly boosts the Left Hong faction's strength, a massive threat to them. Su Ying's tone was already quite diplomatic. Lin Yi's brow furrowed deeply. The reality would be far worse than Su Ying described. If he were a high-ranking member of the military's Right Charge faction, he would undoubtedly want to eliminate this potential threat immediately, at any cost. Looks like things won't be smooth sailing from here on out. He couldn't use the role-playing skill a second time today. Given that, playing it safe, he decided to have everyone else rest on the spot while he discussed the next steps with Su Ying. When dealing with other factions, Lin Yi occasionally let his guard down, feeling overconfident. But when confronting the military, a formidable force teeming with hidden talents and possessing terrifying scale and power, he would never harbor even a shred of underestimation or arrogance. Night fell. Lin Yi, sleeping within the energy shield, suddenly opened his eyes. Standing before him was a familiar voice. Yun Ge? You wanted to see me? He narrowed his eyes, his tone gentle yet his body tense, ready for battle at any moment. At this point, he trusted no one in the Flying Eagle Guard except Su Ying. His trust in Su Ying stemmed from his judgment that she belonged to Zhuaheng's faction, meaning she was one of his own. A dark gleam flashed in Yun Ji's eyes as he pointed a finger at Lin Yi. Skill. Ultra-long-range point-to-point teleportation. She spoke softly. Lin Yi's eyes widened. He had considered the possibility that Yungu might be a mole for the Right Charge faction, perhaps planning to ambush him or attempt to turn him. But he hadn't expected her to try to teleport him away right off the bat. Unlike offensive skills, teleportation required preparation. Without adequate time, it consumed energy and took moments to activate. Yet, when fully prepared, the final teleportation itself was instantaneous. Lin Yi had no time to react. The scene before him abruptly shifted. When he steadied himself and looked around, he found himself standing on an island. Ha! Lin Yi had expected to be teleported into the midst of a group of awakened ones, facing a barrage of attacks the moment he appeared. Instead, he found himself on a deserted island. As far as the eye could see stretched an endless expanse of blue ocean. Seagulls glided and hunted on the surface not far away. The salty sea breeze lashed his face, carrying grains of sand that brushed against his skin. The sun blazed hot and glaring, while the sky was clear as if freshly washed. The scene was surprisingly pleasant and beautiful. He knew this was an uninhabited island because his psychic senses had already scanned the small landmass, detecting no traces of other awakened individuals. Is this it? He was puzzled, but no amount of doubt mattered now. The most important thing was to get back in time. Teleportation, a skill that allowed him to transport himself to any location his mind could envision. He activated the skill first, then recalled the place he had originally been. Several breaths passed, yet the scenery around him remained unchanged. The skill failed. Lin Yi was stunned. This was the first time he'd encountered such a situation. His sequence skill had actually failed. Is this still the same world? He couldn't help but doubt. In his original world, a sequence awakener's skills could be immunized against, guarded against, blocked, or absorbed, all of which could render an awakener's skill ineffective. But this failure felt different. Lin Yi could sense his psychic energy was still present, and he could feel his sequence skill existing. Yet when he tried to use it, there was simply no sensation. It was like someone incapable of flight imagining the sensation of soaring. No matter how hard they tried, they could never grasp the true feeling of flying. Ah, so that's how it is. Lin Yi finally understood. No wonder they'd teleported him to this desolate island. Here, his skills were useless, making him no different from an ordinary person. How could an ordinary person ever escape from a tiny island in the vast ocean? Survival itself was a struggle. No fresh water, no food. This barren sandstone island offered no glimmer of hope for survival. Survival on a deserted island? This was not the scenario he had envisioned. A sneer of contempt curled his lips. The rightist faction's methods were even more ruthless than he'd imagined. Anyway, there were no trees nearby. Everything was barren and bare. Without any awakened ones to hide from, it was actually a rare moment of peace. He simply sat cross-legged, propping his chin in his hand, staring blankly out at the empty sea. Skills don't work on the island. What about in the sea? He knew how to swim and plunged into the sea. Half an hour later, after discovering his skills were equally ineffective underwater, a look of amusement flashed in his eyes. If skills fail both on land and in the sea, it means this nullifying force isn't tied to a specific location or time. It must be an additional effect within this area. Lin Yi immediately grasped the clue. It must be a special artifact. He was utterly certain that only a treasure with unique properties could produce such a widespread effect that defied skill control. At this thought, his eyes flashed with excitement. What a treasure! A treasure that nullifies skills. If I could get my hands on it, it would be like having a personal safe zone. As long as I carried this treasure within that zone, I wouldn't have to worry about any awakened using their skills against me. They wouldn't even be able to use special abilities like stealth or phantom form to sneak up on me. Lin Yi's heart burned with fervor at the thought. He was determined to get his hands on this treasure. While Lin Yi schemed over how to acquire the special artifact, within the military, members of the Right Charge faction convened a secret meeting. The primary subject of discussion was none other than Lin Yi himself. Chapter 153, Found. Has he been successfully delivered to the designated area? A middle-aged man in military uniform, his chest adorned with countless medals, sat at the center of the room. His expression was stern, his voice deep and gravelly. Beside him, a gray-haired elder in military attire nodded. We deployed our deepest hidden asset. No incidents occurred. The operation proceeded flawlessly. Jiang Xiuming nodded. As the military's top strategist and leader of the Right Charge faction, his mere presence commanded respect. Sitting there quietly, he exerted immense, invisible pressure on those present. Yet, that single nod seemed to offer everyone immense comfort and encouragement. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. General Jiang, should we send more men to eliminate him directly on Emoji Island? Fools! Jiang Xiuming roared, silencing everyone instantly. Do you know how powerful and peculiar Lin Yi's sequence is? Are we going to just hand him experience points? Sometimes, the more you do, the more you risk. What might have been a dead end for him, a hopeless situation, suddenly becomes unpredictable if we send someone in. It could actually give him a lifeline. Naturally, no one dared to contradict him. Yet the thought of Lin Yi thriving so vigorously on Emoji Island left the others uneasy. There's also that artifact on Emoji Island. It's precisely because of that artifact that the island became a forbidden zone where all sequence abilities fail. With all the peculiarities surrounding that kid, what if he gets his hands on that artifact? Someone voiced the concern. Jiang Xiuming narrowed his eyes, contemplating it seriously for a moment before smiling calmly. Our entire Right Charge faction sent its most elite talents to test it, employing every possible method, yet none could seize that treasure. There's no way he could possibly succeed. Back then, in their quest for that artifact, they'd even deployed the military's superweapons. It was precisely the use of those massive thermal weapons that had transformed the once vibrant Mosey Island into the barren, desolate wasteland. It was now a vast expanse of blackened reefs. The only reason those reefs hadn't been completely obliterated was the artifact's protective reinforcement. Haha, true enough, Jiang Xiuming's assessment brought immediate relief to the others. That kid has his limits, no matter how strong he is. His rank is still too low, and he can't use his sequence skills on Mosey Island. Relying solely on brute force, how could he possibly shake a treasure that even our powerful weapons couldn't budge? Oof. All we need to do now is wait. Stranded there, helpless and isolated, without food or water, he won't last a week. He'll die of starvation and dehydration. As long as the end result is his elimination, what does a little extra waiting matter? Everyone relaxed, convinced Lin Yi had no chance of escaping Mosey Island alive. Meanwhile, the Flying Eagle guards who discovered Lin Yi's disappearance were thrown into utter chaos. Su Ying's face darkened as she stared blankly at the spot where Lin Yi had last rested. We were too careless, she murmured to herself. Though she had warned Lin Yi, neither she nor Lin Yi had anticipated the enemy moving so swiftly and ruthlessly. Had they truly snatched him away without anyone noticing? She had believed that with Lin Yi's strength, no matter who the right charge faction sent, they couldn't succeed so quickly. At the very least, Lin Yi would have time and energy to wait for backup. But her heart was filled with worry. Lin Yi, I hope you're still alive. I'll get headquarters to rescue you. Hang on. Lin Yi himself couldn't hear the voices of enemies or allies. At that moment, he sat motionless on the reef, staring blankly at the starry sky above. Moonlight glistened on the sea's surface, the entire world enveloped by water. Only the rhythmic crash of waves and the rustle of sea breeze reached his ears. The tide is rising. The water level beneath his feet was rising. If this continued, he might not even have a place to stand. Was he supposed to sleep submerged in water tonight? That was a bit much to ask. Without his sequence abilities, he was no different from an ordinary person except for his physical strength being several times greater. Seems I underestimated how tough survival would be here. He had already swum around the entire reef, searching the surrounding waters, but found no trace of the treasure. He concluded he'd have to focus his efforts on the reef itself. But he couldn't even break a single rock on the reef with his bare hands, let alone explore its interior. His stomach growled loudly. If not for the few shellfish he'd casually gathered and eaten raw while they were still fresh, he'd be even hungrier now. But a handful of shellfish wouldn't sustain him for long, and hunger soon returned. If I really starve or dehydrate to death on this island, it would be utterly ridiculous. Gazing up at the starry sky, he murmured with a self-deprecating chuckle. Time slipped away unnoticed until the first pale light of dawn touched the horizon. The sun rose like a fiery ball from the sea, its glow turning the entire ocean crimson. Ding! A crisp sound suddenly rang in his ears. Lin Yi snapped out of his meditative state, his eyes blazing open. His lower body, submerged in seawater, felt heavy and numb. Found it! Lin Yi's eyes flashed with excitement. He immediately dove into the darkness, swimming along the direction of the sound. He swam beneath the reefs, descending to depths of over 100 meters below the sea surface. The submerged base of the island resembled a mountain rising from the sea, with only its peak exposed above the surface as the visible islet. The bulk of its mass lay hidden beneath the waves. This is it, he declared, halting at the edge of the undersea mountain at the 100-meter mark. He tapped the spot where his senses had detected something. Hearing no sound, he grinned with delight. Exactly. Sound travels faster in liquids. The absence of sound here means it's made of some special material. Finding the location was one thing, but opening it would be another challenge. He couldn't very well use his finger to pry open the reef. System. Display the skill status of my target. Lin Yi was never one to act on blind confidence. Even though his skills were unusable, his ambition to acquire more treasures stemmed from his understanding and trust in the system. His skills might be useless, but the system itself shouldn't be affected. Moreover, his sequence skills were integrated with the system. Therefore, theoretically, his skills weren't ordinary sequential abilities, they carried the system's attributes. That meant he might be able to exploit a loophole. Display skill status. Current status, frozen. When a skill is frozen, it has been activated but not fully resolved, existing in a suspended state. No one can detect its presence. Lin Yi's heart leapt with joy. Sure enough, he knew he had used the skill earlier, but due to the artifact's effect, it hadn't taken effect at all. Chapter 154, Dreaming. So how did the system count his skill uses under these circumstances? How would the system determine his skill usage count and calculate the cooldown time? None of this followed standard procedures. The system itself was bound to have bugs. Now, everything was clearly unfolding exactly as he had envisioned. He hadn't thought to check his skill status earlier because he hadn't yet approached the treasure's source. He couldn't be sure its effects would be maximized. Now, however, things were different. If the system glitches under these skill-disabling conditions, then I can exploit this bug to achieve infinite skill usage. Lin Yi's heart burned with excitement. His biggest problem was the usage limits on his skills. Both text tampering and role-playing had strict usage caps. But if he could obtain this treasure, he would be able to proactively create glitches, never again having to worry about skill usage limits. Of course, all this hinged on his ability to actually obtain the artifact. Now, he intended to turn the tables and use the system's bug to pry open this treasure. Even though my skills are currently ineffective, no artifact's power is limitless. I refuse to believe that if I use my skills infinitely, it can infinitely nullify them. That was Lin Ye's plan. He would relentlessly activate his skills non-stop, wearing down the artifact to the bitter end. After all, in this bug-exploiting state, as long as his skills weren't active, he wouldn't expend any mental energy. Text alteration, roleplay. Without a moment's hesitation, he began chanting incantations to activate his sequence skills. Now, altering text and assuming roles was entirely at his whim. He could think it and do it, since it wouldn't actually have any effect anyway. His sole task was to seek out that sliver of opportunity. However, as time passed, Lin Yi noticed a change in his skill proficiency. Previously, his skill activation time was already exceptionally swift compared to most, but now it had become even faster, almost instantaneous. When his stamina and oxygen reserves reached their limits, he would surface to breathe and rest, usually for no more than 5 minutes. After readjusting his state, he would immediately dive back underwater. Just as Lin Yi persisted in his relentless search for that sliver of opportunity, turmoil erupted within the secret realm of Lonyuan Academy. Ji Chuanxiu had been guarding the secret realm, and the petty troublemakers dared not act recklessly. However, for reasons unknown, Ji Chuanxiu suddenly received urgent news and hurriedly left the realm. Only Dong Siming remained, overseeing the students alongside a group of academy elders. Living long-term in a closed environment amplified tension and pressure. With external threats looming and the secret realm vulnerable to invasion at any moment, the students grew increasingly restless and easily incited. It was unclear who instigated it, but a wave of hedonism soon swept through the academy. A majority of students, seeking refuge from their psychological fears and pressures, began advocating for permanent seclusion within the secret realm. They demanded complete isolation from the outside world, sealing all entrances and exits to prevent any potential invasion. However, the senior leadership of Dong Siming Academy, along with a smaller faction of students, remained deeply concerned about the outside world and vehemently opposed this demand. This led to an intense and irreconcilable conflict between the two factions. During this period, even some high-ranking trainees defected and joined the isolationist faction. Amidst the escalating clashes, mistakes and impulsive actions inevitably occurred, and soon, combat erupted between the two factions. Outnumbered, Dong Siming and Class S, one of the first-year students, were swiftly defeated. They retreated step by step, unable to hold even the entrance to the secret realm. "You've lost your minds." Duan Tianyu, a member of the open faction, couldn't fathom sealing the entrance while Lin Yi and Su Muxue were still on missions outside. Clutching his injured left shoulder in fury, he hurled abuse at the conservatives. "You ungrateful, selfish vermin. You trash. You think you can control the entire secret realm? Dream on. Just wait. When the headmaster and my brother Yi return, every last one of you will be thrown out. Don't you dare forget whose hard work created this secret realm in the first place? Without my night brother, you'd all be homeless strays by now, wandering aimlessly, reduced to begging for scraps in the safe zone. And now you dare try to claim this place as your own? Don't even think about it." The leader of the isolationists was none other than a high-ranking official within the academy. He was so enraged by Duan Tianyu's tirade that he stomped his feet in fury. "You fat bastard. You're asking for it." He swung his arm, unleashing a golden blade sharp enough to slice through steel. The blade materialized out of thin air, slashing toward Duan Tianyu's body. At the edge of the underwater cliff, Lin Yi worked tirelessly, day and night, using his skills without rest. Time flew by so quickly he couldn't even tell how many days he'd been here. He only remembered surfacing and diving again and again. His mind and body had grown numb, operating purely on inertia. Simultaneously, his body grew increasingly frail. The duration he could hold his breath underwater steadily diminished from an initial hour to 50 minutes, then 30, then 20. Despite the tedium, the hardship, the utter hopelessness and confusion, Lin Yi never once considered giving up. He had only one path forward: to persevere. Otherwise, death awaited him. Now, Lin Yi could only stay underwater for 10 minutes at a time. His body grew increasingly uncontrollable, often succumbing to exhaustion. Having cast the skill countless times before, Lin Yi once again chanted the incantation instinctively and out of habit. This time, however, he noticed something different. His mental energy had been depleted by less than half. Those skills transformed into energy, replenishing his own body. Lin Yi's entire body trembled, snapping him from numbness back to sharp awareness. He couldn't let this rare opportunity slip away. His mind raced, and without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a series of text alteration skills. Altered the skill to skill immunity. Altered constitution was changed to body voidification. Perception was altered to absolute perception. Altered sequence to sequence 391 treasure thief, using the thief skill, steal treasure, for any treasure, a 50% chance to steal another treasure. Upon using the skill, the target treasure appears in one's hand. Success rate increases with skill level, capped at 90%. Further tampering, alter the skill description to change the 50% chance to 100%. A cascade of light flared from Lin Yi's body, all unfolding in the blink of an eye. Long before Lin Yi planned to exploit the system's bug and push the treasure's limits, he had already mapped out the precise sequence for using the skill. Chapter 155, Resistance. It was precisely because Lin Yi had anticipated how to execute his skills the instant the artifact reached its limit that he could react so swiftly. It could be said he maximized the potential of his sequence skills. His skill attributes shifted to resistance against deactivation within a split second, ensuring all subsequent skills remained functional. Then his body rapidly became ethereal, burrowing into the mountain wall and heading toward the core treasure location. During this process, his perception heightened, his sequence attributes shifted, and his physical form underwent a transformation. He didn't merely tamper with his skills, he used role-playing to directly assume the identity of the treasure thief he knew of. All knowledge and descriptions related to the treasure thief sequence were acquired through theoretical lectures and other information channels. After acquiring the roleplay skill, he began rapidly gathering information on the sequences of others around him. Only by understanding more about different awakened individuals and their sequences could he maximize the effectiveness of his own skills. His preparation proved invaluable. Without knowing the sequence itself or who possessed it, he couldn't activate the skill's effects, let alone modify them further. Of course, this process nearly depleted his psychic energy entirely, leaving only a faint remnant. At this moment, he had finally glimpsed the true nature of this treasure. The moment he laid eyes on it, a name surfaced in his mind, the Void of Transformation. So that was it. In an instant, Lin Yi understood. The way the Void of Transformation nullified skills was by converting them into a kind of enveloping force. It sealed everyone's skills within the void, then devoured all their effects. This must be a treasure of the causality type. If it were purely energy absorption, his system wouldn't have glitched. Skills wouldn't have failed to activate, his mental energy would have been depleted, and skill counts would have decreased normally. But that hadn't happened. This meant the transformation void devoured causal relationships. Within that causality, the effects of his skill usage were swallowed whole. In other words, the very skill activation cause never existed, so naturally, no effect could follow. He merely used the skill, and everything stalled at that point, progress halted, the outcome forever trapped. Thus, the system became stuck in a bug. The Void of Transformation's causality absorption does have limits. After accumulating a full cycle of causal relationships, it enters a brief release period where all causal ties are purged. During this clearance phase, skills can be used normally. Lin Yi had just seized this reset window, creating the space for all subsequent skill usage. Skill, treasure theft, activate immediately. Understanding the principles of the transformation ruins took only an instant. He knew clearly that the most crucial thing he had to do was to obtain it. To make it his own treasure. The last shred of spiritual energy within him was completely drained. Within the protective layers of special materials, the transformation void, a bell-shaped object of azure hue, vanished into thin air. The next instant, it materialized in Lin Yi's hand. A warm, soft sensation filled his palm. Lin Yi's eyes instantly turned blood red, his gaze filled with savage intent. The moment he opened his eyes, the transformation void was all he saw. Fear, confusion, and reluctance flashed in his eyes. The crimson hue abruptly faded, his expression softening as he narrowed his pupils. Just now, was the Chaos Weaver attempting to control my body again? His mind blanked for an instant, but he keenly sensed what had transpired. After all, he had experienced this before. When his mental energy was completely depleted, the Chaos Weaver could immediately control and influence him. Clearly, that was happening again now. Yet Lin Yi was filled with doubt. The Chaos Weaver never vanished without reason. Unless... His gaze drifted downward to the transformation ruin in his hand, which resembled a small bell. To his surprise, it radiated an inexplicable aura of resentment and wariness. It's this, Lin Yi became even more certain. This feeling definitely didn't originate from himself, meaning it came from the Chaos Weaver. It's resisting it. No, to be precise, it's fear and apprehension. Something that could actually inspire fear and apprehension in the Chaos Weaver. Lin Yi felt an overwhelming sense of unreality. Seems this treasure has an extraordinary origin. Upon reflection, it made perfect sense. A treasure of this caliber wouldn't just appear out of nowhere deep within the reefs, let alone be so heavily guarded. Lin Yi suddenly felt a pang of guilt, as if he'd stumbled upon a colossal mistake. Oomph. Anyway, the thing is in my hands now. No matter who the original owner was or what purpose they had for leaving it here, I was forced into this situation. He muttered to himself in consolation, seemingly having completely forgotten how determined he had been to possess the transformation ruins. Back then, refining the crystal shards had consumed considerable time and effort, yet he persisted even when facing mortal peril. Now, to refine the transformation void, a treasure infinitely more advanced than the crystal shards, Lin Yi would need to invest even greater effort. Boom! The instant Lin Yi obtained the transformation order, an explosion erupted in a room at the military headquarters. A disheveled figure burst out, covered head to toe in black soot. This is bad. The warning markings we placed on the treasure have been destroyed. His startled cry drew everyone's attention. Which area's special treasure markings? No way. Every special treasure we've marked is an invaluable artifact even the military headquarters can't obtain. Who could possibly have the audacity to steal what we've set our sights on? Can we track which area and which treasure number it is? Secretary Han nodded. I caught a glimpse when the mark shattered and exploded. It was treasure number 5, the ruins of transformation, in Area 55 on Moji Island. It's been taken. Impossible. Another voice cut in sharply before she could finish. Skills can't be used on Moji Island at all. The transformation order completely severs anyone's silver lock connection to sequence skills. Even Principal G from Long Yuan would be just an ordinary person there. How could anyone possibly take the transformation ruins? You must be mistaken. Without using skills, even a god couldn't take the void of transformation. Even with hot weapons blasting it with rocket launchers, you couldn't breach the protective barrier of the transformation order. Do you know who took the conversion ruins? In disbelief, everyone excitedly grilled Secretary Han. Chapter 156, Painting a Pie in the Sky. Han Rong was caught between a rock and a hard place. She couldn't openly tell others that the faction's bigwigs had orchestrated Lin Ye's delivery, and now he had obtained that treasure. The thought alone gave her a splitting headache. If this news reached the higher-ups, they'd likely have strokes from the rage. Now is not the time to discuss this, she could only change the subject. The urgent priority is to find a way to salvage the situation before the treasure completely leaves the designated area. The others weren't pushovers. They could tell from her evasive tone that something fishy was going on. Those who had been eagerly following the artifact's status began making excuses to slip away one by one. I suddenly remembered I have a bunch of new recruits to train. I'll be off. Wait for me. I have a meeting to attend to. Let's go together. Secretary Han, you figure it out yourself. Anyway, with such an important task, someone as capable as you will surely handle it perfectly. Whatever credit comes at the end is all yours, no one will take it from you. Watching the space before him empty in an instant, leaving him utterly alone, Han Rong stomped his foot in frustration. Credit? What the hell do I care about credit? I'll be grateful if I just avoid getting scolded or punished. But she couldn't just sit idly by and let Lin Yi take the treasure, then defiantly defect to the Zhuaheng faction with it. A dark gleam flashed in her eyes as she resolved herself, pulling a communication talisman from her sleeve. After activating the paper, a clear image materialized in midair. The young man on the other end had golden hair, snow-white skin, a high-nose bridge, and deep-set eyes. Spotting Han Rong, he greeted her in broken universal language. Rong, you finally contacted me. You have no idea how much I've missed you. I'd do anything for you. Since you're willing to do anything for me, there's a favor I need right now. Just say yes or no. Han Rong cut him off impatiently, her tone commanding. Of course, just give the order, beautiful princess. I'm willing to be your knight, clearing all obstacles and vanquishing every enemy for you. Han Rong frowned. Such sappy lines were typical of those Westerners obsessed with romance. She wasn't particularly fond of them. But since she needed his help, she couldn't be too cold or dismissive. Klaus, if you can handle this matter, I'll consider becoming your friend. She knew how to dangle a carrot. Wasn't this also a form of motivation for him? True to form, Klaus flushed crimson with excitement at her promise, vowing repeatedly, rest assured, Rong. To draw closer to you, I'll accomplish my mission at any cost. Han Rong sent him all the information she possessed regarding Lin Yi and the transformation ruins, gave Klaus further instructions, and only then severed the connection. Footsteps approached from behind. Han Rong's expression shifted instantly, the cold, distant look giving way to a gentle smile. She greeted the approaching figures with warmth. Wang Shua, why are you here? It's just a minor issue on my end. No need to be so tense. Wang Shua was accompanied by 2 aides, plus a third figure whose uniform stood out completely from the others. Exuding an air of lazy nonchalance, he twisted his lips into a teasing grin. Commander Wang, you're way too preoccupied with your fiancé. You rushed over before our Team 303 briefing even ended. Now I'm genuinely curious what your fiancé looks like. He finished, then gave Han Rong a thorough once-over before whistling appreciatively. She is stunningly beautiful, but her aura feels a bit fake. Yan Rue. Wang Shua snapped, cutting him off. Watch your language in my presence. Otherwise, don't blame me for taking action against anyone from your 303 team. Yan Rue rolled his eyes in exasperation and turned away, saying nothing more. Han Rong's gaze lingered on Yan Rue for a moment. According to the intelligence she possessed, Lin Yi was also a probationary member of Team 303 and seemed to have a decent rapport with this Yan Rue. His visit to Wang Shua, the commander-in-chief of the Domain Defense Forces, at this moment might very well be related to Lin Yi. After all, Lin Yi had been missing for 5 days. The Zhuaheng faction would undoubtedly mobilize all resources to track him down. Both Organization 303 and the Domain Defense Forces belonged to the Zhuaheng faction. Her own department, the Classified Information Processing Unit, was a mixed-bag neutral territory. Outside the factional circles, no one knew she was a mole planted by the Yuchong faction within the Information Department. I'm fine. Since you have important matters to attend to, go ahead and handle them. I can manage this on my own. Her tone was understanding and considerate. Wang Shuo looked deeply apologetic, tenderly ruffling her jet-black hair before reluctantly departing with Yen Rui and the others. The moment they were out of earshot, a calculating gleam flashed in Han Rong's eyes. What if Klaus's operation fails? Moji Island. Having successfully obtained the transformation ruins, Lin Yi was eager to return to the former location of the Flying Eagle Guard. After all, refining the transformation ruins would take time, and he couldn't just sit around doing nothing. Not knowing how to suppress its effects, Lin Yi simply stowed it away in his storage space. Sure enough, the suppression on his sequence skills vanished. However, he now had only 2 skill uses remaining for the day. He used one to modify a skill, transforming it into a teleportation return ability that could bring him back to his last teleportation location. He intended to save the other for later. Feeling his body grow light, he once again experienced the sensation of chaotic turbulence coursing through him. After the turbulence stabilized, he looked around and found himself back at the original resting spot of the Flying Eagle Guard Squadron. Only now, there was not a single member of the Flying Eagle Squad in sight. He was completely alone. Oh, and the occasional strange beast passing by. After all this time, it's only natural everyone left this place for somewhere else. Lin Yi breathed a slight sigh of relief. As long as he didn't return to find the ground littered with corpses, that was all that mattered. He had feared that after his teleportation, the entire Flying Eagle Guard might have been ambushed. But now it seemed clear that the Right Charge faction's target had been solely him. They hadn't given the Flying Eagle Guard a second thought. He remained composed, fixed his gaze on a direction, and began sprinting forward. Before his teleportation, he had already conveyed his intention to lead everyone in completing the primary mission, investigating the anomalies at the original site of the ancient mystic realm. Naturally, he would now proceed according to the original plan. He trusted that Suing was waiting for him there with the entire Flying Eagle Guard. Barely had he dashed out when a sudden, intense sense of danger surged through him. His heart pounded wildly, and a chill ran down his spine. Chapter 157, Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Without a moment's hesitation, he spun around and rolled sideways onto the ground. Boom! A blinding flash erupted from his original position, exploding violently and collapsing the surrounding space into a black cavern. In an instant, the void vanished into thin air. A figure slowly materialized from where the darkness had vanished, none other than Klaus. Your senses are sharp indeed. You were this close to being swallowed by my black hole. Lin Yi stared at him warily. You're from the Western Kingdom? Why are you here? He spoke basic Esperanto, and Klaus understood, his face twisted with contempt. You don't even know why I'm here? How foolish. But that's for the best. You should die knowing nothing. Lin Yi's brow furrowed deeply. He was genuinely uncertain now. According to his original plan, the only ones capable of predicting and tracking his movements at this moment should have been enemies from the rightist faction. Yet the Westerner's face reminded him of the Eye of Truth. Ever since the headmaster led the assault that destroyed the Eye of Truth's main base, no one had been able to track their whereabouts. Lin Yi and the headmaster had privately speculated that the Eye of Truth's roots lay overseas, suggesting they'd likely relocated their operations abroad. But dwelling on the stranger's identity was pointless now. Lin Yi chose to evade him. His phantom skill hadn't fully worn off yet, and his body vanished instantly before Klaus's eyes. Klaus had reviewed Lin Yi's files beforehand and was entirely unsurprised by his actions. In fact, Klaus wore an expression of delight. Your first reaction upon facing me was to flee. Doesn't that prove your current weakness? You're unable to expend significant skill energy now. According to Right Charge faction intelligence analysis, Lin Yi's skills had limited uses. For Klaus, this was a godsend, a perfect opportunity to eliminate Lin Yi. True love conquers all. For my true love, you must die today. He bellowed, his body slowly rising into the air. He tilted his head back, arms spread wide, murmuring incantations under his breath. Lin Yi activated the mind-reading function of his crystal shard. The good news was he heard a flood of thoughts. Klaus's mental activity was more chatty than a chatterbox. The bad news, however, was that he couldn't understand a single word. Western nations each had their own intonations, and Klaus's native tongue wasn't Esperanto, it was another language Lin Yi couldn't comprehend. Lin Yi found himself thoroughly puzzled. So this crystal fragment could translate the language of beasts into something he understood, yet it couldn't translate the languages of other nations? Even when reading thoughts, he could only perceive Klaus's emotional turmoil, excitement, anticipation, and a heart brimming with murderous intent. Great! All that effort for nothing. Lin Yi continued to avoid direct combat. He had only one skill usage left he'd already used, roleplay, and couldn't use it again today. Without absolute certainty, he wouldn't squander his final skill opportunity. Soon, Klaus finished chanting his spell. Lin Yi, who had been rapidly fleeing through the void, suddenly felt an overwhelming, irresistible pull. He turned to look, his heart pounding in shock. The miniature black hole that had appeared during Klaus's first ambush was not a simulated illusion, it was a genuine black hole. Sequence 66 Black Hole Creator. He now knew Klaus's sequence. This sequence belonged to the known powerful sequences. Though there weren't many specific skill descriptions, he was aware of its existence. Now, upon contact, he recognized it instantly. He never imagined Klaus would be the awakened bearer of sequence 66. But such a terrifying sequence is only ranked 66th? Does this imply that Klaus's black hole also possesses some flaw, rendering it less formidable than imagined? After all, if he could create a true black hole even one the size of a basketball, it would be a destructive force no world could withstand. Right now, finding a loophole in this black hole sequence skill might be his only hope for survival. His body offered no resistance against the immense gravitational pull, constantly retreating toward Klaus's artificial black hole. Simultaneously, he felt his physical form teetering on the brink of collapse. The gravitational pull from the black hole operated at the quantum level. Once he entered a certain range, his entire being would likely be torn into a mass of microscopic particles before plummeting completely into the black hole's interior. Absolute perception. Despite the palpable life or death crisis before him, Lin Yi maintained his composure. His mind raced as he once again activated the previously used skill that had not yet expired. Under his vastly amplified perception, every energy fluctuation emanating from Klaus, every shift in his aura, and every fluctuation in the black hole's magnetic and gravitational fields became crystal clear. As Lin Yi's body approached its predetermined collapse threshold, his limbs began showing signs of disintegrating into powder. Klaus laughed maniacally with delight. Dealing with Lin Yi proved far easier than anticipated, though this held no surprise for him. Since awakening this sequence, every opponent of equal rank had proven utterly powerless before him. He had grown accustomed to it. Go meet your maker. He closed his eyes, traced a cross over his chest with his hand, and let out a long sigh. The gravitational pull of the surrounding black hole suddenly intensified once more. Lin Yi's body accelerated in an instant, transforming into a streak of light before being completely swallowed by the black hole. Alright, everything went perfectly. Having disposed of Lin Yi, Klaus turned to leave with a smirk, but suddenly frowned as he glanced up at the black hole in the sky. Strange. Why hasn't this black hole vanished on its own yet? His expression shifted from bewilderment and confusion to rigid terror. His black hole was a small, low-gravity one created by combining psychic abilities with skills. After Jinsenji severed the link, it should have vanished normally. But now, something unexpected had occurred. Could it be he's not dead? No, that's impossible. He murmured softly, his psychic energy reconnecting to the black hole, attempting to force it to vanish. But the instant his psychic energy reconnected with the black hole, his entire body convulsed violently. He collapsed backward, his eyes suddenly losing all light. A figure materialized from behind the black hole. It was Lin Yi. His limbs had fully recovered, and he appeared alert and energetic as he stared down at Klaus, who lay twitching on the ground, foaming at the mouth. After all, it's a skill used by an awakened one. Its greatest flaw lies in you, a mere human. To allow someone like you to wield this skill, not only has its power diminished countless times over, but it's also constrained by your mental energy. What I need to do is simple: steal your mental energy. Chapter 158, Trouble. He didn't even need to expend his final skill. Merely leveraging the residual power of a previously used skill that hadn't yet dissipated, he had successfully defeated Klaus. He glanced down at Klaus, now barely clinging to life. Deprived of his mental energy, Klaus was little more than an unconscious puppet. Compounded by the skill's backlash, Klaus was gravely wounded, utterly incapable of retaliation. He slowly raised his foot, aiming it squarely at Klaus's head. One crushing blow would send this Westerner truly to the west. Ha! Yet he hesitated, his eyes clouded with confusion. The stolen mental energy now belonged to him, and every person's mental energy carried fragments of their memories. Within Klaus's memories, he saw a woman and understood the reason behind the assassination attempt against him. Han Rong, the secretary of the Military Intelligence Department? No matter how beautiful she was, he remained unmoved. A woman who sought to kill him, using men as tools to achieve her ends by any means necessary, could only inspire his disgust and contempt. Yet, her identity piqued his interest. He retrieved a communication talisman from his storage space and selected Lin Qingji as the recipient. Scar Eye remained highly reliable in his memory, calm and meticulous. He needed his counsel. When Scar Eye's image materialized mid-air, both men jumped in surprise. Lin Qingji and the others had mobilized nearly all their resources to track down Lin Yi. Every member of Organization 303 was leveraging their connections and networks for clues. Even Yen Rui had reached out to Wang Shua, the commander-in-chief of the Domain Defense Forces. But who could have imagined that Lin Yi himself would now come knocking? Lin Yi, is it really you? Are you okay? Lin Qingji's eyes scanned Lin Yi like a scanner for a long moment. Of course it's me. Even if other awakened tried to impersonate me, they couldn't pull off my aura. Scar Eye, you didn't even recognize me? That's just heartbreaking. Lin Yi wore a look of feigned surprise and displeasure. That confident, narcissistic, almost arrogant demeanor. Scar Eye fell silent for a moment, then confirmed it. This was undoubtedly the real Lin Yi. We don't have much time. I'll make this quick. I need your help. Scarred, I suddenly felt no joy at learning Lin Yi was safe. Since you're unharmed, shouldn't your top priority be continuing the mission? And you still have the nerve to boss me around? He really didn't want to take on more work, but dealing with Lin Yi left him no room to refuse. I know there's a mole from the rightest faction in the intelligence department. Her name is Han Rong. Lin Yi immediately interjected. Scarred I's heart skipped a beat. You mean Secretary Han Rong? Oh, you know her? Lin Yi narrowed his eyes. Of course. Who in headquarters doesn't know Han Rong? Though I've never met her myself, she's the fiancée of the Commander-in-Chief of the Domain Defense Forces. Wang Shua's fiancée? Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, his expression amused. If Han Rong truly was Wang Shua's fiancée, then what exactly was going on between her and Klaus? Even if Han Rong hadn't fully committed to Klaus, this kind of stringing him along and using him whenever convenient was definitely not something a woman with a fiancé should be doing. Commander Wang probably doesn't know about this, right? Lin Yi didn't want to meddle in other people's relationships, but now he had no choice. The Domain Army belongs to our Zhuahong faction, while his fiancée is from the Yuchong faction. If the truth comes out, their relationship will likely collapse. Lin Qingji's expression darkened. It'd be better if Wang Shua cut ties with her. The real worry is that he might be swayed by that woman and defect to the right charge faction. Faction struggles were power struggles, not overt battles to the death. Even if Han Rong's identity were exposed, it would merely bring her background into the open. That wouldn't grant anyone the right to act against her. She remains the Information Department's secretary and a member of the military command. Pondering this issue was too troublesome. Lin Yi didn't want to expend extra energy or mental effort on it. Anyway, I've already informed you of this matter. How you report it and how the higher-ups intend to respond is your concern. Your earlier urging was correct. I must now resume my mission. See you later. Lin Yi swiftly terminated the connection, choosing to leave this mess for the higher-ups of 303 in Zhuaheng's faction to deal with. As for Klaus, Lin Yi still possessed teleportation skills. Without hesitation, he transported him to the scarred man he had just contacted. He himself pressed onward. In the 303 office, Scarface took a deep breath at Klaus's sudden appearance. Though he had 1,000 curses for Lin Yi on the tip of his tongue, not a single word came out. At the ruins of the primordial ancient mystic realm, Suing gathered the entire Flying Eagle Guard squadron. They had been waiting for 2 days. Aside from the occasional surprise attack by strange beasts, nothing unusual had occurred. Su Ying's mind was preoccupied with Lin Yi's safety, leaving her distracted even during combat. Sising, watch out! Yungu spotted a golden spine cat ambushing Su Ying from behind. She shouted the warning while simultaneously using her skill to teleport the creature over 10 meters away, buying Su Ying crucial time and space to react. Thank you, Yunj. Su Ying snapped back to reality, her face filled with gratitude toward Yungu. After counterattacking and successfully eliminating the golden spine cat, she walked over to Yungu and gently ruffled her hair. Yunj, you're the one I trust and believe in most within this team. I was actually planning to hand over the captaincy to you once I got promoted, but the sudden appearance of Lin Yi left her both helpless and relieved. I hope you don't mind. Lin Yi becoming our new captain is actually a blessing for us. Although he had to leave suddenly for an emergency, I believe he'll be back soon. She hadn't told the rest of the team the truth about Lin Yi possibly being attacked and disappearing. Instead, she'd made up an excuse to brush it off. Her words might fool others, but they certainly didn't fool Yungu. A flicker of mockery passed through Yun Ji's eyes, yet her expression remained warm and hopeful. I think so too. Once Captain Lin returns, we'll definitely complete our mission smoothly and return safely to the safe zone. Suing forced a smile. It's good that you think that way. Sising, it's bad news. Before she could finish, Xiongqi rushed over, his face grim with urgency. We just discovered a fissure passage at the center of the large tree in the southwest. A team member went missing while exploring it. We haven't heard from them since. Something terrible must have happened.